I was just an ordinary guy lost in a sea of countless faces. Then a sudden crash and I was summoned to a world of magic. I spent endless years there, locked in non-stop brutal combat. Finally, I took down the Demon King and returned to my own world. I thought I would live a normal life with my family, but reality is cruel. My mom spent years searching for me only to die in a tragic accident. Grief drove my dad to end his own life, and my friends abandoned me. Relatives turned their backs. Standing alone in the street, I wondered why I had to suffer like this. As I spiraled, some random guy bumped into me and just laughed in my face. Why does everyone else get to be so happy? I want everyone in this world to feel my pain. With a single swing of my sword, I wiped out the entire city, vaporizing tens of thousands. This was it, absolute power. No one could stop me, not even other world heroes. Night fell as I stood at the crosswalk thinking of you, Mom and Dad. The light turned green and I slowly walked forward. Nothing special about it. I crossed the street completely blind to the blinding headlights, just an ordinary boy. I glanced over at this vehicle shining its high beams directly at me. A massive truck came hurtling forward, showing no signs of slowing down. Frozen in pure terror, my eyes shot open as I gasped awake. Floating right in front of me was a massive castle in the sky. I had no idea where I was, but a whole year has passed since. At first, I just buried my face and sobbed desperately, wanting to run away. Crying under the goddess statue, a girl stood by my side, comforting me. But once I saw a glimmer of hope to return, I forced myself to adapt. Soon, the brutal reality of slaughter surrounded me everywhere. So many people killed, and so many died in the war. My comrades fought hard, building an army to protect what was right. Through them, I slowly learned the meaning of courage and brotherhood. Gathering around the campfire at night, I smiled while watching my comrades eat and laugh. Even if I told you both, you probably would not understand this, Mom and Dad. But I had to grow stronger. The endless bloodshed seemed to have no end. Clad in heavy iron armor with a massive sword, I watched our brave ranks grow larger. Even amidst blooming flowers, my body shook as I wept in pure agony. No, please, my dearest companion was dying right there in my arms. Before passing, she smiled warmly and whispered for me to win this battle, her hero. I carefully built a grave to honor her memory. I lost so much, but I also gained so much. Yet every time we cleared a dungeon, even more gates would appear. The dying never stopped, leaving the survivors with nothing but endless tears. Sitting with my back against the wall, I frantically wrote a long letter, never stopping. Finally, the red-crested gate stood before me, my one hope to end this nightmare. Suddenly, someone approached and asked if I was ready to go. I silently stood up and slipped the letter behind my back. Touching the red runes, I left these final words in that unsendable letter, begging my parents to pray for me. I offered a soft smile, taking one last look behind me. Just seeing his comrades still standing there was more than enough for him. When the Demon King falls, the lives of the people here will finally return to the peaceful days they once knew. And I can look back on this long, agonizing year of battle as nothing more than a passing dream. He flings open the massive doors, his eyes filled with absolute determination. My comrades are calling, so I must stop writing. I will be home soon to see you, Mom and Dad. From the boy who misses his family so deeply. But first, his hands must grip his sword to face down the massive evil Demon King. Yours truly, Kim Min-soo. The cathedral bells ring out, echoing through the vast space. The sky is clear, the land is peaceful, and the citizens gather in the plaza to joyfully shout, "Long live the hero." Excitement fills the air as everyone rushes to welcome the passing carriage. The Demon King is dead, and the world is finally free. Music fills the grand hall, dancers perform on stage, and chefs prepare a massive banquet. Comrades gather around the tables, raising their glasses and cheering that the wine of this kingdom is truly on another level. But Kim Min-soo sits quietly clutching his cup without saying a single word. The girl next to him notices his silence, gently reminding him that tomorrow he can finally return home. Kim Min-soo stares at his reflection in the cup, murmuring that he can finally go home. She notes that for someone about to return, he doesn't look very happy. Smiling warmly, she teases him by adding that she never expected they would actually reach this day. She recalls how he used to cry constantly, suddenly wrapping her arms around him and happily praising him for doing such an amazing job. Still showing no sign of joy, he slams his cup down hard onto the table. The girl keeps her arms around him softly, reassuring him that he shouldn't worry so much. Overwhelmed by emotion, Kim Min-soo leans forward, breaking down into bitter tears. He mutters that he just wants to see his family again. Right during this emotional moment, the rest of the group bursts into loud laughter, clapping and teasing them. They joke about how far the two have progressed, teasing that the priest won't have any regrets left. The teasing laughter makes the girl blush, prompting her to quickly pull away from him. Turning his head the other way, the hero's face also flushes red from embarrassment. The white-haired companion turns to him, asking if he truly has no lingering attachments to this world. The tiny elf girl chimes in, repeating the same question. She insists that there is no real need for him to go back. But the girl who understands him best cannot help but speak up, stepping in to answer for him. She reminds them that the hero has always longed to go home, so they should stop making him feel guilty. Hearing her words, the rest of the group realizes they are being unfair. Scratching their heads, they admit they only asked because they treasure Kim Min-soo so deeply. But even with that, saying goodbye is never easy. Standing up, she takes his hand and pats it gently, with absolute understanding. She tells everyone that they should all pray for the hero's future. He looks up as she blesses him, wishing him a life filled with true, uninterrupted happiness. Her gentle hands clasp his, sending him off with every ounce of luck they can offer. They raise their glasses in one final toast, cheering that they will always wait for him. 3 weeks later, Gangseo Seoul. Kim Min-soo is back, standing completely alone in the middle of a bustling crowd. The priest's face is dazed, his eyes completely vacant. Tears well up, impossible to hold back. He whispers that they were wrong. He saved the world, but couldn't save himself. He rings his family's doorbell with a hopeful heart, only for the door to be opened by a sleepy blonde stranger. The two of them exchanged confused looks, and the one greeting me was actually its new owner. After I disappeared for 8 months, my body was never found at the crash site. It was like I never existed here. But Mom still believed I would never just run away. She passed away after being hit by a car while handing out flyers near the station. 2 weeks after my mother died, my father ended his life from the overwhelming grief. They said that even at the end, he left a note requesting that if his death was ever mentioned by the public, they should attach my missing person flyer to the article. I stood frozen, staring blankly at my parents' 2 urns of ashes. I wept silently, clenching my teeth as tears streamed down my face. The police had simply classified me as just another runaway teenager. Inside the staff room, the harsh scolding echoed fiercely. "How dare you show your face here asking to return?" they shouted, expelling me permanently. I stood with my head bowed as the teacher pointed a ruler at me, shouting that if I wanted to make amends to my parents, I should study for the qualification exam. My face was expressionless, like a hollow shell, eyes sunken and dark. The teacher didn't care and kept yelling nobody bothered to ask what I had actually gone through. "Get your act together and live a proper life," they said. Those cruel words only dragged my spirit deeper into the abyss. In the quiet of the night, I realized my classmates had started calling me that guy. My former close friend stood before me awkwardly, saying he was sorry. He scratched his head nervously, avoiding my eyes while fabricating some random excuse. "My mom forbade me from seeing you anymore, so let's end our friendship here. Besides, I'm graduating soon anyway." I didn't care anymore, staring at the ground speechless as I listened to his words. "Please understand," he muttered, and to make it worse, even my relatives refused to help. A sharp slap landed right across my face. In their eyes, Kim Mio was just a delinquent who ruined my parents. That guy kept punching and kicking me while shouting that his brother died because of me. "You are not even human anymore. Why didn't you just keep wandering like before?" I lay on the ground, bruised and beaten helplessly, listening to him scream. "Do you have any idea your parents died? Just because you never reached out to them?" His wife tried to hold him back and pull him inside, but he kept shouting, "Let go of me! I have to kill this punk," while their daughter crouched down right beside me, telling me to just get lost. Her eyes were cold and cunning, showing no sympathy as she spoke directly. "If you don't want to get beaten like this, don't ever return. My family is practically bankrupt because of you." With absolutely nowhere left to go, I could only sleep on a park bench, watching happy families and kids walk past me. My family was completely ordinary, so my parents didn't leave any money behind. Growing tired of lying down, I sat up and searched my pockets. With only a few spare coins left on me, I was not just broke. My face showed nothing but sheer painful helplessness, unsure of what to do. I had lost everything: my family, my school, and my relatives. Nothing was left for me here. Tears streamed down my face as I stared up at the sky, asking myself what this even was. Could this be a dream? Or was it just some terrible, endless nightmare? Looking at the busy passers-by, I kept thinking about how I saved the world and rescued countless lives. Standing alone in this heavy crowd, looking up at the unfair sky, I had risked my life just to return to my loved ones. My eyes were sunken, staring blankly into nothingness. The more I thought, the less I understood why they abandoned me. Suddenly, a massive thug bumps right into him, glaring with a threatening sneer. "What is your problem? Are you blind, you bastard?" Before he can even finish, his girlfriend bursts out laughing. "Ha ha ha ha! Look at my boyfriend putting you in your place. Maybe we should shove your head down to wake you up." She watches him and laughs until tears stream down her face. "Oh, stop it. He probably gets bullied all the time. That must be it." The thug throws his arm over her shoulder, letting out a wicked, mocking laugh. "You got lucky today. I will let you slide since you made my girl happy." Kim Min-soo is absolutely furious. He turns around with a dead look and asks why they are not sad. The thug is completely stunned. As tears stream down Min-soo's face, he asks if they do not have to suffer because they did not save the world. Veins pop on the thug's forehead as he grits his teeth in pure confusion. "What the hell are you rambling about?" Min-soo stands completely still in the middle of the busy crowd, completely ignored by everyone passing by. Now I finally know exactly what I want to do. With tears rolling down his face, his voice drops to a chilling whisper, "I want everyone to suffer just like me." Fed up with the rambling, the thug reaches out and grabs Kim Min-soo by the hair. "You little punk, quit acting so dramatic. What the hell are you mumbling? Shut your mouth right now." Completely ignoring him, Min-soo holds out his hand and commands, "Heed my call, Durandal." The girlfriend beside him keeps laughing so hard her stomach starts to hurt. "Ha ha ha ha, this kid is hilarious. He must have watched way too many movies." Before she can even finish her sentence, a colossal sword plunges from the sky, crushing her boyfriend as blood splatters everywhere. The girl is completely frozen in shock. Covered in blood, she lets out a blood-curdling scream of pure terror. As she screams, Min-soo simply wipes away his tears, while pieces of heavy steel armor materialize around him. "Now we are talking. You are finally suffering too, because if I am the only one hurting, that would be completely unfair." Looking up at the sky, he mutters that as the hero, he should be the one suffering the absolute least. His entire body is now fully encased in massive steel armor. Gripping the massive hilt, his eyes glow a menacing crimson as murderous intent radiates from his body. Raising the colossal blade, he slashes downward, demanding that this worthless world finally pay its dues. He spins like a cyclone of death, unleashing a massive vortex of destructive power. The vortex swells to massive proportions as a blinding flash of light erupts across the city like a nuclear bomb. In an instant, only a single figure remains standing, the hero who once saved the world. The entire city is wiped off the map. "You have to live a happy life, Min-soo." That's what they told him after all. And just like that, Gangseo district is completely wiped out. 3 weeks after the hero's terrifying rampage in the suburbs of Dongdae province, endless lines of bumper-to-bumper traffic honk in absolute chaos. Everyone has envisioned the end of days at least once, whether by nuclear war, natural disasters, or a sudden zombie pandemic. A name tag is pinned to Dr. Dong-soo's coat. Currently, he is trapped inside his car, stuck in the massive traffic gridlock. "There are 4 family members inside, with his mother frustrated behind the wheel. This traffic is horrible. We are barely even moving." His grandmother trembles while praying non-stop, while his little sister clutches a teddy bear, tears streaming down her face. Crying softly, she looks up and asks, "Big brother, where are we going? Why did we leave Dad behind, Dong-soo?" Recalls his father's final text. "Let's meet up in Busan. Just keep driving straight south." Feeling heavy-hearted, he gently squeezes his sister's tiny hand to comfort her. "Don't worry, once we arrive, we will definitely reunite with Dad. So wipe away those tears." Mom needs to focus on driving, and luckily she obediently nods. But right at that very moment, a speeding motorcycle suddenly roars right past their car window. The biker weaves aggressively through the endless line of stalled cars before suddenly screeching his brakes to a halt. No one could have ever guessed that the entire world would end like this. A desperate man screams into a giant megaphone. "Everyone pay attention. The hero is tailing us, and he is extremely close." Terrified passengers poke their heads out of car windows to listen. "We do not have much time left. Everyone must continue on foot." The man urges the drivers trapped in gridlock to leave their cars behind and move in an orderly line. People scramble out. "Please follow all instructions from the soldiers and police officers." A panicked mother turns around to warn her kids. "Dong-soo, keep an eye on Dabin. If we get separated, we are done for." The little sister tightly clings to her brother's arm as he replies, "Yes, mother." The announcer keeps blaring over his megaphone. "I repeat, the hero is entering this area." Before he can even finish, a massive boulder crashes directly onto him, with a sickening thud, crushing his body completely. Pure terror strikes. Everyone freezes with pale faces. Someone screams out in horror. He is dead. Chaos erupts everywhere as a burning hero brings the end of the world right to their doorstep. The crowd flees in a blind panic, screaming, crying, and desperately trying to escape. Dong-soo's family runs too. He carries little Dabin. Clinging to her plush toy, the little girl tugs his shirt brother. "Please slow down." Seeing no choice, he scoops her up. "Dabin, hold on tight so you do not fall." They keep running forward until the family suddenly screeches to a halt, staring up in shock. Wait. Behind the crowd, a figure in armor stands. It is the infamous hero Kim Mio, and his trail is littered with countless corpses. Standing at the highest vantage point, he takes sadistic pleasure in watching them run. He mutters coldly, "They really think they can escape." With a dark face radiating pure bloodlust, he spits out a disgusting curse of sheer hatred. Gripping his massive sword, he just sneers. Those who believe they can live while everyone else around them dies are pathetic. He roars out, "I will kill you all!" He leaps down from his high perch, ready to begin the bloodbath. The crowd scatters as Dong-soo holds his sister tight and joins the stampede. He is completely exhausted, still he does not dare stop. Panicked refugees shove past him, rudely screaming at him to get out of the way. That heavy shove knocks the plush bunny right out of Dabin's hands, making her gasp. She watches in dismay as another runner accidentally kicks her precious toy under a parked car. Her eyes widen in helpless shock, and she suddenly yanks her brother's hair, making Dong-soo cry out in pain. She points toward the road, weeping. Brother, my bunny. My bunny fell under that car. Dong-soo hushes Da-bin. We do not have time for that right now. But she refuses to listen, sobbing that Dad was the one who bought it. He hesitates suddenly, remembering the day their father happily brought that exact toy home for Da-bin. He had smiled warmly. Happy 6th birthday, Da-bin. She absolutely loved it, squeezing the toy tight and thanking her dad with a huge grin. He cannot leave it. He must go back now. Placing her down, he asks Da-bin which car. She points instantly toward a prominent white car, stranded in the middle of the road. Before running off, he repeatedly warns her. Keep watching where mother and grandmother are going. We got the bunny now, we have to catch up to them. Pushing through the crowd, he runs toward the car and bends down to look underneath. The rabbit lies still under there. Phew, found it. He sighs in relief, reaching out to grab the bunny. Right then, the hero Min-soo is already standing there. Meanwhile, Dong-soo struggles to reach the rabbit from under the car. Above him, Min-soo raises his giant sword and screams, "Let us all suffer together." He finally grabs the rabbit, smiling in relief. Yes, I finally got it. But Min-soo unleashes a devastating slash boom. Dozens of people are sliced in half, dying instantly on the spot. Towering buildings collapse from the shockwave, turning the entire area into a heap of ruins. With just a single strike, not a single shred of hope is left. Dong-soo lies on the ground, holding the plush bunny. He survived. Sitting up, gasping heavily for air, he pushes up his glasses to look around. A scene of total devastation. Ruined buildings, bodies scattered everywhere, and not a single survivor besides him. Just a few minutes bending down to find a toy, and when he looks up, he freezes in shock. What on earth is this? Unable to believe his eyes, he frantically starts searching the area. Calling out for Da-bin, his mother and grandmother, he searches desperately, but not a single soul is around. Suddenly, a soft thud echoes, and Dong-soo's eyes widen in absolute horror. On the ground, his foot accidentally steps on a tiny bloodied hand. He instantly recognizes it as Da-bin's, but she's crushed under a massive boulder, with only her hand sticking out. Terrified, he drops to his knees. "No, no, please, no!" He frantically tries to lift the heavy rocks, crying out Da-bin's name over and over. But there's nothing left of her except a pool of crushed, bloody remains. The shock is too overwhelming. Pale and weeping, he screams her name, gagging, as his entire body shakes violently, burying his face in his hands. Right at that moment, the hero Min-soo approaches from behind. Dong-soo turns to look at him, their faces strikingly similar. Min-soo speaks up, "Those eyes of yours are quite interesting." At this point, Dong-soo has absolutely no strength left. With lifeless, numb eyes, he mutters, "Are you indeed that hero?" But Min-soo doesn't care, choosing instead to twist the knife deeper into Dong-soo's agonizing pain. That look in your eyes is the look of someone who has lost absolutely everything. Min-soo slaughtered everyone but felt no satisfaction, his own eyes looking completely hollow and soulless. It is just like my own look eyes, completely devoid of any hope or dreams. Dong-soo completely ignores his words, roaring out in pure, unbridled rage. Glaring at him with pure hatred, he screams, "You're the one who did all of this, aren't you?" Maintaining the exact same cold tone, Min-soo admits to it without a single shred of hesitation. "Yes," Min-soo says. Dong-soo quickly grabs an iron rod from the ground, standing up with his head low. "You bastard!" Lunging forward, he swings the metal rod down while screaming, "I'll kill you!" But of course, he's no match for the hero. Before he can even graze him, Min-soo grabs him by the throat. Gasping for air with tears streaming down, he clutches the hand choking him, struggling to choke out, "I'll kill you, I'll kill you." With glowing red eyes, Min-soo mocks him. "And how exactly do you plan on killing me?" With that, Min-soo drives his massive sword right through Dong-soo, tears streaming down his cheeks. He looks down at the massive blade piercing him as blood gushes out. On that day, I lost everything to the hands of a hero. Even as my life slipped away, I wondered, am I really going to die without accomplishing anything at all? Thinking of my little sister, I whispered a final apology to Da-bin, my parents, and my grandmother. Tears rolling down my face, I helplessly closed my eyes, losing both my family and my very life. Suddenly, a loud voice echoes in my ears, "Hero, hero, please wake up!" Opening my eyes, I find a young girl calling out to me, "Hero, please wake up!" Seeing him finally open his eyes, the little girl smiles with pure joy. She screams to the heavens, thanking God that the hero is awake. Jong-soo lay in the center of a bizarre magic circle. He had become a hero, the very thing he despised most. A year after the hero's wrath, the government collapsed, leaving the entire city burned to absolute nothingness. As for Kim Min-soo, he remains the supreme hero, standing at the very peak. And just like him, everyone else who went missing during that time returned to Earth as heroes. These 9 heroes now ruled over the divided lands. They carved up the territories, leaving only Kim Min-soo's soul untouched. This was what shaped our world today. Even Jeju Island, the territory of the Golem hero, is far from paradise. High in the sky, a massive eye-shaped stone hovers constantly to monitor every single movement below. Ruined buildings stand in dead silence. Inside a cramped shelter, people lay side by side in neat rows, sleeping on thin blankets. One girl with heavy dark circles under her eyes sighs, whispering that she just wants to die. She repeats her wish to die so many times that the girl sleeping next to her finally snaps, telling her to shut up because it sounds so incredibly depressing. The miserable girl immediately turns and asks why they don't all just die together instead. Why should they even bother trying to survive in a world like this? Tears well up in her friend's eyes as she terrifiedly whispers to shut up, reminding her they fled to this island, specifically to stay alive. Before she can even finish, the miserable girl pulls the blanket completely over her face. She mutters that she refuses to live like this. Suddenly, a blinding searchlight flashes directly into the room, illuminating everyone. A massive towering stone hand breaches the room as its booming megaphone-like voice echoes through the walls, commanding everyone to wake up instantly. Pack up their belongings and get moving. Hurry up if you want to live. Get moving right now if you want to stay alive. It relentlessly counts out 46, 47, 48, 52, 53, 54. Within 1 minute, everyone is forced to fall in line and rush out of the sleeping quarters. It is time to work, so get moving if you want to survive. The crowd gathers outside in the courtyard, shivering in the bitter cold and absolute exhaustion. A man approaches as multiple stone hands squirm in a line, forming a floating staircase to carry his every step. Ascending to the top, he stands on the platform looking down at everyone. This is the golem hero Seunggu Jeon. With a smirk, he snaps his fingers, causing the sand below to rise and form a massive sphere in midair. The floating sand instantly morphs into 2 giant megaphones, while a microphone materializes directly in front of him to amplify his voice. Seunggu Jeon grabs the mic and announces that another beautiful day has officially begun for everyone. He casually begins assigning grueling labor to the crowd of young and old alike. For today's schedule, the women will harvest crops while the men continue constructing the Sage Tower. Mid-sentence, his face suddenly darkens as he glares down at the crowd. Why do you all look so miserable? The suicidal girl from earlier bows her head and mutters that obviously nobody wants to work, you absolute idiot. Yet not a single person dares to speak up, only venting their anger through silent glares. He chuckles and shouts that they all should be incredibly grateful to him. If you had ended up in the territories of blood-sucking vampires or other ruthless heroes, you would have become piles of dead meat brainwashed cultists or horrific lab experiments. His words are met with dead silence. It is like talking to brick walls, not a soul responds, making his entire body tremble with pure rage. With a cold sneer, he raises his hand to snap. Have I been being too easy on you all? Only now do they begin to feel true terror. Staring in pure terror with mouths wide open, they quickly spin around and flee, screaming in panic. Ah, up in the air! Those massive stone hands prepare to fire! John's face remains cold and completely uncaring. He snaps his fingers, and every single giant stone hand fires right along with him. Unable to escape in time, they run and scream, "No, please don't!" But anyone struck by that snapping blast instantly dies as their stomachs rupture. Countless victims die in an instant, yet the one girl wishing for death somehow survives, standing completely still and totally unharmed. But her friend gets hit directly, trembling violently before collapsing dead, right in front of Somin's eyes covered in blood. Somin stands completely expressionless as the panicked crowd shoves past her in their desperate rush to escape. Kneeling down, Somin gently closes her dead friend's eyes, whispering her final sorrowful farewells. Is this some kind of sick joke? Once again, I am the lone survivor. John's eyes burn red with rage as he barks out another command. Get back to work if you know what is good for you, unless you want another blast, you absolute fools! After that terrifying morning incident, everyone has no choice but to submissively get back to work. Somin is no exception, blowing warm air onto her freezing hands as she sits on the ground cutting oranges. An elderly woman approaches, filling Somin's basket to the brim with fresh oranges. Somin looks up in surprise, seeing the old lady smiling gently with her hands clasped behind her back. Your name is Somin, right? She says, so young to be working this hard. Confused, Somin looks up at her and asks what she means. The elderly woman replies that Somin looks deeply troubled after witnessing the horrors from this morning. Amidst the orange trees, the old and young woman converse, as the elder asks Somin if she wants to go for a walk. It might help clear your head, she promises, but Somin hesitates, looking down and asking, what about her? The old woman smiles warmly, saying she has picked tangerines her entire life, so this work is easy for her. Go on. Somin finally leaves, offering a quiet thank you as she departs. Before she goes, the old lady points toward the sky, warning her to be very careful of that thing up there. Hanging high up in the sky is a massive, ominous stone eye. Somin wanders through the forest until she reaches the golden beach. When life feels suffocating, looking at the ocean is the only escape. Standing by the shore, she eats an orange, her mind completely consumed by the chaotic thoughts swirling in her head. Perhaps that is the real reason why she came to Jeju Island in the first place. But as she swallows the bite, she completely breaks down, collapsing to the sand, as violent sobs rack her body. I am so sorry, she weeps, tears streaming down as she remembers her late friend. I'm sorry for standing behind you, Somin cries, and I'm sorry for ever resenting you. She grits her teeth and tries to wipe her face, but the tears just won't stop flowing. I am so sorry, I couldn't do anything but watch you die, Somin babbles, sobbing uncontrollably. Just as she is spiraling, a sudden rustle breaks the silence, and a man in military uniform appears before her. Hey, he asks, do you have anything to eat? Somin quickly pulls out her meager stash of snacks. The soldier devours the food ravenously, while Somin quietly mentions that this is all she has. Suddenly he grabs her hand tightly and begs her, acknowledging how incredibly dangerous this request is. But please, can you find a way to bring me more food? With a desperate, pleading look, he explains that many sailors are still alive on his ship, and he came ashore alone. Somin is completely stunned, stammering about what would happen to her if the hero caught her. But mid-sentence, she stops dead, staring intently at the soldier, as a sudden realization shifts her gaze. Urgently, she asks him if they would actually be able to defeat the hero once they're fully fed. Honestly speaking, the soldier replies, our duty has always been to fight to our very last breath. Once our crew recovers their strength, we can definitely take back this island from the enemy. Somin slowly looks up, staring at the giant stone eye floating right above them. Seeing the eye look elsewhere, she quickly calculates her move. If she sprints through the forest, she can make it before that monster turns back. Making a sudden decision, she places her hand over her heart and solemnly promises to risk her life to bring food back. With that, she immediately bolts into the woods. On her way back, clutching a giant basket of oranges and a supply bag, she races through the trees. Exhausted and terrified, she pushes forward without stopping, fueled by pure adrenaline. The truth is, her constant claims of wanting to die were never about actually wishing for death. Having watched her friend die right in front of her, she was just terrified of living a meaningless, hollow life. Clinging to a desperate hope as she runs, she refuses to just exist like a ghost anymore. Finally, the beach comes into view, and her resolve hardens. This time, she's going to stand up and fight him. But she arrives to absolute nothingness. Her body freezes, the basket of oranges slips from her hands, and despair washes over her. Standing right there, instead of any rescue team, is the sadistic John. He smirks with amusement, mocking her as his little lost mouse. Scattered before him, massive stone hands have crushed the soldiers, staining the entire shoreline in deep crimson blood. Stumbling back in sheer terror, she fails to notice another stone hand lunging from behind to grab her. It squeezes her tight, forcing a painful scream out. Gritting her teeth, she gasps out, asking how he found her when his giant eye was not watching this sector. John leans in with wide, mocking eyes, sneering if she actually thought he only had one eye. With a cold grin, he shuts one eye, his expression darkening as he deactivates his stealth. Instantly, the sky fills with countless massive, terrifying eyes glowing like a nightmare in the dark. Spreading his arms wide, he throws his head back and erupts into hysterical, unstoppable laughter. The horrific truth is out. He was watching their every move this entire time, completely undetected. Clapping mockingly, his face twists into a sadistic grin as he asks if the game is not much more fun this way. Somin sobbed in helpless rage, cursing him as an absolute monster. His eyes flash crimson like a demon, telling her that her own weakness is to blame. If she does not like it, she should have become a hero herself. Extending his hand, he mocks her, saying she should just comfort the others while they suffer. Following his hand gesture, the stone hand crushes her even tighter, making her shriek in agony. Biting her lip, she weeps in absolute agony. She screams out in total despair, crying that she only wanted to fight back, but is completely powerless. She begs for anyone, absolutely anyone, to step up and fight in her place. Right on cue, a brilliant cascade of starlight erupts across the sky. Her desperate plea is answered as a blinding pillar of light crashes directly onto the battlefield. The glare is so intense that John is forced to squint. As the dust settles, a towering figure emerges, an armored warrior wielding a massive spear. Frowning in annoyance, John demands to know who the hell this is while Somin cries tears of pure relief. The legend himself, the spear hero, Jung-soo Park, has returned, his icy gaze locked onto the enemy. John stares back in utter disbelief, wondering who this random interloper is. Somin stares in complete awe, a hero. Jung-soo scans the blood-soaked shoreline, taking in the stone hands and the crushed bodies of the fallen soldiers before coldly asking Somin to explain what is going on here. Blinking in confusion, she points to herself. Furious at being completely ignored, John points a finger and snaps. He demands to know who he is and why he is interfering in his business. But Jung-soo just glares back with icy indifference, not even granting him a single word. Somin stares at him, thinking he is definitely not with those other heroes, and even the golem does not seem to know him. Her eyes light up with a sudden spark of hope. This is her chance. Seizing the moment, she quickly turns to him and screams out that this monster is a minion of the Sword Warrior ruling over Jeju Island and exploiting everyone. She is still speaking. He even killed the soldiers over there, but a massive stone hand squeezes her tight, cutting off her words. Seung-woo crushes her in his grip, glaring with rage, as he demands to know if the intruder dares to come over and face him. Did you think this was just a friendly reunion? Jung-soo remains silent, calmly observing the two of them, before stating he understands and will ask one last question. His face darkens, his voice filled with cold fury as he asks the monster if what the woman said is true. The giant eyes of the golem widen in surprise, hesitating for a brief moment before answering. He scowls, shrugging with a smirk to ask what if it is true. Jung-soo replies with a single word, death, as he readies his legendary spear for battle. The tyrant is not backing down, his eyes glowing red with complete defiance. Calling him a bastard, massive stone hands begin to summon all around Jung-soo. Floating stone eyes fill the sky, casting down deadly crimson beams of light like lasers. With a furious roar to crush him to pieces, the stone hands charge forward to attack. Completely unfazed, Jung-soo whips out his blue spear, spinning it to shatter the stone hands and floating eyes into dust. Amidst the endless explosions, he leaps straight into the air. Swooping down on the tyrant, he leaves the giant completely terrified and gasping for air. With a single swift slash, Jung-soo cleanly severs both of the monster's arms. His face turns pale as he stares at his severed arms in absolute horror, blood pouring out like water, while he screams in agony. Before he can even finish cursing, a brutal rising kick slams into his jaw, sending his teeth flying. Jung-soo stomps on his chest, pinning him underwater. It is over. So-min is finally saved, clutching her injured arm on the ground as she stares at this mysterious warrior. She never expected that someone could casually overpower the golem warrior who had just annihilated an entire naval fleet. Jung-soo glares down with a dark, menacing look, demanding him to speak. Is the sword warrior you mentioned the one wearing that white armor? Even with the blue spear pressed against his neck, the tyrant stubbornly yells out that he does not know. Before he can finish, a sudden slice takes one of his legs, making him scream out in agony. Jung-soo stares down, coldly warning him that every time he claims not to know, he will lose another limb. The blue spear points directly at his face. Is the hero in white armor the sword warrior? Terrified of losing anything else, the broken warrior quickly confesses that it is true. Wincing in pain, he can only grit his teeth as Jung-soo demands to know his location. His other leg flies off and floats on the water as Jung-soo narrows his eyes with absolute bloodlust. Demanding to know his location, he leaves Seung-woo floating helplessly on the water with no limbs left. Finally feeling true terror, the tyrant begs for his life. But Jung-soo has no intention of showing mercy, telling him flat out that he will not spare him. You have abandoned your humanity. However, if you answer my question, I will let you die with less pain by taking your head off right away. Realizing he is dead either way, he sneers defiantly, stating he has nothing to say to him. He is still trying to salvage a final victory. Behind Jung-soo, a cluster of stone hands suddenly lunges for a sneak attack as Seung-woo claims he only speaks with the golem. Back on the shore, So-min finds herself targeted by multiple stone hands as she trembles in utter shock and disbelief. Why is this happening to her as the stone hands rain down like a barrage of bombs? Before long, everything finally settles back into peace, with thick, pitch-black smoke rising into the air. A giant stone hand scoops Jonas up, rescuing him into the air. Thinking he survived, his face turns pale as sweat and tears pour down like rain. He remembers a girl kneeling at his feet begging him to save them, or the Demon King would destroy his homeworld next. Her eyes were filled with desperate pleading tears. Please, for the sake of your own world's future, save us. At the time, he simply believed he was taking back what was rightfully his. Ringing the doorbell, he only wanted to hear a simple voice welcoming him home. So when the door opened, he was overjoyed, calling out that he was finally back. Deep down, he just wanted to hear some praise for a job well done. But reality crushed his hopes. The moment his father saw him, his face darkened with pure rage. He screamed at him to get lost, claiming he had no son like him. Ever since he was shunned everywhere he went, even at the shelter. They bluntly told him they do not provide housing for those over 18. Staring at his miserable state, the officer shrugged. It's the law, even for a world savior. He was rejected everywhere, and his bosses yelled at him that he was no longer a child. They threatened to call the police if he didn't leave immediately. One cruel old man glared mockingly, asking if he actually expected to be paid for his work. He called him a shameless fraud, fueling his dark thought that destroying this world was a better option. Reliving his miserable past, he trembles, muttering that in the end, this world will be his. Clinging to the stone hand, he weeps helplessly, begging not to die. Suddenly, his eyes widen in pure terror as he looks down. Jung-soo is still alive, of course he is, and he's already saved So-min as he prepares to strike. His eyes narrow with murderous intent, believing every single hero deserves to die. Terrified, Jonas desperately clings to life, screaming for his golems to activate. Floating hands and giant eyes gather in the sky, preparing to fire a devastating crimson beam of light. Blue lightning crackles around Jongsu's wrists, channeling the power of electricity. He infuses the spear with lightning, drawing his arm back to throw. With a massive surge of power, he hurls the lightning spear, tearing right through the enemy's crimson laser. The perfect throw pierces straight through the giant stone eye, completely shattering the enemy's ultimate weapon. Piercing straight through his chest, the spear leaves Jonas completely frozen and unable to move. Crimson blood coughs from his mouth. And just like that, the golem hero plunges into the dark sea below. After laying waste to Jeju Island and the naval fleet, only Jongsu and Somin remain standing on the shore. As the sun sets, a cheerful shout echoes from a massive tower saying just a little more. A little girl points toward the sky with a bright, happy smile. Right there, perfect. With the statue finally complete, her eyes sparkle with joy, happy that they could at last honor their hero. The crowd stands in solemn silence, bowing their heads to pray for the legendary warrior. The monument stands tall as a tribute to Jonas, wishing him eternal peace. In another world, he was a true savior. Yet back on Earth, he was only met with cold rejection, dying alone with nothing left. A cruel fate shared by every returning warrior as blood stains the water where Golem fell. With his death, his massive army of golems crumbles into dust. And for the first time since the hero's tragic rampage, peace finally returns to the ruined island. Everyone is finally free. So Min returns to her old room. People walk the land with joy, hugging each other in pure relief they survived, and they are finally free. They can't hold back their laughter, celebrating the peaceful life that had felt lost for so long. Clutching his spear, Dong-shu stands in the shadows of the forest, watching them. Seeing a happy family embracing only deepens the sadness in his eyes. He had a family once, happily living just like them. Looking down with a heavy heart, he feels a bitter envy, because they still have a home to return to. Suddenly a sound echoes from behind, and his sharp spear instantly whips around. Startled, So-min quickly dodges backward with a gasp, raising both hands to desperately calm him down. "Relax, it is just me, the beach girl," she stammers, hoping he lowers his guard. Lowering his weapon, he leaves her sweating in panic as she asks why he is hiding in the bushes. Everyone in the crowd is desperate to know who defeated the golem hero. "Let us head down together," she suggests. But Dong-shu reacts with pure disgust. A hero slaughtering another hero is simply nothing to celebrate. It will only remind them of their deepest fears, he says, turning away without hesitation. From the very beginning, he had absolutely no interest in receiving praise from anyone. Understanding his silent nature, she smiles softly and calls him a truly kind person. His body freezes slightly at her words, and honestly, it shows he still cares deep down about others. Dong-shu stops in his tracks, casting a sharp glare back at her. "Think whatever you want," he says coldly, "since we are never going to see each other again anyway." Yet she continues to follow him, asking if he actually plans on wiping out every single hero. Just mentioning them makes him furious, his brow furrowing with dark resolve. "Starting with the white-armored hero, I will slaughter everyone allied with the sought hero." Clenching her fists, So-min looks directly into his eyes and asks if it is for revenge. Is there really any other reason he coldly shoots back? Hearing his answer, she becomes incredibly emotional, pressing her hand against her chest and shouting for him to let her help, because she wants revenge too. Dong-shu stares at her in silence, silently assessing her resolve and scanning her expression. He does not reject her, but asks in total disbelief if she is insane. To him, it makes no sense that a weak, skillless girl would willingly march straight into certain death just to hunt down heroes. Aware of his disbelief, she pushes forward anyway. "I know you think I will just be a drag," she pleads, "but please let me come along." Then she asks Dong-shu if he even knows where the heroes are located. He remains silent, so she quickly pitches her worth, and trust me, she is absolutely not backing down. She recalls her past, traveling with those people all over the land. "I saw everything on the road while traveling from Seun to Jeju," she says. "I know which hero rules each territory, what they look like, and even their specific powers." She points out the grueling journey ahead, noting that he cannot simply walk all the way to Seun alone. "You are going to need food and a safe place to rest," looking directly at him. So Min's expression is deeply pleading. "To secure transportation and lodging, you must be able to communicate smoothly with the locals." "I will handle that for you," she says, hands trembling with nervous resolve. "I will be your guide," she declares with fierce determination. Seeing her absolute seriousness, he is left quite puzzled. "Let me ask you one thing." Dong-shu demands, "What is your motive?" He lays out the plain truth, telling her that if she stays behind, he can at least guarantee her survival. "You could even live a comfortable, happy life here, entirely free from the terror of any heroes." With a sad look in her eyes, she looks down and whispers that she simply lacks the strength. In silence, she reaches into her clothes to pull something out. It is a family photo, leaving her with nothing but the grief of loss and hatred for those bastards. Along with a deep longing for her old world, So-min tightly grips the photo with teary eyes. Because I have no power, she pleads. I want to stand by your side. Her face darkens with hopeless despair, utterly powerless, yet harboring a burning desire to exact her absolute revenge. While everyone else rejoices, embracing each other to celebrate the long-lost freedom they are finally experiencing. Deep in the forest, the very duo who brought them that freedom have just struck a deal. Jung-soo finally agrees, telling So-min she can come along if she does not mind being used and abandoned. With that, he leads the way while she follows right behind. Inside a city of charred and ruined skyscrapers, his hands carefully sharpen a deadly spear. While Jung-soo sits there focused on his work, So-min watches him quietly from the opposite corner. She presents him with the choice between a very tough hero nearby and an easier target further away. Holding up her notebook, she points at the entries and asks him which one he prefers. His face darkens as he delivers a chillingly cold response. I choose whichever one dies fastest. Hearing this, she immediately notes it down and teases him with a gentle smile. You really never change, she chuckles, because I knew exactly who you would pick. Thinking of that giant beast, she reveals his next target is the Sea Dragon Warrior. So-min shares everything she knows, warning him that this woman is the most terrifying hero of the seas. A monster who single-handedly wiped out an entire fleet in the Pacific Ocean. She uses the ocean to her absolute advantage, along with that bizarre dragon monster. The sea dragon she controls possesses destructive power easily matching that of a nuclear bomb. At that horrific moment, So-min herself could not believe her own eyes. As fire blazed across the ocean, they ruthlessly slaughtered the helpless refugees. On their way to Jeju Island, So-min's parents also perished at the hands of that monster. Two people held her back as she frantically lunged toward the roaring flames, screaming that her mother was still on that ship. Just thinking of the beast tears her heart apart, leaving her completely dazed and broken. Jung-soo turns to her and warns her to stop listing that killer's crimes. Do not make them sound like proud achievements, he mutters with a cold, glaring stare. Our opponent is a mass murderer, so all you need to know is that she deserves to die. Shifting focus to their battle plan, he notes that conquering the sea requires them to secure a ship first. If that is all, So-min smiles. I can handle it for us. She gently smiles and tells him that she knows someone who can definitely help them out. After reclaiming the vessels seized by the Golem hero, the surviving naval forces finally began to recover. Under a clear blue sky, the crew stands ready on the shore next to a massive battleship. Their leader steps forward and salutes him solemnly, speaking on behalf of all their fallen comrades. The old veteran raises his hand in a respectful military salute, promising to deliver them to their destination. Over on the southern coast, terrifying bolts of lightning tear the sky apart. Violent typhoons rage across the ocean, ready to tear apart anything in this incredibly hostile weather. The source of this chaos is the giant dragon monster coiled deep within the dark ocean floor. Its glowing red eyes pierce directly through the swirling, turbulent currents. A gentle hand strokes the beast softly, telling it that everything is all right. With a freezing cold gaze, she assures her partner that those pests will never set foot on land. On a seemingly peaceful shore, a shovel rests in the sand while a man quietly sits nearby smoking. The captain walks up behind him with hands clasped, stating they set sail in just 2 hours. He turns his head to look slightly startled. The commander crushes his cigarette butt into the dirt, standing up to address the old captain. I don't know if this is the right call. He says we have absolutely no guarantees here. He looks incredibly tense, his brow furrowed deep. We don't even know if the warrior who killed the Golem hero is a friend or foe. Growing more agitated, he beats his chest and raises his voice, even if we slay that monster and reach the mainland. Even if we can truly manage to defeat Kim Miso. Clenching his fist, he drops his head helplessly and begs in a low voice, please just tell me. Glancing at the graves behind him, he asks, why must I return to that living hell? The captain remains perfectly calm from start to finish. Standing tall and looking him dead in the eye, he speaks in a gentle voice. The fact that he killed the Golem hero proves he intends to eliminate every last hero. His face darkens, admitting that even he doesn't know what's truly going on except for that one fact. We know absolutely nothing. Suddenly his eyes fill with resolve. But isn't that single fact more than enough? His eyes burn bright as he notes that over 30 of his soldiers whom he loved like sons are gone. As he speaks, memories of the comrades who fought by his side flash before him. Unable to hold back, he drops to his knees and touches their graves. If I meet them in the afterlife, I want to look them in the eye and speak with pride. The commander stands silently listening to the captain explain how they found a way forward after losing everyone. He can't hold back his tears, clenching his teeth as they flow like rain. We made sure to cherish the very lives they saved, ensuring they did not sacrifice themselves for nothing. Looking out at the vast ocean, dozens of graves lie scattered along the shoreline. If the hero we are supporting is stronger than Kim Miso, their deaths will become the foundation of our freedom. With that, he pulls his cap down, turns around, and asks with absolute seriousness, So are you ready to plunge into this living hell with me? An hour after setting sail, the massive ship glides smoothly across the southern waters. On board, Somin is sketching the monster she once saw to show him. Finished, she holds it up, showing a rough sketch of a human and a massive dragon. I am no artist, she admits, but the sea dragon hero looks something like this. Jung-soo squints at it for a long moment, completely unable to make sense of the drawing. So our next opponent is a giant worm and a tiny stick. Annoyed by his teasing, she snaps back. No, just forget it. I told you I can't draw. Her cheeks flush bright with embarrassment. Either way, the key point is that the hero isn't just the girl, the dragon is part of it too. That's the most critical detail separating them from the other heroes. Hearing this, he starts to get it, and Seokam asks, so you mean they can act independently? Thinking back to that battle, she notes that it didn't seem to work that way. The girl always stood directly on the dragon's head, and the beast only moved upon her command. Pointing at the drawing, she notes the girl is the brain, before gesturing to the dragon, which executes the actual attacks. He asks again, what exactly is their attack pattern? Somin explains, basing it on how they fought against the evacuation support squad. That massive dragon attacks by breathing fire directly. It either breathes fire or uses its giant body to crush ships. The girl doesn't just watch either, she blocks incoming attacks. Hearing this, he realizes they have both a spear and a shield, meaning complete defense and offense. This won't be an easy fight. Just as she points at her drawing and speaks, the ship's red alert suddenly blares, cutting her off completely and echoing everywhere. The sudden massive noise startles them, sending both of them sprinting straight up to the ship's deck. Panic-stricken soldiers scramble in every direction, screaming at everyone to get to their positions immediately. Jung-soo grabs a passing soldier, demanding to know what is happening. The soldier frantically reports that sonar detected an unidentified target. Up on the bridge, the captain watches in horror as a massive explosion erupts while soldiers scream out range markers. With too many unknown threats appearing, the crew panics and prepares for an imminent collision. Gripping his spear, Jung-soo gets into a combat stance as something massive moves right beneath the waves. Soldiers peer through binoculars and open fire, spraying bullets relentlessly into the water. Silence finally returns to the sea, but the water is stained crimson with fresh blood. Countless fish float up, leaving Somin completely dumbfounded by the sight. Several of them even flop right onto the deck. She kneels to poke at them, letting out a heavy sigh of relief for worrying over nothing. But Jung-soo just stares ahead. Somin should definitely still be afraid. His face darkens as the real threat arrives. A violent whirlpool erupts, and a massive dragon emerges from the deep. Riding on its back is a girl holding a staff, staring down at them with cold eyes. She is the warrior who defeated the golem hero, the sea dragon hero, Shin Su-ah. The beast opens its massive maw, preparing to blow the entire battleship into tiny pieces. Breaking into a cold sweat, the captain desperately orders everyone to dodge it. But Jung-soo roars a completely different order. Drop the anchor, leaving the entire bridge crew utterly stunned. They look at each other in complete disbelief, wondering if the hero has completely lost his mind. But the captain firmly refuses, insisting they must follow the hero's exact instructions. With absolute faith, he bellows to drop the anchor immediately. The chains screech as the massive anchor successfully plunges into the sea. Su-ah glares down with a mocking smirk as her giant dragon prepares its devastating beam of light. Jung-soo grips his legendary weapon and roars with all his might. Weapon change, shield spear. Ankyle. A brilliant crimson light beams down directly from the heavens. His weapon instantly transforms, and he raises it to activate his ultimate shield. A massive razor-sharp barrier materializes as he screams for everyone to get down if they want to survive. The two colossal forces collide head-on in a fierce struggle for dominance. A devastating shockwave rips across the ocean, swallowing everything on screen in a massive, blinding explosion. Behind him, the soldier grinds his teeth and curses the hero under his breath. He watches with a grim expression, realizing Jung-soo cannot counterattack because he is solely focused on protecting them. Realizing they are in a desperate bind, this quick-thinking soldier takes immediate action. He spins toward the bridge and bellows at the top of his lungs for a distraction command. The captain understands instantly, grabbing his radio to issue rapid orders to the entire crew. All hands prepare for combat. Get the heavy artillery loaded and aim at their heads. Soldiers on both sides prepare the heavy weapons, aiming them forward. The command to fire echoes across the deck as a relentless barrage of heavy artillery rains down on the monster. But the colossal dragon stands unfazed, opening its maw to unleash its own destructive power. Su-ah grips her staff tightly and joins the fray, calling forth her impenetrable shield of Atlas. Every incoming round is easily deflected by her barrier, leaving the dragon completely unharmed. The battle turns into a deadly stalemate. Back on the bridge, the helmsman stares ahead, completely pale with fear. It was blocked. The commander's face darkens as he grits his teeth and tells everyone not to lose hope. Seeing that Jung-soo is still full of energy, the commander quickly analyzes the situation. They had known from the very beginning that their guns were useless against actual heroes. Their ultimate goal right now is simply to create as much of a distraction as possible. Realizing that is not enough, he screams for them to keep firing, using every single working weapon they have left. With that, the soldiers keep firing relentless rounds at the massive dragon. Dong-soo also fights back with everything he has, neither side showing any signs of weakening. But he knows their efforts are not completely in vain. Seeing her stand atop the dragon's head to deploy a magic barrier, he notices the beast's flames are finally weakening. If his theory is correct, then this wretched woman is vulnerable. Staring right at her, he grits his teeth, sharing his energy with the sea dragon, while carefully calculating his next move. If we can force her to completely exhaust her mana, we might actually stand a chance. Stepping forward, he gathers every ounce of his energy once more, desperately trying to push his absolute strength right toward the two of them. Shin-shua stands atop the dragon, staring unblinkingly at Dong-soo as he advances, knowing she has realized the flames are weakening. She spins her magic staff around in her hands. Tossing it up into the air, her expression remains completely calm and unfazed. Reaching out to catch the falling staff, she knows she only needs to eliminate whatever is forcing her to use a magic barrier. In an instant, the staff transforms into a deadly trident serving as her spear. It flies straight toward the ship, shattering the defensive barrier with a loud boom as it aims for Dong-soo. Now he has to face two threats at once, the dragon's fire and Shin-shua's lethal trident. As the two forces clash against his barrier, she lightly flicks her wrist. The trident immediately shifts its direction, soaring straight up into the sky. Gritting his teeth, he watches its every movement, and you can feel his panic as it changes path. Her hands trace patterns in the air, using every single motion to control the deadly trident, moving it in countless chaotic directions. Even with his sharp vision, he cannot predict where it will strike next. Finally, it rips straight through the storm of bullets, tearing through a machine gunner, and swiftly slaughtering one helpless soldier after another as it flies around. The soldiers scatter in utter chaos, screaming for their captain to dodge the attack. Just as a soldier rushes to protect him, the trident impales him right through the chest, killing him instantly. The old commander watches in absolute horror as the weapon tears through the ship's hull, leaving only him and one other survivor standing. So Min stares in utter helplessness, while the last surviving soldier is frozen in pure panic. But Shin-shua's main target is still him, caught between the dragon's fire in front and her spear behind. The sharp trident suddenly swings around and aims directly at his exposed back. She gloats, claiming this is the end for the nameless hero. Blood splatters across the deck as boots slam into the floor. That brave soldier has used his own body to block the weapon and save Dong-soo's life. His body trembles in agony as he asks what she thinks of them. He recalls their departure when the captain told him that even if they fall, they have found a way. Back then, he had wept, promising to repay their sacrifice by protecting the hero with the very body they died to save. Just like that, he dies, taking the blow to save him. He forces the trident back, refusing to let it touch Dong-soo. His hands grip the weapon tightly, holding it back to protect the hero. Shin-shua stands completely stunned, unable to believe what just happened. He held his ground until he finally collapsed against Dong-soo. His face was pale near death, but he still gasped out, "Please use this." With those final words, he collapsed and died right there. Dong-soo stared at his body, deeply moved, but solemn. That sacrifice only fueled the rage in his heart. His combat power surged as he whispered a quiet thank you. Roaring to combine his elements, he gripped his own spear in one hand. In his other hand, he held her frozen trident. Deep in the afterlife, the fallen soldiers stood waiting. The newly deceased warrior joined them, tears welling up as he apologized. Running into his comrades' open arms, he wept with joy. "Sorry I came so late." Deep down in the blue ocean, massive fish swam peacefully through the quiet waters. Newly arrived Shin-shu stood there completely dazed. Massive underwater structures towered before her, while the locals watched her with intense curiosity. This place was none other than the Sea Dragon world. As they stood staring in silence, a man stepped down the stairs, noting that this must be her very first time seeing their kingdom. He carried the powerful aura of the ruler of this place. "Welcome to my world, legendary hero." A muscular young man stepped forward holding a trident and asked her politely, "You seem surprisingly calm for your first time visiting us." Reaching out, he assumed she already knew how to return home, along with the heavy responsibilities she had to shoulder from now on. Lowering her head, Shin-shu nervously admitted that she still was not used to it. He calmly reassured her that she would adapt to it in time. "Today," he said, "I want to give you something." Her cheeks flushed with curiosity as she stared, realizing he was offering her the trident in his hand. "This spear has been passed down for generations. It belongs only to the one chosen to be the Sea Dragon hero." Taking the weapon, she instantly felt how incredibly heavy it was. Smiling warmly, he told her that accepting this spear meant she was now his hero, and he would lay down his life for her. With a playful grin, he asked if he could truly entrust his entire life into her hands. That trident radiated an immense, ancient power. She looked up without refusing him, and upon seeing this, he immediately knelt before her. He solemnly made his declaration before all the citizens. "From this moment on, I am your loyal servant hero of the Sea Dragon." Kissing Shinshu's hand, he proved his absolute loyalty. He swore an oath to protect her from anything blocking her path to slay the Demon King. But back in the present, that sacred spear has finally left her hands, seized by Dongshu. Her eyes flared with rage as she lost her cool, screaming at him. "How dare you!" Panicking, she screamed that a lowlife like him could never wield that weapon. Screaming like a maniac, she demanded he return it. Even the massive dragon roared in complete panic. Dongshu remained terrifyingly calm, muttering with a smirk that of course he would return it. He took aim, preparing to drive it directly into the beast's skull. The dragon unleashed its ultimate attack, breathing a massive torrent of fire at the ship. Both sides clashed in a perfectly equal struggle. As his crimson energy faltered, he quickly deactivated Anil, letting his red barrier shatter instantly. Seizing this brief opening, he raised the weapon ready to throw it. Unleashing his ice spear technique, he hurled it straight forward. The spear flies back from the boat toward the two of them, rushing so fast that she cannot control it in time. Shinshua stands frozen in utter disbelief as the laser itself is being iced over. Groaning, she collapses and touches the dragon's head, pleading to stop using the laser and strengthen their defenses instead. The dragon glances back at her and finally shuts its massive mouth. Her mana flows directly into the beast, forming a multi-layered shield of various shapes. She conjures the anti-tail dragon shield, raising a massive barrier right in front of them. Her eyes widen as she sneers with delight, confident that even the Demon King could never break this 5-layered barrier. Watching the incoming spear, she silently dares her opponent to see if they can actually break through it. But the spear smashes forward, completely shattering their protective shield. Layer after layer, it pierces through effortlessly. From the 5th to the 4th and even the 3rd layer simply cannot withstand the impact. Witnessing this, her face pales in utter panic as her jaw drops. She screams that this is impossible, but by the 2nd layer, Dongshu is also thoroughly exhausted. The last layer shatters as the small spear drives straight into their final defense. Shinshua breaks into a cold sweat, too terrified to even breathe. She stares desperately at the weapon embedded in the barrier. When it fails to break through, she finally lets out a sigh of relief. "We blocked it. We actually stopped it." She orders the dragon to reactivate the laser immediately. But as she looks down from the ship, Dongshu has completely vanished. Pale with terror, she frantically wonders where on earth he could have gone. Before she can even spot him, a voice echoes. He is right there, having somehow slipped right underneath them without a sound. Clutching a glowing red spear, he smiles. She suddenly realizes that previous attack was not meant to destroy the laser, but to clear a path for his approach. Dongshu wastes no time, raising his spear high with both hands and channeling his full power for a finishing blow. He delivers a devastating slash right at the duo. The colossal strike cleaves the dragon cleanly in half, slicing straight through Shinshua as she stands helplessly on its back. Even with death staring her in the face, she still gazes lovingly at her dragon. Clinging to its back with tearful eyes, she whispers her final declaration of love. With that single brutal strike, he tears apart a pair who truly loved one another. It flashes back to when Shinshua and her dragon defeated the Demon King, leaving him dead on the bloody waters. Just like her final moments, she stood proudly atop the dragon's head, taking it all in. Overcome with emotion, she wept with joy that they had finally slain the Demon King. The dragon shifts back into his human form, landing on the water to sweep her up in his arms. Together, they simply stood there staring down at the fallen beast. He looks at her with deep affection, whispering that they have finally changed their destiny. He praises her hard work as a hero, causing her to blush and look away in silence. Under the warm sunset glow, they share a tender kiss as tears stream down her face. He gently wipes them away, asking why she is crying on such a happy day. Placing her hand against his chest, she hesitates to let go. With the Demon King defeated, their parting is near, and she glances away to hide her sorrow. Though she is happy to return home, she confesses she cannot bear to leave him behind. To her surprise, he chuckles softly and promises to follow her straight to her own world. Speechless, Shinshua stares at him with wide, astonished eyes. He continues explaining that he has fulfilled his duty as king of Anta and protected the balance of this world. His face shows absolutely no sign of joking, entirely serious. Because of that, he vows to accompany her simply as her man. When he made this announcement, every single citizen in the kingdom protested in anger. They even screamed at him. "Your Majesty, please reconsider. How could you possibly go to the hero's world?" Their world is fundamentally and entirely different from this place. Despite their warnings that he would be in grave danger, he didn't care at all, keeping his back turned to them. As the shouting grew too loud, he spun around to question them with a cold stare. He pointed out that the hero had adapted to their world without any issues, which proves I can too. He told his people his successor was already chosen, and he had fulfilled his duty, by slaying the demon lord. Drunk on love, he cast everything aside and declared he was no longer king. I'm going to spend the rest of my days being her lifelong partner. Right before the dimensional portal, he knelt down in front of the love of his life, gently sliding a proposal ring onto Sua's finger. He smiled in pure bliss while she cried tears of joy. But get ready, because everything is about to fall apart. Locked inside a restroom in the human world, he clutched the toilet, throwing up violently. It seemed Hai Long could not adapt to this new world, as he kept vomiting up fish scales. He looked human on the outside, but his monstrous essence remained unchanged, leaving him completely helpless. Maintaining his human disguise was becoming more difficult with each passing day. Sua stood outside, knocking on the door and asking if he was okay. She was worried sick, asking if he was hurting somewhere. But when he stepped out, he smiled to ease her mind, patting her head and telling her they should finish their date. That was when their fragile happiness truly began to shatter. In a city crowded with towering skyscrapers, the sun beat down relentlessly. Coming home from the busy streets, Sua opened the door with a bright smile, calling out that she was back. But as she started apologizing for being late, she suddenly froze, her eyes widening at the horrifying sight before her. The shadow of a massive beast loomed on the wall, accompanied by strange guttural sounds. On the floor, Hai Long writhed in a half-human, half-monster shape, his body trembling as he tried not to frighten her. Please stay away from me. Unable to watch him suffer like that, she rushed over to his side, calling out his name. She hugged him tightly, sobbing, and begging him to run away to an uninhabited island, since she had saved up some money. Tears streamed endlessly down her cheeks. If there is no one else around, you won't have to suffer like this anymore. Having no other choice, he gritted his teeth, completely drenched in cold sweat. He fought the unbearable pain listening to her talk about finding a small cottage by the sea. Pulling her close, he wrapped his arms around her as they promised to survive together. Crying harder, she pleaded with him to never tell her to stay away from him again. At the southern port of Yosu, their ship slowly set sail into the open sea. The vessel was crowded with many passengers. Standing on deck, Hai Long wrapped himself in a heavy cloak to hide his monstrous form, while Sua whispered words of encouragement. We are almost there, so please hold on just a little longer. Trembling violently as his monstrous face broke through, he painfully choked out an apology to her. With his eyes glowing blood red, he lost control, and a sudden flash of light erupted as he transformed into a massive sea monster. Following the catastrophic incident in the southern sea, footage of his beastly form was broadcast on every television screen. The government immediately branded them as dangerous terrorists, just like Min-soo Kim. And just like that, they became outcasts marked for elimination, treated as nothing but criminals. That very day, a fleet of heavily armed military warships closed in to open fire on Hai Long, but they were all brutally slaughtered, leaving their massive ships to burn to ashes. Her eyes went completely lifeless. Yet they stayed by each other's side through everything, whispering that it doesn't matter if the world brands them as criminals. He had fought so hard to protect her. Now her mind is made up. It is finally her turn to protect him. Time flows on. Now they lie dead together, that same proposal ring still shining on her cold finger. The sea dragon freezes over the ocean. Even in death, his final thought remains. I love you too. Yes, they truly loved each other. Nearby, right at the monument for hero Lee Seung-jun, Kim Bio sits alone. He is surrounded by nothing but a ruined town and suffocating gloom, sitting there completely hollowed out. Then another teenager wearing a high school uniform slowly approaches him. Kim Min-soo slowly looks up, dark circles framing his dead eyes. The boy brings news. The golem hero and the sea dragon hero have both been defeated by the returned hero. On the wall, a picture of Jung-soo is plastered as their quiet conversation continues. And just like that, a tiny spark of hope returns. This means, the kid says, the endless nightmare you brought upon this nation is finally ending. So shouldn't you finally start making your move? You have to fight to protect that grand image you built for this entire country, right? Kim Min-soo sits in silence. But as he suddenly stands, the other boy smirks. That is it. Now that is the hero we all know. Shouldering his massive sword, Kim Min-soo prepares. The end times are drawing close once more. Inside the vault, rows of unique spears are displayed, each possessing its own legendary power. The voice echoes through the vault. The first spear bat has been safely returned. Two figures stand before the vault, an armored soldier holding his spear with absolute unwavering discipline. But then comes the grim update. The fifth spear, Anil, has suddenly vanished. The girl looks troubled, guessing the hero must have released the legendary weapon himself. Before the soldier can even finish, she immediately cuts him off. It has officially begun, the very vengeance the hero has been craving. Clutching her chest, she turns to the soldier with absolute desperation in her eyes. Call every blacksmith immediately. We need every single spear we can forge to finally repay our massive debt to the hero. Nodding sharply, the soldier leaves. Alone now, she presses her hand against the glass, bowing her head in silent, heavy sorrow. Honestly, the hero did not care about saving our world in the very beginning. Yet out of every spear hero in history, he pushed himself the hardest. Shirtless and focused Jung-soo thrusts his spear over and over with lightning speed, pushing his body to the absolute limit. Every strike grows faster and heavier, sweat pouring off him as he gasps for air in sheer exhaustion. Still, he refuses to stop. Suddenly, an ally bursts in, desperately calling out his title. Placing a hand on his shoulder, she excitedly tells him that they finally succeeded. They can now move on to the next phase. But he suddenly grabs her arm, twisting it back violently, as he growls that it is not over until he says so. His face darkens as pure, unbridled rage flares up within him. He is still far too weak compared to that monster unable to move forward at this rate. His sunken eyes hold no light, only absolute bottomless despair. It was his weakness that killed Da-bin. Now his soul is fueled entirely by hatred. Since then, he has carried out his brutal duty in silence, never questioning and never hesitating, slaughtering every demon in his path until a crowd suddenly blocks his way to stop him. Desperate voices cry out, begging the hero to finally stop. Our hero finds himself in a pretty tough spot, but Jung-soo does not listen to a single word, pushing forward without hesitation. Inside the monster cave, he slashes wildly, not caring how many of them stand in his way. Facing them alone with a razor-sharp glare, he cleaves through several enemies in a single swing, charging directly toward the Demon King. The giant beast, fiercer than anything he has faced, lands a heavy blow right to his neck, slamming Jung-soo hard against the dirt. Believing it won, the smug monster stands there clutching its giant club. His face is completely covered in blood, his physical energy totally depleted. Right then, the hallucination of his sworn enemy Min-soo flashes right before his eyes. A dark reminder never to give up, and to return home to destroy him. Consumed by pure hatred, he sees that detested shadow everywhere he looks. Rage awakens as he struggles to his feet, gritting his teeth and screaming that he found him unleashing a wild, bloodthirsty frenzy. Charging directly at the Demon King, he draws his spear and stabs relentlessly without stopping. The onlookers standing outside can only watch their faces turning completely pale with terror. Jung-soo fights like a complete maniac, screaming in pure rage for his enemy to die. Each swing carries another curse of death, and even after the monster falls lifeless, he continues to tear its corpse to shreds. Screaming for his enemy to die, the sheer brutality of his strikes proves just how deeply he loathes Min-soo. The entire cavern falls deathly silent, surrounded only by blood and corpses, until an exhausted Jung-soo finally collapses onto the blood-soaked floor. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help echoes through the darkness. Jung-soo's face darkens as he turns to look, seeing a phantom of his little sister Da-bin standing right before him. Covered in blood, she stares at him, begging her older brother for help. One of the corpses suddenly takes the form of his deceased mother, slowly crawling toward his feet. She asks if Da-bin is okay, telling him that she is fine, and to look after Da-bin. Appearing out of nowhere, she groans in pain, calling out his name. These torturous visions of his lost family push him into absolute despair, causing him to clutch his head and collapse to the ground while silently cursing the monster who robbed him of everything, begging for him to just die. Rather than acting like a noble hero, his actions are entirely driven by consuming hatred and guilt. Left entirely alone, Jung-soo simply sits in silence next to the crackling campfire. Suddenly, the girl opens her eyes, blankly staring at him as he sits awake, his body covered in fresh wounds. Holding a small round jar, she approaches, making a sound that causes him to glance over. Sensing his suspicion, she quickly explains that it is healing ointment since his wounds are only hastily bandaged. His back is covered in countless deep scars, but he silently permits her to apply the soothing ointment. Gently applying the medicine, she softly asks him why he continues to push himself to fight like this, asking if he ever feels tired or pain. He remains completely silent, but she does not mind continuing to talk as she treats his wounds. She mentions that though she has no right to speak, his family would surely worry seeing his scarred body. The mention of family instantly triggers painful memories of how he was the only survivor, darkening his expression. In a cold, detached voice, he replies that he has no family left, because everyone is dead. This revelation only confuses her more, making her ask why he is rushing to face the Demon King. She admits she thought he was simply trying to return home as quickly as possible. Clenching his fist, he speaks of his deep vengeance, stating there is someone he must kill upon his return. Confused, she reasons that there could not possibly be anyone out there stronger than him, and that taking revenge is not worth destroying his own body in this brutal manner. Visualizing Min-soo wielding that massive greatsword, he darkly confirms that the bastard is terrifyingly strong, his expression tightening, declaring that he must obtain power far surpassing his enemy. That monster is his lifelong target, and he will stop at nothing to grow stronger and tear him apart. Thinking of the day he can finally kill him, he cannot help but let out a cold, murderous laugh. First, stop his movement, paralyze him completely, I will hang him up where the blazing sun scorches, slicing his flesh into tiny pieces of sashimi every day. Haha, once those wounds heal up, I will do it all over again. Hearing his brutal revenge plan, the girl is utterly terrified, her face darkening in disbelief as her hand applying the ointment completely freezes. And I will force him to eat his own skin to keep him alive. His hands keep sharpening that razor-sharp spear without stopping. Indeed, Dong-shu is completely blinded by hatred, now looking like a total demon. I will make him pay for everyone he killed. In the slowest, most painful way, it will be quite a show. Seriously, Twisted, he is far gone. Countless spears stand driven into the barren ground as manic laughter echoes. Key your victory. Spear hero. An armored soldier sits exhausted against a ruined wall. This time the hero is truly powerful. Dong-shu stands silently staring down at him. But what about those from 100 years ago? Without a single moment of hesitation, he crushes the red heart-shaped stone in his hand. The red light within flows down, leaving the onlookers crying out in absolute shock. The miracle elixir. Why on earth is he giving it to the Demon King? Red blood completely coats his spear as hearty laughter echoes through the air. Ha ha ha, is that how it is? The demon rises once more, spear in hand. Its strength fully restored, it grins wildly, throwing out a mocking provocation. Do you want to corrupt yourself to become a Demon King too? Completely unfazed. Dong-shu rests his spear on his shoulder, staring back at the demon in open defiance. Fight me again. To obtain even more strength, I must keep fighting you. He literally treats the Demon King as a mere training tool wild right. Stunned after several rounds of savage combat, the Demon King finally cannot take it anymore. With trembling hands, he reaches out desperately, begging him to just kill him. Dong-shu stands tall, pinning the demon down with his spear as it repeatedly begs for mercy. The bystanders look on in absolute horror, instinctively backing away from him. No more fighting. The demon begs for death. Unable to watch any longer, the girl rushes forward and tightly hugs him from behind. She cries out, begging him to stop. He is already strong enough and needs to quit. No intention of stopping. He just cold glances at her. He opens his mouth to speak, but she bursts into tears, holding on to him even tighter. We will help you get revenge, so please stop now. Please just stay human. Hammers strike the anvils continuously as the blacksmiths work at full capacity. The girl stands nearby, quietly supervising their work. With a clear gaze, she silently hopes that once the hero finishes his ultimate revenge and looks up at the bright blue sky, he will not turn into a monster. Elsewhere, Dong-shu has just defeated both the Sea Dragon and the Shin Shua hero. Letting out a soft sigh, he stands in silence, surveying his work, his mind drifting back to Kim Mio. Recalling his mocking sneer, did he really think the viewers would cheer for him? Stepping forward, he remembered those words, "You are no savior, and you are not the hero of this story." His bitter mockery echoed, "You are absolutely nothing." Yet despite all of that, Dong-shu does not care, coldly muttering to himself. It does not matter, Kim Mio is right ahead, the one enemy he will never forgive. Glaring with absolute fury, he makes it clear nothing will bring him more satisfaction than ending his life. Even if everyone views him as a monster, or worse, he has only one single goal. Across the frozen sea, he walks back toward the ship. With the entire sea frozen solid, he throws a spear high into the air, and it lands perfectly on the deck. Grabbing the ship railings, he pulls himself up and leaps onto the deck. So Min is the only survivor left on board, staring at him in complete speechless awe. Another hero down. He actually killed another one, perhaps he is the one. Watching him show not even a hint of exhaustion, hope flares that he can wipe out every single hero. Suddenly, he looks straight at her and asks if anyone else is still alive. She shakes her head sadly, thinking of the soldiers who perished. I checked the deck. The gun turrets, the captain quarters, and the engine room. But everyone is dead, and they all died in the most horrific way. He feels a pang of sadness at her words. Is that so? So Min bows her head, sweating anxiously. What should we do now? We cannot move this ship without any crew members. Then she smiles faintly and offers a quick suggestion. Do you not have a skill that can help us get to shore? He folds his arms, highly annoyed, as she blabbers on about how he can make shields build pathways and reach the Sea Dragon hero. I get the feeling that you can basically create just about anything. Dong-shu grimaces in annoyance. Does she seriously think he is Doraemon or something? Honestly, she played absolutely no part in this fight, and he does not hesitate to say it. If you claim to be our guide, should you not at least know how to steer a ship? She nervously twiddles her fingers, looking away in deep embarrassment. I did not mean that kind of guide. Before she can even finish, he completely ignores her, bending down to pick up 2 spears from the deck. Walking past her, he drops a cold, bitter remark. You seemed somewhat capable, so I actually thought you might be worth bringing along. His blunt, painful criticism completely shatters her pride. So Min spins around and yells out, At least tell me what I should do before you go. He pauses, standing in silence for a brief moment, before giving a cold response. Just go rest for now. Looking at her with utter disapproval, he mutters that he doubts she knows how to do anything anyway. You did absolutely nothing while I used up all my energy fighting and need time to recover. Leaving those harsh words behind, he walks away and completely ignores her. Fuming with rage, but totally helpless, So Min can only stand there clenching her fists. She mutters bitterly, "Fine, you are just so amazing." Despite her anger, she still feels incredibly sad and lets out a heavy sigh. Slumping down onto the deck, she desperately wishes she could actually be of some use. Deep into the night, their ship is the only source of light on the vast, empty ocean. A single beam of light pierces the dark. It is So Min studying manuals alone under a flashlight. Clutching the flashlight between her teeth, she is determined not to rest despite what he said. She cannot forget how he mocked her, saying he doubted she knew how to do anything, since she contributed absolutely nothing. That cold, dismissive stare of his, and his reminder that he used up all his energy while she did nothing. The memory only fuels her determination to search for the ship steering manual. Standing in the dark room with the flashlight in her mouth, sweat drips from her face. She searches frantically, determined to find it and prove herself to that arrogant bastard. Suddenly she gasps, "Is someone there?" In the dead of night, a sharp sound echoes. She stands inside, pulling the curtains back to peer outside with wide, shocked eyes. The deck is completely empty, yet a strange sound echoes through the quiet night. So Min scans the darkness with her flashlight, certain that guy had fallen asleep hours ago. Anxiety creeps in as she searches the shadows, wondering who could possibly be out there. Peering from side to side, her eyes suddenly lock onto something and widen in total shock. Just outside, Dongshu is still awake, quietly carrying the lifeless bodies across the deck. Watching from the shadows, she cannot comprehend this. That bastard said he was going to rest. So what is he doing? He literally promised he would go sleep, yet here he is in the dead of night. Resting his spear against the floor, he gently lays the body of each fallen soldier down. Gathering them all in one place, he wraps their bodies, carefully covering them from head to toe. He lines them up side by side with utmost respect, pulling the cloth over each lifeless form. "My own father was in the Navy," he murmurs softly while working. He shares his grief with them, wondering if his father was also slaughtered by heroes just like them. As he pulls the shroud over his face, is a raw mix of sorrow and burning rage. It hurts even more looking at the soldier who took a fatal blow from Shin Shua just to shield him. With heavy mourning eyes, he covers his face. "I am so sorry I cannot bring you back to your family and that this is your final send-off." Tears stream down his face onto the cold body, a heartfelt display of genuine, crushing grief. "Forgive me for failing to protect you," he whispers reverently, placing his spear atop the soldier. Standing at solemn attention, he prays they will be reborn into a peaceful world free of sacrifice. Watching from the cabin, So Min takes in the entire scene in heavy, stunned silence. Her eyes well up with tears as she folds her hands in a quiet prayer. Surrounded by a reality where the boundary between life and death fades, a boy and a girl offer their silent respect to the fallen. The next morning arrives almost as if this cruel world is offering them a brief moment of peace. The dawn light washes over everything, but it also brings an uninvited guest, a military chopper hovering directly above them. The aircraft circles overhead, packed with heavily armed troops prepared for action. A soldier slides the door open and peers down, codename Brown Crow. He speaks into his radio, confirming he has spotted the rogue hero and a woman. These forces belong to the Reconstruction Government, led by Hero Squad Captain Choi Dong-kook. Commands echo over the radio to initiate the capture operation, signaling the start of a dangerous hunt. "Stay sharp, Captain. We still do not know if this rogue hero is on our side or not." His ultimate goal seems to be claiming hero territory, leaving us with zero certainty. Choi Dong-kook frowns deeply in concentration, promising he will handle this situation with extreme caution. The aircraft begins its descent, locking its focus entirely on their position. So Min squints up at the descending helicopter with a deep frown. Jung-soo turns to her with a sharp, suspicious glare, asking if she tipped them off. She keeps her eyes glued to the chopper, stammering that she did not do anything. Panicking, she tries to guess if they are allies of the hero. She quickly turns to share whatever crucial information she can gather. Since the heroes emerged victorious, a massive number of citizens joined their faction. Hearing this, he instantly grips his spear and readies himself, meaning they must stay on high alert. Leaning out of the open cabin door, Choi Dong-kook shouts down, introducing himself. As the Hero Squad captain of the Reconstruction Government, he announces he is dropping a ladder. Right on cue, a rope ladder unravels, plunging straight down toward them. Dong-shu cautiously steps closer, his grip tight on his spear as he looks up and speaks. "The Reconstruction Government." Instead of climbing up, he keeps his eyes locked on them and asks, "Have you ever heard of that organization before?" So Min looks confused and replies that she has only heard rumors about them. Recalling those whispers, she shares everything she knows about them with him. Supposedly surviving soldiers and the remnant government formed this group, initiating guerrilla warfare to launch a rebellion against the heroes. Hearing that, his glaring eyes soften a bit as he looks up at the helicopter. If they actually came to recruit him for their guerrilla tactics, it makes sense. Seeing no immediate danger, he decides to climb up and check things out. So the two of them climb up the rope ladder they threw down, boarding the helicopter, one after the other. A soldier pulls So-min inside first, and soon both of them are safely on board. Choi Dong-kook politely gestures for them to take a seat. They sit directly opposite him, and once they get settled, he orders the pilot to move out. "Let's go." The pilot immediately starts up, and the helicopter flies away. Inside, they all sit in complete silence, warily staring at each other. So-min watches warily, taking in their armor and the heavily armed soldiers surrounding them. The soldiers even whisper quietly among themselves. If they really are the resistance government, then maybe she can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Dong-soo finally breaks the silence, asking where they are taking them. Choi Dong-kook pulls out a red package from his pocket, holding it tightly, as he notes that the hero is pretty quiet. Staring intently as he pulls out a cigarette, he declares that they will be the ones asking questions. He calmly lights his cigarette and gives a sharp nod to his men. The soldiers next to So-min take the cue, immediately pulling out thick ropes and steel handcuffs. So-min jumps in shock, desperately trying to explain the situation. He already killed 2 heroes, he is on our side. She even stands up, raising her hands to stop them. "You guys do not need to do this, let's just talk." But all she gets in response are cold gun barrels pointed straight at them. Choi Dong-kook warns her not to move unless she wants her head blown off. He points his cigarette at them, making it clear that there is no us, only you two. With an icy gaze, he explains that the Reconstruction government has 0 files on them and absolutely 0 trust. Dong-soo stays quiet, his brow furrowing as he listens to the threat. "You are prisoners under escort, not passengers getting a free ride." But Dong-soo is not even slightly rattled, calmly twisting his spear in a silent threat. How many seconds do you think it would take me to slice through your gunners and this whole chopper?" Terrified. So-min flinches and edges away from him as he continues. "Did you seriously think regular guns would actually work on a hero?" Breaking out in a cold sweat, her jaw drops as she looks at him, panicking internally. "They work on me. If he keeps egging them on, she's going to be the only casualty here." But Choi Dong-kook suddenly thumps his own chest hard. He rips open his tactical vest to reveal layers of explosives wrapped around his chest, asking how a bomb sounds instead. Talk about going all out. So-min is completely speechless with terror, and even Dong-soo is slightly caught off guard. With his soldiers surrounding them, Choi Dong-kook presses further. "If these explosives go off in a tight space like this, are you sure you will walk away fine?" He had already calculated every single possible outcome beforehand. "We are 600 meters above the ground. Would you even survive the fall?" As the helicopter flies over the open ocean, he continues to speak. "And even if you survived, could you swim back to shore?" He planned everything down to the millimeter. Those few words are enough to shut him up. His face darkens with helpless rage as dark energy erupts from his body. Terribly worried, So-min can only quickly turn to him, whispering for him to just endure it for a bit. She glances over at them, forced to admit that this squad prepared far too well. The soldier pulls out a detonator, holding it high, and claiming he only says this because he considers them brothers. "So it is best if you all just shut your mouths and do exactly as I say." He even sneers right in Dong-soo's face, telling him there is no need to maintain his reputation here. Hearing this makes him grind his teeth in pure rage. Seeing that the soldiers still do not dare lay a hand on them, he frowns and barks an order. "What are you guys waiting for? Tie them up!" A ruined city covered in green moss. The helicopter flies over this dead metropolis, completely devoid of any sign of life. The skyscrapers are all shattered as the helicopter lands on one of the rooftops. The door opens and Choi Dong-kook is the first to step down. Next are 2 soldiers escorting So-min, her eyes blindfolded with a black cloth and her hands tightly bound. Dong-soo follows right behind in the exact same state, keeping a close eye on everything. His hands and feet are securely tied on the roof where soldiers stand waiting. They have arrived at the headquarters of the Korean Reconstruction government. An officer steps up to salute and respectfully tells Choi Dong-kook that he did an excellent job bringing back the very hero who kills other heroes. Hearing this, the man shows absolutely no joy, merely frowning as he barks out another order. "The real game is about to begin. Take them to the interrogation room. I will be down in a few minutes." With that, he walks away. Lighting a cigarette, he silently wonders if this is their perfect plan or just a trap set by the sword hero. Blowing smoke into the air, he knows they will find out soon. He fails to notice a high-tech drone sweeping the entire area with its radar. They analyze the scan results of the building, displaying the entire layout on the screen. A hero dressed in black stripes exclaims that they have finally found them. Looking like a giant robot, he sneers triumphantly and calls them wretched little rats. Cameras line the walls, tracking their every move, while Dong-soo's hands remain tightly bound. Blindfolded and bound, the 2 of them can only follow their captors forward. His head tilts forward slightly as he focuses on his bound wrists. Calculating in his mind, he realizes it would take him exactly 1 second to break these cuffs. He focuses his hearing carefully, tracking the sound of footsteps moving around them. Judging by the surrounding noise, There are about 4 or 5 soldiers around. Beginning to plan his escape, he estimates it would take just 3 seconds to neutralize them. The hallway is dead silent, and the soldiers are visibly tense and deeply focused. This suffocating atmosphere is incredibly annoying. Should he just break out right now? Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks. The 2 guards instantly aim their guns, barking out what is going on. Keep moving. Dong-soo refuses to tolerate them any longer, coldly warning them that he only came here because he needed to return to the surface, not because he was afraid. Hearing his words makes the guards panic even more as they yell at him to keep walking. "You bastard, we will only listen to you inside the interrogation room." Despite their tough words, they are actually terrified, their hands visibly trembling as they grip their weapons. Gritting his teeth, the soldier tries to stay calm, refusing to loosen his grip on his gun. Jong-soo begins to make his move, pulling hard against the metal handcuffs. Just as he is about to shatter them, So-min places a hand on his shoulder to stop him, telling him to wait, because they are only afraid. Reassuring him, she says she does not believe they have any bad intentions. She shares her theories, noting that they call themselves the Reconstruction Government, and yet they hold plenty of deep-seated malice toward the heroes. Jong-soo is too blinded by anger to see the soldiers trembling with fear, but So-min knows they are just ordinary low-level threats. Her words strike a chord. They need to utilize these people later, so building some trust right now is key. So he decides to just keep them on. The sudden calm leaves the soldier looking completely stunned. Talk about an absolute power move. The guards stand frozen as Jong-soo casually walks right past them. It is clear these guards are just for show. Actually trying to escort him would be a completely different story. The 4 armed guards and So-min are left standing there helplessly watching him lead the way. A dark room with only a dim light flanked by 2 armed guards. They push So-min into a chair as a man steps out from the shadows, Choi Jong-wook himself. He slides into the chair opposite her right after So-min is freed from her blindfold and cuffs. Before even sitting down, he speaks up, telling her he knows she is not one of those heroes. Wearing black leather gloves and dark sunglasses in the dim room, his presence feels incredibly menacing. Frowning as he stares her down, he demands to hear the truth directly from her mouth. What kind of person is this uprising hero really? Just 2 people sitting face to face across a table in a dark room under a single dim light. When asked why she is traveling with him, So-min looks up with a hint of surprise. To her, the title of uprising hero sounds a bit too dramatic for who he is. Remaining remarkably calm, she smiles and explains that she calls him a hero because absolutely no one can stand on his level. This puts Choi Jong-wook on guard, prompting him to ask what she means by a different level. Without hesitation, she begins sharing everything she has observed about him. She explains that he harbors a burning, bottomless hatred for the world's war heroes. What is more, he ruthlessly executes any hero who refuses to cooperate with him, never revealing any of his other goals. As Choi Jong-wook pulls a cigarette from his pocket to listen, she adds that it feels like he might just vanish once Kim Min-soo is gone. Placing the cigarette between his lips, he strikes a flame, thinking deeply in silence. If her assessment is accurate, then the current turn of events actually makes perfect sense. That explains why he appeared exactly 1 year after Kim Min-soo. Heavy silence. She finishes speaking and he simply lights his cigarette without a word. He theorizes that perhaps he was pulled into another world the exact moment their own began to fall apart. His eyes narrow deep in thought. That would easily explain his trek to the north and his ruthless crusade against the other heroes. Staring each other down, you can practically feel the raw tension and hunger for vengeance between them. What is more, his extreme perspective actually aligns closely with the Reconstruction Government. Suddenly, he blows a thick cloud of smoke directly into So-min's face, making her cough violently. Now let us speak of his true objective. Leaning in, he asks why she is traveling with him and what reason he has for keeping her around. Waving away the suffocating smoke, she suppresses her deep irritation and prepares to answer. She told him she would follow because he desperately needed someone to guide him through this wasteland. Speaking from the heart, she admits that as someone who also lost her entire family, she simply wants to help him exact his revenge. Her eyes glisten with tears as she quietly makes her sad admission. Even though she felt more like a burden, he surprisingly seemed quite pleased with her answer. "That makes sense," he says. So-min instantly brightens up, jumping to her feet. "Really, I knew the Reconstruction Government was established to stop the heroes." She looks incredibly eager now. What a major relief. If we can secure support from the Reconstruction Government and the military, we will deal with those mad heroes much faster, and the world can finally go back to normal. But her excitement is completely cut short. Jong-guk Choi bluntly interrupts her, saying she definitely has a good tongue. But she clearly lacks proper judgment, because they have zero intention of letting those heroes go. His eyes are dead serious as he adds that they have no plans to attack the war heroes, just to help some rebel. Standing straight up, he crosses his arms. Cold and ruthless, he delivers his harsh ultimatum. Unless this rebel hero can prove that he will stay completely under their control, unlike all those other out-of-control heroes. His words completely crush So-min's hope. Stunned and confused, she asks him to clarify. "Excuse me," she asks. His face darkens as he stares straight at her. "Let me ask you this," he says, unleashing a rapid barrage of questions. "Do you actually trust the rebel hero? What do you even know about him?" He ignores her silence, ruthlessly pressing her further with questions that cut straight to the point. What is he thinking? What is he feeling? Is he even strong enough to defeat the war heroes? So-min can only stand there with her mouth wide open. Who is to say he won't completely lose his way? He looks absolutely terrifying, scowling deeply with a dark expression as he stares straight into her eyes. And what does he plan to do after killing the war heroes? Every single question he throws out cuts straight to the painful truth. She had never once stopped to think about any of this. These people are far more cautious and dangerous than her. She stands frozen, wondering what comes after his revenge. So-min thinks of the people outside, arguing that the rebel hero could be the ultimate hope for the survivors. But there are also rumors of a hero who brutally hunts down other heroes. Placing a hand on his chest, he demands an answer. "Is it not far too risky for us to trust and support him? We don't have the luxury of starting over," he says, lowering his voice with a threatening neck-slice gesture. "It makes far more sense to eliminate him once we have control, or at least lock him up." So-min grows increasingly confused and horrified by his words. Left completely speechless, she suddenly feels a wave of deep regret. She blames herself, realizing that if things turn out this way, stopping him earlier was a massive mistake. 3 days later, Jong-soo is still locked inside the dark room, blindfolded and bound with ropes completely left on his own. He simply sits there as still as a stone statue, waiting for their next move. He remembers So-min holding him by the shoulder, desperately trying to persuade him. Wait, they are just afraid. She begged him to build trust first so they could cooperate once they got them on their side. He thought back to her words and decided to overlook their actions because they were afraid. But keeping him starved like this feels like they are just sending him straight to his death. Still, he patiently remained sitting here like a statue for 3 whole days, knowing that ever since his body awakened, a lack of food cannot kill him anyway, not kill. Suddenly, a loud noise echoes from above, and Jong-soo focuses all his attention to listen. Recognizing the sound of gunfire, he instantly springs into action. Within seconds, he easily slips out of the cuffs and pulls off his blindfold. So-min is the one untying him, accompanied by yet another hero. The guy laughs as he approaches, recognizing him as the newly returned hero. Jong-soo feels his face darken as he glares at him, wondering why on earth this guy is even here. Spotting Jong-soo, the man greets him with fake familiarity, welcoming back the newly returned warrior. Jong-soo simply narrows his eyes. So-min kneels, untying his ropes. The towering giant confidently steps forward, offering a handshake. He gladly introduces himself as the Iron Arm hero, claiming he came to rescue him. Jong-soo stares with raw, deep disgust, keeping his eyes locked on the guy. He looks down at So-min. She quickly explains that the Reconstruction government never planned to accept them from the start. Sweating from sheer anxiety, she adds, they wanted them dead, and that was when this hero saved them. The massive hero crosses his arms. He laughs mockingly. He scoffs that even before the apocalypse, those bastards never wanted to help. But Jong-soo keeps staring at So-min, ignoring the giant completely. They just feared you. So-min avoids his gaze. Her face flushed red as she mutters that her predictions were wrong, and they got lucky the Iron Arm hero saved them before they were caught. Before she can even finish, the heavy ropes binding Jong-soo are torn apart. He breaks free instantly. A dark, murderous aura flares up as he stands up in pure rage. His holy spear bursts through the wall. Fuming with fury, he grips his spear and snarls that they have spouted enough nonsense. Terrified So-min scrambles up and begs him to stop asking if he plans to attack him. Before she can repeat that, the hero saved them. Jong-soo grabs her face, shutting her mouth. He lifts her straight off the ground, demanding to know if her revenge for the heroes should end right here. His eyes narrow in anger, questioning if this is why she claimed to share his goal when he trusted her. The Iron Arm hero steps closer, attempting to act as a peacemaker. He places a hand over his chest. He claims it is a misunderstanding, arguing that not all heroes are bad, just born in the wrong era. Jong-soo snaps at him immediately. Whether it is a misunderstanding or not, Jong-soo does not care if they label him a villain. Ignoring whatever the man is trying to say, he keeps his hand locked tightly around the face of So-min. He coldly states they have crossed the line, and if they cannot act like humans, they should just die. He flings her away, leaving dark bruises on her cheeks as she crashes onto the hard floor in pain. He spares her life anyway. He warns her to get out of his sight before he decides to change his mind. Pale with terror, So-min slowly crawls up as tears stream down her face, screaming, asking if this still is not enough. She asks if he really must do this to end it all. Suddenly, a loud noise echoes, causing Jong-soo to stop and glare warily toward the source. Choi Dong-guk steps into the chamber, accompanied by several heavily armed soldiers. He announces that Jong-soo passed. 3 days ago, in that dark room, he had threatened Shin, noting it would have been wiser to kill or imprison him. At the time, she was deeply conflicted, realizing that stopping him would have been a total mistake. The old man speaks bluntly, declaring that they can now utilize these heroes however the Reconstruction government pleases. Do you honestly expect us to just hand over our trust right away? To them, So Min is absolutely nothing. Just a girl without the brains to fight back. He bluntly snaps, "Do you even have a brain, kid? The adult world is nothing like your little fantasy." She stands frozen in pure shock, biting her lip helplessly because they already know her entire plan. Suddenly his harsh tone softens, yet I still agree that this was definitely worth the effort. He looks away knowing that those two heroes did not just commit murder. The rebel hero has not harmed anyone yet, leaving only the two corrupt leaders at the top. His fingers twitch nervously as he stares intently at the adjacent wall. They actually believe the comfort of their cage is far safer than fighting for real freedom. Turns out this room is rigged with a massive two-way mirror, letting outsiders watch their every move. Those silent observers have been watching this interrogation from the start. A short-haired woman standing outside whispers softly to the person next to her. "Let us just keep watching for now. Captain Choi never follows their orders anyway, right?" Back inside, the two fall silent as a heavy, awkward tension fills the air. Suddenly, he turns back to, "So Min, let us keep going, kid, leaving her with only one option." Yes, and just like that, they set up a massive trap for Dong-soo. So Min finally admits the truth to him. This whole setup was just a test. But she paid the heaviest price getting choked by him until she was crying in pain. She looks up seriously. "We had to see if you are actually trustworthy." Choi Dong-kook points directly at the iron-armed hero to explain the situation. "We only hired an actor to look like him, so please lower your spear now." The fake hero scratches his head with an awkward, absolutely terrified smile. Dong-soo finally understands, lowering his weapon to ask what would have happened if he accepted the fake hero. The old man bluntly makes a throat-slitting gesture. "You would have died right here." He had absolutely no idea there were explosives rigged right under the table, not to mention the armed guards waiting outside. And if you somehow survived, that another bomb under the shelf would blow you to pieces. Everyone was already in position, ready for the Reconstruction government forces to storm the room. Hearing this, he is left completely speechless by the sheer ruthlessness of their plan. He looks down a desperate contingency plan to buy enough time for everyone to escape. Only now do they realize just how many active explosives are buried right under them. "We would detonate everything right beneath you, completely wiping this entire building off the map." He looks down in shock while the old man casually asks a chilling question. "If it secures the future of our Reconstruction government, sacrificing a few lives is worth it, right?" He frowns in deep thought. These people are truly willing to trade lives just for their revenge. Absolutely insane. But at least he knows he can finally trust them now. Their plan is incredibly extreme, yet it mirrors his own dark path in so many ways. Forget about humanity when it comes to revenge. Nothing else matters. Dong-soo finally agrees, hating every single second. "But first I need absolute confirmation that we share the exact same enemy." Choi Dong-kook narrows his eyes, firmly confirming they have already verified everything. "In exchange for earning your trust today, the Reconstruction government will do everything in its power to assist you." Now on the same side, So Min and Dong-soo follow the old man out. They enter a massive elevator heading for basement 12. Looking through the glass elevator, they can see a massive, bustling city spread out deep below. This place is no different from the world above, complete with towering skyscrapers and bright lights. So-min stares in absolute disbelief, pressing herself flat against the glass as her jaw drops in awe. "Wow, how is there a city this massive hidden deep under the ground? Is the rumor about a giant robot under the Parliament building actually true?" Thinking of the destructive power of those rogue heroes, he explains that they sent it to fight Kim Min-soo. But it failed. She can barely believe her ears, thinking it is crazy that he just admitted that so easily. But he was just kidding, leaving her completely embarrassed after falling for it so easily. Before they step out, he stands up straight and gives them a very serious warning. They must keep quiet about this, since the enemy heroes have an incredibly efficient information network. "But we managed to convert a Cold War-era air raid shelter into the massive underground city you see today." Jong-soo listens in silence as the old man mentions that about 50,000 people live here. Daily life here is just like the old days, and everyone gasps when they see him. He is the hero who appeared to wipe out all the corrupt heroes. Curiously, they whisper to each other, wondering if he really is the hero fighting those monsters. The crowd looks up at him with hope, cheering for the leader of the resistance. Suddenly, Choi Jung-gook spins around to face him. "I only treat you like a younger brother, but please do not destroy their desperate hope." His brow furrows with heavy emotion, his eyes practically pleading with the young warrior. "If you still have any humanity left, please fight to protect them," he says as the elevator doors open. Jong-soo looks around the area carefully when something suddenly catches his eye. Amidst the welcoming crowd gathered around them, a little girl steps forward holding a bouquet of white flowers. The sweet little girl hands him the bouquet before shyly turning around and running back to her father. Seeing the child warmly embraced by her parents instantly reminds him of his late sister Dain. Staring down at the flowers, he quietly wonders if he even has anything left to protect. As they stand in the middle of the underground city, Choi Jung-guk steps forward with his hands in his pockets. He tosses a keycard to them while offering some brief instructions. This is where you will be staying during your time here, so go inside and get some rest. Jung-soo catches the card and gets straight to the point, saying they do not plan on staying long. We will head out as soon as we secure food, water, and a way to travel. Hearing his stubborn refusal, So-min quickly cuts in with her own suggestion. Wait, since they are this powerful, we should ask for escort soldiers too, not just supplies. Please think about it. Choi Jung-guk agrees, saying the girl is right, and that they will support them with everything they have. Before they head inside to rest, she gives him a gentle nudge. I know you do not want to drag innocent people into this, but please just think about it. Jung-soo merely nods in quiet agreement, choosing not to say another word. That night, the two of them rest inside a high-rise building. After a long-awaited refreshing shower, So-min steps out only to freeze in her tracks. Out on the balcony, Jung-soo is sitting and staring at the city, a world lit only by artificial lights without any natural sun. Holding a sweet soda in his hand, she quietly approaches and stands beside him. Sitting down, she smiles and asks if he likes canned peaches. Keeping his eyes forward, Jung-soo replies that sugar helps him think clearly while planning how to kill the sword hero. Dangling her legs, she softly admits that she wants to know more about him. Upon hearing those words, he immediately glares back at her with deep suspicion. Why are you still doubting me? You must have thought I was just like the others. Her eyes glisten with the quiet calm, yet we do not even know each other's names. Calling her the khaki girl forever is starting to feel pretty weird, you know. She points to her bandaged cheeks, playfully blaming him and asking if he has a conscience. Since you ruined my face like this, the least you can do is talk to me. Understanding her point, Jung-soo softens his voice and finally introduces himself to her. And just like that, her bright smile instantly returns. She reaches out her hand, introducing herself. She is Dae Ongen, not the khaki girl. He hesitates, staring at her open hand before finally giving in and taking it. With that, they officially break the ice, taking their first step closer. During that quiet night, they shared their deepest, most honest feelings for the first and very last time. Meanwhile, in another room, hundreds of people sit glued to monitor screens. Choi Dong-kook is also there, quietly keeping an eye on everything. Frowning at the screens, he asks his team if the rebel hero has completely joined their side. One technician pulls off his headset. Yes, sir, I have not heard anything unusual. Not even during his private conversations with that girl. At this rate, gaining his absolute trust will be easy. Thinking of their growing numbers, Choi Dong-kook notes that the total of recruited heroes has officially increased to 3. Since the Golem and Sea Dragon are dead, they still need to eliminate 7 others, including Kim Miso. A young female assistant looks at him with deep concern. 3 against 7 is a massive disadvantage, but before she can even finish, suggesting they take out a few targets first. He cuts her off, stating they will finally return to their normal lives. Watching his staff work tirelessly, he mutters that in a world divided by class, safety and a family are truly the only things any of them ever wanted. Tearing up, she asks if this means they are not completely useless after all. Things are definitely looking up, but Choi Dong-kook remains highly cautious as he warns them. It is far too early to celebrate, but they have all done a fantastic job. Looking over their quiet underground city, this is the last safe haven they have left. They must fight to the absolute end for their citizens. It would be the very first and final night that the guardians of this small sanctuary exchanged words of praise and hope. They have no idea that darkness is already closing in, as a sudden massive explosion violently shakes the entire underground. Choi Dong-kook panics, shouting out to demand what that noise was. He kicks the door open and rushes out to the observation window, frantically staring up at the ceiling. His eyes widen in absolute horror as the heavy bedrock above them begins to crack. Resting nearby, both Dong-soo and Simon jump to their feet, staring upward in shock. Now they know what it is. Choi Dong-kook grits his teeth, cursing under his breath. Damn it! Seconds later, a group of hostile heroes comes crashing down from the surface. They have drilled straight through the rocky ceiling above, and Dong-soo spots them immediately. He leaps to his feet, growling that the sword hero Kim Min-so has finally arrived. Kim Min-so is as cold and lifeless as ever, his eyes glowing a sinister red. Bat wings unfurl, revealing another threat. This is the vampire hero Hong Ha-jiang, who casually pulls off his sunglasses and scoffs at the view. Wow, did these cockroaches seriously build a whole city down here? A blindfolded woman with golden wings chimes in, muttering that it will all soon belong to the apostles. Looking away, she coldly warns the others not to underestimate their targets. She is the faith hero Baek Hana, and the moment she finishes speaking, another girl starts cursing her out. You crazy bitch! She looks completely covered in pink like some bratty princess. If you are so tough, why don't you use your power? Disgusting. She is Yeren Ma, the magic hero. Nearby, a white-haired guy flexes his massive muscles and laughs out loud. Ha ha ha, everyone is so hilarious today, just bursting with energy. That is Uiho Jung, the Iron Arm hero. Then there is the most average-looking kid here. In a school uniform, he proudly beats his chest to show off his deeds. I died 7 times just trying to break into this place, so shouldn't you guys be thanking me? This guy is Lee Sung-joon, the return hero. A silent figure finally takes off his hood wearing a mask and scanning the area in total silence. He is Ji Seong-cheon, the martial arts hero, and the one responsible for digging up this entire place. Looking completely like a cold robot, that is Garam Lee, the reform hero. Right away, they demand that Kim Min-soo give them orders calling out to the sword hero. But Min-soo just stands there like a frozen statue while Lee Sung-joon steps forward. He throws an arm over Min-soo's shoulder, smiling like a puppet speaking for his boss, asking if they even need to inquire. His unhinged, cruel eyes sweep across the other heroes. Kim Min-soo wants every single living soul in this place to suffer. Garam immediately deploys a massive arsenal of weapons from her body, declaring that demolition mode is set with 30% pressure reduction. A barrage of missiles. They rain down directly onto the city, tearing the entire area apart in a massive explosion. Inside the command building, Choi Jung-guk watches the devastation and falls back in absolute terror. Watching his city burn, he grits his teeth in pure rage and curses under his breath. He rushes back into the main command center, screaming orders at his staff. "Drop everything you are doing right now!" he yells, and activate the entire defense turret system immediately. But the entire room remains dead silent with every officer standing completely frozen in place. Seeing that nobody is responding to him, the old man grows incredibly anxious and frustrated. "What are you all doing?" he demands. "Hurry up and boot the system." But as they slowly turn around, he sees their eyes are completely blackened, just like the brainwashed followers of Baek Hana. In chilling unison, they all ask him at once if he believes in her. Jung-guk stands paralyzed as he realizes this is the terrifying power of the faith hero. Down on the streets, Hana is staring up at the building with a deeply unsettling, smug grin on her face. As the brainwashed mob lunges forward, Jung-guk barely manages to seal them inside the room to save himself, grabbing his radio to scream for desperate help. Kyeonseon and Ganbat units respond. This is a broadcast to all forces. Use everything you have to hold the heroes back. But right as he barks, the order dozens of brainwashed hands burst straight through the door and grab him. Even as they drag him away, he keeps screaming into the radio to protect the rebels and save the city. Little does he know the soldiers on the other end of that transmission are already lying dead. "If we give up now, everything we fought for will be completely destroyed." Unfortunately, they died before they could even hear him, and a shadow picks up the dropped radio. The killer is none other than Uiho, who chuckles into the receiver mockingly, telling the old man that his speech was touching, but totally useless. He even has the nerve to strike a heroic pose, shouting about executing true justice. Within mere minutes, the Reconstruction government's elite Cheonseon artillery unit is completely wiped out. Dead bodies cover the blood-stained ground. Lee Sung-joon stands entirely alone amidst the horrific slaughter, casually wiping the warm blood from his face. "Wow, they sure are well-trained," he muses, "since they actually managed to kill me twice." The Ganbat Special Ops Unit is completely annihilated, leaving behind nothing but pools of flowing blood. Explosions erupted like firecrackers. It was all the work of Hong Ha-jung. The government's newly reconstructed tactical helicopter unit was completely wiped out. Ever since they swept through, nothing remains of this underground city. High-rises collapsed key groups were wiped out, and 17,300 people died. Just 3 minutes and 17 seconds after the heroes arrived, a spear came flying out of nowhere straight at Kim Miso. Cheon-sung rushed forward to shield him, deploying his heavenly demon defense system. His outstretched hand stopped the spear in its tracks with a deafening blast. He defended barehanded, but the impact tore his hand open and left it trembling violently. Dong-soo appeared as the spear thrower, a magic circle glowing on his hand, as he panted with pure rage. "Found you." The moment Kim Miso saw him, he recognized the bastard immediately. Usually silent Kim Miso actually spoke up, asking the man who broke the circle of fear. A silent standoff begins, and honestly the tension is unreal as he faces Kim Miso alone. His sworn enemy backed by 7 of his strongest lackeys. His eyes blazed with raw hatred. The monster who slaughtered his family was standing right there. The one who stole his happy life was standing right before his eyes. Out of all his close friends, he was the sole survivor. The bastard who destroyed his entire world was standing right there. His hand suddenly trembled as an overwhelming emotion swelled deep inside. After dreaming of revenge thousands of times, he suddenly wondered, what should he do now? Shutting out all distractions, he clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and steeled his resolve. Controlling his body to prevent rage from blinding his mind, he prepared to slaughter him. Right now. Right here, right now. He raised his hand and brilliant lights manifested behind him. It was the glow of hundreds of weapons, including the shield spear An and the earth spear Ryui, the holy spear, Biolo, the demon spear, Dane the fire, wind spear, Ignite the ice spear Fane, and many others. The poison spear Skola, the malice spear Abat, the ether shard, and the shatter shard, all forged to slaughter every single hero. He gripped his own spears tightly, wielding one in each hand. Dongsu stands completely surrounded by glowing spears, and believe me, he has waited a lifetime for this. Kim Miso stared back with cold, empty eyes, slowly drawing his colossal sword. Dongsu threw them with a roar, unleashing the Void Holy Demon Attack System. His attack formed a massive raging vortex that charged straight at the enemy squad. The enemies froze completely, unable to react, but his ultimate strike was suddenly split in two. As the dust cleared, two figures emerged, leaving only a pair of boots with no other trace. His devastating attack had been sliced clean in half. Someone actually managed to block it. Cheon Sung was the only one left standing beside Kim Miso. A single slash from his sword had split Dongshu's ultimate move. The others hovered in the air, looking down at the ruined city, completely awed by his undeniable power. Even Li Gazajian was impressed, muttering that he seemed different from the usual pests. Mason chimed in, calling it pretty dangerous, while one of them began to regenerate. Bihana giggled with excitement, noting that this was going to be a spectacular fight. Cheon Sung pulled his hood down and turned to leave, muttering that he should get out before getting dragged into this. As the others stepped aside, only Kim Miso remained standing. Stealing his resolve for the duel, Dongshu hurled another spear straight at him. The spear grazed Kim Miso, stabbing into the ground right behind his heel before emitting an eerie green glow. Blood drips from his body, oozing from his eyes, nose, and mouth. He swings his sword in rage, dispersing the green smoke. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, Dongshu lunged out of nowhere. In that brief moment, his grip on his sword loosened slightly. Kim Minso genuinely believed he would die by Dongshu's hands, seeing the deep sorrow filling those eyes. But he caught a faint glimmer of redemption, hidden within those pitch-black eyes full of murderous wrath and vengeance. Kim Minso's gaze trembles with shock. He had assumed this guy wanted salvation by striking him down, but he was completely wrong. Staring blankly ahead, he realized his opponent would find a happy ending only by killing him. His hand suddenly tightens around his sword. "Do you really expect to end up happier than me?" Hoisting the sword onto his shoulder, his eyes burn red as he mutters in a deathly cold voice, "Yugung sword." The blade shines brilliantly, unleashing the Eclipse style as he slashes violently toward Dongshu. He has to raise both spears to block the incoming strike. Tension rises as they clash furiously, neither side willing to yield even an inch. Their immense powers collide head-on, triggering a terrifying and massive explosion. As the dust finally clears, two figures are revealed, both collapsed on the shattered ground. Severely wounded and exhausted, both of them lie there completely unconscious. On one side lie 4 spears, on the other, a colossal sword. One had his family slaughtered, while the other's home was reduced to ashes. Two tragic fates, one abandoned, one cast aside, and one barely escaping the jaws of death. One was physically abused and neglected, while the other witnessed the deaths of everyone he respected. Driven to the absolute brink, their life circumstances have forced them to fall into darkness. Struggling to stand back up, Dongshu's mind remains consumed by a single desperate thought: kill him at all costs. With blood pouring down his face, he quickly shouts out, "Giantium armor!" Driven by pure hatred, Kim Minso lies helplessly on the ground, staring up at him. But he refuses to let Dongshu win, pushing his broken body to keep fighting. "Lord Seraphim, grant me your divine blessing." Fueled by boundless hatred for humanity, both warriors summon their ultimate powers, one shining with a deep purple glow. The other radiates a bright golden light, transforming instantly as majestic iron armor wraps around their bodies. He looks absolutely massive, channeling the terrible power of the Demon King he had slain countless times in the past. While one wears the armor of a righteous hero, gripping a massive blade destined to slaughter humanity. Preparing for their final clash, one raises his spear high, while the other lifts his sword. They charge into battle, unleashing an impact far more devastating than anything before. Brandishing their deadly weapons, they lunged forward and unleashed a colossal bone-shattering strike. Blade at neck, spear at shoulder, neither side gives an inch. Dongshu raises his spear high, spinning it with tremendous force before bringing it crashing down. Kim Min-so quickly raises his colossal sword to block, sending a shower of blinding sparks flying. The onlookers watch with wide eyes and open mouths, completely paralyzed by disbelief. The legendary sword hero Kim Min-so, whose mere existence usually seals the inescapable doom of any opponent, is now visibly struggling. Staring in utter shock, they can hardly believe that the supposedly invincible Kim Min-so is being pushed back. But today, someone strong enough to match him has finally arrived. A stunned girl whispers to her companion, asking if he is really fighting the hero who slaughtered other heroes. He is pouring every ounce of his strength into shattering his own torment. Jung-soo has become their beacon of hope, and even the wounded cannot tear their eyes away. They watch in absolute awe, genuinely believing that if anyone can pull off this miracle, it is him. Jungkook Choi is still alive, leading a small squad and quickly barking out orders. Our last resort is a life-or-death battle with the sword hero. Listen up, everyone. I know this is a very difficult request, but I must ask you to risk your lives and distract the other heroes at any cost. And so the weaker side makes the desperate decision to rise up and fight once more. He truly treats this as a final battle for survival. It is absolutely now or never. Through our noble sacrifice, we will make a stand. Together, let us finally put an end to this completely insane world. Right at that moment, a bizarre giant red monster appears before him, repeatedly roaring out, "I believe in the Lord." Jungkook Choi quickly raises his gun as a signal preparing to charge into battle with his comrades. The giant monster charges right into the crowd, and he aims his gun directly at it. Let us end this nightmare once and for all, please. Gunfire and heavy blows echo endlessly as many brave soldiers sacrifice their lives. The Iron Arm warrior Uiho Jung sneers the executions in this sector are all finished. A blinding flash of light erupts in the sky, and he shields his eyes, chuckling. This took way longer than I thought. Guess it is finally my turn to step in. He fails to notice a projectile flying toward him from behind, slamming into him and exploding instantly. It turns out a lone soldier was firing, shouting a warning. "You are not allowed to leave. They are sacrificing absolutely everything to keep you from reaching Jongsu." That single explosion does absolutely nothing to kill him, only making him glare back in fury and growl what. The soldier fires repeatedly, but no matter how much he shoots, this guy stands completely still. Bullets bounce right off his skin like harmless mosquito bites. Firing in absolute despair, the soldier screams, "You bastard! You are not allowed to leave!" Watching the chaotic scene from afar, Hwarang Hong remarks that it is truly a bizarre sight. He flies high into the air to mock him. "Have you gotten used to playing with flies?" Diving straight down with a smirk, he comments that his dear Min-soo is pretty cute. Right at that moment, something sharp suddenly grazes past his face. It is dozens of citizens aiming stones directly at him, throwing and shouting curses. "We are over here, you murderer. If you are so tough, try sucking my blood, you damn mosquito." The crowd aggressively blocks his flight path, making his face darken in sheer fury as he curses. You guys seem pretty enthusiastic. Meanwhile, Seongjun Lee is locked in battle with another opponent. That young man refuses to give up, leaping forward to wrap his arms tightly around his neck. "I will not let you leave while others ignite homemade firebombs to use as weapons." They continuously hurl them directly at the giant Garam Lee. His face remains completely cold and indifferent. Those tiny flames do not cause him any real damage. Over on Jungkook Choi's side, the battle is intense as he repeatedly fires at the monster. Jung-soo is locked in a tense clash, swinging a vicious strike toward Min-soo Kim. Clenching his fist, he gathers all his power and punches Jung-soo straight in the stomach, sending him flying far away. The spears quickly fly high into the air, casting the element of the Earth Spirit. Earth Spirit spear style. Two weapons and two immense sources of power are about to collide with each other. Min-soo Kim is forced to raise his sword in defense, and the spear stabs straight into the ground near him. As he stands there alone, the space around him shifts, turning entirely into sand. The sand rises rapidly, burying his feet and locking him in place. Jung-soo grips the dragon spear tightly, preparing to throw it at Min-soo Kim once again. Jung-soo unleashes his innate ability. A giant twisting dragon summons into existence, jaws wide open, lunging to swallow Kim Min-soo whole. With a deafening roar, the dragon slams directly into him with a massive explosion. The surrounding ground shatters, and even the spear in Jung-soo's hands begins to crack. "We are almost there!" He grits his teeth, determined to end this terrible year-long nightmare right now. He quickly charges straight toward Kim Min-soo, right into the eye of the storm. Lightning, ice, earth, fire, and wind. He throws absolutely every element he has left. Violent lightning and concentrated energy gather, locking onto Kim Min-soo with devastating force. Even he looks up, forced to admit that Jung-soo is surprisingly strong. Yet there is no fear in his eyes as he raises his giant sword in defiance. But that is as far as it goes. His massive blade hums, releasing waves of absolute power. A blinding flash of holy light strikes down, hitting Jung-soo directly. Standing alone, his eyes burn with resolve as a sky-cleaving slash cuts through the heavens. One of Jung-soo's arms is completely severed. Kim Min-soo looks down with cruel, glowing eyes as Jung-soo collapses. He tells him that his suffering is too shallow and that evil can never defeat evil. With his arm severed by the sword, hero Jung-soo lies there, a dark red light flashing in his eyes. Kim Min-soo stands over him, his voice freezing cold. "Your suffering is far too shallow." Blood spurts from his severed shoulder as pure, unadulterated rage drives him to question the hero. Shallow he spits, even as his severed wound begins to seal itself to stop the bleeding. He struggles up from the dirt, glaring right back. How dare he call his suffering shallow? He slowly stands, shaking with rage the death of my entire family, taking one agonizing step toward him, the complete destruction of the world I once knew. Killing intent flares in his eyes, having my life trampled on by a merciless murderer like you. Grabbing his chest, he prepares to unleash a massive wave of power. Is this shallow? He screams as a colossal aura erupts from his body. The other heroes freeze in place, staring at his relentless resolve in absolute shock. While Bayak Hana smiles with twisted amusement, the citizens watch with wide eyes, completely stunned by his raw power. Even losing an entire arm cannot stop his burning desire to fight. Kim Min-so stands there, his sword planted firmly right beside him. He begins to walk forward, completely unbothered by the immense pressure. Facing each other down, Dong-shu lunges forward and throws a desperate punch. The hero casually tilts his head to dodge before landing a brutal counterpunch directly into a vital spot. Dong-shu reels from the agonizing blow, gritting his teeth, as Kim Min-so whispers coldly, so incredibly shallow. Looking down with sheer disdain, he whispers, "You are not nearly as miserable as me." He is the classic broken soul who only wants to hurt others, demanding everyone suffer just because he did. Without warning, he drives a fist directly into Dong-shu's stomach. The force is powerful enough to shatter steel armor, leaving Dong-shu absolutely gasping for air. As Dong-shu doubles over in agony, the hero just keeps talking about his own suffering to justify his madness. Punch after brutal punch rains down without stopping, beating Dong-shu within an inch of his life. In his twisted mind, it seems he believes that the more miserable you are, the more right you have to ruin everyone else. He pours all his resentment into each blow, painting the ground red with blood, but never stopping. His expression remains completely blank as he finishes speaking, delivering a kick that sends Dong-shu flying back. His body crashes violently straight through a stone wall. Kim Min-so stands there, shaking out his knuckles, looking down on him, fully convinced that he is the ultimate victim. Dong-shu slumps against the shattered debris, utterly exhausted, battered, and bloody, completely unable to mount even a single counterattack. What did any of these innocent people ever do to you? Sure, some people looked down on him, but that was not true for everyone. He gave up on hope way too soon, believing the entire world was against him. In the sudden silence, he was speechless. Glaring with a dark expression, he grabbed Jong-soo by the hair, ready to strike again. Jong-soo glared back and demanded to know what he had ever done to him. But the miserable bastard simply sneered back, "You were happier than I was." It was the typical excuse of a coward always blaming others, instead of fixing his own problems before lunging forward to unleash a brutal barrage of punches. "You all abandoned me." He unleashed all his rage and misery onto Jong-soo, striking and cursing him repeatedly. "Nobody ever waited for me," he screamed as he beat Jong-soo bloody until he blacked out. "Not a single one of you ever felt any empathy or accepted me." But the truth is, nobody in this world is responsible for making him happy. In the end, he was the one who destroyed his own life. His eyes burned red with fury, watching innocent people struggle to defend their own joy, which he despised. How dare they crown you as their savior to break the cycle of despair I carefully crafted? Just as he prepared to kill him, a sudden bullet whizzed right past. Kim Min-soo snapped his head back to find So-min standing there. The fragile girl actually dared to pull the trigger on him, her eyes wide with pure defiance. That is right, he is the very last beacon of hope for my friend. As they faced off, she looked like nothing more than a pathetic insect in his eyes. Jong-soo gasped in shock at the sight of So-min. Letting him drop the villain shifted his cold gaze toward her. "Then I guess your precious little hope is nothing but a foolish dream." He stalked toward her with a mocking smirk, asking if she truly believed that Tiny Gun could stop him. So-min's hands shook violently, her aim completely unsteady, yet her grip on the weapon never faltered. Stealing her resolve, she spat back at him with everything she had. "I do not just hope," she declared, trying to steady her breathing. "But one day, if we keep standing up and fighting back, just like we are doing today, that day will come." Her gaze hardened with absolute certainty, her entire body suddenly stopping its trembling. Aiming the weapon straight at his chest, she vowed that they would eventually wipe out monsters like him. Meanwhile, across the rest of the shelter, the bodies were piling up. Static hissed through the radio receiver, asking repeatedly if the captain was still alive. A soldier crawled toward the device, reporting that the rebel hero was down and begging for their next orders. Choi Jung-guk had lost an arm in the chaos, but miraculously still breathing, he limped toward the transmitter. Collapsing onto his knees, he grabbed the radio and spoke with utter exhaustion. "Patch my voice through to every speaker in the entire shelter. I need to make an announcement." Instantly, the broadcasting system turned on, sending his weary voice echoing through the corridors. "To all survivors," he pleaded, as every speaker blasted his voice at full volume. Even the rival heroes paused to listen to his plea for anyone still capable of fighting to pay attention. Hearing his desperate rallying cry, the enemy scoffed with sheer contempt on their faces. As Jung-soo lay unconscious, the old man declared that the stubborn spear-wielding youth was their last ray of hope. Outside, the entire base was engulfed in flames, their defense forces completely decimated. Aware of how little ammunition they had left, he chose to tell everyone the brutal truth. "We do not have enough weapons left to hand out to civilians." The crowd listened in heavy silence, feeling the last of their hope drain away. Shakingly pulling out a pack of cigarettes, he apologized deeply, telling them their only option now. His desperate message was sounding more like a final request. "We must ensure that Kid survives so we can fight another day." With those final words, he lights his cigarette. Even facing death, his only prayer is to protect him. Holding the detonator tight, he mutters, "I am leaving everyone in his hands." The cigarette burns out. The old man is gone, his mind drifting back to that fateful day. Someone had stood before him with a smile, telling him, "I entrust everything to you." And now, facing his own end, he realizes his final role is to leave everything behind. He presses the button, and the building explodes, splitting in half. The massive blast tears right beside Kim Min-soo, but he stands there unharmed, watching the ruin. Baek Hana walks up to the scene with a bitter laugh, grumbling about how annoying this is. She turns back to the followers she brainwashed, addressing them as her devoted believers. Spreading her arms wide before them, she asks how they plan to prove their devotion. The two followers behind her have completely lost their minds. One steps forward with a crazed smile, offering to sacrifice his own left arm. The second fanatic is just as insane, offering his right arm to her as well. Without a second thought, she ruthlessly severs both of their arms right then and there, reshaping the limbs into giant magical hands to hold up the collapsing building. Seeing that she has handled the mess, Kim Min-soo loses interest and turns away. But as he turns, he finds Ma Ye-rin shielding Seon-hwa and coldly asks what she is doing. She glares back, gritting her teeth in fury. "You have no idea how much trying to obey you made my blood boil, you bastard!" Unleashing her ultimate Stardust attack, she strikes with all her might, screaming farewell to the delusional madman. She's putting everything into her single strongest attack. Flashback to a peaceful day in the past. Ma Ye-rin was walking while chatting on her phone. Ahead of her, workers are moving heavy furniture on a ladder high up a building. Paying little attention, she continues her call, asking about an early birthday gift. One hand on her phone, the other carrying grocery bags. "Yes, I already bought it. Got her the present and the birthday cake, too." Startled, she gasps out, "Wait, did Mom buy one as well? How did that happen?" "I explicitly said I would handle the cake for her." But right at that moment, the bag in her hand slips and falls, stopping her. "I wonder if they allow returns or if we can exchange it for macarons." Staring at her dropped groceries, she sighs helplessly and tells her mom she has to go. Hanging up, she lifts the cake box to inspect the receipt, wondering about the price. But as she checks the receipt, a panicked scream echoes out, "Watch out!" Ma Ye-rin snaps her head up only to see a massive wooden cabinet plunging toward her. Just like the other heroes, she was summoned to another world only to return the same way. She stood frozen, watching the utter ruin Kim Min-soo brought upon her home city. This was the home she yearned for during those agonizing years. A home and a family completely wiped out by a single heartless monster. Utterly lost, she stared at the devastation with her jaw dropped, questioning reality. Faced with this apocalyptic nightmare, returned heroes were left with only two choices: either fight to survive or pledge allegiance to that homicidal psychopath. So many other heroes had already lost their lives to Kim Min-soo. As terrified civilians fled, Ma Ye-rin blended into the crowd, holding on to her mother and sister. Lacking the courage to either fight or submit, she had simply run away from both options. Choosing her family above all, she fled with the evacuating crowd to survive. At the relief shelter, food is distributed evenly. Each person gets a military ration pack and a water bottle. Her frail mother sits there, face flushed red and sweating profusely. Ma Yin hands her ration to her mother, but she refuses, insisting she is fine and telling her kids to eat. Frustrated, Ma Yin snaps open a water bottle, telling her mother to stop arguing and just eat. "We need Mother to recover so we can all move faster on this journey." After feeding her mother, she turns to scold her younger sister Ma I-som, asking her if she seriously thinks this is the time to be playing with her food. The naive little girl hesitatingly holds her meal bag softly, complaining that it tastes terrible. Just then, a group of men in military uniforms approaches them. One of them points at her, asking if she is indeed Ma Yin. Hearing her name, she turns around, and just like that, they escort her away. As they walk, a baffled Ma Yin asks if she really deserved a military escort just for cutting the line. No one answers, which only irritates her enough to start mocking them. "Wow, don't you guys have anything better or more useful to do with your time?" Just then, they bring her right in front of Choi Dong-kuk. Sitting on the ground with his chin propped up, he stares straight at her and notes the military does not just step in for nothing. Unless there is a hidden hero among the refugees before cutting straight to the point. Ma Yin tenses up, playing dumb and asking what he means by a hero. He ignores her act and opens her file, reading that Ma Yin is 20 years old and in 12th grade. He recites her personal history flawlessly, pointing out she was missing for a whole year. She vanished for a year right before the Cataclysmic Hero event, then disappeared again for 3 months. Throughout that entire duration of her disappearance, she left absolutely no traces returning, as if everything was perfectly normal. Despite the grilling, she maintains her cool and asks with a playful smile, "So what if I went missing during that time? Does going missing automatically turn someone into a legendary hero?" The old man chuckles in amusement, pulling out a photo to show her. He smiles, saying that is exactly how she should react, showing her a photo of herself exiting a building. He explains that 10 days ago, due to an accidental missile strike by the military, the refugees here were almost crushed like mindless cattle. As the missiles plummeted toward the camp, the terrified crowds could only point and sue him in absolute horror. At that exact second, an unidentified force intervened, believed to be an actual hero. At the absolute height of their terror, a brilliant pink light suddenly erupted from out of nowhere. It completely blocked that devastating explosion, saving the lives of everyone down below. His eyes narrow, locking onto her with intense seriousness. And right after that, she walked out of the very building where that savior vanished. Ma Yin refuses to break, claiming it could have easily been a mere coincidence. Doesn't he think so too? Standing before them, she argues that as a government official, he should really investigate carefully with solid evidence rather than just using wild assumptions, instead of just using a basic theory as his proof. Before she can finish, the old man draws his gun and aims it right at her. Genuinely ready to shoot, he declares that this bullet will determine if his theory is correct. Her jaw drops in absolute terror at the sight of the weapon. Choi Dong-kook actually fires, and wait for it scares Ma Yin into transforming straight into her pink warrior form. The old man laughs, noting the gun was empty, but he clearly hit a nerve. Defeated, she has no choice but to confess to everything. You probably want to ask why I did not stand and fight, right? Frowning deeply, she knows only too well the hopeless, insurmountable gap that exists between herself and Kim Min-soo. But there is clearly a massive difference between the power of different heroes. From what I have gathered, a hero only ever grows slightly stronger than the Demon King they actually defeated. So the power of the Demon King ultimately determines the hero's strength level. Yerin Ma lowers her head, knowing the Demon King Kim Min-soo defeated was vastly stronger than her own. Just thinking of that cold-blooded killer and his giant sword is deeply troubling. Every single hero who went up against him died, and every Demon King he faced was completely destroyed. Hugging her arms in utter helplessness, she looks up at the old man. In other words, this is a battle, one where the advantage was heavily stacked against her from the start. Choi Jong-wook understands the situation instantly, pointing his finger right at her and asking if she simply chose to run away. The blunt question hits a raw nerve, leaving her totally dazed. He frowns, asking if she truly does not care if this world falls to ruin. Yerin Ma bows her head, whispering that he knows that is simply not true. When we fled, my mother was already sick, and my little sister cried every single night for her friends. Trembling in the shadows, she shows her weakness for the first time, admitting she refuses to die in these ruins. If she dies, who else is going to protect her family? She bites her lip until it bleeds, trying desperately to hold back her rising terror. Just because they call her a hero does not mean she possesses that kind of absolute fearless courage. The old man quietly lights a cigarette, casually noting she might not even die and could still save the world. She never expected him to make such a blunt proposal. He suggests she join Kim Min-soo's ranks, leaving her completely shocked. Waving to his soldier standing nearby, he explains that the enemy has absolutely no idea when she actually went missing. If she acts like she just returned and blows a random target sky high, it will easily convince them of her loyalty. Right on cue, the soldier steps forward and presents a thick folder to her. This is the easiest way for her to prove her allegiance to the enemy. The old man explains that it contains the exact coordinates of a relatively minor, unimportant military base of theirs. If you completely destroy this facility, it will be more than enough to satisfy the prying eyes of Kim Min-soo's spies. Before she can even utter a word, the old man frowns and clarifies that he is not asking for free help. In return, his people will safely evacuate her family to international waters. They will provide constant protection and treat her mother's worsening illness. Thinking of her struggling family members out there, Yerin Ma cannot refuse. But she still warns him that even if she does all this, they will never be able to defeat Kim Min-soo. She does not even need to remind him of this harsh truth. Before she can even finish, the old man cuts her off completely. He assures her that he is definitely not asking her to do anything reckless or rushed. With a serious expression, he explains that he only wants her to become their ultimate hidden trump card. A secret weapon kept safe until they find a way to beat Kim Min-soo. Seeing Jong-soo lying unconscious on the ground, now the memories of that conversation from long ago flash back to Yerin Ma. Her role is to act as their final shield to protect that hope when the right time comes. Yerin Ma clenches her teeth, gathering every ounce of her remaining strength. They placed their trust in her for so long, right up to his final agonizing moments. That brilliant flare of light is just enough to force Kim Min-soo back slightly. She knows it feels deeply shameful to speak of courage after spending her entire life running away. As his foot stamps down hard, she uses her full strength once more, pouring out magical energy to shove him back. He roars in fury. He is a hero too, you goddamn bastard! Dong-shu lies there, utterly beaten, his body covered in wounds as he loses consciousness entirely. Past training flashes by, stabbed 117,689 times, slashed 57,991 times, blacking out 297 times, nearly dying 13 times. His back is a messy canvas of 84 deep scars. He remembers the mountain of slaughtered demons and the endless enemies he had to put down. Standing atop that pile, he counted 1,744 fallen beasts. Day after day, he survived all those grueling battles just for his beloved murdered family. Sometimes he can't help but wonder what was the point of all this. What did it all mean? Now lying here, he barely opens his eyes to see his own miserable state. The vivid memory of little Dobbin being murdered flashes before him, deepening his utter helplessness. He couldn't even protect them, and now even his chance for revenge is completely gone. A massive volley of spears wasn't enough to win. Mythical spears and demon king powers, he threw absolutely everything he had into this fight. Yet here he lies completely limp and ready to accept his death. He simply can't defeat him. Utterly exhausted, the young warrior falls into deep despair. After raging and shattering his own limits through agonizing, brutal training, this pathetic result is all he gets. Kim Min-soo is still alive. Those deadly attacks only left a few scratches, spilling a few drops of blood and completely provoking him. He parts his lips weakly, telling him to die. With a trembling tongue, he tries to warn everyone risking their lives that there is simply no way to beat that monster. Tears stream down his face as he realizes it is over. He doesn't want to lose his second life to him. Thinking of his family, he can only whisper that he is deeply sorry. Covered in blood, he slowly sinks into absolute despair. Suddenly, So-min pulls him up, desperately trying to keep him conscious. His bloodshot eyes slowly flutter open, tears still streaming down his cheeks. Seeing him awake, she breaks down in joyful tears while he stares back in utter confusion. She laughs through her tears, speechless. Meanwhile, after wrapping up her attack, Ma Yin rushes straight toward them. She quickly grabs hold of him and takes to the sky. Dong-shu passes out cold against her shoulder. Once more, his eyes shut tight. On the ground, So-min sits alone, staring blankly up at the sky as they escape, knowing she is completely powerless to help them now. Ma Yin holds him tight, flying at top speed while gritting her teeth and muttering that he is incredibly heavy. She yells out for him to hold his wounds and stay awake no matter what. Together they soar desperately across the open sky. Standing on the ground, Lee Garam raises his hands and summons massive speakers to broadcast his loud voice. The traitorous magic hero is actively rebelling against the legendary sword hero. He blares the warning to all the nearby heroes, ordering them not to let the targets escape. He then readies his stance, preparing to pursue them himself. Blocking his sights directly onto her, he loads up and fires a massive volley of gunfire. Undeterred, Ma Yin glares back fiercely, weaving through the air to dodge every single incoming shot. The endless barrage of heavy fire completely obliterates the buildings directly behind them. Even with her incredible evasion, Ma Yin is simply outmatched by Lee Garam. Taking a direct hit, she wobbles mid-air, but forces herself through the pain to keep going. She struggles to maintain speed, glancing back at the heat-seeking missiles closing in on them. With a massive explosion, Ma Yin barely summons a protective barrier just in time to save them. Watching them flee, the other heroes, Uiho and Cheon Jiseong, immediately set off in hot pursuit. They are moving at lightning speed, hot on their heels. Especially Jiwon, he is right on the verge of catching them. Right then, a soldier crashes through the glass window and leaps out. Ma Yin is totally on edge trying to escape. Ji-woong refuses to let them escape, but a soldier times it perfectly and leaps right between them. He glares at the enemy, ready to sacrifice his life so the others can survive. He sees it clearly. Dong-shu's face is bruised and badly swollen. Even in this extreme danger, he screams with hope, telling them that they must stay alive. The soldier is actually a human bomb, blowing himself up to stop Ji-woong in his tracks. Thanks to the blast, Ji-woong can no longer pursue the escaping duo. Out of nowhere, dozens of hands from other soldiers grab onto him. How many are there? Some grab his legs, others pull his arms, holding him down as they clutch bombs ready to die. They scream out, "You're not getting away, you bastard!" They even rip off his helmet, catching him off guard, as he wonders how there could be so many. Holding active explosives, the soldiers scream out in defiance, telling him that they are all going to hell together. True to their word, a chain of explosions instantly erupts. There is no way Ji-woong survives this, a sacrifice these so-called heroes will never understand. Watching the chaos from below, Uiho looks up in absolute shock, his jaw completely dropping. Did they eat something crazy? Are they completely out of their minds? The truth is, These humans who once feared battle like death are now throwing themselves right into it, completely forgetting what fear even feels like. Right as he continues to run, a massive vehicle charges directly at him from below. Without hesitation, the driver slams on the gas to speed up. Sweating profusely, the driver grits his teeth, bravely prepared to face his own death. They are risking their entire lives for this one moment, holding on to a very slim shred of hope. The iron-handed villain stops, crossing his arms over his chest to crush the incoming vehicle as he roars. "Get out of my way if all you have is a tiny piece of junk like this!" He actually manages to stop the giant vehicle, sending it flipping down the road, though it barely scratches him. But delaying him is more than enough, as one vehicle after another keeps crashing directly into him. No matter how strong he is, his face starts turning pale. Gritting his teeth, he throws a furious punch, calling them absolute idiots. He smashes the next vehicle, yelling at them to give up, because they have already lost. But he has no idea that the car he just punched was packed with explosives, sending bombs raining down on him. The injured driver sits in the wreckage, smiling with satisfaction. He is completely ready to die, as long as he takes this monster with him. Before closing his eyes, he hopes that Dong-shu will stay alive. He places his finger on the detonator, determined to end this at any cost. An ear-splitting explosion erupts, and the iron-handed warrior is completely blown to pieces. Their immense sacrifice has finally carved out a path of survival for Dong-shu and our main character. Ma Yin flies forward with Dong-shu tightly secured on her back, her eyes locked with absolute determination. But right behind them, Hong Ha-jiang is already catching up fast. He screams at her, calling her a worthless traitor with supreme confidence. "How much longer do you think you can keep running?" Pulling out a small knife, he slices his own palm, causing blood to instantly spray out. The gushing blood quickly solidifies into a deadly blood bow, which he aims directly at Ma Yin. In a single release, he fires 3 lethal blood arrows, forcing a panicked Ma Yin to dodge frantically to survive. She grits her teeth, realizing that escaping from this place won't be easy. Suddenly, she spots something blocking the path ahead. She glides through the air, looking down at the very territory she just crossed, the land ruled by Kim Min-soo and Bak Hana. Down below, the two of them stand staring up as she flies past. But she feels no fear, pushing forward at top speed. Above her, the ground is fracturing and tearing apart even more. Gritting her teeth, she forces her way through, knowing the open rooftop is a death trap filled with falling rubble. Panic sets in as she searches for a hiding spot. How can they survive this escape? Right then, a blood arrow fired by Hong Ha-jiang strikes her, followed by a relentless barrage. She grits her teeth through the agony, enduring the pain to stay airborne. If they keep flying in circles like this, they will definitely get caught. Her eyes suddenly widen in pure shock as she looks up. Someone on a nearby rooftop is waving a red light, guiding her path. They quickly point out the direction, and Ma Yin understands the signal instantly. She steers towards the path, pushing her body to the absolute limit to fly faster. Hong Ha-jiang chases close behind, raging that he is so close to catching and killing that annoying rabbit. Suddenly, a massive barrage of debris is thrown from the ground to block his path. He curses in anger. Are there actually government survivors still kicking down there? Both of them soar through the air as his speed increases by the second. Down in basement 12, a crowd of civilians and military forces have gathered. Fully equipped soldiers stand guard in high tension, ensuring the civilians can escape safely. However, a few people are still arguing heatedly with the coordinator. An officer with a radio turns to report to the short-haired girl nearby. They are currently guiding the magical hero to this location, making her sigh in immense relief. She quickly orders then to keep updating her and to assemble every remaining combat team inside this shelter immediately. She keeps thinking about those dangerous heroes who still survive. They have to do whatever it takes to secure the magical hero as fast as possible. Then they must retreat to the shelter and avoid the hostile heroes. Knowing all 3 enemy heroes survived earlier makes the officer beside her visibly anxious. The real issue is what happens if they try using the elevator to move. Looking at the massive crowd waiting in line, they might face a terrible reaction from the refugees. If those terrified people believe they are being left behind to die, they will face a massive riot, turning this whole refuge into the absolute worst-case scenario. The girl remains completely calm, assuring them that she will keep the situation under control. She tells him to stop worrying and focus on the heroes, leaving him with no choice but to agree. He nods as they step forward while the girl picks up a megaphone to make an announcement. She calls out to the crowd, explaining that this is the final working elevator they have left. She continues explaining that after this next group goes up, they must halt the queue to secure an escape route for the rebel heroes. Instantly, the crowd erupts in anger with some screaming in disbelief and asking what kind of madness this is. Others join in, demanding to know if she even sees how many lives are waiting down here. They ask if she is basically saying they do not deserve to live just because they are weak. Her expression darkens as she glares back at them with icy eyes. She points out that if they ascend to the surface without the rebel heroes, absolutely no one will be left to protect them. She lays out the harsh truth for everyone. Without those protectors, every single person in this room, including herself, will die. The crowd goes pale with fear, realizing that death is staring them right in the face. She calmly explains to them that even so, there is still hope for us. Thinking of Choi Dong-kook had paid with his life. If the rebel hero is still alive, if we can just keep him alive. Look at those children, we will rebuild a new future in no time. No one dares to say a word. They will no longer be crushed under the hero's swords. Look at all those people standing inside that elevator. I beg of you all, please risk your lives and fight alongside us. One young man silently frowns, sweating nervously in the heavy silence. He steps out of the elevator. He keeps his head low while everyone else stares in pure disbelief. He walks straight to a mother holding her baby, offering to give up his spot. Let this child go up first, and the people inside the elevator quickly take the baby. Several other young men look at each other, then step out of the elevator as well. They are fully prepared to sacrifice themselves to make room for the future of their country. Outside, the tension is absolutely suffocating. People stand behind the barricades, waiting anxiously with whatever weapons they can find. A few young guys only have wooden sticks for defense, and right then Ma Yin flies in carrying Dong-shu. She glares down with a deep frown. They are completely prepared, waiting warily for her next move. At the White House in America, the weather is peaceful. A man standing before a long table announces that it is currently 1347 in South Korea. All communications with the South Korean Reconstruction government that we are supporting have been completely cut off. The other officials listen in high tension. 70,000 soldiers are stationed over there. Officers from the American military are also present, listening with serious faces. The Prime Minister, Vice Prime Minister, and senior officials total 217, alongside over 40,000 civilians they are protecting. He frowns deeply, speaking with absolute gravity. At this very moment, all South Korean citizens inside that shelter are officially presumed to be dead. The American president sits in absolute silence, deeply lost in thought. He finally breaks his silence, stating that from the shelter structures to the defense layouts, they helped them without hesitation. Did a hero really cause this entire disaster? The man at the podium raises a remote control and presses a button. Instantly, the screen displays footage of the heroes from Kim Miso's faction appearing. The elderly officials look bewildered, asking each other if all 8 heroes have actually gathered. One man grows highly anxious, realizing that with so many heroes gathered, everything could be flattened in the blink of an eye. Another old man squints and asks a question. We deployed every possible method to protect them with everything we had. Does that mean even our state-of-the-art Intel chips are not as powerful as we thought? The speaker clasps his hands behind his back, staring down at the audience. But unlike previous attacks, an unexpected wildcard has entered the playing field. He stands there announcing to the crowd that another hero has stepped up to fight the sword hero. He speaks, clicking the remote to change the video feed. Showing the footage of Dong-shu fighting, he tells them to see it for themselves. The entire room falls into absolute silence, everyone watching with heavy intensity. Sweating nervously, one man asks with deep skepticism if he is just making this up. Demanding to know his source, the presenter looks visibly displeased. This was sent by a soldier who risked his own life to deliver it, and every bit of data is completely verified. Slamming his fist onto the table in anger, the president demands to know where that hero is right now. The presenter suddenly freezes, staring back at him in absolute silence. He is somewhere on the river, surrounded by rocks covered in green moss. She gasped, catching at her breath. It is already dark, but Ma Yin managed to make it here. The other girl helped carry Dong-shu, and both of these girls were completely exhausted. Finally reaching a spot to rest, Ma Yin sits down and leans against a tree, completely drained. Unable to hold on any longer, she passes out right then and there. The other girl lowers Dong-shu onto the grass. He has completely lost consciousness. Placing a seed in the ground, she covers it instantly, growing a long, twisting vine. Soon a whole cluster of tall trees sprouts up, growing rapidly. These wooden vines wrap themselves gently around Dong-shu and Ma Yin. Her face is completely pale as she drifts off into a deep sleep. He is covered in wounds, both of them in terrible shape after that brutal fight. The thick branches form 2 makeshift beds for them, while emitting a soft, soothing green light. Green light envelops both Ma Yin and Dong-shu, and he finally wakes up. He slowly opens his eyes weakly, asking why they saved him while feeling completely consumed by helpless self-blame. Defeated completely by the sword hero, his eyes are now filled with absolute despair. Knowing he could not protect a single person. Just like Choi Dong-kook, he blames himself, thinking it is because he is still too weak. Thinking of So-min, she offers a gentle smile while shedding tears for him once again. Even the innocent citizens who risked their lives to trust him have been killed again. Remembering that bitter defeat makes him grind his teeth in helpless fury. Suddenly, the other girl slaps him hard, telling him with a firm look not to talk like that. She tells him that it is not because he failed to protect them. His life is still preserved today, because so many people chose to sacrifice themselves to protect him instead. So Min's smile appears before his eyes, making him frown and ask what she means. The other girl blushes slightly, looking at him with deep sadness. She used to be just like him, surrounded by people who trusted and placed their hopes in her. At the White House, they announced their suspicion that the targets are currently in Indonesia. No matter where they hide, they will track down their exact location and report back. Drenched in a cold sweat, the old man decides. Standing before the crowd, he asks what they think they should do at this crucial moment. A military official mentions that there are over 5 million South Korean refugees currently in America. Another official agrees, pointing out that the sudden collapse of South Korea will soon flood the media. The blonde old man adds with a grim look that it will throw the public into absolute chaos. Remembering the massive crowds back in Korea, everyone in the room grows deeply concerned. One elderly man nods in agreement, turning to speak. Other nations are breathing a sigh of relief that this disaster did not happen to their own land. It is obvious that anyone would panic upon hearing news of a nation completely collapsing. Those crowds will completely lose control, slamming tables and demanding that they launch all missiles for an immediate counterattack. They will all shout together in panic. Our country cannot be allowed to end like this. Suddenly, someone calls out to the president, reporting that they must launch a massive preemptive strike. The president slams the table and stands up, shouting if they really want to mobilize more troops. How are they supposed to handle the massive wave of public backlash? There is simply no way they can deploy more troops. But the other man remains calm, keeping his hands flat on the table. He knows South Korea is completely destroyed, which means they no longer have any functioning government to speak of. And they are forced to admit that the vast majority of the South Korean population has already perished. The sweat-drenched president nervously glances over, asking what they plan to do. The old military commander's face darkens as he states that they must resort to their absolute final measure, especially while all those destructive heroes are still gathered together in one place. They must deploy their most advanced state-of-the-art space-based nuclear weapons. An officer wearing a headset frowns intensely at the rows of monitors with several tense soldiers waiting all around him. Looking deeply shaken, he slowly takes off his headset while 2 tense comrades stare at him from behind. Turning back, he shouts the target coordinates, 1085-2695. It is the official missile launch order straight from the president. The burning hatred of the entire world is now locked onto the horrific demonic actions of a single man. Before them lies an endless wasteland of ruined bloody corpses scattered everywhere in a chilling atmosphere, far worse than hell itself. Amidst the carnage, a heavily panting soldier struggles, entirely uncertain if he will survive the next few minutes. His trembling hand grips his rifle with absolute desperation. Footsteps suddenly approach, but he only flinches slightly. Looking closely, his eyes are completely devoid of any hope left to even feel terror anymore. He desperately tries to raise his weapon, but his trembling hands have absolutely no strength left. With his usual hollow expression, Min-soo Kim coldly asks if there is still one survivor left. The soldier frantically pulls the trigger, but is met with the crushing despair of an empty, hollow click. Suddenly, Min-soo appears right in front of him, snapping the gun barrel with bare hands. Leaning in close to the ear of the utterly helpless soldier, the demon lord whispers, "Tell them when you leave this place that your precious spear hero is dead, and there is no hope." Min-soo keeps whispering these terrifying threats to the dying soldier, telling him to spread the word. Let them watch this entire world burn to the ground as everything collapses right on top of itself. Do that and I will let you live. Overwhelmed by a wave of raw, twisted emotions, the soldier cannot stop the tears from pouring down his face. Instead of begging, he asks if Min-soo is the one who is truly terrified. For the first time in a very long time, Min-soo is completely stunned. Those words struck a nerve. Despite being an absolute mind-numbing terror, the dying soldier still forces himself to speak. He gasps, asking if Min-soo is terrified of the heroes rising to stop him. Flashes of the righteous heroes appear on screen, echoing the dying man's heavy words. Afraid that humanity will keep rebelling against his tyranny with an unyielding spark of hope, finally the soldier delivers his parting words with a look of pure relief. You are terrified that you are actually nothing special, just a fragile human exactly like the rest of us. Those mocking words instantly strike a chord, infuriating Min-soo to his very core. With a sudden burst of rage, he swings his blade and decapitates the man, violently stabbing the weapon into his lifeless body. He stands there looking visibly exhausted, his mental state clearly shaken up by those final words. Suddenly, Seong-jun Lee appears right behind him, apologizing for stepping in and interrupting his little moment of fun. A stark shot displays the innocent soldier who just met a brutal, tragic end. The hero of return quietly adds that the entire underground shelter has been completely cleared out. Still fueled by rage, Min-soo viciously stabs the corpse once more, while panting heavily to catch his breath. He regains his composure as quickly as possible. He slowly turns back, wearing his signature cold and utterly lifeless glare. Seong-jun mentions that the other warriors are already waiting, with all the heroes of destruction fully assembled. The hero of faith. Hana Bayek pipes up, telling him to take his time venting his anger without worry. Even the Iron Arm hero Yueho laughs and chats without a single care. Haha, exactly. Those wretched sinners are the very ones who triggered our ultimate wrath in the first place. Minsu casts a lifeless glance at them, stepping forward to speak. Do not act like you understand everything. You do not even know the true nature of this. None of you do. Seongjun quickly changes the subject, saying if he is finished, he is highly curious about their next move. With the Reconstruction government wiped out and the remaining population drastically reduced, everything is now gone. I'm really interested to see what we do next. Minsu immediately orders their next objective hunt down the spear hero. As he speaks, dark memories of his deepest fears flash by. There are still far too many people who place their absolute faith in him. His mere existence is a direct contradiction to the very world we are creating. Seongjun replies that even outside of Korea, they might soon have to deal with the entire world. Meanwhile, at a global summit in America, the US president stands up to deliver a speech. He announces that earlier today, their ally, the South Korean government, was completely wiped out by the rogue heroes. The entire Congress and the press are left completely stunned by this grave news. The president goes on emphasizing their long-standing alliance and absolute loyalty, and to protect global security from a terrorist group of heroes far beyond their comprehension, so that no more soldiers must sacrifice their lives and leave their families in deep, painful grief. We have officially decided to resort to our absolute final measure. The United States is now activating a devastating weapon sealed away for half a century. This direct decision to launch advanced nuclear weapons is broadcasted straight to the rogue heroes. On the massive screens inside the summit hall, the president continues, addressing all Korean refugees and immigrants currently seeking safety abroad. We sincerely hope you can find it in your hearts to understand this decision. The League of Villainous Heroes receives the broadcast, but none of them seem even slightly afraid. Seongjun speaks up, noting that it was inevitable they would resort to such desperate actions. The cyborg hero displays the screen in his hand for the entire group to see. He explains that the launch simulation shows the missiles will strike their coordinates in roughly 2 minutes. The martial arts hero chimes in, pointing out that, at such close range, even if they shoot them down, the massive blast will still blow them all to pieces. The vampire hero looks on with a bit of dissatisfaction. Hey, I thought you already took complete control of the orbital defense network. A satellite floating in deep space appears as the cyborg hero admits he did not anticipate a launch directly from orbit. They must have panicked due to their past failures. Ever since their primary network chips were destroyed, they kept these missiles hidden just in case. Suddenly, a loud laugh erupts from the Iron Arm hero to break the heavy tension. Haha, what is there to worry about? We literally have the ultimate reset button on our side. He raises his hand to cheer them on, wishing the returned heroes good luck once again. Seongjun, the hero of return, remains completely calm and speaks to Minsu without any fear. I still want to hear your thoughts. What do you plan to do after this, Minsu? Since he is totally obsessed with this country, even going as far as dividing up territories for them. Because the only world he actually wanted to burn to the ground was Korea. Vivid memories of the agonizing trauma that completely shattered Minsu's spirit flash on the screen. Seongjun continues wondering if the boy is truly prepared to go up against the entire world. Would he actually change his mind, though? Without even looking back, the sword hero says, "Since everyone agreed, let us just get this over with." Sung-ryun was just waiting for those words, saying, "All right," with a deep sigh of relief. "Once I return, we will officially destroy this world." The modification hero gives his final instructions: when you resurrect, tell me they fired the satellite missile so I can hack it. Baek Hana had mentally prepared herself long ago, sitting down and resting both hands on her knees. She says softly, "Well, I guess all we do now is sit here and wait for the missile." This is pretty exciting. I really want to see what happens when a nuke lands right on my head. They all sit waiting calmly while the timer on the modification hero's wrist counts down 28 seconds until their temporary deaths arrive. Absolutely no fear, not a single worry. They are just waiting to return and wipe out everything together. They do not have to wait long because the American nuclear missile has arrived. The weapon slips perfectly through a narrow gap, heading straight for the hidden underground city. Facing the blinding light of the incoming rocket, the hero of return Sung-ryun suddenly calls out to Minsu. Minsu quickly turns his head in response to the sudden call. Even as the intense pressure of the nuclear payload begins tearing his body apart, Sung-ryun remains completely calm. I just want to tell you something, since you will lose your memories after the reset anyway. I am actually the one who killed your parents. The blast immediately vaporizes Sung-ryun, burning his flesh and muscles off until only bone is left. His body is reduced to a single standing skeleton. Deeply shocked by the sudden confession, Minsu cannot hide his absolute boiling rage. He can only scream out in absolute fury. What did you just say? In the very next second, the nuclear blast completely wipes out the underground city and everyone inside. The gears of time begin to turn, rewinding the world exactly as the hero of Return wanted. It keeps spinning backward without end. Deep inside a top-secret base, countless bodies are scattered around, having died in all sorts of brutal ways. Yet data is still scrolling across one computer screen, and a playful voice echoes through the silence. As expected, I am back to the exact moment they sent the security footage to the Americans. I have to translate this into English, what a pain. The hero of Return is the one casually manipulating the data. He turns to a nearby corpse with a smug grin, asking if he could rewrite it for him. Come on, since you let me borrow your account, you should do the writing too. High above the Earth, a familiar satellite floats silently through the cold vacuum of space. Inside, the targeting system has already locked onto its objective, while rows of complex buttons blink continuously. 2 American astronauts stand at the helm controlling this massive high-tech weapon from orbit. The commander barks out an order to his partner. Goldhammer preps the access keys, and the other yells back that he is ready. Both men hold small cylindrical keys in their hands, inserting them at the exact same time to prime this devastating orbital weapon. Requiring 2 people to turn the keys at once shows just how incredibly secure this satellite system is. The heavily bearded commander shouts out to initiate the launch sequence. His partner echoes the command, confirming the startup. They twist their keys in perfect unison without wasting a single second. The indicator lights immediately flash red, meaning the weapon is officially armed. The bearded commander steals his resolve and whispers a quick prayer announcing they are ready to fire. All we can do now is wait for the final launch order from our nation. His partner raises a question. Tell me, Commander, has the Goldhammer ever actually been deployed in an unofficial capacity? His bearded commander shakes his head. This is the first time. So we have absolutely no idea how massive the fallout will be. In their minds, they begin to picture the sheer horror their country's ultimate weapon is about to unleash on the world. Entire skylines and bustling streets caught in the blast radius will be reduced to absolute ash. The bearded officer continues warning that this is a weapon of pure absolute annihilation, easily the most precise and lethal weapon in human history. His partner looks utterly devastated. We might very well be the first ones to ever witness this nightmare. Suddenly, the command console speaker rings out. The transmission orders them both to their stations, echoing a chilling message: the Eagle has authorized the launch. Proceed with the Goldhammer launch. The bearded commander acknowledges the order immediately. He slowly reaches for the ignition, muttering the code name to himself. Goldhammer. The launch button is pressed, and he shouts the command to fire, bracing for the impact. But the missiles do not budge. His partner is completely stunned. Wait, no launch. Confusion turns to panic. The commander curses, wondering how the hell the system could fail at a crucial moment like this. Without warning, the bright launch button shifts to a deep purple glow. The entire control deck begins to shake violently, leaving both of them completely terrified what is happening. Static begins to flicker wildly across every console monitor before a highly familiar figure slowly starts taking shape on screen. It is the Reform hero. He successfully hacked America's state-of-the-art device. He cracks a mocking smile, casually thanking them for delivering such a beautiful weapon. From the central command bridge to the entire orbiting satellite, everything falls under the absolute control of the Reform hero. High above the Earth, the massive satellite payload finally begins its ignition sequence. Every single nuclear warhead is primed, firing in unison under the direct command of Ligazam. Down at the White House, the president continues his press conference under a sea of flashing cameras and rolling recording gear. He keeps speaking, utterly oblivious to the absolute catastrophe that is about to unfold. For himself, for everyone in that room, and for the entire nation. A lead Secret Service agent picks up an urgent transmission, instantly signaling his team to secure the president and evacuate the room. Hearing the panicked alert, the president bolts from the podium, completely abandoning the live conference. The group scrambles down the corridor, desperate to escape before it is too late. While rushing toward the underground bunker, the president happens to glance out a nearby window. He completely freezes, ignoring his 2 guards, as they desperately try to drag him to safety. But there is absolutely no saving him now. The nuclear warheads have breached the atmosphere, descending rapidly toward the heart of the country. Their ultimate pride, the most advanced nuclear payload on Earth, is now targeted directly at the people who built it. Watching the fire rain down from the sky, the president sinks into instant absolute despair. He can only utter a final breathless plea before the world turns into blinding ash. Dear God, he whispers, the weapon is exactly as destructive as predicted. Instead of striking foreign soil, the ultimate weapons are now vaporizing the very civilization that brought them into existence. On that horrific day, 16 nuclear warheads from the Goldhammer satellite were deployed globally. It is not just America. The terrifying ambition of these rogue heroes is far more merciless than anyone expected. And now we are all about to witness the systematic and terrifying downfall of the world's greatest metropolises. First is Paris, France, followed closely by the magnificent and historic capital of Beijing. China, then New Delhi in India, and finally the ancient city of Cairo, Egypt. That was the day the world faced its ultimate doom. A coffee cup suddenly slips and crashes to the ground as the news broadcast on the screen displays Washington engulfed in a sea of fire. The man who dropped that coffee cup just now is none other than Buck Hines, the United States Secretary of Transportation. As he panics over this terrifying news, his phone suddenly begins to ring. Filled with anxiety, he reluctantly picks up the phone to answer. Inside a certain high-rise building, 2 bodyguards escort him as they rush forward at full speed. Unable to suppress his panic, he demands to know what on earth is happening. He questions them frantically, asking why everyone is silent and if the president is safe. The escorting bodyguards immediately inform him that the president, the vice president, the chairman, and all the other officials are dead. Hammer, along with all the satellites and other radar networks belonging to the military, were hacked at the exact same time, leaving us completely unable to react. His face tenses up in disbelief at the situation, but the voice on the line continues. In short, every major capital and their entire cabinet have been completely wiped out. You only survived this catastrophe because you were giving a speech over in Michigan. Calling him minister, the man suddenly corrects himself and addresses him as Mr. President. Right now, you are the only surviving leader left in this entire nation. Finally reaching their destination, the 2 bodyguards throw open the doors to the bunker. Standing right before them is a priest alongside countless soldiers. Seeing them arrive, the priest steps forward and asks him to place his right hand on the Bible. They are ready to begin the official oath of office to inaugurate him as the new president. Just like that, the ceremony is complete, and Buck Hines is officially sitting in the presidential chair. He puts on a tough exterior to mask his terror, slowly gathering himself for what lies ahead. 2 soldiers soon enter the room, each carrying a heavy briefcase in their hands. They open them up and begin their briefing. Standing at attention, one soldier explains that he is likely already familiar with the nuclear football. Inside are the launch codes, target locations, and the deployment system for every nuclear weapon in their arsenal. Buck Hines carefully examines every single detail stored within the 2 briefcases. Suddenly his gaze falls on the remaining item, and he flinches, demanding to know what it is. The soldier explains it is the direct hotline to the hero of reform. This leaves Buck Hines completely stunned, wondering if that hero is not the notorious terrorist currently in South Korea. After all, he is the mastermind pulling the strings behind this very nuclear tragedy. He questions why they would possess his number, but the soldier already anticipated his confusion. He starts explaining that this individual first showed up 100 years ago over in Europe. He was the legendary hero who brought an end to both the First and Second World Wars. Back in the 20th century, this person transformed the United States into the ultimate global superpower, catapulting the nation to the absolute forefront of scientific innovation and advanced technology. This is the hotline for the American hero of reform. Every 100 years, a new hero is chosen from completely random locations around the globe, rewinding time all the way back to when the very first human civilization was developing in ancient Egypt, a place where helpless slaves endured the most brutal exploitation imaginable from the ruling upper class. Cruelly beaten for failing to meet their harsh daily quotas, there was one man trapped among them. Tortured relentlessly, his entire body was covered in deep scars as he struggled just to breathe. Flash forward through thousands of years, all the way to the medieval era, an era when ancient China was plunged into a period of total chaos. A brave general stands completely alone on the battlefield, desperately fighting off a massive army of enemy soldiers. But even a legend can't fight off those endless numbers alone. Eventually, he meets his tragic end. Now, let us spin the wheel of history hundreds of years into the future. We arrive in Europe right in the middle of the rapid industrialization era. A young girl in her early 20s lies completely exhausted, her strength drained from endless labor exploitation. Adrift in a daze, she suddenly finds herself transported to an entirely different place. Looking up, she finds a massive, sleek robot standing directly in front of her. The machine slowly steps forward in a friendly gesture and bows down low. The boss speaks, "Welcome, hero, one of the elite few who successfully defeated the Demon King." Just like the ancient Chinese hero who slew a dragon, driving his blade straight into its forehead. They are the ones destined to reshape our entire physical world. Like the legendary man of incredible power from the biblical Exodus who performed miracles with his own 2 hands. He miraculously parted the deep sea to carve out a dry path. A select few go on to become the central figures of legendary tales, like a wise king ruling over a vast and powerful kingdom. Surrounded by the absolute loyalty of his servants, he appears both incredibly majestic and deeply terrifying. He sits proudly on his throne, commanding countless loyal subjects and servants across a vast medieval empire. They are the monarchs destined to bring order back to a world of chaos. Meanwhile, the boss stands inside a heavily fortified, top-secret facility. In this place, historical elites are preserved inside massive glass pods filled with fluid, countless tubes hooked to their bodies. Some are pioneers who led the charge in groundbreaking scientific inventions. They built the monumental structures and pushed the limits of modern science as we know it today. Their legacy lives on, quietly guiding us through the continuous evolution of mankind. Sitting on the shoulder of the upgraded Ligazam, Sung Run begins to speak. Everyone stays quiet to listen as Sung Run explains this is just his personal theory. Hong Hua Jiang immediately questions if it is possible that other heroes exist outside of South Korea. Based on Sung Run's logic, Bak Huin steps forward with her own conclusion. If we look at it from that angle, everything actually starts to connect, connecting directly to every ancient legend and myth out there. Yui Ho just laughs it off, claiming even if that is true, it does not matter. He proudly flexes his massive muscles and shouts out, even if they really are heroes, they are definitely not immortal. Just like me. Everyone eventually gets old and dies, but Bak Huin completely disagrees with his logic. Actually, some heroes have lived for over 100 years, and she's the perfect example. They might be transcendent entities that have completely bypassed human limits like the reformed heroes. She points directly to herself, representing the reformed hero Ligazam, as Sung Run cheers in agreement. That is exactly my point, he shouts, starting to explain his theory in detail. Any heroes who are not entirely human could easily still be alive today, supporting his theory. Far away, deep in Silicon Valley, California, a different story is unfolding. Inside a highly secured chamber, the newly elected U.S. President Bak Hai looks up in shock. Before him are the legendary scientists of history, individuals believed to have died long ago. Geniuses like Einstein, Tesla, Neumann, and the legendary founders of Silicon Valley themselves. He slowly turns around with a trembling voice, asking if all of them are actually him. The boss pauses for a quiet moment, placing a hand over his chest to introduce himself. That is correct. Mr. President, those legendary figures are simply my other identities. Meeting with me like this means you must be looking for a way to eliminate the heroes behind the nuclear terror. You need my help, do you not? Buck Hines adjusts his glasses and admits that is exactly why he sought her out. At first he was highly skeptical, but then he remembered the incredible inventions she had gifted to humanity. It is actually highly possible. Suddenly, the Reformation hero takes a sudden step forward, startling the two bodyguards who scramble to shield the president. But they were overly paranoid. The legendary hero was simply kneeling down in front of Buck Hines. The machine speaks, explaining that the former president refused to rely on a non-human entity like her. That leader wanted humanity to build their own future, with their own two hands. And she fully agreed with that noble philosophy. Shaking his hand, the Reformation hero continues on to declare that since he has sought out her help, she will never let him down. Buck Hines remains deeply anxious, asking if he could know the exact reason behind her decision. Why she wants to save this nation, and what makes her so different from those rogue South Korean heroes. This prompts the Reformation hero to look back on her old memories from when she was still human. After surviving a grueling battle back then, her power was almost entirely drained. Yet the American soldiers did not destroy her. Instead, they welcomed her with open arms. This country accepted her, and for her that simple reason is more than enough. Reformation hero Marie Stevenson. Meanwhile, deep within a secret subterranean vault of the Vatican Church, officials are using a massive industrial crane to pull a mysterious object out of a boiling pool of lava. It looks like a bell-shaped coffin, heavily bound with layers of ancient seals. Waiting below are the Pope and his most trusted elite guards. One of the guards turns to ask the Pope what exactly is hidden inside that massive vessel. He had always assumed it was nothing more than an ancient relic. The Pope calmly stares up at the heavily sealed vessel and begins to explain. Back in the 14th century lived the last clergyman who could perform miracles. He was the final faith hero to live alongside humanity, and now he slumbers deep within that casket. Sealed inside this giant bell is none other than Saint Damien, the faith hero of old. Meanwhile, our focus shifts to Oymyakon, located deep in the Sakha Republic of the Russian Federation. A squad of soldiers treks through a freezing, snow-covered mountain to knock on the door of a remote cabin. While one soldier calls out to whoever is inside, the other two keep a highly vigilant guard outside. A battle-hardened veteran whose jacket is covered in military medals opens the door to greet them. The soldier asks if he is indeed the legendary war veteran Ivan Pushkin. Upon confirming his identity, all three of the soldiers immediately snap into a respectful military salute. They address Ivan Pushkin as the great unsung hero hidden within their nation's history. Their motherland and his former comrades desperately need his help once again. Standing right before us is the legendary glaciation hero Ivan Pushkin. The legendary heroes of the older generation are finally stepping back. Following the recent devastating blast, it feels as though divine judgment has rained down on Earth. It brings a wave of global grief and anger, with countless news stations broadcasting their fury over such atrocities. These rogue heroes have displayed utter inhumanity, and now world leaders have completely lost control over the very weapons they originally deployed to fight them off. Nations grow terrified, fearing the fallout of nuclear radiation from the blasts. Their desperate plan to form a grand alliance to stop the rogue heroes has completely fallen apart. But before the full extent of this disaster can even be explained, we are taken to the coast of Los Angeles. A highly advanced vessel glides smoothly over the ocean surface, effortlessly slicing through the waves. That is the 70% power mode of Rigazam, and it is completely out of control. This place is Egypt's Suez Canal. Hong Huarang used his massive strength to lift the bloody shipping containers high into the air. Foolish humans, this ultimate system was forged from the blood of 200 of your people. The iron-blooded deity points directly at each northern Mediterranean location as Hana Bayek spreads her wings of hope, sending out her deepest prayers. All across the land, the children of God are enduring different kinds of agonizing pain. In a ruined wasteland, this is Pyongyang, the absolute final defense line of North Korea. Minsu walks forward slowly, his eyes looking straight up at the dozens of military tanks in front of him. A military general rushes inside, panicking completely. Supreme Leader. He is here. He has actually arrived. Seeing his army's failure, the North Korean Supreme Leader snaps in anger, demanding to know if their first line of defense was already crushed. How could that bastard walk straight through a minefield without taking a single scratch? The terrified general trembles with absolute dread, saying that target is definitely not human. The screens show Minsu walking through the minefield. According to the soldier, he just casually walked across without wearing any armor or gear. Losing his mind, the Supreme Leader screams out to keep defending, calling them useless fools. Just as frantic as his general, the leader bites his own hand until it bleeds, muttering to himself, "Russia and China will not abandon us so easily. After all, we became their backyard a long time ago." He suddenly remembers a rumor that Russia also has a monstrous, overpowered hero just like him. He barks out another desperate order to hold the line until they send that bastard over. Throw the infantry, the tanks, and even our hard-earned nuclear weapons at him. Stop him at all costs. Out on the battlefield, a tank hatch suddenly swings open. A soldier climbs out, facing a thick wall of dust kicked up by that massive explosion. Aside from the eerie howling of the wind and smoke, there is absolute silence. Peering through his binoculars, the soldier scans the area, wondering if the target is finally dead. But that is just wishful thinking. He is vastly underestimating Minsu. Exactly, even if he is a literal monster. Taking a direct artillery barrage like that without any armor should be impossible, but his voice suddenly cuts off as the smoke clears, revealing a familiar silhouette. At that moment, the nightmare returns. Minsu stands there completely unbothered by the dozens of tanks staring him down. Spotting him, every single tank opens fire at once. A storm of shells rains down on Minsu. He does not even flinch, letting the shells impact his body, directly triggering a massive and terrifying blast that seems like it wants to rip the entire earth apart. But that barely scratches him. Minsu counters, swinging his sword to unleash a colossal slash. The soldier watches this insane display, his jaw dropping in sheer disbelief. And those dozens of tanks are about to take the full force of this devastating strike. The power of his slash is truly terrifying, setting off an epic, earth-shattering explosion. Minsu is able to wield such world-ending power thanks to the holy blessing of goddess Seraphine. He reaches out and his legendary sword slowly materializes. Gripping the massive blade, Minsu hardens his resolve to destroy everything in his path. Seeing him without a single scratch, the panicked soldier screams to prep the next artillery volley immediately. But for Minsu, it only takes one move, the dawn strike. In the wake of that blast, Pyongyang is wiped clean off the map. Now he stands completely alone on this barren wasteland. Everything around him is reduced to absolute nothingness. His face remains completely vacant, even after all the devastation he has unleashed. Minsu continues his relentless march, and wherever his feet tread, that land is instantly wiped from existence. Step by step, he wanders, randomly blasting areas that have already been laid to waste. After satisfying his urge for mindless destruction, he simply moves on. He walks without stopping, repeating this endless cycle over and over until every single region becomes a barren wasteland. But wait, another footstep approaches until the only person who can stop his wrath stands directly before Minsu. No longer keeping his head down, Minsu slowly stares straight ahead with cold eyes. He finally speaks. "Are you the punk who turned the world into a sea of fire? This legendary figure is the hero of glaciation, Ivan Pushkin." To find out, we have to travel back to May 1943 during World War II. Inside the Reichstag building of Nazi Germany, a very familiar figure is pacing around, and it is none other than Adolf Hitler himself. As Hitler anxiously studies a map over some critical issue, a high-ranking commander suddenly rushes in with a report. "Führer, we have urgent news from the Eastern Front." Hitler perks up immediately, asking if they won and captured Stalingrad. The commander's dark expression says it all. Bowing his head, he reports that the battle was a total disaster, and most of their armored division was captured. Suddenly, a desk phone flies straight at his head. Hearing about this crushing defeat, Hitler absolutely loses his mind with rage. "What are you talking about?" he screams. He cannot believe it, since the elite 6th and 17th Infantry, the 1st and 4th Armored Divisions, along with Golem Hero Jonas and Sword Hero Siegfried, were all sent out. His mind feels like it is completely exploding. How could Germany's absolute strongest forces lose when they were all sent to the front lines? After throwing a massive tantrum, Hitler collapses into his chair, utterly drained. Seeing the tears welling up in Hitler's eyes as he gasps for air, his helplessness is undeniable. How can they possibly stop that invincible army now? Meanwhile, on that freezing battlefield, their entire military force and all their weaponry have been frozen solid. Even the powerhouse Jonas, despite his legendary strength, could not escape the deep freeze. Every single fascist soldier on that front line met the exact same icy fate. Their massive army was brought to a complete standstill by a single legendary young hero, Ivan Pushkin. Siegfried, the sword hero of the fascist side, is the only one who can still squeeze out a word. Why does a powerful hero like you choose to blindly obey the commands of others? Do you have no ambition, he asks. And the hero of glaciation simply stares back. He does have ambition, instantly shaping a shard of ice into a battle axe. He says his only goal is to end this war a day early and bring his comrades home to their families. Hearing such a small and humble wish, Siegfried is completely shocked, even as he dies. No dreams of world domination. Simple. Before he can even finish his sentence, Ivan delivers a clean strike to his neck, severing his head. Even with blood splattered across his face, the young hero remains perfectly calm. Returning to the present day, we see that this veteran has never stopped fighting for a world without war. Minsu breaks the silence, asking if the old man is a hero. Ivan retorts, asking if Minsu really thinks an ordinary person could stand alone before a monster like him. As Minsu charges to swing his sword, Ivan raises his hand to stop him, wanting to ask one thing before they clash. Minsu actually pauses, waiting for the old man to speak. Ivan asks Minsu what he really wants, demanding to know why he is so determined to cause this much pain. Why do you want to burn the entire world down? Minsu grips his sword tightly, offering only a single cold response: I have no idea. As the sword swings down, almost brushing against him, Ivan calmly speaks his mind. He admits that when he first arrived, he thought there had to be a righteous reason for this massacre. But it looks like there is none. Ivan lets out a roar, opening his mouth to reveal a tiny ice turtle sitting inside. Just as the blade is about to slice through Ivan, a massive explosion erupts. Minsu waits, scanning the thick cloud of dust and debris for any sign of his target. As the smoke clears, a massive ice turtle shell emerges. It was that very Iceland turtle that blocked the entire blow. A summon beast, Minsu grumbles to himself, mages are always so incredibly annoying. The ice hero roars in anger, shouting that he is just getting started. Taking a deep breath, he completely freezes the surrounding air before exhaling a devastating wave of bone-chilling sub-zero frost. It is his eternal ice spell, and the sheer force of it carves a massive crater into the earth. Minsu easily dodges, but the cold shockwave still affects him. Ivan has to admit the man is a true hero. He did not even blink in that deadly chill, but at this temperature, he will not be able to fight at full power. Most of his energy will go toward healing his frozen body. I need to finish him off before he adapts to the cold, Ivan thinks. Ivan takes his stance for a follow-up attack using the very same ice turtle as his weapon. He throws a heavy punch right into its shell, launching the beast forward with insane speed. Its spinning trajectory makes it almost impossible to dodge. Minsu tries to move, but his reaction is just too slow. By the time he realizes what is happening, the projectile slams directly into his face. The brutal impact sends Minsu flying back over 10 meters. He crashes onto the thick ice, and as he struggles to get up, his hands are frozen solid to the ground. Getting hit with one crowd control attack after another leaves Minsu completely stunned. Cornered and helpless, he looks up to find Ivan already looming over him, mocking his pathetic state. You never learn, do you? Ivan sneers, sticking his tongue out. And inside his mouth is another tiny beast. A miniature ice-black bear has entered the fight. The summon manifests in its full terrifying size, locking its eyes onto Minsu. Giving him zero time to recover, the bear unleashes a devastating slam right where Minsu lies. Minsu can only cough up blood in helplessness as the beast ruthlessly beats his defenseless body. Ivan thinks that against anyone else, he would have stopped to check their pulse by now. But he screams out, "You stand absolutely no chance." The bastard immediately prepares to summon yet another ice beast to attack. An entire flock of ice gulls. The summoned flock of ice gulls takes to the sky before diving straight down like living missiles, with only one goal: to destroy Minsu. They slam directly into Misu's chest, appearing to struggle against his heavy armor. Instead, they shatter upon impact, triggering a relentless chain of freezing explosions. The ice bear takes the opportunity to land a few more heavy blows, but then Misu's hand begins to glow. Before the beast can strike again, Minsu summons his sword and slices it clean in half. Seeing the tide quickly turning, Ivan leaps backward, immediately taking a defensive stance. Minsu struggles to his feet with his blade in hand, finally breaking free from the icy restraint. Yan cannot believe his own eyes. Damn it, the sword hero really lives up to his legendary name. Misu has put his helmet back on, dragging his heavily wounded body forward as he growls. You are an eyesore. Now, die. The sword in his hand flares with blinding light, slashing straight toward the ice hero's neck. The blazing sea of ruins completely freezes over, turning into a desolate wasteland of ice under Yan's absolute power. He looks up at the sky one final time, but it is terribly gloomy, and then his head slowly slips from his shoulders. It tumbles down, and his headless torso collapses with a heavy thud. Mages always hold the advantage over swordsmen. Misu slowly drags his heavy sword along the ground, closing the distance. Carefully stepping across the slippery frozen ground, he knows mages dominate by unleashing deadly strikes from afar, utilizing their vastly superior attack range. Let us look back at the absolutely overwhelming attacks Ivan launched using his flock of mystical ice skulls. And that massive ice bear left Misu completely locked down, unable to find a single opening. Their arsenal is virtually limitless, making it impossible for any opponent to predict their next move. From the ice turtle's absolute defense to its crushing offense, they are completely unstoppable. Yet Kim Misu saw right through it all, seizing the upper hand to land a successful counterstrike. Staring down at Yan's severed head, Misu stands there in absolute silence. After all he had previously fought and triumphed over the formidable magic hero, Kim Misu had relied on his own unique defensive abilities, intentionally choosing his moves. He purposely made himself look vulnerable right before the enemy launched their next massive assault. When a fire phoenix surged forward to burn him alive, the magic hero felt completely sure of his victory. He deliberately made his enemy believe his range and speed were vastly inferior. Misu easily deflects a massive fire tornado without taking a single scratch. Standing opposite him, the magic hero is consumed by sheer arrogance. I will burn you to ashes until absolutely nothing remains of your body. And the very moment his opponent lets their guard down, he will decapitate them with a sudden explosive burst of absolute power. But standing over the body of Ivan Putin with victory seemingly in his hands, Kim Misu senses something is off. Something crucial is missing here, he silently thinks to himself. I have this nagging feeling that I have forgotten something extremely important. For a seasoned hero who has survived for more than 100 years, this battle feels oddly devoid of any clever tricks or genuine experience. Suddenly, that faint suspicion quickly spirals into a full-blown crisis. Yan's head was severed so cleanly, yet Misu is suddenly gripped by terror. His head was severed, but why is there no blood? And the headless body on the ground is already shattering into pure ice. Emerging from the frozen fragments, the real Yan suddenly lunges forward, aiming his ice blade straight for Misu's life. That sneaky trick is actually Matryoshka, an ice technique. Let me explain. Much like traditional Russian nesting dolls, it consists of multiple hollow layers. Each layer fits perfectly inside the other from smallest to largest. Yan thrusts his ice sword straight forward, piercing right through Misu's thick armor. Dragging his feet across the frozen floor, the sheer friction leaves deep, jagged cracks in the ice. Misu, a brutally powerful hero, is suddenly forced back by the sheer tactical wisdom of the veteran Ivan. Taking a critical hit from this surprise ambush, Misu coughs up a huge spray of blood. Pressing his fierce attack, Yan bellows out, "You damn sword heroes are always so obsessed with aiming for the neck to the point of madness." Regaining his footing, Misu immediately reaches out and tightly grabs the razor-sharp ice blade in Yan's hand. He swings his blade with brutal force, aiming to tear the ice hero completely in half. But Yan remains entirely unfazed, yelling out, "And besides, whenever you launch an attack, your chest is left wide open." Then he opens his mouth, summoning the giant ice squid. The newly summoned beast quickly swings a massive tentacle, swatting Misu aside and neutralizing his slash. Sent flying. The impact flings him dozens of meters back. Standing on his summon, Ivan calmly watches, keeping a close eye on his opponent's position. Knocked to the ground, Misu lies defeated as he feels the terrifying frost radiating from his heart and spreading rapidly through his body. He realizes that if this cold remains inside him, the goddess's blessing will become completely useless. His heart, already damaged by Ivan's attack, is starting to freeze solid from the inside. If he allows this absolute zero cold to spread any further, his body will freeze solid first. But Ivan has absolutely no intention of letting him rest. The old man immediately launches a relentless new wave of attacks, summoning a colossal ice humpback whale into the battle. This massive creature is easily the largest beast Ivan has ever summoned from his icy arsenal. It hurls its gargantuan body straight toward Misu, planning to crush him beneath its sheer, overwhelming weight. Refusing to back down, Misu swings his sword and cleanly cleaves the giant beast in half from below. But following that devastating slash, his hands begin to tremble, showing he can barely hold his weapon anymore. Ivan notices this instantly and sneers that his frost magic has already started to rot Misu's body. He mocks that his desperate struggle is about to end very soon. With those words, he summons his ice element Silver Fangs. Two ferocious frost wolves spring forward, their sights locked onto Misu's failing body as he struggles to stand. Ivan quietly stands back, waiting for Misu's next move. He silently recalls that the previous sword hero died right here, wondering if Misu will share the exact same fate. Forced to constantly dodge the wolves' vicious biting attacks, Misu silently fights back despite the immense strain. Calculating his remaining options, he realizes his body will completely stop functioning in just 30 seconds. With that, he activates his ultimate skill, the Spatial Sword Division. The skill unleashes a dance of slashes through space, instantly shredding the two wolves that were trying to tear him apart. Misu steps out bravely from the debris, wielding two glowing swords in his hands. But Ivan's own body is also starting to break down as blood begins to drip from his nose. He quietly remarks that the boy has indeed surpassed the previous sword hero. He yells out a warning that no matter what Misu does, his body will still freeze solid in a matter of seconds. Completely unfazed, Misu grips his twin swords tightly and charges straight ahead. Ivan opens his mouth and spews out countless ice element undead skeleton soldiers. He sneers that he will play along until then, summoning a massive army of ice. Among the ranks are the fallen heroes he once defeated, including the previous sword hero himself. Misu stands completely alone against this massive, relentless army of ice. 30 seconds left to decide the match, but first we trace back to his family, living in extreme poverty. He sold himself to the army just to secure a single bag of rice to feed them for 3 months. In 1916, on the Eastern Front of World War I, the Russian army was facing total defeat. Before long, the battlefield was littered with rotting corpses of fallen soldiers being picked clean by vile pests. It seemed as though absolutely no one had survived, leaving only one young boy alive. But by then his mind was entirely broken as he silently begged for someone to make it stop. On the other side of the trenches, the enemy forces go completely wild, executing survivors without a single shred of mercy. Relentless machine gun fire tears through the air. But through it all, the boy continues to pray. Please someone, this awful smell of gunpowder, make it stop! One by one, his comrades fall, dead in an instant. Then a stick grenade is lobbed arching through the smoky sky, and lands right where the helpless boy is huddled. Terrified, the young boy slowly raises his head to look at the object thrown toward him, only to freeze in sheer horror as he realizes exactly what it is. There are no tears left, he just wants to survive. The kid only ever wanted a peaceful life. Back in the present, Ivan is quietly calculating his next tactical move. If he is allowed to live, he will surely bring completely unimaginable chaos to this entire world. Misu is finally fighting with absolute serious intent, unleashing a blast that blows away the approaching ice soldiers. Before they can even touch him, his relentless sword strikes slice them to pieces. He wields twin blades with lightning-fast, terrifying precision. His flurry of ultra-fast slashes carves through a massive chunk of the enemy forces. Yan keeps summoning ice soldiers determined to end this battle once and for all. Meanwhile, Misu refuses to let any soldier get close, violently knocking back anyone who tries. Endless waves of troops, armed with swords and guns, are ruthlessly and utterly crushed. Misu quickly glances aside. Massive hands of solid ice plunge from the sky, targeting the exact spot he stands. They try to pin him down, stacking hand over hand to trap him. The golem hero completely dominates the sky, but it looks like this restraint means nothing to Misu. A blinding cross of twin light beams flashes through the darkness, slicing the giant frozen hands into a million tiny fragments. Misu breaks free completely unharmed, refusing to let his enemy take the initiative. He aggressively sweeps through the army, but it is not long before the next attack strikes. The ice sword hero finally steps in to strike. As their weapons clash, a violent shockwave erupts, forcing the sword hero to put everything he has into resisting this absolute destructive power. Two clashing forces lock in a brutal struggle, each trying to overpower the other. After the blast, the dust slowly settles. Misu collapses onto the frozen snowy ground as the intense cold slowly begins to crush his body. He struggles to sit up, but the hand he uses to prop himself up instantly shatters into tiny pieces. It is honestly hard to believe what we are seeing here. His helmet clatters to the ground, first followed closely by his heavy, exhausted body. Misu has pushed far past his limits, and now even his breath comes out frozen. For Kim Misu, it feels like playing an entirely hopeless game of chess. Yet his desire to destroy everything remains massive as he stands back up, ignoring the pain. Losing an arm is nothing, he can just wield his sword with his teeth. With his life slowly fading, Misu stands up to fight once more completely, ignoring the frostbite eating away at his body from the inside. I have to admire your sheer stubbornness, Yan speaks out. I guess you will only be satisfied when everything is destroyed. But Misu only silently thinks to himself that more people need to feel this exact pain. The painful realization of returning after giving up on absolutely everything. The crushing despair of realizing you have nothing left, he charges forward, fighting like a man possessed. It is absolute agony, but Kim Mi-soo just wants to be understood as he leaps high into the air. He spins his body into a devastating hurricane, shredding anything that gets in his path, unleashing the massive rage and agony that he has kept buried deep inside his soul. Dozens of ice soldiers are instantly turned back to dust by his relentless strikes. But Mi-soo also takes heavy damage in return, making his own body increasingly difficult to control. Yan watches in absolute horror, realizing this guy has completely transformed into a wild beast. Mi-soo unleashes one furious sword strike after another, completely wiping out every soldier in his path. Ivan seizes the perfect opportunity to strike. Let me help cool your head down. Gaining an edge, he charges a sphere of ice energy and rams it right into Mi-soo's head. Dropping the temperature completely to absolute zero, he watches as absolutely everything freezes in that single instant. Mi-soo stands completely frozen, trapped inside a massive block of ice. With his old age, Ivan is completely exhausted after fighting with such extreme intensity. His body aches with the agonizing weight of time, a painful reminder of what he shouldn't be doing at his age. Exhausted, he sits down and leans against the ice block he just sealed. At least the war is finally over, but then he suddenly coughs up a massive splash of blood. He is content with what he did, knowing it is finally enough. Looking up at the sky, he prays for forgiveness. Yet fate refuses to grant Ivan's wish. A massive meteor suddenly tears through the clouds, crashing right next to him. He stands in shock, but it is already too late as several familiar silhouettes begin to emerge. These are Mi-soo's old comrades who fought alongside him in another world. Upon seeing Mi-soo trapped inside the ice, the newly arrived comrades instantly panic in sheer worry. Seeing his final life's effort crumble to nothing right before his eyes, hero Ivan cries out in total disbelief. No, after all this. Still frozen solid, Mi-soo quickly shifts his eyes as he spots his old comrades. An even deeper despair is about to strike. Hana and her massive army begin to appear one after another in the sky. The contrast between the chaotic sky and the silent ground is absolutely striking. Not only that, but fighter jets suddenly soar through the air, claiming complete control of the sky. One after another, the fighter jets dive straight down to attack Hana's forces. The pilots quickly relay information to each other, confirming they have acquired the target and are beginning their attack run. Roger that, the commander orders the strike just as everyone is beginning to lose all hope. Squadrons of fighter jets begin rain bombing runs down onto the ground. They bomb without mercy. In such a completely hopeless situation, the odds of these heroes surviving are practically zero. As the missiles close in, Hana mockingly points out how they are firing rockets at completely unarmed people. Folding her hands, she laughs mockingly at how cruel this world truly is. Her two subordinates quickly agree. Hero, we would really love to witness a grand miracle here. She points a finger, declaring that this is what a true miracle looks like. The moment the words leave her lips, every single missile aimed at her forces turns into flower petals, looking like a grand welcoming parade. Even her two guards are amused, asking what exactly they should call this heroic act of faith. Watching this impossible sight, the fighter pilot quickly barks out new orders. No damage detected on the target, we need to strike again. He peers out his window, staring at the woman mocking him from the sky, surrounded by thousands of loyal followers. A chilling fear creeps in. Damn it! She actually turned all our rockets into flowers. What kind of ridiculous monster is she? He quickly orders the squad to attack again and commands the air units to decrease altitude. Suddenly, the other end of the line goes dead silent. Furious, he snaps into the comms, asking if they heard him and repeating the order to attack. But before he can even finish his sentence, his entire body starts to change. He gasps in sheer terror as his own flesh dissolves into the same petals as the missiles. Petals. The pilot can only watch in horror as his physical body is slowly erased into the empty sky. It wasn't just him, every other fighter jet suffered the exact same fate. The petals slowly consume his body. Terrified, he lets out a desperate scream. Watching this unfold, Hana remains entirely calm, her cold face showing absolutely no emotion. Is this a miracle looking at the sky? She asks the martyrs if this isn't beautiful. Humanity can also become just as beautiful as flowers. If not, is there any other word that could possibly replace it? Over by the sea, the battle is raging just as fiercely. Inside the command room, the anxious general paces around and yells out orders. Missiles fired from the warship toward Hana's group are suddenly turned back against them. Wait, aren't all miracles supposed to be kind and merciful things? With every warship sent to their graves, was the word miracle ever actually meant to be something good? Back at headquarters, gloom hangs heavy over the defeat of their first air and naval joint campaign. They have all been completely wiped out, the officer reports, sweating profusely in absolute dread. Hearing the report, the leadership of the New Zealand military is paralyzed with pure terror. How could we be so utterly useless, and how can we ever hope to stand against a miracle? But wait, a completely unexpected voice suddenly echoes from right behind him. That is no miracle, the voice says, prompting the general to turn around in shock. From now on, I will show you what a real miracle looks like. It turns out to be the hero of belief, St. Damien Acadius. Shocked by this sudden arrival, the general stammers, asking where he came from and who he is. The young saint steps toward the LED screen, reaches his hand directly through the glass, and remarks that the general expectedly has no memory of him. But trust me, kid, have faith that I will win, the saint says, casually waving goodbye. He then slowly phases directly into the screen, leaving the commander completely dumbfounded. Damien Acadius. He is the only saint who manifested as a young child when dark disasters ravaged this entire world. A small spark of miracle bound his very soul to all these dark disasters, driven entirely by his deep love for humanity. Every single town he visited was blessed with overflowing milk and honey to sustain the local orphanages. Remembering this, the general pauses, quietly staring at Damien's footprints that look like pools of sweet honey. And now that very saint has arrived on the battlefield. He appears like a six-winged angel radiating an overwhelming aura that pierces the heavens. Standing directly opposite the hero of belief is Beck-Hana's formidable army. Seeing Damien Acadius, Beck-Hana quietly observes that the legend is actually real. Another hero of belief, just like her though, Damien's face shows not a single shred of joy. Beck-Hana places her hand over her chest, respectfully greeting him as a hero of belief. Damien Acadius glances to his left, looking over her waiting army. Her soldiers stand with their hands clasped, respectfully welcoming his arrival. But as he looks, tears stream down his face, sensing that everyone around her is filled with absolute dread. What a tragic sight. It brings back memories of the past, when Beck-Hana huddled in a dark corner, shivering within four cold walls. Back then, a priest opened the door, and the terrified young girl could only look up in fear. Smiling mysteriously, the priest asked her if she was shaking from sheer terror. In the present, Beck-Hana suddenly panics, screaming out to ask how he could possibly know that. Her nearby followers stand with incredibly solemn, dignified postures, but fake eerie smiles creep onto their lips. In an instant, their bodies are violently blown to pieces. The sky turns pitch black as lightning violently tears through the clouds, and a grotesque, colossal head is slowly summoned. This is the fallen angel Mighty. In an instant, the fallen angel tears its colossal mouth wide open. Gathering a surge of purple energy, it unleashes a devastating blast straight at Damien Acadius. Yet Damien Acadius shows absolutely no fear. Chapter 29. Her mother was a fanatic. Recalling her childhood, she remembers parents screaming inside the church. The priest shouted from his pulpit, "We are all the chosen flock. Does everyone here believe in this?" Everyone in the church knelt down, screaming in unison to praise the Lord, praise the Lord. Only Hannah stood there completely lost, devoid of any real faith. She stared at her mother, praying with clasped hands, copying her, and begging the heavens to please make her mother happy. She always cherished those prayer beads, despite how her classmates believed they brought a school curse. Hateful words targeting Hannah were scribbled all over her desk, wishing for Hannah to drop dead so they could laugh out loud at her misery, ha ha ha. Staring at the cruel words, her face grew pale. Wiping the vicious words away with her sleeve, Hannah stood there and began thinking about her mother, because her mother never cried in public, only weeping once they returned to that hellish home. So Hannah forced a smile too. She forced a smile even as two streams of bitter, painful tears ran down her face. As her tears blended with the insults on the desk, those were her exact thoughts, before that horrible day finally arrived. Then came the day they visited the church as they always did. As they were putting their Bibles away to prepare to leave, a priest suddenly approached and spoke to them. Calling out to her, little Hannah turned around with a surprised look on her face. "Would you like to join our late-night prayer tonight?" That night, her mothers went inside while Hannah stood waiting outside, listening to strange, unsettling noises. Terrified, she watched her mother slowly step out of the room. With sweat dripping down her face, her mother whispered that they also wanted Hannah to go inside. Remembering that horror, she screamed out, demanding what they could possibly know. Her nearby followers stood there with an air of absolute solemnity, but artificial mocking smiles slowly spread across their lips. In an instant, their bodies are violently blown to pieces. The sky suddenly turns pitch black as violent lightning shakes the heavens, and a colossal, grotesque head is slowly summoned forth. Behold the fallen angel man. But Damien Acadius stands his ground without showing even a shred of fear. He immediately summons a massive guardian deity to descend and defend him. The great Titan defender instantly manifests. It raises its shield, blocking the attack to protect Damien Acadius. Deep inside the sacred halls of the Vatican. Watching the satellite footage of the brutal battle transmit in real time, everyone present in the room stands completely dumbfounded in shock. While the bishops frantically mutter sacred prayers, the Pope watches the screen with absolute silent intensity. A worried bishop leans in close, whispering quietly into the Pope's ear. The Pope understands his unspoken concern. "You want to ask what will happen if St. Damien fails, do you not?" "Yes, I know you said he is our ultimate hope, Holy Father." The Pope cuts him off. "That will never happen. because the weapon wielded by that false hero is nothing more than millions of followers trembling in absolute terror. On the other hand, Saint Damian's weapon is the unwavering faith of 1.1 billion Catholics. In churches and cathedrals all across the globe, believers are instructed to tell those who pray one thing. With those words, the Pope gently takes the priest's hand in his. Never doubt a single thing, and simply pray together as one. Over on this battlefield, the massive guardian angel still stands tall. Watching this unfold, Hana cannot help but feel a wave of anxiety. Damn it! So the gap in firepower is entirely due to the massive difference in believers. Saint Damian chuckles softly, asking if it is his turn now, and his holy face completely shifts. My servants shall tear the heavens apart and rip the earth to descend. Samati, the red-haired underworld god, appears and raises a giant horn to her lips. A devastating shockwave of pure energy blasts from the horn as she blows harder. Saint Damian mocks her, "You fake saint, try and survive this absolute wall of fire." Instantly, the raging torrent of flames from Samati's horn surges directly at Baek Hana. She scrambles desperately to put up a shield, using the lives of her own brainwashed followers to protect herself. A colossal shield made of human souls clashes with the overwhelming fire of Samati. She panics with such a massive difference in followers. Even the same skill has completely different power levels. I have to shatter this defense and take his head. That is my only option. Without hesitating, she grabs one of her followers by the collar. She hides behind him like a coward. Realizing she cannot take the pressure, she lets out a pained scream. She quickly leaps to the side with her follower barely escaping the devastating blast. The fanatic is severely burned, yet a creepy smile remains on his face, unlike Hana. Saint Damian calls her out. "You sure took your time, you apostle of fear." Enraged, she throws away the charred body of her follower. She lunges straight at Saint Damian, swinging her sword down for a lethal blow. But faced with her desperate strike, Saint Damian shatters her demonic blade with the flick of a single finger, and without missing a beat, he slowly raises his other hand. Before Hana's terrified eyes, a single casual swipe sends her head flying. Wiping the blood from his hand, Saint Damian notes that her faith is incredibly fragile. Severed by Saint Damian's strike, Hana's head falls straight into the sea, trailing blood. Using her insane regeneration, Baek Hana rapidly reconstructs her body starting from the neck. Her chest and limbs reform in seconds, fully restoring her. Thanks to her quick recovery, Hana stops herself right before hitting the water. Standing on the ocean surface, she spreads her wings and takes to the skies. Her unique regenerative powers are the only reason she can keep fighting. While Saint Damian watches in silence, Hana charges in again with her holy cross. Saint Damian simply smiles, spreading his pure white wings as he rushes to counter. The corrupted hero of faith screams at the top of her lungs, charging in. Saint Damian dodges, easily readies his stance, and punches her straight back into the ocean. Even though she gets killed over and over again, she keeps siphoning power from the followers she claims to protect in Korea. Deep inside a building in Jeolla province, the absolute center of her cult, thousands of her brainwashed disciples are watching the battle play out on a screen. They sit in eerie, perfect rows, watching with those creepy, unsettling smiles plastered on their faces. One man suddenly stands up calmly, declaring that he will sacrifice himself. Before the words even finish, his head explodes, spraying blood everywhere. The sea seems to have completely submerged Baek Hana, but she bursts through, flying up to attack once more. This time, Saint Damian simply stands his ground, easily blowing her head off with a single massive punch. This brutal cycle repeats itself dozens, even hundreds of times. Her severed heads begin to pile high, stacking up one after another. Yet she keeps throwing herself forward, repeating this endless loop thousands of times without showing a hint of hesitation. Witnessing this bizarre behavior, even Saint Damian begins to feel a creeping sense of doubt inside. What is she trying to do? Why does she keep throwing herself into such a meaningless, life-draining battle like this? Every single one of Baek Hana's severed heads still wears a creepy, mocking smile on its lips. It is as if a person whose entire existence has no purpose would naturally perform actions with absolutely no meaning. But just as Baek Hana once claimed, this bizarre strategy is actually part of her grand plan. A priest watching this broadcast also begins to feel a deep sense of suspicion creeping in. With the combined faith of 1.1 billion believers, he asks, why is the enemy still not dead? On screen, this ridiculous farce plays out over and over again, right before Damian's shocked believers. Just like that first priest, the others also begin to harbor a growing sense of doubt. Deep inside, the pure faith of these devoted followers is slowly starting to crack and fracture. The sudden dread gripping the priest's heart starts to grow heavier by the second. What if we actually cannot win? He wonders, as absolute doubt begins to bloom. Suddenly, a blindfold bearing a chillingly familiar symbol manifests across his eyes. The surrounding people immediately recognize it, screaming out in absolute panic. The priest has officially succumbed, transformed into a twisted follower of the enemy. The true source of Baek Hana's power, sheer unadulterated fear, is beginning to spread. As the Pope turns around, he is met with a scene of utter chaos breaking out behind him. The blindfolded fanatics are now aggressively turning on everyone else in the room. The Pope panics as control completely slips away, desperately demanding to know what is happening. Back at the main battlefield, Baek Hana launches another simple, straightforward attack. But this time is different. Her blade actually manages to draw Saint Damien's blood. This small taste of success makes her more excited than ever before. She screams out, asking if he can feel his divine power rapidly draining away. With a savage laugh, she strikes with a heavy blow that forces him to block with both arms. Each strike grows heavier as she relentlessly hammers away at Saint Damien's failing guard. "Can you see how quickly my strength is rising?" she mocks him. True to her word, she continues to feast on the terror of Damien's followers, her power skyrocketing. Inside the Holy Cathedral, the chaotic riots are growing larger and more violent by the minute. Because of this, the strength gap between them is closing twice as fast. Even the viewers watching the fight live on television are not safe from the panic. Saint Damien's faith meter is dropping at an alarmingly rapid pace. Out on the streets, ordinary citizens suddenly transform and begin violently attacking those around them, plunging the entire city into absolute terror, carried out by the hands of its own innocent citizens. In stark contrast, Baek Hana's faith gauge is shooting straight through the roof. Across the city streets, people are literally tearing each other apart in a horrific display of madness. Baek Hana's total faith power has now soared to 4 times that of Saint Damien. He desperately struggles to block her attacks as they grow heavier. Could this have been her plan from the very start? Baek Hana screams, rearing back to strike with a decisive lethal blow. Saint Damien seizes the moment, kicking her head clean off, just like he did before. As Baek Hana's head sinks into the ocean, Damien silently worries that as time drags on, he will lose his believer's precious faith, unless he ends this while he still has the upper hand. "I will end this right here," he thinks, clasping his hands tightly together. And so Saint Damien begins his prayer. A god of banishment, a god of protection, a god wielding the flame sword, a god of guidance. Descend. As the words leave his mouth, a massive gate appears behind him, consuming 100 million points of accumulated faith. As the colossal gate begins to open, a brilliant torrent of light floods out. The colossal archangel Michael finally appears in all his majestic glory. Seeing Baek Hana rushing at him like a maniac, Saint Damien simply raises his hand and orders Michael to destroy the heretic. The giant archangel unsheathes his massive sword. The blade erupts with the torrent of power taking the shape of a roaring flame. Damien smiles to himself. The flame sword is a holy relic that can erase an entire existence, rendering her wretched regeneration completely useless. Before he can even finish his thought, he suddenly freezes and slowly glances behind him. The archangel's sword is already slicing straight through his own body. Baek Hana finally speaks up mockingly, noting how faith can vanish and be rejected in an instant. Even the angels themselves cannot escape the cold grip of absolute terror, can they? A mysterious blindfold etched with dark runes now covers the giant angel's eyes. Fear always spreads far faster than hope. Damien always remembered his beloved followers, but every single person who still remembered him has already died. The non-believers have absolutely no way to escape the creeping dread generated by her terrifying actions. She had precisely calculated the exact moment this widespread fear would sprout, and let it explode into a catastrophic disaster at the very end. The Vatican eventually realized this, and tried to gather whatever remaining faith was left for Damien. They completely hid the ongoing battle from the media, keeping the public entirely in the dark. However, this turned out to be their single most catastrophic mistake. Inside the Vatican, people are crazily tearing each other apart, driven more violent and hysterical than ever before. Not even the Pope is safe, quickly becoming the prime target for these blinded, crazed rioters. Fortunately, his 2 bodyguards step in just in time to stop them. The Pope desperately orders them to stop the media blackout and control the hysterical priests first. But the bodyguards' reply instantly crushes all hope. They cannot establish contact with the broadcasting station. If we force a disconnection now, it might trigger an even more uncontrollable wave of chaos. With things completely out of hand, the helpless Pope can only look up to the heavens. Oh Lord, what on earth are we supposed to do in this desperate situation? Back at the battlefield, after having half of his physical body impaled by the blade, Saint Damien coughs up a mouthful of blood caught in this clash between a calamitous demon and forgotten goodness. Pressing her massive advantage, Baek Hana kicks off the water and rockets into the sky, tightly clutching her cross-shaped sword. Displaying pure arrogance, she begins to mock him mercilessly. "You really thought you were so special back then. I was actually pretty scared. You really talked a big game." Baek Hana sneers at Saint Damien as his life force continues to rapidly drain away. "You are nothing but a piece of trash, hero of faith," as more people succumb to fear. With those words, she flashes past him and cleanly severs his head with one strike. As Damien's severed head tumbles, his mind is still filled with endless unanswered questions. Where did everything go so wrong? Did he sleep for too long, only to be completely forgotten? That was the exact reason he ended up losing. His head hovered just inches away from the dark water surface. Splashing hard, his body gradually sank into the pitch-black ocean depths. But as he drifted past that endless dark abyss, a beautiful shining light of hope finally appeared before his eyes. He opened his eyes resurrected in a quiet church garden. The nun and praying children gasped as a stranger materialized out of nowhere, turning around in utter shock. He coughed violently, likely because he had swallowed so much water earlier. One innocent child cried out in excitement. "Look, director, a real saint has actually arrived!" Escaping tragedy, he now found himself in this strange place. Saint Damien wondered how he was still breathing. Could this peaceful garden be the actual afterlife? As the nun and orphans stared on in utter disbelief, Damien took in his surroundings and noticed something strange. Looking up, he saw the orphanage was named after him. Then he looked at the children. They were glowing with hope, staring at their newly arrived saint. Right then, a beautiful and incredibly precious truth hit him. There were still children in this world who remembered him. Let us look back into his past now. During a dark and miserable time, young Damien and other orphaned kids were forced to beg for food. Their bellies rumbled constantly. They had not eaten for days. That was why he tried to plant the idea in the children's minds that he was a generous saint. He always had to carry a small wooden bowl wandering around to beg for scraps. But the local townspeople were barely scraping by themselves with absolutely no food to spare for others. In his original life, he was nothing more than a starving orphan. One day, while searching for food, something caught his eye and sparked his curiosity. He saw a very wealthy man talking cheerfully and exchanging friendly stories with the people standing around him. Having been abandoned by his parents at birth, he had grown up solely among beggars. Because of that, he knew nothing of the world and found everything he saw utterly fascinating. Returning to the cramped den that housed all the other unfortunate orphans like him, he sadly handed over his empty food tin brother. Today was a bit before he could finish it was ripped away. The cruel thugs who exploited these young children for labor were far from satisfied. "What is this pathetic amount really, all you managed to get?" Angrily, he delivered a brutal slap. The hard slap knocked him down, but his abuser refused to stop. Pointing to the ground, he roared out, "If you do not bring enough by tomorrow morning, I will slaughter and roast you." Hearing those terrifying words, he thought of the endless daily torment he already endured. His painful burdens only grew heavier. Without a second thought, he bolted, desperate to escape this house of horrors. He ran and ran, refusing to look back until he finally ended up deep within a dark forest. He was not even 10 years old yet. Damien kept running blindly, hoping with all his heart to find a better life, completely failing to notice a heavy carriage and neighing horses suddenly charging at him from the shadows on his right. By the time Damien realized, it was already too late. A merchant's speeding carriage slammed directly into him. The two massive horses trampled forward as the terrified merchant desperately tried to pull the reins. With a violent, bone-crushing crash, everything went black. Poor Damien had just escaped his abusive home only to end up broken on the cold dirt road trampled by heavy hooves. Exhausted, starving, and now severely injured, his fragile body had reached its absolute limit. Dying alone on that freezing road, he made one last wish. The carriage briefly stopped. The merchant merely glanced back, once muttering about his terrible luck, before continuing. He heartlessly drove away, leaving the boy behind. A world where kids like him would never be abandoned, left to starve in the cold. If possible, he wanted to build that exact world with his own hands. Give them a real chance to grow up and lead a completely different life. Back in reality, tears stream down his face as he speaks to the kids. "Meeting all of you made me remember exactly why I wanted to protect you. Knowing someone still remembers me is enough." He pushes himself up, the weakness completely gone. With pure determination in his voice, Damien asks them if they can lend him their faith just this once. He opens his arms wide as he speaks. A brilliant aura flares up, carrying the bright hope of victory. The children eagerly shout their agreement. The forgotten saint has finally reclaimed his lost memories. These kids ask him a quick question, but there is absolutely no doubt in their voices. They can give it. He leans down with a warm smile and nods. Showing them what to do, he tells them to close their eyes and reach out while thinking of him. Just like this, they excitedly follow his lead. Damien gently takes a child's small hand. A warm light glows, forming a crystal ball of pure energy that makes the little girl gasp in delight. Bathed in the sparkling sphere of light, Damien whispers a thank you for still remembering him. Taking the glowing orb, he promises to show her a beautiful future where she gets to grow up. The little girl beams with a bright smile and eagerly nods. Damien firmly grips the miraculous energy now brimming with pure hope. Spreading his wings, he flies across the ocean surface to plunge back into battle. He returns to the war zone that Bek Hana has completely wrecked. Her reign of fanatical followers has grown massive. Bek Hana has successfully brainwashed the majority of the 1.1 billion believers. Seeing Damien return, she sneers at him, mocking his remaining wings. She points a mocking finger upward, teasing that losing his precious believers must have hurt him deeply. Yelling a brutal order, she commands the brainwashed crowd in the air to attack him. This fight is completely one-sided now. The raging mob dives straight at the saint. The leader of the mob lunges with bared teeth, biting deep and wounding him as he flies past. Forced to halt mid-flight, Damien desperately throws up his defense. In an instant, the rest of the mob swarms him, biting directly into his flesh. The overwhelming assault is too much to block, but he forces himself to endure despite losing his connection to faith. If power of faith is decided solely by numbers, then Damien's defeat is already a done deal. Caught in a relentless storm of blows, Damien refuses to yield, whispering to hold on just a bit longer. The maddened crowd continues to scratch and tear at him without mercy. When the swarm finally clears, Damien is left battered and bleeding, and honestly, things look completely hopeless. Damien gasps in sheer terror as he looks up at his next nightmare. A colossal dark angel begins gathering massive destructive energy through its golden trumpet. It is a devastating cataclysmic blast locked onto his exact position. Brimming with confidence, Hana sneers that she always returns exactly what she receives. The massive energy beam fires, threatening to vaporize Damien's heavily battered and broken body. But is faith truly just about raw numbers? Confident in her absolute victory, Hana mocks anyone foolish enough to challenge her supreme authority. Thick smoke from the explosion completely blinds everyone, hiding whatever is left of him. But as the dust slowly clears, viewers watching the screen spot something that makes them gasp. There it is, an absolute miracle, one spectator stammers in shock. St. Damien's holy aura still shines so brightly. His body remains completely unharmed after that deadly blast. Hana is shocked to her core and screams out, how could his bare body withstand such a deadly attack? Damien barely opens his eyes, knowing that worldly metrics and mere numbers can never truly define faith. Endless followers surround Hana as her power grows even stronger. Damien feels no panic. We have finally reached the end, he says. Born of something entirely different from fear is the faith he holds. Pure light energy, hot and blinding, is gripped firmly in his hand. Centuries ago, he planted these beautiful seeds of kindness in orphan children. He remembers back to when he handed warm bread to starving poor children. One little boy took the bread, looked up nervously, and stuttered. I have no money. The boy stutters, but Damien just smiles and gently pats his head. When you grow up and meet other orphans, make sure to give them the same bread you received today. Decades later, when that young boy grew up, he did the exact same thing. He distributed food to poor kids while repeating those exact same words. Share with others just as much as you have received from the world. Receiving food during their darkest times made those children incredibly happy and joyful. Except for one older boy who stood there looking quite thoughtful. That boy realized something and slowly looked up. Decades passed, and that same boy grew up to hang a sign carved with St. Damien's name. It was for an orphanage he had built with his own hands. Filled with emotion as he looked at it, a little girl suddenly pulled his hand. He bent down to play and laugh with the children in pure joy. He patted their heads, telling them to share, while the sacred light in Damien's hand grew stronger and more powerful. It is beautiful, really, a single belief passed down through generations, binding their roots together as one. It has now turned into Damien's sacred lance of compassion. Hana flinches a lance of all things. Even if only a tiny spark of that faith remains, it can become a beacon leading them through the darkest night. He takes his stance and roars, "This is the lance containing my very soul, my life itself, so try and block it if you dare." Hana remains completely calm and unfazed. At most, it is just the pathetic leftover hope of a few foolish people. But deep down, she is quickly running the math. She has plenty of followers to sacrifice as meat shields, so using their lives should easily block his strike. She snaps her fingers to command them, but absolutely nothing seems to happen. Her cultists do not move a single inch, forcing her to look back at an unbelievable sight. These believers are actually crying. Furious Hana screams out, "Why are you all standing still?" Damien confidently replies, "Of course they are, because they have witnessed the power of true kindness, making them realize how utterly disgusting their own beliefs are." With a mighty roar, he hurls the lance of light. It instantly pierces straight through Hana's stomach, forcing her to spit out a mouthful of blood. She gasps out through the pain. A wound like this is nothing. She claims she can easily regenerate, even though her body is heavily damaged. Suddenly, her own hands move, grabbing the spear tightly. She instinctively knows that if this holy weapon is allowed to fully impale her body, she forces it deep into her abdomen as the weapon's sacred light prepares to completely purge her fears away. The blindfold covering her eyes slowly begins to fade. Tears stream down her face as she recalls the shattered fragments of her past memories. And just like that, the deep wounds and the dark source of her fear simply vanish. Tears stream down her face as she covers her eyes, screaming at him to stop pretending he understands. It is all his fault, the one person who was actually supposed to protect her. Was not this whole twisted cult built on the backs of religious followers like him? All those brainwashed puppets under Hana's control are finally set free. One by one, their blindfolds disintegrate as they quietly fade away. But Hana refuses to back down, charging forward while screaming that she is not done yet. Damien is completely drained of strength, yet a desperate Hana continues to charge right at him. If she can just kill him, then maybe the people will believe in her once again. A fresh start lies ahead as she closes the distance to Damien. Yet the gentle saint does not try to dodge. Instead, he simply opens his arms wide to welcome her. His warm, holy light shines bright, clearing away the darkness, blinding her very soul. Hana is frozen in absolute shock, unable to believe her own eyes. The moment she strikes, Damien pulls her into a warm embrace, letting her spear pierce through them both. With a soft, regretful voice, Damien whispers that he should have simply comforted her from the very start. "My poor child," he says, as Hana weeps before crying out for them to finally go. Holding her tight, he grabs the spear from behind her. "Let us go." He clings to her with absolute resolve, refusing to abandon this lost and broken soul. He gently reassures her that everything is fine, and Hana's hands finally lose their grip. She mutters weakly, "If you had heard my prayers, would things have turned out differently?" Damien replies with a warm smile, "I wish they did, for my faith is to never leave any child alone in the dark." Finding solace in his kind words at last, Hana quietly closes her eyes. A brilliant light pierces through, completely shattering the gloomy gray clouds in the sky. Suddenly, a massive Iron Maiden manifests right behind the two of them. It radiates a brilliant golden glow, bringing a strange sense of hope. And then the heavy ceiling doors slowly close, shutting away their exhausted bodies, while leaving behind a lingering feeling of warm faith and deep, bright hope. Meanwhile, over in Silicon Valley, USA, the top military brass are holding an emergency meeting with Marie Stevenson. Stevenson listens in silence as they deliver their reports, with one officer suggesting they redirect all troops from west to east. "Wait, what is your meaning here, Stevenson?" Stevenson calmly replies that she means exactly what she says. "We need to immediately withdraw all troops from the west. Reassign those soldiers to assist in guiding the civilian evacuation instead. And I highly recommend that you evacuate all Western residents, moving them straight to the central safe zone." Another commander speaks up, trying to maintain his composure. "The reform hero of South Korea is currently heading straight for the West Coast. Are you seriously telling us to let him march right in without a fight? Do you really have that little faith in our nation's military power?" The other leaders on the screen nod along, clearly sharing his sentiment. But Stevenson remains unfazed, telling them that courage alone won't win this battle. The enemy is incredibly adept at countering advanced weaponry, meaning conventional soldiers will only serve as cannon fodder, which is why I proposed this. Stevenson goes on to explain that it takes a monster to put down another monster. She plans to face him one-on-one. Silence falls over the room, heavy with deep tension and the sound of quiet breathing. The man with glasses cautiously speaks up, breaking the heavy, tense atmosphere. "So what can we actually do here?" Stephenson asks. "Like I said before, you only need to do what normal humans are capable of." The room erupts in murmurs. "Are you suggesting we evacuate the citizens?" Stephenson agrees. "Yes. They will trust your warm human words far more than the robotic voices of machines like us." Pushing his glasses up, the man sighs with deep regret. "Understood, Stephenson. We will leave that giant iron monster in your hands." Also, there is one word wrong in our conversation, leaving Stephenson quite curious. The man quickly explains, pleading with her not to call herself a monster. "Your achievements make you a true hero." Stephenson falls completely silent. She finally speaks up, promising that she will never let down everyone's high expectations. The feed cuts to black. She immediately starts issuing commands to her AI. "AIM, tell me his exact location," she says, as a Simos begins scanning. The AI reports that he is flying straight to Los Angeles after crossing the islands. There are no changes in his flight data. Hopefully there won't be any more damage until he reaches the city. Stephenson tells herself that she must set off right away. Zeem starts the setup sequence in Silicon Valley, aiming to reach Los Angeles first. Cutting to the skies of Los Angeles, the enemy automated drones have already begun sweeping. They lock onto their targets, while the modified hero watches everything in silence. He mutters that not even a single mouse is left wondering if they evacuated everyone. Fine, it does not matter, because he will tear this entire territory in half anyway. His gun barrels glow with raw charging energy, activating both massive cannons on his back, high above the ground. Stephenson flies up to block him, standing face-to-face with the modified hero, a robot. The modified hero is genuinely surprised. Her technology is far superior to any standard state-of-the-art weapon. This is an older generation hero that the returned hero has upgraded. Stephenson speaks up, stating she knows he hacked the Divine Hammer system to kill millions, and that he came here to cause even more casualties. "I cannot analyze your intentions logically," she says, asking what it is he truly wants. The modified hero replies, asking what kind of answer she is hoping to hear. Do you want me to repent here, he asks, and Step Fenson demands that he do exactly that. You have slaughtered millions, but there is still one final chance left for you. Reconstruct this world with your technology and use it to save humanity instead of destroying it. The modified hero just chuckles softly at her words. It seems your definition of reform is completely wrong, which is highly illogical. We were originally human after all, and humans do not always need logic to act. So as your predecessor, I'm going to give you one final chance. Step Fenson reaches out her hand to compromise, telling him to surrender and stop this destruction. The modified hero scoffs at her in pure contempt. My mind is honestly baffled hearing such arrogant advice from someone like you. Opportunities are only granted by the strong to the weak, and your upgrades are based on technology from 100 years ago. Do you think you are stronger than the new generation? How foolish. The modified hero aims his guns with no more words needed, deploying 70% of the mini-atomic bombs. A barrage of missiles flies right at Step Fenson as the modified hero smiles triumphantly. Go blame this upside-down world, you piece of useless scrap metal. A blinding white flash erupts into a series of massive explosions, and the smoke slowly begins to clear. The veteran hero Marie Stevenson stands completely unscathed behind her powerful magnetic shield. The transformation hero is utterly shocked. She actually blocked a nuclear blast without a single scratch. It looks like some kind of self-defense barrier, a technology that shouldn't even exist in this world. How is this even possible? Stevenson speaks up. It has been 100 years since I returned, and I wasn't just slacking off this entire time. The advanced technology I mastered in the other world served as the core foundation to develop our science in various directions. It was built hand in hand with the very humanity you despise. I prepared all of this specifically to stop hero-level disasters like you from ruining the world a century later. The artificial intelligence system activates silently. Marie Stevenson orders Silicon Valley to disengage its stealth mode, mobilizing the entire defensive system. A shimmering shield shudders behind the old generation hero, and a massive island slowly reveals itself. It is a massive floating island, Silicon Valley itself, rising majestically directly behind Marie Stevenson. The ultimate weapon system built within this floating city, specially designed for the grand clash of heroes in Silicon Valley. Stevenson explains that for 100 years, humanity prepared all of this solely for the sake of future generations. Across a century, countless geniuses poured their souls into this project, and many laid down their lives. An entire floating metropolis now looms directly behind the legendary Stevenson. She speaks with absolute authority. Bow before its overwhelming power. A memory from long ago resurfaces the Manhattan Project. This was the historic nuclear research and weapons development project led by America during World War II. During this project, the hero of Reformation met countless scientists and witnessed the true potential of humanity. After the war ended, she once again gathered the absolute greatest scientific minds of the Western world. Inside her robot cockpit, Marie Stevenson speaks to them. To all of our brilliant doctors and inventors, since we personally brought World War II to its end, you probably expected our next reunion to be at a peaceful scientific conference or a public exhibition. However, we have all witnessed the terrible price to pay of being completely unprepared for what lies ahead. We must prepare ourselves to face the dangerous heroes who will emerge in the 21st century. One of them asks in confusion, "Wait, Miss Marie, why do you assume the next generation of heroes will turn to evil, just like this one? Is there any solid proof of that?" Marie shakes her head and replies, "None at all. That is exactly why we must pray. The weapon we build together will never have to be revealed to the world." The project screens flicker to life, displaying the massive Silicon Valley blueprints, born right after the Manhattan Project. The scientists gathered for endless meetings to refine the blueprints, and the grand construction quietly began in absolute secrecy. While workers tirelessly connected the systems, a crucial message reached the United States Command. The commanding general contacts Marie directly. "Marie, we have completed the evacuation within a 100-kilometer radius of LA. Do not worry about casualties, just unleash your full power and crush those terrorists." Marie places her hand over her heart in gratitude, thanking everyone for successfully fulfilling their duties. "I will show everyone what it truly means to go all out." Suddenly, the defense system deploys as a heavy metallic anchor is launched. It clamps onto Marie's giant robot and swiftly pulls her back, securing the machine inside the launch frame. The system announces that synchronization is at 100% and she may now issue commands. Marie declares that Silicon Valley is going to war as the missile launch pads open. Mage orders the launch of 12 Leo-Eilat nuclear missiles, unleashing a massive barrage of warheads. The arrogant reconstructed hero stands ready, wanting to see what 100 years of human elite achievement can actually do. He deploys his energy shield, decompressing 70% of his plasma defense. A devastating explosion erupts upon impact, throwing up a dense wall of smoke. Medj watches in silence. Deep inside the smoke, 2 purple lights flicker, signaling that the strike had 0 effect. 2 energy beams blast through the thick dust, but Medj calmly activates the Nielbo defense system. Surrounding structures begin to shift, releasing waves of defensive drones from deep within. Each drone charges up and fires upward, weaving a glowing defensive barrier around the massive facility. The barrier holds, successfully blocking the incoming energy cannons. Even so, a fraction of that devastating force still leaks inside. System alerts report 27% drone damage, but the enemy's main heavy weapon remains completely silent. Medj quickly issues the next command, preparing the open Hurdy weapon. If we show even a single opening, he will rain down lasers until our entire defense crumbles. Across Silicon Valley, the decoy structures finally begin to collapse. Concrete falls away, revealing the real fortress below. Gigantic magnetic cannons, each the size of several skyscrapers, rise from the ground. The primary open Hurdy firepower fires, unleashing a devastating volley directly at the reconstructed hero. He tries to dodge, but the overwhelming barrage of energy clips him. Forced to take the hit, the reconstructed hero can't help but admire their power. A fortress built over 100 years is quite impressive. He begins calculating his odds, knowing fighting at full power yields a 30% victory chance. But if he launches a direct localized assault, his odds jump to 83%. Only one tactical option remains for him. He shifts forms, transforming into a fighter jet and charging forward with 30% jet mode power unlocked. Medj closely monitors the fast-developing situation. Such unbelievable shape-shifting capabilities must have taken 100 years to master in that other world. The incoming jet plunges straight into Medj's shield. He is breaking through, forcing Medj to desperately order more power diverted to the shield. If he breaches the inner walls, this entire fortress becomes completely useless. The smug hero smiles, declaring it is finally their turn as something deploys from his ship. Leaping from the vessel, the Steel Fist hero laughs maniacally. He roars out that he has finally arrived, leaving Medj completely shocked. Another legendary hero joins the fray. Using his bare hands, the Steel Fist hero tries to tear the magnetic barrier open. He roars in triumph. Medj frantically commands her team to channel even more power to the barrier-generating drones, but the system warns against it. The drones are reaching their absolute limits, and several start malfunctioning from the severe power overload. Yet the Steel Fist hero keeps tearing at the barrier, howling like a complete maniac. With one violent swing of his arm, he rips open a small tear in the energy field. Seizing the opening, the reconstructed hero instantly slips inside. The jet streaks past, and system alerts confirm the heroes have breached the city. Human intellect is a complete joke to him. It is nothing but a joke before his absolute might, as his form shifts once again. Armed with the most advanced firepower, 30% of destruction mode is unlocked. You lost simply because you teamed up with those lowly creatures called humans. Immediately after, a massive barrage of missiles is launched, targeting the city's structures. This is the story of yet another young girl. The year is 1908 in England, inside the Chelsea textile factory in London. 2 men walk in, one highly refined gentleman and another who seems rather sycophantic. Silently observing, the mustached man humbles himself and politely invites his guest this way. Standing right outside a private room, the mustached host quickly swings the door open. As they step inside, the lively bustle instantly contrasts with the cold air outside. Dozens of workers are busy running machines and weaving fabrics. The host explains that they normally hire local town engineers to handle all their repairs. But with all these accumulated issues, everything has become a complete mess, Mr. Stevenson. Stevenson humbly replies that it is fine since they are investing heavily in his research. He explains that he only came to show his sincerity. Suddenly, the owner turns around and barks, demanding to know how many machines broke down. The manager comes over with his ledger, reporting that machine 31731 is down. The owner snaps back, yelling at him to shut up, because they have an important guest. He roughly shoves the manager aside and continues leading his distinguished guest, Mr. Stevenson. The manager quietly follows behind them as they keep conversing. He speaks up, mentioning that a young girl named May actually fixed it earlier this morning. Shocked, the owner yells out in disbelief before instantly lunging and grabbing May by her collar. Lifting her off her feet, he furiously screams at her, asking how she dared touch equipment that costs a fortune. After slamming her onto the cold floor, he rolls up his sleeves to beat her. He raises his fist high, shouting in anger. He sneers that no matter how hard she works, a lowly girl like her could never dream of affording that expensive engine. But behind him, Stevenson calmly finishes inspecting the machine and speaks up to intervene. He tells the boss to wait, noting that the girl seems to have repaired it correctly. Stevenson requests to meet the girl, asking if he can have a brief word with her. May slowly walks over, looking completely exhausted. Stevenson gently presses a warm cup against her cheek, instantly snapping her back to reality. After she reacts to the heat, he commends her work, but notes the efficiency is slightly lower. Still, it is truly remarkable that she got it running using only random factory scrap without any proper tools. He asks if she has been attending classes at night. May quietly replies that she has 6 older siblings and 3 younger ones, and every single cent they make goes straight to funding her brothers. Surprised, Stevenson wonders if she is a self-taught genius just like him without any formal schooling. May stays quiet for a second before thanking him, though she adds that he might be a bit delusional. Chuckling, Stevenson dismisses her comment, offering to pay her far more if she decides to come work for him. May is completely stunned, prompting Stevenson to explain further. He promises that as a top engineer in London, he will show her what real mechanical engineering is. From that moment on, May follows Stevenson to become a professional engineer. The two spend countless hours completely buried in blueprints, inventions, and noisy machinery. Soon their hard work pays off with real success and public recognition. Grabbing this golden opportunity, she starts researching side by side with him in his private workshop. But as the saying goes, a true scientist keeps chasing achievements until their very last breath. Sir Stephenson lies cradled in May's arms amidst a raging sea of flames, one side of his face completely charred and blackened. He gasps his final words, "I want you to be my greatest achievement." This research facility is the very project I poured my entire life into. All the research papers I was supposed to hand down to you have turned to ashes. I know it's shameless of me, but there is still one thing I can give you. Please take my name, May. On that tragic day, she officially changed her name emotionally, promising that she would always be May Fon. And so she learned how humans leave their lasting legacy behind in this world. Her past was filled with grueling, endless days of hard labor at the textile factory. Working the factory floor by day, she spent every night continuing Stepfenson's revolutionary research. But exhaustion soon took its toll. A nosebleed dripped onto her desk before she collapsed, completely drained. She chased that scientific legacy relentlessly, right up until the moment she died of sheer exhaustion. When she finally returned, she had left behind massive achievements, worthy of being recorded in history, alongside the other brilliant geniuses she once proudly called her friends. Back in the present, she stands amidst a brutal battlefield as modified heroes launch a ruthless assault. Heavy rocket barrages rain down, aiming straight at the city's massive structures. Watching from afar, May is forced to witness her lifetime of work burn into complete ash. A battalion of combat robots is quickly mobilized to defend the perimeter. But they cannot even withstand a single strike from the steel-fisted hero. He laughs with sadistic glee as battleship after battleship is utterly crushed by his bare hands. May calmly monitors the feed as her system warns that the Leo Gilot missile base has been fully offline. Everything they built is crumbling into a pile of worthless ashes. May quietly remembers the massive efforts her fellow scientists poured into this world. The automated warnings keep blaring, announcing that the Neilby defense system is completely offline. The entire fortress sinks into a roaring sea of fire, while the faces of her fallen friends flash through her mind. Violent explosions rip through the energy barriers that once seemed completely unbreakable. The three main open-her batteries are wiped out, erasing the last legacy of her brilliant colleagues. Chain explosions continue to rock the city one after another. Every achievement proving that she, with her steel skin, was truly human, is burning. Even her wire-veined body, which once connected her to the humanity of her colleagues, feels like it is falling apart. And just like that, a century of human progress is being systematically destroyed by mindless rockets and fists. These mindless, inhumane monsters are tearing apart both her and the legacy of her beloved colleagues. May mutters as she watches through the cameras, "It is absolutely sickening to watch. Compared to a machine like me, who cannot even possess a proper human body, those beasts are far more monstrous. Our entire civilization was built on the sweat and blood of humanity, yet those bastards want to burn it all down. I will stop them even if it kills me. System, eject the silicon core from its stable orbit and begin the process of fully arming my body for combat." The system announces combat. Weapons are fully equipped, and she is now switching to autopilot. A mechanical hook deploys as the thick cables keeping May linked to the system are finally severed. The crane pulls her into the assembly bay, where heavy machinery begins to disassemble her mechanical frame. Welding lasers heat up as heavy-duty armor plates are reinforced, rapidly sealing her damaged steel limbs. May's core control sphere is securely locked into her newly reinforced heavy-duty battle chassis. Her crusade to protect the remnants of humanity has officially begun. This is the story of how May died in her original world, only to reincarnate into another. A world of complete cybernetic reformation, where humanoid robot residents quietly watch her from below, standing amidst the ruins of a completely collapsed civilization. To survive, one must cast away their humanity. This is the tragic story of a reconstructed hero. She was just an ordinary high school teenager clinging tightly to an advanced humanoid robot. She is utterly stunned by the view inside this mysterious chamber full of highly advanced machinery. Her terrifying first reconstruction begins with her fingers. Step by step, May's body undergoes a complete overhaul, still keeping her human silhouette, even though her fingertips are now fitted with devastating energy cannons. With one shot, she unleashes a blinding beam, vaporizing an enemy. Next up, her entire arm gets upgraded for maximum firepower. The reconstructed hero swaps her entire arm for a massive high-caliber energy blaster. One single blast tears a giant enemy machine to pieces, and next, they heavily reinforce her lower limbs. Mei's legs are completely replaced by a pair of heavy, rugged mechanical limbs. She collapses instantly on her first steps, overwhelmed by the alien feeling. Her legs are now completely replaced by cold, unyielding metal. She stares down in dread, knowing the next step is removing her vital organs to maximize her output. As the grueling reconstruction procedure begins, she screams out in absolute mind-numbing agony. Her organs are ripped out and replaced in a bloody operation, all to survive and return to those waiting back home. This is a brutal mechanical war raging across an entirely different world. Blazing beams of light tear right through the hordes of soulless steel monsters. Mei Hover drives through the battlefield like a radiant angel of absolute death, raining relentless fire down onto the cold-blooded machines below. She blocks their incoming barrages with an energy shield. She is heavily wounded and utterly exhausted. Battle scars tear across her face to reveal a horrifying reality. There is no human flesh left underneath, only cold synthetic wiring replacing her muscles and veins. To keep holding on to life, she must push forward and fight with absolute savage desperation. A reconstructed hero fires a devastating barrage, blowing enemy warships right out of the sky. Cruel irony, though, these chosen saviors had to surrender their humanity. They had to give up their human hearts just to protect mankind. They sacrificed their own flesh and blood to secure a ticket back to the human world. But how will the world look at them as heroes or weapons? While Meijiko falls into the hands of scientists, Liga Zam sends the city into a sheer panic. A massive mechanical giant in the city center has everyone running in terror. The heavy military mobilizes immediately to eliminate her, desperate to wipe out this unknown colossal threat. But the gunfire does absolutely nothing to scratch her armored shell. Ignoring the humans, we return to the present, where Silicon Valley is flying out of orbit. Now fully equipped and absolutely colossal, the hero Mei stands towering before her two formidable enemies. The Steel Fist hero gasps out that her true form has arrived. Standing dead center, Mei looks down coldly at her two enemies. Liga shifts her focus to analyze the situation, suddenly raising her fortress and weakening her iron arm. Knowing she is the primary target, Mei steals her resolve. Suddenly, her body begins to undergo a wild transformation as wiring surges across her mechanical frame. Every single piece expands rapidly as she fully initiates 100% Buster mode. Remodeled hero Liga Zam unleashes her Buster form, matching the immense scale of Mei's reinforced body. Facing off in an extremely tense deadlock, Liga Zam suddenly lunges forward to launch an attack. Liga Zam aims her twin barrel straight at her, but Mei instantly raises her hand. Charging up her power, the devastating clash triggers two colossal explosions that send smoke everywhere. Immediately, Mei charges forward to launch a direct head-on attack. Liga Zam refuses to let her guard down, immediately lunging ahead to reclaim the advantage. Thrusters ignite right behind both of them, launching them straight forward. Protective shields raise up in front, bracing for an absolutely massive collision as they charge into battle side by side. The shockwave from this impact erupts far more violent than any explosion seen before this. They maintain their defensive guard and push forward as their colliding energy shields unleash a blinding constant light. This insane pressure forces the Steel Fist hero to hesitate that crushing gravity has finally stopped. If I can just buy enough time for the Reform hero, victory is ours. The Steel Fist hero thinks smugly to himself. But suddenly a flash of light streaks from behind and he barely dodges it. He spins around only to find a squad of system-controlled humanoid robots keeping him pinned down. The system chimes and Mei's consultation hours are not over, and uninvited guests will be shot dead. Dong Yueho frowns with the sarcastic smirk. Oh, so they have got backup on this side too. He leaps straight forward, completely ignoring the massive gun barrels pointing right at his face. Meanwhile, blinding energy continues to erupt from the clash between the two giant robots. Mai reaches out her mechanical arm, clamping down and squeezing Liga Zam's head with crushing force. Liga Zam does not even flinch, instantly transforming her hand into a blade and slashing down at Mei's crushing arm. Mi calmly speaks to her system's semi-power assist arm. The severed mechanical arm detaches and drops to the ground. Mi commands the hammer arm to deploy, triggering a sudden explosion on the side of the building. A heavy hammerhead arm drops down from the sky, locking right onto Mei's newly detached shoulder joint. But right then, Liga Zam charges forward with her blade, screaming in rage. Did you really think I was some third-rate villain who would just wait for you to combine? But a barrage of missiles fires off, cutting Liga Zam's charge short and pinning her down. Mei completes the upgrade and mocks, "I told you, this is the peak of human intelligence." Liga Zam emerges from the thick smoke, but Mei has already raised her brand new weapon. Did you think you were the only one allowed to throw a tantrum? With that, Mei slams her massive hammer arm straight down. The resulting shockwave is colossal, easily matching the scale of any massive energy explosion. Under the hammer's crushing weight, Ligazam struggles desperately to block the impact. Two auxiliary arms suddenly extend from the gun barrels behind her, fully locking into place. They grab Mei's wrist, and Ligazam drives a brutal knee upward to force her back. Cracks instantly splinter across Mei's lower chassis from the sudden heavy impact. Mei remains completely calm as she commands the hammer arm to self-destruct. Blinding light begins to leak through the cracks of the overloaded hammer arm. A massive explosion erupts, tearing away one of Ligazam's arms, along with Mei's self-destructing weapon. Mei recoils with her shoulder heavily damaged, while Ligazam is left completely battered as well. But without warning, Ligazam lunges forward like a crazed, agile beast. Energy leaks wildly from her severed limb as razor-sharp metal teeth suddenly form on her robotic face. Opening her jaws wide, she snaps forward, leaving Mei with no choice but to block with her last remaining arm. Ligazam bites down hard on the mechanical limb, instantly tearing Mei's forearm clean off with brutal ease. She spits the metal out violently as Mei watches from inside her cockpit. Mei deploys sharp horns from her machine, muttering that this thing is definitely not human. Energy begins to gather between those horns, targeting the area right below Ligazam's waist. With a blinding flash, a point-blank energy beam pierces right through Ligazam's metallic torso. Initiating photon laser sequence, the system alerts as weapon power temporarily drops. Ligazam screams in agony. Why would an old generation machine side with humans? You are a monster too, cast aside just like us. We are superior. As he struggles to stand, she screams out, I hate your old generation. I absolutely loathe you. You could have changed the world 100 years ago during the Chu-Ok. Instead of hiding, you could have been a god in this brand new world, lifting heroes to a status they truly deserve. Then I would not have been treated like some monster and backed into this corner. Why did you run away and hide? How could you live happily alone, hiding among humans, until the moment we finally returned? But Mei simply replies, we are only human. We are not gods. The system narrates in confusion, Master. I just do not understand. Meanwhile, the steel-fisted hero is still easily tearing through the robot army. Crushing their heads one by one, he is unstoppable, while the system wonders why a human would struggle to just be human. Behind the steel-fisted hero lies a massive graveyard of fallen robots, yet the robot under the system's control remains entirely detached. Flashbacks of devastating explosions light up the screen. The controlling system notes with cold detachment they are slaughtering other humans just to prove their own humanity. Massive explosions detonate, leaving terrifying destruction as people are incinerated in the flames. They burn the world down just to belong in it, leaving the entire city engulfed in fire. These rogue heroes gloat maliciously over their own devastating attack. Absolutely sickening. And it is not just them, countless people on Earth completely ignore the humanity of others. Screaming and protesting against endless wars, all in a desperate bid to assert their own humanity. Constant power struggles and disputes dominate the political world. They burn down homes to wage useless wars, shouting over each other in endless debate. Meanwhile, the two robots clash once more as the system keeps observing silently from the sidelines. Master, I deeply question these strange creatures that call themselves human. Soon only a single small humanoid robot is left standing against the iron-fisted hero. It transforms its arm into an energy cannon, shaping a glowing blade from the tip. The steel hero sneers. So you are the last piece of junk standing in my way, huh? He taunts, prompting the robot to charge forward with its energy blade raised high. The blade thrusts forward with blinding speed, but the steel hero does not even flinch. In an instant, the robot's head is severed and falls. The steel-fisted hero continues to gloat over this effortless little victory. Infuriating, right? Mocking them, he laughs that the mad scientist's robots are completely wiped out, yet the system remains totally unfazed. It keeps wondering why its master would ever choose to fight for the sake of such highly imperfect and inferior creatures. And yet to save this deeply flawed world. My master's eyes as he fought those deadly enemies. Why did his eyes shine brighter in those moments than anything I have ever witnessed in my life? But right now, the steel-fisted hero's boot is positioned directly above the head of the machine. Without a single second of hesitation, he completely crushes the last remaining robot head. Over on the other side, Mei had sent Ligazam flying in her previous assault. Ligazam uses the terrain to absorb the impact and immediately charges back, while Mei is lost in her own thoughts. So the very fact that you cannot understand me is proof that I am no longer a cold machine. A bright light shines from the buildings as backup mechanical arms are deployed and fly forward. In an instant, the spare arms reattach themselves directly to Mei's massive robotic body. Ligazam screams in frustration, but Mei swiftly moves in to block her relentless charge. Once again, Mei is lost in thought. Pioneers and scholars alike view their own lives as nothing more than fuel to ignite a hope only they can reach. They sacrifice everything to continue researching quantum physics gravity and the deep mysteries of black hole theory. Yet she managed to achieve all of those breakthroughs without ever burning her own life away. Legazam gains the upper hand, once again pinning Medj completely beneath her weight. Her deadly claws hover menacingly right above Medj's head. But Medj does not flinch, having looked inside herself to choose her final mission, to die as a human. For this young girl, and for her own past self. After saving the girl, she could practically call her niece Medj, orders the cockpit controls to open. To save both this girl and the entire world. This is the only option left. As Medj's cockpit hatches swing open, Legazam stares in absolute shock, tears suddenly welling up in her eyes. But Medj planned this all along, realizing her path after seeing the girl's true form. She is facing her own past, and this is her ultimate chance to finally become a real human. It is finally over, my future self. Medj, in her physical human form, lunges forward toward the central core containing Legazam. She does not hesitate for a second, a strange sense of anticipation shining deep in her eyes. Today she will die as a human one who passes the torch to the next generation before fading. A human capable of offering comfort and wiping away someone else's tears. Suddenly, a massive needle emerges from the palm of her hand. She drives it into the chest of Legazam's original body, forcing a cursed scream from her lips. Instantly grabbing Medj's original body, she begins to panic desperately, wondering what kind of device this is and why it won't come off. "What have you done to my body?" she shrieks in absolute terror. Medj only replies softly that for the past year, she wasn't just preparing defenses against future heroes. Every single part is made of organic material, except the forebrain, meaning she essentially created a human shell. Legazam finally understands as the syringe gauge steadily climbs past 58%. Looking up, she asks Medj why she didn't just use it. Medj smiles and says she is already human, making a trembling Legazam ask what that look in her eyes means. Medj explains that humans are imperfect, completely illogical, and constantly wishing for things they can never have. Looking back, she realizes she has already done all of those things, except sacrificing herself for an uncertain future, which has now become her present reality. Step out of that cold iron cocoon and take this final chance she is offering as a human. Once the counter hits 100%, Legazam collapses and finally lets Medj go. Medj plummets straight to the ground below with a devastating crash, her fragile body shattering into pieces. Approaching from the shadows, the robot asks its master if she feels any regret. Medj answers softly that the moment she permitted the invasion, the fortress power had already dropped significantly. Even though it was far from perfect, she chose the absolute best path to save everyone. A serene smile spreads across her face, knowing that regret is purely a human emotion. Sim reports that the Iron Hero is still alive, waiting for her final command. Medj orders the immediate self-destruction of the fortress, and as Sim nods, she closes her eyes with a faint praise. "Sim, you have done well," she whispers, leaving the child in his care so she can experience life as a real human. With those final words, Medj quietly closes her eyes forever. Deep inside a hidden, highly classified facility, another version of Medj is suddenly brought to life. Or rather, it is Legazam reborn inside Medj's organic shell, completely stunned by her brand new physical form. "It feels so warm," she whispers just as atmosphere slowly approaches and stands directly in front of Legazam. She demands answers, wondering why the old generation saved her, why she was forgiven, and what she should do next. Seamot speaks up, explaining that right after their first meeting, Lady Medj had requested to save even more people. Even though Marie could no longer hear her answer, perhaps her master had still seen a spark of humanity in her. She seems to put her faith in that broken, heavily scarred soul. In the end, she finally found the peaceful rest she had always wanted. The terrorists who were once her allies now believe she died alongside her master. The United States government simply believes Marie killed 2 heroes and died. Now she stands as a blank slate, like a newborn free from prejudice. What kind of life will she choose? And what path will truly bring her happiness? Garam Lee sits down to ponder. How should she live her life now? Would she run away, trying to blend in and strive for a normal life? Garam Lee departs from the smoking ruins of their clash, her body completely wrapped in a dark cloak. Pulling back her hood, she casts one last look at the fierce battlefield left behind. Or will she keep committing the same atrocities she once carried out as a hero? Or perhaps she will follow in Marie's footsteps, becoming a beacon of hope for the world. But those are just theories and possibilities. Shaking off her thoughts, Garam Lee snaps back to reality. She speaks up, asking if Maud knows where the spear hero is, and Maud answers yes. According to the results of their joint investigation with United States intelligence, they have successfully narrowed down his exact location. Garam Lee remains quiet for a moment before turning around and walking away. Take me there right now. Before the spear hero and the return hero clash, there is something she needs to tell him. Meanwhile, surrounded by the corpses of slaughtered surveillance staff, the return hero watches the camera feeds. From Marie's fierce battle to the Holy War, all the way to the sword hero's clash with the glacial hero. One by one, the chess pieces are being eliminated, and Garam Lee is certainly no exception to that list. He steps back to review his board of notes, then lazily slumps down into his chair. He has to admit, those veterans of the older generation fought much better than expected. His two strongest chess pieces are eliminated, and that musclehead is currently lost in deep space. Falling into a tense silence, he slowly pulls a gun out of his coat pocket. Looking up, he wonders if he should just restart the timeline once more. He shoves the barrel into his mouth, wondering if saving those two will only make things worse. Suddenly, something on the monitors catches his eye, showing a massive, sudden shift. He slowly pulls the barrel from his mouth, maybe not just yet. Kicking off the floor, he rolls closer to the screens. Resetting now would completely ruin all the fun, especially when Min-soo's allies are making such an unexpected entrance. Now let me see you, Kim Min-soo. The real difference between our harsh reality and some childish fantasy about opening status windows isn't just about an inevitable unfair display of absolute godlike power. Rather, true miracles are always born from pure coincidence. The Saintess, the sword hero's loyal companion, looks completely furious. The glacial hero of Russia is utterly exhausted, yet remains razor-sharp. Standing right before him are the resurrected companions of the sword hero. The Russian warrior remains highly on guard, his mind reeling in shock. He wonders how the sword hero possibly summoned his companions. Did he call them here beforehand? Did they volunteer? One thing is absolutely certain, they are here to stop this global catastrophe. Looking up with silent, cold calculation, he slowly raises his massive ice axe high. He vows to end the sword hero before that can happen. Just as his massive axe begins to fall on the sword hero, a lightning-fast arrow shoots out, piercing clean through his hand. Stumbling backward, he loses his grip as the axe falls. With a helpless gaze, the old man looks up at the sword hero's wary teammates. Without wasting any time, the hero's allies quickly assess the situation. Their beloved hero is freezing to death, and that old geezer is trying to finish him off. The Russian hero groans in frustration. You fools, this is all a huge misunderstanding. An entire city completely frozen, stripped of every single trace of life. All because of their supposedly kind hero. The veteran hero desperately tries to explain no matter what you think. He is not the hero you believe him to be. He lets out a loud shout and charges forward once again. But they have already made up their minds. Arrows are drawn and ready, and 3 warning shots fly through the air. The Russian hero looks back in shock as the elf archer shouts, "Do we really need to watch any longer?" That old man is trying to destroy the very world our hero fought so hard to protect. Summoning the holy light, the healer cries out, "I will save our hero. Everyone please buy us as much time as possible until our hero recovers." "That guy is the demon king of Kim Min-soo's world," the dwarf warns. "He is strong enough to defeat our hero, so I am not sure how long we can hold him back." The martial artist steps up, agreeing that they must pay him back for saving their world. The little spirit chimes in, saying that they should also save the hero's world if they can. The elf archer grabs an arrow and orders, "Let's go!" They all charge headfirst toward the lone elderly hero. What a tragic mistake. Let's flash back to Kim Min-soo's time in the other world, resting on his bed. The Saintess quietly enters his room, taking soft, shy steps toward him. Pulling back his blanket, she gently places her staff over his chest. She wonders if her charm magic will still linger after the hero returns to his original world. At the very least, she wants to witness his final moments. Suddenly, a mystical light glows, activating a spell that binds their lifespans together. The warm light shines from Kim Min-soo's chest as the Saintess offers her blessing. She whispers for him to enjoy his life back in his home world. And when his final moment eventually comes, she gives him a gentle kiss on the forehead, promising they will meet again. The scene cuts back to the present, where a massive clash erupts. The loyal allies of Kim Min-soo are now locked in a fierce battle against the Russian hero. In the distance, the elf archer provides cover fire, while the little spirit and priestess rush to free the sword hero. The little spirit calls out, "Move aside, priestess! I will melt this ice." Summoning a powerful fire spirit, the essence of flame itself appears. Utilizing its immense heat, the spirit begins to melt the thick ice surrounding the sword hero. The roaring flames crash against the icy shell in a blinding flash, yet the frozen barrier remains completely undamaged. The spirit gasps. How is this possible? The priestess begins chanting, praying for the merciful eyes of Seraphim to grant her the ability to see mana. Opening her eyes, she realizes that this frozen prison is actually a complex forbidden seal. She warns them that this is no ordinary ice, but a heavy magic circle closely resembling a demonic seal. "Bello, I will break this seal, so go and support the others." Nodding in agreement, the spirit quickly flies off. The Russian hero takes his stance, realizing he has no mana left for large-scale spells like his immortal frost, and his energy is fading fast. His only hope now is to take them down one by one using precise close-range attacks. Exhaling deeply, he releases a flock of frozen seagulls that dive straight toward the approaching martial artist. The warrior grits his teeth as the deadly clash begins. Charging forward from behind, the dwarf calls upon the mountain god and slams his heavy shield deep into the ground. Grant me an impenetrable fortress wall. Instantly, a massive energy barrier forms, completely blocking the oncoming barrage of frost gulls. The martial artist cheers at Teoman's perfect timing, but the dwarf warns him to stay alert. He defeated the hero, so do not let your guard down, he warns, while the Russian hero gasps for air, looking exhausted. They are the sword hero's companions after all. Team Gook is incredibly strong. They are definitely not ordinary people. In the distance, the elf archer unleashes a magical arrow that quickly soars high up into the sky. Smugly, she apologizes for taking so much time to analyze the magical flow of this world. A massive magic circle forms in the sky, raining a continuous barrage of arrows down on their target. Iron flow, she commands. Devastating steel rain pours down on the lone hero. Shocked, the Russian hero complains that first it was that guy, and now it is this girl. He demands to know why they are stopping him from destroying that disaster. Opening his mouth, a tiny turtle manifests right from his tongue. It rapidly expands into a massive turtle shell shield to block the oncoming rain of arrows as he calculates his next move. He tells himself to stay calm, knowing it will be a major advantage once they run out of mana. The elf archer starts gasping for air, and the rain of arrows finally comes to a halt. Slowly, he stands back up. With their long-range support temporarily out of commission, he realizes it is the perfect time to eliminate one of them. But get this, the moment he steps out of his icy barrier, he is caught completely off guard. The martial artist is already lunging down from above, shouting that he fell right into Demon King Choi's trap. With a devastating finishing blow coming his way, the desperate ice hero screams out, "Earth Turtle!" He repositions his turtle shell to block the attack, but the smug martial artist chuckles, telling him he made a huge mistake. The devastating punch shatters the protective shell completely, sending the ice hero crashing hard to the ground. Surrounded by the shattered fragments of his defense, the Russian hero lies there barely breathing. Landing in a confident stance, the martial artist rolls his shoulder and admits he might be a hero who defeated the Demon King. But thanks to my piercing power, even the Demon King's tough exoskeleton was completely shattered. You seriously underestimated us, old man, he sneers, promising they will avenge their fallen hero. He raises his massive fist to finish the job. Just then, gentle snowflakes begin to drift down from the sky, transforming into a beautiful, quiet flurry. The martial artist freezes in place, realizing his body will not move, while the dwarf watches in absolute shock. Time itself feels stopped. Who could she be? An icy figure of a mysterious woman glides past the frozen martial artist, stepping down into the deep crater where the ice hero lies before she finally speaks. She whispers that time is truly a fleeting illusion, calling him her very last hero. Trembling with fear, the Russian hero mutters the Snow Witch. The legendary frost goddess of snow has finally revealed her face. Floating down beside the old man, the Snow Witch repeats that time is nothing but an illusion. You are my very last hero, she says softly. Squinting his eyes, the old man struggles to speak, amazed by the stunning beauty of the frost goddess standing right before him. She gently reaches out to soothe his eyes, kneeling down beside him to speak. The great power you once wielded in the early days is gone, leaving you with only this fragile, aging body, she murmurs. Her eyes are filled with a deep, sorrowful pity for him. Still holding on to life, he feels her hand on his forehead and weakly asks what she means by her last hero. She explains that the current hero of the Ice Realm has fallen to the Demon King, leaving their world completely defenseless. Everyone has been wiped out, except for him, causing the exhausted old man to tightly close his eyes in despair. So you decided to come find me. You are quite strange because you no longer have the world you want. The old man sadly asks if she came just to watch him die. The Snow Witch's eyes shimmer, his body is dying, but the light in his eyes is still alive. Hero. She directly asks the old man if there is still anything left he wants to obtain. Pointing a finger, she seriously asks if he wants to kill the enemy before him. Of course I do. Nobody would ever pass up on a chance for revenge. The old man quickly agrees, begging for the power to protect his world. The Snow Witch never gives anything for free, cradling her face with amusement to ask what he can offer in return. Resting his head on her lap, the old man gathers every ounce of strength he has left. My life, my soul, absolutely anything. Looking out at this frozen world, he is ready to trade everything to keep his world safe. You can really feel the desperate hope in his serious gaze. Staring at the hero trapped in that block of ice, he only wants to stop this disaster. Remembering the young boy crying his eyes out, he is desperate to end this war. The old man weakly mutters those honest words. He does not care about the price. She does not seem to want anything too extreme, frowning, as she says, his life is already ending anyway. Besides, she adds that she has no idea how to take his soul. Suddenly her eyes light up. What if he still wants something? Leaning down close to his face, she whispers for him to hand over his memories. Ice hero, she asks him to give her his magnificent epic tale. It is as if his entire life is flashing before his eyes, from the moment he was a young boy to his growing years. And now his final dying moments, he truly does not care anymore. Anything goes. Standing on the brink of death, he confesses that he never wanted to be a hero, and that his life only had one purpose. Teary-eyed, he speaks of his lifelong dream, a peaceful world where people actually love one another instead of killing. Tears stream down her cheeks. He completely moved her. Even though you are old and covered in wrinkles. Crying from pure emotion, she smiles warmly with heartfelt praise. That unchanging resolve of yours is a truly beautiful thing. Leaning down, she kisses his cheek and whispers that he is her absolute favorite hero. As the old man closes his eyes, she kisses his cheek while thinking about the long life he has lived up to this point. Her figure slowly begins to fade away, but that does not matter anymore. I will become the tool to end this war once and for all. The ice witch vanishes, leaving only the blood-soaked old man lying there. He gasps for air with wide eyes, standing there with his hands clutching his chest. Wheezing heavily, he quickly whips his head around, wondering what on earth just happened. Are his teammates safe? It seems the others are feeling the exact same way. Seeing them panting, he realizes that was not an offensive spell, and his gaze quickly locks with the healer. He cannot help but wonder who that mysterious girl from earlier actually was. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he knows it does not matter who she was. She must have bought time for the old man. Could she have actually gone ahead and healed him? With that thought, he leaps right off the mountain peak, needing to check first and end the old man's life. Seeing this, the old dwarf quickly shouts out to maintain their formation. Rushing forward with his shield, he yells that their only job is to buy time for the hero to recover. That guy dashed like lightning, firing an arrow straight down the cliff. Panting heavily, the old man struggled to ask why he acted so recklessly. I told you to take it slow, but he ignored him, turning back with a pale warning glare. Old man, turn back and run. Right as they spoke, a colossal entity suddenly shot straight up from beneath the cliff, completely shattering the silent air. It was massive, radiating a brilliant, blinding light right before their eyes. An icy monstrosity dragging along a mountain of skulls and bones. A white-bearded corpse wearing an icy crown, its hands clad in iron armor. It sat towering on a massive throne with mounds of dead bodies piled below. Tian froze on the spot, his mouth hanging open in sheer disbelief. He wondered in confusion if that girl from earlier had made it immortal, but looking closer, it was different. No, this was far more than just a moving corpse. Pale with fear and drenched in sweat, he realized that no matter how hard he stared, he could never comprehend what sat upon that throne. To him it was a beast far beyond comprehension, something that surpassed even the Demon King of Swords. Seeing Tian still standing there, the other guy barked in anger. Old man, I told you to run. I will buy you 10 minutes of time. The old man quickly fled. Sprinting away, he knew that without the hero's help, they stood absolutely no chance against that monster. The only thing he could do was create an impenetrable wall right in front of the priestess. In his heart, he resolved that the top priority was to protect the hero until he recovered. With that in mind, he called out, shouting back after running quite a distance. 1 minute is enough to build a wall, so run the moment you are done defending. Stamping his foot hard against the ice, he unleashed a fierce shower of sparks. A magic circle formed beneath his feet, taking the shape of the 8 trigrams. The skeletal hand of the crowned old corpse suddenly pointed straight forward. He sat motionless on his massive throne, pointing his finger without uttering a single word. Instantly, a blizzard erupted, and the bones scattered beneath his feet began to move. They surged upward like a violent storm, targeting him directly. Gritting his teeth, he looked up. The 8 trigrams was the strongest illusion barrier boosting speed by 80%. It boosted his raw power skill chaining speed and cut down stamina and energy depletion by 80%. Standing completely still with clenched fists, he braced himself against the massive avalanche of bones raining down from above. He told himself, as long as I do not budge. He roared, unleashing his full power as raging flames erupted, resolving with giant fists that he would absolutely make it. With that thought, he unleashed a furious barrage of punches straight at those grim skulls. Jain was completely engulfed in a raging inferno. Dozens of his punches rained down like a storm against the mountain of screaming skulls. Before he officially joined the hero's party as their main frontline combatant, there was a portrait hung with great honor inside the castle. The fighter Jain had become incredibly famous across the world at a very young age. A mixed-blood child born of his father, the Beast King, and his mother, the Combat Queen. At just 3 years old, he began training at the Kreminus martial arts school guided by his father. Neither the hero's faction nor the Demon King's forces dared to provoke them. At 9 years old, during a massive gathering of powerful figures, little Jain was led in by his father, completely clueless. Just like that, he easily defeated his master's own disciple. And the future cult leader was beaten clean without Jain showing even a single hint of exhaustion. Not a single wound on his body. He defeated a giant bear entirely on his own, and by age 14 he stood proudly while gripping the severed goat head of the Demon King's 13th commander. "You have come to demand a tribute from this town." Under the blazing sun, he looked like a majestic and completely unstoppable hero holding that severed goat head. By the time he turned 17, he won a legendary duel, defeating 127 disciples to become the youngest master of his martial arts sect. He swept through a massive crowd of warriors, leaving not a single opponent standing. Fighting so much only bored him, leaving him with a dark and gloomy look. He was a warrior nobody dared to face, because he was simply too strong. Even the Demon King sent emissaries to recruit him. And this is Jin, a small boy who spent his days training by relentlessly throwing punches at a massive tree trunk. That was when Kim Min-soo arrived with his group of companions. Map in hand, Kim Min-soo kept his eyes locked straight ahead. They spotted Jin training, completely ignoring his surroundings, as he repeatedly slammed his fists into the tree. Noticing their arrival, Jin glanced over as Kim Min-soo scratched his face with an awkward smile. "Excuse me, is this the shortcut to Amon Hill?" Min-soo asked, instantly realizing Jin was incredibly strong. Jin just frowned silently without answering, slowly clenching his hands into tight fists. Without uttering a single word, Jin lunged forward, eager to initiate a fight. He threw a powerful direct punch. Forest leaves shook as Jin charged, but for the first time in his life, he tasted absolute defeat and was left lying flat on the ground. Kim Min-soo awkwardly tried to explain, pointing out that Jin was actually the one who attacked him first. Since he started the fight, Jin had no right to complain and could only offer a bitter apology. But that defeat became the real spark behind Jin's pursuit of true strength. He joined Kim Min-soo's party, gathering quietly with them around a crackling campfire. It was the sole reason he agreed to travel as the hero's loyal teammate. While Kim Min-soo chatted and laughed happily with their female healer, Jin just sat with his chin resting on his hand, deep in thought, never quite uncovering the secret behind Min-soo's power. He watched Kim Min-soo fearlessly wield his sword against a giant flaming beast. The hero never lost, leaving Jin staring from the ground in utter shock and confusion. He was left standing in Min-soo's shadow, watching him grow stronger day by day. Only now did Jin taste the bitter pain of being defeated. His hands trembled as they clawed into the dirt, feeling like he was walking in an endless shadow. Kim Min-soo stood nearby with his giant sword, oblivious to Jin's deep envy, asking with a gentle smile if he was okay. Min-soo reached out his hand, but trying to catch up felt like a slow turtle. Jin tried his absolute best to run, but he could never seem to close the gap. But now Jin looks incredibly mature with a sharp gaze and a confident, fierce smile. Stepping into the fire, he unleashes a flurry of flaming punches, letting his power explode wildly. Now that he truly understands his strength, his mind goes blank as he keeps fighting. Standing right before Jin now is that skeletal old man sitting on the throne. His vision narrows with only the enemy in front of him and his precious allies standing right behind his back. Across the battlefield, Kim Min-soo is trapped inside solid ice, heavily guarded by nearby enemies. Jin summons every ounce of his strength to run, telling himself that he can finally do this. Kim Min-soo's back is right there in front of him, and this time he is finally about to catch up. Reaching out his hand as excitement surges, Jin knows he can finally stand by his side. Recalling that gentle smile, Jin finally understands the ultimate secret behind the hero's power. He rains down dozens of blazing punches, shattering the ice and completely crushing this skeletal monster. The monster's eyes flash as it lunges with its massive jaws wide open, biting right through Min-soo's waist. He stands frozen in shock, unable to believe this is a protection quest. Despite his incredible strength and going completely all out, he still could not defeat this beast. Old Teomon gasps in absolute horror while everyone else stands shocked, the two elven girls turning pale. The healer stares in complete disbelief, utterly jaw-dropped. Min-soo remains frozen solid in a block of ice, his face pale until the sword hero finally breaks the seal. 18 minutes and 21 seconds in crowds of people are busy working in front of the massive castle. The bustling market is alive with trade as an old man pulls out a cigarette to take a drag. It is Teomon sitting there looking completely lost and somber as he watches the soldiers march by. An elven girl approaches and sits down right next to him, and without even looking, he already knows who it is. Seeing her gloomy face, he asks if she went to see the hero too. She gives a quiet nod, prompting him to ask if things went that badly. She lowers her head in agreement, opening up to tell him the entire story. The boy does not have a single bit of physical strength, completely lacks courage, and seems totally unfit for battle. Back then, Min-soo was just an ordinary high school student. Shyly scratching his head, he reached out his hand and said he was glad to meet her. She had stared at his outstretched hand in silence, bluntly asking why his eyes were so red and swollen. It really looked like he had been crying for 4 straight days after being summoned. She looks over at the old dwarf. Even after being given the legendary sword of Durant, the boy could not even hunt a simple slime. The more she speaks, the sadder her eyes become. She wonders if their world is truly doomed, just as they predicted. After all, she heard the previous generation's hero was never this weak. The old dwarf gently comforts her, saying that under these circumstances, it is only natural to hesitate about becoming the hero's companion. But Teoman's gaze sharpens, and speaking seriously, he points out one major thing. That fragile kid actually intends to save a world full of complete strangers. Back then, Minsu bowed deeply with a soft but determined smile, saying he wanted to do his absolute best. He wanted to completely end this fight so he could finally return to his real world. Hearing those words left the old man completely speechless with surprise. Recalling that moment, he turns to her with a serious question. Would she ever lay down her life to save a world she has absolutely nothing to do with? The elven girl breaks into a cold sweat. It is an incredibly tough choice, just like it was for him, especially from the perspective of someone who has lived through the harsh realities of war. The old man frowns, noting that it would be different if they were fighting to protect their own homeland. Just look at the bustling streets before them right now. But if he were asked to die on some foreign battlefield while leaving his family behind, he would definitely hesitate. Yet that young boy has already made up his mind. Remembering Minsu's young but resolute face, the old man remarks that this sheer resolve is what makes him a true hero. She asks if he really plans to choose the kid as his companion. He has his own worries, admitting he cannot just leave such a kind-hearted boy to be used by sketchy strangers. He nods, refusing to just stand by and let the kid die. He suddenly stands up as a brilliant rainbow shines across the sky before them. That is the pride of a dwarf, not just a warrior, and he looks incredibly cool right now. Getting his point, she chuckles and rises to her feet, deciding right then to join the journey too. It has been a long time since the two of them agreed on anything. Clenching her fist with excitement, she notes they still have plenty of time ahead of them. Timon just smiles, deeply doubting that his comrades can hold out long enough for help to arrive. With that, the two share a firm fist bump, sealing their final deal. Right there, in that do-or-die moment, the massive skeleton unleashes an overwhelming surge of raw power. The old dwarf screams while the girls freeze in sheer horror, completely losing their minds. The dragon spreads its wings, soaring straight toward them. Her hand touches the thick ice, trapping Kim Min-soo, while the healer desperately calculates how much time she needs to shatter it. Tears stream down her face, knowing deep down that her allies cannot survive long enough for her to finish. Tiaman quickly recovers his composure and yells at the others to stop panicking and stay focused. Terrified, she turns around to listen to his desperate words. He asks if they still do not realize that once they crossed over, there was never any going back. Arya, the weeping elf, stops in her tracks to look at him as he fiercely shouts to rally their fading spirits. Even in this grim situation, he demands they remember exactly why they came here. Completely devastated, the young elf can only mutter the word back in confusion. Suddenly, a mystic rune flares with a brilliant golden light. Extending her hands toward the ice block, Arya channels her glowing magic, declaring with absolute certainty that they are here to save the hero. Exhaustion weighs heavily on his face, yet the old dwarf firmly agrees that saving him is all that matters. Raising his heavy shield, he charges forward, knowing that if the hero dies, their entire world is as good as dead. He will buy time, instead of Jin reminding the others that they came to lay down their lives for that boy. It does not matter how cruel destiny is, or how absurdly powerful their enemies might be. Trapped deep inside the frozen prison, Kim Min-soo hears every single word spoken by the old man. They are here to see their ultimate goal through to the end. Reanimated by his words, the two elf girls sprint forward to join the old dwarf in his charge. He bellows for everyone to draw their weapons, roaring that they will rescue the hero right here and now. Swearing to complete their mission on this very spot, he slams his massive shield deep into the earth. Age has drained much of his strength, leaving him panting heavily. He calls upon the Lord of Steel and the Queen of Mountains. His hundreds of warriors once stood against 20,000 soldiers of the Demon King. Now Timon, the champion of protective justice, desperately offers up a final prayer for his people. As he chants, "Look up," a massive dragon looms closer from the sky. Through the freezing snow, his voice echoes, begging for molten steel, unbreakable glass, and earth that can never be torn apart. His prayers are answered as he successfully erects the legendary dwarven fortress, the Iron Canyon. The massive barrier holds the front line as hundreds of skeletal monsters begin swarming up the walls. The undead even prop up ladders made of pure ice, desperate to breach the legendary dwarven fortress. Dozens of skeletons scale the ladder, scrambling toward the top. But the old man has already lined the battlements with heavy weaponry. A relentless hail of gunfire rains down, shredding the skeletal horde, attempting to breach the walls. Beside the elf, the old dwarf looks up toward the sky in tense anticipation. The young elf anxiously realizes that since the dwarf secured the ground, her sole duty is to watch the skies. She needs to target the Demon King directly from above and turn the tide of this war. Turning to the little pixie behind her, she screams for Bayo to finally unleash her power. The young girl quickly nods, closing her eyes tightly, as she clasps her hands together in prayer. She calls upon the sacred dragon god, offering her own tiny body as a vessel to manifest. Her wings shimmer with blinding light, expanding massively as she instantly transforms into a majestic young dragon. Seizing the moment, the elf runs ahead and leaps high into the air. She risks everything to mount the newly summoned dragon, ready for the final clash. She stands tall on the dragon's back, drawing her arrow to aim. All of this is to push everyone past their absolute limits. But soon her face turns dark with strain, too exhausted to hold on any longer. She is caught. That skeletal monster has already captured her. He squeezes her tightly in his grasp, just like he did to the ice hero. Up on the fortress walls, look at that. Not a single monster is left standing. An old man's severed arms still grip the shield. His body is completely gone, leaving only his hands behind. In front of the walls, only a shattered shield remains amidst total ruin, devoid of any life. The giant dragon closes its eyes as blood splatters, completely defeated by the bone dragon. Now only the healer is left weeping bitterly as she watches this nightmare unfold. Yet she never stops channeling her healing magic into the frozen Kim Min-soo. The grand fortress walls are cracked, utterly ruined, and burning to ash. The healer keeps desperately trying to treat the frozen Kim Min-soo. She turns her head in panic to find the Demon King standing right there, his eyes glowing bright. Inside the solid block of ice, Kim Min-soo remains completely frozen. The old Demon King tilts his head, grabbing him tightly to seal his fate. It is all over. The sword hero is trapped as the cracked fortress wall collapses into ruin. The healer pours every ounce of her magic to save Kim Min-soo, tears streaming down her face in pure desperation. With glowing eyes, the old Demon King steps closer to seize Kim Min-soo. It is over. The frozen sword hero. Kim Min-soo cannot move as the Demon King whispers of impending calamity. He orders his execution, and the bone dragon dives straight down at blinding speed. Its massive jaws fly open, ready to swallow both of them whole. The healer looks up with a sharp glare. There is absolutely no room left for fear. She raises her staff, high into the air. She casts a protective magic barrier around Kim Min-soo, leaving herself completely exposed outside. A massive barrier erupts around him, and her staff falls heavily to the ground. Standing outside the shield, she reaches out to touch him with tear-filled eyes. Hero, this is her absolute best, right now. To be completely honest, I really hated heroes before you came to our world. Walking through the deep snow, a young girl is led by an older woman. With rosy cheeks and innocent youthful eyes, she was chosen to serve as the hero's holy priestess. Inside a majestic castle, weathering the blizzard, several figures stand waiting for them. An old priest holding the staff steps forward, walking right up to young Sia. He tells her he received a divine prophecy. She must accompany the next hero on their great journey as their priestess. Being so young back then, she understood nothing and only looked up in confusion. The priest declared that from now on, she can never be a regular girl, a lover, or a follower to anyone else. He places a heavy hand on her shoulder. Her entire life, her purity and her soul must be preserved solely for the savior of this world. A child her age could not possibly grasp the weight of these words. She innocently asked why such a massive responsibility was being handed to her. Her tiny body trembled as she nervously clenched her hands together. She begged him, saying she was just a child who wanted a normal life. But the moment those words left her mouth, the old man slapped her across the face. She collapsed onto the cold floor, clutching her stinging cheek. Frowning with absolute rage, he warned her that this role affects hundreds of millions of lives across their entire world. Only the sister rushes to lift her up, while the old man continues his threats. Do not take this lightly. The other priestess adds that if Seiya refuses, they must kill her and divine the next child to take her place. Seeing her tears, she offers a cold comfort. Just do it. It is the only way for everyone to survive. The old man thrusts the scepter forward, forcing the choice upon her. Can you do it? A priestess is supposed to be a loyal servant of God. That is what the world believes. But there is a hidden side to her duty. The light dies in her eyes that day. From then on, every priestess exists only to serve the hero. They heal the hero. They support him. They have no other choice. Sometimes they are forced into a twisted romance, giving up their very bodies in a false love, all to keep the hero bound to a world he otherwise wants to abandon, until a massive monster arrives and tears their peaceful life apart. Seiya stands behind him with an empty expression, clutching her scepter as the hero fights the beast. Long before the hero even arrived, she was already destined for this artificial forced affection. Looking at the ancient records, the young girl weeps for the tragic priestesses who came before. She can never eat what she wants. Forced to study things she hates, enduring a regime far stricter than any normal child, all to master the art of submitting to her cruel destiny. Sometimes she spends lonely nights entirely on her own, tending to her wounds in the dark. Tears stream down her face as she whispers how much she hates the priestess's path and how much she hates the hero. But Kim Min-soo is different. He never falls for the superficial charms or forced intimacy of her role. Instead, she stays by his side during his darkest, most vulnerable moments, sharing simple shy touches with none of the heavy burdens or forced expectations of her destiny. Standing before a fresh grave, suddenly Kim Min-soo appeared behind her, draping a coat over her shoulders, while gently offering words of comfort. Failing to save the mage was not the priestess's fault. He said it was because I was not strong enough. Placing his hand over his heart with reliable earnestness, he promised that they would not lose anyone next time, swearing to try harder. Hearing those words finally brought a warm smile to her face. I only believe in one truth, hero. I will stay by your side and protect you forever. The monsters kept coming, but Kim Min-soo fought on alone without a single moment of rest. They always stood side by side, one doing the fighting, the other doing the healing. Together they made the perfect team, and in the end he saved our world. Defeating the monsters, their entire group was once so happy, just being together. They were so close, sharing a deep bond, which was why she was determined to save him at any cost. Seiya pressed both of her hands against the massive block of ice, desperately racing against time. We will save you this time, she thought. She succeeded. The seal's chains finally shattered. The explosion shattered the massive ice block, violently blasting away the surrounding skeleton monsters. Kim Min-soo stood frozen inside his eyes, widening in complete shock at what was unfolding right before him. Standing there with open arms and tears streaming down her face, she smiled brightly and told him, "Hero, I have always wanted to tell you." Before the monsters devoured her, she managed to say her final words, "I love you." Amidst the ruins of this desolate battlefield, Kim Min-soo was finally able to move again. The ice melted, freeing him as tears ran down his face. While looking down at the ground, his companions were dead, their bodies torn to pieces in the most brutal way. He stumbled over to Seiya's staff, reaching out with trembling, bruised hands, his entire body shaking as he wept. Kneeling down, he clutched her things and wept, calling out to his parents. Trembling and completely frozen tears well up in his eyes. "The dragon and elf are dead, their bodies frozen solid." He looks around, no one is left alive. A shield floats suspended in midair, the old man left with only his hands, and you are completely shattered. Kim Min-soo struggles to stand and crawl over there, his face completely pale, as he grips the cloth in suffocating grief. I have just dreamed a truly horrific, terrifying nightmare. In it, back at the very beginning, he was still just a high school kid. I was summoned to a strange world, and a goddess-like girl appeared before me. To return home to my family, I had to slay that world's demon lord, and so he and his party went on to slaughter countless monsters. For about a year, I endured a grueling, painful journey, only to return home and find both of my parents had already passed away. With no family or friends and a society that rejected me, it was deeply painful. It was not just a broken heart, nor was it some dull ache inside my head. He wept until blood dripped from his eyes, trudging forward day after day, like a hollow walking corpse. His face was completely expressionless, his eyes blood red. Like tearing at my own flesh, I could not help but open my wallet to look at my family photo. Those years of quiet grieving, it was incredibly suffocating, incredibly painful. And so I swung what was in my hands with every ounce of my strength. He used his sword to brutally butcher those who abandoned him, killing in a mad frenzy, with tears hidden beneath his armor. Even though I briefly released the overwhelming, suffocating pain that was locked deep inside my heart, he kept carrying that colossal sword, slaughtering his way through the human world. The crowd stared at his face on the giant screen. That day, I forced the entire world to turn against me. In the eyes of the public, he was nothing but a monster, a destroyer of worlds as military convoys lined the streets. All those happy people had finally come to hold me accountable for everything. They tried to stand against me, but he knew he deserved exactly what was coming. Shield hero Yu Sun-hwa stands amidst the raging flames, shield ready for battle. Gasping heavily for breath, Kim Min-soo looked at his hands, realizing he had personally ended every single one of their lives. The shield hero died too. After all the brutal combat, he sat perched on the edge of the rooftop, completely alone. My heart ached as he sat there looking down at the ruined city he destroyed. Only by trampling on the happiness of others could I momentarily forget that I was the only miserable one left. I know it is wrong, I know I am desperate. Even after a desperate clash with the messy-haired Jungsu, he was still the only one standing in total despair. It felt like dark, shadowy hands were constantly reaching from the earth to grab his legs. They pinned him down, trapping him completely. What on earth should I do? Plunging into a black abyss of despair, he stood atop a mountain of corpses. Surrounded by those he killed, I still thought I was normal, wanting nothing more than a simple life. I just wanted to be happy, wishing there was someone, anyone who could truly understand my agonizing pain. Eating a delicious meal with his parents like the old days was now an impossibly distant luxury for him. But within that nightmare, I had fully transformed into a monster. Now he kneels here completely broken before the corpses of his comrades. Everyone is dead, leaving him entirely alone in this freezing void. The old demon lord perched on his high throne, sneering with pure amusement as he told the sword hero to pay the price for everything he had done. And now Kim Min-soo is completely frozen from the cold blood pouring from his eyes as he screams out in sheer agony. If my actions are what forced me to take responsibility, then the people I fought so hard to save, they are all dead now. The sight of Jane being devoured by that beast is still burned into his mind. All those people I fought so hard to protect. While I was suffering through this misery, my comrades remembered me as just a normal guy in their final moments. They are all dead. This has to be a nightmare, right? Kim Min-soo kneels on the freezing ice, crying out to the sky as the melting snow pours down like rain. Honestly, how can one person possibly suffer this much endless misfortune? The old man sitting on the ice bench asks if he is currently in immense pain. He completely ignores just how desperately the young man is weeping. This is exactly what it feels like to lose everyone who ever mattered. Please give me an answer. His tears dry up. Sitting there, he knows this is no dream. To silence his screams, the old man shows no mercy, saying, "If you have felt the pain, I will kill you now." He kneels there, motionless. His broken heart still aches with deep, agonizing pain. In just a single night, his hair turns snow white, looking like his very soul is about to shatter. He drops to his knees before the Demon King's fury. His soft whimpering goes unheard as the magical staff suddenly begins to glow with blinding light. "Please save me, dark blood splatters the emergency exit with cold corpses littering the entire ground." A humming sound echoes over the dense pile of corpses blocking the stairs. A man walks up carrying a bag of popcorn. It is Lee Seongjun. He chuckles to himself, completely ignoring the dead bodies, as he walks straight into a brightly lit room. Stepping inside while still humming, he opens up the microwave and tosses the bag of popcorn right in. Now watch as he sets the timer, the microwave light illuminating his eerie, smiling face. You can easily tell how thrilled he is as the kernels begin to pop inside. The corn kernel blooms like a tiny flower. Then boom! A massive explosion suddenly erupts. The skeletal demon sits there enveloped by a thick layer of frost and ice. Sitting on a giant throne, his eyes glow brightly as he flashes a truly sinister grin. He was on the very brink of death. So how is this even possible? Kim Min-soo, now missing an arm, kneels on the ground in stunned silence. With a bruised face and white hair, he looks completely devastated. Behind him, 2 swords are plunged straight into the cold ground. Staggering to his feet, he whispers in absolute despair, "It is all over, everything is gone." The skeletal demon glares at him, wondering if he has finally lost his mind. What is he whispering about? The Demon King raises a single glowing finger to the sky, declaring it does not matter because he will end him right now. His hand acts like a massive cannon firing upward, triggering an immediate and deafening explosion. Kim Min-soo just stands there, showing no emotion and refusing to defend himself. The entire place blows apart, leaving behind a sphere of solid skull-shaped ice. With a simple wave of his hand, the space right in front of him completely shatters. Facing the destructive explosion flying straight toward him, Kim Min-soo shows absolutely no reaction. Staring blankly, he asks himself just how cruel this world can possibly be to a single person. A violent blast. Blinding light suddenly explodes in every single direction. Countless skeletons crawl forward, wrapping their bony hands tightly around Kim Min-soo. Swarming him like ants, they tear and rip away at his armor and clothing in a frenzy. As they relentlessly gnaw and tear at him, he remains completely motionless. With all hope of survival drained from his eyes, he lies on the ground quietly, lamenting his fate. "A tragic world is not enough. Absolutely no one in this world could ever suffer more than me." As the endless skeletons completely overrun the battlefield, only his helpless voice echoes out. All he wanted was to slaughter everything. Lying there in complete isolation, he mutters that nothing can change his empty reality. He would always be entirely alone. His blood-red eyes slowly fade as his face grows pale, wishing for everyone to just vanish. Because the Void World possesses neither a savior nor a dark lord of its own, it serves as the ultimate junction to summon champions. But in that empty world today, a new Demon King has finally awakened. Kim Min-soo closes his eyes tight, a faint smile on his lips as tears stream down. Rising from the pile of bones, his eyes snap open like a completely different person. The helpless kid who gave up is gone. Answering his call, the holy sword Durandal tears through everything in its path to reach him. Crimson light begins to violently crackle around his entire body. Scattered fragments piece themselves together, wrapping around him like armor. Smiling down at his hand, Kim Min-soo unleashes a blinding light that flares within the skull sphere, ready to shatter it. With a massive boom, the entire structure detonates. The Demon King grits his teeth, eyes wide with absolute horror. In an instant, the skull prison vaporizes as a massive black dragon sails through the sky. The beast opens its giant maw, lunging forward to swallow Kim Min-soo whole. Looking up at the beast, Kim Min-soo just smiles and casually beckons it with a finger. With a simple gesture, a single streak of golden light erupts instantly, slicing the colossal dragon in half. Honestly, defeating a giant legendary dragon without even breaking a sweat is just insane. The Demon King sits there completely frozen. He had the upper hand, but now he can only watch as Kim Min-soo casually dismantles his power. This is an entirely different level of power. It makes absolutely no sense. He stares at him. Heroes are supposed to be bound by the world's laws. Once they defeat the Demon King, they should leave, but this guy behaves just like a monster. Right then, Kim Min-soo's legs begin to glow with a blinding golden light. Did he discard his hero's path? But suddenly, Kim Min-soo collapses to the ground. The Demon King watches closely, feeling true dread. This is no longer a war, but an impending apocalypse. Looking at Kim Min-soo's scarred and shadowed face, he recognizes a terrifying truth. Wearing a sinister grin, he looks up, a walking calamity born to end the world. Desperate, the Demon King conjures ice and summons dozens of massive skull spheres in the sky. He gathers all his remaining strength for one desperate strike. Dozens of those giant bone spheres rain down, flying straight toward Kim Min-soo. He simply swipes his hand. The massive skull spheres disintegrate into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Left with no options, the Demon King charges forward himself with his staff raised. Kim Min-soo stands there smiling. The enemy's razor-sharp ice spear thrusts straight ahead, impaling Kim Min-soo right through the chest. The brutal force lifts him high up into the air. His eyes remain shut, completely expressionless. Refusing to stop, the Demon King conjures an ice axe to deliver the finishing blow. As long as you die, my world will finally be saved. Determined to end Kim Min-soo once and for all, he roars out for him to die. But suddenly a golden net traps the Demon King. In an instant, his body shatters to pieces, dying before he can even touch Kim Min-soo. The sharp ice spear impaling his body slowly begins to fade and melt away. Kim Min-soo lies motionless on the ground, looking like a hollow shell of himself. There is no salvation in this world, absolutely nothing left to even start over with. A few pieces of popcorn tumble to the floor as a sudden breathless gasp rings out. Lee Dong shakes violently from head to toe, clutching his popcorn with wide, disbelieving eyes. He actually did it? Staring at the screen showing Kim Min-soo's battle, complete panic starts to cloud his mind. Across 374,000 regressions and 150,000 years, he clutches his face and breaks down crying. He finally pulled it off. The ice hero is dead, completely shattered into nothingness. As Kim Min-soo lies on the cold ground, the old generation is officially gone. Deep inside the frozen Russian command center, amidst a raging blizzard, a soldier wearing headphones frantically reports the latest updates, his voice shaking with sheer urgency. Suddenly, another soldier bursts into the room, shouting out to the general. Standing at rigid attention with his hands behind his back, he delivers the grim news. Ivan Buchan, the legendary ice hero, has officially been reported dead. The general remains silently brooding, prompting the nervous soldier to continue his report. The sword hero is already on the move, and despite the heavy blizzard, he is pushing forward rapidly. Frowning deeply, the general hears that the target will soon reach the Chinese border. Upon hearing this, the furious general slams his fist violently onto the table. He completely loses his temper, roaring with anger. Those miserable bastards are probably already broadcasting their victory, bragging about taking down two great heroes. His eyes widen in bitter disappointment. What an absolute disgrace. We should have never trusted those weak, pathetic old fools. Just then, the communicator abruptly blares to life, causing both men to snap their heads toward it. What are you waiting for? The general barks. Go answer it and see what they want. Sensing it must be the Chinese side, the soldier quickly puts his headset back on. The battlefield is a desolate wasteland, engulfed in raging red flames, with both the river and sky stained blood red. Massive explosions have completely ruined the area, leaving a few surviving soldiers scrambling for a way out. Tears stream down one soldier's face as he screams in terror into his radio. Hey, what on earth did you guys actually create over there? Witnessing the literal river of blood and countless bodies piled up before him, he shrieks in absolute horror. The entire defense unit was completely wiped out in a mere 12 seconds, not just killed, but brutally ground down into nothing but mincemeat. It is a pure nightmare, and suddenly Kim Min-soo appears right before him. Paralyzed with fear, the soldier weeps and begs, pleading for someone to save him. Kim Min-soo merely stares back down at him with cold, emotionless eyes. Back at the base, the operator hears the terrifying static of the transmission. He is already there. That absolute monster! Terrified out of his mind, the soldier anxiously turns to his commander. 200,000 defense troops have been completely wiped out, General. Yet despite this grim outcome, the heroes who once ruled this era had still managed to achieve something significant. Their misplaced trust, born from despair, turned allies into enemies. The hope that could have disabled these weapons of mass destruction will now unleash a devastating slaughter. Even as his body began to disintegrate, love still bound him, scattering his essence into the cold air until his very last breath. The old hero's body crumbles into tiny frozen shards, buying just enough precious time to stall the Demon King's advance. Kim Min-soo steps forward through the thick, suffocating smoke and ash. All that remains now is the Demon King himself, his face grim, covered entirely in blood. A broken pocket watch. Lee Seongjun is crying, deeply moved, standing beside the two heroes. Raging flames consume everything in sight. Floating in the sky, Hwarang Hong looks down, crossing his arms with a pleased smirk. Oh man, what a completely relieving feeling. Under the bright golden sun, a peaceful countryside kitchen has water boiling on the stove where someone is ladling it out. One emotionless young man. He scoops up the hot water, carrying it slowly back into the house. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, the old woman looks at him with a warm smile. Is that you, Ji-seong? He smiles, stepping inside as he replies, Yes, Grandma. Smiling softly, he politely offers, I brewed some tea. Please have some, Grandma. She tilts her head with a gentle smile. Oh dear, thank you, my sweet grandson. The two of them sit there quietly, sharing their tea. Over the calm, clear blue waters lies the Spear Coalition base on an island near Indonesia. Working out on the shore is that young man, none other than Jung-soo himself. Pushing himself off of the ground, he continues his workout despite his heavily bandaged arm. The forest warrior approaches him and asks, How exactly is your injured arm holding up? He sits up eagerly, turning to reply, It is doing great. Honestly, it feels way tougher than my old one, which I can definitely use to our strategic advantage. Hearing this, she feels happy but shy and playfully taps her head. After all, do you know what that horn prosthetic is actually made of? Jung-soo clenches his fist to get a feel for it. It definitely feels different, but that is a hurdle he will overcome. Leaning back against a massive rock, he sighs. The real issue is that the weapon I need to fight him has completely vanished. Like I told you before, without the spear crafted in the spear world, any other spear, of course, is completely useless to me. She nods softly, I know. That is why we are planning to recover all the other heroes' weapons, starting with your spear, buried under the Reconstruction Government headquarters. Looking up in shock, he raises his voice. Wait, did you not say there are already factions backing the sword hero on the Korean mainland? Thinking back to those other strong heroes, he feels those bastards alongside the martial arts hero will protect their weapons with their lives. Do you really think I can just defeat them? She looks down, her voice dropping in sadness. Are you saying you will not go? Jung-soo looks at her, thoroughly confused as the forest warrior continues. Your primary role is to defeat the sword hero. Wasting your energy on anything else will be too difficult, especially after that massive battle. Seeing him so confused, she looks up and offers a gentle smile. There are people who will gladly lay down their lives just to set the stage for you. We must trust them. On the wall, a suit of armor stands with a sword pinned to it. A crowd gathers around, stunned by the heavy impact of this major command. Loud voices echo, discussing a truly heavy sacrifice. Standing at the podium, an old man in an iron helmet shouts into his microphone, Only the heroes represent the truth, our only path forward. He continues to passionately preach to the captive crowd standing below. They are scattered across the globe now, so let us unite and fulfill our mission. Clenching his fist, the old man yells, If we follow their lead, those heroes will welcome us as citizens of a brand new world. To the desperate crowd below, his words sound like a genuine ray of hope. Joy fills the room as everyone smiles and nods along. High up on a nearby building, two figures quietly observe the massive gathering from afar. They are two young women, one tracking with binoculars, while the other aims a rifle directly at them. And their target is none other than the old man delivering the speech. With a cigarette between her lips and a sharp glare, Angie lets out a heavy sigh. Sighing at those damn communists, she stands as the leader of the Reconstruction Government. The girl holding the gun asks if she should pull the trigger, and the boss crushes her cigarette, giving a decisive order. Do it, she commands. The horn hero said they could make the call to blow his brains out, so she obeys instantly. With a sharp bang, the bullet tears right through the middle of the old man's forehead. The relic retrieval mission has begun, marked by the bullet tearing through the old man's head. Splattered blood paints the picture on the wall as he collapses onto the floor, dead on the spot. Terror grips everyone in the room as they scream in panic and scramble to escape. The shooter turns around and tells her captain that she just blew his brains out. Leaning against the wall with her arms crossed, Angie replies with utter indifference. I get it, she replies. You do not need to report every single detail to me. It is not like that red splat on the wall is ketchup or something. She pulls out her walkie-talkie and announces to the unemployed folks that the signal for the relic recovery mission has officially been lit. With a mocking smirk, she tells those traitors to go ahead and enjoy themselves. 5 hours earlier, inside the central office of the Reconstruction Government, a crowd of suit-clad officials stands in solemn rows alongside fully armed soldiers. Angie steps up to the podium, places her things on the table, and looks down at the crowd with a serious gaze. Hello there, my fellow unemployed folks. Looking over their grim faces, she notes that many of them have probably seen her before. The crowd stands in absolute silence, waiting for her to begin her address. She tells them she was the former head of national intelligence and counterterrorism, as well as the chief hero analyst. Having said that, she suddenly bows her head. explaining that she now serves as the strategic director of the reconstruction government for a nation left in absolute ruins. She formally introduces herself once more as Anji. Right then, a fully armored soldier in the crowd finally loses his patience. He bellows out, asking if she honestly thinks they are at some friendly seminar. Standing there with a heavily scarred face, he continues to shout. Since she went ahead and dismantled all the remaining infrastructure in South Korea, just to gather everyone here, he demands that she stop wasting their time and get straight to the point. Scratching her cheek with a smirk, she notes that many of them will die soon anyway. Which is exactly why she wanted to liven up the grim atmosphere a little first. Without another word, she clicks her remote to activate the screen. Sighing at their lack of humor, she decides to cut the chatter and get straight to business. The screen quickly lights up with her prepared documents displaying their strategic plan for relic recovery. Thinking of those self-proclaimed heroes, she points out that everyone already knows the drill. During the massive rebel uprising that overthrew South Korea, several major battles broke out. And fortunately, they have successfully tracked all the movement routes of those enemy forces. This includes the very heroes who once fought alongside their own faction. The primary focus of this entire mission is recovering their powerful weapons, especially the legendary forgotten spear left behind when the rogue hero fled the scene. Flashbacks show Mason helping Uncle Sudong escape the battlefield back then. The spear remained impaled in the ground, since the boy admitted he simply forgot about it. Regardless, the core issue is that most of these relics are currently held by the hero faction, led by the old speaker. And 2 of those heroes are currently in South Korea, including the notorious Lee Sung-jun. Exactly 5 hours from now, we will make sure to deploy every remaining force we have to reclaim the vast majority of these relics. The silent crowd below offers no objections, completely agreeing with her words. She suddenly bows her head, her voice dropping as she warns them that it will be brutal, and they will likely die. Looking at the crowd gathered below, everyone is ready to sacrifice everything. They have fewer than 1,000 armed troops and nearly 100 elite agents. Looking down at everyone gathered before her, she goes over the situation, noting they have no more than 300 citizens who can actually support them in guerrilla warfare. Suddenly, a scarred man speaks up, looking quite annoyed. Arrogant as always, he sneers. "Do you think we will panic because we fear death? We are already prepared to die." He is haunted by that horrifying destruction, the explosions and the death. We only feel a profound sense of regret for our fallen comrades, wondering why we are the ones who are somehow still breathing. With a dead serious gaze, he holds his head high and declares, "But if we all die just to reclaim what you call relics, then things are still going to be pretty complicated. Who will even use it?" Silence. Stroking his chin, he asks if using those relics can finally wipe out the rest of the heroes. Remembering that battle and Ande, the riot hero, her mood turned solemn. He was their faction's strongest hero, a kid fully capable of completely wiping out those terrorists. She stands there observing the crowd, quietly acknowledging that they literally do not have a single card left to play besides him. Their only option is to go all in, so they must trust him and reclaim that relic. She looks down, her eyes sorrowful. It feels pathetic being powerless adults who are willing to push a young kid onto the battlefield. Her hands grip the table, trembling as she remarks that they can at least give him a weapon. Let them risk their lives to reclaim that power for him. Raising her voice, she calls out to let them, the sinners, risk everything to bring it back for him, even with the heroes resisting. Over in Gangnam, Seoul, the battle continues to rage. An operator sitting inside the control cabin quickly reports that they have found a location. Thinking this, he scoops up a huge load with his excavator. Buried beneath the dirt is a suit of armor and a staff, and seeing them makes him yell with joy. The relic recovery mission is now officially active, while over at the government's massive underground shelter in Sector B-12, armed soldiers gripping their weapons make their way out, keeping close to the walls. One soldier pokes his head out and speaks into his radio, reporting that this is B-12. Seeing the weapons buried in the dirt, they quickly call it in. They have found the spear of the riot hero, and they are finally securing it using the magnet. The helicopters finally manage to lift the massive shield and take off into the air. Securing the heavy anchors is fully complete, and the crew reports that they are perfectly set for transport. The pilot acknowledges, confirming they are proceeding with the takeoff. Another voice chimes in, reporting that Dragon Team has secured the shield and is currently transporting it. Just as they finally begin to hoist that massive shield off the ground, a sudden violent explosion tears through the sky. And just like that, a terrifying new enemy suddenly appears on the scene. Whipping his head around, a soldier gasps in absolute shock. That formidable hero stands tall and imposing, wearing a jet-black devil mask that looks absolutely terrifying. The confused soldier can barely process what is happening before him. Before he can even finish his sentence, the entire chopper blows to pieces. 15 minutes into the start of the relic recovery mission, multiple aircraft are already blown out of the sky. The bloody retaliation by those who call themselves the new rulers of this land has officially begun. Frozen in shock, the surviving soldiers stare down at the lifeless body of their comrade. The old man lies motionless, blood pooling out and slowly spreading across the cold ground. His eyes are wide open as he slowly sits up against all odds. He is actually still alive. Clenching his teeth, his companion asks in pure confusion, "I heard rumors that you drank the blood of the vampire hero, but seeing it happen in person is genuinely disgusting." The deep wound on the old man's forehead has completely healed up. Glaring back with clear irritation, he asks how the man dares call a hero's sacred power disgusting. Calling those words highly disrespectful, the old man stands up, brushes off his clothes, and asks how long he has been out. Still repulsed, the other guy replies, "It has not been long," but points him to the chaos outside. Right before their eyes, the entire city lies in absolute ruins. Government forces are currently scrambling all over the sector to reclaim the weapons left by the rebel heroes. The old man rubs his head. Glancing over, he says he never expected this. Stroking his chin in deep thought, the soldier frowns, saying the old man should have seen this coming the moment he got shot. He further adds that this entire situation definitely was not something they had planned for in advance. Staring at the horrific scene, he fills the old man in. That is why the martial arts hero took the shield and headed straight there. Frowning, he glares. Not a single word is said. Look closely. High on a skyscraper, a silhouette suddenly appears. Clasping his hands behind his back, he asks about the return hero. As the silhouette on the building suddenly vanishes, the soldier replies, "They have completely lost contact with the kid." While he mentions reports that the boy might still be in shelter B12, the old man suddenly kneels down to tie his boots. He bends down to tie his laces and nods. Still tying them, he says they have to go clean up the remaining mess. Digging his feet into the pavement, his power explodes as he dashes forward like a bolt of lightning. After all, that is the duty of those who received salvation, and right now, the old man looks exactly like a monster. He charges up the skyscraper at insane speed. Digging his claws into the glass, he leaps onto the roof. But get this, what actually waits on that roof is a ticking bomb. The exact second he arrives, the explosive detonates in a massive fireball. Caught completely off guard, he can only watch as the entire building is reduced to absolutely nothing. As the tower shakes violently, the squad scrambles to make their escape down. Static crackles from the radio in An Yeji's hand as a voice reports they failed to get the shield and must retreat. Gritting her teeth in sheer stress, she listens to the soldier repeat that they could not retrieve the shield relic from the ruins. Still sprinting down the stairwell, she quickly asks what happened to the rest of the relics. The walkie-talkie only returns loud clattering and static. On the other end, the soldiers listen while fighting for their lives. The Gangnam units managing the SP and TME teams are currently locked in combat. As the squad handling Hammerbell and Bomb keeps fighting, the retrieved spears are safely moved to Mopo. Massive trucks are now flooding the streets, showing that the hero faction's command system has been successfully restored with loyal reinforcements arriving. Their chances of reclaiming all the weapons remain completely unknown. Running down the emergency stairs, the squad continues speaking through the radio to reach the team leader. It might have been the right call to just secure the spears and pull back all of their remaining forces. She stands frozen, listening intently to the grim report coming through the radio. If they end up losing to all of them right here, then the existence of the reconstruction government and the resistance forces will meet its final end. Dumbfounded by what she hears, she lets her radio slip and hang loosely. Her mind quickly races, realizing they are far too used to losing. Even the citizens and their forces have already lost all the young heroes who stood on the front lines to protect them. She grit her teeth, biting her lip in sheer frustration, but things were different now. To give up now and run away under the excuse of preserving what little they have left is not an option. She stares at the radio, wondering how she could ever live with that shame. She quickly barks into the radio request backup from the militia. But as for heading to the Dragon Base to launch Operation Zombie, I will go alone. Everyone else stands focused, hanging on her every word. This is an all-out war. Amidst the deafening gunfire and heavy smoke of the battlefield, the soldiers hang on her words. For so long we have endured being plundered over and over. 10 million citizens and our entire city reduced to absolute rubble. Our duty-bound soldiers, our country's infrastructure, and even the lives of those ill-fated heroes who died too young. Absolutely nothing is left intact, and she herself was severely injured during that chaos. It is a memory she can never erase. Propping his hand against a rock, the enemy hero struggled to stand, even uttering a word of praise. "You did well, sister," he said. An Yeji, with one eye bloodied, looked up in surprise, her hands trembling. "We have constantly been robbed of everything, all for the sake of their so-called future." Gritting her teeth until they bleed, she declares that today, they must take it back from those bastards. Guided by an undying spirit, she stares intensely at the radio, fearing no death. Today, even if our victory is drenched in blood, we must seize it at all costs. On the other end, the soldiers shout back their clear agreement. We are deploying a helicopter to transport the leadership team to the Dragon Base for their escape. Operation Zombie will officially begin right now. Deep inside a hospital room, a boy lies completely wrapped in bandages, the fallen hero, Ahn Ji-won. As soldiers rush down the corridor, two resting doctors suddenly look up in surprise. The group wheels in a gurney, prompting the startled doctors to yell out, "Wait!" One doctor spreads his arms to block them, declaring he has no idea who gave them these orders. But thinking of his critical patient, the old doctor desperately tries to reason with them. If you move him now, he will certainly die. He absolutely must remain in a stable environment. He frantically adds that the patient needs to be kept in a strictly sterile environment. But she has already pointed her gun directly at him. There is no time, we will explain everything on the way. Meanwhile, Ahn Ye-ji sits silently aboard the transport vehicle. Nearby, the soldiers quickly secure the wounded hero onto the gurney. Elsewhere, a masked hero sits cross-legged on the ground before a massive shield. Right in front of him lies the charred remains of the vampire lord blown to pieces. At long last, the final war between the greedy thieves and their broken victims has begun. The South Korean government once held the power to suppress the rampaging heroes. The desolate scene lies in ruins, marked by a red flag and graffiti warning of a besieged Korea. Carved into the stone wall are words proclaiming that in this new era, heroes are a choice. But as the nation crumbles, that choice has quickly become an absolute mandate. Whether dictated by policy or our grim surroundings, these are not far-off solutions. In truth, the only way to stop a rogue hero was to deploy another hero against them. A confidential file displays the profiles of 6 distinct heroes. On the television, a breaking news broadcast announces the successful neutralization of the terrorist. The speaker has short hair, wears glasses, and possesses an intense gaze. Behind that facade, the terrifying truth of these heroes is revealed: they are the missing teenagers from years ago. The group cleans up the room together, leaving several cards scattered on the table. Photos of all the missing teenagers who finally returned are pinned all over the planning board. Not a single warrior is missing. They have successfully identified every survivor who became a hero. Under the quiet sunset of Peace City, a girl gently knocks. Yu Seon-hwa opens the door, knowing that most of the found heroes do not want their world destroyed. The two girls sit inside to discuss their dangerous plan to resist the rampaging rogue heroes. Whether they are actively helping or completely passive. Gripping her glass tightly, Yu Seon-hwa finally declares that she is going to fight. She says flatly that even if her guest had not come, she still planned on fighting. The problem is, the government, despite having this massive resource, has not deployed all their heroes to the battlefield at once. Kim Min-soo plunges his massive sword into the ground, staring quietly at the ruined city before him. Someone slowly approaches him. It is the same glasses-wearing youth who appeared on television just moments ago. The two face each other. Kim Min-soo grips his giant sword while the newcomer prepares his seals to clash. Instead, the government is sending the heroes out one by one like gladiators in a bloody arena. Ahn Ji-won storms down the hallway, her face twisted in absolute fury. She kicks the office door open, revealing several staff members busy working inside. Marching right up to Section Chief Kim, she yells out to demand if he has completely lost his mind. "Why did you send him out completely alone?" Ahn Ji-won screams in sheer frustration. Or rather, what made you decide to deploy those kids one by one? Unbothered, the old man calmly flips through his files with a cigarette in his mouth. It is a risk management plan proposed by the higher-ups to deal with these so-called heroes. Raising a finger, he explains that the higher-ups do not just want to eliminate a single rogue hero. They actually want to weed out as many of this nation's ticking hero time bombs as possible. He fully agrees with this strategy. It is the only logical choice. He even fires back, asking if she can guarantee those kids won't go completely rogue with their power in 10 or 20 years. Right on cue, the newly deployed hero has already been decapitated by Kim Min-soo. The old man argues that by sending them in one by one, they successfully eliminate another major risk. That is the ultimate goal of this deployment method, their very own private coliseum. Section Chief Kim casually snuffs out his cigarette. "We do not care about your approval or the opinion of the public." There is no certainty in his cold gaze. Yet he firmly insists this is all for the future. Pushed past her limit, Ahn Ji-won lunges forward and grabs him tightly by the collar. She screams, asking if he has any actual humanity left inside. Those kids are sacrificing their entire lives for this country. Overhearing the shouting, the other staff know those kids could have fled abroad with their powers to start fresh. Sensing the escalating tension, several workers quickly rush over to intervene. Two men drag her back, but she continues to scream that those kids chose to step up and fight for this nation. For the very air you are breathing, and for your damn family too. Unfazed, the cold-hearted Section Chief Kim merely adjusts his collar, spitting back that she is a hypocritical piece of garbage. A highly deceitful, twisted smirk plays across his face. Wouldn't you react the exact same way if your own missing relative returned, coming back as heroes who behave exactly like monsters? Stunned into absolute silence, she stares back with wide, speechless eyes, as the old man casually pulls out another cigarette. I admit you have talent, so I am sending you to a secure refugee shelter for a while. He lights another cigarette, telling them to forget about those heroes. The old man stands by the window staring out. If the higher-ups' calculations are correct, we can wipe them all out within a single year. The aftermath was all too clear. The heroes chosen as sacrificial lambs died one after another. Everything is slowly reduced to ashes. Yeji lies trapped beneath the rubble, barely holding on to life. The stone pillars shatter, unable to hold. Her younger brother has finally returned. She stands frozen as her brother appears right before her eyes. He was a hero. He is fully armored, so exhausted he can barely even breathe. Kim Min-soo watches coldly as the young warrior stomps his foot, charging forward at absolute lightning speed. A brilliant light flares as he launches a devastating kick. But Kim Min-soo draws his sword. There is no way a simple kick can match a blade. The outcome is obvious to everyone as the ruined city falls dead silent once more. As a brilliant light illuminates the ruins, she realizes she is forcing him to be a sacrifice once again. A helicopter flies through the stormy sky, carrying the motionless hero covered head to toe in white bandages. Yeji covers her face in pure agony, realizing her choices are no different from the government's. Just outside the window rests a colossal blue shield. The final relic is now within their sight. Her companion looks over at Yeji and tells her they have finally arrived. Yeji stands up and walks to her brother's bedside, whispering his title, the Metamorphosis Hero. Her hands tremble as she grabs his transformation belt, collapsing to her knees in desperation. She begs him just this one time. Tears stream down her face, dripping onto the cold, hard ground. Crying, she begs him to stand up and fight for them just this once. Her brother stirs slightly on the hospital bed, his voice trembling as he speaks. He tells her not to cry because he will fight for her, while outside, the enemy warrior sits waiting. Guarding the giant shield, he spots the helicopter and stands up as a brilliant light erupts from within it. He immediately tenses up. Someone powerful is coming. As the golden emblem glows, he senses a formidable opponent, Ji-won, sitting on the edge of the helicopter. A superhero show blares from the television, declaring the arrival of the hero of justice. The young boy dreaming of becoming a hero watches with a bright smile on his face. He mimics the show, yelling that he has surpassed his limits with his sword. He raises his toy sword high under the bright sun. Wearing a mask and a makeshift cape, he runs around the playground holding his toy sword. Imitating his favorite hero, he raises his sword and shouts his battle cry. But then he accidentally bumps into 3 older kids, and their leader glares at him threateningly. Just like that, the bullies snatch his mask and stomp it to pieces on the dirt. Outnumbered 3-1, the poor boy can only stand there and cry. Covered in dirt, with his face flushed, red tears stream down his cheeks. Suddenly, someone approaches him, making him stop crying and look up. It is his older sister, reassuring him not to cry because she will beat them up for him. To him, she was a true hero. Back in the present, the hero lies on his hospital bed, covered in bandages. Remembering that childhood memory, his body trembles as he tells his sister not to cry. He forces himself to sit up, promising that he will fight for her sake. He is still heavily bandaged, but he manages to sit up, his body trembling with determination. The doctor watched with deep concern, but he knew he could not stop him. Looking at the boy's severe third-degree burns and infected wounds, the old man knew just how dire his condition was. The old man realized it would be nearly impossible to distract him from the agonizing pain. He quickly began rummaging through his medical bag. He pumped him full of heavy painkillers, antibiotics, and stimulants to force him out of his dazed, semi-conscious state. He gave a stern warning. Normally, if anyone took this massive dose, their liver and kidneys would completely melt from the toxicity. But at least this cocktail of drugs would keep the pain at bay. He sat there fastening his hero belt back on, while Ji-hee watched her younger brother in absolute tearful misery. The martial arts hero is down there. Your job is to lure him away so we can secure the shield. She pleaded with him, begging Ji-won to succeed. Ji-won remained silent, quietly pressing his belt as he whispered the command to transform. A brilliant, blinding light suddenly burst forth, illuminating the entire area. As the entire helicopter was enveloped in light, the hero emerged fully clad in pristine armor, looking completely uninjured. He stepped toward the open door and sat on the edge, preparing to dive. Ji-hee shielded her eyes from the howling wind, keeping her gaze locked onto her brother. Right before leaping out, Ji-won turned back slightly and whispered his thanks to her for waiting. Tears streamed down Ji-hee's face as she bit her lip, weeping in agonizing silence. With those final parting words, he pushed himself off and plunged straight down into the abyss. The Hero of Transformation, an outdated title wearing what seemed like a ridiculous suit. Even though no one expected anything from him, the brilliant light radiating from his form left everyone completely speechless. That powerful streak of light shot straight through the gathered crowd below. He was one of the few heroes who had actually stood against the Sword Hero. In the blink of an eye, he was weaving through the ruined city skyline. Kim Min-soo raised his sword high, delivering a barrage of strikes as Ji-won clashed with him on equal footing. An Ji-won quickly dodges a barrage of deadly slashes from Kim Min-soo. He throws a heavy punch, throwing his fist straight ahead. His fist collides head-on with Kim Min-soo's massive legendary sword. And even though he ended up partially paralyzed, he remains the only hero to face the sword hero and survive. But survival came at a horrific cost, leaving his entire body scorched completely black. The others rush over to check on him, seeing a hero who can no longer fight. Out of respect, many believe it is best to let him rest in peace. An Ji-won is moved to a hospital room wrapped in bandages. The old doctor sighs and shakes his head, noting this treatment only keeps him barely alive. But without a proper transplant, he warns An Yaiji the boy will suffer endless pain. She looks at her little brother with a heavy heart, eyes shut on oxygen, showing no signs of life. She speaks up with grim determination, not yet. Now is not the time, because he still has one final mission to finish. The time has come, and An Ji-won must fight once more. A pixelated face flashes on his belt screen, crying out in utter shock. Partner, is that really you? He remains completely silent, focusing entirely on soaring through the air. The belt screams in panic, asking if he is crazy since the cooling system is broken. His transformation suit already took severe damage during his prior clash with Kim Min-soo. Red alarm warnings start flashing all over his belt. The AI screams at him to stop, explaining that the cooling unit is failing and cannot release any heat, so he must disengage and cancel the transformation right now. An Ji-won keeps punching forward, stubbornly muttering that he cannot stop yet. His fist packs the same devastating power as always, roaring with every strike. If I choose to run away now, then all of those innocent people will be completely doomed. The belt yells out, reminding him that he completely ignored its warning last time. He almost ended up burning himself alive. How can he possibly keep acting so recklessly with those severe injuries? But there's no turning back now, so he takes flight, twisting through the air before hammering his fist straight down into the dirt. Stealing his resolve, he only says that she called out to him for help. The talking belt is left completely stunned. Anagon stands firm, resolved to fight as he digs his heels in to charge. Opposite him, the martial arts hero charges forward. Anagon commands acceleration mode, making the highly annoyed belt curse under its breath in absolute frustration. With no other choice, the belt initiates the speed boost as spiritual energy erupts, warning him to get ready. The martial arts hero rushes in, staring at Anagon, who stands his ground, wondering if this kid really thinks he can take him head on. But in a flash, Anagon completely vanishes. A blue vortex swirls in the air before instantly condensing into a blinding streak of light. In the ruined city, a massive charred building suddenly blows apart with a deafening boom. The martial arts hero's hat is blown off as he crashes hard onto the ground. The blackened ruins of the massive city are vaporized in a flash. With his headgear shattered, the hero takes a devastating kick from Anagon that sends him flying. As the hero tightly grabs his leg with both hands, a blinding blue light of the spiral galaxy erupts. Anagon spins, delivering a brutal kick to his gut before smashing him right in the face. Speed is key, and the hero is left entirely helpless under the relentless flurry of strikes. Vaulting high into the air, Anagon prepares a devastating downward kick with all his might. Landing back on the ground, he rushes forward to scan the wreckage for any sign of his opponent. Complete silence fills the area until a sudden sound echoes. The martial arts hero is still standing, glaring back with absolute rage in his eyes. He adjusts his cracked mask while silently assessing his opponent. He is shocked that the boy matched his exact spin kick speed from when he tried to snap his leg, even adding another blow on top. Landing on the ground, he feels a surge of anxiety, knowing this fight won't be easy. Leaping off the roof of the high-rise building, he plummets straight down to the battlefield. Anagon sprints to the base of the tower, ready to intercept him. From a distance, a thermal scanner locks onto them, showing Anagon's body heat rising to a dangerous red. Standing around the monitors, An Dae-ji and his team watch the camera feeds with bated breath. His body temperature has reached 44 degrees, meaning any more strain will cause his collapsed sweat glands to give out completely. She clenches her teeth in absolute terror, sweat pouring down her face. The mere thought of him literally burning to death makes her blood run cold. Spinning around, she screams that the transformed hero has successfully pulled their opponent away from the shield. Where are all of the transport helicopters? An operator clutching his headset anxiously reports back over the radio. He reports that those bastards from the rogue hero faction have set up a massive anti-air defense grid blocking the path to the shield. They are relentlessly firing surface-to-air missiles, targeting the transport helicopters of Anji's team. The soldier shouts over the noise, reporting that they are setting up defenses on the road to Trangon. But chaos is erupting as the enemy fires relentlessly, already wiping out several of their soldiers. The scarred old man holds his ground, firing his weapon and roaring in defiance. Why? Why is this happening? He repeatedly fires at the old man, screaming out his questions. Why won't you just die? Facing off the opponent throws a heavy punch at the soldier. You really should have made the right choice. Smugly raising his hand, he gloats. With this power, the entire Reconstruction government is finally backed into a corner. Anjagon charges forward at blinding speed, meeting the martial arts hero head-on as they clash. Their heavy footsteps match perfectly, slamming into the ground and shattering the asphalt below them. The sheer force behind them is absolutely terrifying. There are many types of pain. A relentless barrage of punches rains down like a storm. The martial arts hero strikes with lightning speed, utilizing the legendary demonic sword art and the Five Dragons path. Bone-crushing agony radiates from each blow, but Anjagon retaliates with an equally devastating force. Terrible pain spreads across his entire body from those bloody bullet holes. They trade massive blows completely even in power. The agony only intensifies as his breath escapes under a tightening grip. Their fists collide with immense force, sending Anjagon flying backward across the field, knocked back as well. The martial arts hero slams his palms together, manifesting a green energy sphere, the hungry soul of the demonic serpent. A massive green serpent manifests, slithering rapidly to strike down Anjagon. His belt suddenly rings out, announcing the double acceleration mode. Crossing his arms over his chest, Anjagon radiates a brilliant, colorful aura. The martial arts hero immediately recognizes that he is trying to use that exact technique again. His massive serpent lunges forward, targeting Anjagon directly. Swirling green light forms a bottomless vortex, sucking in everything around them. Completely unscathed, Anjagon tears right through the green vortex, charging directly at the martial arts hero. Reaching out with a swift hand, he finally grabs a solid hold of the enemy's face. Squeezing with all his might, he aims to end this fight with one brutal move. Brilliant blue light floods the area as Anjagon maintains his iron grip on the hero's face. With a single crush, he shatters the man's mask and violently slams him onto the hard ground. He drags his face across the pavement, tearing through almost the entire city. Keeping his grip locked on the enemy's face, he drags him along while mentally pushing himself to hold on. Just a little longer, just a little bit more. Anjagon's legs ignite with friction, proving he has finally reached his absolute limit. Suddenly, he freezes his entire body, bursting into flames as he collapses, sending the martial arts hero flying. The villain seems completely fine, slowly pushing himself back up. And the worst part of the agony is the raging fire burning right before the martial arts hero. As flesh melts and blood evaporates with a foul stench, Anjagon is consumed by the flames. He experiences the pure agony of his body melting away. Tears well up as he screams in utter despair, his painful cries muffled beneath his mask. The transformed hero is literally melting right before our eyes. The martial arts hero stands there completely stunned, unable to comprehend what is happening. He wonders if the boy's instant acceleration exceeded his own limits, since it clearly came with such a devastating drawback. Silence fills the area as the martial arts hero watches Anjagon burn in the blazing fire. Approaching slowly, he realizes that if the boy were truly this strong without such a weakness, then they would have hidden him away as their ultimate trump card, instead of that old spearman. Suddenly, boom, an artillery shell strikes the martial arts hero directly and explodes. It is the two agents in black suits' rifles aimed directly at him. Yet despite taking a direct hit, the martial arts hero does not seem hurt at all. He turns around and coldly glares back at his blackened charred shoulder sleeve before someone screams out, "We will buy you some time," Captain Anji shouts relentlessly, firing his gun straight at the enemy. But those bullets cannot pierce his body at all, as steam violently rises from his skin. Andy grabs a fire extinguisher, spraying it over her brother to put out the flames. Angon raises his head in surprise, asking his sister why she is there. She glares firmly at her brother, telling him that he cannot afford to lose right now. The doctor quickly arrives to treat his severe burns. A major issue has ruined their shield transport mission, leaving them with only one final option. Clinging to a final ray of hope, she believes they can fight together to defeat the martial arts hero. Looking down at her brother crawling on the ground, she insists this is his final mission, Angon. The doctor quickly pulls out the medicine, worrying that these are no ordinary burn wounds. His flesh is melting and his blood is clotting, forcing him to plunge the syringe straight into Angon. As the boy shivers uncontrollably, the old doctor knows that if his suit is removed, his entire body will literally fall apart. Andy watches in heartbreak as her brother lies flat on the ground, shivering in absolute agony. With dark circles under her eyes, she sadly realizes that he is still angry with her. Meanwhile, the other two keep firing massive rounds straight at the enemy. The martial arts hero stands his ground, glowing with a green aura as he faces incoming grenades. He effortlessly redirects the bullets away before turning them right back onto the two shooters. The two watch in absolute horror, frowning as their own grenades fly right back at them. Andy stands nearby, bowing her head in deep sorrow. She knows she is useless, but as the explosion goes off, she realizes she must fight. The martial arts hero spins around with a mock, calling them an eyesore, then charges straight at Andy and her squad, firing continuously. This tragedy has to end with us. Anji fires relentlessly, But the martial arts hero shows zero fear, diving straight into the hail of bullets. Anji keeps shooting, while Angon watches his sister fall into extreme danger. Memories of the past flood back to a quiet late afternoon. A young Angon is being led home holding his sister's hand. Looking up with worry, the little boy asks his sister if she is all right. Andy's face is pretty bruised with a swollen eye and a bloody nose from a fresh fight. When she stays silent, he softly calls out to his exhausted sister, who simply replies that she is fine. Tears well up in his eyes as he apologizes for asking her to fight those bullies. He was too weak to do anything, making Andy suddenly stop walking. With the afternoon sun shining down on them, she crouches down to his level. Holding his hands tightly, she tries to look completely fine, smiling to comfort the little boy. She got a good hit in too, so it is fine, making her a powerful hero in Angon's eyes. The only thing that truly matters is that she fought regardless of who won or lost. He wide-eyes her in awe, completely stopping his tears right then and there. Andy extends her pinky, sincerely asking him to make a promise if he truly feels bad. He must eat well, train hard, and once he grows stronger, fight for her just this once. Amidst the thick dust, Angon's voice warns the enemy not to touch his sister, shocking Anji. Even in his utterly weakened state, he still stands tall to shield his sister from harm. This battle is far from over. Across the shattered city of collapsed high-rises, Angon stands on one side, facing the sword hero. Angon rests his hands on his knees, thoroughly exhausted, while the sword hero is looking pretty worn out too. He looks on with completely cold eyes. In an instant, the massive gap in their power is clear. Juwon-an stands completely still, staring right back at him. Kim Min-soo asks with genuine confusion, wondering what reason could possibly make him fight to this extreme. More importantly, he points straight at Juwon-an. What reason could you possibly have to go this far? Even as the belt on his back blares out an alarm, he simply restates his reason. Juwon-an clutches his head in deep exhaustion. How can someone be so ridiculous? He points his finger right back in accusation. You are the one who should explain yourself here. Are you seriously standing there asking me what reason I have to go and save people? Kim Min-soo's face darkens into a grim shadow, while a brilliant heroic light radiates from Jiwon-an. He looks absolutely legendary right now, and if he must give a reason, it is simple. The simple memories of his childhood are the only drive he needs to keep fighting. Because this time I actually want to save them, and I finally have the power to do it. Even now, the martial arts hero grimaces, sweat pouring down his face as he struggles to breathe. Yeji stands completely frozen at the sight of her younger brother risking everything to save her. Grabbing the martial arts hero's hand, he tells his sister that back in the other world, the Red Ranger once said this exact thing. He thinks back to the masked heroes wearing ridiculous suits just to hide their identities and protect the everyday lives of the people who knew them. The martial arts hero is absolutely furious, glaring with pure rage as he curses under his breath. This dying bastard, how dare he completely ignore me? The two clash in a brutal close combat struggle, but Jiwon-an catches his oncoming fist in a vice grip. Completely halting the blow, Jiwon-an locks both of his hands around his opponent's wrists. He doesn't even bother looking at the martial arts hero, turning his head to keep speaking to his sister. If they end up losing everyone they cherish, then there is no longer any reason for them to wear that mask. Because of that, he firmly declares that he will keep wearing his mask. Digging his feet deep into the ground, he takes a solid stance, instead of taking the mask off to save himself. Jiwon-an shoves his opponent back with immense force. If wearing this means dying in his sister's place, so be it. Yeji stands there completely speechless, her mouth wide open in utter disbelief. He continues to push his enemy backward, accepting that he must wear the mask, even if it kills him. The martial arts hero grits his teeth veins, bulging across his entire face. Infuriated, he clenches his fists and growls, "How dare you try to toy with me?" The martial arts hero's arms tremble violently as both fighters pour every ounce of their strength into the clash. He grabs Jiwon-an's hand, activating the deadly heavenly demon life absorption technique. Jiwon-an suddenly sneers right at his face. Watching you even breathe makes me feel nothing but pity. The belt bursts into loud laughter. I was going to stay quiet because of the serious mood, but I just cannot help myself. Laughing hysterically, the belt asks if he has actually lost his mind. Do you seriously think there is any life energy left inside this guy? Yeji is left utterly devastated as blood pours down Jiwon-an's face, while the belt points out that medically speaking, he is already dead. It goes on to explain that he is like the absolute last drop of juice in a box that a straw cannot suck out. His body is exactly in that kind of empty state right now. At that exact moment, Jiwon-an violently headbutts his opponent. It looks like a simple strike, but it blows the martial arts hero clean away. He quietly asks his belt how much time he has left, but his companion only asks a question in return. Is there even any point in knowing that any more partner the belt asks? Through its tears, telling him to just take this guy down. Jiwon-an drops into a low stance, activating his system's triple acceleration mode. An overwhelming wave of energy erupts from where he stands, forcing the martial arts hero to quickly leap back in extreme caution. Pointing just 2 fingers, he shatters all the surrounding concrete into dust. The bone demon sticks the landing on his hands. Channeling his power, he grunts that he never planned to unleash his true primal energy. Purple and blue energies clash and merge. The martial arts hero looks like he is about to mutate into a literal demon. His eyes widen as razor-sharp claws grow, cursing the annoying corpse standing before him. His hero belt clicks as it prepares for action, blaring out a command to go. Without a second thought, he charges like lightning toward the martial arts hero. Raising his hands, a swirling aura of blue and purple light wraps around his body. It is a monstrous, bizarre serpent bearing its sharp fangs to strike. But it is not just one. Dozens of serpents lunge at Anagon as he fights them off barehanded. The martial arts hero stands his ground, thrusting his hands out as purple energy erupts everywhere. Both sides clash in an evenly matched struggle. The martial arts hero slams his palms together, sending the snakes into a wild frenzy as they turn from blue to deep purple. Finally, the entire slithering mass merges into one colossal serpent, lunging at Anagon directly from behind. It is a grotesque manifestation of the demonic heavenly snake. With his fingers tightly locked, the villain directs the giant beast. The serpent immediately opens its maw, biting down hard on Andigong. Crossing his arms to shield himself, he braces against the giant beast, before blowing it to pieces with a single powerful swing. Refusing to back down, the villain raises 2 fingers straight toward the sky. He fires a concentrated blast of purple energy directly at his foe. A flash of brilliant light streaks forward, heading straight for Andigong. Dropping into a low crouch, he springs high into the air to dodge the lethal strike. While the blast tears up the ground, a stray shockwave still clips Andigong right in the chest. He quickly recovers and throwing a heavy counterpunch before dropping back down to face him head-on. Neither warrior yields an inch, locked in a brutal and endless duel. Both unleash their ultimate techniques, with Andigong's fist erupting into a blaze of fire. The martial arts hero raises his palm, trying to block the incoming strike, but it is not enough. The punch shatters his purple claws, followed immediately by a heavy kick straight to the martial arts hero's face. Even with the fiery kick connecting, the martial arts hero manages to retaliate, punching Andigong square in the face. The hit cracks his mask, while the villain's face swells up from the impact. Blood splatters everywhere. They are both on the absolute brink. Once again, the martial arts hero weaves his hands together to weave a spell. Embracing the path of the heavenly demon, he unleashes a wave of power, tearing the city apart. Summoning the fallen paradise of primal souls, he forces Andigong to ignite his limbs in flames. And yet, standing right in that chaotic purple storm, he shows absolutely zero fear. Even with half his body engulfed in fire, he pushes forward anyway. The sword hero stands nearby, conjuring hundreds of sharp crystalline shards in the air, ready to tear Andigong apart. Screaming as his body cracks, he rains down thousands of sharp purple blades upon Andigong below. The young warrior is now completely swallowed by the raging inferno. Ande stands there, tears streaming down her face, clasping her hands tightly in prayer. Watching her brother fight such a devastating battle, she sees the flames grow wilder with his silhouette struggling inside. The inferno consumes everything. Heartbroken, DJ weeps hysterically, screaming out her brother Jigon's name. Through the smoke, 2 silhouettes appear, one writhing on the ground, while the other remains standing tall. Staring at that silhouette, she whispers Anagon's name in complete disbelief. Bathed in the warm morning light, he slowly walks back to his sister. She drops to her knees, staring up at him as if looking at a miracle. His scorched hero belt lies discarded on the ground, his mask half shattered as his eyes slowly flutter shut. Keeping an eye on him has been absolutely exhausting. In the end, despite all his promises, he just turned to dust and disappeared. A massive ship drifts out on the open sea. Ma Yin sits on deck, staring at her phone, her eyes tinged with sadness as she types away. After a few rings, her expression brightens slightly as she presses the phone to her ear. "Hey Mom, it is me," she says, a mix of anxiety and sadness in her eyes as she checks in. Asking how her mother is doing, she breathes a soft sigh of relief, hearing she is safe. Thank goodness at least they are taking really good care of her mother. Leaning back against the railing, she gazes up at the vibrant colors of the sunset sky. Is Aom starting school about now? But wait, right at that moment, the ship's radar picks up something highly suspicious. The guard on duty immediately tenses up, but Ma Yin remains oblivious, laughing happily. He has finally reached school age, has not he? She jokingly tells her mom to threaten him with a scolding from his big sister if he misbehaves. The soldier rushes over to her. She spots him but stays perfectly calm, continuing her call with a casual, "Okay." Frantically pointing up to the sky, the guard desperately mouths a silent warning to quickly get her attention. She gets the message, instantly waving him off while pretending everything is completely fine on the phone. "So when are you coming home?" "Well, if I just follow government orders, they will probably send me back soon." She quickly reaches out to raise her glowing magical staff high. Balancing the phone on her shoulder, she says it is really not that difficult at all. With a hint of sadness in her eyes, she tells her mom she has to go now. But her mother keeps talking, forcing her to stay on the line. "Yeah, I am doing great," she says, standing tall and preparing for the incoming enemy. Up in the sky, Hong Ha-jang appears, while she casually assures her mom there is no danger. "I mean it, yeah," she smiles warmly even as the threat closes in fast. "All right, I am 20 now and all grown up, so do not worry about me anymore." A brilliant magical glow begins to emanate from the tip of her staff. "Yes, I will make sure to call you more often." Her face turns dead serious as she stares at the sky, letting her phone slip away without a proper goodbye. "I love you," she whispers as the phone and walkie-talkie clatter onto the deck. Time to get back to duty as the magical light from her staff grows blindingly intense. The vampire Hong Ha-jang swoops down from the sky like a rocket. Spreading his massive wings, he targets the ship, glaring down with absolute rage the moment he spots her standing there. Calling her a filthy traitor, he roars, but she immediately screams right back at him. "That past always pisses me off," she yells. "Who do you think you are calling anyone a traitor?" With that, she unleashes a devastating blast of raw magical energy straight at Hishimwa. He spreads his massive wings as a shield of thick blood wraps around him, counterattacking, with a torrential cascade of dark, heavy gore pouring downward. The two massive forces are about to collide, completely matched in power. A sweet pink aura clashes directly against the foul, dark red blood in complete contrast. Ma Yin grits her teeth and pours in all her strength, commanding Nyanan to push harder. Obeying her command instantly, the cat inhales deeply as its tiny limbs suddenly swell up with massive, bulging muscles. It boldly stands tall, ready to intercept Hong Ha-jang's devastating attack head-on. Using its newly muscular arms, the cat wraps tightly around him, locking him in place so he cannot move. Raising her magic staff high, she unleashes a brilliant blinding light across the entire deck. The heart-shaped staff transforms into a massive warhammer, which she grips with both hands, ready to strike. She yells to her cat, Nian Kazon, telling him to let go. The massive cat instantly releases his grip and ducks to the side. As a swirling spike of red blood surges directly toward her, she clenches her teeth, channels her strength, and smashes down hard to completely shatter the bloody construct. Hong Ha-jang stumbles backward, his eyes wide as he glares up. Fury flares in his eyes, but he is clearly running out of steam. She leaps down to stand right beside her giant cat, facing off against her fierce opponent. The villain snarls inwardly. If she thinks numbers give her the edge, she is dead wrong. Drops of blood begin raining down, rapidly morphing into strange circular spheres on the ground. The blood quickly reshapes into the snarling head of an iron blood demon hound. Suddenly, an entire pack of these bloodhounds manifests around him. Placing a hand over his face, he glares intensely as blood-red energy wraps his entire body, letting out a wicked laugh. Hong Ha-jang charges forward as his pack of fanged hounds attacks Nian Kazon. The muscular cat single-handedly holds off the beasts, leaving Ma Yin to clash head-on with their master as she glares in determination. Sparks of crackling lightning begin to dance across her heavy scepter. She swings a devastating strike directly at Huemin, but he leaps into the air just in time. Ma Yin roars as her blow shatters the ground, unleashing a shockwave that catches her airborne foe. The entire vessel erupts with the terrifying force of a volcano. Suspended in midair, he looks down at a massive pit of fire. It is her signature boiling caramel lava trap. Look at his face. Hong Ha-jang is completely paralyzed with shock. Gravity takes over, leaving him no choice but to plunge into the pit. Using every ounce of strength, he barely manages to land safely on the very edge. Grimacing, he brushes off his clothes and mocks her preparation. Standing unharmed, he looks up at her and her cat, mockingly shouting that her little trick only hurt a bit but did zero damage. Staring down with a cold glare, Ma Yin calmly asks if he really thinks he took no damage. Suddenly, a bright yellow substance begins creeping up his legs, leaving him completely baffled. His feet are totally trapped in caramel candy. Panic finally sets in as Hong Ha-jang stares down in absolute shock. The hot caramel is cooling and hardening completely, locking him in place as her true trap is finally revealed. He realizes too late that she planned to immobilize him all along, just to deliver one final crushing blow. She slowly steps toward her trapped prey. Twirling her weapon with absolutely terrifying momentum, she steps forward and casually warns him to prepare to have his skull completely pulverized. Leaping high into the air, she raises her weapon and screams as she prepares to strike. He can only stare up in horror as she calls him a filthy little mosquito. With a devastating thud, she unleashes her full power. Step by step, Ma Yin approaches with an excited grin, twirling her massive hammer like a toy as she tells him to get ready to be crushed. She leaps skyward and brings her hammer crashing down. Helpless on the ground, Hong Ha-jang looks up in terror as she yells at him to die like a bug. The maximum power strike lands, painting the entire area in a burst of red. Ma Yin stands triumphantly before a massive pool of blood where her opponent once stood. She smugly wipes her face, fully satisfied with how smoothly that final strike went. Just when she thinks it is over, the blood at her feet begins to gather and float back into the air. The levitating droplets quickly surround Ma Yin on all sides. She finally senses the danger, her eyes widening in pure shock. Before she can react, a colossal hand made of blood erupts from the ground and squeezes her tightly, forcing her to drop her scepter to the floor. That is the iron-blooded hand, Sanla. The giant cat is fighting off several wolves completely on its own. Ma Yin is grabbed by a massive hand, sending her magic staff tumbling to the ground. The staff flashes with a brilliant light before turning back into a normal, ordinary stick. Sensing danger, the giant cat panics and turns to cry out, but the wolves take advantage of its distraction to pounce. They tear into its flesh without mercy, dragging the giant beast slamming down onto the hard ground. It lies there completely helpless, utterly unable to fight back. It looks like dropping that magic staff has drained most of its power. Exhausted and bleeding from her lip, Ma Yin is held so tightly by that giant hand she cannot even struggle. She is completely cornered now, as silence blankets the ship, with absolutely no one left to save her. Hong Ha Gang appears once again, hovering in midair without a single scratch on him. With a smug sneer on his face, he laughs that a tiny fly like her does not deserve his personal touch. He draws a sharp dagger and slices a bloody line straight across his own palm. With that simple gesture, an exact clone of him instantly materializes right by his side. He crosses his arms over his chest, looking incredibly pleased with himself. Even a small cornered mouse will try to bite back when pushed to the absolute limit. As they stare each other down, Ma Yin does not even bother to reply. She simply glares, letting out an annoyed scoff of pure disgust. He leaps down right beside her, his voice dripping with that same sarcastic tone. Well, even so, you still had quite a hard time dealing with just my clone. Folding his wings and shoving his hands into his pockets, he grins down at her, calling her the absolute weakest Link Henry. That is exactly why you tried to play double agent under the orders of the transport government. He keeps mocking her, pointing out that she simply lacks the raw strength or power to fight. Ma Yin fumes with rage, but even she cannot deny being the weakest of all the heroes. Spitting with a freezing glare, she admits she is weak, you crazy dog. Then she angrily screams, demanding to know what his problem is. At least she is not a dirty traitor like him. At her insults, Hong Ha Gang's face darkens as he grits his teeth, grumbling defensively about the word betrayal. Acting completely self-righteous, he places a hand over his chest to claim he has never betrayed anyone, brat. Because from the very beginning, he was born as a demon king with a mission to destroy the world. He reaches down to grab his cross necklace, raising the pendant high for her to see. Looking incredibly solemn, he mentions the original owner of his body, the legendary exorcist hero. That hero held on to his sacred faith until his very last breath. Confused by his words, Ma Yin frowns in bewilderment while his eyes glow red with a cruel, wicked grin. There was never a traitor to begin with, as they were two entirely different people from the start. As raging fires consume the entire city, Hong Ha Gang stands tall amidst the flames. Gripping weapons in both of his hands, he stands completely ready for the coming battle. Standing right before him are the two legendary heroes Lee Sung-ryun and Lee Ka-jun. They laugh mockingly, asking him if choosing to throw in the towel right now would be better. Pointing to the massive robot beside them, they brag about their superior firepower. With an incredibly smug face, Lee Sung-ryun senses they are closer than ever to catching the fraudster. Shaking his head mockingly, he warns that he has zero chance of winning, so he will go easy on him if he just surrenders right now. He looks at Hong Ha Gang, who stubbornly grips his weapons tightly. Seeing his determination to fight, he gently tries to persuade him. No one else is ever going to get treated this well, you know. You are quite a rare find, since that ability of yours is incredibly useful. Hong Ha Gang looks absolutely exhausted with dark circles under his eyes and barely able to breathe. Hanging his head in worry, he knows there is absolutely no chance of winning and reaches out for something. Deep down, he knows he has nothing left but this. In his hands are 2 vials of Vampire Queen Vambi's blood. He remembers extracting this very blood from that demonic queen, and now those 2 vials are aimed straight at his body. Now staring down at the 2 vials in his hands, he thinks that even though his own unique trait might be completely replaced, if he can somehow control it, he will. Without another thought, he plunges both vials directly into his neck. Lee Sung-ryun watches in surprise, starting to think that this return might actually lead to a very different outcome. The moment the injection finishes, dark red blood sprays out as his body begins to mutate, blood pouring from his eyes. It gushes from his nose and mouth, leaving him absolutely terrified and confused about what is happening to his own body. Lee Sung-ryun watches with pure excitement, his eyes wide open in anticipation. It feels like Hong Ha Jiang's entire body is being torn to shreds, a truly unbearable pain. Standing nearby, Lee Ga-ram instantly realizes that something is terribly wrong. This is definitely not a suicide. Staring at the scene, he realizes the man is undergoing a transformation, releasing a highly threatening wave of energy. Lee Ga-ram quickly opens fire on him to prevent the situation from getting any worse. He unleashes a barrage of missiles while shouting a warning. If we are going to kill him, we have to do it right now. The two of them watch as massive flames completely engulf Hong Ha-jiang. As the smoke and flames slowly clear, they are shocked to see him standing completely unscathed, radiating an even more intense power than before. Lee Ga-ram is stunned, realizing that his target has completely transformed, leaving absolutely no trace of any injury. Could he have actually awakened? Hong Ha-jiang seemed like a completely different person now, showing absolutely no interest in fighting the two of them anymore. Instead, he happily smiles and throws his hands up to signal that he is throwing in the towel. With a wicked smirk, he declares that he has absolutely no intention of fighting against them. Right at that moment, Lee Sung-ryun raises his hand, blocking Lee Ga-ram from launching another attack. He has already sensed that the man's entire aura and power have completely shifted. Having transformed into a completely different creature, further attacks are now completely pointless. It is clear that Hong Ha-jiang's body has been entirely possessed. Spreading her new massive wings, the entity introduces herself as the Vampire Queen Vambi, thanking them for helping her return to this modern era. She touches her chin with a self-mocking chuckle, finding it quite amusing to call herself a queen, especially since she is currently inhabiting the body of a hero. With a smug look, she happily offers them her sincere thanks. From that very moment, the Vampire Queen had been quietly lurking inside Hong Ha-jiang's body. Now she stands there smugly taunting Ma Yin, asking her if she feels completely helpless. Ma Yin, completely unaware of this dark truth, can only stare in shock as he suddenly steps closer. He targets her fallen scepter, raising his foot menacingly, as if to say that her death will be slow and agonizing. With a hard stomp, he completely shatters the scepter lying on the ground. The crystal sphere shatters into pieces, and the magical power inside Ma Yin immediately begins to fade. Ma Yin is gripped tightly, feeling her remaining strength slowly drain away. In utter panic, she wonders if her heroic transformation is completely falling apart. She remembers when she first arrived in the sweet candy world, and the cat told her to listen closely. Nian had explained that her power relied entirely on the transformation that turned her from an ordinary girl into a mighty hero. She was warned that keeping this heroic transformation active is incredibly difficult. All depends entirely on the scepter in her hand, the very source of power that sustains her magic. The cat pointed directly at the gem mounted on the staff known as the Sweet Crystal. Back then, she made a face complaining that the name sounded absolutely terrible. Right after saying that, she was smacked on the head and scolded by the equally feisty cat. "What do you mean it is a terrible name?" it yelled. "This is the most precious gem of our world." It was so angry it wanted to beat her up, roaring out at her. Besides, even though this crystal is used to attack, the cat had warned her repeatedly that she must never expose it directly to the enemy during battle. And yet right now the Demon King has crushed that stone beneath his heel. With its power completely drained, the cat shrinks back to its tiny size. Completely helpless and slumped weakly on the dirt, the cat asks in a faint voice if they have truly lost. The Demon King maliciously grinds his heel to shatter the crystal, completely laughing, with absolute glee. His face twists with pure malice as he shouts out in wicked excitement. He sneers that in the end she is absolutely nothing without this worthless, cursed gem. He remembers Hong Ha-jiang, the real owner of this body, and mockingly notes that at least that hero could exorcise evil. The Demon King assesses his enemy, noting that he had trained himself to become someone who completely surpassed all human limits. His face darkens with the sneer, asking what she is compared to him. Watching Ma Yin lose her magic and turn normal right before him, he keeps insulting her. "You talked as if you were completely determined to save humanity." Looking down at the heap of shattered crystals under his feet, he roars loudly. "But are you not just a weak little brat who only relies on a mindless object?" Ma Yin listens without a word, gritting her teeth in bitter frustration as she thinks. He spoke those words just to break her spirit as tears begin rolling down her cheeks. She feels it deeply, but looking back, are those cruel words actually wrong? Left with absolutely no strength, she helplessly lets him grab and humiliate her, weakly wondering if her power has ever managed to save a single soul. As despair completely envelops her mind, she remembers the tragic day her father died. Back then, she was just a helpless child, only able to hold his hand and cry. Even then, as she watched her mother and sister leave forever, she could only force a smile. She waved goodbye, having absolutely no idea when they would ever be reunited again. Her comrades had tried to comfort her, telling her not to be sad, and promising to provide her family with the absolute best care. And then came that brutal battle against the sword hero. With her own eyes, she watched her trusted comrades get slaughtered by him. She had stood there frozen in terror, hiding behind a wall, and crying, too afraid to even take a single step forward. She remembers him pulling out a hidden wrist bomb, calmly lighting one last cigarette before his death. She had witnessed the sword hero ruthlessly reduced the entire city to ashes. Time and time again, she remained a hero who posed absolutely no threat, a completely naive rookie driven by simple goals and a basic source of power. Even to this very day, she remains ignored, labeled as the absolute weakest hero. But we all know, no one is destined to stay completely weak until the day they die. People can change because, after all, they are human. Ma Yin tightens her hands into fists, refusing to let herself sink any deeper into despair. Tears stream down, but her fierce resolve burns bright once more. Screaming Nian Kazon, she lets out a defiant cry that she will never give up. Infuriated Hong Ha-jiang raises his hand to tighten his crushing grip on her, but the cat hears her call, begging for help so she can keep fighting. Smiling with dark delight, it tears off its own arm, trapped inside the blood wolf's jaws. Breaking free to leap high into the air, it shouts back that now she sounds like a real hero. Taking a massive breath, its remaining arm expands to a colossal size. While the Demon King looks on in shock, she acts without hesitation, delivering a massive punch that sends him flying to the side. Hong Ha-jiang is launched backward, crashing hard against the massive ship. The blow is so devastating that he smashes right through the iron frame, completely helpless. Those blood wolves instantly vanish, and the crimson hand pinning Ma Yin dissolves into nothing. Leaping to the ground, tears well up in her eyes as she stares at her shattered staff, realizing there is absolutely no saving it now. She knows it is far too late to fix it. Looking at her bare hands, she makes a brave decision. There is only one way left. On the other side, Hong Ha-jiang slowly struggles to his feet, clearly battered by that massive punch, but still very much alive and kicking. Clutching his head in a daze, he still cannot help but open his arrogant mouth to mock her. Fools fighting without weapons are nothing but a total nuisance. Suddenly, through the thick rising dust, he spots a figure slowly walking toward him. Unable to believe his eyes, he rubs them, muttering, "What is that?" Staring wide-eyed, he is instantly seized by absolute overwhelming shock. It is Ma Yin, brimming with explosive power, once again her entire body radiating a deadly aura. Her hands are embedded with sharp shards of magic stone blood, dripping continuously onto the ground. Her heroic strength has returned, and she takes her stance ready to tear him apart. He is utterly flabbergasted. Did this madwoman seriously force those shards straight into her bare hands? Ma Yin radiates pure bloodlust, completely fearless, as she smirks right back at him. "Did you really call me a lazy brat who only relies on mindless toys?" He stumbles up, cursing her, but before he can finish, she glares with furious, wide-open eyes. Roaring that he is absolutely right! Ma Yin screams as she charges ahead. "I will show you my absolute grit today." And with that, he charges as well, clashing head-on. A blinding light erupts across the ship, radiating directly from her body as she surges forward with unstoppable momentum. Across from her, a blood-soaked Hong Ha-jiang transforms into a savage wolf, leaping to meet her blow. Their fists collide in a brutal clash. Glaring at her opponent, she knows the magic gem that was his source of power has shattered, completely destroying the balance of strength between them. Even though her own power has waned, her determination remains unshakable. Gritting her teeth, she channels everything into her bare fist, aiming a direct blow straight at his smug face. He slips to the side to dodge, glaring in fury, before planting his feet and leaping high into the air. He still firmly believes that persistence is nothing but an illusion of strength, made up by utterly worthless, talentless trash. Creating some distance first, he spreads his wings and takes flight, laughing triumphantly as blood drenches his entire body. "Did you think shoving a few shards in your hands could ever bridge the massive gap between us?" Her eyes blaze as she glares back at him, her entire body locking in place. "What do you mean?" Completely unfazed by his arrogance, she marches forward, growling that she will drag him right back to earth. The cat stretches its long arm, tightly wrapping around his leg to hold him down. Its arm acts like a heavy rope, and Ma Yin grabs hold, violently pulling him down. Yanked out of the sky, he scowls in fury as she slams him brutally onto the hard ground. He lies there completely broken and unable to move, letting out a painful, shrill scream. Staring up at the crimson sky, he rages, demanding to know why she keeps opposing him. This Hong Ha-jiang is acting like a spoiled kid, throwing a massive tantrum. Screaming about why she won't just submit, his eyes turn bloodshot with blind rage. Ma Yin leaps high into the air, crossing her arms as she dives straight down. Dark bags shadow her exhausted eyes. Luckily, she has nobody else she needs to protect. A blinding flash of light erupts, shooting straight down towards him. The ship blows apart in a massive explosion, leaving a dense cloud of smoke. Through the haze, she leaps gracefully down, standing still as she stares at the wreckage and wipes blood from her cheek. She poured every ounce of strength into that single strike, leaving her body battered and wondering. That gem is pumping its raw energy directly into her own veins. Her physical body is slowly breaking down. Seeing Hong Ha-jiang lying motionless on the ground, she wishes this fight could just end right here, but he is still breathing. Out of nowhere, a tiny glass vial appears in his hand, holding a crimson pill. The vial begins to levitate as the battered villain looks up his bloodied face, a pathetic sight. If I had not exhausted my power back in Egypt, this little brat would be nothing. Staring at the vial, he grumbles about how annoying this situation is. That punch left his head spinning, feeling like a constant buzzing of mosquitoes keeping him awake. Opening the glass vial, he feels a sharp sting, like a sudden paper cut from a book. The pill floats right before his eyes while he continues to mutter deliriously to himself. It feels just like losing control of oneself after drinking human blood entirely detached from reality. Squinting his eyes, he grabs the pill and curses quietly under his breath. "Keep dreaming of your power, you dog! You are just a single drop in a pool of blood!" Thinking of the other heroes, he recalls this weapon was originally meant to wipe them all out, including the sword hero. This terrible catalyst is distilled from the blood of millions of innocent people. Swallowing it down, his body expands massively as a literal waterfall of blood cascades from the sky. And honestly, who can blame Ma Yin as she stares with her jaw dropped, screaming, "What is that thing?" Massive droplets of blood hover in the air, wrapping Hong Ha Jiang in a terrifying suit of crimson armor. The giant figure slowly floats down. "You brought this ultimate death sentence upon yourself, and you will pay for it." Glaring down menacingly, he demands she take full responsibility for her foolish choice. The massive spheres of blood expand rapidly as they hang in the air, instantly reshaping into incredibly sharp weapons. They rain down from above, hurtling like lethal crimson arrows aimed directly at Ma Yin. The entire sky before her is painted red, filled with his deadly conjured spikes of blood. With a single wave of Hong Ha Jiang's hand, the entire storm of blood arrows shoots downward. Panic sets in as Ma Yin watches them approach, but she has absolutely no choice left. It is all or nothing, how there is simply no time to worry about her own safety. Gritting her teeth, she crosses her arms in front of her chest, knowing failure means certain death. She desperately conjures a sweet candy shield to protect not just herself, but everyone and the ruins. Then the two opposing forces collide with violent intensity, unleashing a flash of brilliant light. Straining with everything she has left, she silently urges herself to hold on just a little longer. Her arms are on the verge of shattering, blood dripping down as she struggles against the overwhelming pressure. Looking at her battered, bloodied hands, she feels a sudden wave of dread. Have I finally reached my absolute limit? Sensing her pale complexion, the little cat beside her cries out in deep concern, asking if she's all right. Nian Ma Yin has no time to respond, channeling every single ounce of her remaining energy. Blood begins trickling from her eyes as the strain pushes her dark-shadowed eyelids closed. With her energy completely depleted, she realizes it is over. Those terrible blood arrows have shattered her defensive barrier. This looks like the end for Ma Yin, as her battered body can no longer fight. She collapses backward, completely drained of all strength. Eyes closed, she accepts her fate helplessly, letting her limp body fall to the cold earth. Just when things look completely hopeless, a hand reaches out from behind to catch her. It is none other than Lee Seong-jun, who chuckles softly, "What a waste if you die here." Appearing like a ray of bright sunlight, he pulls her back from the brink of death, reminding her of her remaining duty. Lee Seong-jun flashes a gentle smile, repeating how unfortunate it would be if she perished. Looking down at her, he calmly points out that she still has a mission to complete. Yeren Ma slowly opens her eyes and gasps in shock, asking how he is even here. He smiles warmly, telling her that he will explain everything later, since she is obviously confused right now. Looking up at the sky, a deadly rain of blood arrows pours down, yet he does not show any fear. He even chuckles casually, wondering how they should go about dodging all of this. Pulling Yeren Ma into a firm embrace, a playful grin never leaves his face. With a single effortless leap, he easily evades the incoming strike. Looking up confidently, he calculates every move, having memorized all his attack patterns from his countless past deaths. "Just a vampire," he mutters effortlessly, cradling her in his arms. He darts forward, seamlessly dodging every single one of Hong Hua-rang's deadly moves until they are both completely safe. Staring in pure disbelief, the vampire demands to know how he managed to evade everything. He immediately fires another barrage of blood arrows down at them. He shouts, asking why someone who always hid in the shadows is finally showing up now. Seeing Yeren Ma still breathing safely in Lee Seong-jun's arms makes him even more stunned. He demands to know why he even saved that brat. Glaring down from above, he sees them standing completely unharmed amidst a literal forest of fallen arrows. "I cannot understand what you are actually trying to achieve here." Lee Seong-jun smiles, setting her down gently while saying he only wants to turn him into a proper, fully realized demon king, unlike his current half-baked state. With a sudden snap of his fingers, a massive holographic screen materializes before them. Displayed clearly on the screen is the face of Kim Min-soo. He announces that the sword hero has officially reached the Demon King state. Hearing this, Hwarang Hong is instantly intrigued, only now discovering that Min-soo Kim has become the Demon King. The floating screen shrinks as Seong-jun Lee recalls it, coldly declaring that his opponent is now completely useless. He draws a blade from the spatial rift, pointing it directly at him in a silent threat. Therefore, it is time for you to be permanently removed from this stage. Utterly insulted, Hwaranghong clenches his fists in pure rage and roars at him. I will rip your arrogant mouth open. Are you seriously trying to play with me? Hwarang spreads his arms, unleashing his dark power once more to strike them both down. His boiling rage reaches its peak as he prepares to crush his opponent. A torrential rain of bloody arrows pours down, each bearing a terrifying skull mark on its tip. Seongjun Lee remains entirely unfazed, casually standing there with his hand resting in his pocket. One man against everything, keeping track of every single timeline and route throughout the endless branches of time. Did you seriously think I would ever leave you with a future where you could win? Has all that blood rushing to your head completely driven you insane? Since Seongjun can regress after every single death, he has already memorized this fight by heart. Talk about an absolute cheat code. In the blink of an eye, several of his swords pierce straight through Hwaranghong without missing a single beat. Pinned flat to the ground by the heavy blades, the demon-possessed warrior cannot even budge. Seongjun Lee strolls over, carrying his sword on his shoulder with one hand in his pocket. He smirks, telling him that even while holding back to keep the ship from sinking, "You only lasted 98 loops. Your attack patterns are far simpler than I originally anticipated." He mocks him further, saying the original owner of that body killed him way more easily, surpassing 100 times. He lies on the ground, drenched in blood, with half of his human face exposed, asking questions. Why on earth did you do this? Lee Seongjun sits down right next to him as he speaks, asking if he did not want to watch the whole world burn in flames. Is that not why you gathered all those powerful heroes whose strength could match a natural disaster? He looks down at him nonchalantly with a mocking gaze. He completely ignores the devastating ruins surrounding them, as if they meant nothing. My only reason for letting you destroy the world was to harvest the karma and causality needed to forge a true demon king. Lee Seongjun was the very same person who once held an umbrella for Cheonji Sung in the rain. He pulled the strings behind the sword hero and even forged an alliance with Jung Wi-ho. Looking back, was every single move actually planned from the start. I brought you all together so the Demon King would not fall before the real threat emerged. Even Shin Sua, the hero of water, was part of his plans. He carefully noted every hero who had failed before, orchestrating the perfect moment for them to cooperate and launch a coordinated attack. Otherwise, the Demon King would have been taken down long before the transformation could complete. Even the Old Master and the dark-skinned warrior were utilized. Once the Demon King is born, Hong Hwarang glares up at him and demands to know what he is planning. His bloody face twitches as he asks if his ultimate goal is to wipe out the entire world. Lee Seongjun suddenly bursts into a loud laugh, spinning the sword in his hand as he repeats the word, destruction. He chuckles. Of course, a Demon King would only think of pure ruin. But in an instant, his playful eyes turn completely serious. Since you are going to die anyway, let me tell you my real goal. He raises his blade to strike to save my own world. Terrified, the trembling villain raises his hand and begs him to wait. Desperately seeking a way to survive, he shrieks that killing him will also destroy the original owner of this body. You will kill the very man who has always stood beside you. Though he tries to use Hong Hwarang as a human shield, Lee Seongjun has no intention of showing mercy. His expression darkens as he addresses the exorcist hero inside, telling him to listen carefully if he can still hear. As tears of regret fall, he softly apologizes to his friend, murmuring that this is the absolute only choice he has left. Without hesitation, he brings his blade crashing straight down. He finishes off the Demon King while whispering a final comfort to the exorcist hero. You guys were truly awesome heroes. Amidst a river of blood, the lives of Hong Hwarang and the Demon King come to an end, leaving Lee Seongjun standing alone in a graveyard of swords. With blood splattered across his cold face and his hand still gripping the sword, he glances back at Ma Yin as she approaches. In an instant, his icy expression melts away into a bright, cheerful smile. Did you catch all of that? He asks. Because if so, there is no need for explanations. Everything happened way too fast, and she is far from ready to believe a single word. Immediately dropping into a fighting stance, she raises her fists and screams at him. No explanations needed, you absolute lunatic, she shouts, ready to tear him apart with her words. Do you not see how completely insane you look right now? Standing there helplessly under her barrage of insults, he calmly replies that once everything is over, she will finally understand. He sets his sword down calmly, stating he has no intention of fighting her. Raising his hands in surrender, he suggests they head to the rebel base to secure and transport the ancient relic. Deep in the pitch-black void of outer space, Jung Wi-ho floats around with his body curled up tight. Suddenly, he snaps awake as a bright, blinding light flashes directly into his eyes. It is none other than the United States Strategic Space Station. Before long, he punches a massive hole through the hull to break inside, finding people actively working there. His face goes pale as he trembles, slowly turning around to look at him. It is done. Now the hero can finally use it to return to Earth. Staring at the massive muscular figure with crossed arms, the man begs in absolute terror, pleading with him to please stop. Before he can even finish, this iron-fisted giant snaps, his face darkening as he grinds his teeth and roars. These villains are only kept alive to have every drop of their power completely squeezed out. Screaming curses, he beats the innocent man to death. There is no negotiation with terrorists. With the man dead, he walks alone toward the vessel. Roaring in triumph, the hero of justice will always find a way out. Just off the northeastern coast of Indonesia, a swarm of robots hovers in the sky carrying a young girl. Down on the ground, the military scrambles forward with weapons drawn, preparing for combat. Tension fills the air as the machines descend, leaving both sides in a silent standoff. The commander points his gun directly at them, demanding they reveal their identity. This is a government base camp established in South Korea, in other words, a highly restricted military zone. One robot steps forward, its speaker crackling, as it announces she is the scientist who defeated the new generation Reformation hero of the United States, Joseph Panson. It continues explaining that she has come here specifically to help the South Korean government end this crisis. But before the machine can finish, a gentle hand rests on its shoulder. It is that girl signaling him to stop. She gently tells it, "Please don't. This is not something you should say." The robot tilts its head, asking why. "If they find out you were once their enemy, these humans will never trust you." Indeed, the soldiers on the ground look incredibly tense, keeping their weapons locked directly onto them. Terrified they might execute her, the robot warns they will kill her. It pleads almost like a human warning that if she dies, the sacrifice of Lord Stephen will mean nothing, and the ultimate victory of this war, everything will have been in vain. But she shakes her head firmly, rejecting its logic. A process of true atonement can never begin with a cheap lie, and if they are truly human, they would not execute another person so hastily without a second thought. Thinking of the girl who shared her exact face, she believes the older generation would have said the exact same thing. Turning back to her robots, she requests to be let down so she can talk to them properly. Ready to openly confess all of her past crimes, she walks straight toward the armed soldiers, completely unfazed by the weapons aimed directly at her. Looking the commander dead in the eye, she introduces herself, "I am Lee Gazam. Though my body has changed, I am the Reformation hero who recently laid waste to South Korea." Right in front of these armed soldiers, she willingly confesses to every atrocity she committed. "This is indeed my actual true identity." The commander scowls in utter disbelief at her words. "Impossible, a tiny girl like you could never be the monster who launched nuclear missiles against the entire world." Legazam remains completely calm, firmly confirming that she is indeed that destructive monster. "This is simply the human body that I received during my battle against the older generation." Hearing this, the commander seethes with rage, his eyes glaring as his teeth clench. No matter what form heroes take, she stands firm with her mechanical army lined up behind her. As a government official did he not clearly know that all of these heroes were originally just children? He remains silent, keeping his weapon locked onto her. Unable to stomach any more of this, his fury boils over. Snapping completely, he lunges forward and presses his gun directly against her forehead, causing the surrounding robots to instantly alert. Garam Lee quickly puts her hand out to stop her allies, letting the man vent his rage. "Why is a murderer like you here? Did you finally get tired of slaughtering innocent people?" He presses his gun directly against her forehead, while screaming insults at her. "Did you two come here just to snatch away our last shred of hope? Speak up." He demands to know what this killer wants with the spear hero, but she cuts him off. "No, I came here to tell your rebel hero exactly how to defeat the sword hero." The man scowls as he listens to her pointing out that she claimed she was simply tired of slaughtering people. Without saying another word, the man pulls out his cell phone. Holding it up, he says there are 380 contacts in this phone. With his gun still pressed to her head, he raises the screen listing his family friends and superiors. "My subordinates, my favorite restaurants, my neighbors, and even my teachers are all in here. Do you have any idea how many of them I can still contact after you ravaged this country?" Garam Lee's face darkens as she sadly bows her head, completely speechless. His eyes burn with rage as his face darkens. Only 3 out of 380 survived. As his fury boils over, tears stream down his face while he screams at her. "My family, my partners, my entire normal life, they are all gone because of you. Now give me one good reason why I shouldn't just kill you right here and now." His hand suddenly drops. Despite his intense hatred, he cannot let a personal grudge interfere with his duty. Lowering his weapon, he turns around and walks inside. He orders his men to confiscate all her weapons and lock her up, though she can stay, to help stop the rebel hero. Before leaving, he adds that they must contact the rebel hero and tell him to get fully geared up. Garam Lee's eyes widen in sheer shock, surprised that he can remain so rational and professional despite his rage. Before she can process this, he turns back, with eyes full of murderous intent to threaten her once more. "Do not misunderstand. Once this whole mess is finally over, you will die by my hands." Garam Lee bows her head, looking down in deep sadness. I do not care even if it is not everything. I am fully aware of the heavy consequences of my actions. Staring at the base, she complies willingly once the sword hero is finally taken down. You can go ahead and kill me or do whatever else you want. She sits quietly in her cell, bound and completely motionless until a sudden voice echoes through the silence. Did you call for me? Jong-soo Park is here and he brought someone along with him. He asks her if she is really the reform hero. She casually replies that she is noting that the spear hero seems to have gotten his arm reattached. Hearing her provocative words, Jong-soo grinds his teeth in a fit of absolute rage. As he clenches his fist to strike another hand, suddenly reaches out to stop him. His companion So-min Jung calmly advises him not to waste his anger on her if he is not going to kill her. Meanwhile, the sword hero is out there slaughtering countless innocent lives. Blind with rage, Jong-soo glares intensely at Garam Lee with bloodshot eyes. Step aside, I have no intention of looking at a murderer's face any longer. Garam Lee maintains a cold, calm expression, asking if he even knows what is happening right now. So-min clearly explains the situation, noting that according to Alliance reports, the sword hero is heading north. But before So-min can finish, Garam cuts her off, envisioning the brutal slaughter he is committing. She claims those reports are inaccurate, even if they are alive, revealing that she possesses far more detailed information. She remains standing there, bound, listening closely as So-min continues to speak. According to one report, both the transformation hero and the martial arts hero have fallen in battle in Korea. As she says this, So-min pauses thoughtfully before continuing her explanation. Besides, there is quite a bit more information. Jong-soo turns around, totally baffled, and demands to know why she shared such detailed answers. Did it never cross her mind that the girl might be a spy? She just casually glances over and replies that if their location was actually compromised, she wouldn't have come in person, she would be eavesdropping from a safe distance instead. As for reassurance, do not worry, Jong-soo. Right now, she has no special abilities. She is just a normal human. Garam Lee's gaze turns icy cold. Kim Min-soo, the hero of the sword, has become the Demon King. Both of them stand there completely frozen, with their mouths wide open, especially since every single member of the older generation who could stop him is already dead. Jong-soo gasps in horror. The legendary hero has actually degraded into a terrifying Demon King. The blue-haired girl turns in complete disbelief. This cannot be happening. The very hero destined to save the world is now the one tearing it apart. But even as she speaks, she quietly realizes that his descent into becoming a Demon King makes perfect sense. Garam Lee stands before them, laying out the entire brutal truth. It seems the return hero used him all this time to achieve this exact tragic outcome. He had actually brought this up once before, back when the entire city was engulfed in flames. Holding him tightly in her arms, she questioned Lee Seong-jun about his true motives. He laughed, clutching his bleeding stomach with both hands. Hearing you call my name actually touches my heart. But what is it you want? Hovering high above the ruined city, she felt a sudden wave of deep confusion. I am merely unleashing my wrath upon a world that abandoned me. And since our goals of mass destruction align with the overwhelming firepower I have, why exactly are you tag-teaming with us? Lee Seong-jun calmly offered a simple short reply, just to observe all of you. She stared back in confusion, forcing him to explain with a serious frown. I'm not here just to watch this world get swallowed by flames. I want to see what every last one of you will ultimately become. Hearing that left her completely lost. After a long silence, she admitted his words were impossible to decipher, just like his true emotions. He merely smiled. Once everything comes to an end, you will finally understand. Hearing Garam Lee recount this, Jong-soo's face darkens as he raises his voice in anger. So his entire goal was to turn all of you into Demon Kings. But why just as they wonder, frantic shouting echoes as someone rushes in. Panting heavily and struggling to breathe, the man gasps out for Jong-soo. Standing at the entrance, he warns him that the ship carrying the relics has returned, though all three can already see it. His teammate asks with sudden worry, but what? The massive ship is anchored right near the shoreline, looking completely wrecked and billowing thick smoke. On the deck, standing right next to Yerin Ma, Lee Seong-jun holds a gun to his own head and shouts, "Hello everyone in the hero resistance." He flashes a cheerful smile to begin his negotiation. Do not even think about stepping closer to arrest me. The moment Jong-soo sees him, pure rage boils over, but he refrains from attacking blindly after seeing his suicidal stance. He just stands there, gripping the weapon tight in a silent threat. If you dare attack me before our little chat even gets started, I will regress and drag this entire ship along with the relics straight to the bottom of the ocean. Right here, right now, and believe me, he holds all the cards. The regression hero stands right before the entire hero resistance, aiming the gun at his own skull with a broad, mocking grin as he greets them. He strictly warns them beforehand not to try and get close to capture him. If anyone tries to strike before they even start talking, everything goes down. He will return and sink this boat along with these ruins to the bottom of the sea. Park Jong-soo knew the man was one of the heroes who had infiltrated the shelter, the return hero himself. As he stepped forward, So Min-jung frantically asked him what he was planning to do. She had already told him all about that man's terrifying ability. The man was completely immune to every single attack. Even if you killed him in a single hit, he could easily rewind time and dodge the blow. Park Jong-soo grit his teeth in silence, knowing this harsh reality all too well. Garam Lee, who was still tied up, suddenly spoke up and suggested they let her talk to him. The other two turned to her in surprise, knowing she understood him far better since they were once allies. Hearing this convincing reasoning, So Min-jung stepped back and let her go. Garam Lee stood before the two men, and Seongjun Lee stared at her. Seeing her standing between both sides, he realized she was definitely no ordinary person. She explained she was Garam Lee, the Reformation hero, and her original body was destroyed with the old generation. Her current body was composed of artificial parts created by Marie Stevenson. Seongjun Lee immediately asked what her proof was. She recounted that the two of them first met on June 17th. On that day, she was holding her deceased parents after an artillery strike, her own body badly burned and broken. The surrounding buildings lay in ruins, and she relied on a robot to shield and support her. He walked up to her wearing a firefighter uniform. Amidst the heavy battle, he smiled and asked if she felt any better. A micro-missile behind the robot launched flying straight toward him. Seongjun Lee easily tilted his head to dodge the missile as it slammed into the wall behind him and exploded. He calmly remarked that he had already died once and had no intention of becoming her enemy. Taking off his firefighter mask, he offered to introduce himself as Seongjun Lee. Just like her, he was a hero who lost everything after returning. Hearing her recount the past, he finally recognized Garam Lee. He asked if she had decided to side with the government after obtaining this artificial body. The Reformation hero admitted it was true, even if he called her shameless, after all the people she killed. Countless corpses stained red and piled high cast a long shadow right behind her. It was the truth. A horrific sight she could still see, always lingering behind her. She closed her eyes and turned away, stating she had decided to help them stop Kim Min-soo. Hearing this, Seongjun Lee lowered his gun and stopped aiming at her head. She was incredibly lucky because his sole purpose for being here was also to stop Kim Min-soo. Park Jong-soo grit his teeth in absolute rage, unable to understand these crazy killers. What absolute nonsense were they babbling about seeking redemption after murdering so many innocent lives? They slaughtered people, and now they are here to help the survivors. He could no longer stand by and watch this play out, so he marched directly toward them. So Min-jung frantically tried to stop him, telling him to wait and calm down. But he grabbed her arm tightly and dragged her along, causing her to fall to the ground before she could even react. Crying out in pain, she clutched her arm where he had used way too much force. Park Jong-soo grabbed her by the throat, making her choke. With a single hand, he lifted her small body off the ground, completely cutting off her breath. He was absolutely furious after everything she had done. Did she really think she could just support them now? If she came here to help him and the victims, she could just die right here. Once she was gone, he could face the sword hero with a clear mind. For just a fraction of a second, the wooden arm choking her suddenly begins to glow. His prosthetic hand suddenly vanishes, completely controlled by the verdant hero's power. He turns and threatens her to choose a side, leaving the verdant hero visibly hesitant and flustered. Just then, the magical girl hero drops down, landing a solid kick to his stomach that knocks him back. She screams out, asking if he thinks she came here by choice. How is he supposed to fight back against a monster whose very existence is built on lies? She has no idea why he suddenly helped them, but opposing him guarantees their absolute defeat. Lying flat on the ground, he screams that she is just an outsider. Asking her what she expects him to do, he desperately claws his fingers deep into the dirt. He demands to know if she expects him to sit quietly and accept that complete hypocrite. Why is everyone so incredibly weak? And why did they let his entire family die like that? Tears stream down as he screams in absolute despair, while the return hero watches him in silence. Staring down at Park Jong-soo, the return hero reflects on how many lives he has driven to despair. His voice trembles as he asks why everyone is so weak, claiming he understands none of this. He has absolutely no idea what the meaning behind all of this is. He desperately covers his weeping eyes, trying to hide the pain. All he wants is to return to his normal life as the return hero leaps down from the ship. Landing softly on the ground, he brushes the dust off his shoulder and steps toward him. His gaze is heavy and dark, knowing deep down that he is completely out of options. Standing right in front of him, he tells him to stop crying and rise. He forces him back onto his feet, knowing this is the only way to keep the world alive. Right now, he is the only one left who can stop the sword hero who has become the Demon King. Simply fighting as the rebel hero of the hero clan is not going to be enough to stop him. He must become the hero of heroes as a hand is reached out to his tear-stained face. He promises to make him strong, warning that if he refuses, he will have to end him. And just like that, the number 0 flashes get ready, because another regression is starting. Suddenly we are thrown into a massive battle, featuring the strongest warriors of the era. The Hero of Faith, the Golem Hero, the Iron Arm Hero, and various other powerful warriors. Back then, Kim Min-soo and he fought side by side as allies against the rampaging rogue heroes. The two of them stood shoulder to shoulder, battling together in the trenches. It was a brutal struggle that pushed him to the absolute brink of his exhaustion. The Sword Hero grinned, telling him to quit slacking and try to keep up with his pace. Calling him slow, he laughs and warns him not to talk trash until he sees his true power. He realizes that during those days, everyone was actually on the same side, fighting as heroes. Fortunately, their reinforcements finally show up on the battlefield, stepping in to protect the exhausted duo. Both of them shared a genuine smile of relief, teasing the newcomers for taking so long. This regression loop with Lee Seong-jun marks the final vanguard effort to completely seal off Jeju Island. High above the Golem Hero is unleashing the full extent of his destructive abilities to fight. Screaming in agitation, he demands to know if they have any idea what losing everything feels like. It is So Min-jung who steps up to face him, wielding her legendary spear with fierce intent. Surrounded by countless floating hands and eyes, the Golem Hero screams to be left alone as he fires deadly lasers. So Min hurls her spear, tearing straight through the air to shatter those giant hands and strike him. Declaring that she will handle the Golem Hero, she screams at Kim Min-soo to keep moving forward. Leaping high off the airship with his blade unsheathed, he zeroes in on his target Lee Seong-jun. He coldly whispers that if it is really this hard, he should just rest his blade touching his throat. The civil war among the heroes lasted for a year, but has finally come to an end. Standing before the headless monument of a general, the survivors who ended this war are all gathered here. Special Squad Leader Choi Jung-wook holds a camera in his hands. Wearing a bulletproof vest, he waves his hands around to direct their group photo. He tells everyone to gather close. Since they fought together, there is no need to be shy. Are they literal children? An Yeji snaps at Ji-won, warning him that she will kill him if he pulls that stupid pose again. This picture is going in the history books, so they really need to take it seriously. It might even become the family heirloom, which startles Ji-won, though his expression remains as goofy as ever. Choi Jung-wook begins to count down to 1 for the shot. On the count of 3, the camera flashes, capturing their awkward faces, while Ji-won holds that same silly pose. Though they could not save everyone, a solemn funeral honors the fallen heroes. Countless soldiers lost their lives, and several heroes fell right alongside them. The Sword Hero and Return Hero arrive to pay their last respects. He lights a single stick of incense for them. Having regressed hundreds of times, he did everything he could to save as many lives as possible. He stares sorrowfully at the faces of those he failed to save, including Tae-il and the Nature Hero. He whispers his apologies, breaking into tears as he looks at their portraits on the altar. No timeline held a future where everyone survived. He is deeply, deeply sorry. Now that the war is over, they have transitioned from mere heroes to absolute saviors, staring in shock at what lies ahead. The Return Hero looks at it with deep hesitation. He asks Kim Min-soo if asking them to build something like this is really out of the question. Nobody would be shameless enough to request a monument of themselves, but Ji-won looks on with pure awe. He always wished for a statue of his own, and now wonders if he should mention it to his sister. Meanwhile, the Vampire Hero completely scoffs at the idea, saying he would never accept one even if they offered. The Shield Hero holds Kim Min-soo's hand, both of them blushing furiously. She softly admits it looks beautiful, a clear physical sign that the war has finally ended. Jung So-min scratches her cheek, wondering if hers is missing simply because she arrived a bit late. What they are discussing is a grand statue erected to honor the Sword Hero, Kim Min-soo. Clad in heavy armor with a massive blade, the monument stands proudly right in the center of the city. The world is slowly beginning to rebuild itself from the ashes of ruin. Naturally, the heroes lend their hands to the reconstruction, helping save civilians and performing endless acts of goodwill. Never losing their original resolve, they dedicate their immense strength entirely to fostering peace and rebuilding their shattered home. He even starts working a completely normal job like anyone else. Yet as nearly 10 years slip away honestly, it is tragic their great deeds are slowly forgotten. Next, we witness the beautiful wedding of the Shield and Sword Heroes. The officiant steps forward to announce the start of their journey together. Let us give them a massive round of applause. The guests who gathered to witness this union smile warmly and clap their hands in celebration. Their fellow heroes are there to celebrate, though the Vampire Hero wonders why anyone would willingly tie themselves down like this. The Magic Hero, however, points out that their future child would easily be the strongest on Earth. The Faith Hero and the Return Hero are also genuinely happy to see the two together. Underneath the table, they hold hands, looking absolutely radiant and full of joy. The Faith Hero softly whispers to him, wondering when the two of them will finally have a wedding of their own. It turns out they are in love too, and trust me, the next scene gets even sweeter. A healthy, adorable baby is born to the happy couple. So-min Jeong, the spear hero, and Seong-jun Lee, the return hero, stand by the baby's crib, happily watching the little one sleep. This child belongs to the magic hero and the vampire hero. The magic hero glances at the vampire hero and starts complaining. She grumbles that their daughter better not take after her deadbeat father. Beside her, the vampire hero shrinks back apologetically, desperately playing along and agreeing that the baby looks exactly like her mother. They finally have a child. But meanwhile, Ji-won-an is out eating with him, looking bored out of his mind. He wants to marry too. But why does his sister keep arranging such terrible matches? Seong-jun comforts him, saying his sister only wants the best, and that anyone can get married eventually. Ji-won-an just sighs. What does Seong-jun know anyway, since he already tied the knot last year? Out of all the heroes, Ji-won-an is now the only single one left. The return hero promises to introduce him to someone great, urging him to stop drinking. If his older sister catches him drinking like this, Ye-ji-an will absolutely tear him apart. By now, the guy is completely passed out on the table, leaving them to reflect on the past with some melancholy. They shared truly beautiful memories together. They used to gather all the time, hanging out as a big family with all of their kids. The return hero was right there by So-min's side during her graduation day. They were even awarded medals at the 30-year anniversary celebration of the war's end, as the years slowly caught up to them. In a hospital room decades later, the low hum of medical machines fills the air. The return hero lies weak in his bed with So-min sitting close by, tightly holding his hand, even though he does not have to turn back time and has no regrets. So-min smiles back, tears of quiet peace falling down her cheeks. She felt it too. As his eyes begin to close, her face is the very last thing he sees, allowing him to finally pass away peacefully, right beside the woman he loves. And that is exactly how it all should have ended. But get this, when he opens his eyes, he is back in the old timeline. Staring at the streets and the passing crowd, he looks down at his own body in sheer panic. He is still wearing his old high school uniform. Reaching into his pocket, his hand trembles as he pulls out his phone. The screen reads, May 11th, 2021. This is his 112th regression. The realization floods him with dread, leaving him gasping for air as panic takes over. There is no denying it. He has regressed again, staring at his reflection with sheer terror. Is he really back? Honestly, he should have realized from the very beginning that everything felt too strange. Back in that other world, standing before the goddess herself, he had smiled brightly at the blue system window. A world of magic. It sounded just like the fantasy video games from his original world. She did not understand what he meant, but his mind was already comparing it to the video games from back home. You know the drill: status screens, spatial inventory, and some broken cheat ability, just like back home. Web novels with those exact tropes are published by the hundreds every single year. He was already completely used to how those stories worked. But when his eyes caught an S-class skill displayed on the screen, he clicked on it: the power of infinite regression. Upon the user's death, they are sent back to a moment before it happened, keeping their memories fully intact. An S-class power that completely distorts cause and effect. If it is a death, the system cannot recognize the user is reset to the very start of that timeline's branch. At the time, he simply thought that if he died, this infinite regression would simply bring him back to the moment the danger first began. With this, wouldn't it save him a massive amount of time to get back? She promised he could return home much faster, and that together they would defeat the Demon King. Talk about killing two birds with one stone. But she left him with a vital warning. With this power, if he gets killed by the Demon King, he cannot regress. That means he absolutely must defeat them on his very first attempt. Now she had bestowed upon him every single blessing and piece of guidance she could possibly offer. With that, her form began to fade away. Her very last words were a desperate plea: "Please save our world, oh great hero." Now he remembered absolutely everything, and he finally realized how this whole story had to play out. Back during his very first regression, Lee Sung-jun suspected the cause was just some random medical accident he had no way of knowing about. Standing in the middle of the street, he desperately wondered if it was some kind of chronic illness. So he put his head down and diligently lived his second life to the very end. He figured it was just some cosmic glitch, but since he was back anyway, he might as well do what needed to be done. There really was no other choice. His mind drifted to the comrades he had lost along the way. If he starts preparing right now, he can brace for the hero civil war coming in 3 months. Weighing every combination skill and perfect timing, he resolves to find the best possible ending to save the 3 of them. With his mind made up, it was time to act. This was his chance to prevent the tragic deaths of his comrades, the one regret that had haunted him forever. But then came his 214th regression. And get this, the second he wakes up, he screams curses at the sky. Panic completely seized him. This was definitely not some chronic illness. He had deliberately spent his final hours isolated in his own home just to rule out any freak medical accident at a hospital. Having successfully saved everyone who was supposed to die, he had zero regrets left. What on earth is going on here? Realizing something was horribly off, he immediately pulls up his system screen. Could that insane possibility actually be true? He frantically digs into the description of his infinite regression ability. This curse of an ability even triggers upon dying from old age. It is an absolutely terrifying power that feeds and that resets the timeline regardless of how he dies. Shaking with rage, he glares up at the heavens and screams. If he had known it was going to be like this, he would have never picked this godforsaken curse. Bystanders on the street turn their heads staring at him like he is some kind of lunatic. People throw uncomfortable glances his way, and a few even pull out their phones to call for help. Within minutes, a police officer approaches, asking the young student if there is some kind of problem. He stares blankly at the officer, his mind racing. The cop warns him that he cannot just stand in the middle of traffic. But his eyes only lock onto the handgun holstered at the officer's hip. Damn that goddess, he thinks he will just end his life right here and go back to the moment he first got this power. Lunging forward, he snatches the gun, fires a warning shot into the air, and immediately shoves the barrel down his own throat. He mutters a quiet apology for scaring everyone. A deafening bang echoes, sending him plunging into yet another regression, his 220th. He opens his eyes to that same familiar sky, having lost count of how many times he has stared up at it. His face is masked in absolute soul-crushing despair, yet he is eerily calm, realizing he might never escape this loop. Back in this fantasy world, his gaze is completely hollow and lifeless. The starting point of his regression is locked to the very second he first arrived here. He was tricked from the start. He bows his head, utterly crushed by the weight of this infinite time loop. Hundreds of loops pass, and by his 313th attempt, he ends up vaporized in a massive explosion. Through this, he learns his regression even triggers after his body is completely disintegrated at the atomic level by a nuclear blast. By his 395th regression, he decides to spare the reform hero. The dark secret of body modification is supposed to grant him eternal life. Now his body lies strapped to the cold research table. Inside this endless loop, robotic arms tirelessly work to rebuild his entire frame. He thinks sacrificing himself is better than dragging everyone down, but in the end, it is just another failure. Over 50% of his body is replaced by cold steel. He is considered dead. He walks completely alone, weeping in the dark. Even this method fails to work. Desperate and frustrated, he screams out a bitter curse. He is thrown back to the days before his body modification, his 780th regression. Now he does not even need 10 allies to stop the hero's civil war and face those familiar expressions. The heavy weight of his sins grows. Standing in the pouring rain, his comrade approaches and softly asks if he is actually crying. These incredibly kind fools are throwing away their lives for absolutely nothing. He breaks down crying right before them. Right before their eyes, Lee Sung-jun pulls out a gun, points it at his head, and whispers an apology. The sword hero screams his name in shock, but Lee Sung-jun pulls the trigger anyway. Even after ending his own life, Lee Sung-jun is forced to wake up and resurrect once more. By the 1000th time, Lee Sung-jun struggles to bear the crushing weight of returning alone. He still remains alongside the other heroes, but after his mind becomes completely shattered, he finally confesses his desperate situation to them. Gathered together in a serious meeting, he reveals the whole truth, leaving them completely shocked. His once bright eyes have now lost all trace of life. Kim Min-soo reaches out, proposing they solve this together. He asks if Lee Sung-jun really thinks they cannot resolve this with so many heroes standing by his side. Clasping hands together, the entire group wholeheartedly commits to finding a proper solution. Yong-sun also gently reaches for his hand. With reliable comrades by his side offering their support, a rare spark of hope finally returns. Yet absolutely nothing works, and the cycle drags him right back to the start. Completely hopeless, Lee Sung-jun spirals until loop 1716, dying of liver cirrhosis caused by alcoholism. During his 2150 return, his heart simply stops under extreme stress. Now he relives his days in constant cardiac arrest. On his 3711th regression, he suffocates after ripping out his oxygen tube. In loop 5612, he hangs himself in a dark office, then freezes in ice at 766. Loop 9279, embracing death. 10,000 loops stretching toward infinity. Out of everything he has endured, what he fears most is this terrible ability. Imagine that his ability holds the entire future of nearly 8 billion innocent lives hostage. Some have described the flow of time and the future as an endlessly branching tree. The timeline he currently walks is merely one tiny branch among those infinite possibilities. Standing in a massive, endless dimension, the ground beneath him serves as the starting point. From there, the stream flows directly into smaller paths, with each branch splitting further like a giant tree. He stands looking at its grand shape. So instead of dreaming of different futures, he tries to comfort himself, attempting to find peace within this current moment. This is no fantasy, it is reality. Realizing this harsh truth, he cannot help but weep for his own miserable, pitiable fate. This is nothing like the regression stories found in books. No, not at all. Once those spreading branches reach a certain limit, they all bend back, forming arrows pointing backward. With his starting point serving as the ultimate starting anchor, every single future is dragged back and crushed. They return to the starting circle right under his feet. The clockwork gears spin backward in utter chaos, failing to function, and he is dragged right back to his starting point. Even across countless parallel worlds, there is absolutely no way for him to find an escape from this regression curse. All he can do is weep in utter despair. He is caught in a loop, constantly regressing through every branching path of the future. Slamming his fist against the pavement, he has no idea what this universe wants him to do. There is no going back to the other world ever again. Trapped at the exact same starting point, he screams out in pure helplessness. What is he supposed to do? The 1348th regression. He has finally given up on justice. Instead, he becomes the leader of the rampaging heroes. He hoped that by turning evil, anyone, even Kim Min-soo, would finally put an end to his misery. He has been sliced clean in half by Kim Min-soo and skewered to death by his very own former allies. He was pinned to walls by blades and obliterated by magic. By his 14,611th run, he took hits from every government hero. But not even the unstoppable Kim Min-soo could prevent his regression. By now, the flow of time is nothing but a blur to him. He just sits alone in his dark room eating snacks while watching the victory news broadcast. The government announces that justice finally prevailed around 6 this morning. With Kim Min-soo flashing on the screen, the news anchor declares the official end of the hero crisis. The crisis is finally over, as Kim Min-soo is simply too powerful to ever be defeated. Only a demon king would stand a chance at defeating him. He is so deeply despondent that he cannot even squeeze out a single tear. But then he remembers that the goddess once told him he could never regress from death if killed by a demon king, which meant he had to defeat the demon on his very first try. He pauses, staring into space as a crazy idea begins to form in his mind. Only a hero has the power to slay a demon king, and only a demon king can kill a hero. So what if that is the universal rule across all worlds? Maybe a true demon king born of this world could be the one to finally end his endless suffering. With no time left to waste, he grabs a utility knife. He is already deep into the 5-digit mark of his regressions. He has to create a demon king before his sanity completely shatters. On this 14,612th run, he shifts goals and begins testing new theories. To create a demon king, one must accumulate pure destruction and negative karma, and it requires a powerful hero capable of absorbing all that dark energy. He decides to make use of the rampaging rogue heroes. He will act as their right hand, keeping them alive for as long as possible. Once their transformation into a demon king is complete, he can finally die by their hand. For the first time in ages, a faint glimmer of hope returns to his face. By the 1793rd regression, he realizes there is a massive flaw in his plan. Just as his pawn begins slaughtering innocents to pile up karma, a familiar voice calls out to stop them from going any further. Without fail, those pesky do-gooders show up to play hero. His former comrades, his old allies, and even the woman he once loved. Staring at them, he feels nothing but sheer anger, cursing those absolute fools. By run 21,102, he realizes he cannot make a demon king while hiding. 23 million heroes have died right in front of him. He starts to eliminate his former comrades whenever it becomes necessary. Then he calmly notes down every single detail in his journal. A faulty cooling device, a slight malfunction. Those are their fatal weaknesses. Without thinning their numbers, these volatile heroes will die long before they can even walk the path to becoming demon kings. Attempt 25,538. The severely wounded spear hero steps forward, and he is the one who directly ambushed her. She stares back at him, demanding to know why he would murder his own wife. Tears streaming down his face, he trembles and whispers that this was all to save her, or more accurately, his future bride. At this point, words have completely lost their meaning. Still, he kills her. Regression number 119,930. Kim Min-soo steps forward, setting his sights on another heavily wounded, raging hero. He throws himself in front of Kim Min-soo, begging him to stop. But Kim Min-soo coldly replies that if he has sinned and slaughtered their comrades, then he must pay with his life for those terrible crimes. Brushed aside, he desperately reaches back out, begging for just a little more time, just a bit longer, and that warrior could have finally become the Demon King. Clinging to Kim Min-soo's leg with trembling hands, he begs him to spare the other hero. He weeps and begs for mercy, but Min-soo still executes the warrior anyway. Staring at the severed head rolling before him, he screams in absolute fury, cursing Min-soo to hell. No matter how hard he tries to cultivate a Demon King, the monstrously strong Kim Min-soo always stops him. So he makes a choice: he must eliminate Minsu first. By regression 161,503, he has already calculated every possible outcome. Yet the power gap is simply too vast. He stands absolutely zero chance of defeating him. In every single timeline, Kim Minsu ends up decapitating him. And if he cannot kill Minsu, any demon king he nurtures will simply be slaughtered next. Lost in an endless sea of time, he suffers countless brutal deaths at Minsu's hands. As memories drift through his fading consciousness, a wild idea sparks: if defeating Kim Minsu is truly impossible, why not turn Minsu himself into the Demon King? Yet he wavers in his own dark resolve. Can such a horrific plan ever be forgiven? Steering his car down the road, his eyes lock onto his target, Kim Minsu's mother. She is on the street putting up missing person flyers for her lost son. Fear grips him as tears fall, but he reminds himself that there is no other way left. It is not the painful past that ruins a person, nor is it grief or the hunger for power, but rather the weight of eternity. With his dark goal set, he meticulously plans his moves, tracking every single target in detail. His primary target remains Kim Minsu, even knowing this sin is completely unforgivable. He looks at his plan with grim satisfaction. There are only about 3.5 months left until Kim Minsu returns, but for the first time his mind feels somewhat at peace. He has a strong premonition that this time he might finally get to die. With a clear objective locked in, all other useless thoughts completely vanish from his weary mind. But his desperate actions only throw off the timing of his intended suicide. He discovers the shift through a brief online news article, yet his expression remains chillingly calm. It is fine, he simply needs to reset once more. When there is an end goal in sight, hundreds of thousands of failures mean absolutely nothing. Kicking his chair away, he ends his own life again after murdering Kim Minsu's parents. The mother is crushed by his speeding car, her blood staining the scattered flyers across the pavement. Stepping out of the vehicle to survey the wreckage, he asks the dead woman if she understands his intentions. She could actually understand him. He had completely isolated Kim Minsu. He went to the school and talked to the teachers. He directly asked this principal if they knew Kim Minsu was hanging out with delinquents. He heard that the kid was just some runaway roaming around causing trouble, so he secretly bribed Kim Minsu's teacher. He smoothly slipped an envelope of cash into a file folder, claiming the teacher dropped it in the hallway. Then he spread nasty rumors about Kim Minsu. He even went to the police station faking injuries to file a report. He lied to the officers, claiming a gang of runaways had beaten him senseless and stolen his wallet. He made absolutely sure the world wouldn't show the kid a single shred of compassion. He systematically eliminated the boy's future allies. He severed his connection to society, getting anyone with actual power out of the way. With this, the only man who could stop him was gone. Even in futures where Kim Minsu felt deep remorse after his lover died, he systematically cut away every single option. When Kim Minsu tried to end his life, he blocked it. After 370,000 agonizing regressions, Kim Minsu finally became the Demon King. Under his reign, the world lay completely shattered and drenched in blood. As a direct result of all those brutal cycles, the ultimate weapon capable of killing him was finally forged. Now that Kim Minsu had completely lost his mind, everything perfectly aligned with the current final timeline, he offered a simple choice, promising to make him far stronger than before. And if he refused, he would kill him right there. He would die, and the world's timeline would finally move forward without any resets. The spear hero could only glare at him with teary, furious eyes. Turning his back, he stared toward the ship where he had gathered all the legendary relics. He was going to forge a hero destined to slay the Demon King Kim Minsu. Now he just had to fuse them. Beside him, the magic hero asked what he planned to do. He had spent so much time preaching about saving the world. And now he wanted to train the spear hero. He promised to explain everything, but insisted it would have to wait until they finished. She pointed a finger straight at his face, calling him an absolute goddamn bastard. It was not like she was refusing to cooperate with his crazy plan. But did he really think he could motivate any of them without giving a single proper explanation? Reaching into his pocket, he grinned, agreeing that motivation indeed sounded like a good idea. He pulled out a small remote, a self-destruct device connected directly to the ship of relics. The heroes stood frozen in shock, knowing he would blow everything up if they did not cooperate. The plant hero placed a hand on his shoulder, fully aware they were being toyed with. If he changed his mind, he could sink all the relics to the very bottom, and he could easily slaughter them right where they stood. She did not care how monstrous she looked as long as it helped him grow stronger. Helping him to his feet, she reminded him of their weakness and why she had to graft this wooden arm. Back then, the shield hero had warned her to save her remaining power, because a moment would come when she would need it far more than now. Hearing that, he clenched his fist tightly. She was right, he had to save all his explosive fury for Kim Minsu. Just like that, the return hero got his way, chuckling that the kid had finally agreed. For the first test, he ordered him to kill him 100 times barehanded, without missing a single strike. Before he could finish speaking, a heavy punch cracked him right across the face. This is the first time he lays the hero cards on the table, pushing a new one forward. His reason for choosing Park Dong-soo is simple. The guy is not really a hero. Not in his heart, at least. Nor his motives, and his actual time on the field was extremely short. Yet despite all that, he possesses the most overwhelming strength of any hero, save for the sword hero. His power steadily grows with every battle he fights. He can actually go toe-to-toe with the sword hero, holding the highest growth potential of them all. As the kid charges, the return hero recognizes the attack immediately. He has seen this exact move before. A quick dodge and a spin upward just like that, the strike is completely evaded. He raises his sword arm, slicing downward. But the spear hero counters instantly with a heavy fist. That direct blow will surely kill him. And yet those expectations are nearly spot on as he surpasses 3 digits. Even barehanded, the kid still manages to kill him. We flash back to his training. Once again, he orders the kid to kill him 100 times barehanded without deflecting a single attack. Survive just those first 100 blows, and he will show far fewer weaknesses against Kim Min-soo. Lee Sung finally wraps up the first test after they pass the 4-digit mark. He points his sword at the kid's throat as he lies on the ground, ending the first lesson right there. The man tells him that this is officially his first trial. You have survived 1,100 trials, so stop complaining. From there, he breaks down and explains the clear weaknesses in Park Dong-soo's movements. His movements are highly precise, making him absolute gold in one-on-one combat. Aside from his upper body leaning forward and his stiffness, there is really not much to fix. He promises to compile a detailed report on these flaws and hand it over later. If not for the sword hero's broken gear, the kid might have defeated Kim Min-soo before he became the Demon King. Hearing those words, the spear hero remains completely silent. But then the return hero warns him the enemy he is facing now is no longer human. In other words, there is a very hard limit to fighting Kim Min-soo head-on. The kid asks about the strange skill Kim Min-soo just unleashed. He managed to generate that devastating destructive force without even moving a muscle. Honestly, even the return hero does not know its exact name or mechanics, or even its activation conditions, because he has never faced Demon King Kim Min-soo directly. Gritting his teeth, the kid listens as the man promises to make him strong enough to crush Kim Min-soo. Sounds like a complete scam, but Lee Sung shakes his head absolutely not. Once training is complete, he is going straight for Kim Min-soo. That declaration catches the other heroes completely off guard. He plans to take at least one of his arms before he dies, starting the process now. All the kid has to do is watch closely and decipher the secret behind his broken power. It sounds simple enough, right? But the kid is completely bewildered. The man just casually said he is going to die. Wait, isn't he immortal? But Lee Sung explains that this is actually a condition of his return ability. It has absolutely no effect against the Demon King. A truth the other heroes find impossible to believe. Still, to him, this is the best outcome. Time to move on to the next test immediately. He asks Lee Gazam if she has any high-yield heavy firearms on hand, or if she can manufacture them on the spot. She confirms she has advanced artificial intelligence left by the older generation, along with a few heavy-duty weapons. Excellent. The return hero will now share all of Kim Min-soo's combat data with her. He created several replica weapons of similar designs for the mock battle against the rebel hero. He told her not to include any safety features, demanding they treat it like a real life-or-death battle. If he dies during training, he can simply end his own life to reset the timeline. With that, he turns on his heel. Since everyone has their own duties to fulfill, he decides to get some rest until the second test begins. Waving his hand dismissively, he departs only to be seen later that night, sitting outside his tent and diligently writing in his journal. As he focuses on his notes, someone quietly approaches from behind. It is the vegetation hero herself. He asks if she has already finished preparing for the upcoming exam. But then she suddenly catches him off guard by asking if they used to be comrades. The returner hero freezes instantly, his eyes widening in complete shock. A helpless smile creeps onto his face as he compares her sharp intuition to Lee Gam. Having regressed far too many times, his memories have grown hazy, but yes, they really were teammates once. His gaze softens with a deep, lingering sorrow as he casts his eyes downward to avoid looking at her. She presses further, asking if his regression is so uncontrollable that he has actually resolved to die. After a heavy silence, he quietly confesses that his life has become an endless loop. Tears well up in her eyes, and honestly, who wouldn't break down hearing about such a cruel fate? He explains that he turned Kim Min-soo into a demon lord just to end this nightmare, prompting her to ask if Min-soo was also once their comrade. His gaze turns sharp and defensive as he stares back, warning her not to look at him with pity. He begs her not to feel sorry for him, even as tears begin to threaten his own eyes. If she pities him now, his resolve will completely shatter, forcing him to violently pinch his own thigh to stay grounded. He coldly reminds her that he never asked her to get close to him in this timeline. The precious past they once shared has long since shattered and ceased to exist. She is the hero, and he is the villain. And that is exactly how history must remember them. Baek Yoon-soo has to be forged into the ultimate hero, capable of executing the maddened sword hero. You became both the Shadow King and the hero of return. You plotted this entire tragedy, but it is just too heartbreaking, she mutters, bowing her head in sorrow. Her soft heart instantly reminds him of their ancient battle against the rampaging hero. Back then, just as he was about to deliver the killing blow, she rushed in screaming for him to stop. Sadly, she was always far too kind, completely unaware that her own mercy would ultimately cost her life. Wiping his eyes, he admits defeat, realizing he can never truly overcome her gentle, compassionate nature. For once, he will accept her heartfelt sympathy. But in return, she asks him for a crucial favor. Handing over his notebook, he tells her that if she truly pities him, she must protect these papers. If he falls, she must deliver them to a girl named Dong So-min inside the massive government shelter at Sector B-12. Meanwhile, an excavator claw digs deep into the rubble as military personnel desperately search for survivors below. Suddenly, a soldier bellows into his radio. Wait, they actually found someone alive. It is none other than the woman who was the returner hero's wife in past timelines. Dong So-min is miraculously still breathing. High up in the tallest castle, the summoner quietly organizes her vast collection of ancient books. 2 weeks have already slipped by since the 10 legendary spears were sent over to the hero's world. She cannot help but wonder if he finally exacted the bloody vengeance he spoke of so often. The unsettling thought completely consumes her mind. Fearing the worst, she pictures him brutally run through by the sword hero, prompting her to slap her own cheeks to dispel the dark premonition. There is no way he would fail, as she knows he is someone who never settles for mediocrity, especially after conquering the absolute peak of Spear City and forging a brand new wall for others to surpass. There is absolutely no way he would die that easily. Suddenly, a panicked soldier rushes in to report to her. He gasps that all the spears have returned. The grand doors swing open, and the panicked summoner rushes inside to see. Every single spear she gave him has reappeared right here. She is overcome with emotion, tears welling up. This means they are still alive, but they didn't just return, as there are messages carved onto their shafts. The message carved into the wood seems to have been left by the hero himself. It says he hasn't gotten his revenge yet, and that he needs a brand new, even stronger spear. She runs her hand over the weapons. This isn't just about simple revenge anymore. Just like the times he saved her own world, his world is now the one in grave danger. He desperately needs her help, begging her for aid. It is a plea that catches her completely off guard. The soldier asks what they should do next. The choice is entirely up to her. She softly reminds him that they summoned the hero against his will, and yet he still saved them. So if he is reaching out for their help now, they have no choice but to answer. Gather every single resource they have in storage. If they need magic stones, then tell them to raid the dragon's nest itself. Mobilize every single blacksmith and summon every master craftsman across the entire country. If they want a reason, tell them the hero needs their help, and that will be more than enough. With that, the blacksmiths get straight to work while training in the desert continues smoothly. He battles a giant, heavily armed robot while Garam Lee and the hero of return watch from the control room. Garam Lee managed to build a combat simulation dummy of Kim Min-soo in no time. Meanwhile, Lee Sung-jun stands by closely observing and analyzing the training process. As he continues watching, he asks her if that machine can truly mimic all of Kim Min-soo's deadly skills. Garam Lee explains that the Demon King's power is based on technology she brought from her own world. She can't fully replicate it even with the advanced tech left behind by the older generation, but by pooling all her available resources together, this robot is the absolute best she can do. For now, she's solely focused on copying his specific attack patterns. He advises her to forget about copying his patterns on such a massive scale. He asks if she can't just shrink the robot down to Kim Min-soo's actual size. Garam Lee sighs, asking if he thinks this is as simple as building a Megapixel 3. Impossible. This giant form is the absolute best she can construct. Since that is the case, they have to work with what they've got, as time is running out. He speaks into the microphone, announcing the second test is starting, counting down 1, 2, 3. Instantly, the artillery primes itself, and the robot fires a rapid hail of bullets. It moves incredibly fast. He leaps high to dodge the onslaught, but the blast still tears off his left leg. He crashes to the ground, writhing in sheer agony. Just like that, another attempt ends in failure. Lee Sung-jun speaks calmly as he readies his reset. Garam Lee turns to look at him in shock. The hero of return raises a handgun, pressing the barrel against his own throat. This is always the fastest way. All he has to do is regress and explain to Park Young-soo exactly where things went wrong. A gunshot rings out, splattering blood directly across Garam Lee's face. Once reset, he explains to Park Young-soo exactly how he failed. Drawing out the tactical situation on the dirt, he carefully explains it to him, discussing how the other heroes can help them overcome it. Once you know what mistakes await in the future, You can easily choose the optimal path and piece them together perfectly. Next, he asks to increase the speed of the blade attacks. Garam Lee quietly complies with his request. After all, even if they fail, he can just loop back and act like nothing ever happened. Ramping up the sheer volume of sword strikes this time cost the spear hero his entire arm. Seeing him writhe in agony, Lee Gajiam screams out, "I told you not to let him overtrain like this." He coldly replies, "All he has to do is restart the process once again. Just tell her to stop making such a massive deal out of this." With his gun already prepped, he points it at his own throat again. A bullet tears through, splattering blood on the wall. No matter how many grueling trials and errors it takes, it is likely under 370,000. By then, he had finally managed to destroy that robot, simulating the real Kim Min-soo. Slumped on the rubble, he exhales a heavy sigh, while the return hero watches this hard-fought victory through a monitor. He figured that pushing himself this way would have turned him into a total monster by now. But he exceeded all expectations, perhaps because his regression was still so recent, or maybe because his motivation is completely clear, allowing him to absorb everything at a terrifying speed. What now? The Reformation hero asks him about his next move. They are completely out of training options. It is a tough spot. Fighting programmed machines is completely different from facing real humans if only they had a worthy opponent who could truly push his limits. Over in San Francisco, the city streets remain peaceful, unaware of the storm brewing with Kim Min-soo. Pedestrians going about their day suddenly spot something strange descending from the sky. Someone points upward. Wait, is not that the terrorist from South Korea? He has definitely seen him on the news before it is the Iron Arm hero Dong Un-ho. He glares forward, muttering about criminals. As panic spreads through the crowd, he is still alive. Staring at his completely crazed face, you can hear him chanting, "Criminals are here. Criminals are there." Stomping his foot down hard, he completely shatters the pavement. He bellows that the judgment of justice has begun charging at civilians as they flee in sheer terror. Breaking news of this sudden violent rampage quickly spreads across the globe. Watching the broadcast live, the return hero flashes a highly satisfied smile. It turns out he made his grand entrance at the exact same time as before. He's going to make the perfect pawn to act as a proper training opponent. He immediately tells the rebel hero to pack his bags. There is a crucial matchup waiting for him. Military tanks roll out. Their mission: stop the Iron Arm hero. Ground forces also prep a devastating volley of tactical ballistic missiles. Every barrel locks onto him, but he merely sneers at their useless efforts. Heavy artillery cannot even scratch him. All it does is completely devastate the surrounding city. Fighter jets overhead prepare to rain bombs, locking onto the debris pile where he is likely hiding out of sight. High-ranking military commanders closely monitor the feed, desperately trying to formulate a plan to neutralize him. Since their target has an insanely durable body, they wait until the civilian evacuation is fully complete. The plan is simple: bombard his position relentlessly until he is burned entirely to ashes. But as the thick smoke clears, he emerges without a single scratch on his body. Posing mockingly, he loudly boasts that they could never even scratch a physical form blessed by the ultimate power of justice. The commanding officer cannot even begin to visualize a scenario where they actually defeat this monster. He grits his teeth. His face is completely twisted in deep anxiety, while the Reformation hero and the others are at least human enough to suffer severe wounds. Only that freak. He is the one who completely defies common sense. It is as if their entire army has been reduced to mere toy soldiers for his amusement. Looking closely at the status screens, their 37th Wide Area Tactical Strike has somehow yielded absolutely zero results. White phosphorus toxic gas, aerosol weapons, and even hypersonic kinetic strikes. They used it all. Is there even a single strategy left that they have not already desperately tried? A soldier rushes in to inform the general that they just received a call from the South Korean Reconstruction government. In absolute fury, the general immediately roars at him. Is he completely blind? They are fighting to defend their own homeland, yet this soldier thinks some fallen government's hotline is important. But the moment the soldier mentions the hero of return and the rebel hero, the general's attitude shifts. Caught completely off guard, he snatches the phone. The caller mocks him, saying that for an American general, he is incredibly cold-hearted. Calling them a fallen government, the hero of return chuckles on the line. Now he is wondering if he should even bother throwing him a lifeline. Flying high in a helicopter heading toward America, the general questions if the hero of return isn't actually their enemy. Why would he switch sides now? Could this be a trap or a spy mission? There is no way he can understand the hero's true intentions. Yet staring at the screen where the smug Iron Arm hero stands untouchable, and trust me, they're completely helpless, the general is forced to seriously reconsider. The general's tense silence only seems to satisfy the hero of return. He is fully confident that his ultimate goal will be achieved. Compromising the general asks if this means he will help them eliminate the Iron Arm hero. The hero of return agrees, pointing out that the general should have realized it by now. There is no way they can kill him with normal bullets and weapons. He probably underestimated the guy because of his ridiculous spandex suit and brainless personality. Still, he is a specialist in massive destruction, a true monster who always survives to the end. If he agrees, the general must prep a fighter jet at the base because they are currently flying to Japan. Left with no choice, the general has to agree. He does not know the reason behind the hero's sudden change of sides, but they desperately need a monster to defeat a monster. The hero praises the general for being smart. That single choice just saved humanity once again. Hanging up, he faces the rebel hero sitting right across from him. Only now does he ask if settling a business meant completely wiping out the Iron Arm hero. That's right, he replies, specifically his unbreakable body. His physical durability is on par with Kim Mi-soo, if not even greater. Since their last training session, he has learned to be agile and dodge effectively. Now he believes it is finally time for the boy to learn how to shatter an indestructible diamond. Sounds easy, right? Also today, he must only use his spear as the hero plans to teach him how to wield artifacts. To grow stronger, the boy first needs to unlock his full potential. Wielding another hero's weapon has its own requirements. Suddenly, he points his sword directly at the young spearman. Just like how heroes are chosen and summoned by the will of other worlds. The city lies in total ruin following the arrival of the Iron Arm hero. Many soldiers died brutally. Striding forward, the Iron Arm hero asks if they are out of weapons. Or did everyone just run away? He stomps toward them aggressively, a giant halo of light glowing brightly behind him. A grim face of the colonel appears, signaling 1 minute until they deploy their hero. Lighted up with flares. Moments later, the bright flares are shot high. Intense light flashes all around the menacing Iron Arm hero. He hears a loud roar as a helicopter swoops in close from the night sky. The helicopter drops a rope directly in front of where the Iron Arm hero stands. Sliding down the rope, the spear hero faces his opponent. The giant villain instantly recognizes him as the spearman from the shelter. Glaring back without a single word, he slowly steps forward into battle. He goes on saying that if he remembers correctly, he never thought anyone would actually save him. "Are you feeling confident this time?" he screams, and only then does our hero finally speak up. He always failed before, because saving people just was not his thing. But killing, that is a talent he absolutely has. He swings his spear with incredible force, declaring that the villain will die right here. With that, they instantly clash. The hero system pops up once more, laying out the battlefield as the third test officially begins. Amidst all the brutal slaughter, Iron Hand emerges with a twisted, joyful grin. The iconic suit he wears is cracked and shattered, but he still looks incredibly proud of those steel fists. Right inside the very tank that was firing at him just a moment ago. The soldier inside is paralyzed with fear, as that hellish voice demands he step outside, leaving him trembling in the dark. Iron Hand punches straight through the heavy armor, peeking inside with a sick grin. He found his target. He is utterly heartless. That poor soldier never stood a chance. His face remains completely blurred. Around his neck hangs a locket, holding a photo of 3 people, a happy family he will never see again. He casually stomps on the corpse. He roars out, believing that aside from his twisted sense of justice, he is the ultimate flawless hero. He laughs with pure satisfaction, fully knowing that this ruthless nature is exactly what makes him so powerful. And now this monster is standing right in front of our main character. Our hero thrusts his spear forward, but the villain just smiles back with twisted, excited anticipation. Iron Hand charges right ahead, completely tearing up the ground beneath his feet. This catches our protagonist off guard. He did not expect the beast to stop dodging. The villain slams headfirst into the spear, taking the strike directly to his chest, yet it cannot pierce his skin. Sparks fly as if hitting solid iron, leaving nothing but minor scratches on his skin. As the spear slides off uselessly, a smug grin creeps onto his face. He glares back, deeply annoyed. Raising a massive fist, the villain asks if he really thought a tiny toothpick could actually pierce him. In slow motion, he watches that devastating metal fist flying straight toward his face. Luckily, he slips aside just in time. The mist strike slams into the ground behind him, triggering a massive, earth-shaking explosion. Talk about a close call. He knows the brute has insane defense and power, meaning his only weak points must be his joints. As the brute swings a massive kick, our hero agilely slips past the blow, reappearing right behind his back. He locks his spear around the giant's neck, using his entire body weight to drag the monster backward. Choked out and losing his balance, the brute starts to tip over backward. But suddenly the giant stops moving, totally relaxed. Turns out he was only playing around. He laughs, asking if our hero seriously thought a chokehold like this could actually stop him. He mocks him, asking if he has ever seen a boulder shatter just because a kid tried to hug it. Instantly, our hero swaps his weapon, catching the villain completely off guard. With a bright flash, the long spear shrinks into a dual-headed short spear. This form packs way more penetrating power, allowing him to drive the weapon straight into the giant's shoulder. The attack works. Blood sprays from his shoulder, leaving the smug villain absolutely stunned. He glares up in pure rage, suddenly lowering his stance. Our protagonist knows this muscle brain is shifting his center of gravity, which is going to make things much tougher. He drops into a deep crouch, radiating intense boiling pressure that distorts the air around them. Sensing the danger, our hero hesitates, his movements suddenly freezing up. So he was building momentum to leap into the sky. What incredible power! As they soar high, the Iron Arm hero is utterly smug. Plummeting back down in a freefall, he mocks Jung-soo as a pest and promises to completely crush him. With both heroes falling, the sheer pressure of this descent is massive. Jung-soo needs to find a way out before he gets smashed. Instantly shouting to swap weapons, a massive blast erupts, completely tearing up the earth below. From the ruins, Uiho stands back up, only to find Jung-soo standing right behind him. He managed to switch weapons just in time. A star-shaped cross spear shielded him from the devastating impact, the Aegis shield spear. As the spear flashes with light, he gets caught completely off guard, pushed back by a devastating high-impact blow. Without missing a beat, he swaps weapons again, now wielding two completely different spears, channeling the holy demonic system. The two opposing spears unleash a surge of yin and yang energy. This dual force whips up a violent vortex, hurtling straight toward the panicked Iron Arm hero. It tears straight through walls and gouges the earth with terrifying force. Up in the observation room, the military officers watch the entire fight unfold. Stunned by the insane firepower, the general wonders if he will vaporize him. He crosses his arms in front of his chest to block. The fierce blast gets deflected to either side. With a massive surge of strength, he unleashes his full power to shatter the pressure and break free. Leaping forward, his massive fist collides violently with the spear. The clash continues at a breakneck pace as they trade lightning-fast blows. The surrounding buildings crumble under the shockwaves as they fight with escalating intensity, releasing more power by the second. It is an absolute war zone out there, with every single blow tearing away chunks of concrete. The summoner stands in her weapon chamber, noting that all the returned spears have turned dull. She realizes this opponent possesses a level of durability unlike anyone else. Anyone Jung-soo has ever faced up to this point. She quickly orders them to deliver a brand new spear to slot number 1. Though the soldier is confused, we cut back to Jung-soo's ongoing struggle. He now holds an incredibly ornate, razor-sharp, and unbelievably sturdy new spear. This is the new weapon the summoner prepared, the Black Kylan Spear. But first, a quick history lesson. Since ancient times, humanity has constantly evolved weapons for war. From fists to clubs, swords to spears, the absolute pinnacle of cold steel has always been the spearman. And the weapon Jung-soo now holds is a true masterpiece of destruction. A weapon forged from the ultimate piercing skill, the Black Kylan. With the activation command set to strike, he prepares to summon the beast's fury. Raising his spear, a brilliant purple aura flares up, radiating and blinding light. While the Iron Arm hero looks completely bewildered, the returned hero merely chuckles in excitement. The spear conjures a black beast, not a regular horse, but a mythical Kylan. The returned hero remarks that this is an incredibly unfair combination for a spear user, granting them terrifying mobility and gap-closing speed. It seems the people of the spear world are far more clever than he originally thought. They designed a weapon specifically tailored to maximize Park Jung-soo's combat potential. With this, his biggest weakness, speed, has been completely solved. He can now focus all his raw, volatile energy directly into the tip of his spear. The returned hero watches with sheer anticipation, eager to see what happens next. Show him what you've got, the true destructive power of the Black Kylan. Even though it seemed to fit his fighting style well, he had never gotten a chance to actually use it. Time to see how it performs. Quite a strange weapon. Could he really win with this spear? He knew the answer was a flat-out no. If his choice turned out wrong, the returned hero would have to jump back in time just to warn him against using it. In other words, whether it worked or not, he had to fight with this thing. And maybe there was a hidden message, showing this was the key to taking down Kim Miu. The Iron Arm hero stepped forward, mocking his choice of toy weapon. First riding a horse like some third-rate villain, he sneered, asking what would come next. He mocked him, asking if he would pull out a lollipop like that pink-haired girl telling him to stop dreaming and just disappear. Stamping his foot hard against the ground, the hero launched himself forward with explosive momentum. Aiming straight for his opponent's head, he kicked his horse into a gallop, initiating a fierce counterattack. Both charged forward at breakneck speed, their eyes locked on each other with deadly intensity. Closing the distance, the Iron Arm hero pulled back his fist, ready to deliver a devastating strike. The moment they clashed, a fierce invisible boundary seemed to tear through the air. Blinding blue and purple light split the city sky right down the middle. Debris from nearby buildings scattered everywhere, and even the helicopters hovering above began to wobble violently. They were completely caught in the shockwaves of this monstrous battle. Inside the violently swaying chopper, the returned hero struggles to keep himself from falling over. Still, he kept his eyes glued to the screen, desperately tracking the fight. He wondered who held the upper hand. Was his ally actually dominating, or was he getting completely crushed? Back in the chamber where the spear was kept, the summoner stood waiting with her soldiers. A soldier quietly asked her if swapping his weapon had been the right call. After all, they had just replaced the very lance he relied on for his first real battle. The summoner assured him that he would be fine. The black unicorn was a weapon that did the rest as long as the wielder poured enough raw power into the opening strike. Suddenly, the spearhead digs deep into his fist and rotates wildly. The dark steed lets out a sharp cry, aligning its strength with the weapon. Under the weapon's immense pressure, the hero's arm began to tear open, shredded like a drill hitting metal. If he lets it keep rotating at this absurd speed, the weapon will drill right through his body like a power tool. In absolute desperation, he grabs the rotating shaft with his other hand. Raising his free arm, he readied a heavy counterpunch. With that grip, the spear's deadly rotation finally ground to a halt. The opponent grins with ultimate confidence, but the rider's expression remains completely cold and deadpan. But then, defying all expectations, the spearhead didn't stop and twisted his entire arm into a horribly mangled mess. Stomping its hooves, the dark steed surged forward with even greater fury. Overpowered and unable to resist, the hero was swept up by the weapon lifted in pure panic. Seizing the moment, he drove the spear straight into the hero's abdomen. The massive spearhead drilled deep, violently pushing the man backward. Only when the dust cleared did the strike end, showing the Iron Arm hero with a pierced stomach and a completely shattered arm while he simply rode away in cold silence. The sheer humiliation of his defeat was painfully obvious, his eyes lost in the deep shadow of his face. Then a young schoolgirl stepped out of the darkness and stood right before him. Covered in wounds, her clothes were completely torn. Kneeling right in front of the fallen Iron Arm hero, she gently reached out to touch his battered face. He is going to kill every last one of them, including himself. With his final breath, his trembling voice croaked out that an apostle of justice must always keep their promise. Those words are incredibly hard to say, and they turn out to be his very last. Then he goes completely silent, seemingly dead. The girl stands up and demands answers. That is all. Back during his high school days, the world is still full of peaceful light. In the classroom, a chubby boy hums a tune. This is the Iron Arm hero of 3 years ago. Back then, he is just a happy student reading his favorite comic, a superhero story. He totally gets lost in it, even muttering to himself that this latest volume is absolutely peak. Just then, a heavy kick slams right into his desk. The table flips, leaving him shaking in terror. Sure enough, the 3 bullies show up immediately, mocking him and calling him a pathetic pig. The bully reminds him that he already warned him not to read comics in class. He screams that he is absolutely sick of the foul stench coming off all his fat. But what really makes him sick is the boy's stupid expression while reading those comics. Terrified, the boy stammers an apology and tries to explain, but the bully cuts him off immediately. He squeezes the boy's mouth shut to silence him, accusing him of trying to talk back. Didn't he say that whenever the boy talks, it makes him want to throw up? He squeezes even harder while complaining about how unbearable it is, his face twisted in annoyance. He decides it is time to teach him another lesson. As the boy stays frozen in silence, the bully snaps, asking if he's deaf. Determined to put him in his place, he orders him to strip off his gear while calling him mere livestock. His classmates just stand there staring at him completely naked. The bullies ride on his back, mocking him, while not a single soul speaks up to help. Tears stream down his face in pure humiliation, while his tormentors laugh triumphantly. The ringleader demands he stop staying quiet and start crying, but he just stands there, face red and silent. Angered even more, the bully yells at him to cry faster, calling him a pathetic pig. Helpless and humiliated, he has no choice but to obey, entertaining the entire class, just to make it stop. The quiet giggles echoing around the classroom only fuel the burning rage growing deep inside him. He makes a silent vow one day. He will slaughter every last one of them, the bullies and the spectators alike. Walking home, the entire city is painted blood red. Every single day feels like hell. And honestly, can you blame him for desperately wanting a savior? Suddenly, the hero from his favorite comic book appears right there in front of his eyes. The hero tells him he has suffered enough, asking if he needs a hero to pass judgment. But he just stares at the hero with a blank face, walking right past him. He has no idea what that even means. After all, this hero is just a daily hallucination triggered by his walk home. As the imaginary hero fades away, a real voice calls out from behind. It is a girl from his class running to catch up. She shouts for him to wait, and he slowly turns around to face her. In her hands is the comic book he forgot. It is the latest volume of Justice, and she ran all this way just to deliver it to him. Right then, it honestly feels as though his personal hero has finally stepped forward. She keeps chatting away with him. Since this comic never got an anime adaptation, she figured absolutely nobody else in the country actually read it. She is glad to find someone who shares her interests. Shyly, she apologizes for not helping back then, but since she managed to save it for him, she hopes he can forgive her. Touched, his tears begin to fall again. Surprised, she asks if he is crying as he drops to his knees on the street sobbing uncontrollably. The other students call her the classroom ghost because she is practically invisible to everyone around her. Yet he knows she still interacts with him from time to time in their own special way. He is happy about that, but the bullying he faces remains exactly the same as before. The bullies just won't leave him alone. One of them strikes his head hard and calls him a pig. Then he gets unreasonably angry, demanding to know why he is smiling. Did he want money stuffed up his nose? He knew she was nothing like the silent crowd watching. Back in the library, the two of them happily chatted about their favorite comics. They clicked instantly, and he finally felt safe enough to share his dreams of becoming a real hero with her. She always smiled warmly back. Her quiet kindness had a way of gently healing those around her. Handing him a simple bandage, she softly apologized for not being strong enough to stand up for him. At least put this on. It was her quiet warmth that helped him endure the crushing weight of their daily cruelty. He finally had someone to walk home with until that dreadful afternoon arrived. He was cornered and stripped bare like always, his skin mapped with fresh, ugly purple bruises. They kept kicking his ribs as tears pooled in his eyes. Gripping her notebook until the pages tore, she couldn't take it anymore. She stood up and demanded to know if they were done yet. The bullies, and he turned in shock. Terror gripped him because he knew exactly what they would do to her now. With the entire classroom staring her down, his face went pale as he desperately stammered out a weak no. The bully glared in silence before sneering and asking if she was actually dating this pathetic pig. Rain pours over an abandoned construction site, where the entire gang has gathered to corner them. Forced onto their knees, her clothes are torn, while he shivers shirtless in the cold dirt. They are both utterly terrified. The bully sneers at how cute they look, saying they prepared a special little show just for them. He orders them to do it, leaving both completely paralyzed with shock. Screaming helplessly, he begs the leader to just beat him instead and leave her alone. He trembles and bows his head in desperation, but his begging only makes them mock him more. The bully repeats the command and his shaking eyes fill with dread. In his desperation, he hallucinates the legendary hero he always admired standing right in front of him. Staring blankly at the illusion, he mutters broken, nonsensical words to his savior. He mumbles about the hero of justice, making the bullies pause before bursting into mocking laughter. They mock him as a trash otaku who is completely escaping reality right now. He looks like an absolute loser, but his eyes keep begging for a miracle. He silently prays for anyone to please save them just this one time. Instead, the leader delivers a brutal slap that sends him crashing to the ground. He sneers that justice is garbage, mocking his childish obsession with comic books as pure delusion. He repeatedly punches him in the ribs, shouting that raw power is the only real justice. A weakling like his little friend challenging the strong is the real crime here. Heavy fists keep raining down on his face until his vision finally starts to fade. Through the blur, she was the last thing he sees. He was obsessed with comics his whole life because he desperately wanted to believe justice actually existed somewhere. Ever since he was a kid, he looked up to those legendary heroes in his stories. But as he lies bleeding, he realizes those fictional monsters never truly explained what justice actually is. Do they just crush the weak under the guise of heroism, exactly like the bullies do now? In fact, the monster beating him has already provided the ultimate answer. Might makes right, and only the strong get to decide what is just. He is dragged up by his hair, his bloodied face offering absolutely no resistance. Shaking him violently, the bully snarls for him to shut up about justice and listen closely. He orders him to start the show immediately, or he will be beaten to death right here. He has only two choices left, forced to face a painful realization about the very justice he admired for his entire life. The image of that pitiful girl flashes before his eyes. Should he let someone else bear a permanent scar, or take the devastating blow himself? Once again, his tormentor demands an immediate answer. He ultimately chooses option 2, but he is just so exhausted from the endless beatings. He raises his arm, slaps the hand away, and desperately leaps over the edge. Everyone watches in total shock as his body falls through the pouring rain, his eyes shut tight in pure fear. Surviving the fall, he suddenly wakes up inside a bizarre facility with a terribly swollen face. This is a research lab. Standing right before him are strange scientists, all staring down with cold curiosity. Stepping into the heroic world of his dreams has only brought him endless suffering. 1 year later, deep inside a rundown alley, his old tormentors are hanging out and smoking. Suddenly, the Iron Arm hero appears, looking exactly like the legendary figure from his favorite comic book. Arms crossed, he stands silently as the confused thugs stare. A bald thug steps forward and mockingly asks if this old man is doing some kind of weird cosplay. The main bully stands in the back, squinting hard before suddenly letting out a delighted shout. He recognizes him immediately, clapping his hands and laughing as he realizes this hero is just that fat pig Donghae Wee Ho. He sneers at him mockingly, asking how this pathetic little pig is even still alive. He claims to have been utterly terrified back then, fully believing the kid had actually died. "Did you run off to hit the gym for some sad revenge?" he mockingly sneers. "But what can you actually do?" he laughs, noting that the only difference now is that he smells a bit better. He pinches his nose in absolute disgust, while the silent hero simply stares him down. His eyes hold absolutely zero fear now, looking down on the bully like he is garbage. Instantly annoyed by that heavy glare, the bully snaps, ordering him to stop looking at him like that. Receiving no response, the furious bully decides to teach him another lesson. He spits out the humiliating command he used to force on him back then, Animal Farm. As he barks the command, a quick sweep of the leg makes his face pale. Both of his legs are instantly severed, sending him crashing down in absolute gut-wrenching agony. Looking down, the hero calmly repeats those exact words back to him, Animal Farm, as the screaming bully stares at his severed legs in pure disbelief. He shows zero emotion, chillingly repeating the phrase over and over, just like his tormentor once did. He wants a seat, telling his broken bully to start crying and squealing. With blood pooling around him, the terrified bully desperately crawls forward while screaming for help. He mercilessly sits right on him, while the other thugs scream in sheer horror. He gives them a gentle, smiling look, mockingly noting that they sound exactly like squealing pigs when they cry. Finally realizing the gravity of the situation, the thugs scramble away to save their lives. He happily chases them down like a playful child, fully convinced that absolute power is the only true justice. He drags his old bullies by their heads, leaving a trail of blood. Pedestrians on the street flee in absolute terror the moment they witness this gruesome sight. Before long, heavily armed police cruisers arrive in a desperate bid to contain the situation. Police cruisers block the road directly in his path, with terrified officers pointing their loaded guns straight at him. Pale with fear, some officers can barely keep their hands from shaking. He calmly remarks that they are men of the law, meaning their sole duty is to enforce justice. He declares that from this day forward, he is the justice here, warning that if they dare pull those triggers, he will slaughter every single one of them. Of Tio. Disregarding his warning, an officer fires a shot directly into the center of his chest. The bullet ricochets harmlessly away, making him grow incredibly furious as he snaps that he explicitly told them not to shoot. So in 2021, the Iron Fist hero made his return, and his absolute rage came with him. A bloodbath followed as the entire city bore the brunt of his wrath. Down in the alley, not a single body was left intact. Wiping out the school bullies was just the start he kept, right on killing. He showed no mercy to the cops and soldiers sent to stop his rampage. The streets looked like a complete war zone littered with the bodies of fallen officers. Innocent bystanders fleeing the chaos met the exact same fate. This was not about petty emotion. No, he simply wanted to display the raw, terrifying power of his own brand of justice. Drenched in blood from head to toe, he carried the severed heads of those two bullies. The scumbags who started this and anyone blocking him were instantly wiped out. Holding their heads up high, he just laughed with twisted joy. Watching the absolute despair of those fools as they stared at justice incarnate made him incredibly satisfied. A silent city is the absolute best because no one gets hurt here. His gaze softened with sadness, but his shame had completely vanished. He looked up with renewed confidence. He had prepared a special gift for when they finally met again. He slipped into the hospital and stood quietly beside her bed. She lay there completely frail, her breathing kept alive only by a ventilator. Confused and furious at her state, he spun around and demanded the doctor tell him what happened. The doctor trembled, utterly terrified and speechless. She had been stuck in the intensive care unit for an entire year. He demanded to know exactly what happened to her, forcing the terrified doctor to spill everything he knew. Roughly a year ago, her classmates did something unspeakable and pushed her right off the school building. His eyes widened in shock as he stared down at the bully's head. Those bastards actually did this to her. He realized he should not have killed them so quickly. He demanded to know if she would ever wake up so he could speak to her. The doctor stammered that she woke up occasionally, suggesting he wait a little while. Seeing her broken state now was the only thing that made him truly sad. Wanting to be alone with her, he ordered the doctor to get out, and the man fled immediately. He stood there waiting, watching over her sleeping form with anxious eyes. When her eyes finally opened, they were completely vacant, as she weakly asked who he was. She actually does not recognize him, and watch how his mood instantly flips into a chilling laugh. "You are awake now," he cheered. He was the Iron Fist she had been waiting for. She needed to smile because he brought her a special gift. He held up the two severed heads he had been carrying. These were the heads of the exact bastards who ruined her life. But he had slaughtered them all so absolutely no one could ever hurt her again. And not just them, the useless bystanders, the silent police officers, even the whole city had to be destroyed for letting this happen to her. Staring at the horrific heads held in front of her, she weakly asked if she was dreaming. Even if this was just a dream, hearing that they were gone sounded absolutely wonderful. Squeezing her hand tightly, he promised her that this was no dream. He promised her that he would use his absolute power to pass judgment on anyone she wanted punished. Suddenly her face went completely rigid, and she softly whispered his real name. He recoiled in shock as she begged him to punish that absolute bastard. The coward who ran away and left her all alone in that hell. Trembling and crying, she sobbed that she had not run away. They fought side by side, yet she absolutely detested him. After uttering those words, she slips back into unconsciousness while he keeps holding her hand. Fine then. The culprits, the bystanders, the hypocrites, and all the sinners. Once every last one of them is brought to justice, he will end his own life. By the time she finally wakes up, he is already dead. She gently touches his face. He actually kept his promise. The hero appears at his side again, suggesting that since he took such a massive blow, he should run. He actually has a chance to escape, while the enemy thinks he is dead, and running away has always been his specialty. Just like in the past and on that fateful day, all he did was flee, but now he looks up at her. He cannot stand her looking at him like that. The sheer hatred in her eyes is too much to bear. This time, he is not running away. Debris crashes down with a loud bang, causing the spear hero to stop in his tracks and look back. He sees him standing right behind him, his battered body pushing through for one final desperate effort. He is completely shocked that the guy can even stand in this terrible state. He looks exactly like the walking corpse, but he refuses to die at the hands of anyone else. He shoves his hand deep into the gaping hole in his chest, reaching inside. Inside lies a tiny mechanical device shaped just like a blue pill. That device is his actual lifeline, the very thing keeping him alive all this time. He violently crushes the device, unleashing a blue electrical current that instantly seals the massive wound in his chest. He has to deliver justice to one last person before facing his own judgment day. His body has fully restored to its original state, complete regeneration. Nobody could have predicted this incredible twist, but he simply refuses to die until his mission is done. Back in the other world, scientists were busy researching his body and that strange device hidden inside him. Serum 8, that is the exact capsule embedded in his body. It represents the absolute pinnacle of all the technology this laboratory has developed so far. Compared to any previous villain, the Demon King is a completely different level of threat. He is nothing short of a plague upon this world. If this capsule can help them eliminate him forever, then it is a highly worthy investment. However, the iron-handed hero still thinks it looks incredibly fragile. What if it gets knocked loose during battle and breaks? The doctor tells him not to worry at all, because unless his diamond-hard body gets completely torn apart, that will never happen. But if somehow it does, the doctor ponders. The unrefined serum would instantly flood his entire body, but only for a very brief moment. Before he completely loses control and his entire system overloads, he will temporarily gain the power of every single superhero. At this exact moment, he taps into that forbidden power and lets it all erupt. He can feel that his energy is now completely different. That absolute bastard never mentioned he was capable of reaching a level of power this insane. A blinding light flashes past him, unleashing a shockwave so powerful it forces him to stumble backward. Panic sets in before he quickly forces himself to calm down, because the guy is already charging up. He lunges forward and rips him right off his horse, locking him in a brutal, crushing bear hug. Fighting back is nearly impossible when the guy is moving faster than hypersonic speed. Pinning him down tightly, he charges forward at a terrifying pace. Digging his feet into brake, he tears up the ground before throwing him forward with incredible force. Clenching his fist, he channels every ounce of his remaining strength into one single strike. In the blink of an eye, while the hero is still airborne, he launches forward and delivers a devastating blow. That blow is devastatingly powerful. He takes it head-on, spitting out blood. His body smashes through multiple buildings, shattering them, while a perfect circular hole from the punch opens in his abdomen. The collision triggers a massive explosion, completely lighting up the entire city, leaving the city in utter desolate ruins. Screaming at the top of his lungs, the light in front of him expands into a massive beam of absolute destruction. The beam of light shoots straight forward. Meanwhile, the hero of return still watches it all on his screen. He knows the Iron Arm hero is using a final trump card designed to destroy both himself and his enemy. The Vanguard hero never expected things to go this way, leaving him completely helpless to stop it. He only figured out how to neutralize the capsule during his 8th battle against him. Before that moment, he had absolutely no idea how to counter him in that terrifying form. But now he figures it is finally time to use it. Sitting on the chair right in front of him is a locked case. He unlocks the case and opens it, revealing what looks like a metallic belt inside. Back when they were still on the island, the Reform hero had handed this over to him. He is genuinely surprised, as he never expected much from her back then, but she somehow managed to fully repair it. She fixed the damaged cooling circuits and made several other minor adjustments to the transformation belt. But then she paused, hesitating to continue, which only made him ask what was wrong. She explained that it refused to wake up, having seemingly chosen to fade away out of grief for its fallen master. He tried tapping onto the metal surface, but it remained completely silent and unresponsive. And that is exactly why she told him that a simple physical repair would never be enough, especially for sentient weapons that possess their own consciousness and free will. He believed that to convince a weapon with its own mind, they would have to give it a truly magnificent spectacle to witness. So he decided to bring it along for the showdown against the Iron Arm hero. Right now, the Iron Arm hero is in an extremely unstable state after unleashing that last desperate attack. He staggers, collapsing to his knees. Corrosive green fluid drips onto the ground, slowly eating away at his body. But that does not matter to him. He must reach the city and slaughter as many villains as he can find. A glowing red light shines from his opponent's direction, forcing him to look over in sheer anxiety. He stands tall once more with heavy armor shielding half of his face. He managed to switch to his defensive spear just in time, but the massive shield is already severely damaged and cracked. The hero of return holds the belt high in his hand, asking the weapon if it is watching. The sentient gear is already quite familiar with the Iron Arm hero, having clashed with him in the past. But it has likely never laid eyes on the other warrior standing there, the Vanguard hero. He is the final savior that JW tried to protect, just like Anjigon. He is the absolute only hero who has ever faced Kim Misu and managed to survive. And right now, he is the only one left with the sheer power to stand against Kim Misu. More than that, he is a broken hero who lost absolutely everything yet still refuses to back down. If this keeps up, he might get killed before he even gets a real shot at stopping Kim Misu. So make your choice in our legendary weapon of Anjigon. Will you drown in grief for your fallen partner and watch his world burn to ash, or will you accept this hero as your new master? The belt finally makes its decision, suddenly speaking up with a cold, metallic voice. It claims that its willingness to fight once more has absolutely nothing to do with pitying that kid. Nor is it because it cannot easily see right through his little mind games. And it is definitely not because it worries about the fate of his world. But one thing is absolutely certain. This is the very world its beloved comrade died to protect. Because of that, this world actually matters to it, giving it a reason to fight. He smiles with pure satisfaction. Nearby, the rebel hero is still getting completely overwhelmed by the Iron Arm hero. Once again, he is slammed violently to the ground, but he drags himself back up to face him. A sword suddenly flies in, carrying a mysterious belt wrapped right around it. The Iron Arm hero turns around to look as the sword impales the ground right before them. Staring in complete shock, the rebel hero has no idea what is happening. Up in the helicopter, the return hero slides the door wide open and announces a completely free gift. "Enjoy it," he says, as the belt itself speaks up to bet on him. Time to transform. And suddenly the Iron Arm hero is standing there completely headless. It all happened in a flash. Now wearing the belt, he thrusts his spear to the sky as heavy armor encases him. Exactly 5 seconds after the relic landed, the head of the frantic Iron Arm hero hits the ground. His death comes so suddenly that he cannot even process what is happening. Even with his head severed, the enemy still gasps, wondering how this could possibly happen. An analysis of the fight provides the answer. At second 0, his instincts kick in as he catches the falling relic. With the belt right in front of him, he simply reaches out to grab it. This critical choice represents the resurrected hero's absolute best path forward to secure a hope-filled future. The return hero smiles in approval. He has made the correct choice. Blinding light suddenly erupts as the belt announces the transformation sequence, dazing his opponent. As the Iron Arm hero desperately shields his eyes from the glare, he has no reason to hesitate. Armed with the belt, his newly completed form catches the opponent off guard. At second 1.7, without even waiting to calculate the risks, the enemy lunges to attack again. The belt warns him that they must not hold back even a little. They will have to push this power to the absolute limit if he cannot bear it. What is absolutely necessary right now for Par to experience is sheer, overwhelming speed. There is a reason the belt chose him, and it immediately activates 3 times acceleration. As the system starts up, he quickly gets into his combat stance. While his foe is still charging up an unfinished move, he closes the distance instantly. The monster stares at him in sheer disbelief. He weaves a quick hand sign to activate his power. This is the 5 times fire control technique, the pentagram of hell. He marks his opponent with the spell at blinding speed, causing the target to explode on impact. At second 2.4, he looks through the smoke at the charred, blackened corpse. His defenses remain completely superhuman, but this opening will at least make the next strikes far more effective. Failing to finish him before he regenerates means pure danger. Swapping his defensive spear for the devastating Black Qilin, he drives the blade through his shoulder. By second 4.1, the enemy is too heavily damaged for the serum to handle. As a result, his movements stop entirely. The opponent's body is desperately trying to repair itself, which significantly slows him down, purely to guarantee his survival. The blood vessels of the Iron Arm hero redirect the vital serum away from his limbs, shifting those vital resources directly to the specific areas responsible for healing and rapid recovery. This emergency healing leaves the Iron Arm hero completely defenseless for 0.5 seconds. Seizing this opening, he immediately unleashes his lightning ability. The spear spins like an active drill, the weapon of the frenzied demon Doento. He tells him that it is all over. With a determined face, the azure spear thrusts powerfully, a massive vortex splitting off. Since the enemy is completely paralyzed during this time, he is unable to move at all. He can only watch helplessly as the devastating attack flies straight toward him. And that brings us to the shocking scene from earlier, his head flying right off. His classmate hugs her knees, staring down at his severed head on the ground. In his final moments, he struggles to apologize, filled with regret that he could not keep his promise. She stays silent before pointing into the distance, signaling there is still one promise he can fulfill. That direction leads straight to the rebel hero and his own headless body. He stands there waiting for any final reaction to see if it is truly over. Suddenly, the severed neck on his body twitches, regenerating as fresh flesh begins to rise. His obsession with that promise is just too strong. Not quite understanding what is happening, he raises his spear and gets ready for anything. The Iron Hand hero reaches up and stabs straight into his own chest, pulling out his heart, still believing strength is justice. Holding it up, he points straight at him, declaring that from this moment on, the hero is true justice. Both the hero and his belt agree without hesitation. Of course, they represent true justice. In the end, Dong Uiho passes away, never once understood by anyone in this world. An ending far worse than any fate he ever feared, back when he was just a lonely comic book nerd. Yet somehow it is a fitting end for him. Still, the most memorable thing is that even in his final moments, he never once ran away. Meanwhile, in the heart of Russia, the city is reduced to absolute ruins, split completely in half by some massive, terrifying force. A lone figure steps forward, covered in mysterious, ancient sigils. Demon King Kim Min-shu has traversed the entire continent step by step. His face is completely pale and lifeless, looking no different from a dead corpse. 2 streaks of dried blood stream down his cheeks from his eyes, surrounded by fallen soldiers. Every single place he walks through is choked with a foul, suffocating smoke. Tattered flags of both Russia and China hang completely ruined, surrounded by piles of decaying bodies that fill the air with stench. Military planes fly through the dark sky amidst a freezing blizzard. Up above, the pilots are actively transmitting some kind of urgent message. Right below them, the Demon King is marching directly toward the Moscow Defense Center. Inside the command room, they keep tracking the sword hero Demon King. This is no longer a war, but his sheer malice is too clear to simply call it a natural disaster. The commander orders his major to contact the Kremlin for one final crucial approval. He needs absolute confirmation that they are truly ready to nuke this monster with Russia's entire arsenal. The sweating major finishes the call and nervously reports back that the president has indeed given the green light. Their order is clear: completely eliminate the sword hero. Even with the massive risk of making eastern and central Russia completely uninhabitable, the commander solemnly issues the final command. The decision has been made, and there is absolutely no more time to waste. Transmit the presidential order immediately to every single nuclear launch site across the nation, and to all the active nuclear bombers across the country. Do it now, before that absolute lunatic can take even one more step. Amidst the raging blizzard, the Demon King walks slowly before coming to a sudden halt. Right in front of him, the sky is filled with a barrage of missiles tearing upward. He quietly watches the overwhelming, terrifying spectacle of destruction unfold right before his eyes. Closing his eyes, he suddenly snaps them wide open, revealing a bizarre, uniquely shaped pupil. They were eyes holding a glowing red, 5-pointed star, but the expression within them was entirely devoid of human emotion. With a gaze like a demon, the very space around him seemed to freeze in his presence. High above, the fighter jets tore through the sky in perfect rapid unison. They immediately began dropping a massive barrage of missiles. Operation Rose Garden was officially underway, yet he made no move, simply standing there and watching. Back in the command center, they watched as their weapons of mass destruction were deployed. The operation had begun. Over 2,000 nuclear warheads, including reserve missiles, had now been officially unleashed from their silos. When those so-called heroes showed nothing but hostility toward all of mankind, humanity decided to turn its ultimate malice back onto them. As the Demon King watched the rain of missiles hurtling toward him, he calmly raised his hand and pointed at them. Their pathetic malice is just so utterly shallow. Tracing an ancient rune in the air with his finger, he instantly detonated the missiles into a beautiful glowing chain reaction. With another flick, he drew a second ancient rune. Another wave of missiles was sliced straight to their cores, triggering a massive, blinding chain of explosions across the sky. In his eyes, those cold and deadly missiles had transformed into beautiful, glowing fireworks of all different shapes, painting the night sky. Perhaps in his eyes, that was what true depth looked like. The BIP-BIP military radar system issued a sudden warning. In an instant, the dense swarm of red dots on the radar vanished completely. 800 missiles were completely wiped out. The observer shouted that 800 bombs were wiped out in a single blow, but the commander firmly insisted this was far from over. They still had plenty of warheads ready to be launched directly from their bombers. The heavy bombers deployed a massive new wave of warheads. This time he tried a different approach, clenching his fist as thick black smoke began swallowing the aircraft high above. Then he slowly opened his hand as ancient golden runes materialized in the air, sending waves of brilliant light rippling outward. The energy instantly obliterated the Russian bombers in the sky, along with every single missile they had dropped. Another round of deafening explosions echoed violently through the air. The ground beneath him was scorched pitch black from the colossal blast, yet he remained perfectly still, completely unfazed. Satellite scans confirmed the devastating truth: every single nuclear missile deployed had been completely wiped out. Stunned into silence, the commander was unable to issue new orders. However, they were not just attacking from the skies. It was time to show that bastard exactly why they had baited his gaze toward the heavens. Deep underground, massive transport vehicles were carrying the real payload. A fleet of trucks moved through subterranean tunnels, preparing to detonate the nuclear warheads they had planted right beneath his feet. It was time to show this bastard what real hell looked like. The subterranean detonators flared red with intense heat, and the ground began to violently heave like a massive earthquake while black smoke still choked the sky. He glanced down to see the earth fracturing apart, exposing glowing red fissures of molten lava right beneath his feet. With the full devastating force of multiple nuclear warheads detonating simultaneously, the entire landscape was violently ripped to shreds. They had successfully detonated every single nuclear payload buried deep within the earth. As the massive explosion flashed across the military monitors, the command room erupted in cheers and applause. But the commander firmly cut them off, warning that they were celebrating too early. He ordered a satellite scan to confirm there were absolutely no signs of life left. That blast alone carried enough power to completely reshape the entire region. There was simply no way anyone could survive a cataclysm like that. Even from outer space, satellites could clearly see the massive scar carved into the planet, an entire region completely obliterated by humanity's most advanced technological weapons, leaving behind nothing but a glowing wasteland of death. Right at the center of that massive explosion sits a cocoon wrapped in ancient runic seals. What exactly is a demon king? A creature that only a hero has the power to destroy. No weapon made by human hands can destroy it. Because of that, he emerges completely fine without a single scratch on his body. He wrapped his cloak tightly around himself to serve as an incredibly solid protective shield. For ordinary humans, this is absolute pure terror. The soldiers in the command room turn pale as they stare, as if facing a horrific nightmare with a real demon standing before them. The operator asks the commander what they should report back to the Kremlin. Shaking uncontrollably, the commander draws his gun and points it straight at his head. He knows humanity is facing extinction. Any further resistance is completely pointless. A gunshot rings out, blood splatters across the screen, displaying the Demon King. At Buckingham Palace in the United Kingdom, this place remains untouched by the destruction ravaging the world. Inside, the Prime Minister walks toward the Queen, who leans on her cane to greet him. The Prime Minister takes the Queen's hand, bowing deeply and respectfully to her. The Queen knows that since the Prime Minister has come to Buckingham Palace, he must have an incredibly urgent request for the crown. The Prime Minister explains that the Russian president is seeking asylum and is currently fleeing to Eastern Europe. Russia has now completely and utterly collapsed. To make matters worse, Kim Min-soo is heading straight for Europe. The European Union is in panic, prompting the Queen to ask about the United States. Are they prepared to stand and fight alongside Europe? The Prime Minister answers that they will support any military campaign to help slow down his relentless advance. However, they have concluded they cannot stop Kim Min-soo and are strongly advising the European Union to evacuate its entire population. It seems America believes that a rogue hero is the only remaining option to stop Kim Min-soo. But let's be real, if they just wait for him to get strong, Europe will be burned to ashes. Because of this, the European Union requests the United Kingdom to release a specific hero, namely the hero of faith who was sealed in the 20th century with help from the Crystal Hero. That man is Belgish, a dangerous middle-aged figure wearing a notorious Nazi armband on his sleeve. The Queen is deeply torn and hesitant about what she should do. She opens a drawer holding the one and only key. She orders that Eastern European leaders be granted asylum in the United Kingdom and commands Belgish to be released. She hands that fateful key over to the Prime Minister. She sincerely hopes this dark decision will not tarnish the honorable legacy of her father and the Crystal Hero. Back during the Second World War, the Nazi forces held an unbelievable weapon in their ranks. Weapons are thrown away in panic as terrified soldiers flee for their lives. Two powerful warriors who brought absolute cold-blooded terror to their enemies. One is a handsome sword hero, wielding a massive blade, mercilessly cutting down anyone who flees. Standing beside him is a man wearing a sleek gold-rimmed monocle, calmly controlling giant clay hands to obliterate absolutely everything in his path, much like the other golem heroes. That man is Jonas the Clay Hero. The commander of that battle was quickly sent footage showing the terrifying power of those two. Yet these two heroes were only skilled at shifting the tides of a single battle. The truly terrifying one is Belgish, the hero of faith, who drew his overwhelming power directly from the evil madness of the Nazi regime. In fact, he was the shadow figure pulling Hitler's strings and manipulating him like a puppet. If not for the Glacial Hero and the Transformation Hero, along with the Crystal Hero and the Allied forces working together, many believed Belgish would have escalated the war, turning the world into an even more brutal hellish wasteland. At that time, countless soldiers died just to successfully freeze the hero of faith. The surviving heroes were heavily wounded, each and every one of them completely pushed to their physical limits. Pendragon lost an arm, prompting Marie Stevenson to fly to him. He urges her to head to the palace. Stevenson is deeply worried about him, begging him to stop talking while she gets a doctor. Pendragon simply shakes his head, fully aware that this severe wound cannot be healed. Torn by her comrade's final plea, raw anxiety and deep hesitation wash over her face. With her fists clenched tight in sheer helplessness, she lets her giant machine fly them back to the palace. Carrying the heavily wounded Pendragon, the giant machine touches down before the princess. The princess watches in shock as the robot gently places him on the ground. Calling out weakly to the princess, he makes her heart sink as she frantically runs to him. Yet Pendragon warns her to stay back because he's too dirty. He weakly asks how the king is. She admits the king is absent, unable to officially end the war. Reaching his hand out to the Princess, Pendragon presents her with a single key. It is the very key meant to free the hero of faith, and he wants her to have it. The baffled princess asks why he does not just hide it somewhere. He explains that as Germany begins its surrender, the global balance of power will shift heavily toward the United States, the leader of the Allies. Their ongoing support is vital for rebuilding Europe. If they refuse to cooperate during post-war negotiations, she will desperately need a powerful bargaining chip. That key is her ultimate leverage. Furthermore, if some massive catastrophe ever threatens the future of the empire, it can still be used as a vital strategic asset. Pendragon suddenly coughs up blood as he finishes speaking, his broken body unable to hold out any longer. The panicked princess screams his name as the bleeding worsens, and he suddenly goes completely limp. Desperately grabbing his hand, she hears his final trembling plea. Please become a wise and just ruler, and just like that, his heroic story ends. Now at the Belarusian border, terrified crowds pack the train station waiting to escape. Military helicopters aggressively circle the cloudy skies above. Inside the choppers, heavily armed soldiers wait, fully prepared for action. Their commander sits in grim, stony silence. Glancing toward the sealed hero of faith, a soldier opposite him asks if this is really okay. The commander remains quiet before admitting that civilian casualties are inevitable. But if they let Kim Min-soo enter Europe unharmed, everyone is as good as dead. To cut out this cancer, they have no choice but to go nuclear. Just as the helpless refugees prepare to flee, the hero of faith suddenly plummets straight from the sky. The crowd stares in absolute shock at the massive crystal sealing the hero. What is this thing? Before they can even react, the crystal violently cracks and shatters to pieces. The hero of faith is officially free. The freed hero finally speaks. A serene aura radiates from him, a rainbow halo glowing warmly behind his head. Smiling warmly, he softly remarks on how fresh the air feels. Clueless and terrified, the crowd can only watch him in confusion as they listen to his strange words. Feeling the gentle breeze, he sighs that it has been half a century since he last experienced a lively crowd. He lets out a joyous, manic shout. Now is the time to fight. So let the war begin. Neither humanity nor the Demon King expected this. Another hero still remained. The infamous hero of faith stands completely surrounded by his loyal Nazi followers. He notices something and glances to the side where the sky glows a deep crimson red. A manic grin spreads across his face as he realizes this is exactly why they woke him up. The Demon King slowly walks towards him. An even darker crimson light radiates from that side, swirling with a thick black aura. He knows someone else is out there, another hero. The hero of faith places a hand on a nearby soldier and orders him to transform. The soldier's body twists and mutates into a grotesque, fleshy shape, becoming a pair of binoculars. The disturbing device is made of human eyes, twitching hands, and raw flesh. His loyal soldiers cheer at the gruesome sight as Belgus uses the binoculars to observe the Demon King. He notes the bulky medieval armor and the overwhelming aura radiating from the monster. It looks like this creature came from the world of swords, just like Sigv. If the guy is simply a sword hero, forcing him to submit will be incredibly easy. But the real issue is that for some unknown reason, he has transformed into a Demon King. Belgus can almost see the dark path of his transformation into this monstrous tyrant. He figures that is exactly why those cowards had no choice but to release him again. Ordering the flesh binoculars, Belgus demands it return to its human shape. The device slowly twists back into a soldier. Through their screens, the British leaders watch the horrifying display of the Army of Faith. The Queen asks how many innocent civilians have been sacrificed for Belgus so far. An aide reports 150,000 Russian refugees and 120,000 citizens. Across 2 neighboring Eastern European nations are currently estimated to be under Belgus's horrific influence. It is a far greater number than the Queen ever anticipated. But regrets are useless now. She can only pray that Belgus destroys himself along with Kim Min-soo. The politicians exchange grim nods because the goal of the European leaders is incredibly simple. Kim Min-soo is trying to end the world through global massacres, while Belgus wants to rule it through endless war. These 2 ruthless apex predators simply cannot coexist in the same world. Total annihilation versus absolute rule. When these 2 monsters collide, a brutally desperate and bloody battle is bound to erupt. Their clash might end with Belgus killing Kim Min-soo, even if he dies in the process. But even if Belgus fails to win, he will at least slow down and weaken Kim Min-soo to a manageable degree. It is their last desperate gamble. The leaders realize that not even nuclear weapons are enough to stop Kim Min-soo. The hero of faith knows exactly what those foolish leaders are planning. Underestimating him is a grave mistake because he intends to make the Demon King his obedient servant. Raising 3 fingers high, he proudly commands his men to initiate World War III. Belgus marches straight ahead as the Demon King silently watches him approach. He calls out to the sword hero of the 21st century, speaking as the faith hero of the 20th century. Introducing himself as Han Joseph Belgus, he claims to understand his pain and asks to talk. But the Demon King's eyes remain obscured, making it impossible to read his reaction. He remarks that Min-soo must truly despise this world for treating him like some kind of monster. It seems the Demon King hesitated upon hearing this, so Belgus kept pressing. Is that not why he set out on the brutal path of a Demon King in the first place? Standing face to face at point-blank range, the Demon King has stopped moving entirely. Confident that his words struck home, Belgus sticks out his tongue to reveal his dark mark. Time to end this. The first ability of Belgus begins. No matter how deep the lie, he can convert anyone into a loyal follower once his words take root. He continues his manipulation, claiming he too is disgusted by a world that rejects superior beings like them. A truly sad, flawed, and utterly decaying wasteland of a world. He intends to launch a grand crusade to reshape this pathetic world. He asks if the Demon King will join his cause, wanting him to walk alongside him as a loyal servant. But the moment he finishes rambling, his tongue is severed before he can even blink. Overwhelmed by sheer panic, Belgus clutches his bleeding mouth in shock. Kim Min-soo remains completely silent. The devastating blow was delivered with a casual flick of a finger. Staring back up, Belgus realizes the Demon King's eyes are completely hollow. A fatal mistake. This monster has lost all humanity, and Belgus stumbles back in terror. He finally understands that not all forms of madness are created equal. He just tried to brainwash a creature entirely immune to the power of words. As Kim Min-soo lightly raises his finger again, half of Belgus's body instantly disintegrates into fine particles. Suddenly, one of his soldiers snaps his own neck, and the head that reforms is none other than the hero of faith himself. He cannot die yet. That is the second ability of Belgus. As long as a single believer remains alive, he can continuously hijack their bodies to resurrect himself. He has no intention of being a puppet for those who want to use him for their own schemes. Yet he absolutely cannot let a rampaging monster bring ruin to a world he believes belongs to him. Besides, the only reason they broke his seal was to have him hunt down this demon. Which means anything goes, as long as he slays the target. He screams out, no other hero will stand in his path. Do they all agree? The real clash begins. On the ground below, soldiers instantly morph into combat tanks. High in the sky, other followers undergo the exact same horrifying transformation into fighter jets. He orders them to prove their worth, revealing the third absolute ability of the hero of faith. At his command, his devoted believers can be reshaped into devastating weapons of modern warfare. These living fighter jets and combat tanks launch their assault, charging directly toward the Demon King. Let them bring the storm, he commands. Deafening explosions echo. The grotesque tanks fire their payloads. The projectiles fired from these tanks are made of his own believers, literal human ammunition soaring through the air. The Demon King quickly traces 2 intersecting beams of light in the air. A glowing energy net manifests, acting as a shield against the incoming barrage. Just as the massive projectiles are about to crash into the net, Belgus orders them to revert. The flying shells immediately transform back into soldiers smiling as they regain their human shapes. Yet the moment they collide with the energy barrier, they are instantly shredded to pieces. Somehow, one soldier slips through the barrier completely unscathed. Using this opening, the hero of faith swaps positions with the soldier inside the shield. He grabs another nearby follower, forcing the poor soul to shapeshift. A deadly blade forms in his hand as he screams, diving straight down toward the Demon King. The Demon King effortlessly draws another clean line across the empty air. As Belgus lands on the ground with a smug, self-satisfied grin, he completely fails to notice a thin, glowing gold line wrapping around his neck. His severed head rolls onto the ground, body still frozen in place, while the Demon King remains absolutely unfazed. He does not even spare the man a glance, though a tiny scratch now marks his cheek. The severed head laughs hysterically, glaring right back at the silent tyrant. Wait, does this mean the ultimate monster isn't actually invincible? The Demon King raises a hand to touch his face, staring down at his blood-stained fingertip. The rolling head keeps laughing, boasting that he did not even need to use any special powers. All it took was sacrificing tens of thousands of his loyal followers, and yet he actually managed to leave a scratch on that face. Perhaps today is the day he gets promoted, but before he can finish, his head dissolves into nothing. Suddenly, he spawns back outside, near a squadron of tanks, a literal mountain of fanatical believers lined up before him. He casually steps over his own soldiers to climb higher, as massive tanks plow right through the dense crowd. Standing atop the pile of bodies, he waves his baton like a mad conductor leading a dark symphony. There is a reason Belgus was crowned the strongest hero of the 20th century. The man possesses the terrifying ability to ignite an entire world war completely on his own. And looking at these weapons forged directly from living human bodies, it is hard to argue. He requires no weapons or trained armies when he holds two massive, endless supplies of raw warfare. He only needs to spread his madness and harvest enough devoted zealots. With that, even a Demon King, yes, even one born from the sword hero, will fall. He directs his forces again as falling humans morph into deadly bullets, twisting back into flesh upon impact. Below, the frenzied cultists scream as they charge forward, throwing themselves at the Demon King. Surrounded on all sides, fighter jets and waves of mindless soldiers lock their sights onto the Demon King. Yet he stands perfectly still, only moving his hand and fingers to meet the oncoming storm. With a few casual gestures, he draws crossing lines in the air, instantly obliterating the charging zealots. Jets and soldiers alike shatter into perfect neat cubes, raining down in a horrific pixelated shower. Even the tanks break. The hero of faith freezes, utterly stunned as his unstoppable armada crumbles to pieces in seconds. He assumed keeping a constant stream of followers would work, but they are dying faster than he can recruit them. Whipping his head around, he sees the Demon King standing amidst a sky completely dyed in crimson. Just pure dark killing intent. A gruesome rain of blood and fleshy cubes pours down like a scene straight from a nightmare. Yet the Demon King simply walks through his own crimson downpour totally unbothered. But the ultimate problem remains. The world has a strictly finite population. Seriously, even if he weaponizes every last soul on Earth, is that really going to kill him? For the first time, Belgus feels absolute terror running away with a face pale from pure panic. This is the same man who once viewed himself as the apex predator, a higher form of life. The mastermind who single-handedly sparked wars and weaponized fanaticism has now completely lost his own twisted conviction. The desperate hero of faith screams, commanding his remaining followers to hold him back. He scrambles toward the crowd, shrieking at them to stop standing around like useless statues. But his cultists do not budge their eyes wide with sheer paralyzing horror. The Demon King truly lives up to his name, standing before them like a living nightmare. They just stand there trembling. This raw dread completely shatters their devotion, instantly snapping them out of his absolute control. Realizing the truth, they turn and flee, leaving the confused hero of faith completely behind. He curses them as useless trash, entirely blind to the fact that his own faith has dissolved into terror. Tripping over his escaping soldiers in the chaotic stampede, the proud hero face plants hard into the cold snow. Watching those ahead run off and leave him behind only makes him angrier, cursing them all as absolute fools. Everyone behind has already been slaughtered. A shadow looms, forcing him to turn and face the monster head-on. True madness always begins with delusions. Delusions of a man spouting absolute nonsense about some superior race and ultimate biological dominance. But none of that can suppress his primal fear of death, the ultimate merciless equalizer. He stammers in absolute panic while facing the nightmare before him. This simply cannot be real. He frantically begs for a rematch, desperately rambling that his powers somehow failed to work this time. Something is deeply wrong. Watching his opponent stay completely calm only makes him turn pale as a ghost. He tells him not to say he is satisfied already, because he loves war too, does he not? At this very moment, he is the only remaining hero capable of standing against him. He screams like a madman. But before he can babble any further to persuade him, he is instantly cut down. With the faith hero utterly shattered, a sudden massive blow catches the Demon King completely off guard. A cold voice echoes that fool was never strong enough to stand against a true Demon King. The Demon King glares back at the one who blindsided him, his eyes sharp and terrifyingly cold. It is the return hero who did a brilliant job of completely hiding his deadly intent. The Demon King still stares at the return hero in disbelief. With a powerful thrust, the return hero swings his sword and completely severs his opponent's arm, rewinding time back to when he was training alongside the Revolt hero. Under the evening sky, the Revolt hero spun his massive hammer before the Reformation hero and the Verdure hero. The return hero stroked his chin, closely observing him with weapons of all kinds impaled around his feet. He casually remarked that this was just a preview. The Revolt hero questioned if this would really be enough. He told him to see for himself if he wanted to know, pointing out toward the horizon. Looking over to where he pointed, he saw a distant island that was completely obliterated. Since you just wiped out an entire island, he said they will have to redraw the map. Even if you are not fully prepared, they have already run out of time. This is their absolute last chance to take Kim Misu's arm as the Reformation hero hands him a briefcase. Inside was exactly what he asked her to make, after repairing the relics, mapping the plans, and crafting his custom weapon. It was an incredibly tough job, especially with the clock ticking down on them like this. Gratefully patting her head, he promises not to stay behind and get in their way, so they should just relax and get some rest before the final battle begins. The Verdure hero asks if he feels any fear knowing he is marching straight to his death. Offering a warm smile, the return hero tells her there is no need to worry about him. After all, he is the infamous terrorist who wiped out an entire nation, while they are the true heroes standing up to put a stop to him. Besides, death is the long-awaited end he has been seeking. Picking up the briefcase, he heads toward the helicopter. Walking under the sunset, he suddenly stops and calls out the young hero's name. He firmly reminds him that he must become the hero of all heroes. With those final words, he waves a quiet goodbye and departs. Back in the present, he is doing everything to execute his mission and stop the Demon King. This Sword of the Beginning was the very first reward he acquired as the return hero. He chose this particular blade from his inventory with extreme care. Even though it is a simple novice weapon with totally unimpressive stats, it possesses an incredibly rare and unique attribute. It possesses the ability to reduce all defense types by 1%, with every successful upgrade steadily boosting that number. He literally died over 10,000 times in the forge just to fully upgrade this single blade. The system congratulates him on obtaining the plus 99 Sword of the Beginning. Whether it is the Demon King's magic or the Goddess's blessing, this blade ignores 99% of all defense. That is exactly why it can actually wound the Demon King. He has tried striking him thousands of times just to find the perfect angle and timing. But maybe he was too naive to think injuring the Demon King would be easy. His shoulder heals up and completely recovers right then and there. He raises his hand to make a move, but his arm is already bound tight by thick ropes. A sealing lock right on his arm. He turns his head to find a giant demonic skeleton holding his arm. A high-tier level 87 Demon King master of the 37th floor keeps staring at it. The return hero asks if he is surprised, but the monster just slowly turns to look. Back in his original world, dungeon bosses drop special dungeon cubes at regular fixed intervals. Normally used to upgrade weapons, these items actually possess a secret glitch. If the upgrade fails, the cube has an incredibly small chance to trigger. By rubbing two cubes together, he triggers a sudden violent explosion. And this is exactly how he summons the mighty dungeon bosses. Now he has just finished summoning the 4 Horsemen of the Apocalypse level 21 masters of floor 62. 4 imposing knights clad in heavy iron armor stand majestically behind him. What makes this even more interesting is that once summoned, they automatically target the single strongest player in the area. One of the 4 knights charges straight at him, aiming a colossal sword directly at his head. But the Demon King blocks the massive blade effortlessly with a single hand. Grid lines appear, right across the sword, dicing it into tiny cubes just like before, until both knight and horse shatter completely. The return hero knows that he is Kim Min's after all. But get this, that is definitely not his only advantage. Reaching into 2 ruby-colored cubes, he pulls out a plus 99 iron battle axe, along with a plus 99 ice scythe. Since this is their final battle, they might as well enjoy it just like the old days. Filled with absolute determination, he charges toward the Demon King alongside the 3 remaining knights. One knight fires 2 arrows at the same time, but the Demon King easily dodges them both in time. Another knight takes the opportunity to block his path with a scythe, but the strike is completely useless. The Demon King casually evades the knight's sweeping scythe. The moment he lands on the ground, the return hero is already poised to strike. Sensing the attack instantly, he does not even try to dodge, simply turning to block the weapon barehanded. With a flick of his finger, he traces more razor-sharp cutting lines. The return hero leans all the way back to dodge, escaping completely unharmed. But the other 3 knights take the hit head-on and die. Pulling 2 more swords from his dimensional space, the return hero launches another assault. This time he is caught off guard and takes a direct hit forced backward. The return hero is holding his own against the sword hero, at least for this brief moment. He is deploying the best strategy possible, perfected through hundreds of thousands of painful regressions. Tossing both swords aside, he pulls out a long spear and hurls it straight at the sword hero. It immediately lands directly on his old wound. He will keep pushing him just a little bit more until he can finally sever his arm. He needs to lighten the burden on the spear hero as much as possible. Since the very start of this battle, the return hero has already died 10 times. Countless times we have seen his severed head roll onto the cold ground. One might naturally wonder how such a thing is even possible. It is true that he cannot resurrect if killed by the Demon King. The truth is, whenever the return hero is about to be slain, he denies the Demon King that kill by committing suicide first. He rigged himself with a highly sensitive chest bomb that the Reformation hero had specially crafted for him. Designed to detonate at the slightest touch, it ends his own life over and over again. In theory, the return hero can actually hold his ground against the Demon King in this clash. He can even manage to slice off the Demon King's arm and inflict a massive amount of damage. He even declared that he would take a limb, or perhaps even more than that. He warned the other three to stay focused on what must be done afterward. But right now, he is walking a razor-thin line between life and death. The Reformation hero is gripped by sheer anxiety. Is it even possible for any human to withstand such immense pressure and sheer mental exhaustion? The final release he has chased his entire life is finally right before him. Is it not time for him to finally rest now? The return hero's resolve is starting to waver under the sweet, seductive temptation of death. Kim Min-soo charges forward, brandishing his dual hooks, a fallen hero, transforming into the Demon King. Talk about ironic. I am training the very hero who will put down the Demon King after I die. Park Yong-soo and Garam Lee watch the security feed with absolute intensity. Lee Seong-jun raises his blade, readying himself to face the oncoming onslaught. His sacrifice is for that future hero. Before I draw my last breath, I must weaken this Demon King. The greatsword swings hard at Kim Min-soo, but he easily raises a hook to parry. Behind that blank, lifeless face, Kim Min-soo easily shatters Lee Seong-jun's blade with a single strike. His eyes burn crimson. In that exact fraction of a second, I died. The bomb rigged inside Seong-jun's chest begins tolling its final deadly chime. A deafening blast erupts violently from his chest armor right as Kim Min-soo closes the distance. The ticking of clockwork gears echoes in the void, rewinding the world once more. Breaking this endless loop of 180,000 regressions, that was my plan. But reality resets right back to the moment Kim Min-soo charges into the arena. Seong-jun's sword hand begins to tremble violently as his ultimate goal fades, making him ask what he is even doing now. Even though I stand back up, my mind is completely wavering. Swinging his blade, Seong-jun wonders how many times he had to die just to read that exact attack. Nearly 100 deaths just to evade the strikes of the monster I created. Kim Min-soo's movements are identical to before, cold and precise like a machine. Lee Seong-jun leaps back as a flash of blinding light decimates the ground he stood on. Yet even with his reflexes, a clean slash cuts across Seong-jun's cheek. He grits his teeth as blood wells up. To land one blow, I must die 100 times! Kim Min-soo's digitized feet slide to a halt, spraying up the white snow. With a swing of his arm, he unleashes a massive, sweeping shockwave straight toward Seong-jun. Stand before me, for you are the one who will grant me my final peace. Instead of dodging, he lets the blade shear through his throat, hoping this breaks the chain, ending the immense regrets I have carried for thousands of years. As his throat is slit, a familiar glowing fracture spreads across Seong-jun's heart. Why do I still keep going? Panic grips him completely as another explosion detonates in his chest. Won't everything finally be over once I am dead? The gears of time tick and turn as the clock hands spin rapidly back to their original position. Once again, Seong-jun finds himself staring directly at Min-soo's deadly life-ending slash. Having anticipated the strike this time, he immediately ducks flat to the ground. Will the ones left behind understand? Seong-jun wonders to himself. Dodging the blow, he pivots on his heel and charges the Demon King with his sword raised. Will they feel just a little less despair than I do right now? But before his blade can even connect, Seong-jun's body violently shatters into tiny digital cubes once again. With every death, the temporal gears click, and the clock hands wind backward once more. Absolutely exhausted, Seong-jun does not charge this time, instead leaning heavily on his sword for support. Draped in absolute fatigue, his body slumps forward, barely able to even lift his own blade. Jung-soo frowns and asks Garam why the warrior has suddenly stopped moving. The fight was going so well, but Garam only responds with an expressionless stare. Seong-jun has finally hit his absolute limit, completely collapsing under a burden he can no longer bear. To outside observers, this might look like a close match between two perfectly equal powerhouses. But in reality, during those brief 2.5 minutes of combat, He has likely died tens of thousands of times. Being trapped in an endless loop of death would easily break anyone's mind. Garam pinches his temple, noting how the man has been trapped in that tiny pocket of time, constantly tearing back and forth between life and death. That sort of torture is enough to shatter any soul, no matter how strong their willpower. Seong-jun is no exception, which is exactly why I stopped trying to fight Minsu myself. The sheer psychological pressure alone would have completely paralyzed my brain. Moments later, Seong-jun pulls open his shirt, revealing a bomb that begins to beep softly. His eyes are completely hollow and dark bruised from pushing beyond human limits. He mutters that he just wants to rest, leaving everything else in their hands. As tears stream down his face, a sudden hand reaches out to halt his final act. Another version of Seong-jun stands before him, asking if he truly won't regret this. Looking up with tired eyes, he whispers in utter helplessness that he cannot go on, since death is inevitable anyway. So what is the point of struggling anymore when the exhaustion is this absolute? Yanking his arm away from his duplicate, he snaps that everything will finally end once he dies. He asks if he hasn't already done enough, wondering why he should care about what happens afterward. Bitter, helpless tears continue to carve wet tracks down his dirty face. Letting out a hollow laugh, he mutters that absolutely none of this matters anyway. The other clear-headed Seong-jun frowns, warning him that this time death will indeed be permanent. Staring down at his weary counterpart, he asks once more if he truly wants to throw it all away. Seong-jun blankly repeats the word, questioning if he is truly giving up. The other self nods, reminding him that he always chooses to run away. Gradually, more versions of Seong-jun materialize behind him, each wearing completely different expressions. Among these duplicates are ragged versions with overgrown hair and wild, unshaven beards, while another stands dressed in a pristine wedding suit. Every single life. Every version of Seong-jun created across countless different timelines is gathered together in this place. A heavy realization hits him as he remembers how often he surrendered. There was the life where he and his allies saved the world, an incredibly honorable existence, and the quiet, peaceful life where he married So-min and raised a beautiful family. They looked so happy back then, in a life where he even managed to redeem every villain. That is right, he had even successfully swayed Baek Hana, the legendary hero of faith. Whether filled with joy or agonizing pain, every single memory remains forever etched into Seong-jun's weary soul. He strikes a match and lights it. I have buried countless lives by my own hand. Under the guise of forging the best possible future, a small flame sweeps over those memories. Everything was reduced to ashes and utterly destroyed by Seong-jun's own hands. From the exact moment I chose this ability in the other world, Seong-jun was just like a kid addicted to video games, thinking of nothing else all day. His only goal was to defeat the Demon King in the game, dying and reviving over and over. Fail again and again, trapped in a seemingly endless loop of boss battles. Just as Seong-jun began to panic, the goddess appeared by his side. She held up a small electrical device, ready to send a spark with a single click. She pointed the device toward the wiring of the game console. It was just like a child using cheat codes in a video game. But this time Seong-jun stops her hand. "I've had enough," he says, "and I won't make a joke out of the sanctity of life anymore." And so the goddess stepped back and stopped interfering. Young Seong-jun rumbles through his pockets and pulls out a single coin, his very last life. Seong-jun fingers the coin, completely resolved to have no regrets. Back in reality, after thinking it over, Seong-jun sets down the bomb instead of detonating it. A smile plays on his pale face. He has accepted the compromise. Fine then. Around him, the freezing wind howls as heavy snow blankets the sky. Seong-jun is no longer looking as miserable as he did moments ago. His eyes burn with hope and determination. One last life and no regrets. Seong-jun summons a glowing cube and commands his entire inventory to open. The moment the words leave his mouth, the cube expands massively. It grows so large that it completely swallows Seong-jun into its inner space. The entire cube erupts with a blinding light, expanding larger and larger. With a loud boom, the cube explodes right in front of Kim Min-soo. He casually blocks his eyes with his hand to shield himself from the flying debris. Staring blankly ahead through the smoke, Seong-jun's silhouette emerges in a massive suit of iron armor. As the cube dissolves, Seong-jun is revealed wearing his legendary pure demon armor. Tartarus, soulbound and completely unable to be upgraded. People often ask, why is the resurrection hero considered so weak? Is it because his body is so fragile, easily chained down and killed? Or because he lacks the refined skills of other heroes? Seong-jun draws a heavy sword from his massive arsenal. And as always, that smug, familiar smile plays on his face. The truth is, the resurrection hero seems weak only because he has no need to be strong. To him, every death is just fuel for his next attempt as he steps back onto the battlefield. An absolute curse turned into a blessing, transforming death itself into power. The resurrection hero literally steps over his own corpses to keep fighting the Demon King. He rests the sword on his shoulder with a sigh. Man, floor 37 was pretty tough. Looking at the Demon King's body impaled with dozens of identical blades, he realizes he died 50 times to get here. Suddenly, the Demon King's severed skull begins to growl. Seongjun swings his sword and slices the head clean off. He chose to be weak just to exploit his revival ability to the fullest. Seongjun shakes out his sore arm from swinging his sword. Whew! I'm getting a bit tired, he thinks, so I'll just die and start over. With that, he casually raises his blade and ends his own life like it's second nature. But now the man who always sacrificed his present for the future has finally stopped throwing away his today. He dons his absolute strongest armor and keeps on fighting despite his massive exhaustion. Lee Sung-run knows he is nothing without his resurrection ability, making his choice to abandon it seem incredibly stupid. He tightens his grip on the sword, even his armor. Every weapon and piece of legendary gear he has equipped went completely unused, because he always relied on reviving, leaving him with absolutely no real experience. All this amazing equipment on Lee Sung-run was honestly just for show. But Lee Sung-run furrows his brow with fierce determination, remembering that he has never once beaten Kim Min-soo. No matter how many times he resurrected the hero, simply slaughtered him instantly before he had to restart. In all of those past loops, his head was sliced off before he could even scratch Kim Min-soo's armor. Standing right before him is Kim Min-soo looking down with complete and utter indifference. This is the Demon King, a monster far stronger than his previous hero form. Lee Sung-run grimaces, telling himself that this is his final trump card, and he will survive in the present. He swings the sword in his hand with an explosive surge of power. Kim Min-soo immediately notices that the very atmosphere around his opponent has completely shifted. He takes slow, deliberate steps toward Lee Sung-run, staring at him and wondering what on earth this is. Did this guy ever even wear armor like this before? A completely different Lee Sung-run stands before him fully armed and ready to fight to the absolute death. Kim Min-soo wonders if those eyes have ever looked so incredibly full of life. A fierce gaze burning with raw passion and steel determination locks on to Kim Min-soo. Lee Sung-run is fully prepared to risk everything as the 5 swords behind his back hover into position. Nothing else matters now, and Kim Min-soo slowly raises his hand to make his move. He only wants to kill him, a demon king, driven by a blind desire to spread misery. In the blink of an eye, Lee Sung-run launches his spiked mace straight at Kim Min-soo. Before it can even get close, a lazy wave of the demon's hand slices clean through the weapon. Ice-cold bloodlust flashes across Kim Min-soo's eyes. A split second later, the entire spiked mace cracks and shatters into tiny pieces with a loud snap. Lee Sung-run grimaces, knowing the success rate of upgrading a level 99 weapon is 0.2 to the power of 100, which is practically impossible. All that exhausting effort to upgrade the weapon, and it gets blocked effortlessly before even touching Kim Min-soo. Since the upgrade failed, the item turns to green ash as the mace completely implodes into tiny shards. Kim Min-soo narrows his eyes as a massive cloud of fine dust blasts directly into his face. And would you look at that blinding? The monster was his plan all along. With Kim Min-soo's vision completely blocked by the dust, he grabs his sword and immediately charges forward to close the gap. The thick dust fills the air and blinds Kim Min-soo, working precisely according to plan. Lee Sung-run charges forward, bringing a massive arsenal of weapons right toward his enemy. After countless hopeless loops of dying and reviving, his blade finally slices directly into the wound on Kim Min-soo's shoulder. He pours all his strength into driving the blade even deeper into the demon's shoulder. But of course, the monster is not about to stand still. Gritting his teeth, Kim Min-soo raises his free hand and delivers a devastating counter-slash that blows Lee Sung-run away, leaving only the embedded sword behind. At the exact moment he is blown backward, he acts. Was the clone he created from Aradavi's cloning potion just destroyed? The fake body instantly shatters into countless pieces right before Kim Min-soo's eyes. Furrowing his brow, the Demon King is genuinely confused about what trick is coming next. A split second later, another blade slices deep into Kim Min-soo's other shoulder, catching him completely off guard. Glaring backward with pure rage, he snarls that his opponent is nothing but a pesky rat. Lee Sung-run mockingly smiles, declaring it is not over yet, while holding 2 more cubes in his hands. Without hesitation, Lee Sung-jun grabs both cubes and charges right back at Kim Min-soo. It looks as though he is channeling extra power into his swords. A sharp cracking sound echoes as Kim Min-soo's rage-filled eyes widen in shock. The system announces that the upgrade failed, turning the items into worthless ash. With the upgrade failed and the items turned to worthless ash, the 2 cubes instantly detonate, sending a piece of metal clattering to the floor. Kim Min-soo looks down at his shoulder, realizing his metal armor plating has just been torn right off. Lee Sung-jun backs away with a smirk, feeling his mind become incredibly sharp and clear. Knowing there is absolutely no next time, he focuses entirely on the present moment, recklessly charging forward even as Kim Min-soo unleashes a barrage of frantic slashes. He is facing death head-on, yet the weapon in his hand refuses to rest. All of his senses are heightened to the absolute limit as time seemingly slows down. Lee Sung-jun is pushing his physical body past its absolute limits. Confronting such a monstrously powerful enemy makes him feel more alive than he ever has in his entire existence. Lee Sung-jun engages Kim Min-soo in brutal close combat, successfully forcing him to expose a crucial opening. His sharp eyes gleam with malice as he seizes the opportunity to launch a barrage of weapons forward. Locking his gaze onto Kim Min-soo's shoulder, he realizes he has a multitude of paths he could take. The Demon King's shoulder has been deeply slashed, and all he needs to do now is make the single smartest and most precise strike. Lining up his target, Lee Sung-jun drives his blade deep into that open wound. He presses down with everything he has, forcing the sword even deeper into the flesh. Why was he ever foolish enough to let himself be chained down by that single ability? While experiencing this intense and razor-sharp level of focus, Lee Sung-jun simply smiles as Kim Min-soo's face contorts in pure agony. Suddenly, the tide of battle shifts as Kim Min-soo slightly lifts his heel off the ground. He delivers a brutal kick that completely shatters Lee Sung-jun's legs, leaving them dangling in agonizing pain as his face twists in torture. Gritting his teeth, Lee Sung-jun desperately clings to the sword lodged in the enemy's shoulder. He uses Kim Min-soo's body just to keep himself from collapsing. Pale from the massive blood loss, his breathing grows incredibly ragged and shallow. His tightening grip only forces the weapon to slide deeper and deeper into the flesh. Lee Sung-jun suddenly bursts into laughter, declaring that since Min-soo took his legs, he is taking his arm in return. Raising his arm high, Lee Sung-jun slams his fist down onto the hilt like he is driving a nail home. This forces the blade to plunge even deeper. With a sickening tear, Kim Min-soo's arm is completely severed from his body. Lee Sung-jun collapses along with it, falling flat onto the cold, hard ground. Lying right in front of him is Kim Min-soo's severed right arm. Caught completely off guard, the Demon King's face darkens as the ticking of a clock begins to echo in the shadows. Once again, the three hands of the clock prepare to spin backward. Every passing second is marked by the steady, heavy sound of that ticking clock. A tearful figure can be seen weeping, looking like the golem hero Seong-woo Rayon, crying his heart out, right in Lee Sung-jun's arms. The scene shifts to the vast open ocean where a massive sea dragon is swimming gracefully. It watches Lee Sung-jun and his beautiful wife as they peacefully fish together. It is a truly peaceful and quiet scene. Another memory flashes by, showing a cyborg quietly charging her energy while missing one of her heavily damaged arms. This time, Lee Sung-jun is standing right by Marie's side, helping her assemble a brand new mechanical arm for the girl. Watching Marie stay fully focused on treating Garam Lee, he simply stands there quietly without interrupting her work. In yet another memory, Lee Sung-jun and Jung Ui-ho stand side by side, smiling in front of a punch machine. It looks like the Iron Arm hero is finally gearing up for a spectacular show. Get into position, everything is set. 1, 2, 3, and he blows their machine right to pieces. Sung-jun stands to the side, laughing at Ui-ho for completely breaking the entire machine. Jinju's grave is set up in a deeply peaceful place, where Seong-jun kneels down to pay his proper, respectful final respects. Afterward, he pats his teammate Ji-sung on the shoulder, offering comfort over the passing of Grandma John. Ji-sung lets out a gentle, relieved smile from the very bottom of his heart. The excited laughter of children fills the air as they rush out, creating a truly peaceful scene. As usual, Seong-jun and Hana arrive with hands full of gifts for the kids. Every single child is absolutely thrilled as the two smile, patting their heads and handing out the treats. And what could be better than the sizzle of meat grilling over hot coals, fat melting, to make it look incredibly delicious? It is a lively afternoon as Seong-jun sits with his comrades, sharing stories of their everyday lives. Then they all raise a glass for everything they worked so hard to achieve. Hitting the sauna is not a bad idea either, with the temperature sitting at a perfect 64.9 degrees. The two men sit there chatting away, completely losing track of time. Kim Min-soo even lets out a hearty laugh, a far cry from trying to bring about the end of the world. Of course, no great friendship is complete without the satisfying clink of glasses as they toast. The grill is steaming hot with food paired with just a nice touch of alcohol. Seong-jun and Ji-won sit together like that, chatting away for the entire evening. They talk happily without a single worry about the survival of humanity weighing them down, just enjoying the simplest things that regular people do, like going to catch a movie at the theater. It is a warm evening with Seong-jun surrounded by the person he loves and his closest friends, feeling completely content just watching the bright smiles on her face. Every now and then they head out to catch the breeze in his friend's supercar. Riding shotgun while your buddy drives, nothing beats that. Just two guys hanging out, no need for words. When the city gets too bustling, it is time to head up the mountains for some peace of mind. The reward for hours of hiking is getting to witness this absolutely breathtaking sunset. Afterward, he sits down with his old friend to rest, sipping tea while taking in the view. Once they grow tired of the mountains, they return to the ground to visit somewhere lively, like an amusement park. Seongjun reluctantly wears a pair of bunny ears, doing whatever it takes to make his girl happy. Meanwhile, Kim Min-soo and Sun-hwa feed each other cotton candy before they all head over to the roller coaster. Only Min-soo is not having any fun, his face already turning completely pale. Getting off the ride, Sun-hwa has to support Min-soo. Truly a worse nightmare than slaying the Demon King. As night falls, a bright spark suddenly shoots up from the ground into the pitch-black sky. Brilliant fireworks bloom across the sky, made even more romantic when viewed from high up on the giant Ferris wheel. People often say that watching fireworks on a Ferris wheel with the one you love means you will live happily ever after, together. Seongjun looks out the glass window at the brilliant fireworks with a feeling of deep satisfaction. Seonmin looks over at him, asking if he had a really great time today. The moment she asks, Seongjun's gaze suddenly shifts as he turns to look directly at her. Startled, her cheeks instantly flush a soft shade of pink. Without any warning, Seongjun suddenly leans in and kisses her, catching Seonmin completely off guard. It is a gentle, fleeting kiss, and they quickly pull away from each other. Flustered, Seonmin fans herself with her hand, trying to cool down her burning face. At least give the poor girl a moment to prepare. It is not like we are in a massive rush. But Seongjun remains completely silent, simply sitting there and keeping his eyes fixed on her. Then, amid the loud crackle of fireworks, he says that he really shouldn't have done this, but he just wanted to see her. For the last time, a bitter smile creeps onto Lee Sung-jun's face. Young-jin scratches his head, totally confused by his lover's words. What does he mean by the last time? Lee Sung-jun pushes the door open and gently tells her that she should go back. Back to the hell he created. As the door opens, So-min realizes his horrific plan and reaches out to grab Lee Sung-jun. But it is too late. He already threw himself off the edge. In that split second, flashes of his past race through Lee Sung-jun's mind, recalling how he did everything to end his life. Guns, bombs, countless other brutal methods. After living through hundreds of thousands of lifetimes, he completely forgot what regret even felt like. Regret is a luxury reserved only for those who truly lived their lives to the absolute fullest. He completely forgot how to be a normal human. Yet in this exact moment, falling from the Ferris wheel, Lee Sung-jun sheds tears of pure satisfaction. This time he feels regret right as a massive crash echoes. Lee Sung-jun lies sprawled on the pavement, blood pooling around his head as the scene shifts to another tragic moment. Following his brutal battle with the Demon King, Kim Min-soo, Lee Sung-jun's legs are completely severed. Kim Min-soo is also in agony, missing an arm that Lee Sung-jun tore away during their struggle. That severed limb still lies cold and forgotten on the ground. Lee Sung-jun gasps heavily for air, his face pale and entirely drained of life. Kim Min-soo glares down at him, mocking the despair on his face, as he finally dies by the hand of a Demon King. Wait, what is he planning as his hand rises? But he goes quiet and pulls his hand back, kicking the sword lying near his feet instead. Lee Sung-jun's blade spins through the air before impaling the ground right next to his head. No strength left to even flinch. Kim Min-soo barks an order telling him to end his life, go back and save his fallen comrades from dying. Kim Min-soo has lost every single person he ever cared about. The memories flash before his eyes how Jin Tioman gave his life just to shield him. The smiling elf girl who always cheered him on now, lying frozen and dead at the hands of the ice hero. Belle and Saria perish too. In agony, Kim Min-soo mutters that if he had not done this, things never would have gone so far. Tears of blood stream down his face. Kim Min-soo is past the point of crying. Normal tears. But Lee Sung-jun just smiles weakly and refuses, his expression filled with strange satisfaction. Besides, he adds, thanks to you, I can finally go meet them. Every person he ever cared about is waiting. His greatest wish is finally fulfilled. Seeing that peaceful expression only fuels Kim Min-soo's absolute rage. Kim Min-soo points a glowing finger toward Lee Sung-jun, promising to end his life in the slowest and most painful way possible. Embers ignite across Lee Sung-jun's armor, slowly smoldering rather than bursting into a wild blaze. Even his severed legs begin to glow, burning, as if roasted over an open flame. Tiny agonizing sparks of fire slowly wrap around his entire body. He lies there helplessly, only able to frown as blood trickles from his mouth. He grimly realizes that dying at this excruciatingly slow pace is going to take forever. But at least this gives him time to leave some final parting words. His eyes shift as he ponders what exactly he should say to Kim Min-soo. Apologize? Is it really that simple? No, that would be far too boring. He quickly tosses the idea aside. A simple apology could never capture everything he feels. What he feels towards the guy is just way too complicated for that. Or maybe he should say, thank you for killing me, but that just feels too selfish. Is death really something to be grateful for? Seongjun Lee is plagued by doubts. Should he bring up the past and how they used to be friends? He immediately brushes the thought aside. But after his countless regressions, it was as if that past had never even existed. It is all completely meaningless now. A brief silence fills his mind. I get it now. Songjun Lee murmurs, his lips barely moving, to call out Minsu. His mouth moves as if he is speaking, but no sound escapes his lips. It could be a thank you, an apology, a final testament, or even just some random lyrics. Only Kim Minsu will ever know. What is left of the hero of return is just a mangled, bloody mess. By this point, his brutal decisions have cost the lives of 1.4 million civilians, and this devastating war continues to rage on. The hero continues his ruthless slaughter, even though history will only remember him as a monster. The fate of humanity is no longer standing still, and no more resurrected heroes will ever be summoned to fight for a world of nothingness. Songjun Lee wanders through a boundless void. Suddenly he stops, and absolute silence falls around him. Songjun Lee turns around with a smile. No need to thank me. I have done plenty of terrible things to you too. The screen shatters right along with him. Now only a single hero remains. The only one left who can stand against Kim Min-soo is the rebel hero Jong-soo Park. With the battle against the return hero over, now only Kim Min-soo stands alone on the bloodstained snow. Seongjun Lee's body has been completely torn to pieces, leaving absolutely nothing recognizable behind. Kim Min-soo clutches his chest, feeling a strange and overwhelming heaviness deep in his heart. Seongjun Lee's smiling face flashes vividly in Kim Min-soo's mind. He was nothing like the others who always begged in despair or raged in anger. He died with a completely peaceful look on his face, and seeing that smile only infuriates Kim Min-soo further. It makes him ask himself, what was that bastard Seongjun Lee actually trying to achieve? Saying he is never coming back. Does he really want me to become the Demon Lord? That would mean the last shred of Kim Min-soo's humanity has completely crumbled. But Kim Min-soo cannot for the life of him understand why Seongjun Lee would do this. Letting everything fall into ruin and letting the Demon Lord run wild. Did he actually want the world to end? Kim Min-soo looks down at his severed arm, wondering why the man went as far as to cut it off. His face contorts in pure, unadulterated fury. Kim Min-soo collapses to his knees, glaring in absolute rage at the bloody mess under his feet. He raises his hand and punches the frozen ground where Seongjun Lee once lay. He meddled with his life until the very end. Even with only one arm left, Kim Min-soo frantically beats the ground where the hero of return met his end. With every single blow, his pent-up rage explodes, sending blood and debris flying everywhere. Kim Min-soo screams, "You bastard!" The earth beneath him begins to shatter, unable to withstand his devastating strikes. With a massive explosion, everything bursts into a sea of flames. Kim Min-soo slowly stands up, filled with regret. He should never have given the man the exact death he craved. He mutters to himself that he should have kept him alive, somehow keeping him around as a mere tool. His eyes grow quiet again, his bloodshot star-shaped pupils filled with nothing but pure hatred. The image of a distant city flashes before his eyes. But whatever, it does not matter. Whatever his intentions were, he clearly did not want this world to end. That is why he tried to kill him. This is the most realistic conclusion Kim Min-soo could draw. He continues walking across the endless white snow. His pace slowly quickens, the crunching sound on the snow growing more rapid. Kim Min-soo has made up his mind he will bring even more devastation, cruelty, and absolute destruction. Just like the way his own life was completely ruined. Following the brutal clash with Lee Sung, Kim Min-soo accelerates his path of utter destruction. The scene shifts to a crowded harbor where massive ships and helicopters are gathering. Europe has officially launched a massive campaign to evacuate the entire continent. Crowds of people are being guided onto the evacuation ships. Lost in the moving crowd is a little girl crying, clearly separated from her family. A soldier approaches and gently picks the young girl up. He tells her that there is no time to cry because she needs to survive to see her parents again. In a nearby area, a private jet waits to pick up special guests as the icy wind and snow howl around them. Before boarding, the queen turns and asks if they can tell her how far the evacuation has progressed. The man nods and politely answers, "Yes, Your Majesty." Then he checks the handheld device in his hands. According to the current distribution map, they are prioritizing the movement of evacuees to the United States and Canada. Ships packed with desperate people have already begun to move. But here is the catch: there simply are not enough ships and planes to carry everyone. Therefore, they are also forced to transport some people by land, using buses heading all the way to Africa and Southeast Asia. The queen frowns, clarifying that she is not asking where they are going, but how many have actually left. The man replies that as of right now, only about 40% of the population has escaped. At the speed the swordsman is advancing, they realistically have to abandon 30% of Europe's population. The queen asks with concern if they can slow him down even slightly by deploying their military. Prime Minister Graham steps in to explain that a massive number of troops have already been deployed to help. With the remaining reserves, they should have enough soldiers left to fight. But the heavy silence before his next words only makes the queen feel more anxious. But the prime minister replies honestly. If they exhaust their military just to buy time, they will not be ready for the future, especially with the Demon King rising. And once the military power of Europe is completely drained, the United Kingdom and the European Union will become even weaker on the global stage, risking the exact same fate as Russia. The Queen says Prime Minister Graham. She cannot interfere because it is his direct responsibility to make the key decisions regarding their armed forces. But between a nation that abandons its own citizens just to preserve its military strength, and a nation willing to sacrifice its national power to protect its people until the very end, which one do you think the world will truly respect? Her fierce determination leaves the Prime Minister completely lost in thought. As she steps onto the plane, she tells him not to leave behind any regrets. That is all she asks, and with that, the Queen's plane takes off into the sky. Elsewhere, 5 global leaders are currently sitting together inside a tense meeting room. The official wearing glasses points out that they are facing severe difficulties in housing all the incoming refugees. However, they should be able to maintain order for the next 3 months. The location he is referring to is a small military outpost, and it clearly looks overcrowded already. Another person suggests that even though the European Union and the United Nations are constantly facing defeat, they are still buying them far more time than anyone expected. Out on the battlefield, Kim Min-soo completely wiped out every single military force sent his way. It was an absolute bloodbath. The president asks for an immediate status report on the military's upcoming all-out offensive. The commander replies that the Army, Navy, and Air Force are fully prepared, only waiting for final strategic approval on launch day. Another high-ranking military officer quickly chimes in. We have already briefed the thousands of soldiers who answered the call along with their families. They know exactly what payouts and honors their loved ones will receive if they make the ultimate sacrifice. Every single soldier is fully aware that they are putting their very lives on the line. Their fighting spirit and determination are unlike anything I have ever witnessed before. Hearing this, the president falls silent. He then orders a personal letter sent to every soldier expressing deep gratitude for their sacrifice, and reassures them that no matter what happens, the United States will always take care of their families. The secretary carefully writes down every single word as the president declares that they are ready. Next, he demands a status report on the rogue hero and his task force. Just then, a visitor enters the room. The president introduces Yeji Ahan, leader of the South Korean Reconstruction Government. Yeji slams her hands on the table, declaring all training is complete. Our forces have already begun arming themselves for the final showdown. Mr. President, she adds with a subtle smirk, you will not be disappointed. The scene cuts to a dimly lit room illuminated by a single narrow spotlight. A dark red liquid slowly drips onto the floor near someone's feet. It is seeping out from right underneath the heavy armor they wear. Garam Lee turns to Park Young-soo, telling him the surgery is complete and to try moving. The cold metal fingers slowly flex, twitching one by one. Seeing them work, Park Young-soo mutters that she might actually know what she is doing. He tests the twin mechanical arms mounted on his back, clenching and releasing them smoothly. Garam Lee warns him that the cybernetic conversion is far from complete, since current technology cannot safely fuse a human brain with machinery, especially on Park Young-soo's body. The human brain is only hardwired to operate a single set of limbs. If you force your mind to control these extra robotic arms, you could easily overload your entire nervous system. Your nerves could suffer catastrophic and completely irreversible damage, ruining them forever, causing permanent brain damage or death. But while Garam keeps listing these dangers, Young-soo completely ignores her, using his new robotic arms to grip his massive weapons. He bluntly tells her that those safety concerns do not matter anymore. Using all 4 of his arms to wield his arsenal, Young-soo is clearly ready to move. If we do not stop Kim Min-soo right here, right now, we are all dead anyway. It is now or never. The elevator ding echoes as the floor indicator hits one. The doors slide open, revealing Park Young-soo geared up like a walking fortress. The moment he steps out, someone immediately asks what took him so long. Yerin-ma grumbles, reminding him that he was the one who called for joint training. Beside her stands So-min-jung, the Verdure hero, alongside rows of soldiers waiting for orders. So-min-jung notes that the surgery looks like an absolute success. She promises to double-check his wounds once they finish their training session. Suddenly, jet engines roar to life as a massive section of the ground begins to lift off into the sky. A giant, massive structure glides effortlessly across the sky. It slowly approaches the crowd as if to assert its dominance. Park Young-soo gazes at the sky in silence, quietly muttering that no matter which side wins, this will all end soon. Everything seems to reset to the very beginning, and a soft voice whispers, "My dear parents." A flashback shows a young boy waiting at a crosswalk as the light finally turns green. With only 17 seconds left to cross, a voice begins to narrate. "I was just an ordinary guy living a normal life, crossing the street just like everyone else." Suddenly, blinding headlights flash right on the path he is about to cross. Kim Min-soo freezes in absolute terror, looking over to see a massive out-of-control truck barreling directly toward him. The headlights are completely blinding, followed by a violent, earth-shaking crash. On screen, all we see is the young boy's backpack and school supplies being thrown high into the air. By all rights, that should have been the end of him. But when he finally opens his eyes, Kim Min-soo finds himself in another world. Spread out before him is a magical sky filled with floating islands. Rainbows arch everywhere across this bizarre world he was summoned to over a year ago. At first, I cried constantly, desperately wanting to escape from it all. Kim Min-soo's tears never stopped his heart completely shattered by being torn away from his parents. But once I realized there was still a chance to go home, I did everything in my power to adapt to this strange world. Back then, Seria spent so much time comforting him. Kim Min-soo became the legendary hero of the battlefield, slaying the Demon King in a world of endless war. I did everything in my power to uphold the values of justice and peace that my comrades constantly spoke of. He tried his absolute best to stand side by side with everyone. And through that struggle, I was finally able to learn the true meaning of courage and brotherhood. These were things I never truly understood before coming to this world, but my companions showed me what it meant to fight. Watching his friends smile and laugh beside him. Yet Kim Min-soo still felt his parents would find it hard to understand. Even though I had to face countless enemies, I have grown incredibly strong, so powerful that by now, more people rely on me than I rely on them. Kim Min-soo can defeat any enemy with a single blow powerful enough to protect everyone. But happiness never lasts forever, even as the quiet flower field sways gently in the peaceful breeze. And then a choked sob breaks the silence. Covered in dirt, Kim Min-soo trembles as he begs her to stay. He tightly grips the hand of his little mage companion, but her fingers shake as she bleeds out from her fatal wounds. In her final moments, she smiles through her tears and whispers for the hero to win. The young mage's journey comes to a tragic halt in this very field, where her friends gather to lay her to rest. I lost so much along the way, but I gained just as much. I stumbled over several obstacles, but I ultimately overcame far more than I lost. Kim Min-soo carefully writes down his entire journey in a diary. His face is filled with deep longing and regret as he writes. Now I can finally see the end of my year-long journey. Kim Min-soo sits in front of a massive stone gate covered in mysterious ancient patterns. The small fairy walks up to Kim Min-soo quietly asking if the hero is ready. That long-awaited moment is here. Kim Min-soo quickly stands up, hiding the letter he just wrote. I have no idea if writing a letter I can never send serves any real purpose, but please keep me in your prayers. Placing his hand on the massive stone gate, he pushes it open. He turns around, offering a warm smile to his comrades. Please pray that I will defeat the Demon King and return to my normal life. Praying that one beautiful day, I can look back on this past year as a long dream, or perhaps a memorable keepsake of the comrades who stood by Kim Min-soo. The door slowly swings wide. I must end my letter here as my companions are calling. I will see you both back home. From your homesick son who just wants his ordinary life back. Stepping onto the battlefield, Kim Min-soo's face hardens into a blank mask. Standing before him is the final boss, the last Demon King of this world. And then church bells ring out joyfully from the rooftops as fireworks paint the sky. It is a beautiful, joyous day for everyone. They gather to welcome the returning hero. The Demon King is dead. 3 cheers for the champions. The hero's party is escorted by private carriages surrounded by royal soldiers. The citizens rejoice while festive music echoes through the halls of the magnificent palace. Chefs busy themselves preparing lavish dishes for the victory banquet, everyone fully focused on their tasks. As they gather around the table, Daeoman happily raises his glass, asking if this is what royal beer tastes like. In contrast, Kim Min-soo just plays with his glass, staring blankly with a dazed expression. Seria gently asks the hero if he is finally heading home tomorrow. Looking at his own reflection in the beer, Kim Min-soo confirms that he can finally go back. When he first arrived, he never thought this day would actually come. Seria giggles as she approaches, reminding him that he used to be such a crybaby. She pulls Kim Min-soo into a warm embrace, whispering that he did an incredible job. Soft tears begin to drip silently into Kim Min-soo's cup. Seria gently comforts the big guy in her arms, telling him not to worry, as Kim Min-soo chokes back tears. He admits how much he missed his family and friends, while Daeoman suddenly bursts out laughing. He teases that he knew something was going on while Belle and the elf join in to congratulate them. Even though on the outside, the priestess seemed a bit out of his league. Everyone bursts into laughter, forcing the blushing pair to quickly pull away from each other. Laughing, Jin asks if he has ever considered the possibility of staying here with them. Belle agrees, questioning if there is really any urgent need for him to go back. Seria quickly scolds them, pointing out how terribly homesick their hero has been. She tells them not to say such hurtful things, leaving Jin and the others looking rather dejected. Belle sadly admits he knows, but confesses they are all just going to miss him terribly. The priestess steps forward once more and gently lifts Kim Min-soo's hand. She tells the group to pray for the hero's future as Kim Min-soo stares at her in daze. Their soft prayers fill the room, wishing him a peaceful reward for everything he has done. As their fingers interlock tightly, she prays that a life of pure happiness awaits him. A bright future full of endless blessings and good fortune. Together, they happily raise their glasses to toast their beloved hero's next chapter. 3 weeks later, the modern 21st century architecture of Seoul's Gangseo district materializes before his eyes. Kim Min-soo stands utterly frozen amidst the bustling city crowd, softly whispering the priestess's name. He was completely wrong. Instead of joy, his face now holds only deep, soul-crushing misery. His vacant eyes slowly brim with tears. I saved the world, but I could not save myself. Rushing back to his old home, Kim Min-soo eagerly presses the doorbell. When I finally returned home, the door opened. But instead of my parents, some total stranger stood there. "Who even are you?" he asked. I stood there completely frozen, welcomed by the guy who had already moved into my house. It all started about 8 months after my sudden disappearance. My mother had been absolutely convinced that there was no way I would ever just run away. She went looking for me, and while handing out missing flyers at the train station, she was hit by a car and killed. Flyers with my face on them were scattered everywhere. 2 weeks after her death, my father, crushed by the unbearable grief of losing his family, took his own life. He jumped from a building, leaving behind one final suicide note. Even at the very end, he begged that if his death made the news, the media would publish my missing posters alongside the articles. My parents never stopped searching for me, even when they were no longer in this world. By the time I finally returned, all that remained of my family were 2 small urns at the columbarium and a single photo. It completely broke my heart, leaving me crying in absolute despair. Back at my school's office, I found out the police had written me off as a runaway teenager, and the school officially expelled me. I just stood there in absolute silence, taking all the harsh scolding from the principal. "How dare you barge in here and demand to be re-enrolled? If you want to make amends for what happened to your parents, go work and earn your high school diploma. You need to sort your life out," he spat, and my eyes grew completely hollow as I listened. One devastating blow after another kept hitting me, dragging my mental state deeper into absolute ruin. And when I walked back into that familiar school, I quickly realized I was nothing but an outcast to my peers. My once close friend looked away in pure guilt and whispered a quiet, awkward, "Sorry." He refused to look me in the eye, saying his mom warned him not to hang out with me anymore. Besides, we're in our final year of high school now, so I'm sure you understand what I'm trying to say, right? Faced with his pathetic excuses, I finally understood the brutal reality. I had absolutely no family left who was willing to help me. Suddenly, a massive hand swung directly across my face. The slap nearly knocked me off my feet, because to everyone, I was the ungrateful bastard who killed his parents. My uncle violently beat me in a blind rage, screaming that his own brother had died because of me. "You ungrateful brat," he yelled. "Your stupid teenage rebellion is what killed your mother and father. If you had just called them even once, they would still be alive today." No matter how much my uncle cursed and hit me, I just lay there and took it because nobody would ever believe the truth. He tried to step forward to kick me again, but his wife held him back as he screamed that he would kill me. My cousin even told me to leave and never come back unless I wanted another beating. "Our entire family is falling apart because of you." And just like that, I became a homeless stray sleeping on park benches because my middle-class parents didn't have any money to leave behind. I just lay there watching normal, carefree kids walk past carrying food. My stomach was completely empty, forcing me to finally sit up. I dug through my pockets, searching desperately only to pull out a few loose coins and crumpled bills. Pathetically broke, but money was far from the only thing I was lacking. Staring blankly with a dirty face, my world turned completely dark, realizing that I had lost my entire family. I lost my school, my future, and I had absolutely no place left in this society. In other words, I no longer existed, so I looked up at the night sky and let out a bitter laugh. Tears rolled down my cheeks. Is this all just some sick dream? Is this whole tragedy nothing but a terrible nightmare? I saved the entire world and rescued countless lives only to end up feeling like an absolute stranger in my own home. While everyone back there searched for him, he risked his life to return here only to find nothing left. Kim Min-soo asked himself, why was he the one abandoned? Tears spilled from his hollow eyes, but then a massive brute suddenly slammed right into him. Even though the brute was in the wrong, he turned around and aggressively barked at the boy. "Why are you standing in the street?" The guy easily stood over 2 meters tall. He used his massive height to bully others, while his girlfriend laughed along. "Oh, are you trying to pick another fight? Stop it. He looks like a total pushover." The giant stepped back to his girlfriend and sneered. "Yeah, consider this your lucky day, kid. I will let you slide this time. My girl thinks you look hilarious," he said as she snickered even louder behind her hand. Kim Min-soo finally reacted, turning his tear-stained eyes toward the couple and asking a strange question. Why are you not sad? The brute stopped laughing, completely confused by the kid's bizarre question. Kim Min-soo kept muttering nonsense. Are you not sad that you could not save the world? Thinking he was being mocked, the giant flew into a complete rage. What is this psycho saying? Meanwhile, the crowd just walked by indifferently. Kim Min-soo whispered, I finally know what I want to do, while tears dripped from his chin. At that exact moment, Kim Min-soo wanted everyone to be just as miserable as him. Livid, the giant grabbed his hair. What kind of delusional garbage is this? I'm going to beat you to death? Feeling no more pain, Kim Min-soo slowly raised his hand and spoke the summoning chant. Answer my call. Duran. Hearing the name, the girlfriend laughed again, mocking the weird nerd who thought he was an anime character. He seriously thinks he is some anime hero. But a split second later, a massive sword crashed from the heavens, crushing the brute into absolute mush instantly. Something wet splashed onto her face, leaving her staring blankly at her own hands in shock. With a quiet sniffle, Kim Min-soo wiped his tears away. Yes, everyone should suffer. It is not fair that I am the only miserable one. Heavy armor materialized around him as he muttered, I deserve a reward. Kim Min-soo gripped the familiar hilt that had been by his side for a whole year. The legendary blade pulsed with life as the hero returned, his sharp eyes flashing behind the iron visor. I deserve a reward. Kim Min-soo lifted his blood-soaked blade from the pavement, sending the surrounding crowd into a screaming panic. He swung his sword in a mad frenzy, becoming a whirlwind of death. Everything in his path was pulverized, and those who could not escape met a gruesome end. Within moments, a giant sphere of blinding light began to swell over the entire area. Then came the blast, a massive fireball swallowing the neighborhood in a devastating explosion. At the epicenter, only one figure stood tall among the shattered ruins and scorched earth. The world changed in a flash, ruining the story that was supposed to end happily. A story where the legendary hero saves the world and goes on to live happily ever after. That is how it should have ended, not with this nightmare of absolute destruction. In a matter of seconds, the entire Gansil-seun district was completely wiped off the map. Horrifying footage of the ruins flashed on giant screens across the city. It was a tragedy that felt foreign to most, but deeply familiar to select individuals like this elderly man, or the young woman watching the news on her subway ride home, and even these students listening in shock. They all shared one secret: they had returned, living disguised under various everyday roles, some even playing music as simple street performers. The returned hero tried to blend back into his normal daily life, but chaos quickly found him once again. They watched their own world turn to ruins, completely blind to the cause. Tail Choi stares blankly at the news broadcast as terrified children scream and sob in the background. He gently pats the head of the little girl, clutching his pants, trying his best to comfort her. Despite his tough appearance, Tail speaks with immense gentleness, telling her not to worry. He then pulls out a special key, a relic that was supposed to stay buried with his memories forever. This was the exact moment that marked the beginning of Season 0. It was finally time for the losers to combine. A pitch-black darkness quickly blankets the deep forest and the majestic mountains. In a small forest clearing, a band of weary heroes huddle around a warm campfire. Min-soo Kim lies there with a completely exhausted face, clearly unable to fall asleep. Beside him, the mage lies awake, her face just as tense and uneasy. Tien is no different. The old dwarf keeps his eyes closed while smacking his lips, trying to force sleep. The priestess hears those restless sounds and squeezes her eyes shut desperately, trying to ignore them. The elf girl sits up gloomily, suggesting they all think about the foods they miss most, thinking that maybe, just maybe, it will help them fight off the hunger. Min-soo Kim sighs helplessly, thinking about food will only make them hungrier, so she should save that advice for later. Jain tries to ease the tension, pointing out they can't sleep in this miserable state anyway, so they might as well let their wild imaginations take over. Ayama decides to just sit up. Resting his head on his hand, he asks the hero to go first, curious about his world's food. Baeo chimes in with excitement, asking what dish Min-soo wants to eat most when he finally gets home. Min-soo Kim closes his eyes, trying to recall what food he loved most. After a few moments of deep thought, he opens his eyes and softly mutters the words, banana milk. Tioman does not seem satisfied at all, grumbling that those two words do not tell them anything. He demands the hero describe its unique flavor, its shape, and what it actually looks like. Min-soo Kim happily starts describing the rich flavor of his favorite drink. It is nothing too special, just a popular sweet drink made of fruit-flavored milk in a very unique bottle. He raises his hand in the dark, sketching out a rough hexagon. It is a bottle with a narrow neck, wide body, and a narrow bottom. The elf girl repeats his description, joking that a narrow neck and wide body sound exactly like Tioman. The comparison is hilarious, forcing the quiet priestess to giggle out loud. Even the shy little mage covers her mouth, desperately trying to stifle her laughter. Tian stands up in a huff, complaining that this is outright discrimination against dwarfs. But the laughter only grows louder with Jane rolling on the ground while clutching his stomach. The elf girl points at him and giggles, teasing that the little dwarf is getting angry. Veins pop on Tian's forehead as his face darkens, snapping back at the elf to stop laughing, "You big-eared freak." It was a hungry but incredibly happy night for them. But that is just a distant memory for Minsu now, as his current reality is nothing but ruins he built with his own hands. Homes and streets are utterly shattered, with violent fires burning out of control everywhere. Even the main government building has a military jet crashed straight through its roof. The military tried to intervene, but changed absolutely nothing, leaving only endless destruction and dead soldiers. With every step he takes, everything is ground to dust, leaving absolutely no exceptions. Clad in armor, Minsu Kim strolls leisurely through his own devastating masterpiece. And amidst the ashes, a single bottle of banana milk rolls slowly across the ground. It rolls right to the feet of Kim Min-soo. He stops, his eyes flashing behind his armored visor. Kim Min-soo stays silent for a few seconds, his thoughts a complete mystery. Then he suddenly stomps down on the milk carton, crushing it without hesitation. It is too late. The entire Capital Reclamation Force has been completely wiped out. Inside the ruined temporary Ministry of National Defense building in Sejong City, key cabinet members hold a meeting. A voice crackles through the communicator. "All of our forces, including Colonel Lanjin, the commander of the division, have fallen in battle. The Capital Defense Force has been completely annihilated." Seonggu, the Prime Minister, yells out, "What are you talking about?" Not even 1 hour since the operation started, the other end responds miserably. "I'm sorry, Prime Minister Kangri-ong Onion." The Army Chief of Staff speaks up. "This is absolutely unbelievable. There must be some mistake perhaps with Sanjin." Choi Jin, the Air Force Chief of Staff, speaks with trembling hands. "Especially after we just received 40 new F-35A fighter jets from the United States for this operation." Oh Ho-seung, the Navy Chief of Staff, suggests that they should try using nuclear weapons. But Kim Chan, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, immediately expresses deep skepticism toward that proposal. "We still have not confirmed how the evacuation is progressing, and yet you suggest launching a nuclear strike on this guy." A fierce argument erupts. The Prime Minister demands to know if the Special Task Force still has no information on the enemy. The agent opposite him responds helplessly, "We are doing everything we can to get it as soon as possible." But Minister Dong Treo Kwak reminds everyone that they need to stay calm. Especially at a time like this, Kang Di-hwan jumps to his feet. "Stay calm. What is the point of doing that right now?" Oh Ho-seung says if we make a decision sooner, we can prevent and minimize the damage. Kim Se-hoon is worried, but that is an incredibly risky decision. Finally, the Prime Minister speaks up to end the shouting match. "Call the U.S. commander," but the voice on the line stammers, saying the commander does not seem to be taking calls. All we received was a single text message, stating that he is currently in an online conference with the United States Department of Defense. Kang Di-hwan slams his hand on the table in fury. "Those bastards, how can they do this? When we are literally sharing all of our intelligence about this guy with them. They are basically just using our military as lab rats to measure the strength of that monster." Choi Yong-ju speaks up. If he is in a meeting with the Defense Department, perhaps they are arranging reinforcements. "Why must you think so poorly of them?" Colonel Kang Di-hwan keeps shouting they should be doing way more than that. "We are literally handing them 7 trillion won in defense spending." Choi Yong-ju raises his voice in response. "I'm just saying we should not jump to conclusions." Manhwa frowns as she adjusts her glasses and mutters, "This is exactly why I wanted to halt the operation." A bunch of incompetent old men mutters, "And why the counterterrorism team leader of the National Intelligence Service?" Those words obviously infuriate Kang Di-hwan even more, and he aggressively barks, "What did you just say?" And why does not hold back and repeats, "I said that you are all incompetent." Knowing your opponent before engaging them in battle is the most basic rule. Is that not the case for any military strategy? Her colleague tries to stop her while Kang Di-hwan clutches his head, stammering, "How dare you say that? You are just an intelligence team leader. What right do you have to discuss military strategy in front of generals like us?" Jungkook Choi chimes in, adding that the terrorist is currently occupying the capital. "What else do you expect us to do? Letting him run wild and do whatever he wants is just absurd." Kang Ji-hwan turns to the others, questioning why such a low-ranking officer was even allowed in this high-level meeting. "I know we wanted someone from the scene, but this girl is practically a total rookie." Mentioning her credentials triggers Ye-ji-an, and she slams her hand onto the table. She stands right up to confront the old man. If you had deployed the military to protect evacuees, instead of sending them to fight, they would still be alive. Why did you send your soldiers to their deaths by throwing them into battle against a literal harbinger of doom? We do not know a single thing about him. Those of us in the intelligence agency begged you to wait, at least until we could identify the exact monster we are dealing with. Even though he is tearing up the capital, he is only moving at a normal walking pace. We explicitly told you to calculate his travel times and launch a much more coordinated, calm counterattack. She lays down a brutal reality check that leaves the top brass completely speechless. Kang Ji-hwan turns red with rage and starts screaming. "You insolent brat! How dare you speak to us like that? Get out of here right now!" With no other choice, Yeji Ahan's superior orders her to step outside. "Chief An, I only let you in because you practically begged me." But looking at these stubborn old fools, Yeji An can only grit her teeth in pure frustration. She barks in anger, slamming the door open and walking right into her waiting secretary. The secretary follows behind, asking why she came out so early and if the meeting is over. Yeji Ahan marches on completely done, trying to talk sense into those stubborn old men. Knowing her boss all too well, she immediately guesses that she started yelling and got kicked out again. "Shut up and follow me to the roof," Yeji Ahan snaps back. This new building is just as suffocating as the old one. Why did the Ministry of Defense even relocate here? Fortunately, this area remains relatively safe, and the rooftop shows zero signs of damage. Lighting up a cigarette, Yeji An focuses all her attention on the case file. Her secretary walks over holding 2 cups of hot coffee. Seeing her assistant arrive, Yeji Ahan stubs her cigarette out against the concrete wall. She grabs a cup and asks about the paperwork, wondering what she's looking at. Her secretary explains that it is the profile of the armored attacker, complete with Kim Min-soo's ID photo. Apparently, when he first summoned his sword, a high schooler who went missing last year suddenly reappeared. That is right. He vanished into thin air a year ago, only to pop back up out of nowhere. Yeji An finds the whole thing ridiculous, wondering if they are living in some fantasy novel. It makes absolutely no sense, so she takes a sip of coffee to clear her head. Her assistant sighs, explaining that this is their only conclusion after analyzing security footage and background data. Yeji An falls into deep thought. Right at that moment, a mysterious kid approaches the military base entrance, immediately drawing the guards' attention. Yeji An looks down, asking for clarification. "So you are telling me some random high schooler is the one behind all of this destruction?" "Yes," her secretary answers, but pauses as she notices the teenager standing at the gate below. What is a kid even doing at the Ministry of Defense, and why does he look so confident as he raises his hand? A split second later, one of the guards is completely frozen solid, while another aims his rifle in panic. With one threat down, the kid calmly shifts his hand. Vines suddenly erupt from the ground, tightly wrapping around the guard's legs. Within just a few short minutes, the guard is completely subdued. With that done, the high school student casually walks inside. Hands in his pockets, he casually leaves the guard suspended in midair, bound by thick vines. Inside, heavily armed special forces raise their weapons at the strange intruder. Almost the entire defense force is mobilized to the ground floor for defense. Instead of putting up a fight, he willingly raises his hands in surrender. Yeji An and her secretary rush down to see what is happening, her brow furrowing deeply. Dozens of gun barrels lock onto the kid, ready to fire at his slightest movement. The kid introduces himself, saying his name is Yu Seong-jin. A returned hero, his hands suddenly begin to glow with a brilliant magical light. An intricate magic circle forms on the ceiling, showering the room with endless leaflets. The soldiers stand there completely stunned by this magical show. Some of them widen their eyes in horror at the written information. Yu Seong-jin holds up a leaflet showing a headline about the hero massacring Seoul and exposing his secret identity. Yu Seong-jin confidently beats his chest to speak. "I will put down that bastard for you, so let us strike a deal." The security camera on the wall stays active, recording every single detail. In underground interrogation room B of the Ministry of Defense, Yeji An begins questioning Yu Seong-jin. Even locked in handcuffs, he shamelessly uses telekinesis to make items float around the room. He casually rips open an instant coffee packet with magic and pours it into a cup. Then he skillfully uses the empty packet to stir his drink. Yu Seong-jin happily takes his freshly brewed coffee. Yeji Ahan starts her questioning, demanding to know about him and the terrorist leader. "Who are you people?" she asks, a burning question she needs answered. Yu Seong-jin smiles. "Think of us as heroes who returned home after saving different fantasy worlds. The only difference is that the other guy completely snapped while I am perfectly sane." Yeji An still finds it unbelievable. "You are talking about things only found in light novels. Give me something real that I can actually work with. Not this absurd fantasy fiction." Yu Seong-jin takes a sip, asking if she truly wants to negotiate with entities who can level cities with sword slashes and magic. His arrogant tone remains clear as he tells her she looks remarkably young, so he figures she might understand the situation better than the old folks. He casually sums up their bizarre reality like a generic story. It is a pretty standard fantasy plot. An ordinary student gets summoned to another world, saves it, and obtains immense power. Yeji An silently taps her pen against her temple, her head already starting to throb. Her skepticism is wavering. He does not look like he is lying, but his story is so utterly ridiculous that she cannot tell if it is true. Yeji An decides to set those thoughts aside and continues the interrogation. She demands to know why Yu Seong-jin chose to infiltrate the Ministry of Defense. Frowning, he replies that he came to kill the bastard occupying Seoul. That is his entire message, asking if she just loves making people repeat themselves. Yeji An questions his logic, asking why he even felt the need to tell them. You could just sneak in and take him out quietly, Jin Yusung says, smiling and clapping his hands. Now that is what I call a wonderfully constructive question. He then uses his magic to break free from his handcuffs. The soldiers immediately raise their weapons, aiming straight at Yu Seong. The guards shout for him to freeze, but An quickly steps in and orders them to stand down. Yu Seong raises his hands and pulls out a piece of paper, telling everyone to calm down. He explains he is only bringing out a document to show them nothing more. Smiling, he hands the paper over to An, explaining that these are his strict terms of compensation in exchange for taking care of that rebelling hero. An frowns as she stares at the paper, which is packed with dense, demanding text. Compensation, she mutters. Yu Seong casually leans back and replies that he has no intention of playing the fool and saving the world without getting exactly what he deserves. An takes the contract and begins to read through it carefully. The monetary figures easily reach 12 digits. And trust me, his demands are absolutely out of this world. He demands over 2.13 trillion won, which is about $188 million, plus 20% of the annual defense budget deposited directly into his account. Second, erect a massive statue of me in every major city to celebrate the victory, and print detailed accounts of my life and achievements directly in school textbooks. Third, focus all media attention on me both before and after the battle, and broadcast the clash live to spread word of my achievements far and wide. After reading these three demands, cold sweat is pouring down An's forehead. She glares at the young man before her. At first, she thought he was just some arrogant punk, but he is actually just a greedy attention seeker, and that smug, punchable smile of his makes things even worse. Seeing her intense glare, Yu Seong casually asks if she has finished reading. He wants her to pass it to her colleagues outside, and if possible, directly to the president. An stays completely silent as she snatches the paper and stands up. She angrily storms out of the room, leaving the two soldiers behind to watch Yu Seong. Back in the briefing room, the top military officials review the list of demands. An points directly at the paper, warning them that they absolutely cannot trust this guy. She points out his alarming ambition, warning that he clearly wants power and wants to become a sort of living god. Once he successfully takes down that rogue hero, he could use that fame too, but the defense minister cuts her off, saying he will take this straight to the president. As the minister leaves, he commends her for doing a great job with the interrogation. An is left frustrated, her carefully thought-out warnings completely brushed aside. That absolute bastard did not even pretend to listen, she grumbles, gritting her teeth. Even though his goals are clearly selfish and twisted, and despite An's fierce objections, the desperate government ultimately has no choice but to accept Yu Seong's demanding terms. Inside the Defense Ministry's temporary press room, the country's 3 major TV networks pack the crowded space. They have even invited local cable channels and online news outlets into this tiny, packed room. A confused reporter whispers, wondering why a briefing about a terrorist is suddenly drawing such a massive crowd. What is going on here? And right before an unsuspecting public living in their ordinary world, our hero Yu Seong finally steps onto the stage. The government spokesperson steps aside, giving him the podium. Yu Seong casually adjusts his collar and taps the microphone. He softly mutters that it is time to make a truly unforgettable impression. With that, he snaps his fingers. Instantly, a glorious, blazing cloak of fire erupts behind Yu Seong-jin. A magic circle opens on the left, and Yu Seong-jin's grimoire slowly floats out. Another array manifests on the right, summoning a magical staff. Grimoire in his left-hand staff, in his right cloak, draped over his shoulders. Only then does Yu Seong-jin begin to address the crowd. Hello, everyone. He formally introduces himself. My name is Yu Seong-jin. I am a hero, and I have arrived to save you all. Dozens of camera flashes erupted all at once, perfectly capturing the image of this brand new hero. Yu Seong-jin looks down calmly, completely soaking in the glorious spotlight. When the sword warrior began destroying everything, Yu Seong-jin secretly thought to himself that he was glad the villain went wild. Look at how these desperate survivors look up to him with a burning desire to live, just like in the other world. A life where everyone's undivided attention was focused entirely on Yu Seong-jin, the great hero. Standing at the absolute center of the universe, he lived for that feeling. In that world, Yu Seong-jin could eat whatever he wanted, take whatever he pleased, and pile mountains of endless treasure in his vaults. He possessed every beautiful woman he ever desired, with lines of them waiting patiently to be chosen. Reigning supreme at the very top of that realm, Yu Seong-jin forced everyone to satisfy his most absurd demands, all while keeping a fake smile on their faces. But unfortunately, he had to return home to become a boring, completely average student. Honestly, ever since he returned to this boring world, I actually thought about destroying every single thing just like you did. He hated everyone. His face was locked in a permanent bitter scowl, feeling like he was trapped in literal hell as a basic high school student. forced to listen to their noisy, annoying laughter. Watching his classmates chat and chuckle only made Yu Seong-jin's blood boil. Sharing the exact same air with these worthless average losers of society filled him with a deep, nauseating sense of pure disgust. And yet you saved me from that misery. The exact moment he spotted the breaking news on the street, Yu Seong-jin felt a sudden surge of excitement, quickly ducking into a quiet corner to watch his phone. Reports confirmed that the rampaging sword warrior had completely leveled an entire city district. At that moment, Yu Seong-jin knew he was going to be a savior once again. The absolute center of this world. Once the government officially recognized the existence of these heroes, and Yu Seong-jin publicly announced his grand absolute mission to save the world, the entire country spiraled into total chaotic madness. Grief-stricken citizens who lost their families in the terror attacks began worshipping Yu Seong-jin, hoping he would exact bloody revenge. On screen, a grieving Sam Kim appears. Clutching a framed photo of his lost family, he cries out, "That bastard murdered my daughter's entire family!" Kill him without mercy. Please make him suffer in agonizing pain. Meanwhile, countless homeless refugees and citizens, ruined by the sudden economic fallout, started treating Yu Seong-jin as their ultimate divine messiah. Gong Hong speaks out. I have not been able to open my restaurant for a whole week. But that new hero promised to destroy the terrorist, so everything will go back to normal soon, right? I just hope all my stock is not spoiled yet. Massive rallies erupted across Seoul to support Yu Seong-jin, carrying banners declaring their absolute, unconditional faith. Even devout religious groups gathered in massive crowds to pray, begging for his victory. Social media exploded with posts praising his handsome face and inflated sense of justice, while netizens brutally attacked any intellectual who dared to question the true nature of these self-proclaimed heroes, accusing them of siding with the vicious terrorists. And amidst all this mounting chaos, the fateful day finally arrived. The entire area is completely evacuated and barricaded off. Only a few cheering banners remain, desperately begging the hero to win as a yellow Jeep drives right past them. Inside, Yu Seong-jin wears a confident smile, eagerly waiting for his grand entrance. He casually scrolls through online comments because, let's be honest, he loves being the center of attention. Choi Jong-uk sits beside him and drops a reality check if he wants the spotlight he has to win. Yu Seong-jin answered with complete confidence. Sure, he says, I might look like a regular teenager, but you are talking to the guy who mastered 12 circles of magic and even the magic of the unknown. It turns out Yu Seong-jin already watched the footage of Kim Min-soo. In his eyes, all that bastard can do is swing that giant sword of his. There is absolutely no way he can beat me. He even jokes about the president preparing a massive medal for the historic heroic deed he is about to perform just as the Jeep finally grinds to a halt. Choi Jong-uk warns that they can only drop him off a mile away. This is as far as they can go. The ground up ahead is completely torn apart with no road left. Yu Seong-jin doesn't mind simply swinging the door open to step down. With a casual wave backward, he bids them farewell as he walks off. He looks up highly satisfied with the swarm of drones hovering in the sky. And every single lens is locked onto his every move. Back home, millions of citizens tune in to watch this anticipated clash. Excited students even sneak into their schools, gathering around screens together. Even inside the churches, the air is heavy with absolute dread as congregations pray together. Yu Seong-jin slowly advances toward the terrifying Kim Min-soo, setting up an epic showdown between a master mage and a legendary swordsman. Conjuring two massive glowing circles like Doctor Strange himself, his heart swells with confidence as he declares that it is time to start. But our mage's heroic journey actually began when he suddenly found himself transported into a completely unfamiliar room. As the dense smoke around him slowly cleared, he opened his eyes to take a look. Four bizarre, completely unfamiliar figures stood right before him, looking like characters straight out of a video game. As it turned out, they were the hero's loyal retainers. See, other worlds do not summon heroes simply because they are already strong. The real reason is that these heroes are entities from a foreign world. Completely unbound by the local rules of this world, Yu Seong-jin adapted almost instantly, systematically, practicing every single magical lesson his tutors taught him. His insane learning speed left all of his retainers completely speechless. For the first time in this world's history, an incredible number of magic circles were summoned all at once. Though it left him exhausted, the spectacular results made him highly satisfied. Well, he casually tells them, you guys are thinking way too rigidly. Instead of wasting energy trying to create new circles with your pathetic magic, you should just stack the existing ones on top of each other. Back in the present, a roaring explosion echoes across the battlefield as they clash. From within the blazing flames, Yu Seong-jin is violently forced backward. He quickly conjures his ornate magic staff. In his mind, he recites the incantation summoning 20 Ventus magic circles stacked in 12 layers. Immediately, layer upon layer of glowing magic manifests directly above his head. He doesn't stop there, instantly conjuring 13 more Terra and Aqua circles, each stacked 12 layers deep. The massive stack of magic circles towers upward, looking exactly like a giant stack of Oreo cookies. Yet Kim Min-soo doesn't show even a shred of concern over his opponent's flashy spells. He simply stands tall, sword in hand, silently waiting for the young mage to strike. Watching him stand there, Yu Sheong thinks to himself that this guy doesn't see him as a threat at all. Could it be that the world he came from has no mages? He smirks smugly at that theory, thinking that if that's the case, it's great news, and he can wrap this up quickly. His hand and magic staff move in perfect harmony, tracing a smooth circle in the air. One by one, the layers of magic activate and begin to spin. Sweat pours down Yu Sheong's forehead, clearly showing the strain of his effort. At last, the activation of every single magic circle is complete. A total of 63 magic layers. Yu Sheong's power explodes, and the atmospheric pressure around him spikes. With a grunt, he tries to compress the energy. Yu Sheong presses his palms together, interlocking all 10 fingers. Simultaneously, the 63 magic circles are flattened under the crush of an invisible force. They all merge into a single massive magic circle many times wider and filled with intricate patterns. This is the nameless magic circle, the Light of Origin. As Kim Min-soo calmly steps forward, Yu Sheong grins, absolutely certain of his victory. He stands tall, pointing a finger at Kim Min-soo. Now watch, because this magic circle is about to fire. Yu Sheong squints with one eye, aiming along his outstretched arm, and speaks. The massive magic circle instantly shatters into tiny pieces, raining down below. Glittering crystals cover Kim Min-soo's head like a heavy rain of shattered glass pouring down on his body. But it does not stop there. From above, a massive solid crystal begins to plummet. The multicolored cloud drops a massive bomb, triggering a violent explosion that shakes the earth and engulfs the entire area. High-ranking officials watch the entire battle unfold live on their television screens. Kang Dian is left speechless as the massive blast completely engulfs the entire area. Out on the streets, the cheering crowds are left wide-eyed in absolute disbelief. Watching with bated breath, a little girl cries out with hope, exclaiming that he actually did it. Immediately, the entire crowd begins waving their signs in wild celebration. Choi Dong-uk frowns at the screen, already running the calculations in his head. He will have to completely readjust the government budget for rebuilding the ruined city. As the smoke clears, a massive crater is revealed with everything inside burned completely to ash. Standing safely in an untouched spot, Yu Sheong admires the sheer scale of his own masterpiece. He arrogantly hugs his magic book to his chest and sighs, oh dear. He complains that he used too much power and accidentally destroyed too many buildings. Yu Sheong turns to walk away, already planning his next move. He wonders what he should do before the reward money comes in and how to spend it wisely. Packing up his gear, he pulls out his radio to tell his team that it is all over and they need to pick him up because he is too lazy to walk. But suddenly, Yu Sheong senses an eerie presence behind him. His first thought is whether another hero has arrived to steal his spotlight. Warily turning around to look, every bit of his smug confidence instantly vanishes. His pupils shrink as Yu Sheong stares in absolute disbelief at the sight before him. But get this, emerging from the dust, Kim Min-soo stands completely unharmed with a spectral, saintly maiden shielding him. Yu Sheong grits his teeth in sheer frustration, thinking back to the spell he'd just unleashed. His Light of Origin is a devastating spell that exists on a completely different level from standard magic. Even if its range is slightly narrower than 12-layer spells, it still possesses more than enough power to completely vaporize absolutely everything within the target area. Yu Sheong slams the radio in his hand violently onto the ground. The reality of the situation is a massive shock, because the enemy does not have a single scratch. This is completely absurd. Kim Min-soo slowly raises his greatsword and it begins to glow with blinding light. With damp, hollow eyes, he glares directly at Yu Sheong, asking why on earth he has such a foolish smile on his face. You are a hero too. Why do you not feel any sadness? Kim Min-soo swings his sword in a wild frenzy, its devastating power surging toward Yu Sheong. Yu Sheong grits his teeth in pure anxiety. If I foolishly try to block that level of power with defensive magic, it will easily pierce right through my barriers. I must raise the ground beneath my feet, and under my magic the earth below begins to crack. He shoots 1,000 meters high with Terra magic and a 5-fold earthquake. At that exact moment, Kim Min-soo's devastating slash arrives. It cleanly slices through everything in its path. Without raising the ground in time, Yu Sheong would have been buried alive right there. The slash barely misses his body, but as the massive structure crumbles down, Yu Sheong loses his footing and starts falling with it. He instantly deploys 5 specialized magic circles around his body to suspend himself in midair. Yu Sheong boldly shouts back his response to Kim Min-soo. You ask why I am laughing. What other reason is there? Because I am looking forward to killing you and becoming the greatest hero of this world too. Countless magic circles suddenly manifest in the sky, unleashing massive pillars of fire that rain down and charge directly toward Kim Min-soo. Yoo-seong screams Min-soo's name at the top of his lungs, but the sword hero does not react. He attacks with all his might, screaming for him to die. Look back at his past to understand this madness. Yoo-seong's life was completely average. He sits in the classroom, but his mind completely drifts out the window. His teenage face is constantly covered in a deep mask of pure frustration and anger. Boring, he is sick to death of being so utterly ordinary. Even when walking through a crowd of laughing, happy classmates, Yoo-seong feels absolutely no joy. In fact, the endless happy chatter only serves to irritate him further. Suddenly, a luxury sports car drives by the loud engine sound alone enough to leave the high school students completely stunned. They instantly whip out their phones, desperately trying to snap a picture of it. But Yoo-seong only scowls deeper, realizing that everyone just wants to live a rich, brilliant life. He glances to the side, looking as if he has just seen something utterly disgusting. It is an old man sorting through garbage to collect scrap metal. Watching him diligently fold each piece of cardboard, Yoo-seong realizes that no one wants to fade away into total insignificance before disappearing. Yoo-seong's feet remain completely frozen in place. He bitterly tells himself that he refuses to live a life like that. Deep down, he craves more. Craving an extraordinary life, he is terrified of dying as just another nameless face among many. Is there actually anything special about him that remains Yoo-seong's biggest question? His family of 4 is very ordinary. His parents are just decent, honest, and hardworking folks. As for his school grades, they are perfectly average, sitting right in the middle. He is not athletic either, with his physical stamina barely being decent. His friends are all equally ordinary teenagers. Staring down at the paper in his hands, Yoo-seong feels a deep, painful realization that he possesses absolutely no talent or special ability. It is just a participation award for a school writing contest. Yoo-seong grits his teeth so hard that his entire body begins to tremble with rage. He failed to win anything at all, a fate he considers worse than death itself. That certificate of appreciation is instantly torn to shreds, crushing his dreams. This peaceful but utterly unremarkable life is slowly driving him insane. It completely breaks his spirit, but Yoo-seong refuses to just stand by and accept this miserable reality. He screams into the silent darkness, desperate to escape this ordinary life. I do not want to slowly fade away and disappear from this world without ever knowing the true purpose of my existence. Just give me one chance to live a truly glorious life, please. Suddenly, a strange sound echoes through the air, summoning the triple inferno magic circle with 12 layers of nameless spell pillars of hell. Right beneath Yoo-seong's feet, a strange and glowing magic circle suddenly bursts into light, and it is this very power that has brought him to his glorious peak today. Devastating fireballs rain down from the magic circles, completely obliterating everything on the ground below. As the thick smoke finally clears, the battlefield looks like a miniature hellscape, overflowing with pure fire. A sharp slicing sound cuts through the air as the legendary Durandal appears with Kim Min-soo effortlessly swinging it around. He is fully locked in for battle, his dark circled eyes staring dead at Yoo-seong. Completely unaware that his death is drawing near, Yoo-seong only flashes an even wider grin. Yes, this is it! Beneath Kim Min-soo's feet, a massive array of overlapping magic circles suddenly begins to manifest, and right after that, a roaring vortex of flames erupts, turning his position into a giant grinder, using the nameless magic circle, Pillars of Hell. Trapped right in the center, Kim Min-soo is completely engulfed by the raging flames with absolutely no escape. Opening his eyes, Kim Min-soo witnesses yet another set of magic circles forming, but this time they glow ice blue. Combining the nameless magic circle Ice Age, the raging flames instantly die down to make way for absolute frost. Frozen solid in midair, Kim Min-soo is turned into an ice statue before heavily crashing down onto the hard ground. Overflowing with confidence, Yoo-seong immediately prepares to unleash his next attack, activating the nameless summoning magic circle. Legend of the Phoenix. A massive and highly complex spell circle materializes with multiple fiery red phoenixes surging out from the center. Brimming with raw excitement, Yoo-seong feels like his heart is absolutely about to burst. The blazing phoenixes relentless rain down on him, striking from every possible direction. Yoo-seong swiftly weaves hand seals as 2 more magic circles materialize, locked on and ready to fire. At this rate, anyone would easily assume that Yoo-seong has this battle completely in the bag. I feel so overwhelmed that I could cry, especially hearing the crowd cheering my name from afar. The citizens watched the showdown with bated breath, screaming and cheering for Yoo-seong at the top of their lungs. He already has a flawless strategy fully mapped out in his head. All I need to do is keep attacking him without letting up. Maintaining his distance, Yoo-seong keeps a watchful eye while surges of wild magic and his phoenixes completely trap Kim Min-soo. Yet Kim Min-soo remains completely unbothered, standing firm as he raises his legendary greatsword to block the onslaught. Suddenly, Kim Min-soo takes a single step forward and drops into a low stance. Bending his back knee, a few stray drops of water hang suspended in the burning air around them. Sweat drips down Yoo Se-young's forehead, but he only laughs with mad delight, boasting that he's currently shining like a star. Kim Min-soo stays completely silent, standing absolutely still, without moving an inch. Growing even more fired up, Yoo Se-young pumps even more magical energy into his spells. I will burn you down until there is absolutely nothing left of you but ash. Right inside the raging firestorm, Kim Min-soo slowly takes a step forward, steady as a rock. He pants heavily and mutters that he is too tired of trying to understand him before suddenly bursting out of the firestorm. The moment he breaks free from the vortex, Kim Min-soo accelerates to a blinding speed. Caught completely off guard, Yoo Se-young can do absolutely nothing, as Kim Min-soo flashes past him in a fraction of a second. A streak of fresh crimson blood now coats Durandal's blade. The brightest star is left cold sweating, completely unable to comprehend what just happened to him. The spectating crowd cannot even spot a single visible wound on his body. Terrified, Yoo Se-young turns his head back in confusion, but before he can even think, his head cleanly slips off. Pure shock remains frozen on his face just as the light of life fades. Yoo Se-young Jin's severed head rolls across the cold ground as his lifeless body collapses to its knees. The savior everyone relied on just died, sudden and brutal. Without looking back, Kim Min-soo calmly walks forward with his sword in hand. The public is left utterly paralyzed by this sight, while government officials clutch their heads in panic. Drenched in cold sweat, Choi Ji-woong never imagined the battle would be so utterly one-sided. Terrified citizens scatter on the streets because staying outside means certain death. Screams of despair echo through the chaos. It is all over. We have to run. People shove and scream, "Stop pushing, you are not the only one desperately trying to escape." Yet over at the Ministry of National Defense, everything remains chillingly still. Yeji Ahn looks at the young girl opposite her and asks if she is truly willing to join them. The shield hero replies softly, "Yes, there are things I simply have to protect." She casts her eyes down, asking her to secure her family, and Yeji Ahn immediately promises the state will protect them. With the formal agreement finalized, Yeji Ahn has one more thing to say. As she speaks, Yeji Ahn stands up, raising her hand with her thumb and index finger gently curved. With a gentle flick to her forehead, she tells her to drop the grim expression. "You look like you are marching straight to your death, but we adults will not let that happen." Suddenly, someone calls out to Yeji Ahn from outside. Her panicked secretary bursts in, clutching a radio, gasping that they tried to reason with the Ministry of National Defense, explaining to them that they are still actively searching for more heroes. But those stubborn officials still went ahead deploying the magic warrior anyway. Yeji Ahn grinds her teeth in fury, while Sun Hwa-yu freezes as a black car speeds out of the lot. Angrily, Yeji Ahn slams the car door shut, leaving her secretary praying for the poor innocent door. Peering through the rearview mirror, the blonde driver asks where they are heading. Fuming, Yeji Ahn barks out the address of the Ministry of National Defense. Sensing the urgency, the driver slams on the gas and sends the vehicle flying down the road. Staring at her phone, Yeji Ahn grips the device tightly as the grim updates roll in. She stares intensely at the screen. This brutal outcome is an absolute bombshell. Wasting no time, she dials Manager Kim, waiting anxiously as the phone rings on the other end. He finally answers, his voice dripping with condescension from the very first second. Yeji Ahn practically screams into the receiver, demanding why he proceeded with the Magic Warrior deployment, despite her warnings. "I told you that Yoo Se-young Jin's return was proof that other heroes are out there." On the other end, Manager Kim just listens with total indifference. Yeji Ahn presses on, arguing they could have united everyone to take down Kim Min-soo in a single strike. Tapping the documents on his desk, he casually replies that he indeed read her report. He mindlessly flips through the pages and notes he heard she managed to recruit a few more. "2 of them, right? You sound frantic over the news of Yoo Se-young Jin's death, and I know how hard you worked to bring him back. So calm down and tell me, what are you saying?" Yeji Ahn answers that while nothing can be done for Yoo Se-young Jin, now he must promise her that he will never send any more individual heroes to face Kim Min-soo alone. He cannot keep gambling with the lives of these children. Manager Kim pulls their phone away, keeping silent for a few seconds. Annoyed, he barks back, asking the young lady if she honestly thinks she can order him around. The higher-ups will decide exactly how to use those children. Your sole responsibility as a member of the Intelligence Bureau is simply to find more heroes for us. As the car speeds through traffic, Manager Kim sternly drives his point home once more. "Got it. Just focus on bringing back more heroes. And if you have an issue with our methods, file a proper complaint through the official channels." Just like that, Ahn is left seething with useless rage, gripping her phone so tightly, her hand begins to shake. Unable to contain her fury, Ahn violently punches the seat directly in front of her. Now all she can do is scream out a couple of angry curses. On the other side, Manager Kim casually pulls out a cigarette and tells himself to forget it. With a sharp click of his lighter, the tip glows hot as Manager Kim takes a satisfying puff, slowly exhaling a plume of white smoke. His face is twisted in pure mockery. She can complain all she wants, but they will keep sending them in one by one. He will do this until Minsu and all the other monsters she is hunting are completely dead. The moment she stepped into the ministry building, she threw both the defense ministry and the intelligence agency into utter chaos. She was even planning to beat up Manager Kim himself. And the end result? They were all kicked right out. Every single agent who chose to stand by her side got demoted. Dejected, they slowly carry all their belongings out to their cars. From high up in his office, Manager Kim watches their every move. He scoffs in contempt, calling them a bunch of hypocrites when the very survival of their nation is at stake. Suddenly, an officer enters to inform Manager Kim that high-ups are demanding a decision on which hero will deploy next. Manager Kim quickly tells him to wait a moment since he has already made his choice. He speaks while sorting through the massive pile of documents on his desk. Then Manager Kim holds up a file and presents it to the young officer. Reading through the files, the lieutenant starts breaking into a nervous sweat. Staring at the hero's picture and profile, he wonders if this old man Lim Do-hun is truly their next choice. With serious doubt, he asks if heroes are not usually teenagers, given this target has completely white hair and beard. Manager Kim wipes his face in frustration, admitting he has no idea what happened to the boy after he left. But he came back looking exactly like an old man. Then a highly mischievous grin spreads across his face. He points out that this actually works in their favor. He admits he will feel far less guilty sending a dying old man into battle than some underage teenager. Don Quixote is a classic novel about the ingenious nobleman of La Mancha, and at 18, Lim Do-hun was an absolute fan of that very book. It was always on his desk, prompting the girl sitting in front to turn and ask if he finished it. She is impressed by his speed, since she finds it boring, but Lim Do-hun just smiles and asks if she really thinks so. To him, it is actually one of the most exciting books on their recommended reading list. The girl grimaces at his words, all trace of a smile vanishing, as she questions if it is truly fun. She cannot understand how anyone could enjoy reading about a delusional old man doing such ridiculous things. She admits it only makes her frustrated, but Lim Do-hun happily continues to share his passion. He finds it great asking her if such a relentless spirit isn't truly admirable. To appreciate such an unyielding spirit, Lim Do-hun clearly had a very different perspective on life compared to other kids his age. By the time Lim Do-hun turned 19, he had become a legendary true knight on the battlefield. He successfully slays the Demon King, leaving his massive spear deeply embedded in the beast's vital spot. Every single soldier on the field bows their head in deep respect to their savior, Lim Do-hun. They cheer that he actually made it. Despite his suddenly aged body, Lim Do-hun just scratches his head with his signature awkward smile. Laughing, he agrees that it is finally over, though a nearby soldier hesitantly notes how much he has aged. He nervously asks about that final attack, wondering how many years of his life it took. It was a devastating attack, piercing straight through the Demon King's thick stone armor to plunge directly into his heart. But to pull that off, Lim Do-hun traded a shocking price: 20 years. Hearing this, the soldier panics, asking what that means for his remaining lifespan. But Do-hun just collapses, completely calm. He pulls off his left glove, revealing numbers burned into his skin. 6 years, 4 months, 21 days. Staring at his countdown, his suddenly aged face breaks into a soft laugh. Well, looks like I still have about 6 years. But nobody else is smiling, not today. A soldier collapses onto his comrade's shoulder, sobbing uncontrollably as tears flood his face. Filled with pure guilt, he begs the hero for forgiveness, wishing they had all been stronger. In an instant, Do-hun leaps down from the dead Demon King. Massaging his aching back, the old man sighs. Let us go home, it is finally over. Victory brings massive celebration, with citizens raising their glasses to toast the end of the war. Bright, colorful fireworks explode across the night sky to match the festive mood. Down below, ecstatic crowds dance through the streets, shouting 3 massive cheers for their savior. Up on a quiet balcony, Lim Do-hun silently watches the incredible festival from a distance. The queen steps out, asking why he is hiding away when this entire celebration is meant for him. Do-hun tries to bow to show respect, as always, your majesty. She stops him immediately. Please do not do that. Bending those fragile knees looks far too painful. Instead, the queen lifts her royal gown and bows deeply to Hero Do-hun. We are the ones who must bow, she tells him, since we owe you everything. Seeing Lim Do-hun's confusion, she explains she heard from the summoner that he wants to go back to his own world. With desperate eyes, she begs, do not leave us. You cannot. Staring at his aged face, she points out that the Time Hero's power literally eats away at their lifespan. Wielding that magic is the sole reason he aged so terrifyingly fast. Back home, nobody will even know him. Only a miserable end awaits sick, fragile, and dying alone. She reminds him that he was the one who told her about Sir Quixote, the time hero from 500 years ago, who defeated the monster with pure willpower and went down in history. That was the very hero Lim Do-hun idolized back when he was just a student. He listens in silence as she begs him to stay. This world actually appreciates you. She promises that the palace will do everything to care for him during his final years. Should he wish to travel, they will provide a royal carriage. If he wants to start a family, they will find him the perfect partner. Food, clothes, luxury, everything is covered. Even if it bankrupts the palace, which is unlikely, since the entire kingdom wants to support Do-hun. The queen desperately promises him this. They will ensure he has a life so happy and comfortable that he never misses home. But Do-hun only responds with a quiet shake of his head, bringing tears to her eyes. How can we ever make amends if you leave now? Overwhelmed with grief, she covers her face and bursts into tears. Do-hun steps forward, gently wiping the tears from her face. He softly explains that his parents had him late when they were already in their 40s. Because of infertility, they went through IVF multiple times and suffered 3 miscarriages. But after all of that, I was finally born. They cherished me so much that I barely knew how to do anything for myself until I became a teenager. The two of them ran a restaurant, working late into the night every single day. Yet they still gave me everything I asked for, providing a warm home to return to. Even though their days were exhausting, and they always looked completely worn out. They would always welcome Lim Do-hun back with a bright, warm smile. "Welcome home, my son." I was absolutely everything to them, their entire little world. Hearing this, the queen began to cry even more. "I am so sorry. We are so sorry. What on earth did we do to their precious son?" Lim Do-hun quickly spoke up, saying he did not share that story to make her cry. He smiled gently and explained that his only responsibility now was to go back. His duty was to the parents who had lost their entire world. He had to return and rebuild that small world for them. The voices of the mages echoed out as the portal stabilization completed and amplification began. The teleportation gate was finally opened just as Lim Do-hun had requested. It slowly expanded into a swirling black pool. The queen walked over looking as if she had one last thing to say. "Before you depart, please allow me to introduce your new companion." As a small pair of feet stepped forward, the queen introduced Sancho, a young maid in her early teens. A shocked Lim Do-hun asked what on earth she meant by a companion. The queen replied that everyone must eventually yield to the passage of time. "In the end, you are going to need someone to look after you. This is the least we can do, and having her by your side will surely help your parents too." Lim Do-hun scratched his head in confusion, realizing he could no longer refuse at this point. Do-hun then walked over and asked if she was absolutely sure. "You will never be able to return here," but Sancho immediately replied that she considered it an honor. The young girl did not seem hesitant or worried in the slightest, and honestly she added her family had already been handsomely rewarded. With those words, she walked right up to the portal to wait for Lim Do-hun. Her sheer determination left Lim Do-hun even more bewildered. As if anticipating his reaction, Sancho turned back and threatened to jump into the portal alone if he refused. So they departed together, and 3 months before Kim Min-soo's rebellion, Lim Do-hun finally returned to his own world. Yet he lacked the courage to step inside, choosing instead to watch his home from a distance. Under the pouring rain, Sancho asked why he was hesitating when he had returned specifically to see them. "How frustrating," she grumbled, but Lim Do-hun just laughed, admitting he could not bring himself to go any closer. He gently stroked his long white beard. Maybe it would break their hearts even more to see their young son aged into an old man. "Perhaps it is better if they only know that I am alive and well somewhere out there." Suddenly, Sancho marched directly into the street, leaving a panicked Lim Do-hun shouting after her. The foreign girl casually crossed the busy road without a single care. Cars screeched to a halt to avoid her, but Sancho marched straight ahead and pushed open the restaurant door. She spoke to the 2 adults inside, pointing directly across the street. Lim Do-hun could only stand there and watch his heart pounding with anxiety. He clenched his fists tightly as a bizarre thought suddenly flashed through his mind. What should he do? Should he run away? His legs simply refused to budge. Just a moment later, Lim Do-hun's parents rushed across the street with Sancho right behind them. In that split second, countless thoughts raced through Lim Do-hun's head, desperate to tell them they had the wrong person. "Just go and tell them that an old man like me could never be their son." His jaw tightens. That's right, he will just smile and say his granddaughter was only playing a prank. Finally, the 3 of them stand before Lim Do-hun, their faces twisted with raw emotion. Do-hun's father reaches out a hand. "Do-hun, is that really you?" They are crying so hard their faces are completely red. Lim Do-hun desperately tells himself that he has to deny it. But deep down his soul is still just 19 years old. Lim Do-hun breaks down sobbing and chokes out, "Dad, it is me." Outside, a heavy rainstorm pours down over a modest mid-rise apartment building. Lim Do-hun leads Sancho into his old bedroom. She looks around curiously. "Is this your room?" A hero's room. It looks surprisingly warm with the bed and study desk kept perfectly tidy. Sancho reaches out and gently runs her fingers along the bookshelf. Her finger comes away completely clean, This place has been empty for over a year, yet there is not a single speck of dust. Sancho quietly remarks that it is as if his parents always knew he would return one day. Lim Do-hun stares at the familiar shelves he has not seen in a year. Yeah, it really does. Right then, his father walks in and warmly ushers them out, telling Do-hun he can look around after dinner and inviting the little lady to join them for a meal. The dinner table is absolutely packed with fresh fish, shrimp, and bowls of steaming hot tofu soup. Once the three of them are comfortably settled, Do-hun's mother finally sits down with them. Little Sancho curiously examines a piece of fish, while Do-hun silently takes in the familiar room. The kitchen remains exactly as tidy as the day he left. Even that old leaky faucet is still there. Then Do-hun stares silently at the plate of food right in front of him. His mother smiles, placing a piece of fish on his plate. Why are you not eating, Do-hun? You must have deeply missed your mother's home-cooked meals all this time. Lim Do-hun obediently takes a spoonful of rice. Outside, the heavy rain continues to fall without pause. He chews slowly, letting the familiar, comforting taste of home settle on his tongue. Heavy raindrops keep drumming against the outdoor air conditioning unit, creating a loud but deeply familiar metallic sound. Seeing him take in these familiar surroundings brings such a massive sense of relief. The wind shifts, driving the heavy rain forcefully against the glass of the balcony door. Lim Do-hun chews the most delicious bite of rice in his life, crying, because everything is still the same. He chokes out through his tears. Mom, I missed your cooking so much. It is just as delicious as before. Lim Do-hun sets down his rice bowl, sobbing and stammering like a helpless child. Mom, Dad, the truth about what happened to me. You probably will not even believe it, he stammers. But his father just smiles gently, walking over to gently pat his son's back. If you do not want to talk about it, you do not have to. His father says so. They just enjoy their dinner. His parents do not ask any questions, as if they already know everything without being told. And they accept him, completely treating him as if nothing had ever changed. Lying in bed that night, Lim Do-hun tells himself that he cannot waste his remaining days. He cannot just wait for death now that he has finally reclaimed the normal life he so desperately wanted. He spends his days helping out at his parents' restaurant alongside Sancho. His father praises how natural he is, which he has heard before, but Sancho is a different story. She is incredibly clumsy as a newcomer, quickly tripping and spilling a whole tray of food. Do-hun grabs a mop to clean up the mess, gently telling her it is okay, and to go sit down. And during the night, he wanders around his school, quietly reflecting on the year of youth he completely missed out on. For many hours, he just sits quietly on a bench watching the students with Sancho by his side. They look just like a grandfather and granddaughter, out taking a quiet stroll. Just watching all the familiar faces drift past them. Lim Do-hun can still easily recall their names, Jinseo Jang-gon, and even So-hee, the girl who sat right in front of him. In the photos, they smile so brightly, looking incredibly youthful. But now he is completely wrinkled with almost no time left to live. That youth should have belonged to a 19-year-old Lim Do-hun smiling brightly alongside his friends. Instead, the elderly Lim Do-hun can only sit here lost in his memories. It seems little Sancho is getting curious too. She suddenly stops eating and stands up from the bench. But he reaches out and gently pulls her back. Sancho, I like things just the way they are, he says, happy just to watch them from afar. Lim Do-hun simply smiles instead of explaining further, saying he is just glad to be back. Sancho stares at him in silence. Perhaps she cannot comprehend why he would choose this. She sits back down and tells him to let her know if his courage ever fails. Hero, I will drag them to you. Lim Do-hun pats her head and smiles. Thank you, kid. I'm truly grateful that you came along to accompany a boring old man like me. 3 months later, the television news suddenly broadcasts a report about Kim Min-soo. This man was spotted at the site of the first explosion and is believed to have appeared at every subsequent blast. Lim Do-hun stares wide-eyed at the screen, gripping his broom tight, as Sancho looks on in disbelief. The normal life he fought so desperately to regain is instantly shattered, prompting him to grab Sancho in sheer panic. Am I not the only hero here, Sancho? What on earth is going on? But even Sancho has absolutely no idea what to say. You are the only hero who was ever summoned by our world. Do-hun, I have never seen or even heard of such a monstrous creature. Her response makes Lim Do-hun grit his teeth in frustration. Why? Why does it have to be now? Just when his remaining time is so desperately short, his home world begins to fall apart. Right when he has finally managed to return home, after sacrificing his entire youth just to spend his few remaining years with his family. One evening, as the news broadcasts updates on Jin Yu-seong's fierce battle, the family still sits together for dinner. The reporter details the sudden appearance of Jin Yu-seong, who swore to eliminate the monstrous terrorist. But both of his parents wear incredibly heavy expressions as they listen to the grim broadcast. The entire nation's attention has shifted toward these extraordinary heroes who possess godlike abilities normally found only in works of fiction. Lim Do-hun and Sancho remain completely silent, barely even touching their food. The television news continues to blare in the background, repeating its alarming claims. Scholars and alternative historians are now desperately re-evaluating the current bizarre situation. Some are even suggesting that there might be far more secret heroes living among them. Finally, Lim Do-hun's mother abruptly shuts off the television to ease her mind. He hesitates for a moment, then quietly calls out to his parents. But his mother only frowns, telling him to eat while his father silently chews his bland food. But like a falling row of dominoes, trouble finds its way directly to their doorstep that very night. His father sets down his chopsticks when the sound of the doorbell suddenly echoes. A young man dressed in a sharp suit stands at the entrance, politely greeting him. He asks if this is the residence of Lim Do-hun, and his father nods. "Yes, that is correct," the father replies, as the visitor requests the family's full cooperation. With those words, the visitor politely asks for their cooperation while presenting his official agency identification. Seo Tae-ho, 34 years old, tactical team leader of the National Intelligence Service. Before the stunned father can even react, the agents push past him and barge into the house. "Wait, hold on a minute," the father protests, but Seo Tae-ho merely frowns as he glances inside. He spots an elderly man and a little girl eating, forcing the father to quickly lie that Do-hun is out. Seo Tae-ho bluntly asks about the boy who vanished almost a year ago. "Then why did you recently withdraw the missing person report for him?" He immediately focuses on the two strangers in the room, an elderly man who does not live here and a young child. "Which of them is Lim Do-hun?" His father quickly makes an excuse, claiming the man is his father-in-law. Before he can lie further, Seo Tae-ho cuts him off, stating his father-in-law passed away 2 years ago. As proof, the agents hold a detailed background report on the entire family. Another agent speaks up, reminding them that martial law is currently in effect. Before they answer, he warns that making false statements to federal agents will lead to extremely severe punishments. The father stammers in panic, sweat dripping down his face, as Seo Tae-ho demands to know who is Do-hun. Finally, Lim Do-hun stands up and says that it is him. He identifies himself as Lim Do-hun, pleading with them not to worry his parents. They all sit down to have a long, serious discussion together. Seo Tae-ho presents the offer, showing them the compensation packages provided by the government. He slides a document forward explaining that if Do-hun joins their list, he will fight against the dangerous terrorist. Since he will be risking his life for the country, he won't be held responsible if he fails. And if he dies in battle, the government will make sure his family is fully taken care of for life. His parents' faces darken with anger, and his mother tightly squeezes her glass of water. "Is that really all you came here to say to us?" Showing a hint of regret on his face, Seo Tae-ho quietly answers yes. In a sudden burst of rage, Do-hun's gentle mother splashes her water straight at the two agents. Seo Tae-ho is forced to sit in silence as the furious woman screams at him. "You expect me to send my son to a battlefield? How dare you!" "Look at my son. It breaks my heart to see how much he has aged already." Do-hun sits to the side, silently hanging his head as his heart aches. Finally, the father tells them to leave immediately, warning that they will throw something much worse if they stay. Seo Tae-ho is forced to stand up. "Fine, we will leave now." Warning them that the national situation is rapidly changing, he purposefully walks over and pats Do-hun on the shoulder. Seo Tae-ho whispers a desperate plea, telling Do-hun that they need him right now. Shortly after, a temporary closed sign is posted on the restaurant door. It explains that due to personal circumstances, they will be closed indefinitely. Sancho is the one tasked with taping the sign onto the glass. Ever since that encounter, the father carries a heavy heart, standing out on the balcony to smoke. In the kitchen, the mother quietly washes the dishes with absolute silence hanging over them. Feeling too suffocated by the heavy silence, Do-hun puts on his coat to head outside, but his mother calls out the moment he moves. She begs him not to do it, sobbing, as she asks him not to give her another reason to suffer. He forces a light-hearted laugh, assuring her that he has no such intentions. It is just time for his usual daily walk after all. Slowly stepping outside, he finds his old school completely deserted and silent. Sancho points out that his friends are not around, and the entire campus is eerily quiet. The drinking fountains sit completely unused because the nation is now at war. All because that bastard Kim Min-soo appeared and shattered their peaceful lives. Even the once crowded soccer field is completely empty. As they walk along, Do-hun tells Sancho that he feels he must protect everyone's right to live a normal, peaceful life. Confused, Sancho stops in his tracks and asks him to explain. Do-hun pulls up his sleeve, revealing the rapidly decreasing red number, noting that his own normal life is already gone forever. Because of that, he is determined to protect the lives of everyone else. Suddenly, the phone on the desk rings from an unknown number. A staff member rushes over to hand it to Seo. "Sir, we have a call from Lim Do-hun." Seo jumps up in excitement and demands to hand him the phone. Do-hun listens to the voice on the other end, ready to put an end to this at last. They promise to meet again soon, and Do-hun knows the government has granted him some final moments with his family. Later at Do-hun's restaurant, his family is packing up their things. Do-hoon carries a box outside, setting it down heavily on the floor. Wiping his sweat with the towel, Do-hoon calls out to Sancho, who quickly steps forward and addresses him as her hero. He asks the young girl if she would like to sleep in his parents' room tonight. Placing a hand on her shoulder, he explains that he needs to spend tonight completely alone. He asks if she can do that for him, and Sancho sadly nods in response. I lived my day as if everything was normal, acting as if nothing had ever happened. Alone in his pitch-black room, Do-hoon hesitates before deciding it is time to prepare. On the day of the battle, he pulls a sheet of paper from the bookshelf. For the first time in 7 years, I sat down to write a letter to my parents. Dear Mom and Dad, please forgive me for writing this emotional letter, instead of saying goodbye in person. When you saw me finally return home, you must have realized that I did not have much time left in this world. I cannot say exactly how long, but I only have about 6 years left. Most of that time will be spent bedridden, as my body grows weaker by the day. And eventually I will likely suffer from severe memory loss. I would regress into a helpless child again, forcing my own parents to care for their only son all over again. I know how devastating it would be for you to outlive and bury your own child. My parents and Sancho crying before my portrait. I do not want you to suffer while watching me slowly fade away. That is why I am leaving. I only came back to see my family one last time. Even though our time together was incredibly short, I was truly happy. Seeing everyone smile was more than enough for me. And the government has promised a massive reward. An official hands Do-hoon the files outlining exactly what the government promised to provide in exchange for his vital help. Reading through the papers, he hopes they will take the money and find a quiet, peaceful place to live. The official hands Do-hoon a pen, asking him to sign if he is finished reading. He takes the pen and signs his name Lim Do-hoon clearly on the line. Far away from a small kitchen or a noisy restaurant, thank you for everything. I hope to go to a place so beautiful that everyone can finally forget about me. That afternoon, Do-hoon calls Sancho over to make one final request. Please take care of my parents. They will not be lonely with you by their side. I am so sorry that I cannot stay with everyone any longer. I am sorry for returning to you in such a miserable state. I'm sorry for leaving you, love Do-hoon. Finishing the letter, he sets down the pen and stands up. He stretches his aching 60-year-old back and pulls back his sleeve to look at his arm. 15 days remain. The numbers on his arm begin to shift. Protect me. Chronos is activated and the numbers drop from 52 to 10. A spatial portal tears open in midair, morphing into a massive heavy hammer. Gripping the massive hammer, Do-hoon shows absolute determination on his face as his body undergoes a complete transformation, wrapping his legs in heavy armor and fueling his soul with power. A helmet materializes perfectly on his head as Do-hoon completes his transformation into a true hero. Opening his bedroom door, he sees his father sitting alone at the kitchen table, quietly drinking. Where are you going? Do-hoon? Hearing his father's voice, Do-hoon freezes in his tracks. The tall, lonely figure pleads, Don't go, your mother and I still believe it's not too late. His voice chokes up. I truly believe the three of us can still live a happy life together. Do-hoon drops to one knee, bowing to his father. I'm just going for a short walk, I won't be long. Despite his words, his father keeps drinking. Do-hoon adds that he's deeply grateful to be their son. Tears stream down the father's face, dripping onto the table as his emotions completely spill over. Inside their bedroom, Do-hoon's mother quietly weeps in the dark, mourning what's to come. But Do-hoon walks away, his resolve unshaken. He stops and looks at her. You don't have to do this. Patting Sancho's head, he says that if she leaves, his parents will be left all alone. Sancho responds like a programmed machine. I've been ordered by the princess to serve you until the very end, hero. Her gaze softens. Even if you're marching straight toward your death, I'll gladly follow you. Sancho rumbles through her bag and pulls out a small wooden toy horse. Honestly, what kind of knight sets out on a grand quest without his trusty steed? Dropping the toy onto the ground, she tells him to climb on. Suddenly, with a loud bang, it transforms into a real horse. Sancho invites Do-hoon to mount up. Come on, we still have a long journey ahead. With that, Do-hoon rides forward with Sancho walking right by his side. Riding in silence, they watch crowds of refugees streaming out of the ruined city. Do-hoon and Sancho say nothing as they pass. Two opposing flows of people, one escaping the other, heading straight in. The refugees whisper among themselves. He's heading towards Seoul. Is that the next hero? Isn't that just an old man? That's the one they sent? How can they expect some old man to do what even Jin Yu-song couldn't manage? Suddenly, a young girl pauses, realizing who he is. In Seoul, massive structures crumble as a violent explosion sends shockwaves and debris flying everywhere. Min-soo Kim grips his sword, walking through the wreckage, but stops as he senses something approaching. This never gets boring, he muses. Sensing another warrior, he watches as Do-hoon and Sancho finally reach their destination. Dismounting his horse, Do-hoon locks eyes with his opponent. Min-soo Kim takes his stance while Do-hoon casually spins his hammer. Sancho, stay back, he warns. I don't want you getting caught in the crossfire. Gripping the handle tight, Do-hoon charges forward, raising his weapon high to deliver a crushing blow directly at Min-soo. Minsu blocks it effortlessly, but Do-hoon already knows his next move. 1 year. The glowing numbers on his hand shift from 6 years to 5 years, 10 days. That single year of power forcefully slams the sword down, crushing Minsu into the shattered earth. Shocked as his weight suddenly multiplies, Minsu buckles. Do-hoon roars out heavy, isn't it? That's the weight of time. Talk about an incredible impact. That 1 year strike carries enough force to overpower the seemingly invincible Minsu. The surrounding space warps as the sword hero struggles to hold his ground. Tilting his blade horizontally, Minsu Kim barely manages to deflect the devastating hammer blow. Channeling raw strength into his sword, he finally repels Do-hoon's heavy assault. Minsu lunges with another slash, but Do-hoon counters with a fierce swing. Burning through yet another year, Do-hoon unleashes a 2-year strike aimed directly at his enemy's waist. Taking the hit squares in the ribs, Minsu is launched like a ragdoll, smashing right through multiple concrete high-rises. Debris rains down as the steel buildings are left with massive gaping holes. Preparing another strike, Do-hoon's body flares up as boiling energy radiates into the atmosphere. Kronos, the demonic hammer. Though styled as a holy relic, this weapon earned its terrifying reputation by slowly eating away at its wielder's life force. It drains the user's very life force, its massive weight multiplying with every single year it steals away. Do-hoon's body grows alarmingly thin and his hair is falling out in thick clumps. He is not just losing his precious life force, his entire body is aging at a terrifyingly rapid pace. As his weapon grows heavier by the second, the fragile body forced to hold it slowly breaks apart. Slowly, he is crushed under the unbearable weight of time. Do-hoon honestly has no idea if he can even win, or if his ultimate sacrifice is even worth it. With only 4 years and 10 days left on his clock, what should he do right now? San snaps him back to reality, telling him to stay focused because the enemy is closing in. He snaps out of it just as Kim Min-soo comes surfing through ruined buildings. Min-soo locks eyes with his opponent, noting that the guy looks even more pathetic than before. That idiot is sacrificing his own lifespan in exchange for cheap power, slowly killing himself. Putting on his helmet, Min-soo plans to play defense until his opponent loses patience. He calculates that his desperate opponent will eventually just burn himself out. Kim Min-soo's sword flares with bright light as Do-hoon swings his massive hammer forward. Ready to tear each other apart, they clash, sending a deafening ring of metal echoing through the air. They exchange 800 devastating blows, yet neither side is willing to back down just yet. The watching army holds its breath, witnessing an evenly matched fight for the very first time. Kim Min-soo attacks relentlessly while Lim Do-hoon desperately blocks every incoming strike. So far, he is doing much better than Jin Yu-seong, putting up an incredible fight in close combat. But if that is the case, why does his defeat still feel completely inevitable? Swinging his sword with absolute confidence, Kim Min-soo instantly shifts the entire pressure of the fight. He is growing more thrilled by the second, taking one step closer to victory with every swing. Meanwhile, Lim Do-hoon is rapidly fading, edging closer to his own death with every single movement. Do-hoon knows how this game ends. At this rate, his defeat is absolute. Gritting his 80-year-old teeth, he prepares to burn it all. The numbers on his hand rapidly drop until only a single day remains to burn everything away. His hammer expands to a monstrous size as Do-hoon swings it with everything he has left. Pouring in his memories, his regrets, and his life, Do-hoon lets out a desperate roar. This incredible force tears through space, ready to crush everything in its path. This is the demonic power of 6 years and 9 days of stolen time. Kim Min-soo feels the sheer terror of the blow as his knees buckle under the crushing weight. Gasping heavily for air, Do-hoon raises his withered skeletal hand. Taking a close combat stance, he vows to break through the defense. Min-soo flinches in surprise as Do-hoon charges straight forward, throwing a furious punch while being crushed by the weight of time. The merciless strike connects perfectly, slamming directly into Min-soo's face with brutal force. Blood splatters everywhere, but Do-hoon keeps his fists clenched, landing hit after hit to knock his enemy down. Unleashing a relentless barrage of punches, Do-hoon pummels Min-soo's face without pausing. This endless assault completely breaks Min-soo's focus, stopping him from disarming the hammer. Annoyed by this persistent bastard, Min-soo grunts as Do-hoon clenches his fist even tighter. He knows the internal damage he takes is far greater than any physical harm he can inflict. But if he stops, he dies. It feels like walking on a razor-thin tightrope. Desperate, he begs his failing body to hold on for just a little bit longer. The exact amount of life Lim Do-hoon sacrificed to power up his hammer was 6 years and 9 days. Now he only has a single day left not to recover, but the final day before his body completely gives out. This marked the day both his physical body and mind would completely break down beyond repair. Even Kim Min-soo is barely holding his ground. Do-hoon gasps for air, trembling and crying like a little kid. He no longer looks like a hero. He screams in agonizing pain. It hurts so much he cries, looking at his shaking hands and calling for his mother. Do-hoon tears off his gauntlets, tosses his helmet aside, and begins stripping away all of his heavy armor. What is this, and why is it so heavy? Minsu thinks, utterly shocked by what he is seeing. Is he insane, Minsu thinks, as he blocks the hammer, believing the battle is finally over. Do-hoon covers his ears, complaining about the loud noise, prompting Minsu to deactivate his overwhelming power. Do-hoon scratches his head, asking where his home is, no longer recognizing the deadly enemy standing right before him. Shaking, he begs for help because he is hungry and in pain. Kim Minsu ruthlessly raises his sword, but Sancho rushes in just in time. With the chant for Toro, the giant wooden ox suddenly materializes. Charging forward, the massive wooden ox rams straight into Minsu, sending him flying hundreds of meters back. Sancho runs to Do-hoon and holds his trembling hands full of regret for not stopping him sooner. Regretting not listening to his parents, Sancho cries and begs him to wake up. She warns him they will both die, but Do-hoon only stares blankly, wondering what a hero even is. He brushes off Sancho's hand and walks toward Minsu, muttering that he needs to ask him some questions. Frustrated, Sancho pushes him down, begging him to snap out of it, as Do-hoon collapses, groaning in pain. He begs her not to hit him, leaving Sancho staring at him with clenched, trembling fists. Tears streaming down her face, she screams that they came here so he could protect his family. But looking at him now, she desperately begs that they go home. Minsu destroys the annoying wooden ox, looking at them with cold pity. Minsu approaches with his sword raised, but Sancho is stunned to see Do-hoon slowly standing back up. She remembers her mother's words begging her to protect the hero, to repay him for everything he did for them. And the young girl desperately searches her bag. Her duty as his loyal companion is to serve and protect the hero until the very end. Do-hoon regains his clarity at last, slowly pulling himself up despite having only one day left. He gently pats Sancho on the shoulder, but only to ask her who he really is. Crying her eyes out, Sancho tells him that he is the man who sacrificed everything for this world. You are Lim Do-hoon, the legendary hero of time himself. Gently wiping away her tears, he murmurs that any man who makes a child cry cannot be a hero. Gripping his hammer once more, he resolves to spend his very last moments right here. As the number of days on his hand begins to shift, Do-hoon begs her to take care of his parents. The remaining time displayed on his hand finally drops to 0 days. In that final instant, his entire life flashes before him, being born, held by his parents, and meeting the people he loved most. He envisions growing up, sitting in classrooms with his friends, and learning about the world. Felt shy around his crush, recalling the sweet warmth of falling in love. Trying out smoking, living through his rebellious phase. Stranded in another world, his only wish was to go home, because that was his true life. This final strike carries the weight and memory of a completely normal life. As his hammer glows with a brilliant white light, Sancho sits on her mount, weeping uncontrollably. Minsu glares in sheer annoyance as Do-hoon unleashes the power of 6 years and 10 days. Take this, he yells as the scene abruptly shifts to a peaceful, wide airport runway. A commercial airplane prepares to land as a loud announcement echoes through the terminal, paging all passengers on the Fungbak Airlines flight to Gimpo Airport, departing at 1:40 p.m. Attention passengers, please proceed to gate 13. Once again, this is for the 1:40 p.m. flight. A young Do-hoon throws a massive tantrum at the airport, crying out that he does not want to go home. His mother sighs in defeat, asking if he wants to stay here forever. Do-hoon, you do not want that, right? Oh dear, look at him cry. He does not want the trip to end because returning home means going right back to school. His father kneels on one knee, explaining that every journey must eventually come to an end. And saying goodbye has always been incredibly hard for Do-hoon. But does that mean we did not have any fun along the way? Young Do-hoon is not so sure, but his father firmly assures him. Exactly. Because if this trip had not been fun, you would not want to stay so badly. Holding his father's hand, he learns that what makes a journey truly beautiful are the memories created along the way. His father gently wipes away his tears. So even if we feel a bit sad right now, do not think about how sad we are to pack up and leave, but instead let us cherish every single wonderful memory we made while we were here. Hearing this, he finally stops crying as his father raises a hand with a smile. Right, and he raises his hand too. The family of 3 shares a happy moment, celebrating what truly was a wonderful journey. His mother, his father, and Sancho, who has ridden a horse some distance away. His father still smoking, his mother still washing dishes. The townspeople watching him, his dear friends, and everyone who filled his life's journey with precious memories. Do-hoon's last wish for this world, please do not cry for him. In absolute silence, Do-hoon raises his hammer once again. Minsu notes his wide-open stance, pointing out a fragile body that a gentle breeze could easily shatter. With eyes as lifeless as a corpse, he has clearly pushed his physical body to its absolute limit. Minsu simply cannot understand why on earth did you come here. What could you possibly hope to achieve in exchange for your life, even if it meant transforming yourself into such a hideous state? Do-hoon struggles to speak. I came here to end my journey, which only irritates Minsu. Minsu starts to protest, but Do-hun cuts him off, stating he does not truly want to understand. Is it not true that you slaughter all these people simply because you refuse to try and understand them? Growing increasingly irritated, Minsu retorts that they were the ones who never tried to understand him. To truly be myself, I had no choice but to eliminate every single one of them. Gripping his sword tightly, he charges directly forward to strike Do-hun. And you will join them, Minsu thinks, as Do-hun swings his massive hammer forward. Minsu feels absolutely no fear, fully confident that he can block the incoming hammer strike. He is already used to the weapon's weight, imagining how he will easily deflect it. Once he parries this final strike and cuts him down, this battle will finally be over. He charges forward with full confidence, but get this, he has no idea that the hammer's power has reached a whole new level. The power of time collides with the sword, freezing the very air around Do-hun. Even the surrounding buildings and everything nearby begin to distort under the pressure. The devastating force crashes onto where Minsu and Do-hun stand. Riding hard, Sancho's horse instantly senses the terrifying change in the atmosphere. Sancho looks back in disbelief as both she and her horse are violently blown away. Suddenly, a hand grabs her as a luxury sports car drifts around sharply. She is pulled safely inside the vehicle as it leaps across the splitting pavement. Fortunately, they land safely, allowing Seo Tae-ho to sigh in relief as the world behind them descends into chaos. Kim Minsu struggles to hold back the overwhelming power of time, completely unable to comprehend how this is happening. The actual time added to his hammer was only a single day, yet the life flashback he experiences right before death bends the very density of time itself. His entire lifetime plays back like a film stretched out over 18 long years. Playing school sports with his friends for 5 months, taking pictures with his crush for 11 precious days. Hanging out with friends and his crush for just 7 short hours. 38 minutes spent in another world. 55 seconds of returning to his family. All of that concentrated power pours straight into the hammer. Every memory he has ever created throughout his lifetime flashes before his eyes, making the hero of time grow infinitely more powerful. Gritting his teeth, Kim Minsu grips his legendary sword with absolute desperation, fighting to withstand all this force. As past memories play out, a question rises. Do you really think Don Quixote regained his sanity right before his death and regretted his entire journey? Back then, Do-hun firmly stated that he did not think so. He believed that the path the old knight chased with such burning passion, his deep devotion, became a happy memory. That final chapter of his life was undoubtedly a grand adventure that saved the lives of his beloved readers. Now Do-hun can barely gasp for air with Kim Minsu's blade driven straight through his chest. The massive hammer crashes to the ground as Do-hun slowly staggers backward, the sword still skewering him. As Kim Minsu raises his blade once again, Do-hun quietly says his final goodbyes to the world. He whispers an apology for failing to protect everyone until the very end. But despite his best efforts, he is ultimately taken out by Kim Minsu. Giving thanks to everyone for making his life such a genuinely wonderful journey. High up in the pitch-black sky, a massive military helicopter hovers, its heavy rotors slicing through the air. From the dark belly of the aircraft, a blinding beam of light shines directly down onto the battlefield. It is likely a high-resolution camera sent by the High Command to monitor the brutal clash unfolding below. This tragic death of the hero of time completely shatters their long-held beliefs. Inside the command room, the 3 Joint Chiefs of Staff keep their eyes glued to the monitors. They believed that all heroes were nothing but irredeemable monsters, just like Kim Minsu. On the cracked screen, a shot of the shattered armor appears, one robotic eye glowing fiercely. Or Jin Yuseon sitting back in his chair with his hands relaxed behind his head. He chuckles as the screen cracks, a perfect display of the insatiable greed driving Jin Yuseon. This challenges the government's official stance that every single hero is a state enemy solely responsible for this entire disaster. The 3 commanders stare forward in silence, their minds racing with endless political and tactical calculations. Oh Ho-seong sits in the center, chin resting on his hand. Their firm belief that the heroes must eliminate each other to guarantee national survival has been thoroughly shaken. A soldier clenches his fist in rage. Deep disappointment washes over his face as he speaks out about what they just saw. He speaks up, asking if they can genuinely call a man like that an enemy that must be destroyed. Kang Ryong-hwan bows his head slightly, muttering that there will always be exceptions. But they can never guarantee that other rogue heroes will behave the same way. As the national flag flutters in the wind, the Chief of Staff continues his cold speech. They cannot afford to make critical security decisions based on groundless hope or baseless sympathy. A completely level head is required to protect the absolute best interests of the country. In his mind, a grim vision of a vast cemetery stretching to the horizon appears. He adds that if a few innocent souls must be sacrificed along the way, then they will simply have to honor their memory after the entire crisis has finally ended. The young soldier is not ready to back down, pressing on to argue his point. Perhaps the only wise move left for us is to reconsider our current strategy. Ryong Hwan barks out, "Stop letting your emotions cloud your judgment. What about the millions of soldiers who died fighting for their country? Does their sacrifice mean absolutely nothing to you?" He grabs his beret from the desk and lowers his voice, telling them to remember exactly why those men laid down their lives. With that, he walks out of the room, leaving everyone behind in a heavy, grief-stricken silence. He muttered that the monitoring of the second hero's deployment had officially come to an end. Ryong Hwan walks on, his steps heavy and slow. His face tightens as sweat beads on his forehead. Something is making him incredibly uneasy. He turns the handle and pushes the door, the soft click echoing in the hallway. The sudden sound instantly catches the attention of the man waiting inside. He snaps a quick military salute, casually asking what wind blew the general all the way here. Ryong Hwan delivers the cold news that Lim Do-han is dead, and the man just smirks wickedly. He replies that he already heard, noting the old man put up a much better fight than expected. Ryong Hwan steps closer with a fierce glare, warning him that he better be absolutely sure about his submitted report. Manager Kim does not flinch, only letting a subtle smirk play on his lips. He taps his temple with the grin, assuring the general that everything is going exactly according to plan. In his mind, he is already visualizing Kim Min-soo collapsing under the weight of an overwhelming assault. He explains that if they concentrate all their defensive forces to eliminate Kim Min-soo as quickly as possible, then the surviving warriors will become the ultimate heroes. We see the heroes standing tall on a grand monument beneath a headless stone statue. He continues explaining that, whether through raw military force or clever political maneuvering, they will have no one left to control except for each other. A dark vision of the future unfolds, showing rogue heroes turning wild amidst a sea of flames. If even one of those powerhouses goes rogue, hiding their dark motives to stage a bloody coup and seize control of the nation. Right now, 2 of those dangerous heroes are already dead. It does not matter how well we treat them, General. These heroes are nothing but ticking time bombs with boundless greed, making it vital to thin their numbers as much as we can. Manager Kim explains calmly. Weakening them to the point where the government can easily control them is our absolute best path forward. He tells Ryong Hwan that he simply needs to stay calm and focused. Rest assured, Sir History will always remember your heavy responsibility and ironclad determination. Placing his blue beret on his head, the general mutters that he cannot help but worry they are looking too far ahead. Before stepping out, he looks back at Manager Kim, warning the man that he will be watching his every single move. The loud slam of the door and the locking click leave Kim feeling annoyed. He slumps heavily into his leather chair, leaning back and reaching deep into his inner coat pocket. He grumbles in frustration, calling him a paranoid fool. Why can't he just shut up and trust me? He is simply not smart enough to devise a plan like this alone. Pulling a cigarette from his pocket, Manager Kim smiles with absolute confidence, knowing exactly how the future is going to unfold. And honestly, his absolute confidence is not entirely baseless. There is a massive secret here. Suddenly, we flash back to heavily armed guards pointing their rifles at a young kid with a backpack, hands raised high. That was the day Jin Yusong appeared at the Ministry of Defense. While all the other soldiers were frantically running around the base to secure their positions. One soldier, hiding silently inside a dark room. That soldier looks outside, a faint smile creeping onto his face as his guest finally arrives. A soldier slips quietly into Manager Kim's office during his phone call. The young man greets him with a simple hello, making Manager Kim drop his phone in shock and demand to know who he is. Smiling, the teenager places a hand over his chest, standing tall in a military uniform styled like a sharp suit with a striped tie. He claims to be his golden ticket, the key that will turn the manager into one of the most powerful men in the entire country. Calling himself a future hero, he promises to elevate Manager Kim into the savior of the entire nation. Out of nowhere, glowing blue cubes begin materializing in the empty air around them. He reaches in and pulls out a sword. But he doesn't stop there. A whole arsenal of different weapons starts emerging from the portal. Showing off his incredible inventory, he calmly explains that he can see the future. And with his insider knowledge, taking down the rogue heroes will be a walk in the park. With a snap of his fingers, he makes them vanish. Pretty cool, right? He promises that once order is restored, Manager Kim will take absolute credit for resolving the entire crisis. The skeptical manager asks why he was chosen instead of the kid himself. Pulling up a chair to face the manager, the boy reminds him that despite his powers, he is still just a high schooler. He needs a government insider with the power to pull right strings. That is exactly why he needs an ambitious public face like Manager Kim to lead the charge. He adds with a smirk that the manager is a highly ambitious man, isn't he? Manager Kim chuckles softly at the mention of ambition. Lee Seong-jun then begins outlining the dark future that awaits them. In the grim future, Lee Seong-jun claims to have witnessed even if they manage to kill Kim Min-soo, more rogue heroes will inevitably return to initiate their own horrific slaughters nationwide. He firmly emphasizes that every single one of these returning heroes must be eliminated. Only then can they prevent absolute disaster. Later that day, the Joint Chiefs of Staff gather to debate the volatile situation surrounding Jeon Seung-woo, just as an urgent report arrives from the interrogation room. It seems Jeon Seung-woo is making some highly unreasonable demands. More details of the interrogation filter in. The young warrior is volunteering to go out and eliminate the threat completely on his own, while Manager Kim watches the chiefs discuss this in the command room. Resting on the table are files containing names of suspected supernatural entities. These documents outline the initial proposals for an anti-terrorist alliance, including the movements of Captain An. She will soon submit her hero search report. Her exact strategy revolves around uniting all active heroes to wage war against Kim Min-soo. The Defense Department will handle the logistics, Lee Seong-jun continues explaining. But of course they cannot afford to let her have things her way. In the timeline he saw, the subsequent disasters with the other heroes were a direct result of her total incompetence and failure to see the bigger picture. Manager Kim sits back, carefully dissecting every word Lee Seong-jun shared with him. Every single event is playing out exactly as that self-proclaimed future hero has predicted. It means this is his golden opportunity to rapidly seize absolute power and influence within the ministry. Especially now that the kids' predictions are coming true one by one. Throwing away all remaining doubts, the manager prepares to set his master plan in motion. He confidently steps before the assembly of Joint Chiefs and elite officers to deliver his strategic proposal. This will be South Korea's official response to the sudden rise of these overpowered supernatural heroes. Leaning back, he puffs on his cigarette with his hands resting casually behind his head. He tells the room that since everything is unfolding just as predicted, there is absolutely no need to rush. A smug, sickening smirk slowly stretches across his face. Who should I put on the chopping block next? Everything is playing out exactly as he predicted, or at least that is what he believes. Inside the main chapel of the Protestant Charity Church, thundering chants echo through the halls. Lower your hands. You may lay everything down before me, the true descendant of God. Standing before a massive crowd of devoted followers, a pastor preaches as endless cries of Amen fill the room. All the grief, physical pain, persecution, and suffering he endured while walking this material world. Every terrible and unclean thing has been completely forgiven. The pastor raises his fist, pouring all his emotion into his speech. Let us weep, cast down our heavy burdens, and seek salvation. Hallelujah. Shouts of hallelujah echo all the way outside. Someone is approaching. Two guards place their hands over their hearts and bow as footsteps head toward the main hall. She steps up behind the pastor, clapping her hands and cheering mockingly. Bravo, bravo! The startled pastor turns around to look. Silence falls over the entire hall, everyone paralyzed with fear as their faces turn pale. In an instant, the pastor is bound so tightly, he shrivels into a pathetic heap. A microphone is shoved deep into his bloody, mangled face. The mysterious intruder claps and laughs, calling for a round of applause for the pastor's inspiring sermon on eternal life. And just like that, the hero of faith appears. Government troops unleash a non-stop barrage of gunfire at an unseen target. It is a dark robot covered in glowing purple lines, effortlessly deflecting every single bullet. All of their advanced weaponry fails to leave even a single scratch on it. The robot stands tall and imposing, completely unfazed by the onslaught. Emptying his entire clip, one soldier grits his teeth, sweating bullets in sheer panic. He stammers that there is not a single scratch on the thing. Saying absolutely nothing, the robot's eyes suddenly flare with a blinding purple light, emitting a loud crackling sound. A pillar of purple light shoots into the sky, triggering a massive explosion that shakes the entire area. Meanwhile, the transforming hero appears over a remote stretch of sea. Beneath the glowing sunrise, a massive whirlpool begins to churn. A giant sea monster wraps around a ship, snapping it clean in half. Rising completely out of the ocean, the beast fires a devastating energy beam into the distance. On the water's surface, the burning wreckage of the ship blazes intensely. A young girl watches the destruction unfold, her cheeks flushed as she smiles. Over in another corner of the city, the Sea Dragon hero stands amidst absolute ruin and raging fires. A loud laugh echoes from somewhere. Haha, justice. A white-haired figure in a tight suit with a star emblem stands covered in fresh blood. He is holding up two lifeless police officers who are missing their limbs, while the bodies of several others lie scattered across the bloody floor. He declares that justice must be served to absolutely everyone. The Iron Fist hero appears at an airport amidst chaotic shouting, with people yelling to hurry up. A desperate crowd screams at the ticket counter, leaving the staff completely overwhelmed and confused. The panicked crowd demands to know how much longer their flights will be delayed. Panicking that they will all die if they stay, a strange man quietly pulls a mask out of his bag. He stutters, telling himself to look at them all gathering here just to survive. Tossing his paper bag aside, he stares intently at the chaotic crowd shouting before the ticket counter. He mutters in disgust that they look exactly like ants crawling over a corpse. He slowly slips on the mask, which looks like a gas mask. Time to clean things up. He places his hand on his chest and adjusts his tie. Lowering his hand, a tiny black hole slowly forms right at the tip of his index finger. He waves his finger as the hole expands, releasing a strange, thick purple mist into the air. Before long, the deadly purple fog drifts through the vents, completely swallowing the entire airport terminal. The plague hero watches his target, a regular man sitting quietly on an airport bench. The creeping purple mist slowly drifts over, completely surrounding the unsuspecting traveler on his bench. He takes a breath, and the purple mist slips right into his nose. Standing up to grab his suitcase, his nose suddenly begins to itch as he rubs it in discomfort. Suddenly, he lets out a violent cough, his eyes widening in horror as he hacks up pure blood. Nearby travelers turn their heads, watching the scene unfold with deep panic and concern. But he just keeps coughing, blood pouring from his mouth as his face turns a sickly purple. Onlookers wave their hands frantically, screaming for medical help. But before those cries can even finish, everyone around him starts coughing up blood too. Coughs echo as blood splatters across the floor. The plague hero has unleashed his terrifying bioweapon. The freak chuckles softly, casually strolling past the rows of innocent people collapsing to the ground. He cannot contain his sick amusement, and his quiet chuckles explode into wild, ringing laughter. Memories of his past flood back. None of these people could ever understand his pain. Back when he was just a boy, he would quietly slip through the classroom back door, taking hesitant steps. Disgusted whispers fill the classroom, making each of his steps feel incredibly heavy. The teacher and classmates all glare with absolute disgust, and almost everyone covers their nose. Why do those filthy sewer rats always have to hang around normal people? Dirt and rocks fly at his face, and his classmates scream for the smelly trash to go home. He just hangs his head, walking away as clods of dirt continue to pelt his back. The cruel taunts follow him. They mock him, asking if he only came to steal free school lunch. They tell him to drop out of school and just eat his garbage at home. None of them would ever understand. The young boy walks home entirely alone in the world. Climbing the narrow steps of a cramped, decaying neighborhood, he slowly pushes open his front door. Waiting inside is a disheveled man holding a greasy container of cooking oil. In the background, piles of rotting trash are stacked high. The gaunt man with sunken eyes, barely half open, glares at the little boy and demands to know if he brought home any food. Why do those annoying, filthy flies always make that disgusting buzzing sound? Keeping his eyes on the floor, the boy offers his backpack filled with meat scraps and a single carton of milk. The father aggressively tears through the bag, shoveling the scraps into his mouth. Sitting opposite him, the starving boy hugs his knees as his empty stomach growls, head still lowered. A plaque on the wall says anything is possible for those who believe, but nobody will ever understand. Left with nothing, the poor boy digs through a restaurant trash can. The restaurant owner walks out with a fresh garbage bag, freezing when he spots the boy eating literal trash. Disgusted that he is eating garbage, the owner begins screaming curses at him. He brandishes a broom and yells, accusing the boy of being the rat digging through his trash. Terrified, the kid runs off into the night, wondering why stray cats always get chased away. He stops under a dim streetlight, letting out a weak, hollow laugh. He peers into the distance, staring at a warm, brightly lit window. Inside, a happy family of 3 is eating dinner together, laughing and sharing stories. He watches them with deep envy, knowing normal people would never care about someone like him. Suddenly, a tiny stray cat wanders over to his side, letting out a quiet meow. He glares down at the cat as it lets out another soft meow, rubbing against his leg. But he just spits out how disgusting it is before picking the cat up and choking it. The cat shrieks in pain as he tells it to just die without ever knowing why. And now he is doing the exact same thing to a girl, lifting her off the ground. She claws weakly at his hands, her face turning purple as he crushes her airway. "Suffer with me," he says. Now dead bodies litter the entire airport floor with no survivors in sight. Total chaos erupts everywhere as this supposed hero uses his devastating power to tear the city apart, destroying every single thing humanity ever built. Inside headquarters, desperate orders and frantic reports fill the air. Phones ring off the hook as dozens of screens flash horrific live footage of the massacre. Chief of Staff Kang Di-hwan sits frozen in his chair, drenched in cold sweat. A soldier rushes in with a report, "Sir. A biological terror attack has hit Ainan Airport." Looking down, he mutters to himself, who did this and why? The soldier swallows hard, suggesting that another rogue hero might be behind this. This sends him into a rage. He slams the desk so hard his keyboard flies, face turning crimson. Kang Dian boils with absolute fury, screaming to drag Manager Kim, that worthless bastard, in right now. The confused soldier stammers, asking what exactly he is supposed to say. Veins popping on his neck, the chief yells, "No, wait, drop the pleasantries. Have the military police drag him in and let him know this is his sole chance to explain, before I charge him with high treason and execute him on the spot." Meanwhile, deep inside a quiet public restroom, a phone starts violently vibrating. 10 days after the time hero died, just as Manager Kim had anticipated, he finds himself shaking in absolute terror while reading about this airport slaughter. Staring at the screen, he frantically questions what the absolute hell is going on. His legs shake as he holds a lit cigarette, scrolling through the news feeds in pure panic. He never expected that kid to keep this a secret, and now watch how his calm face completely vanishes. Suddenly, images of Kim Min-soo flash in his mind alongside the prophecy that Kid once told him. Terrified, he grits his teeth hard while cold sweat starts pouring down his face like rain. Gasping for air, he realizes the boy never mentioned anyone other than that sword-wielding bastard starting a slaughter. He had promised, sworn to it. He promised that the next heroes would be loyal patriots, willing to sacrifice their very lives for the government. Right then, Manager Kim vividly recalls the final farewell from Lee Sung. The boy told him to call if he ever had questions, or if things did not go as expected. He quickly dials. The screen displays the contact name Golden Ticket, but the operator only repeats that the call cannot be connected, asking him to leave a message. Enraged, he slams the phone into the door, screaming at that absolute bastard. Before the phone even hits the floor, the door is violently kicked open, catching Manager Kim completely off guard. Armed soldiers swarm the room, demanding Manager Kim accompany them straight to the command center immediately. Their leader calmly states that the higher-ups have quite a few questions regarding his recent regional operation. Slapping cuffs on Manager Kim, 2 heavily armed soldiers tightly escort him out. They march him step by step toward the command room. As Manager Kim steps inside, every single eye in the room instantly locks onto him. Standing before the chief of staff, his knees tremble as if he can barely hold himself up. Forcing a nervous, awkward smile, he stammers that he can easily explain everything. Kang Di-hwan responds by throwing a heavy radio receiver right at him. The chief of staff points a furious finger, screaming that his grand plan to deploy heroes one by one to guarantee mutual destruction has completely shattered. Manager Kim bows low as the chief of staff continues to roar, calling him completely useless. Damn it, right now, 6 rampaging heroes are tearing this entire country apart. And there could be even more so. What exactly is your plan to handle this crisis? Manager Kim Go-hyun forces his head up, stammering that they all know his plan was absolutely perfect. The man boasts that this flawless plan was not just meant to eliminate Kim Min-soo. It was designed to wipe out anyone who could ever pose a threat to this country. Manager Kim groans, reminding them that is precisely why they signed off on it in the beginning. Oh Ho-seung cuts him off, stating that the situation has completely changed. Manager Kim, we are not going to hold you accountable for this disaster yet, so at least give us Plan B. The Navy Chief of Staff chimes in right after. Surely you did not dissolve the intelligence agency's anti-hero squad without some kind of backup strategy in mind. Hearing those words, Manager Kim is left totally dumbfounded. Casting his eyes downward, he mutters quietly, telling them not to ask him. But hearing these excuses, Oh Ho-seung completely loses his temper and immediately reaches down to grab the handgun strapped to his side. Pressing the barrel against Manager Kim's temple, he warns that he has been extremely patient so far. You might have mistaken this for some friendly social club, but I would gladly put a bullet right through your skull. He screams, demanding that the miserable traitor start speaking right now. Shoving the gun directly against Manager Kim's forehead, Oh Ho-seung barks out. Why on earth were you so damn confident that no other rogue heroes would appear? What is your plan B, he demands, as Manager Kim is left entirely speechless. Right on cue, the terrifying image of the plague hero flashes clearly on the screen. Under the current crisis, there are far more rogue heroes than those willing to work with the state. All the while, Oh Ho-seung keeps his gun pointed dead at Manager Kim. If the manager reveals that he hid the future hero's existence for his own selfish gains, he knows his punishment will be brutal. Oh Ho-seung is about to pull the trigger, and Manager Kim definitely does not want to die. At that exact moment, Manager Kim has to open his mouth. Pale with absolute terror, he shrieks that it was because of a hero the future hero told him everything. He continues to scream, wailing that this hero could literally see the future. He promised this was the only way to save our country, as Oh Ho-seung mutters with heavy disappointment. So you basically put all your faith in one of the very monsters you were trying to eliminate. Manager Kim keeps pleading, insisting that the guy has predicted the future with absolute precision. I believed in him, and that is why I deployed our operations to those specific regions. He shouts, desperate to believe he was still right, hoping it might not be too late. The moment I can establish contact with him again, I will know exactly what our next move is. The chiefs of staff think that the man is clearly brainwashed. The chief of staff barks an order, telling the operations officers to assemble and draft a new plan. Lock this bastard up in a cell, and 2 soldiers immediately grab Manager Kim to drag him away. Yet he keeps screaming, calling them all useless fools who know absolutely nothing. But suddenly Lee Seong-jun steps right into the room, leaving Manager Kim completely stunned. An incredibly calm expression is written across the young man's face. Manager Kim gasps in absolute delight, calling out to the future hero while trying to defend himself. This is the guy. He is not one of those rebellious rogue heroes at all. He promised he would cooperate with me, he says, scrambling toward Lee Seong-jun for help. Help me out here, kid. Absolutely none of these people are willing to listen to a word. I want to explain to these idiots what is about to happen, and at that Lee Seong-jun smiles. Slapping his hands into his pockets, he tilts his head to the side and mutters unbelievable. Did you really think I told the truth? Manager Kim has reached the absolute depths of despair? He keeps asking back in confusion what is it as a glowing blue cube suddenly appears. Lee Sung-run reaches his hand inside, saying he is truly grateful to him for betraying his own comrades. Those devastating words echo repeatedly inside Manager Kim's head. I am truly grateful to you for betraying your own comrades. Lee Sung-run draws his sword and instantly decapitates Manager Kim without a second thought. At last, the resurrection hero has finally appeared. The Iron Arm. Hero turns giant right in front of the Korean soldiers standing amidst smoke and ruin. It is simply impossible for an ordinary human to ever stand against a hero. But wait, a massive hand suddenly appears right behind that helpless soldier. However, if they can unite against a common enemy, that gigantic hand lifts the soldier all the way up, bringing him level with the Iron Arm hero, letting him aim his gun at the Iron Arm hero as they pool their collective wisdom to execute a desperate counterattack. It turns out a gigantic soldier is serving as a stepping stone for the others to climb up. At the same time, this giant soldier is trading blows directly with the Iron Arm hero. A nation and its people can unite to become a pseudo-hero capable of taking down one or two real heroes. With Manager Kim's head rolling on the floor, Lee Sung-run coldly declares that everyone here today is going to die. He rests his sword on his shoulder, confirming their grim fate. Terror grips every soldier. Lee Sung-run calmly explains that unlike other violent heroes, he bears no ill will toward them. He promises a quick and painless death, prompting Oh Ho-sung to scream at his men to stop standing around. Order them to stop that bastard as he fires a shot that races straight toward Lee Sung-run. The bullet pierces his forehead, sending blood splattering everywhere. But in an instant, another physical body of Lee Sung-run splits off, ignoring his shot body slowly collapsing, and the lifeless corpse of Lee Sung-run lying on the floor. The new clone steps forward, closing in on everyone inside the command center. Soldiers keep aiming and firing at Lee Sung-run, reloading and shooting again and again. Everyone targets the resurrection hero, but as Lee Sung-run gets hit, he simply splits and gets shot again. Yet despite the endless hail of bullets, his resurrected self keeps marching forward. The soldiers refuse to stop firing, and spent shell casings continuously rain down around them. Oh Ho-seung finally stops shooting, and Lee Sung-run mockingly notes that he seems to be out of ammo. Glaring at the chief of naval operations, he points the sharp tip of his blade directly at him. He asks if the man is truly sure he wants to duel him. A wave of soldiers charges forward with empty rifles, desperately attempting to use bayonets and gun butts against Lee Sung-run. He effortlessly slips to the side, dodging the blow. In the very next breath, his deadly blade swiftly slices clean through the neck of an attacking soldier. Another soldier swings down heavily from above. Exploiting the opening, he spins and slashes his sword clean through the soldier's waist. As the soldier coughs up blood, Lee Sung-run looks up with a deeply satisfied expression. Kang Di-hwan rushes in, screaming that he shouldn't think for a single second they will let him leave alive. He tries to stab Lee Sung-run from behind, declaring that this place will be his grave. But he easily grabs the chief of staff's hand, driving a blade straight through his chest. Just like that, he slaughters them one by one, until finally lifeless bodies are scattered everywhere across the blood-spattered floor, leaving only a single heavily injured survivor standing in despair. Oh Ho-sung. He stands, clutching his wounded arm, his glasses lying shattered on the floor. Standing right in front of him is Seong-jun Lee, completely untouched, and without a single scratch on his body, except for the blood of the fallen soldiers staining his clothes. Oh Hye-seong wheezes out, telling him that all heroes are nothing but monsters. Seong-jun Lee raises his sword high, declaring that the only monster in this place is him. Then he swings it down. The very day Seong-jun Lee began his massacre, the South Korean government completely lost its last grip on order. The South Korean national flag is reduced to ashes. Seong-jun stands outside, watching the entire Ministry of National Defense building burn in a sea of fire. He has finally seen the signal. He remarks that now that the flare is up, it is going to be an all-out war, meaning he might see his old friends again soon. On the news, the anchor reports that a massive fire has broken out at the new Ministry of Defense headquarters in Seongnam City. With the military completely paralyzed, breaking news hits of another fire at the temporary ministry building in Sejong. Inside her apartment, a girl watches the broadcast in silence as the TV continues its announcement. Most officials at the Ministry of Defense are currently unreachable for comment. Breaking news reports that with staff members missing, the culprit is highly suspected to be a hero. Sun Hwa-yu picks up her phone, staring at the contact for the Ministry of Defense on the screen. She hits call and presses the phone to her ear, listening to it ring over and over. She remembers a past conversation when a man on the other end of the line spoke to her. He told her that she had probably heard the news by now, but he was her new contact. Sunhwa Yu had gone down to the cafe downstairs where the man was already waiting for her. He explained that the intelligence agency would only be responsible for tracking the heroes from now on. He added that she would be under the direct supervision of the Ministry of Defense Hero Unit. Looking up at her, he said he knew she was busy, so he would make it quick. A flashback of complete destruction plays, showing citizens trapped in a raging sea of flames. He warned her that any hero who acts without consulting them first would automatically be labeled as a rogue, destructive hero. We see a hero trying to save a young child, even while targeted by the government forces. He went on mentioning that considering the special skills and abilities heroes possess, the government had to be careful. The Ministry of Defense was actively working on assigning specific roles. They were trying to figure out the absolute best time to deploy each of them, so he urged her to avoid taking any independent actions that could disrupt their plans. But after a series of long rings, the operator only plays a standard automated message. She looks up her mind, racing with questions about what she should do next, and if she should take matters into her own hands. If she acts, how can she be sure that the terrified citizens won't mistake her for an enemy? On the television screen, the news report on the spreading violence continues to play. The evacuation order for Busan remains in effect as the rogue hero is still out there. Inside a certain holding facility, soldiers stand guard and process paperwork. A hero lies sprawled out on a bench inside a cell, his face covered by a cap. At the sound of footsteps approaching, the hero looks up and lifts his cap to see who is coming. An officer stands outside his cell. The hero complains that he only stood up to save the citizens, and yet all they did was restrain him and scream for his arrest. He asks what the officer wants now, or if they need his help making the soldier clear his throat. The officer explains that they simply had no other choice at the time. "Just an order from above." Sitting up with his cap in hand, the hero listens as the officer continues. The officer admits they never once believed he did anything wrong, or that he would turn destructive like the others. "Yeah, right," he replies, putting his cap back on, questioning if the officer would actually dare to defy his superiors. "Is not speaking to me like this against their direct orders? Did something really change just overnight?" The soldier shares some shocking news. The Ministry of Defense was attacked by a hero, clearly catching him completely off guard. The soldier goes on explaining that all military leaders have been assassinated, along with the hero unit. "The people who ordered you to be kept here under surveillance simply no longer exist." He then pulls out a key and unlocks the cell door. "Because of this, we have reached an agreement to release you and ask for your help." The cell door swings open. The soldier bows his head deeply for the sake of this nation and its people. While bowing, he desperately continues, "Please put your trust in us just one more time. Honghua Jiang." He ponders for a brief moment, then glances away with a soft, quiet sigh. Honghua Jiang looks straight ahead, asking what they need him to do as a radio crackles to life. "This is Z3135. Our position is compromised, requesting immediate backup." On the screen, squads of soldiers scramble through every corner, but communication seems completely cut off. One soldier frantically tries to report back to his commander. "Commander, do you copy?" The radio is completely dead. What on earth is happening? The hero of faith suddenly makes her entrance. The soldiers aim their weapons directly at her. Someone barks an order to open fire on the hero of faith. A hail of bullets tears into her blood, splattering in all directions. She cannot seem to stand any longer and collapses as a few soldiers step forward to confirm the kill. Target down! Target down!" But with a few faint noises, she suddenly starts pulling her knees up. Rising completely to her feet, she waves her hands and calmly tells them not to fear. Immediately after, she conjures a glowing red and orange sphere. She tells them to believe in her, to become one with her, so all pain and suffering can finally end. One soldier drops to one knee, begging her desperately not to kill him. Seeing this, the hero of faith raises her hand, sprinkling a sparkling powder over his head as she speaks. "I never intended to kill you from the start," she whispers instead. "Become my loyal servant." His military helmet gradually dissolves away, replaced by a blindfold identical to the one worn by the hero of faith. The hero of faith then slowly walks toward the soldier holding the camera. Reaching out her hand, she gently tells him that he is next. "Join us," she says, bringing her hand directly up to the lens of the camera. The soldier raises both hands as strange, unsettling noises begin to echo. Moments later, every single soldier in the area turns around to follow the hero of faith. The video cuts off and a voice speaks up that is all the footage left from the scout team. The military officer holding the remote has been showing this video playback to Honghua Jiang. He explains that it is one of the very few recordings they have normal bullets simply cannot kill her. With deep worry, he adds that she can completely brainwash a person with just a few words. Is she truly a monster, or should we actually call her a hero? He presses the remote again, displaying the hero of faith alongside her newly brainwashed minions. He says that she is the one they are desperately hoping he can deal with. Hong Huajiang stares intently at the image of the hero of faith on screen. Pulling up his scarf, he mutters that she is a monster who cannot be easily killed and steals people's souls. I have fought countless monsters just like her back in the other world. In that other world, a blood-red moon hangs high in the dark sky. A Western-style castle with sharp spires stands tall, looking incredibly grim and foreboding. Crows perch all over the rooftops, almost as if they are waiting for something to happen. A blood-soaked hand holds a heavy hammer ready to swing it down. A crow sits in silence, listening for the slightest sound. The clang of the hammer sends the crows scattering into the sky. Inside the cathedral, everything lies in ruins with fire and smoke, creating a scene straight out of hell. A heavy pillar wrapped in chains seems to act as some sort of mechanical crank. It turns out a werewolf is chained up by his limbs, suspended in midair, right over a massive blaze. The beast is muscular but heavily wounded, letting out low, agonizing growls. Below him, Hong Huajiang is hammering in the last stakes to anchor those heavy chains. Panting heavily, his clothes are smeared with blood, while the chained werewolf bares his teeth in a mocking grin. Heh, the werewolf snickers. You want to know what I find so funny, don't you? Slowly shifting back into his human form, the beast speaks. How could I not laugh at a sight like this? I was going to congratulate you for being the only human to slay one of the Demon King's top minions. He stares down at Hong Huajiang, who is currently kneeling on the ground, and continues. But looking at your pathetic state now, I bet you will die way before I do. With a mocking chuckle, he wonders aloud, what are all those skills even for? What is the point of perseverance? And what does overcoming human limits even get you? Beneath the blazing fire, a few fragile butterflies flutter by. He compares a human body to a butterfly torn apart before it can even spread its wings to face a demon. Even with Hong Huajiang right there, the beast just keeps rambling on about how everything is useless and full of sorrow. Getting annoyed by the speech, Hong Huajiang points right at him. Blah, blah, blah. Do you ever shut your mouth? Coughing up blood, he gasps out that whether he dies here or not, it does not change the fact that the beast is dying too. The werewolf frowns, clearly unhappy with that answer. He summons his remaining strength, snapping the chains on his right arm. He grabs the stake driven deep into his chest, preparing to show him a truly horrific and terrifying sight. Grunting in pure agony, he rips his own heart out of his chest. Screaming, he hurls the bloody heart right in front of Hong Huajiang, leaving the youth utterly stunned. Even with a stake driven straight through it, the heart continues to beat. The werewolf looks down. I want to see just how far you are willing to go. If you are willing to become a monster to defeat the Demon King, then drink my essence. It is a bizarre and disturbing offer, a critical turning point, where this dying beast presents the desperate warrior with a grim chance at survival. He stares blankly at the beating heart before him, completely lost in deep thought. But the moment he reaches for it, a crossbow is aimed directly at his head from behind. The man warns him, do not touch that kid. Hong Huajiang turns around and asks, do you have any better ideas? Mr. Van Helsing, this wound is going to kill me anyway. Holding the source of immense power in his hand, he continues, and I am absolutely sick of fighting these monsters as a weak human in this endless and entirely meaningless war. Van Helsing replies that is exactly the struggle of humanity, fighting in an endless, meaningless war. He continues, endure the pain and start believing in the true potential you possess as a human. Hong Huajiang crushes the heart in his hand and tells Van Helsing, then you better support me better from now on, so I do not get tempted by things like this again. Lowering his crossbow, he chuckles, what an insolent brat! Back in the present, he sets his sights on a new target, the hero of faith. Hong Huajiang looks down, steeling his resolve. He adjusts his hat and speaks to the soldier. If I were up against a true hero, I would say the outcome of this fight is never guaranteed. He continues, but if my enemy is a monster who has completely abandoned their own humanity, Hong Huajiang steps out the door, leaving behind a firm, absolute declaration. I will absolutely win this fight. Meanwhile, on a distant bridge, loud, echoing chants begin to ring out. A massive dark crowd of people is filling the bridge, marching straight toward Seun. It is none other than the faith hero and the massive horde of followers she recruited. She sits comfortably on a grand palanquin carried by her servants, calling out to her brothers and sisters. As the crowd moves toward the city, she commands them to sing as they march to spread their faith. The faith hero looks completely at ease. The entire crowd joins in singing hand in hand to strengthen their twisted devotion. They march in perfect unison, raising their voices as they tread the path toward a holy martyrdom. Hong Huajiang slowly walks onto the bridge as the singing crowd slowly advances toward him. We are no longer lonely, so we bravely march. He stands right in the middle of the road, directly blocking the faith hero and her apostles. She raises her hand, signaling her followers to halt, and the singing stops instantly, leaving nothing but the wind. She stands up on her palanquin, carefully examining Hong Huajiang. With such a powerful soul and strong spirit, she asks if he is also a hero like her. Placing a hand over her chest, she offers a polite bow, introducing herself as Baek Hana. She looks toward the heavens, inviting Hong Huajiang to help her cleanse this world. With a sickening crunch, an exorcism spike is driven straight into her forehead. Baek Hana falls flat on her back, right in front of her horrified followers. Holding his hammer and spike, Hong Huajiang sighs, wondering why all his opponents are always so arrogant. But the faith hero Baek Hana slowly stumbles back up and places her hand over the spike that is still impaling her forehead. She sneers, realizing he is her enemy. She grabs the handle of the spike in her forehead and smiles. Having another hero serve as her pawn could be pretty useful. As she pulls the spike out, blood sprays. But a strange golden energy instantly heals the wound on her forehead. She commands her horde to bring him to her. Suddenly, the massive wave of brainwashed followers charges straight at Hong Huajiang. The battle begins, flashing back to a dim room where a familiar voice once asked a question. How exactly is a mere human supposed to defeat a monster? Van Heosin laughed with a book in hand, calling it a classic foolish question from a silly little orphan like him. Snapping his book shut, he explains they do not win simply because they have the ability to do so. A look of pure confusion washes over Hong Huajiang's face. Instead, Van Heosin clarifies they win simply because they absolutely cannot afford to lose. He tells him not to focus on why he must win. Focus instead on the exact reasons you cannot lose. Looking him dead in the eye, the master explains that is how someone who has something to protect fights and wins. Now facing an entire army charging at him, those exact words echo in his mind. Glancing back at the city behind him, Hong Huajiang drops down and readies his weapons. He knows that if he allows this massive crowd to cross the bridge, every single refugee fleeing from Seun will instantly fall under her terrifying control. He spins his spikes. Ready. He has to stop this, no matter the cost. He hurls 2 spikes toward the crowd, planting one on the right of the bridge and one on the left. As the mob charges, Hong Huarang leaps back, snaps his fingers, and shouts out, "Chains!" A purple chain instantly forms, stretching directly between the 2 spikes. Charging blindly, the crowd trips over the low-hanging chain and tumbles in a heap. Clasping her hands, the hero of faith laughs it off as a cheap trick. Trying to use my own power against me? I will crush you with something far greater. Suddenly, the cultists glow bright red and begin melting into each other. All of them fuse together, forming a massive, hideous red abomination. But Huarang isn't even sweating, as the giant slams its massive hand down, shattering the road. Yet Baek Hana only smirks, fully believing she has already won. Her smug expression quickly fades as a series of sharp impacts echo, revealing small spikes now impaling the giant monster's entire body, covering it from left to right. The massive beast, now bristling with spikes, roars in absolute agony, flipping through the air. Hong Huarang snaps his fingers once more, shouting out, "Chains." Purple chains materialize instantly, linking spike to spike and tightly binding the gargantuan beast to the ground. The red abomination is now pinned flat against the bridge. Baek Hana calmly interlocks her fingers mockingly, telling him that he is not the only one who can combine skills. The massive beast stretches out, looking just like a giant worm. The hero of faith thrusts both her hands forward. Suddenly, hundreds of bodies split off from the monster and launch into the air. Separating from the creature, her brainwashed followers glide effortlessly through the sky. Every single one of them shares a single target. They are diving straight at Hong Huarang. Tilting her head, Baek Hana claps and smiles, commanding them to welcome their new brother in faith and hug him with absolutely all of their strength. My beloved loyal followers. The swarm of believers wraps tightly around Hong Huarang, forming a massive sphere of bodies. It turns pitch black from the dark robes of the brainwashed crowd. Pointing her index finger down, she sends the sphere crashing to the earth at terrifying speed. Baek Hana steps toward the impact site alongside her 2 followers. She smirks to herself, thinking it has barely been any time since her return, yet she has already secured such a powerful pawn. Truly, she tells herself she is experiencing the luckiest break of her entire life. But wait, a sudden anomaly catches her attention, leaving the hero of faith totally confused. One of Hong Huarang's chained spikes suddenly pierces clean through the outer shell of the sphere. Standing right at the very center, he controls every single spike and chain, whipping up a violent hurricane that blows all the cultists away. Shocked. A cold sweat rolls down Baek Hana's cheek as she stammers, "Wait, how is this possible?" Before she can finish, another spike drives straight toward her forehead. Her 2 retainers manage to block it just in time, keeping her completely unharmed. Smiling, she grabs the heads of both her loyal subordinates. She snaps their necks in an instant as eerie blue light suddenly cracks open the sky. A colossal head emerges from the clouds, its eyes covered just like the rest of her blind followers. It is a true giant of a monster wearing a heavy collar studded with lethal sharp spikes. Massive wings slowly spread across the sky. Before its full body even materializes, the demon condenses a massive sphere of energy in its maw. It then fires those ghostly floating blue fireballs directly toward Hong Huarang. The attack is incredibly fierce, blowing the entire bridge to absolute pieces. Thunderous rumbles fill the air as Hana Bayek lies on the ground clutching a massive spike. Right beside her, two of her decapitated followers lie dead. She yanks the spike out, tossing it aside as her body begins to regenerate. Pure devastation lies ahead with a chunk of the bridge totally collapsed and a purple chain wrapped tightly around the rail. Hwarang Hong appears right behind the hero of faith, trailing that very same chain. Sensing the danger, Hana Bayek turns her head in shock, but Hwarang Hong is already poised to strike, clutching 4 razor-sharp spikes in his hands. He hurls all 4 spikes forward, dragging heavy long chains behind them with explosive power. They morph into 4 glowing blades, zooming straight toward Hana to form a demonic sealing circle. The blades slam down around Hana. With a snap of his fingers, Hwarang Hong commands them to bind. Chains materialize out of thin air, coiling around the swords, before binding the hero of faith's arms behind her back. Hana Bayek hangs her head, thoroughly bewildered. How did you resist my brainwashing? Neither physical attacks nor mental control seem to work on you. Bound completely tight, she desperately demands to know what kind of monster he actually is. Hwarang Hong takes a slow step forward and asks if she cannot simply use her eyes to tell. Pressing a sharp spike right against her forehead, he raises his hammer and calmly declares that he is human. A deafening strike echoes out. Back inside an office, an anxious man sits at his desk, restlessly tapping his foot. Suddenly, the click of the door opening draws his immediate attention. As a female officer steps in, he frantically asks Major Ryun if the battle has finally ended. Did Hwarang Hong actually lose? Saluting respectfully, Major Ryun reports that Hwarang Hong has successfully captured the hero of faith, marking their very first victory against the rogue heroes. The colonel pumps his fist with a relieved grin, and honestly, you can't blame him for celebrating. Sun Hua Yu has officially arrived in Busan, making her way on foot through the smoking ruins of the aftermath. She will be making contact very soon. Meanwhile, the rogue Iron Arm hero strides forward with absolute confidence, leaving a trail of shattered, crumbling skyscrapers in his wake. The shield hero Sun Hua stands before the colossal Iron Arm hero Weho. As the confrontation begins, Sun Hua steps forward, matched stride for stride by the lumbering brute. Standing nose to nose, the massive size difference is jarring, with Sun Hua looking tiny compared to Weho. This is the clash we have all been waiting for. Seeing her, the Iron Arm hero immediately flexes his muscles jokingly, asking if she has somehow gotten lost. Or maybe she is just another hardcore fan, but Sun Hua keeps dead silent. The heavy silence lingers. Sun Hua's cold glare starts making the behemoth feel a bit uneasy. He scoffs, muttering that it does not really matter anyway. Pointing right behind him, he warns her that she is stepping straight into hell. Sun Hua gets straight to the point, asking what it will take for him to stop. Weho Zhang merely gives her an utterly blank look. Since he stays silent, she asks again, demanding to know what he wants to end this crusade and repent. Placing a hand over her heart, she says she truly understands his deep confusion. Returning to Earth after being sent away for so long, I'm sure you felt completely empty inside as the years slipped by. Her fists clench tightly, trembling with emotion. She acknowledges that his sense of identity might have been completely warped. But this rampage is still wrong no matter the era. Violence is never the real solution. As she desperately tries to reach him, the giant clutches his head and signals her to shut up. He asks her to wait, demanding to know what she is talking about. Scowling, he snaps back in fury. Stop what? I'm only just getting started here. He screams that his judgment will only end once he has wiped out every single scumbag in this country. As he speaks, painful fragments of his past start flashing through his mind. He yells about the evildoers, the bystanders, and how he was bullied in class with absolutely no one to help. In front of the teachers, they acted like nothing happened, and society protected those monsters. This is my justice, he screams out in rage. The sheer volume of his scream causes the windows of surrounding buildings to crack and shatter. Thumping his chest, he declares he will not stop until someone stronger than him finally shows up. Panting heavily, Zhang Yuiho glares at the girl and demands to know who she is. Who gave her the right to come here and lecture him? Yu Seon-hwa answers that she is just a hero, just like him, carrying the exact same pain. Unable to understand her, the Iron Fist hero simply scoffs at Yu Seon-hwa's claim. He clutches his head with one hand, bursting into a hysterical laugh. Holding his stomach, he sneers that people will say anything just to save themselves. He laughs, calling it a pretty creative excuse for a nosy brat. Slightly flustered, Yu Seon-hwa insists she is being completely serious. Standing straight, Zhang Yuiho ponders for a split second before suddenly vanishing with extreme speed. As Yu Seon-hwa tries to track him, he instantly closes the gap, throwing a heavy punch right at her face. Let's see what you've got. You self-proclaimed hero, he goads. A massive explosion rings out, sending violent shockwaves through the air. Zhang Yuiho gasps in shock, completely unable to process what just happened. Yu Seon-hwa has materialized a transparent shield, blocking the Iron Fist hero's punch, dead in its tracks. No matter how hard he pushes, he cannot break through, forcing him to leap backward to gain some distance. Unless he is losing his mind here, something solid definitely blocked his path. In fact, his fist is still throbbing from the sheer impact. Narrowing his eyes, he analyzes a barrier that feels as hard as his own physical body. Noticing his confusion, Yu Sunhwa speaks up, asking if that is finally enough proof for him. Even after feeling it firsthand, Jong Yui-ho refuses to believe it. Yelling out, "What is this cheap trick?" he demands she stop using these cowardly gimmicks and show her true evil face. Closing her eyes, Yu Sunhwa sighs, noting the irony of him calling her the villain here. But if that is what you truly want. She then presses a button on her neck collar, triggering a voice command device. The collar glows as a mechanical voice announces stealth mode deactivated, initiating Galahad Knight of the Round Table. System Galahad Knight of the Round Table has commenced the search for the Holy Grail. At that moment, Yu Sunhwa's entire body is enveloped in a brilliant emerald armor. She reminds the Iron Fist hero, "During your little tantrum earlier, did you not say you would stop if someone stronger than you appeared?" The man stands completely stunned by the spectacle as the system announces a divine power reward. Alongside her majestic armor, Yu Sunhwa now wields a matching emerald shield. Smiling, she asks if he is finally ready to stop. Jong Woo-ho takes a stance, snapping that she shouldn't get cocky after blocking just one hit. Clenching his fist, he channels every ounce of his power into his hand. Charging at Yu Sunhwa with terrifying speed, he screams out that he will rip out her arrogant tongue. While Jong Yui-ho gnashes his teeth in fury, Yu Sunhwa calmly smiles as she prepares for the incoming strike. A battle between the sharpest spear and the ultimate shield. Once upon a time, in a quiet town, a man stood holding a spear in one hand. His other hand held a shield as he tried to sell them to passers-by. A paradox, but then what would people call a battle between two of the strongest shields? Jong Yui-ho unleashes a non-stop flurry of strikes at Yu Sunhwa from every angle, but she holds her ground with incredible resilience. Each heavy strike from the Iron Hand hero against her shield unleashes a massive wave of pressure. The sheer force is strong enough to send nearby cars flying. Even vending machines and trash cans are ripped right off the pavement. Sensing that something is off, Jong Yui-ho suddenly halts his assault. He backs away to keep his distance and watch her breathing heavily as he evaluates the situation. Suddenly, a system notification pops up. She has completed Galahad's first hard difficulty quest. Now she can finally harness divine power, though Yu Sunhwa is already visibly exhausted. She realizes it is time to start baiting him to break down his focus and defense. Yu Sunhwa looks at him and asks why he does not just give up, since dragging this out is a waste of energy for both of them. Hearing those words makes Jong Yui-ho tremble with absolute rage. He fumes inwardly that arrogant girl has done nothing but hide behind her shield this entire time. His real revenge is only just getting started. He grits his teeth in pure frustration, unable to accept that a third-rate opponent like her is actually holding him back. Yu Sunhwa lightly taps her shield and mockingly calls him an ironhead. She lets out a fake laugh, asking if he is really giving up when she was only just playing around. The Iron Hand hero is completely triggered, charging straight at Yu Sunhwa with terrifying speed. He channels every ounce of his remaining strength into this single devastating strike. As his massive fist closes in, Yu Sunhwa concentrates like never before. She swiftly ducks to dodge Jong Yui-ho's punch, leaving him startled as his strike completely misses the mark. Slipping low to the right, she instantly triggers the shield of Joseph of Arimathea. The system immediately responds, deploying the legendary shield right on cue. A brand new shield materializes, glowing with a brilliant emerald green energy aura. Yu Sunhwa smiles, asking if he actually believed she would just stand there and take his hits all day long. She calmly explains that the sole reason she focused on blocking his relentless moves was simply to fulfill the necessary conditions to unlock her ultimate skill. Furious Jong Yui-ho growls, wondering if this is just another one of her cheap tricks. With a wild roar, he throws a heavy punch directly at her face. He screams that she will never leave a single scratch on the Iron Hand hero with such cheap tricks. But the system alerts her that the hard mode divine power conversion is complete, initiating the shield bash. An absolute mountain of energy concentrates at the center of her shield, glowing with blinding light. The sudden counterattack catches Jong Yui-ho completely off guard. He frantically raises both arms to block, but the point-blank range means he takes the hit full on. He grits his teeth, desperately trying to stand his ground, but it seems totally impossible. Yu Sunhwa relentlessly maintains the crushing pressure until Jong Yui-ho finally breaks under the force. The raw energy completely swallows him, blasting his body back into the crumbling ruins. Just as Yu Sunhwa activates the raw energy from her shield, a powerful shockwave sends Taiyui flying backward. He hits the ground hard, completely flattened by that devastating blow. This sudden surprise attack catches him completely off guard. Consequently, he lies there, knocked out cold, right in front of a watching Yu Sunhwa. Meanwhile, right after they successfully take down the troublesome target, Catching her breath, she exhales in sheer exhaustion and has to admit his insane defense was way tougher than she originally estimated. Feeling pretty lucky about the outcome, she reaches up and unclips the rifle mounted on her chest. Honestly, if it had not been for that initial shock, this entire fight would have been 10 times harder. The weapon drops from her hands, hitting the dusty ground with a dull thud. She taps her chest quickly, reporting the mission complete, before activating the stealth mode on her system interface. With everything in place, she looks up and directs a completely blank stare toward the horizon. Massive military helicopters hover directly above her, their blades slicing through the heavy air. Troops on board waste no time tossing down thick rappel ropes to the ground below. Moments later, a chopper touches down. A high-ranking commander steps out of the aircraft, immediately asking her if the target is finally dead. Yu Son-hwa glances back at Zhang Yui-ho, who is lying unconscious in the dirt, and answers him honestly. Not yet, he is a tough opponent, but he will not be waking up anytime soon. While she plays it cool in her heart, she genuinely wants to give him a real chance at redemption. She admits she held back on purpose to let him reflect on his actions. The moment she finishes speaking, the military commander suddenly reaches out and places a reassuring hand on her shoulder. He expresses his deep gratitude, thanking Yu Son-hwa for her incredible service and hard work today. As he speaks with her, he simultaneously barks orders at his squad to secure Zhang Yui-ho in heavy chains. He even mentions that if they had known her true strength sooner, they would have sent backup immediately. If only they knew she could neutralize such major threats so effortlessly. The military should have supported her and other heroes instead of needlessly sacrificing so many of their own soldiers in battle. Hearing this, Yu Son-hwa replies that it is not too late, extending her hand to make a strategic proposal. She offers to deal with the rampaging heroes, while the army focuses entirely on rescue missions and refugee support. A confident smile spreads across her face as she delivers this firm assurance. If they work together, she is absolutely certain they can restore peace to their world. Hearing her words, the commander feels a deep sense of shame washing over him. He admits the adults in charge really ought to be thoroughly embarrassed of themselves. Yet he ultimately chooses to put his full faith in her and agrees to her terms. This time, he promises that his forces will not get in her way. Meanwhile, in a completely separate and hidden location, Hannah is tightly blindfolded and gagged. Not only that, but her hands and feet are completely bound, keeping her totally immobilized. Heavily armed guards flank her on all sides, maintaining an incredibly strict watch. Leading the escort alongside her are Hong Hwa-gang and a high-ranking military officer. They march her down into a highly secure underground bunker, heavily guarded by elite soldiers and packed with serious firepower. Once inside, Hong Hwa-gang stands directly in front of her, looking right at her. Behind him, the soldiers have their weapons ready, prepared to load their guns and fire at the slightest provocation. He pulls out several sharp stakes, holding them firmly in both hands, before suddenly lunging straight forward. A few are hammered into the ground on her left, with the rest driven into her right. Just like that, he surrounds her entire body with these sharp, imposing stakes, trapping Hannah right in the very center. With the preparations complete, he instantly barks out a command for the chains. At his word, magical chains slowly materialize, wrapping tightly around the driven stakes. They form a perfect circle, covered in mysterious glowing runes, creating a powerful magic seal to hold her down. Then right in the center of the seal, large wooden crosses begin to slowly rise from the ground. Those heavy chains do not just wrap around the stone crosses on the ground. They also tightly bind Hannah's hands and feet. Watching from a safe distance, the officer still feels highly uneasy, prompting him to ask Hong Hwa-gang if this is really enough to hold her. Are you absolutely sure she cannot find a way to escape? However, Hwa-gang is not entirely confident in his own sealing barrier either. I do not know what method she might use to try and escape, he admits. Before heading out, he makes sure to warn the soldiers guarding the underground chamber. Never take your eyes off her. And if you happen to notice anything out of the ordinary, contact me right away. Hearing this, the officer gets visibly anxious, and honestly, can you blame him for asking if they can just kill her? Eliminating her completely is way safer than holding onto a ticking time bomb that could detonate at any given second. But before he can even finish his sentence, Hwa-gang glares at him with an icy stare that terrifies him. Realizing his massive blunder, the officer quickly backtracks. Of course, I'm not talking about you or the other heroic champions. It is just that this hero of faith is exceptionally dangerous even among the rogue heroes. Only then does Hong Hwa-gang drop the freezing expression from his face. Adjusting his hat with a calm hand, he replies that he completely understands the officer's concern. However, from what I gather, there is simply no way to kill her. She apparently cast aside her entire humanity just to obtain absolute endless immortality. With that, he turns on his heel to leave, offering one final piece of advice. So go ahead and wipe out the remaining rogue heroes to stabilize the situation before she can try anything. As for him, it is finally time to pursue the things he truly wants in life. The officer watches his retreating figure, quickly calling out his sincere gratitude. I will contact you the moment we receive any new intelligence reports. You have worked incredibly hard, and we cannot thank you enough for your service. The scene shifts elsewhere, showing a flag being completely consumed by roaring flames until it loses its shape. The chaotic battle of the resurrected hero has completely disrupted the command structure. Standing below, Lee Garam watches as fighter jets streak across the sky one after another. This clearly signals that the government and military have officially launched their counterattack. Meanwhile, Dong Yui-ho is tightly bound and completely immobilized inside a cage hanging suspended over the vast ocean. With the successful capture of the Hero of Faith and the Iron Arm military forces deploy a heavy helicopter, they transport his suspended cage far out into the open sea, while news of this victory spreads rapidly among the desperate citizens. After suffering through endless hardships, they can finally smile as the triumphant news reaches them. For the exhausted refugees, this victory serves as a beacon of hope while boosting morale. This breathes life back into the military's depleted spirits. Suddenly, a soldier rushes in with news. He reports to the commander. The general quickly processes the astonishing report. Once fully verified, they joyfully relay the details up the chain of command. This finally proves to the world that they have a real shot at winning this war. Shortly after, a major press conference is held in the public square, announcing the Security Council's deployment decisions. It solidifies their global commitment to maintaining international peace and security during this crisis. Broadcasters declare that the struggle in South Korea has officially become a war for all of humanity. Once the press conference wraps up, the scene shifts to the private office of an officer. General Kim steps inside, making sure to warmly express his profound gratitude. On behalf of the South Korean government and military, General Kim expresses his deepest gratitude for their agreement to deploy United Nations peacekeepers. However, the American officer does not look pleased at all. He sets his cap on the table and coldly tells General Kim to let him make one thing clear. He warns that deciding to deploy these troops could seriously damage the political positions of several world leaders. They could easily end up taking the blame unfairly for sending their own nation's youth straight to their deaths. So there is one critical issue that must be resolved before any deployment can begin. As he speaks, he grabs a folder and flips through the pages to find something. Hearing this, General Kim asks what kind of problem they are forced to deal with. What exactly is it? He asks as the tension rises. The U.S. officer holds up the file on Mareum Yoon and speaks in a low, grim voice. This monster has the potential for the highest death toll, the one you call the Plague Hero. The officer zooms in on the terrifying profile picture. He demands that General Kim completely neutralize the target before the peacekeepers can even begin to deploy. Meanwhile, the Plague Hero is lurking somewhere in the shadows. Helpless cries of absolute despair ring out from the darkness, begging for someone to save them. One terrified civilian musters up the courage to step forward, begging the monster for mercy. We are not soldiers or government officials. We are just a bunch of ordinary civilians, and you gain absolutely nothing by torturing us like this. A brave woman also stands up, trying desperately to protect the innocent children. Please just spare the kids. How can you be such a heartless monster to do this? But he just wants to play a sick game, now that he is completely bored of simple slaughter. Once I get tired of direct killing, I always prefer to play a little game. His twisted words immediately throw the captive crowd into a state of pure panic. A game? What in the world is this crazy bastard talking about? Shut your mouth. There is no way I'm going to die here. As everyone starts losing their minds, one sensible man speaks up to calm them down. Stop provoking him. We need to listen to what he has to say. Raising his hands, he casually explains that the virus currently inside their bodies will weaken and die, but only after infecting more than 10 people. Hell, it turns out his sick game is forcing these terrified people to hunt down refugees and infect them. If any of you actually want to survive, you better go out and find refugees to infect. Fearing they might hesitate, he offers them a friendly warning. If you fail to infect a single target over the next 24 hours, the deadly virus will completely ravage your bodies and kill you. With the cruel rules of his game fully explained, he points to the giant clock behind him and announces that the game is starting and their 24 hours begin right now. Hearing this, the desperate crowd quickly scatters into the night, hunting for prey just to stay alive. Night has fallen, but the local hospital remains fully lit and active. Military vehicles secure the perimeter outside standing guard, so strictly that not even a mosquito could slip through. On the inside, the infected victims are lined up on hospital beds. Their bodies writhe in absolute agony. Blood continuously pours from their eyes and mouths as they scream in sheer torment. A strong hand suddenly pulls back the curtain of the isolation ward. A doctor in full hazmat gear rushes in desperately seeking an update from his colleague. Dr. Park. Should we start by giving him a sedative first, or do we prepare a blood transfusion? The man called Park turns his gaze to the patient lying on the bed. He carefully weighs the possible outcomes. If we inject a sedative right now, the patient will die. First, contact the blood bank and tell them to bring every single drop of O-negative blood they have right here. Hearing this, his colleague quickly sits down, pulls his phone from his pocket, and calls the blood bank. Hello? We are in room 320 of Ward A, and we need O negative blood now. The voice on the other end sends his colleague into a sudden panic. Wait, what? His colleague's face turns pale. Dr. Park instantly gets it. Are they saying they have no blood left? This is an absolute emergency. Tell them to bring the emergency surgery reserves if nothing else is available. Before he can even finish his sentence, he hears a shocking piece of news. Dr. Park, they said they cannot supply us with anything. His colleague explains further. They claim that if a patient starts seizing and vomiting blood at the same time, they will die within 2 minutes anyway, so a transfusion is useless. Hearing this incredibly irresponsible excuse from the blood bank, Dr. Park loses his mind and yells, "What on earth are they talking about?" Symptoms do not always manifest the exact same way. Different patients can show completely different symptoms. Hand me the phone. Grabbing the phone from his colleague's hand, he immediately screams at the person on the other end. You are refusing to give us blood because you assume the patient is going to die anyway. Are you kidding me right now? What if he actually lives? What are you going to do if this patient survives past those 2 minutes? But while he is shouting into the phone, the patient on the bed seems to reach his absolute limit. His bloodshot eyes begin to twitch and spasm uncontrollably. Thick, dark blood gushes from his mouth, and soon his eyes and nose start bleeding too. His entire body convulses violently before going completely still, and seeing this, Dr. Park swallows back all the angry words he wanted to say. As they stare at the horrific sight, a heavy chill settles over the room. The patient's face is pale. His eyes are rolled back and his heart has stopped beating, witnessing this sudden and tragic death of his patient. Heartbroken Dr. Park gently reaches out his hand to close the man's eyes, hoping to let him rest in peace. But before they can even process the grief, reality hits them again. Suddenly, the isolation curtain is yanked open from the outside, followed by the panicked voice of a nurse calling for Dr. Park. Following her frantic voice, another patient in the room has started seizing violently. Even with 2 doctors trying to pin him down, they cannot restrain his shaking body. Exhaustion washes over Dr. Park's face as he stands there silently staring at the struggling patient without a single word. It's completely dark now. Only a sliver of cold moonlight filters through the window pane. Dr. Park sits there in total defeat, whispering over and over that they could do absolutely nothing. He takes off his protective gear and stares at his haggard reflection. Sleepless nights have left deep, dark hollows under his eyes. He looks at himself, drowning in deep self-blame. "I am sorry," he whispers, while outside things are spiraling. Angry protesters flood the hospital gates, creating absolute chaos to the point where the military has to step in. Driven by pure panic, they scream and shout for their rights. "Stop locking us out. This is a direct violation of patient rights." The worried families of the infected only want to know how their loved ones are doing. Despite the desperate protests, the military refuses to take even a single step. "Let us in," they scream. "We just want to see our families." Then peering through the wall of soldiers, they spot Dr. Bayek as he is being escorted out of the hospital. Within that angry crowd are desperate husbands, wives and parents. A father pleading just to hear his child's voice again. Watching the raw, helpless despair written all over the citizens' faces only makes it worse. It leaves Dr. Bayek feeling incredibly guilty as he mutters a quiet apology. Back at Baek Cheon-sang's home, completely worn out, he chooses to just block everything out and drown in alcohol. Meanwhile, the television broadcasts some pretty terrifying news about the spreading outbreak. Then quite suddenly, his phone right beside him buzzes with a new message alert. The screen lights up, and to absolutely nobody's surprise, it is another urgent alert from the hospital. Reading through it, he becomes more convinced than ever that a god must exist. Staring at the empty glass in his hand, his mind wanders. That must be why these legendary heroes with powers far beyond human understanding have appeared in this world. And with that, in a drunken, frustrated rage, he hurls his glass straight at the television, spiderwebbing the entire screen. And why on earth are they facing a bizarre virus that defies every single rule of science? Something they cannot treat, cure, or even begin to analyze. Baek Cheon-sang mutters to himself, wondering if quarantine and prevention are actually enough. Because if that was truly enough, those desperate people wouldn't be crowding the hospitals begging for help. Dragging his heavy, exhausted body up, he walks over and pulls open the cabinet underneath the shattered television. Staring at the neatly arranged medicine kits inside, he truly wants to ask God for some answers. He demands to know why God chose to send him into this world during such a chaotic era. Grabbing a bottle of pills, he begins pouring a massive amount of capsules into his hand. So many that they spill right through his fingers and onto the floor. Staring at the pills in his palm, he asks himself, "Why on earth did you make me a doctor if you were just going to leave me completely powerless like this? If all you want is for me to stand by and watch people die in absolute helplessness, then you should have made me an undertaker, not a doctor." Sitting in the dark, his brow furrows deeply as his entire body remains completely motionless. But then his phone starts ringing from the hospital, shattering the eerie, deathly silence of the room. Without a single moment of hesitation, Baek Cheon-sang answers it. This is Baek Cheon-sang, internal medicine. Which ward is the patient in? Cut to the hospital's isolation ward where things have spiraled into complete and utter chaos. Infected patients are seizing violently as blood pours from their eyes, noses, and mouths, taking several frantic nurses just to hold them down. Absolutely nobody is spared from this horrific tragedy, with both men and women suffering alike. Just one, please. Just let me save one. The dim evening light filters through the dirty hospital windows. Baek Cheon-sang cradles an infected infant in his arms, desperately begging for a miracle. Let me save just one damn person, please. Just let me save one. But his heartbreaking, desperate cries never manage to reach the ears of God. The sheer hopelessness of it all is slowly forcing even a dedicated doctor like him to give up. He is still trapped in that dark room, completely broken, as the overwhelming despair continues to rise. Before he even realizes it, dark crimson blood is slowly pooling inside the bathroom sink. Park Chuen-sung stares at his reflection in the mirror, completely stunned. He stares at his blood-stained hands, his pale face twisted in utter disbelief. What? The scene shifts to the isolation ward where he is already wearing patient clothes. Standing before the medical orderlies, he cannot believe his ears and has to ask them once more, "What did you just say?" A nearby doctor quickly speaks up, his face clearly showing both immense regret and complete helplessness. "Dr. Park, as you know, we can no longer keep this hospital running. The government and the coalition have decided to disperse the protesters, and they are encouraging everyone to evacuate instead of keeping the facility completely locked down. Our medical supplies are running dry, and 20 other hospitals are facing the exact same situation. We cannot count on them to send us any aid." As he speaks, the faces of the other doctors are filled with absolute helplessness and regret. "I'm so sorry to say this, but we plan to leave the quarantined patients behind and evacuate the hospital. If they find out, there will be a riot. So, Dr. Park, since you are infected..." Before he can even finish his sentence, Park Chuen-sung drives a furious punch right into his face. Driven completely mad with rage, he lunges forward and screams, "Are you kidding me? What kind of doctor would actually abandon their own patients?" Without letting him finish, the doctor slowly pushes himself up with the help of his colleagues. Sadness and bitter sorrow fill everyone's eyes. "What do you expect us to do when we cannot do anything for them? Even you who gave everything for these patients could not save a single soul. Do you want us all to die here?" At those words, Park Chuen-sung gasps heavily, his face turning a dark purple from the spreading virus. With his final words delivered, the doctor and his 4 colleagues immediately turn their backs and walk away. They know it is wrong, but the living still have to go on living. "We would rather dodge bullets to save the wounded on a battlefield." It is simply too much to bear. Once the last group of doctors steps outside, the military immediately locks the massive glass doors of the hospital. Even though there is no one left inside the building, the intercom speakers keep blaring. "Code Red. Ward B, room 130, code Red. Room 130, code Red. Get help." Right now on the bed, a helpless patient is violently seizing without stop. Blood keeps pouring from his eyes, nose, and mouth, completely soaking the hospital sheets beneath him. Before things can even settle, the intercom blares with yet another urgent medical warning. Room 13 and room 44, both code Red. As the announcement fades out, the patient's arm suddenly stops moving, signaling that another precious life has been lost. At the foot of her bed, a young child with an IV drip in their hand stands there staring blankly at the motionless body. The nurse's frantic voice screams over the intercom, "Is there no doctor available? 1344, 311. Meanwhile, other patients can no longer endure the agonizing constant torment of the deadly virus. They hang themselves to find peace. The frantic nurse's voice breaks in absolute despair, begging over the speaker for someone, anyone, to please help. Unable to sit by any longer, Park Chuen-sung slowly stands up from his desk. His tall shadow casts over the iron door. He knows he must do everything left in his power to help. With those words, he throws on his medical coat and quickly heads out. At the reception desk, 2 nurses clad in protective suits desperately broadcast announcements over the speaker system. He walks fast, heading straight toward them. Exhaustion is written all over his face, yet he forces his weak body forward to urgently ask where the red alert is occurring. He has accepted the grim reality that nothing more can be done. Oh God. Endless heavy thoughts continue to fill his mind as he reaches the door of the ward. Inside the room, underneath their medical masks, every single patient's face still holds a desperate, flickering hope that they might actually survive. But no matter what happens, he knows deep down that these people still need him. He quickly gets to work as an assistant holds down a patient while he administers the final doses of medicine into their failing bodies. Pushing through another exhausting day like this, he eventually finds himself standing alone in the restroom. He continuously splashes cold water onto his face, desperately trying to keep himself awake. Staring at his increasingly haggard reflection in the mirror, he silently prays to survive just one more day. Please let me at least break down gradually, rather than collapsing all at once. Baek Chuen-sung cannot allow himself to look this pathetic, so he reaches up to adjust his messy hair and collar. Night has fully fallen, leaving the hospital ward in complete unlit darkness. Dr. Baek Chuen-sang quietly sits right beside the young patient's bedside. The young child looks up with heavy, tired eyes, wanting to express gratitude for everything the doctor has done. Dr. Baek, thank you so much for helping me today. But before the little boy can even finish his sentence, his voice suddenly cuts off as his eyes widen in pure horror. Standing right above him, Baek Chuen-sang is bleeding heavily with blood, pouring non-stop from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Within mere seconds, his body completely gives out on him. He collapses heavily onto the cold floor, shocking the nearby nurse, who cries out in panic for Dr. Baek. His body begins seizing violently with absolutely no signs of slowing down. Terrified by the sight, the nurse frantically checks on him, but the doctor is already unable to respond. Are you okay? Someone help. He is having a seizure. His eyelids grow incredibly heavy as his vision begins to blur and fade away completely. The nurse desperately begs him to wake up. Please stay awake, Dr. Baek. Just before slipping into unconsciousness, he suddenly spots a mysterious figure standing right behind the other two. Baek Chuen-sang knits his brows as dark blood overflows, soaking his collar red. Standing at the absolute brink of death, he manages to let out a weak, barely audible whisper. Who is there? At that moment, a brilliant green light erupts from the stranger's hand. Several other beams of light spark into existence, swirling and wrapping around the green tree hero. Tears stream down his face as he silently answers the doctor. He is a coward, but also a hero. A hero, you say? The bewildered question comes from a young man with a youthful voice, his face painted with absolute confusion. Why on earth do I have to become a hero? Why me? The ancient tree god quickly provides an answer to the future green tree hero standing before him. Because you are the chosen one hero. Upon hearing this, the future green tree hero's face lights up with absolute shock. You have indeed been chosen, the ancient tree god begins to explain his deep reasoning. You have never once harmed a single soul in your entire life. Not your parents, your friends, your teachers, nor anyone who has crossed your path. Your life is filled only with joy and happiness. Having made his reasons clear, the massive tree god slowly extends a long wooden branch toward the young man. And that is precisely why I have chosen you to become our hero. High up on a branch, a tiny young leaf begins to glow, stunning the future hero of vegetation. A noble soul of pure dignity who has never brought harm to another living being. A chosen one filled with deep compassion who knows how to love and forgive. Only a person like you could ever become a worthy vessel for my power. With those words, he guides the glowing leaf to touch the young man's forehead, sinking deep inside. As he nervously touches his forehead in utter confusion, the great tree god speaks once more. I am a powerless god, bound to this sanctuary, so please, hero, save our world in my stead. In that exact moment, right on, the forehead of the future hero of vegetation, a bright green crest begins to manifest. It takes the beautiful shape of a great ancient tree. With his task complete, the tree god leaves him with a final request to heal the wounds of this world, just like he did in his own. This sudden overwhelming leap into heroism leaves the young man completely unprepared for the warm, passionate welcomes of the other legendary heroes, keeping him from ever finding the courage to admit the truth. In reality, he is not some saintly soul who actively chose not to hurt others. He is simply a weakling who lacks the courage to ever fight for anything at all. His life was never guided by compassion. He was just a miserable coward who lacked the spine to stand up for his own self. He merely forced a polite smile back. Yet deep down, he knew the painful truth. He was nothing special, just a completely average everyday coward. Back in reality now, the young hero of vegetation has returned to his original mundane world. Standing in his classroom, he freezes in utter terror at the news broadcast playing on the wall-mounted television. He stumbles backward, completely paralyzed by fear, realizing he can see the devastation with his own eyes. That armored monster tearing through the city on the screen, he is a summoned hero, just like Gilsang. The realization hits him hard, and the young hero's legs begin to tremble uncontrollably. He cannot even support his own weight, collapsing to his knees as he realizes that compared to that monster, the fantasy world Gilsang had fought so hard to save was just a peaceful children's fairy tale. His face turns completely pale, sweat pouring down as he tremblingly clamps a hand over his mouth. If I ever have to fight someone like that, I will die. There is absolutely no doubt about it. On top of that, I can only use my powers if I end up hurting other people. Just thinking about it, it only proves to him that he can never harm another soul, and that is the exact reason he cannot fight. On the screen, the news continues tracking the armored terrorist, reminding everyone that the capital city's evacuation order remains in effect. Yet the hero of vegetation keeps making excuses for his own cowardice. It is not because I'm afraid, I just cannot bring myself to hurt others. But then he watches the armored monster strike down another hero with a single brutal slash. All the hero of vegetation can do is watch. He keeps whispering those desperate excuses, trying to convince himself that he truly cannot harm anyone. But then the television screen cuts to the grieving family of the fallen hero. Gil Sang immediately switches channels, sitting frozen on his sofa as the next dark news broadcast begins to play. This time it's a terrifying report about a deadly new virus outbreak in Incheon. The mortality rate is completely unprecedented. As the global tension reaches a boiling point, even a coward like him is forced to realize the truth. Looking down at his trembling hands, the hero of vegetation knows that if he does not stand up now, no one will. Spurred by the thought, he suddenly raises his hand and slaps his own face. He stood up from his chair, his face filled with determination. He knew very well that his own hesitation would only end up hurting more people, so he had to do everything in his power to help them. Meanwhile, over at the hospital, a steady glow of bright light radiates continuously from the hands of our green hero. Then it slowly gathers together, shaping itself into a tiny, delicate dandelion stem. He quickly brings this branch over to Chuen Sung. As he lets go, the small branch gently touches the bridge of his nose and dissolves right into his body. Instantly, Chuen Sung's entire body is completely cleared of the virus. He slowly sits up, but his face is still filled with utter confusion over what just happened. The doctor beside him gasps in shock. The seizures have finally stopped. Chuen Sung reaches up to touch his own face and mutters in sheer disbelief, "No fever, no bleeding, how is this even possible?" While Chuen Sung is still reeling in confusion, our green hero begins channeling his strange magic once more. A brilliant, powerful light suddenly erupts from his palm, revealing countless glowing dandelion seeds swirling within. He speaks up to explain their true identity as dandelion seeds, the youngest daughter of Yasin. They destroy anything harmful inside the body. As he speaks, he gently releases the dandelion seeds, letting them float freely through the air. The seeds drift toward the child. Seeing this, the little boy gets a bit scared and squeezes his eyes tightly shut. The green hero quickly reassures him, "Do not worry. On top of being completely cured, you might have already developed a strong resistance to the virus." Chuen Sung hears this, but he still cannot help feeling a bit skeptical. He asks if the boy is also one of those heroes they always see on the news. The hero smiles sheepishly. "Yeah, you could say that." He reaches out to help the doctor stand up, hoping to get his cooperation. But more importantly, "Doctor, can you help me out?" The scene shifts to a military camp acting as a quarantine zone for infected patients. The surrounding city is completely barren and ruined, with only military forces standing guard over the area. Deep inside the patient ward, a doctor and her colleague are working hard administering treatment to one of the patients. Suddenly, her phone lying on the table begins to vibrate. She quickly reaches over and picks up her phone to see exactly who is calling. The moment she spots the caller ID on the screen, her face turns pale with absolute horror. She frantically asks her colleague nearby, "Hey nurse, do you remember exactly how many days ago Dr. Chuen Sang was infected?" The nurse assumes she feels guilty for leaving Dr. Chuen Sang behind at the quarantine hospital. "Look, I get why you feel guilty, but you really need to stay focused on the patients right here." Realizing she is being misunderstood, the doctor quickly dismisses the idea. It is not about guilt, how many days. Even though the nurse feels like something is very wrong, she still answers her quite honestly. "I believe it was 10 days ago, but why on earth are you asking that?" The doctor quickly holds up her phone, revealing the active call on the screen to explain things. "From everything we know, people who catch this virus usually die within a single week." Yet right on her screen, Dr. Chuen Sang's phone number keeps flashing and vibrating. Maybe his ghost is calling from the other side to complain about what we did. Over here, Baek Cheon-sung has fully recovered his strength and is desperately trying to explain what happened. He grows increasingly annoyed when the person on the other end of the line fails to understand. "I do not care if you believe me," he snaps, "just get back here." Or do you have a better solution? On the other end, the nurse has absolutely no time to listen to his nonsense. She only wants to secure some immediate help from the military. With the rising number of patients, we need the army, not any other kind of support. We only need them to help manage the chaotic crowd. Just then, the doctor standing near Baek Cheon-sang alerts him that the hero is ready to begin. Under the cover of the quiet night, the vegetation hero stands on the hospital rooftop gazing down at the crowd. He knows that compared to the other heroes he possesses, no offensive power at all. He even admitted early on that his power is like a fairy tale for children. Yet winning a war takes far more than just powerful weapons and strong soldiers. Without hesitating, he immediately clasps his hands tightly together. A warm glow slowly begins to manifest within the center of his palms. The moment he spreads his hands open, a brilliant burst of light shines, cradling a single dandelion seed that was being nurtured inside his palms. The vegetation hero gently places the seed onto the rooftop as his soft, calm voice echoes through the darkness. Like a spring blossom melting away the snow, like a sprout breaking through hard, frozen soil. "Dandelion be the fairy of spring." As the words leave his lips, dandelions rapidly sprout and bloom across the hard stone floor. One beautiful flower pops up after another. Within moments, a vast garden of dandelions covers the entire area. A miracle to heal the lingering scars left behind by violence. A miracle like this is exactly what they need. Standing there in the garden, the vegetation hero watches the tiny petals drift away into the wind. Meanwhile, in a desolate area far from the hospital, the plague hero stands in the middle of a street littered with human corpses. His entire body begins to tremble uncontrollably. He can feel it happening even from this massive distance away. High up in the air, the deadly pathogens he created are slowly fading away. The dark malice he carefully refined to wipe out humanity is rapidly dissolving. The plague hero writhes in agony, his body convulsing so violently that he cannot even stand straight. What should I do now? He clutches his aching body tightly, feeling as if the heart inside his chest is about to burst. He refuses to accept this bitter reality, not when his grand plan has only just begun. His virus is being cured, meaning a vaccine, or some advanced treatment must have been deployed. Holding his distorted face in his hands, he cannot believe it. It makes no sense otherwise, the pathogens would be disappearing everywhere simultaneously. His pupils contract sharply, realizing that the virus is only being neutralized in this single spot. But right now, this is only happening in one single area. Whatever dark thoughts are crossing his mind, a wicked grin suddenly creeps onto his face. Like a manic demon, he remains completely consumed by his twisted obsession with murder. Is it a hero? Suddenly, he raises his hands toward the sky as if to crush the meddling fool. His eyes turn blood red, a bizarre smile forming at the thought of facing another hero. He will send that nuisance straight to the afterlife immediately. I will slaughter him just like I slaughtered that cat back then. A crisis strikes every world, and in response, every single world summons a hero. But not every world is fair, and not every world defines fairness in the exact same way. The world where the future plague hero is summoned is a land of sheer perfection. Right now, this future plague hero cannot stop coughing, his voice turning completely hoarse. His pale face and exhausted expression make him look entirely drained of life. As a dimensional portal tears open, he clutches his injured arm and tiredly lifts his gaze to look ahead. Waiting for him on this other side are people who stood ready. A woman smiles and waves to him, saying, "Welcome, hero." With the greetings over, he quickly follows the woman to tour their laboratory facility. It is the absolute peak of infinite progress for the citizens of this world. These are beings who possess completely unyielding bodies, perfect minds, and infinite wisdom. Right inside those test tubes, human embryos are actively being engineered and shaped through highly advanced scientific tools, rather than natural reproduction. On board the flying airship, he grips a nearby window frame, completely astounded by the incredible advancements here. Outside, the grand city has developed to a state of absolute perfection. Towering skyscrapers have already been built all across this city. The level of advancement is so high it rivaled the power of gods. He follows the woman until they stand right before a laboratory door. The moment the door slides open, his hoarse voice finally breaks the silence from everything you have shown me. Hearing his voice, the woman turns her head to look at him, waiting for his next words. He feels deeply moved because absolutely everything they have shown him in this place is completely flawless. Yet he cannot help but feel deeply confused. Honestly, wouldn't you? But did you bring me all the way here? Because you actually need me. I do not even know what I am capable of. Upon hearing this, the woman turns around to stand before him. Speaking proudly, it is because we are perfect that we need someone as imperfect as you, hero. Her words leave the future plague hero standing there in utter confusion. Suddenly, the woman reaches out her hand and gently touches his pale cheek. With an incredibly gentle look, she stares at him and whispers a feather-light plea. "Please kill us, please slaughter every single one of us." Her voice trails off into silence. This is when the future plague hero lifts his head to look at her, only to find heavy tears streaming down her beautiful face. It is true that the people of this world are utterly flawless. However, as time went on, they began to resent the peaceful and immortal existence they enjoyed. They wanted their lives to have a natural limit once again. Seeing her cry, the plague hero somehow finds tears falling from his own eyes. Perhaps he has finally found his own purpose in this place. A person filled with malice harboring a dark desire that most intelligent beings could never possess. He clenches his teeth tightly to hold back his heavy sobs, but the tears rolling down his cheeks betray his emotions. When he finally looks up, his entire body is shaking uncontrollably. The plague hero forces a deeply pained smile, sobbing as he accepts the request of the girl before him. "Fine, I will kill every last one of you." Right now inside the laboratory, his body is pierced by countless medical needles. He understands that he was chosen because he is merely an empty shell of a human. He is completely devoid of mercy, loving benevolence, empathy, or any form of pity. Both of his arms are completely covered in spiked syringes, yet not a single trace of fear shows on his face. Across from him, the people of this world smile with satisfaction, pleased by his calm demeanor. With preparations complete, a researcher immediately pulls the lever to initiate the grim experiment. They watch the viral sphere inside the glass chamber swelling and looking ready to burst from overload. The highly toxic bacteria rapidly flood into the massive syringe. The lethal liquid slowly drains, flowing straight into the plague hero's body. Blood begins to stream from every part of his face, but the plague hero maintains a totally blank stare. He feels absolutely no pain, letting out a wild, booming laugh instead. Nearby, a woman collapses to the floor, a peaceful smile plastered on her lips. But after witnessing this tragedy, is it even right to call this a hero story? Or should we reject that title entirely? Perhaps every single legendary tale we hear about heroes is nothing more than a dark fable. It is not just her lying dead inside this laboratory. Every single soul in the room lies lifeless, scattered across the cold floor. Outside the plague, Hero walks completely alone through the quiet, devastated city. He casually steps over the corpses, a twisted harmony of salvation agreed upon by both the savior and the dead themselves. Suddenly, as he tramples through a pool of fresh, wet crimson blood, a trembling little child desperately reaches out, grabbing onto the top of his blood-stained foot. Feeling the tiny hand, the plague hero freezes in his tracks, looking down in pure confusion. Blood pours endlessly down the poor child's heavily scarred face. Yet there is no hatred in those eyes, only a deeply peaceful, grateful smile. Gathering the absolute last of his strength, the boy softly whispers his gratitude. "Thank you, great hero." Hearing those words of gratitude for the very first time, the plague hero slowly grins. "No, I should thank you," he whispers, "because I love every single one of you." With those words, he raises his heavy foot, ready to deliver the boy to his final rest. After all, there is no rule stating that a hero's legend has to be warm and beautiful. Back in the grim reality, the overwhelming lethal energy of the plague hero continues to spread in all directions. Bathed in the dim sunset, he stands proudly among the endless pile of corpses, staring directly at a drone buzzing closer to him. High up in the sky, a military drone positions itself to capture a clear shot of his face. After days of non-stop tracking, the military has finally located his exact position. Just like that, the elusive plague hero has finally shown himself. Up until now, he only unleashed his infected victims while keeping himself completely hidden. Observing this, the commander hypothesizes that there is a specific reason for his sudden appearance. He believes it is because the infected are finally being cured. He must have heard that patients are recovering from his plague, driving him so incredibly mad that he decided to take action. They had already contacted the vegetation hero, warning the vegetation hero that his target had finally emerged. He is likely heading straight for the hospital where the vegetation hero is currently tending to the infected. Hearing the commander's deduction, the soldier standing beside him cannot help but feel slightly anxious. Still, this is great news, as they can finally distribute the cure to save the infected population. Things are looking up, are they not? Since he chose to reveal himself, we can finally cut down the plague at its very root. The commander nods in agreement, adding that the United Nations had been holding back on deploying their own troops. They refuse to mobilize fully until they receive absolute proof of the plague hero's death. He stares at the monitor showing the plague hero still standing tall and proud, showing absolutely zero hesitation about taking this monster out. The officer checks his watch, speaking with cold determination. He explains that putting down the plague hero is their ticket to a real future. It is not just about saving the people, it will be the opening act of this nation's grand counteroffensive. When the timing feels right, he turns to leave and orders them to begin. Today, they are finally going to bring down the monster who poisoned their entire country. Back on the streets, bodies are piled up everywhere with blood streaming down their faces. Inside the fresh, still wet blood, each droplet of dark liquid slowly floats up into the air. They quickly condense into a dark purple sphere. The plague hero stands in the center, raising his hand to expand the toxic orb. But even as it grows, he feels it is still not enough. He wants to harvest even more of this power on the move, while in the meantime swatting away the annoying little bugs that dare to crawl his way. Before he can even take a step, at this exact moment, a barrage of military missiles is launched, screaming straight down. But the plague hero does not flinch. This entire assault was already anticipated in his plans. Bingo! The missiles slam directly into his position, triggering a massive fiery explosion. As the thick dust slowly clears, the poison sphere has instantly hardened into a solid shield, protecting him from the blast. Witnessing this sudden and completely unexpected change, the officer immediately barks an update into his radio. "We are not sure if he is hurt, but he has changed form." But they are not backing down, instantly moving to execute their next strategy. He shouts into the comms, ordering Alpha Squad to prepare to fire. Directing both the airborne forces and the ground units, he leaves no room for error. The Suicide Squad is standing ready to strike the moment he commands. Behind that protective poison shield, the plague hero remains completely unharmed. But deep inside, skeletal figures are stitching themselves together from toxic ooze. Once the regeneration is complete, the massive shield slowly begins to dissolve. From the heart of that melting sphere, thousands of grotesque, venomous clones charge out. It is a chaotic illusion, a relentless horde of pure madness running wildly forward. They sprint forward with creepy, maniacal laughter echoing all across the battlefield. Watching the monitor from headquarters, the commander realizes things are going south. Panic begins to creep in, but he forces himself to stay calm and lead. The target cloned himself to completely surround them. Alpha Squad open fire again. Suicide Squad, prepare to move on my signal. Receiving the order, the military jets throttle up and streak across the sky. On the ground, armored tanks and infantry do not waste a single second raising their weapons to charge ahead. Wipe every last one of them out. Do not let any of those clones escape. High above, combat fighter jets lock onto their targets, ready to strike again. The pilot shouts into his radio, coordinating with his wingmen to execute the launch. Vanguard units prepare to engage in 10 seconds, but before they can even pull their triggers, suddenly a massive flock of black crows erupts from across the city, completely swarming the sky. Like crazed beasts, the birds dive bomb straight into the military aircraft, successfully disrupting their entire attack run. The officer quickly radioed his squad, shouting a warning about a sudden bird strike over and over. A swarm of black crows relentlessly slammed against the cockpit glass, completely blocking the crew's vision. The captain called in their status. Worse, they shattered the glass, letting the deadly poison seep right into the cabin. In an instant, Alpha Team went completely silent, unable to report their status anymore. But the desperate officer kept trying to yell into his radio anyway. "Can anyone hear me?" he rasped, begging. But before he could even finish his desperate plea, the entire chopper erupted into a massive ball of fire. The sudden explosion instantly caught the attention of the Vanguard squad on the ground. Even as they kept pushing forward, they were totally blind to the sheer chaos and madness unfolding right above them. Then, right on cue, a horde of monstrous clones resembling the Plague Hero came charging straight toward them. Snapping out of their shock, the Vanguard quickly raised their rifles, unleashing a heavy hail of bullets at the incoming monsters. This was the dreaded Plague Hero. Yet all those heavy rounds didn't seem to slow the creatures down one bit. As the monsters closed the distance to the squad's defensive line, they paused for just a split second to leap, then lunged straight onto the commanding officer. Terrified and caught off guard, the officer couldn't even dodge in time. His face went pale with dread, but he still tried to act tough. "What the hell, get off me! What do you think you're doing?" he shrieked. Instead of backing off, the clone pressed its face close to his, flashing a mocking grin as it signaled the start of a brutal massacre. Before the words could fully settle, a massive toxic explosion ripped through the area, tearing the Vanguard squad to shreds. The Plague Hero always stayed hidden, only showing himself when spreading his deadly virus. Because of this, the government figured that while he could easily wipe out entire cities, his actual physical strength wasn't any higher than that of an ordinary human. So they believed that if they could just pin down his location early enough. High above, reconnaissance drones kept a close eye on every single move of the Plague Hero. Meanwhile, the squad on the ground had already completely collapsed under his sudden, overwhelming assault. Turns out that was a fatal mistake. Not only the ground troops, but Alpha Team in the sky had been entirely wiped out too. They finally realized the terrifying truth: no matter how many times he died, their enemy would just keep multiplying. On the other side, soldiers kept firing their flamethrowers, trying to burn the endless plague clones to ash. One of the Vanguard soldiers stared down the horde of clones in front of him. He desperately unleashed bursts of fire, trying to burn them to crisp. Thankfully, the flames did their job, and the monsters finally began to burn. Their scorched bodies collapsed onto the cold, hard ground, unable to take another step forward. Seeing this, the officer was actually pretty surprised that these terrifying clones could be taken down so easily. Guess he's really nothing special after all. But just as he let his guard down to celebrate, another wave of clones surged from the shadows, lunging at him instantly. Giving him absolutely no time to react, they struck without a single warning. They pounced directly onto his body. That was when they finally realized the horrifying truth: his true power was fueled by the very lives of those he stole to keep fighting. The commander of the Vanguard squad, he was taken out so effortlessly that he couldn't even process his own defeat as he fell. Having completely wiped out the bothersome intruders, the Plague Hero's raspy voice echoed through the area. The outcome was already crystal clear. He casually walked over the growing pile of corpses. He steps forward over the scattered bodies of the fallen Suicide Squad. Standing amidst the burning chaos of the battlefield, he laughs triumphantly. He boasts that his energy consumption cannot even keep up with how fast he absorbs, more making their defeat absolutely certain. With that, he beats his chest in a show of pure pride. He reaches out once more, pulling back the massive sphere of plague that he had created. Once he condenses the glowing toxic orb, he immediately pops it right into his mouth. There is no telling what it tastes like, but the moment he swallows it down, his face lights up with pure ecstasy, as if savoring the ultimate delicacy. It is delicious, and right now near the wrecked tank of the Suicide Squad. The officers keep pushing forward, walking through the bodies of those who had just fallen. While pushing ahead, one of the officers suddenly stops dead when he notices something emerging from the shadows. Right across from him, another soldier is walking with incredibly slow, heavy footsteps, dragging himself forward step by agonizing step. But then the gas mask he is clutching suddenly slips and drops heavily to the ground. The officer lifts his head, revealing a face so horribly warped and deformed that his features are no longer recognizable. He raises a trembling hand to block them, desperately warning the soldiers to stay away and not get any closer. Having squeezed out the last bit of his strength, the moment the horrified soldiers turn around to flee, his bloated body suddenly begins to swell up as if about to explode. Meanwhile, watching this horror unfold on the monitors, the other officers. Back at headquarters, the high-ranking staff are left completely paralyzed with terror. Nameless dread washes over every single face in the command room as they witness how the sheer cruelty of the plague hero has completely crushed their army's spirit. They finally understand that this monster is a living virus, even worse, a giant cancer cell masquerading as a human. An officer monitoring the feed turns around with a pale face to speak to his commander. "We have completely lost contact with the major on the battlefield." Hearing this, the commander's expression darkens instantly. He cannot believe his elite force has been wiped out so incredibly fast. It is unbelievable that our entire military is completely helpless against that so-called hero. His eyes remain glued to the live monitor, where the plague hero stands triumphantly amidst the smoldering ruins. Overwhelmed by helplessness, he has absolutely no idea how they can possibly kill this thing. How are we supposed to fight a terrifying monster like him, a living, breathing plague? While he is lost in these grim thoughts, the door to the secure command room is suddenly pushed open. When the officers look up, a wave of sheer panic washes over everyone in the room. It is the major, but he is unrecognizable. His eyes stained a deep, unnatural shade of purple. Toxic blood pours continuously from his eyes, nose, and mouth, soaking his entire military uniform. His voice is incredibly raspy as he weakly calls out to them. Major Dong takes heavy, dragging steps toward them, but he has no intention of attacking. He only wants to apologize. "I am so incredibly sorry for failing to complete my mission." He tries to say something else, but his eyes suddenly roll right back into his skull. Toxic fluids begin pouring violently out of his mouth. He spews out a thick puddle of hideous purple slime onto the floor. Violent, choking coughs rack his body as if he is about to spit out his own throat. His legs give out, and he collapses face first into the pool of toxic slime, dying with his eyes wide open. But then a sickening hand slowly begins to form right out of that pool of purple slime. It quickly reforms into a complete body carrying the raspy voice of the terrifying plague hero. "It seems I have actually won." He stands up from the pool of slime as the officer quickly draws his gun and points it at him. The plague hero wipes the remaining slime from his face with an arrogant smirk. "Looks like I found the leader." Inside the control room, absolute chaos erupts as only the sounds of violent smashing echo through. Desperate screams ring out shortly after as warm blood splatters across the entrance. Seconds later, the screaming suddenly stops while even more blood begins to smear across the door. Just like that, the government's first attempt to stop this outbreak fails miserably. Back in the control room, the officer continues to watch every single move of the terrifying plague hero. He knows it is either because of this gruesome ending or simply because this is the very first battle involving the most dangerous hero of all. Footage of the plague hero quickly spreads across the military alongside their brutal defeat. Meanwhile, a high-stakes meeting of military officers from around the world takes place under heavy tension. An officer on screen speaks up his face, showing absolute disappointment. "I heard this unit specialized in chemical warfare, so I expected some good news. How truly unfortunate." Hearing those cold words, another officer gets incredibly irritated by his dismissive attitude. He snaps, "How unfortunate is that seriously all you have to say? If our only cure for the virus disappears, the military will completely lose its upper hand." Seeing him lose control like that, another officer fears the meeting will fall apart and tries to calm him down. "Colonel, please relax. Everyone on this call is already fully aware of how extremely serious this situation is." Saying this, his own face turns deadly serious. He wants everyone to keep cool and recount what happened over the last few days. Let us keep our composure and summarize exactly what is going on right now. Our target, the plague hero, is by far the most dangerous hero we have ever faced. The absolute destruction he leaves in his wake is completely incomparable. He slaughters blindly, killing both soldiers and civilians. And though I absolutely hate to admit it, our normal forces cannot even land a single scratch on him. With everything considered, we are left with absolutely no choice but to deploy the heroes at our disposal. Hearing this, another officer realizes how incredibly difficult this task will be. From what I have read, this plague hero is simply too dangerous. Even if our heroes can somehow beat him. Listening to their rising concerns, the officer steps forward to present his own proposed solution. This will likely be a brutal battle, and if this clash puts the life of Hwarang at risk. But before he can even finish his sentence, another officer immediately rejects the idea. "We absolutely cannot cooperate when it comes to this matter. And my answer to your request is also, no, I refuse to send our hero, Yu Sona." As soon as he speaks, a loud crash echoes from one of the officer screens. He furiously points his finger at the screen, unable to believe such spineless cowardice. Which you actually refuse to send her over. Do you seriously view those heroes as mere property of your unit? If you're only protecting them to pad your service record with medals, I'll invoke martial law too. Realizing he's been completely misunderstood, the other officer quickly speaks up to defend himself. It's not about medals at all. All I'm trying to point out is that we still have far too many enemies to deal with. Right now, our unit is monitoring the Faith Hero, who is just as dangerous as the Plague Hero. If Hong Huarang gets sealed and disappears, we have absolutely no idea what happens next. And that's not even counting the Sea Dragon Hero. He can cross between the East and West Seas in an instant and basically owns our entire ocean. Then there's the Sword Hero, who already slaughtered 2 other heroes and is currently moving south toward Namseon. Plus, the Transformation Hero is relentlessly expanding. Even if we throw our forces into a bloody war of attrition, he gives them another stark reminder. They still haven't even identified the mysterious hero who attacked the Ministry of National Defense. There are just way too many rogue threats out there. The officer doesn't want to sound selfish, but the massive scale of what they're up against is undeniable. More could appear at any second. As things stand, if we rush to send one of our own heroes and they fail to defeat the Plague Hero, can we actually survive the devastating fallout of that battle? Hearing this explanation, another officer nods in complete agreement. I agree. Maybe there's still time. We should evacuate the Green Hero and the patients. But the room remains divided. Another officer cuts in, arguing they can always move patients later. But what if the Plague Hero isn't stopped? It's highly unlikely the United Nations will still send troops to help them. It might be worth the massive risk of sending one of their own heroes to fight. Another officer immediately cuts him off. The United Nations only acts in their own self-interest. Isn't it much wiser to rely on a powerful hero who's actually on their side? They can change their minds instantly. If they sacrifice another hero like they did with Yu Seong-jin and Do Hoon Lim, this country has no future. That warning immediately hits a nerve, making the officer furious. You think I don't know that already? Are you suggesting we keep throwing away the few soldiers we have left? Is the blood of my men worth absolutely nothing compared to the lives of those heroes? Amidst the shouting, the commanding officer on the main screen remains dead silent, deeply contemplating. And then he slowly switches on his microphone. He has quietly listened to everyone's debates and respects their conflicting perspectives. But the absolute priority remains they must eliminate the Plague Hero running rampant out there. They have to secure the win right here, yet they can't afford to risk any of their currently active heroes. So the choice is already made. Finally, he takes a massive gamble to deploy that hero. Hearing this, the officer on the other side of the line instantly realizes who he means. The officer adjusts his glasses, and although they hate to admit it, they all know there is still one more hero they can use. Even if none of us want to bring this up, we still have that other hero, right? The only hero with a criminal record. Right now, inside a city correctional facility. Just around the corner, a young man walks deep into a nearby alley. Using a pair of chopsticks to hold his half-burned cigarette, he lets out a deep sigh, looking completely done with life. Out of nowhere, military personnel show up right in front of him. The moment he spots them, he immediately starts tossing out shameless insults. Tui grinds the cigarette butt under his heel, bitterly complaining about how the military treated him. I offered to save this country, and yet you guys ended up locking me away. He smirks sarcastically as he speaks, knowing they only crawled back to him because they are in deep trouble. And now you want my help because you are actually getting scared, right? The officer completely ignores the mockery, keeping his composure, as he finally speaks up. The first time someone from the military came to see you, you said back then that you genuinely regretted all the things you had done. You claimed you would do absolutely anything to redeem yourself as long as we cleared a path for you. With those words, he hands the young man a file. Crossing his arms, the officer asks if he is truly prepared to take on this mission. So if that path is a battle to the death, a one-way highway to hell, do you still want it? Tui grabs the document file. He silently takes the file without giving the officer a direct answer. Yet one look at his face tells you exactly how eager he is to sink his teeth into this mission. Just outside the facility gates, a massive line of police cars and heavily armed officers is already waiting on standby. The police presence in this area has been incredibly heavy, both during the briefing and right now. Just a few steps away, a junior officer carefully lights a cigarette for his superior. He curiously starts asking about what Tui has actually been doing during his time locked away. I heard this hero has a criminal record, but what exactly did he do? Hearing this, the senior officer takes a long, silent drag from his cigarette. After a long pause, he finally speaks up, though he clearly has no idea how to even begin the story. Where do I even start? Tui has 12 counts of theft, 7 of assault, and 3 of driving without a license. But what he is most notorious for are his brutal, bloody brawls during high school. He literally killed 1 person and permanently disabled 4 others with his bare hands. Looking back at this dark history, the junior officer suddenly realizes he has actually heard that name somewhere before. Sounds familiar. So is he the one taking charge of this mission? He seems highly skeptical that the military would ever trust someone like that, handing such a dangerous monster a highly critical and noble task. A teenage killer who got power and now he is standing on the side of justice trying to play hero. Are we seriously going to put our trust in a kid like him? The man with glasses sits back and puts out his cigarette. And even if he hates to admit it, Tui is currently their best option. That is precisely why we are releasing him at a moment like this. Right now, we have to use every asset we have, no matter how incredibly dangerous. If he ends up dying after taking down that plague hero, it is honestly not the worst thing in the world. This entire strategy is basically pitting two irredeemable pieces of trash against each other. Before the man can even finish his sentence, a swift kick to the back of his neck cuts him off. She refuses to let him talk about Taiyui that way, telling him to stop. Sure, he might be immature, completely hopeless, and incredibly foolish. Hot tears start streaming down her face, yet she fiercely defends him. Struggling to protect Taiyui, she insists that he remains a good person. Hearing these familiar words, the spectacled man is instantly reminded of the past when Taiyui was thrown in handcuffs. Back then, someone else said the exact same thing about him being immature, hopeless, and foolish. That young man had bowed deeply and respectfully, begging them to let Taiyui slide just this once, insisting that he was still a good person. Please, if you officers could just let him off this once. Hearing this, the police officer scratches his head in awkward frustration, totally at a loss. Seriously, kid, a simple apology is not going to fix the mess he made. Yet the young man keeps his head bowed, offering a deep, sincere apology. He says he is truly sorry and promises the director will make sure this never happens again. Left with no other choice, the officer sighs and finally decides to let Taiyui go. But the cop warns him that there will be absolutely no free passes next time. The boy gets off today only because he avoided causing his usual scene. Tell your director that with the stunt he pulled today, he will not get away so easily next time. Shortly after, the duo stands outside the station as Taiyui rubs his sore red wrists, complaining loudly. My wrists are killing me. Angrily shaking his fist back at the building, he curses the officers. Handcuffing a minor like that is just completely brainless, he mutters. But get this, before he can even finish venting his gentle savior snaps. Suddenly, he grabs Taiyui's wrists with a crushing grip and follows it up with a sharp kick straight to his knee, making Taiyui grimace in absolute agony. Taiyui collapses onto the dirt, writhing and shouting at his brother to show some respect to his elders. The young man simply turns and walks off, though he cannot resist tossing back a sharp retort. Entering the orphanage 3 months before me does not make you some wise elder. Besides, take a good look at yourself. Do you honestly think I can respect you after all the stupid things you do? Pushing himself up to walk down the stairs, Taiyui immediately trips and crashes hard again. Sprawled on the stone steps, he curses his absolutely rotten luck. Damn it, he growls. First a cop gets all up in my business, all over stealing pocket change from a vending machine. Now his own brother kicks him in the shin. Cursing under his breath, he prepares to rant even more. Suddenly, Choi Min-jae appears out of nowhere. Choi Min-jae squats down to look at him, unable to help, but wonder how he could live a life like this. Why live like this? Does he seriously want to just ruin his own life? His constant rebellion is starting to affect all the other kids at the orphanage. Before Min-jae can even finish his sentence, Tu confesses he did it, leaving Choi Min-jae completely startled. Wait, what? Teo slowly stands up, brushes the dirt and dust off his clothes, and repeats himself. I said I did it because I actually want to ruin my own life. Tae-il turns right back around to interrogate his younger brother, genuinely unable to comprehend how anyone could possibly work this hard. What about you? He demands. Why the hell are you working so hard? Do you really think if you study hard and succeed, the parents who abandoned you will run back to hug you? Receiving no answer, Tae-il gets even more agitated and snaps at him. Are you trying to get featured on some tear-jerking news broadcast? The emotional story of Min-jae Choi? About how you overcame your incredibly tragic childhood, or some other garbage like that? Tae-il does not even wait for a response because he never wanted that kind of life anyway. I don't want any of it, none of it. What Tae-il actually wants is to become a true living symbol of someone who keeps rising after falling down. A child left behind by everyone who still managed to pull himself up. To become a beacon of hope, proving that success is possible, by showing everyone that they can overcome their own brutal reality. He wants to show the absolute monsters who abandon innocent kids exactly how much they will have to pay. Those bastards who threw me away at that orphanage and the world that just stood by and let it happen, they need to understand that when they discard a child, they are going to grow up and become a massive problem for society. His voice rises to a near scream as he yells directly into Min-jae's face. Maybe then they will think twice before neglecting other helpless kids like me. Standing right across from him, Min-jae has remained completely silent. But after listening to this heated rant, he calmly tells Tae-il not to do anything stupid. Throwing your life away just for revenge? Don't do this. He does not want Tae-il putting himself in danger for the sake of people he barely knows. Why destroy yourself for revenge against parents whose faces you do not even remember anymore? Tae-il is completely caught off guard to hear Min-jae call him his older brother. but he just sneers bitterly, scoffing at how absolutely embarrassing the word brother sounds. Done listening to any more of his warnings, Tae-il turns on his heel and walks away. Whatever, I will live my life exactly how I want. Get lost and just go back to doing whatever you want to do. But he makes absolutely sure to remind Min-jae that once they leave this orphanage, they are completely done. They might share a roof right now, but out there in the real world, they will be strangers. Having said his piece, he stops, dead in his tracks. Reaching deep into his jacket pocket, he pulls out a thick wad of cash and hurls it at Min-jae. Standing there with his arms tightly crossed, Min-jae makes no effort to catch the flying cash. As the bundle of bills hits the dirt, Tae-il shouts out one final message. "Tell the director not to wait up," he calls out, "and use that cash to buy snacks. Treat yourself and the rest of the kids at the orphanage." Hearing these bitter words, Min-jae remains completely expressionless, simply standing there and silently staring at his brother's retreating back as he walks away. He cannot comprehend why Tae-il would refuse to use the money he stole, deciding to hand it over instead of keeping it for himself. "If you got caught stealing this, why are you giving it to me instead of using it yourself?" But Tae-il offers absolutely no explanation, simply waving his hand as he walks off. Under the slanting afternoon light, Tae-il plods down the brick path alone. Shoving his hands into his pockets, he is reminded of the brutal reality of being abandoned by his parents the moment he was old enough to realize it. An intense, uncontrollable rage begins to boil deep within his chest once again. Reaching inside his jacket, he pulls out a pack of cigarettes completely empty. Tae-ui feels like his day is just absolute garbage. Damn it, today really sucks. A bitter curse, and he slams his cigarettes onto the floor. Damn it all. He is haunted by the deep, gut-wrenching feeling that his parents abandoned him because he was somehow broken. Worse still is the crippling insecurity of knowing he is the one nobody wanted. Right at that moment, Tae-ui spots a running motorcycle parked nearby with its engine still humming. Soon after, the owner steps outside with a thoroughly confused look on his face. He looks around, realizing his ride has completely vanished from the spot. Turns out Tae-ui already hopped on and tore down the street, leaving the owner shouting in vain as he disappears. Hey, get back here, you bastard!" The man keeps screaming curses, but his shouting does absolutely nothing now. Tae-ui ends up forming his own crew and starts racing with them. It is like he is acting out on purpose, trying to prove his parents were right to throw him away. Engines constantly roar down the deserted streets as they speed along together, not a single helmet in sight. No matter how much he broods over it, Tae-ui still can't grasp why they abandoned him. So he just decides to live like someone who deserved to be abandoned. Clutching a cold beer, Tae-ui stares blankly at the rowdy crowd partying right in front of him. He watches these lowlifes enjoy their lives, while he slowly trashes his own life. But right in the middle of their gathering, a squad of bikers pulls up from the road. Every single one of them is covered in highly intimidating savage tattoos. They kill their engines and kick down their kickstands. The decals on their bikes display the emblem of some kind of gang. The group marches right over to where Tae-ui and his crew are sitting. Leading them is Yeom Sang-in, the head of the Burning Skull Gang. He is here to confront Tae-ui about the bike that got stolen earlier this afternoon. "So you are the little punk who dared steal a ride from my guys." Pretty buzzed by now, Tae-ui stands up without a hint of fear and stares him down. "I have been waiting for this," Tae-ui mutters, prompting Yeom Sang-in to let out a mocking sneer. "Waiting? You seriously think acting like some tough guy is going to make us back down?" He immediately boasts about his crew with immense pride. "We are the greatest biker gang in the north, the Burning Skulls." But before he can even finish, Tae-ui loses his patience and snaps, "Fuck you guys." Angrily pointing at himself, he makes it crystal clear that he is the one who stole the bike. And instead of running away, he was waiting right here for them. "I stole that damn bike and I did not run." Tired of their trash talk, he just wants them to step up and start the brawl already. Then bring it on Tae-ui goads. And that completely sets Yeom Sang-in off. Gritting his teeth, he can't hold back anymore and orders his men to grab Tae-ui. "Get him!" Tae-ui finally gets exactly what he wanted. Adrenaline pumping, he charges straight into the crowd. Perfect! He lands a brutal, bone-crunching punch right to the leader's face. Living like absolute trash like this makes it so much easier to accept his own abandonment. Following up that punch, he drives his knee straight into the guy's face once more. Just a troublemaker. Before his target can even recover, Tae-ui grabs him by the throat, pins him down, and repeatedly beats his face as blood splatters everywhere. But as always, every street brawl gets broken up eventually, especially when this happens. The police had received the report and rushed to the scene. Since Tae-ui was the one who started it, he was handcuffed and hauled off to the precinct. But before long, someone always showed up to bail him out, and he was back on the streets. Standing right outside the police station doors, his friends wouldn't stop nagging and chewing him out. But their words went in one ear and right out the other. It was a never-ending cycle. Get arrested, get bailed out, and immediately head right back out to cause more trouble. Cut to a karaoke room where a guy and a girl are happily singing a duet together. Taiyui sits right in the middle, resting his head on his hand, as he endures the pretty boring party. But suddenly the door flies open as the school's top bullies barge in. The thugs crash the room, clearly looking to ruin their fun. And yet that rude interruption is exactly what triggers Taiyui's inner thrill. He leaps out of his seat, charges forward, and plants a vicious kick right to the guy's face. Sure enough, not long after, he finds himself in handcuffs and back at the precinct. By now, this routine has long become a habit for Taiyui. Back at the station, the chief is busy giving instructions to one of his officers. Day after day, he finds himself sitting once again in that familiar chair at the local police station. By now, Taiyui has fully realized that his life is stuck in the absolute worst kind of vicious cycle. Let's flash back to the past. To the day Taiyui was born and abandoned by his parents at the police station. They left an envelope of cash, leaving the clueless officers unsure of what to do. Every single time Taiyui got in trouble, Choi Min-jae was there to bail him out. The two would walk one behind the other along the narrow path back to the orphanage. Through all of this, the only thing that never changed was Min-jae's constant nagging. But Taiyui knew his friend would never say those things if he didn't actually care. Once Taiyui couldn't take it anymore and asked him straight, "Damn it! Don't you ever get tired of nagging? You're going to make me deaf." But in response, all Taiyui gets is a ruthless kick straight to the shin. "Then at least pretend to listen," Min-jae snapped. "Are you planning to throw your entire life away like this?" Even though he got yelled at, Taiyui felt pretty warm inside, happy that someone in this world actually cared about him. He had always believed that this was simply how they would live their lives. Him, a useless high school delinquent, and Min-jae, a productive member of society. But unfortunately, Taiyui had forgotten one simple truth, which is that when trash rots, everything around it begins to stink. Not too far away, their close bond is spotted by some thugs that Taiyui had previously beaten up. Yeom Sang-in starts asking about Choi Min-jae, demanding to know who that punk hanging around Taiyui is. A red-haired thug leaning against the wall quickly answers his boss. "I asked around," he says. Apparently they both grew up in the exact same orphanage. Hearing that, another thug is pretty surprised, asking if being from the same orphanage makes them like brothers. They all turn their eyes toward the two who are laughing and joking together. It is a completely different expression from the one Taiyui wears when he is around his usual gang. Just look at him. His face is nothing like how he acts with his regular crowd of punks. Having found out what he wanted about Min-jae, Yeom Sang-in turns his motorcycle around and leaves. Before taking off, he orders his lackeys to bring the guy standing next to Taiyui to him tomorrow. With that, he immediately revs his engine and speeds out of the alley. A smug smirk plasters his face, eager to see the absolute despair Taiyui will suffer very soon. "Fine, Choi Toi, you always act like such a tough guy. Let us see if you can keep that up once your family gets dragged in. What happens next is just way too familiar." Right now, a completely wasted Tui is lounge-sitting in a dimly lit room, holding a girl who is nestled tightly in his lap. Just as he is enjoying himself, his gaze suddenly drifts over and catches on something lying right next to him. Through his hazy, blurry vision, he spots his phone screen lighting up with a call from the orphanage director. Whatever was said during that brief phone call, it changes everything in an instant. Toi does not even care about the building's height and immediately flings the window open to leap out. Plunging into the dark night, he does not even put on his shoes before hitting the cold, hard ground. His face twists in absolute rage, unable to stop himself from cursing. "Damn it, right now." Choi Min-dae is currently taking some incredibly painful, brutal blows to his body from Yeom Sang-in and his thugs. They are nothing but ruthless punks with no self-control. Meanwhile, Tui quickly throws himself onto his ride and speeds off like crazy toward the location they gave him. By now, Min-dae is beaten black and blue all over his body. But the thugs show no mercy, raising their heavy baseball bats high into the air once again. Back on the road, Tui is desperately revving his engine, flying toward the meetup spot. He is in a terribly dark mood, unable to stop cursing out loud. Damn it. Showing no mercy, the thug swings the baseball bat hard against the back of Mindy's neck, forcing out a painful scream. This savage, brutal torture is about to cost them dearly, leaving Tui's poor, innocent older brother completely unable to ever walk again. Tui drives with all his might, racing straight to the hospital. He slams on the brakes, leaving a long, smoking black skid mark across the asphalt. Panicking completely, he ignores the receptionist at the desk and sprints as fast as he can into the ward. Outside the tightly shut emergency room doors, the young kids from the orphanage are crying their eyes out. Standing right alongside those weeping children is the solemn director of the orphanage. Only now does he truly realize that the heavy debt he piled up by living like a total failure has ended up being paid in blood by someone he holds so dear. Standing right in front of them, Tui gasps for air, desperately trying to make them understand that he had absolutely no idea this would happen. I really did not know. Inside the ICU room, Min-dae is hooked up to a ventilator just to stay alive. On top of that, His severely fractured arm is completely wrapped up in a plaster cast. The only sound in the room is the rhythmic beep of the life support machine with Tui sitting silently beside it. Pacing restlessly, he rubs his hands together before a sudden wave of dark resolve washes over him and he pushes himself up to his feet. He makes up his mind that this time, he is absolutely going to take full responsibility for what he caused. This time, I will definitely take full responsibility. He reaches out and firmly pulls the hospital room curtain aside. Before walking out, he quietly tells Min-dae to wake up as quickly as possible. He begs him to open his eyes and stop making his brother worry before walking out without looking back once. Shortly after, Tui drives straight to an abandoned construction site located on the edge of the city. Someone is already waiting there for him, completely sure that he would show up sooner or later. Spotting him, the guard feels a brief jolt of genuine surprise. He immediately scrambles back inside the building to inform his boss of the arrival. Within moments, heavy and rapid footsteps echo through the empty halls as Doem Sang-in leads his entire gang right up to Tui. Completely blind to the lethal danger standing right before him, the boss mockingly brings up what they did to Min-dae. "Hey there, Tae-wee. Did you really come all this way for revenge? Sucks what happened to your brother, though." Not only does the bastard show zero remorse, he actually turns it around and blames Tae-wee instead, claiming this is all your fault, and it never would have happened if you hadn't stolen their member's bike. But before the trash can even finish his sentence, Tae-wee cuts him off. Not only that, Tae-wee actually takes all the blame onto his own shoulders. "Yeah, you're right, I'm the one who started this." He grabs the necklace around his neck, ripping it off with force as he accepts his grim fate. "So I've got no right to complain no matter how badly you guys beat me to a pulp." Hearing his calm words, the members of the Burning Skull motorcycle gang are completely taken aback. Dom Sang-in thinks he is hearing things, quickly turning to one of his lackeys to make sure. What? What did he just say? The lackey is just as confused, because Tae-wee doesn't seem angry at all, sounding completely calm about it. Tae-wee squeezes the necklace tightly in his hand, then casually tosses it to the dirty ground. He beats his own chest, staring right through them. Since he is the one who started this mess, he feels he should be the one to pay the price. "But I'm the one who should be paying off this debt." Unable to contain his rage, he roars at them, saying a piece of trash like him should only worry about dealing with garbage like me. With that, Tae-wee immediately charges straight into the pack. Savage blows and desperate grunts echo endlessly through the abandoned construction site. A long while later, Tae-wee is holding Doem Sang-in by the collar, his hands covered in blood. You'd think this fight was going to end badly for him, but look at the situation now. The entire Burning Skull gang is lying completely wrecked all over the ground, and Dom Sang-in is beaten so bloody his own face is barely recognizable. Using his last bit of strength, he gasps out, begging Tae-wee to please stop. But there is absolutely no mercy for him as Tae-wee raises his heavy fist once more, smashing it brutally right into the bastard's face. It honestly looks like he is going to beat him to death. But right then, a trembling lackey uses his last bit of strength to grab Tae-wee's leg, desperately pleading for him to stop. "Stop if you keep going. He'll actually die. We didn't kill your brother." Over there, Dom Sang-in groans in sheer agony, whimpering for his men to save him. Hearing him beg, Tae-wee actually seems to agree, but he only tightens his grip on the bastard's collar. "You are right, we didn't kill him. He might be clinging to life in the intensive care unit, but he's still breathing." But Tae-wee knows that what happens today has absolutely nothing to do with Min-jae. He knows this bastard's death has absolutely nothing to do with Min-jae. He just wants him dead, purely for personal revenge. And I'll pay for killing this bastard with my own damn life. With that, he raises his fist one last time, driving it straight into Doem Sang-in's bloody face. The blow is so incredibly powerful that Doem Sang-in's neck snaps instantly from the force. Night falls, and it's finally over, as a torrential rain begins to wash over the city. Tae-wee is barely conscious at this point, blindly climbing onto his bike and riding off into the darkness. And right at that moment, a train comes roaring down the tracks. Tae-wee rides straight onto the tracks with the massive train bearing down right in front of him. Even though death is staring him right in the face, Tae-wee doesn't feel a shred of fear. He stares directly into the blinding headlights of the oncoming train. A final tear rolls down his cheek as he uses his own death to make amends to Min-jae. "Alright, let's just say this makes us even. So go ahead and give Min-jae his life back." The second those words leave his mouth, his car collides head-on with that massive oncoming train, immediately bringing a violent, tragic end to what he always saw as his failure of a life. Tae-wee thought everything ended right here, but he was dead wrong. As he starts sinking deep into his eternal sleep, a faint voice suddenly calls out to him. "Hero, hero, open your eyes." Hearing the voice, Tae-wee slowly opens his eyes, only to find a mysterious key floating right in front of him. A voice continues to echo from deep within the key, asking if he is still there with it. Tae-wee's face is completely drained of energy. He has absolutely no idea what is happening to him right now. What on earth is this? Right now, the brutal machine lord is laying waste to the city, reducing everything to burning ruins and leaving the entire place completely engulfed in a sea of flames. The key speaks up with pure bitter annoyance. Why did you not only refuse to fight the evil currently tearing this world apart, but you even tried to end your life? Why do that, young man? The key's lecturing voice continues to ring in Taewi's ears, but he just sits there with his head hanging low, refusing to say a single word. Seeing his stubborn silence, the key grows even more anxious. Haven't I already explained this to you so many times before? It keeps insisting that the world needs saving, but Taewi lost any interest in playing the hero a long time ago. I already told you that I have absolutely zero interest in playing the warrior, you total bastard. He cannot stand this key constantly buzzing in his ear like this anymore. And stop your nagging because my head is absolutely pounding from hunger. Hearing this, the mysterious key finds his overall attitude extremely baffling. Why refuse to cooperate when I literally handed you a second chance at life, right as you were dying? On top of that, I even offered to return you safely to your family once you defeat the Machine Lord. But the moment those words slip out, the key realizes it might have said too much and instantly shuts its mouth. After a long pause, it quietly adds that it did not just call him a warrior, but a hero, wanting to make that distinction clear. Listening to this key's endless rambling is exhausting. Since it keeps buzzing in his ear, Taewi decides to make one thing crystal clear. He doesn't want to be a hero, he only wants to die. Warrior or hero. It doesn't matter, because I'm out and I never asked for a second chance anyway. With that, the key finally realizes why he has been refusing both food and water for the past few days. So you hid on this rocky mountain for days, refusing to even drink water because, before it can finish, he cuts it off to confirm its suspicions directly. That's right, I want to die. You people definitely chose the wrong guy. With those final words, he closes his eyes tight, waiting for death to swiftly take him away. But right at that moment, the key's voice echoes once more gently, addressing the heavy burden of his past mistakes. Normally, there are only two kinds of people who want to end their lives. Those running away from responsibility, and those trying to carry absolutely everything. And you clearly seem to be the second kind. Today's sky hangs gray and heavy, mirroring the bleak and uncertain future ahead of him. And up on this desolate mountain peak, a broken man continues starving himself to death. This act alone is a clear sign of how much he truly loathes himself. By starving yourself to death, despite possessing such intense willpower, it really shows how deeply you must despise who you are. Taewi listens quietly to the key's words, not making a single attempt to argue back. But just by looking at his deeply exhausted expression, the key easily deduces the entire painful truth. Looking at your expression right now, I take it I am absolutely right. Being preached at by a literal inanimate object this entire time made Taewi incredibly annoyed. He couldn't fathom why this thing was so obsessed with convincing him to become a hero. Do you think you are so smart just because you are a floating thing with no limbs? So what is there a problem? The things he did in the past couldn't be changed, and he wanted to pay for every single mistake he had made. My past actions and their consequences are set, and absolutely nothing about them will ever change. Just as you said, I'm going to pay for what I did with my very life. Taewi refused to listen to the key's advice any longer, as his mind was completely consumed by death. I'm sorry, but once I am gone, you can just go summon a brand new hero. But before he could even finish his sentence, the key's voice echoed once again. Do you really think your death is enough to pay for everything you have done? Can the heavy responsibility you bear really be brushed off that easily? The key's words hit him right where it hurt, leaving him completely unable to argue back. All he could do was grit his teeth in frustration, convinced this floating key knew absolutely nothing about him. What do you even know? You have absolutely no idea what I have been through. You have no right to say that. Before he could even finish his sentence, the floating key began to sway back and forth. I am only saying this because it is frustrating to watch you constantly choose the wrong answer. Even I can clearly see the right path despite knowing nothing about your past. Dropping its playful attitude, it asked him again with dead seriousness. Let me ask you one more time. Is the burden you carry really so light that your life alone is enough to balance the scales? Hearing the key's heavy words, Taewi finally began to seriously reflect on the massive weight he was carrying. He pictured himself standing outside the window of Min Jae's classroom, lost in thought. Everything he was responsible for. And all those times, Min Jae had to bail him out of the police station. Could the life of Min Jae, who sacrificed everything, really be balanced out by his own worthless existence? An imaginary scale sat in his heart, and Min Jae's side was heavier than ever before. But the weight was just too much, and the scale snapped under the sheer pressure. Panicked Taewi reached out to catch him, a truly devastating moment. With every ounce of strength left, he grabbed Min Jae's wrist to stop him from plummeting. But just as his grip began to slip, Min Jae's calm voice echoed in his ears. Do you really think that is possible, considering the worthless life you have lived so far? The moment those words were spoken, Tai Wei's holding arm turned to stone and crumbled to dust. Left with nothing to hold on to, Min-jae let go and allowed himself to fall. Tai Wei screamed out in absolute horror, calling out Min-jae's name. Yet Min-jae's face was strangely peaceful, and a soft smile actually spread across his lips. Just like that, he plummeted into the endless abyss, fading away with no hope of return. Even the memory alone was too painful for Tai Wei to bear. Heavy tears rolled down his gaunt cheeks, hollowed out from days of refusing to eat. Once his thoughts finally cleared, his raspy voice finally broke the silence. If my life is worth far less than the massive responsibility I bear, then what should I do? He was completely lost, with absolutely no idea of how to move forward. I have no idea what to do. Tell me, do you have the answer? Hearing his desperate plea, the key knew its plan was working. It was finally breaking through to him. Staring at his deeply hollow face, the key understood that every single person harbors a dark, inescapable regret. Of course, every human carries some level of resentment or deep regret in their heart, especially someone facing death. Even though the key felt it was pretty tragic, it knew it had to make him understand. It was unfortunate, but the time had come to make this clear. Its current position was honestly not the right fit. A hero's companion really should not be saying these kinds of things. Yet watching the world crumble day by day, it had to speak up to spark his resolve. For the sake of this world, it needed a spark to push this young man forward. Speaking up might make it the absolute worst companion imaginable, but it simply had no other choice. Even if that meant becoming the most terrible companion possible. A partner fit for the worst hero imaginable. Pushing all doubts aside, the key made its final decision to go through with it. Glowing with bright white light, the key floated up. Live up to the heavy burden you carry, it urged him, and only then can you think of dying. A hero must carry his heavy burden. Only after achieving that goal could he ever consider dying. The next morning at the orphanage, a clear blue sky promised a pretty beautiful day. Tai Wei was looking much better today as he walked over and opened his wardrobe. He grabbed his jacket and put it on. Right at that exact moment, the key hanging on the closet door began to speak. It asked if he was ready to head out, wondering if the time had finally come. Tai Wei did not hesitate for a second, reaching out to grab the key in response. It was finally time to restore some much-needed balance to this chaotic world. With a quick flick, the key soared up. Spinning in the air, the key resolved to follow Tai Wei to the very end of his path. If that was his final choice, the key agreed as Tai Wei caught it and held it tightly. Stepping out of the orphanage, the key was fully determined to stand by his side forever. Outside, the military had already sent a vehicle for him. After a quick and smooth ride, he finally arrived at his destination. Exiting the vehicle, he was greeted by an airfield with a massive runway. Dozens of heavily armed military personnel were already bustling all over the place. Tai Wei stood quietly in a corner watching them frantically prepare for the operation. 3 officers slowly approached from behind to greet him, calling out his name. The lead officer expressed his deepest gratitude for Tai Wei agreeing to assist with this mission. He thanked him sincerely for agreeing to fight in this war and not backing out at the very last second. The officer added that they had successfully located the infamous plague hero. He then notified Tai Wei that his transport plane was already prepped for takeoff. They had pinned down the exact coordinates of the deadly plague hero. The cargo plane, slated to drop him over the target area, was ready to fly. While they waited, the officer ordered his subordinate to prepare a resting area for Tai Wei. He suggested using their spare time to get Tai Wei a comfortable room to rest in. But before the man could finish speaking, Tai Wei raised a hand to stop him. He politely declined the offer, expressing his desire to head there entirely on his own. There was no need for that, as Tai Wei preferred choosing his own way of travel. With those words, he reached into his pocket and pulled out his trusty companion key. He stares at the key in his hand, lost in deep thought. Slowly, he raises it high into the air. At that exact moment, the key bursts with a brilliant white glare. Without warning, he drives it straight into the ground. Time to merge the words leave his lips, and a crimson fire erupts from the key. The magical energy flows right into him. Tui feels absolutely nothing, only a satisfied, twisted grin spreading across his face. Immediately, a massive magic circle expands across the entire airport, with him standing at the absolute center. The ground tears open under intense heat, and a colossal robot rises directly behind him. It forces its massive head upward, parting its steel jaws to swallow Tui whole. Its massive mechanical arms slowly rise from the earth next. Finally, the rest of its giant iron body pulls itself out from the deep underground. A 100-meter-tall titan stands before them, causing the terrified crowd below to instinctively shrink back in absolute horror. Now look where those giant eyes turn, looking directly at 2 military planes parked on the runway just a short distance away. It reaches out with a massive hand and casually snatches one of them up. Safe inside the cockpit, Tui guides the metal fist to secure the military plane. Then he raises the glowing red key high into the air, initiating his command to fuse them together. Alright, let us merge. As he speaks, a crimson beam surges from the arm straight into the plane. The key pierces into the aircraft's leg, creating a strange, rippling wave. Down below, a man in a green jacket starts screaming, completely baffled by what this maniac is doing. What on earth do you think you are doing? Do you have any idea how much that aircraft costs? But Tui completely ignores the shouting, his excitement only climbing higher as the seconds tick by. He holds his ground, wanting everyone present to witness and enjoy the wild game he just kicked off. Relax, everyone, he mutters, the game is only just starting. With a grin, he twists the key even harder. The crowd below descends into absolute panic, convinced he is trying to destroy all their gear. Is that bastard really planning to destroy our entire arsenal of weapons and gear? Terrified by the thought, the man with glasses quickly turns to order the subordinate by his side. Contact their commander immediately and stop that lunatic up there right now. Get the commander on the line and tell them a hero is literally tearing our base apart. We need to mobilize all forces right now to stop this hero from ruining everything. While they are busy shouting orders, the giant robot successfully completes its fusion with the jet. Massive rocket thrusters pack onto its back, humming with an incredible amount of destructive power. By now, the panicked man finally notices the massive changes in the robot's structure. He suddenly reaches out his arm, stopping his subordinate from making that emergency call. Wait, he stammers, this is different. Instead, he commands his subordinate to ask their commander to deploy their absolute newest military gear to this base immediately. Tell them to deploy every single piece of advanced military tech directly to this base right now. The subordinate stares at him, completely thrown off by this sudden bizarre change of plans. Wait, you want to change the message to headquarters, but that hero who just merged? Before he can even finish, the man in glasses points directly at the giant towering right before them. Just look, the robot is already fully fused with the jet. Meanwhile, across the city, the sky turns ash gray as an ominous storm begins to gather. High atop a quiet city rooftop, the sinister plague hero stands watching the unfolding chaos through the eyes of his crows. High above, he scans the area for his next unlucky target. Looking through a flock of crows, the city bleeds into a deep purple, and right then he spots his prey. Got you now! With his target locked, he severs the visual link, and the city immediately snaps back to its normal colors. But that single crow lingers, keeping its dark eyes locked on one spot. He stands on the edge of the rooftop, looking absolutely sinister, and when his gaze lands on his prey, a wild laugh escapes him. Well, he chuckles, and here I thought he might actually try to run. Without a shred of hesitation, he turns around and heads back inside the building. He mutters to himself as he walks, but his target has enough confidence to stay put. The plague hero is absolutely thrilled right now, licking his lips as a deep, terrifying hunger surges within him. There is a massive crowd gathered down there too. A total feast. He slowly makes his way down the stairs, navigating the building's pitch-black, echoing corridors. But right now, he has absolutely no idea that a giant mech is cutting through the city's thick haze, heading right for him. With a deafening crash, a massive metallic arm smashes straight through the concrete walls, punching the plague hero head-on. The sheer impact instantly tears his body completely in half. At this point, he still has no clue what just hit him. His face contorts in agonizing pain, but somehow he is still alive. What is this? He groans. What is going on? He forces his head around toward the towering shadow, finally realizing he was just blindsided by a literal giant. A giant robot, he realizes in shock, so they actually brought that thing out. After all this time. Dragging his upper half, the plague hero grabs onto a nearby boulder, hoping to regenerate while the machine is distracted. I just need to heal my body first, he frantically thinks. But before he can even start, the massive steel hand clamps down on him. The mech pinches his broken body between its two massive fingers like a helpless little toy. Sitting comfortably inside the cockpit, Tui lets out a satisfied chuckle. He is totally confident that even if the pest escapes, he will easily track him down. Go ahead and run all you want, you little cockroach, he sneers. I will always track you down. Seething with pure rage, the plague hero gnashes his teeth, straining every muscle to break free from the crushing grip. But Tui knows better than to give him any breathing room. Who knows what disgusting trick he will pull next. If I leave you alone, you will just heal right back up. Without wasting another moment, he preps the mech's heavy weaponry for a complete incinerating blast. Rewinding a few hours back, the glasses-wearing official had delivered their military's most advanced experimental gear directly to him. Back then, the official was pretty anxious, doubting if these weapons would even be enough to make a difference. But his real surprise came when he looked at the activation key. The sheer scale of the machine was honestly starting to make him a bit nervous. That key was practically larger than the rest of the equipment combined. Yet Tui didn't hesitate for a second, gladly taking every single piece of gear they provided. Look, we have monsters roaming everywhere, so you need to start thinking a bit bigger, sir. With that said, the giant key begins to merge with the pile of military weapons scattered across the floor. Back in the present, the mech's hand has fully transformed into a massive heavy artillery cannon. Teoi aims at dead center at the struggling plague hero and pulls the trigger. Instantly, two blinding beams of superheated plasma erupt from the barrel, threatening to vaporize absolutely everything. Taking the fiery blast head-on, the plague hero screams in absolute agony as the intense heat instantly vaporizes his entire body. Meanwhile, deep inside an abandoned factory, a strange movement begins. A crow is perched on the metal bars there. Inside, a man coughs violently, hacking, as if his very throat is about to rip open. Then he vomits up a vile, sickening purple fluid that looks absolutely disgusting. Right after coughing it up, the man collapses and instantly dies. At that moment, the plague hero slowly crawls out from the pool of slime. Recalling that robot's firepower, he doubts the useless military could have pulled this off on their own. That weaponry is far too advanced for those military pests, which means someone else might be here. A terrifying possibility crosses his mind. An actual hero has arrived on the scene. Panic sets in as he clutches his head, but he managed to buy himself a little time. If he hadn't scattered those spores on his way, he would have been in deep trouble. Just as he breathes a sigh of relief, a red glow suddenly flares up right behind him. It is nothing other than a barrage of missiles locking straight onto his position. Startled, he instinctively stumbles back a few steps. Wait, what? Boom. A massive explosion erupts, completely blowing up the spot where he was standing. On the other side of the smoke, Tae-woo remains locked in his firing stance inside the massive robot. How did the robot know? It tracked the plague hero's exact location, using the advanced radar mounted on its back. Honestly, this device makes tracking down a criminal incredibly easy. As it turns out, back at headquarters while prepping the machine with the military crew, he had specifically demanded heavy missiles with high output. Here are the missiles you asked for. On top of that, they even brought him a massive radar unit. This is the Atus 1500, which was incredibly difficult for us to obtain. Before heading out, he left them with a reminder. I will not be able to contact you while fighting, and I absolutely cannot afford to get distracted when focusing on the active battlefield. There are only 3 of these specialized antennas in the entire country, which makes this equipment extremely rare and expensive. Furthermore, it acts as a master key, granting direct access to the latest United States military satellites. Sitting inside the cockpit, Tae-woo lets out a highly confident smirk. With this powerful antenna active, he can monitor absolutely everything on the field. I can see literally everything out here, even the slightest twitch of your big toe. Saying that, he pushes the missile launch lever forward once again. He fires, unleashing a fresh swarm of devastating missiles that scream directly toward the plague hero. Seeing the threat, the villain immediately turns to run before even fully regenerating his shattered body. Before he can even recover, Tae-woo rains down heavy mines straight onto his head. Boom, boom, massive explosions blast the ground one after another. But once the thick smoke clears, countless clones spawned from the plague are seen scattering wildly in all directions. A sickening purple hue begins to swallow the entire city. Not backing down, the robot transforms its arms into 4 massive flamethrowers. The robot unleashes a torrent of fire on the plague clones, burning them to ashes. Inside the blazing flames, they look like moths screaming in absolute agony and helplessness. Every clone is burned to a pile of gray ash, leaving only the real plague hero to barely slip away. But there is absolutely no escaping the sharp gaze of the robot piloted by Tae-woo. The machine immediately snaps its head toward the fleeing target. The fiery battle continues to rage on without end, but in the end, the merged hero finally manages to take down the plague hero, because he is the living sum of every clever tactic and strategy from those who fell in battle. He carries their final legacies along with the heavy regrets for everyone they failed to save. More than that, he holds the sheer determination of the survivors to shatter the tragic fate waiting ahead. Standing at the controls, Tae-woo knows it is finally time to tip the scales back in their favor. Time to balance the scales once and for all. He turns his head and speaks directly to the key before him. Just a little bit more, he asks. And then I can finally end this, right? The key does not even need to answer because he already knows the truth deep down. Flashing a sudden excited grin, he pulls the control lever, driving the massive robot forward for honor and freedom. As if I never existed, he says, so let us do this. Suddenly, a blinding flash of crimson light erupts straight from the palm of the massive robot. Night falls over the area, and the cold air feels quieter and more peaceful than ever. Under the streetlights along the paved road, tiny bugs keep buzzing endlessly around the glowing bulbs. The paved road is completely empty, except for a lone military officer wearing glasses, standing there as if waiting for someone. Standing in silence, he quietly lights up and takes a slow drag. From a distance, Tae-woo slowly walks over and stands beside him, rummaging through his pockets for something. He looks down at the completely empty pack in his hand, feeling thoroughly annoyed. He turns to the officer standing nearby and asks if he can spare a smoke. Instead of handing one over, the officer scoffs and calls him a complete fool. Are you actually stupid? He snaps. Or do you just lack basic common sense? You are a minor, and you are asking an adult who is not just some random citizen, but a high-ranking public official, and you expect me to hand you a cigarette. Hearing this, Tae-ui knits his brows and immediately fires back at him. So is it common sense for a grown adult to tell a kid to go die? Shut down instantly by Tae-ui's sharp retort, the man says nothing and just stares. But the young man does not hold a grudge against him. Squatting down, he explains he only lashed out because he is frustrated, admitting he does not blame the man. It just bugs me that you are being so stingy over one tiny cigarette, he says. But the moment those words leave his mouth, the officer kneels down and offers the pack. Surprised by the sudden gesture, Tae-ui just stares at him, lost in his own thoughts. Under the dim street light, only their two shadows remain as they share a quiet moment. Unsure of where to start, Tae-ui sighs, asking for a favor since it is his last time anyway. Hearing him dwell on those grim thoughts makes the military officer feel pretty uncomfortable. You keep dropping these dark hints, he mutters, talking like you are going to die, and this is your last favor. Please do not say things like that. If someone overhears, they might completely misunderstand what we are doing out here. He insists that even though the upcoming fight is dangerous, it does not mean he must die. I only call it a life or death battle because of the high risk, but that does not guarantee your death. But before the officer can even finish his sentence, Tae-ui cuts him off. No, I will definitely die, he says, and dragging this argument out is not going to help. He looks directly at the officer standing next to him, wanting a final honest answer. So tell me, he asks, can you actually help me out with this one thing? The officer can easily hear the raw, heavy seriousness in the young man's voice. He falls quiet for a long moment before finally asking what it is he wants. Tae-ui stares down at the burning cigarette butt in his hand, pleading with the man if I die. Can you change my record so it looks like I died in that motorcycle accident last year? Hearing this, the officer looks at him with utter confusion. Why, I thought you would want to be remembered as a hero. Or at least get a pardon. But Tae-ui does not need any of those things, not in the slightest. He knows deep down that he is completely unworthy of any such mercy. A totally meaningless end is the only fitting conclusion for trash like me. On top of that, he makes one final request in the event that he somehow defeats the Plague Hero. If I manage to beat the Plague Hero, I want you to officially record that someone else was the one who defeated him. The officer listens, unable to think of anyone who could possibly take the credit. Who else could it possibly be? In this quiet moment, Tae-ui pictures Choi Min-dae still hooked to a ventilator, barely clinging to life in his hospital bed. A guy who deserves a far better life than I ever did. Back in the cold reality, Tae-ui grips the robot's controls tightly, just a little bit further now. Just a tiny bit. Whispering comfort to himself, his hands never stop unleashing a sea of fire to burn the Plague Hero and his foul creations. He commands the twin robot arms to erupt into 4 massive flamethrowers, fighting for both honor and freedom. Just make it as though I never existed at all. A wild grin spreads across his face as he slams the controls forward, driving the massive machine ahead. Let's do this, and with a flash, a blinding red light erupts right from the robot's palms. The searing beam locks onto the fleeing Plague Hero directly ahead. Staring back at the monstrous wave of pure energy heading straight for him, he curses under his breath. Damn it, boom! There is no escape! And just like that, he takes a direct hit from the bomb Tae-ui just released. Burned to a crisp, the terrified Plague Hero panics, completely losing his mind as the flames consume him. Worse still, he can see the absolute determination of the man standing right before him. No, it's not over. The bastard has no intention of fighting him face to face. Across the field, the giant machine piloted by Tae-ui remains completely still, holding its stance. The intense heat instantly severs all 4 limbs of the helpless Plague Hero. He realizes that this is nothing but pure, overwhelming, one-sided violence, a ruthless display of absolute power. This cruel world has always crushed him and hurt him every single chance it got. Down on the streets, innocent people scramble to survive the fallout of Tae-ui's massive blast. While the crowd runs in panic to find shelter, one man suddenly collapses on the ground, coughing violently. Right out of his mouth, a horrific clone of the Plague Hero begins to squirm and crawl. Unable to handle Tae-ui's overwhelming strength, the coward tries to run away. No, not again, don't do this, you absolute bastard. He desperately runs away. He doesn't understand for what reason you would possibly get in his way. Why? Why did you do that? Why are you trying to stop me? Scrambling up the stairs of a nearby building, he screams back at the machine, I was supposed to end this world. His face is twisted in sheer rage because his ultimate plan has been completely ruined. I am the only one who can do it. It is my absolute right. He lets out a long, desperate rant, gasping heavily for breath afterwards. Meanwhile, inside the pilot seat, Tae-ui looks down at him in silence, his expression unreadable. Seeing that the giant robot isn't moving an inch, the Plague Hero snaps and hurls another threat. If you kill me, you will die here too. The moment I perish, lethal toxins and plague bacteria will completely flood this entire area. So let us end this meaningless battle. He points a finger demanding a truce while promising to forgive everything Tae-ui has done. Just go live your little hero life and I will leave you in peace. As his words fade, an eerie, heavy silence completely blankets the ruined and desolate city. Taeyui does not make a single move, simply staring back with cold, unwavering intensity. Watching the young man remain absolutely silent, the plague hero grows uneasy. His smug face slowly begins to turn pale. Instead of replying, Taeyui controls his massive robot, raising its giant mechanical arm. The plague hero's expression darkens as he instinctively takes a few steps back in terror. Without giving him a second to recover, Taeyui unleashes a devastating torrent of flames directly at him. Watching the structures burn to ashes, Taeyui's voice finally echoes through the comms. "What are you even rambling about, you idiot?" He cleans his ear with his pinky in pure disgust, muttering that stuttering is one thing, but this ridiculous nonsense is just completely beyond him. Seriously, doesn't that bastard get tired no matter how many I kill? More of them just keep spawning? Right as he says this, he abruptly freezes as he senses that something is horribly wrong. Wait, look at that fresh blood is suddenly pouring from his ears, eyes, nose, and mouth. Right inside the raging inferno, the plague hero should have been reduced to ashes, but instead he bursts into a maniacal laughter. While Taeyui struggles to comprehend what is happening to his body, the villain's mocking voice echoes in his ears. A compromise is for agreements. Did you honestly think I would ever settle for that after coming all this way? Behind the wall of fire, his twisted face morphs into something truly demonic. Do not make me laugh. What I want is nothing so trivial. I want every single soul on this planet to writhe in pure agony and sickness, until the very last survivor is forced to watch their loved ones rot away in utter terror as they draw their final breath. I have absolutely no plans to stop! Think about the spores I released when my body shattered, along with all the lethal germs I have spread. My constant babbling was just to buy time, and now they are eating you from the inside out. The moment his speech ends, Taeyui feels a horrifying transformation taking place deep within his own flesh. He gasps heavily, struggling to breathe. Mocking his agony, the plague hero offers him a single way out. You want to survive, right? So why not beg me for your pathetic life? The villain thinks he has won, but right then, the corners of Taeyui's mouth slowly curl into a chilling grin. It is as if he just heard the funniest joke in the world. Unable to hold back, he throws his head back and laughs aloud. His wild laughter echoes across the entire ruined dead city, shocked that this dying boy is laughing instead of begging for mercy. The plague hero's arrogant expression completely twists into absolute pure horror. Are you seriously laughing? The villain gasps as Taeyui stops and actually thanks him. Thanks for helping me speed things up. I appreciate it. Thank you for making this battle so incredibly ugly and pathetic. Because that is exactly what a worthless piece of trash like me deserves. With that, he slammed the giant robot's control lever forward. On the exterior, the radar system powers up immediately, linking with a high-tech satellite orbiting in deep space. The ruined city is filled with sharp, repetitive beeps as the targeting system locks onto its final prey. After pinpointing the exact spot where the plague hero is hiding, Taeyil doesn't hesitate for a second and pulls the main control lever once again. Instantly, the massive rocket boosters on his back roar with a powerful, deafening shriek. He maneuvers his giant robot, flying straight toward the exact spot where the villain stands. Seconds later, the heavy cannons mounted on his back fire a barrage of highly lethal missiles. Boom, boom, boom! The missiles rain down on different parts of the city and detonate in massive fireballs. This plunges the already ruined city into a sea of flames, leaving it even more devastated than before. The blasts tear through the area, blowing up everything on both sides without exception. Right now, the plague hero stands outside an abandoned building, completely frozen, as he watches the giant machine relentlessly tear the city apart. Cold sweat pours down his face in sheer terror as he stares up at this metal beast, completely shocked. He cannot comprehend how this guy is still drawing breath, and more importantly, why isn't he afraid of dying? Inside the cockpit, Taeyil just laughs with pure excitement before dropping a massive, mind-blowing truth bomb. Because I am already dead. Without wasting another second on useless talk, Taeyil immediately commands the massive steel arm of his robot to target the villain. He doesn't hesitate, slamming the giant iron fist straight down onto the exact spot where the villain is standing. The brutal impact tears the plague hero's limbs clean off his body, leaving him utterly broken on the ground. It turns out his absolute greatest enemy was never some kind of medical cure or a highly advanced vaccine. After all, he can easily overcome any cure by simply engineering a far more potent and deadlier plague. He can render any vaccine completely useless by just mutating the virus into an entirely new strain. But this opponent right here is his ultimate nightmare, a crazy person who does not fear death. Back inside the cockpit, Taeyil is in absolute beast mode, driving his robot to relentlessly pummel the plague hero like a helpless punching bag. Down on the shattered pavement lies the lifeless body of an innocent woman. A horrific purple liquid is constantly oozing out of her mouth. But wait, is she actually dead? Inside a completely different building, a new body of the plague hero is slowly reforming and rising out of that disgusting purple slime. Was he really dead? Clutching his head in pure agony, he absolutely cannot believe that his opponent is someone who has already crossed over to the other side. He simply cannot wrap his brain around how this guy could already be dead. A maniac who actually enjoys pain. At this point, the terrified plague hero is panting heavily as these insane thoughts spin completely out of control inside his head. Meanwhile, outside, Tail has already maneuvered his massive mechanical giant right behind the very building where his target is hiding. He uses his giant iron arm to smash straight through the concrete wall, sending shattered debris and heavy rocks raining down everywhere. Staring straight into the villain's eyes, he speaks with a highly mocking tone. "Look up, I am right above your head, so try using that trick on me again." Seeing this relentless monster chase him down without a single pause, the plague hero feels sheer terror taking over. Dealing with a total psychopath is too much for him, and he finally snaps, screaming out desperate curses. "You absolute piece of trash." But those desperate insults mean absolutely nothing to Tail, who simply commands the glowing optic eye of his robot to light up. Before the villain can even catch his breath, Tail fires a devastating laser beam straight through the center of his chest. Only now does the plague hero realize that this relentless machine will keep hunting him down until they both blow to pieces. The laser is so incredibly powerful that it punches straight through the concrete building standing far behind them. Honestly, this deadly game of cat and mouse seems to be the only thing bringing Tail any real joy right now. In the heavy silence, the trembling voice of the desperate plague hero echoes through the ruins. "I was not prepared for this, but I guess I have no other options left now." Deep within the shadows, a single toxic plague cell begins to take shape once again. Just like that, the single cell splits, dividing into two separate active units. Just like that, a single cell splits into two and begins multiplying exponentially. Within moments, those cells multiply into the hundreds and then the thousands. Every tiny cell works to pump nutrients directly into a massive cocoon. And right then, a muffled voice starts echoing from deep inside. The plague hero has grown far stronger, but he is still not satisfied. He mutters that if he had more time and his puppets devoured more prey, his form would be complete. A twisted grin spreads across his face as he realizes this bizarre evolution has completely cured his annoying stutter. "It seems this change has finally cured my stuttering," he remarks. Meanwhile, inside the ruined, desolate city, the radar continuously beeps as it scans the area for any sign of life. Tiwi maneuvers his massive robot, scanning the surrounding area. Yet there is still no trace of where the plague hero is hiding. "Where could that disgusting bug have hidden himself this time?" he growls. Watching him risk his life like this makes the key incredibly anxious. It frantically pleads with him to bandage his wounds before pushing forward. "If you keep pushing yourself like this, hero, your body is going to give out. You need to at least stop the bleeding and bandage those wounds." But before the key can even finish, a sharp ping rings from the control console. Wait for it. A violent rumble shakes the earth nearby, signaling that something absolutely terrifying is heading their way. A monstrous centipede erupts from beneath the ground, its body completely covered in deadly sharp spikes. The beast pulls open its spiked maw, and from deep within the plague, Hero slowly steps out with a blood-curdling, creepy laugh. He effortlessly commands the giant centipede, directing it to move at his whim. Seeing his target finally show his face, Taewee lets out a mocking smirk. "So you finally stopped hiding." He smirks even better. The key instantly senses the terrifying change in their foe and warns him in a panic. He has taken on a completely new form, Hero, so please keep your distance and watch how things play out. But there is absolutely no way he is going to listen to that. He cannot understand why the key wants to drag this out now, demanding why they should delay. "You were the one who told me to make my life meaningful before my time is up." With those words, he slams the control lever forward, refusing to waste even a single second longer. "Wasting any more time will only get in the way of reaching my goal," he declares. Without hesitation, he charges his mech straight toward the giant centipede. Let us flash back to a few days ago when Taewee was still just a normal guy. An ordinary person with absolutely no connection to the safety of this entire society. He quietly slips on his shoes and steps through the main gates of the orphanage. It is only now that the key finally realizes exactly where he is heading. Inside the silent, pitch-black library with its doors locked tight, the key floats restlessly back and forth through the rows of books. Only now does it understand the truth of this world the hero has arrived in. It discovers a chilling historical record preserved within one of their oldest books. Right then, the key's gaze is drawn to a particular volume resting on a shelf nearby. It instantly catches the key's eye because of its contrasting color on the shelf, coupled with its sheer, overwhelming thickness. Inside those dusty pages lies a dark history of self-destruction and relentless self-harm. A devastating plague known as the Black Death had once swept across the land, leaving humanity entirely stripped of hope. In their despair, people actually began torturing themselves, desperate for some kind of salvation. Now back in the present, The key sees that dark history being reenacted by the man standing right before its eyes. At this point, Tail is driven completely mad. He relentlessly pilots his giant mech, determined to crush the plague hero. Through the young hero, the key can see those faces. An image of a man sitting quietly beside a hospital bed. A helpless woman mirroring exactly how Tail once sat by her side in that recovery room. Beside Choi Min-ji, the sentient key simply cannot understand how self-destruction ever helps someone overcome a terminal illness. Can this self-sacrificing path truly lead him to any form of salvation? Even as the infection ravages his own body, Tail fights on with absolute bloodthirsty determination. His desperate struggle against the plague hero is burned forever into the key's memory. The plague hero no longer looks like a small, insignificant weakling. Now, with a smug and arrogant sneer, Mareum points his finger to command the massive centipede by his side. Receiving the order, the beast writhes its massive, segmented body forward. Then a hideous torrent of raw power mixed with foul purple liquid spews directly from its gaping maw. It surges straight toward the giant mech, forcing Tail to use both of his heavy steel arms to block the blast. Those incoming insects are relentless. They possess an uncanny, terrifying force, capable of shattering the thick armored glass barrier he has created. Worse still, they begin chewing right through the outer metal armor, and there is absolutely no way to stop them. Tail cannot afford to let them linger, or his mech will be torn to shreds. He triggers the command, making the mech's eyes flare. The entire machine superheats to a red glow accompanied by Tail's angry curses. These annoying flies, he grunts, they are so incredibly irritating. A massive wall of fire erupts instantly, incinerating the pesky swarm. Even the giant centipede itself cannot escape the wrath of this massive inferno. But right in that moment, a massive saw blade emerges from the flames, piercing straight through the thick steel armor. Even Tail feels the crushing pain, grimacing in agony while gritting his teeth hard. Not letting up for a second, the plague hero orders the centipede to strike again. He spreads his hand wide to control the deadly saw blade in front of them. The spinning blade digs deep into the mech, severing its entire arm in one clean slice. The massive steel limb crashes heavily into the dirt below. Smug and completely satisfied, the plague hero rejoices as the battle finally tips in his favor. He mocks him, who is the hunter now, but Tail refuses to back down. He forces the mech's remaining arm to snatch the spinning saw blade barehanded. You still don't get it, do you? And 3 missiles launch from the robot's palm. Inside the cockpit, Tail roars with every ounce of his remaining strength. Instantly, the rocket thrusters surge to their absolute limit. The giant centipede is violently ripped off the ground, left dangling helplessly in the air like a toy kite in Tail's hand. Deep within the core of the mech, a devastating charge of energy begins to swell. A searing laser beam erupts from the chest, piercing straight through the massive monster. Immediately after, a series of violent, earth-shaking explosions ring out. At that exact moment, the centipede's massive body is blown completely to pieces. Its severed carcass rains down in scattered pieces across the city, still burning into ash. Tail is determined to crush any lingering hope of survival for the plague hero. No matter what desperate tricks you bring out against me, it will change absolutely nothing. Clutching his wounded arm, he delivers his final declaration: we are both going down together. His ultimate desire in this final moment is for Choi Min-ji to wake up as a true hero. And my younger brother will wake up as a hero. Suddenly, a crackling voice comes through the radio. You absolute idiot! The speaker on the other end sounds completely frantic, yelling that they never asked for this. Somehow Min-jae managed to make it here, and now he is screaming into the radio. Ignoring the military officers trying to hold him back, he just wants to stop his brother's foolish sacrifice. Are you seriously trying to take responsibility this way? Tae-wee? There is absolutely no way Tae-wee could mistake that voice. It belongs to Min-jae, who continues to scream desperately into the receiver. You never change at all, he cries. Do you never get tired of this? You always do whatever you want without caring how your actions drag other people down. The 2 officers standing nearby see how worked up he is and immediately scramble to hold him down. But suddenly a firm hand taps one of the guards on the shoulder, ordering them to let Min-jae speak. The officer hesitates deeply, worried that letting Min-jae carry on like this might throw the entire battle into chaos. After all, a distraction like this could jeopardize their entire combat mission. But the officer knows better, and honestly, his decision makes total sense. It is still much better than letting Tae-wee charge ahead into battle completely unchecked. Even if it disrupts the plan, a minor setback beats having him fight the enemy in a suicidal frenzy. And most importantly, we simply have no right to stop these 2 from speaking to each other. Whether it is the soldier on the front lines or the reason he fights, they are bearing a burden that belongs to us. Right now, Min-jae is absolutely furious over the reckless choices Tae-wee is making. He screams into the receiver, asking if Tae-wee has completely lost his mind by faking a combat injury report just to look like a tragic hero. When did I ever ask you to do that? Did you seriously expect me to be deeply touched and grateful for this stunt? Tae-ui completely ignores his brother's harsh scolding, focusing only on the single detail that matters. When did he wake up? What on earth? When did you finally wake up from your deep coma? He assumed his brother had just opened his eyes a few hours ago, but the reality is far more shocking. I woke up long before you even came back, you idiot! Hearing this, Tae-ui is absolutely stunned, did not see that coming at all. He struggles to comprehend why absolutely nobody bothered to tell him about his brother's recovery. Why didn't anyone say anything to me? Not the director, nor any of the other kids. Back in the room, Min-jae lowers his head as his shaky voice begins to soften slightly. Tears still cling to the corners of his eyes because his older brother always insists on acting this way. You make these massive decisions on your own without ever consulting anyone. You actively do everything you can just to ruin your own life. Not only that, but you also drag everyone around you into the absolute mess you create. I'm terrified that if I get dragged into any more of your reckless drama, I might actually die. The story flashes back a few days ago on a quiet afternoon inside the medical center. The heavy door to the intensive care unit slowly swings open. The doctor in charge of monitoring Min-jae's recovery steps quietly into the room. But the moment he stands in the doorway, what he and the nurse see inside leaves them utterly speechless. Min-jae is already wide awake, quietly sitting up in his bed and staring out the massive window. His face is pale and gaunt from the long coma, completely lost in deep thought and unaware of his visitors. A few days later, he sits comfortably in his hospital room, scrolling through the latest breaking news on his phone. And sitting right beside his bed is the caring director of the orphanage. The alert flashing on his phone isn't some random news. It's a live update about a hero currently locked in battle with the plague hero. Reading the headlines, Min-jae immediately realizes that this mysterious hero is none other than his own brother. Frowning in anger, he mutters that his brother is just a selfish jerk who does whatever he wants without even apologizing. Turning to the director standing nearby, he gives him some strict instructions. Director, even if Tae-il comes back here, please do not tell him that I have finally woken up. Tell him I was moved to a different hospital, or that I am still too weak to see him. Just make up any excuse. Hearing this, a look of concern washes over the director's face. I can do that, but are you absolutely sure about this? Min-jae knows exactly what Tae-il did for him, but now he just wants to live as a normal person. I just need to live a completely normal, peaceful life. Clutching the phone, he knows deep down that his brother will never give up no matter the cost. Tae-il would never change his ways. Not even when something this terrible happens to his closest family member. All he wanted was a simple apology, yet his brother went off to kill people just to make amends. He could have just stayed by my hospital bed and apologized, but instead, he committed murder and ran. He thinks back to the memories of when they were both just teenagers. They were both abandoned by their parents, which is why he refused to give up on him. Min-jae grips his phone tightly, trying to suppress his rising anger. But this is simply too much to bear. Back in the present, Tae-il still has not given up on his mission to kill the plague hero. He only wanted to atone for what he did, telling himself that he had to balance the scales, paying the price for dragging his brother in and getting him hurt. But before he can even finish his sentence, Min-jae's angry voice cuts him off. That is the real reason I ran away from you, not because you always cause trouble. And it is not because you never listen to a single word I say. You are always talking about balancing scales and paying the price. But you are just a foolish child pretending to be a grown-up. You do not even know how to take responsibility for your actions, let alone give a proper apology. Ouch, those sharp words from Min-jae strike deep into Tae-il's already chaotic state of mind. Slumping his head onto the control panel, he mutters the words, responsibility and a proper apology. But even now, how is he supposed to understand what those things are actually meant to look like? How could I possibly know anything about that? And now we see a heartbreaking flashback to his high school days when he met his mother again. Looking at his disheveled and dirty appearance, she sighs in disappointment. You are not actually expecting me to take responsibility for you. Now are you? Holding her warm teacup, it is obvious she does not want to be associated with him for another second. I heard that you have been doing perfectly fine at the orphanage. I think it is best if we remain complete strangers and just live our own separate lives. After saying those words, she glances up at him, stands up, and reaches into her bag to pull out a thick stack of cash to hand over. Were you hoping to get some kind of financial compensation from me? Hearing those heartless words from his mother, Tae-il's face falls in complete shock and disappointment. He just stares blankly at the photo of her new happy family inside her wallet. The scene shifts to his father's rundown apartment, where the man does not even look back as he mindlessly flips through television channels. If you came here looking for a father to support you, go ask your mother instead. The man cannot even afford to support himself, let alone take responsibility for another human being. I do not even have enough money to feed myself, let alone you. With those words, he flashes a mocking, contemptuous smile. Did that crazy woman actually remarry some rich guy or what? If she gives you a decent chunk of money, you better be smart enough to share it with your dear old dad. Hearing those words from his own father, Taeil's face completely darkens. He tightly clenches his teeth, desperately holding back his rising anger. Returning to reality, Taeil can only look back at everything he has endured. Nobody had ever guided him absolutely. No one had ever taught him those things. Right now, the ruined city lies in ashes, covered in smoke from the chaotic battle. Suddenly, Min-jae's voice crackles over the radio, telling Taeil to survive and come find him. Back in the control room, Min-jae falls to his knees and apologizes to Taeil. As he speaks, hot tears stream down his cheeks. He just wanted his older brother to do this, so he could finally forgive him completely. After that, he will act as if everything is finally over. Right at that moment, the vile plague warrior seems to be hatching another sinister scheme, while they are distracted. He sighs and reaches out as another centipede appears, asking why they did not say so sooner. This new monstrous centipede is actually much larger and longer than the previous one. Everywhere the beast passes instantly crumbles to ruins as it quickly bursts from the ground. Taeil can only whisper weakly into the radio, admitting that it is too late, and his body is broken. He stares at the aggressive monster, a beast covered in countless mouths. He knows this battle will not be easy, especially with this massive creature standing in his way. Enduring the agonizing pain in his chest, Taeil steels his resolve and prepares to fight the giant beast. Well, this is bad. He was planning to have some fun before taking his own life. The sentient key speaks up to encourage him, urging him that he must overcome this trial. After all, Taeil still carries the heavy burden and responsibility of a true hero on his shoulders. When all is said and done, he is still a hero. Hearing those words, Taeil remains completely silent, simply clenching his teeth to hold back his emotions. Grotesque, strange objects crawl out of the beast's many mouths, waiting for the perfect chance to strike. Taeil's hands have completely run out of strength, trembling uncontrollably as he struggles. Yet he desperately tries to grip the control lever. In his heart, he desperately begs his partner the key to grant him aid. At that exact moment, massive tentacles thrust forward, aiming directly at him. They form a tight blockade around him, leaving him with absolutely no room to move. In an instant, a massive explosion erupts, filling the entire area with thick smoke that slowly clears. Fortunately, Taeil manages to control his giant mech, ripping up a building to shield his chest. Sitting inside the cockpit, a strange, fiery energy completely envelops his body. This energy grants him the strength to stay standing, as Taeil finally finds his true motivation to keep fighting. He must survive this brutal battle, if only to finally deliver his apology. Real courage comes in many forms, and one of them is rushing onto the battlefield against all odds. Another form is having absolutely zero tolerance when facing injustice. And walking straight through a field of thorns for a truly noble cause is another thing entirely. But perhaps the noblest act of all is the courage to admit your mistakes and beg for forgiveness. Responding to his resolve, the key begins to emit an incredibly blinding, radiant red light. Hearing his heartfelt words, the key is filled with absolute joy, of course. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to a local kindergarten, where young students are focused on doing their crafts. Suddenly, one of the young children walks up to the podium to call the teacher. Calling out for her teacher, the little girl points toward her classmate with a worried expression. Yoon is crying her eyes out. Hearing this, the teacher leaves her desk and walks over to the young student to comfort her. "Why are you crying?" Yoon sobbing. The girl wipes her tears and points at the boy sitting right across from her. "It is because I got grouped up with Eon Mariam." As it turns out, that dirty little classmate is the childhood version of the plague hero. He is so incredibly filthy that poor Yoon simply cannot stand being near him. He does not have any school supplies. He smells bad, and he stutters too. Hearing these complaints, the teacher does not even defend him, instead suggesting that the boy might have some sort of defect. Those cold words pierce straight through the fragile heart of the young plague hero. We cut back to the present, where he has grown into an incredibly arrogant plague hero. Sitting high upon his throne of arrogance, he notes that they have all been calling him the Plague Hero. But in his eyes, that title is completely wrong, because he is not actually the plague itself. Putting on his mask, he explains that a plague is merely the convenient physical form he chose. After all, it is the absolute most efficient way to drain every bit of your life force. And the second his mask snaps into place, he begins to mutate his entire body, declaring himself a true hero from a perfectly flawless world. His transformed state looks like a giant, heavily mutated fly, and it is honestly disgusting to look at. The perfect hero stands surrounded by the lifeless bodies of his many plague victims. Behold the supreme shape he has transformed into. His toxic power behaves like an infectious tumor spreading as he slaughters hundreds of thousands and drains the life force of millions of living things. These microscopic viruses are deadly beyond belief. He is an entity wielding the invasive raw power of the absolute smallest organisms. Take rats, for instance, they survive anywhere, possessing the incredible adaptability of the weakest creatures. Then there are massive elephants marching through heavy blizzards, representing the grand vitality of the largest beasts. And finally, the mighty dinosaur carrying the sheer destructive force of the world's absolute strongest animals. All of these elements unite to create the plague hero Merriam. He is the pinnacle of all evolutionary life, and the final form of the perfect hero. He raises a single finger toward the sky, a direct symbol of his absolute and supreme arrogance. That is where his monstrous power comes from, and he was so incredibly close to total ascension before being repeatedly interrupted. He complains that he was so close to achieving that final state. Yet they still dare to recklessly challenge his divine power. Back on the battlefield, a massive one-armed combat robot charges directly at a swarm of colossal centipede legs. Those giant centipede limbs are razor-sharp and terrifyingly lethal. To fight back, the robot quickly tears a nearby building right out of the ground. Inside the cockpit, Tae-wee is severely injured, but he grits his teeth and forces the machine forward to strike back. Controlling the mech, he hurls the entire building straight at the monster's thrashing tongue. But his focus slips for just a second, letting another leg pierce right through the robot's armor. The sudden ambush catches him completely off guard, sending a sharp wave of pain through him. As the mechanical beast buckles under the blow, the remaining insect legs prepare to finish him off. Feeling himself sliding deeper into a corner and facing absolute defeat, he immediately slams his hand onto the control panel to activate his ultimate weapon. Right on cue, the massive shoulder-mounted cannon on the robot begins to glow. An earth-shattering blast erupts next, incinerating those terrifying centipede legs in an instant. The once great city is now entirely swallowed by raging flames and ruined structures. Enveloped in the roaring blaze, Tae-wee's combat robot slowly strides out from the wreckage. The monster created by the plague hero refuses to back down. It lunges forward, snapping its centipede-like legs at the mech, only to have them instantly sliced to pieces. Choi Tae-wee pushes the mech's firepower all the way to maximum. Even though the mech is completely battered and on its last legs, it turns to face the beast once more. The plague hero laughs, his voice filled with a begrudging admiration. But right then, a massive centipede leg whips out, wrapping tightly around the mech's main engine. I admit it, the monster screeches in a horrifying guttural roar. In a flash, one of the robot's legs is completely severed. The plague hero keeps talking, admitting that these past few days have actually been quite a struggle for him. "You guys really gave me a hard time," he sneers. But harsh environments only force faster evolution. "It's a disaster! The monster now has the mech completely pinned down!" Even so, the mech's one remaining arm slowly stretches out toward his exact position. The villain is too busy gloating to even notice. Just as the hand is about to grab him, out of nowhere, a massive mouth snaps shut, swallowing the entire mech. The plague hero stands there completely unfazed, even offering a smug thank you. "Thanks to you guys, I have finally perfected my defense against modern weaponry," he boasts. With the mech trapped deep inside the monster's jaws, it really seems Choi Tae-wee has run out of ways to fight back. This makes him absolutely ecstatic. He declares that since they are no longer useful, these brilliant heroes can finally go ahead and die. Inside those crushing jaws, the mech's arm goes completely limp and stops moving. Seeing this, the plague hero is filled with an overwhelming sense of victory. It's finally over, and yet he cannot help but feel it was all a bit wasteful. Having to undergo an incomplete rushed transformation process was far from ideal. What a waste, especially after gathering nearly all the life force he needed. He looks down at his current body, realizing that the grand plans he wants to put into motion will now take much longer to achieve. In this state, his ultimate goal of wiping out the entire human race will be delayed far too long. But on second thought, he does not really care all that much. After all, he has all the time in the world. But it does not matter, he muses, because time is completely on my side. Surveying the devastated battlefield he created, he swells with pride, believing absolutely no one can stand against him. This battle proved it. He thinks no one in this corrupt world can ever stop me. But before he finishes the job, he decides he needs to vent some serious frustration on the one who annoyed him. First, let me take out my anger on that cat and all the little pests crawling around it. But before he can take a single step look at that, a brilliant blinding slash rips through the air. The massive beast holding the mech is suddenly sliced clean in half. The sight leaves the plague hero utterly speechless. The mech's sword is completely engulfed in blazing fire. Choi Tae-wee's mech is no longer broken. It has evolved, radiating an overwhelming power far beyond its previous limits. It has transformed into a massive giant combiner standing tall and ready to face down the plague hero. This is the ultimate combined form, the true king of heroes. Looking at this incredible new version of Choi Tae-wee's mech, the plague hero simply cannot believe his own eyes. What? How is this possible? Rewinding to a few minutes ago, when the mech was still trapped inside the beast, a mysterious voice suddenly echoed from the key in the darkness. who is truly worthy of being called a hero. Those chosen to be summoned to the combination world must possess absolute fearlessness. They must be ready to break past their own limits and maintain the ultimate peak of physical power. With that, the key asks him if he finally understands the reason. He doesn't answer, instead lifting the key high and staring at it for a long time. Then, with absolute resolve, he drives the key straight into his chest, screaming out that he is indeed a true hero. That's right, a hero. He realizes there are no parts left to combine anymore. Light explodes from his chest, making him scream out in agonizing pain. All he has left to rely on is his own physical body and a wild, burning heart. Back in reality, the massive combined robot he pilots has fully evolved. This leaves the Plague Hero in complete disbelief, since he had already cut off all of Teal's limbs. "This is impossible, I chopped off your limbs," the monster rages, but only silence answers him from Teal. After that, he suddenly flashes a grin, raising his giant sword high to make a bold declaration. "I am losing my patience with you, so let's end this, you filthy insect." Speaking those words, he controls the massive robot, raising its giant sword high. It ruthlessly slices through the giant centipedes, proving exactly what kind of hero Teal truly is. He possesses a body as cold as steel and a heart burning like fire. He is a hero combining absolute power, perfectly bridging the gap between both worlds. The key remaining plugged into his chest shows that Teal has officially reached his absolute physical peak. All he needs now is activation and enough time to kindle the fire in his heart. The key recognizes his powerful armored body as something that far surpasses any hero it has ever guided before, especially when compared to any hero who came before him. At this moment, Teal completely eclipses every other hero. The massive centipede legs begin twitching, preparing to launch another deadly strike. Yet Teal easily slices them all to pieces with his raging, flaming sword. This leaves the Plague Hero completely unable to believe his eyes, wondering how this is possible. The villain is on this verge of a mental breakdown, but suddenly something sprouts from his arm. Not just one, but two bizarre growths emerge, looking completely grotesque. The Plague Hero is now utterly consumed by pure boiling rage. He cannot comprehend why Teal has suddenly transformed, screaming in frustration at how this could happen. He commands his centipedes to mutate, warping them into monsters far more horrifying than before. But Teal won't submit. At this exact moment, Mariam Yoon is feeling completely lost and utterly confused. After all, Mariam's power is strictly rooted in advanced science and absolute logic. He achieved his strength through advanced genetic restructuring and biotechnology, absorbing raw energy by hunting and devouring his prey. It is similar to how early apes slowly evolved into the human form. His power scales on pure logic, relying entirely on a strict chain of cause and effect. Back in the present, the desperate battlefield is still raging with absolute intensity. Teal pilots his massive robot, raising its blazing sword high. He prepares to confront the deadly toxic cloud of virus radiating directly from the Plague Hero. The swarm rushes forward like a storm, forcing him to instinctively step back. Seeing this, Mariam laughs triumphantly. This toxic swarm of poisonous insects is many times more lethal than anything seen before. Right now, those ravenous insects are relentlessly eating through his heavy armor, but even so, Teal continues to fight back, unleashing waves of intense heat that burn the bugs to absolute ashes. All on his own, he must stand against those massive, terrifying centipedes. They instantly lunge at him, but he quickly swings his sword, slicing deep into their segmented bodies. Yet instead of backing down, the beasts grow even more rabid, throwing themselves at him. It thrusts directly toward his mechanical arm, but he easily evades the swift attack. But surprisingly, even though he managed to dodge that initial strike, a sharp centipede leg still pierces his armor. As it happens, while he was busy dodging those legs, another threat loomed. The monster shot its incredibly long tongue straight toward his position. Seeing this, the Plague Hero is shocked, completely taken aback. Without missing a beat, Taewee forces his mech's left foot to stomp hard on the giant centipede's tongue. He then brings his right foot down to pin another segment in place, ignoring the monster's tongue pinning his mechanical arm. Taewee looks directly at the Plague Hero. "Do you honestly think I would fall for the exact same trap twice?" With a swift command, he drives his sword deep into the centipede leg. Choi Tae-ui's current power is anything but simple, a force capable of creating something out of absolute nothingness. Having its body sliced open, the beast lets out a painful, ear-piercing shriek of agony. From inside his mech cockpit, Taewee cold-bloodedly issues the command to slice it apart. Instantly, the machine carries out his orders by raising a massive, flaming sword and cleaving the giant centipede bodies completely in half. This power is a manifestation of pure absurdity, completely ignoring even the most fundamental laws of thermodynamics. Realizing that Taewee's power is not decreasing in the slightest, but is actually growing even more intense, the Plague Hero freezes, gripped by overwhelming dread. "I just do not understand how you keep getting so much stronger." He cannot comprehend why Tae-wee is risking his life like this when none of this will lead to a good ending. Absolutely everything you are doing right now makes no sense at all. Right now, sitting inside the giant robot, Tae-wee asserts that his motivation for doing all of this comes down to one single thing. I have gathered every last bit of my courage just to offer an apology. Smiling, he truly believes that a hero filled with genuine courage is bound to become exponentially stronger. But this soft-hearted answer is definitely not what the furious plague hero wanted to hear. Growing increasingly agitated, he screams out that this is not what he asked. What is your power anyway? Bringing the robot's massive hands together in a heavy clap, Tae-wee feels absolutely no obligation to answer him. Why should I tell you? Watch this! The moment he opens his palms, the villain gets swatted like a pesky fly. He goes flying and immediately crashes hard onto the rooftop of a nearby concrete building. Thick plumes of dark smoke instantly begin billowing up from the impact site. Trapped inside the wreckage, Yoon Mariam grinds his teeth, refusing to accept such a pathetic defeat. This cannot be happening, because he is the embodiment of absolute perfection, harboring a perfect self and perfect revenge. He simply cannot believe that his grand plans are being utterly ruined by an absurd, brainless fool like him. But then a sudden realization washes over him. The key is absurdity. A twisted smirk slowly creeps back onto his bruised face. Tearing his shirt open, he exposes his bare chest where something strange is violently pulsing underneath. I finally see what I was missing to reach true perfection. I must break all the rules. With those words, a truly bizarre and dark substance breaks free from his chest and floats up into the sky. It quickly begins taking the shape of grotesque morphing monsters by feeding directly on this sheer absurdity. Through this horrific method, he is set to achieve his ultimate evolutionary form. Now a pack of ferocious, terrifying beasts stands directly in front of Tae-wee. Instead of showing any fear, he readies his weapons and prepares to engage them head-on. And down on the rooftop, the plague hero continues to wear his absolutely terrifying twisted grin. He is absolutely sure he will evolve once again, just like he did back when he was still an imperfect creation in that laboratory. Back in reality, Tae-wee swings his flaming sword to slice a viral eagle right in half. Then he immediately slashes the giant rat standing right next to it. Seizing the moment, a viral fish uses its razor-sharp teeth to clamp down on his sword. But in an instant, he uses raw force to slice its mouth wide open. Next, he uses his flaming blade to quickly finish off the remaining crocodile. But suddenly, a massive hand erupts from deep beneath the ground. It grabs the robot's leg, catching him completely off guard before he can even dodge. Using that grip, a colossal body drags itself up to the surface. At the same time, its giant arms strike, knocking Tae-wee's robot back. It grabs his leg and thrashes him around, making his head spin. The plague hero has now fully transformed, looking exactly like a giant fly. He vows to kill Tae-wee this time, declaring he will crush the defective hero. He slams the robot Tae-wee is piloting violently down onto the hard ground. Capitalizing on this, he raises both arms to deliver a brutal barrage of punches. But Tae-wee swiftly maneuvers his robot out of harm's way. He gets back up, backing away to create some distance. Inside the cockpit, Tae-wee mocks him, calling him nothing but a third-rate villain. This absolute disrespect makes the plague hero lose his mind, screaming at him to shut up. With that, he raises his giant arms to strike once more. Heavy blows rain down on Tae-wee, but he easily blocks every single one. Every incoming attack is met with a sharp counter-slashing strike. The clash intensifies as they trade blows across the battlefield, with neither side yielding. Suddenly, Tae-wee lands a clean, devastating slash right on the plague hero's arm. But the beast quickly fires back, landing a heavy punch directly to his face. Tae-wee never expected this. Unable to dodge, he takes a brutal hit that makes him spit blood. But he recovers instantly, and honestly, he is absolutely loving this. Pure excitement surges through him as he unleashes heavy slashes at the monster's pincers. Every single strike lands with pinpoint, agonizing accuracy. He is moving too fast for the beast to even counter. Inside his monster form, the plague hero starts to panic. He looks down at his severed arm in absolute shock. Sliced off pincers and limbs litter the ground. He cannot believe his eyes. This cannot be happening, he thinks, staring at the giant machine. Giving him no room to breathe, Tae-wee raises his flaming blade high. He grips the hilt with absolute resolve. With a swift motion, he severs the monster's remaining arms. Inside the robot, Tae-wee proudly calls this a masterpiece of insect art. In one swift motion, he delivers a decisive horizontal slash. Instantly, the monster's body cracks and shatters into pieces. The battlefield settles into a desolate wasteland of smoke and ruin. Only Tae-wee's towering machine remains standing after this long, brutal battle. He looks up, staring at the bleak gray sky stretching out before him. Raindrops tainted with the virus are slowly eating away at his iron armor, creeping into every single crevice. It is as if the tiniest organisms are trying to breach his defenses. Now the virus is aggressively invading every corner of the giant robot. Disgusting sludge begins to take a hideous shape. The foul beast rolls its single eye around, desperately searching the area for a very specific target. Seeking the life force of the ultimate giant. Slithering along with its slimy body, the creature creeps from one corner to the next. It crawls over the metal beams, hunting for the cockpit. This is the most terrifying trait of Yoon Mariam. Right now, it stands directly outside Tae-wee's cockpit, and he has absolutely no clue. Spotting his prize, the monster rejoices, whispering that he finally found him. Coiling its body, it leaps straight toward the flaming sphere on the other side. Seriously, the most terrifying thing about this guy is his absolute disturbing resilience. He lands right on top of the fiery shield protecting Tae-wee, but the intense heat is almost too much to bear. It is too hot, but he barely even cares. He forces his way inside, driven by a single goal to kill Tae-wee. This thin barrier will not save you from a brutal death. Fighting you as a giant beast was just a trick to lull you into a false sense of security. Inside the key warns Tae-wee that he has drained far too much of his vital energy. You have pushed your hero energy and physical limits way too far. Your body is surely suffering from the plague in this terrible condition. You must seek out the Green Warrior for immediate help. Tae-wee wipes a fresh smear of blood from his mouth, fully realizing he has to do exactly that. You are right, I should definitely do that. But seizing this perfect moment, the plague hero swiftly lunges down directly behind his back. He screams with a twisted grin, expecting an easy kill. At that very split second, his razor-sharp claws are already about to sink into Tae-wee. Wait for it, just as those deadly claws are about to tear into his neck, Tae-wee spins around with a smirk. In a flash, he delivers a devastating punch straight to the villain's face. This sudden blow catches the monster completely off guard, sending him flying into the distance. Tae-wee cracks his knuckles, furious that this creature dared to look down on him. Did you think the pilot inside would be helpless? Too bad for you, you were dead wrong. He steps closer to the dazed monster, raising his heavy fists with absolute confidence. I am actually way more confident in raw close-quarters combat than in steering this giant metal machine. Yoon Mariam lies sprawled on the ground, rubbing his bruised cheek in complete disbelief. How on earth did the kid detect him? How could you possibly react that quickly? Wait, did you actually predict that I would break into this very spot? Of course, Tae-wee had already anticipated 1,000 ways Mariam would try to regenerate himself given the chance. Besides, I never expected you to stay dead so easily anyway. You regenerate the moment you get a chance, he sneers, tapping his own forehead. And I figured a maniac like you would be way too eager to kill me to ever think of running away. Knowing this, Tae-wee realized he needed to lure the monster to a far better battlefield to finish him off, rather than letting you scurry in the dark, like a cornered rat. I figured trapping you in a tight spot would be a much more satisfying choice. And his plan worked flawlessly. All it took was a tiny bit of taunting to trigger the trap. Tae-il points directly at the plague hero, telling him to take a good look at his pathetic state. The villain is still slumped on the dirt, surrounded by a weird purple bubble. That hideous, disgusting thing pulsing inside his chest is all the proof he needs. Staring down the massive thing standing before him, Tae-il demands to know if this is actually his real body. His words from earlier hit right where it hurts, throwing Yoon Mariam into an absolute fit of rage. Tae-il does not get a verbal response from him, but the pure panic on the guy's face confirms every single word was spot on. Asking if he hit the mark, Tae-il slowly takes heavy flaming steps straight toward him. In an instant, a massive barrier of raging fire erupts around the villain, leaving him completely panicked. Tae-il closes the distance, sealing off any escape and telling him there is nowhere left to run. At this point, both of them are locked tight inside a flaming arena of his own creation. Next, Tae-il tightly clenches his fists and demands that the villain attack him with absolutely everything he has. Dropping into a solid combat stance, he screams at the top of his lungs. Cut the useless trash talk. Stop whining non-stop about your perfect nature and finally prove your own worth with your very own fists. Stunned by the call-out, Mariam has no idea how this guy managed to read him so easily. Asking how Tae-il knows his secrets, the plague hero desperately struggles. The villain is utterly shell-shocked that his ultimate trump card, which took every ounce of his strength to prepare, was neutralized so effortlessly. Shaking with fear, the villain slowly struggles back to his feet. He asks, are they really doing this barehanded? With that, he immediately charges forward at full speed toward Tae-il. Raising his fist high, he lets out a desperate scream. How dare you challenge me? But the very moment that punch comes flying, Tae-il easily slips the entire attack with a quick tilt of his body. And Tae-il does not hesitate to counter, driving a heavy fist straight into his face. Spitting mad after taking the hit, Mariam completely loses his mind, calling him a total bastard. He lashes out in desperation, throwing a wild, frantic flurry of consecutive punches. But Tae-il refuses to back down, stepping forward and burying a devastating punch deep into his opponent's stomach. The impact is so heavy it makes the villain cough up blood. This guy has spent his entire life blaming others too cowardly to face a real challenge. Too bad for him, his opponent is someone who has finally accepted who they truly are. And now Moreum is completely overwhelmed by Tae-il crashing hard onto the dirt. Slumped on the floor, he refuses to accept this quick defeat, muttering, "No, this cannot be over yet." This fight makes the massive gap in skills and resolve between the two heroes painfully obvious, clearly showing exactly who is going to win this. Seeing the towering hero slowly closing in on him, the terrified plague hero raises a trembling hand, desperately begging, "Please, I do not want to die." But when the final blow does not land, he hesitantly opens his eyes in complete confusion. Tae-il simply reaches down, grabs him by the hair, and forces him to look up. The utter humiliation drives the villain crazy, filling him with a sudden murderous rage. He screams out, "I will kill you, you bastard! I will kill you!" Tae-il slowly pulls his fist back, ready to put an end to this long, exhausting struggle. Time to end this. But seeing things go way too far, someone is currently riding a bicycle outside the city, thinking that they must intervene. Lee Seong-jun looks at the ruined city ahead, unable to hide his sheer surprise. When did everything derail so badly? He never expected Tae-il to fight this desperately with his life on the line. Choi Tae-il is fighting as if he actually has a real reason to live. Stopping at an abandoned building, he slowly makes his way up. According to his plan, he needs the plague hero to cause more chaos, and the combination hero to die right here. Lee Seong-jun steps onto the rooftop, pausing to look out at the vast cityscape. Then a sharp snap. Opening his inventory, a mysterious glowing cube immediately appears right before him. It radiates a brilliant soft blue light. In an instant, his weapon materializes the +99 charged divine crossbow. He steps onto the heavy crossbow stand and pulls the string back with all his might. Taking precise aim, he targets the giant robot that Choi Tae-il is piloting. With the target locked, he immediately releases his tight grip. The massive bolt flies out screaming through the air straight toward the giant robot's eye, inside the plague. Hero is taking such a brutal beating from Choi Tae-il that his face is barely recognizable. On the outside, the projectile continues its rapid flight, closing in on the machine's eye. Choi Tae-il still has no clue what is happening outside, completely lost in his relentless assault. From the distant rooftop, Lee Seong-jun watches his face twisted in arrogant satisfaction. As always, Choi Tae-il proves he is completely worth watching. The moment those words leave his mouth, the bolt pierces cleanly through the robot's eye. His suicide planning board is shown cluttered with photos of various heroes. And right there on this board is a highly familiar face, Choi Tae-il. A berserk hero who has absolutely no regard for his own survival. He is a hero who would undoubtedly end up dead without outside intervention. Yet he always somehow manages to turn the tide of battle in his favor, always dragging down at least one other berserk hero with him, sometimes even 2 or 3. One by one, the photos of those heroes are slowly swept down to the floor. Standing before his modified plan, Lee Seong-jun quietly notes how unpredictable Choi Tae-il truly is. Even Seong-jun gets a massive headache dealing with the boy's ridiculous, overwhelming power. Just a single tiny adjustment, and this guy has already taken out too many targets. With a sigh, he pulls a gun from his pocket, presses it to his temple, and promises to win next time. Next time, he mutters, "I will deal with you myself." And then a swift pull of the trigger. With the attack finished, a faint trail of smoke still rises from the massive divine crossbow. The entire area is swallowed by roaring flames with burning buildings showing no signs of stopping. Lee Seong-jun simply raises his hand, admiring his handiwork. He can see a massive gaping hole now torn straight through the giant robot's eye. It looks like a perfectly placed decisive blow. Confirming his hit, he immediately shouts out to the passenger trapped inside. He tells the plague hero to get out of there immediately, shouting again when there is no response. Hearing the distant shouts, the plague hero is still utterly dazed and completely disoriented. He has no idea what is actually happening. Outside the giant machine, Lee Seong-jun's voice echoes once again. He assures him it is safe to come out boasting that he finished the enemy with a single shot. Hearing those words, he slowly forces his heavy swollen eyes open. But the moment they open, he is greeted by the terrifying, savage face of Choi Tae-il. Terribly frightened, he reflexively cowers back, raising his hands in a desperate attempt to cover his face. But he waits, and yet the man does not make a single move. Right at this moment, several drops of blood drip onto the floor beneath Tae-ui's feet. His chest has been completely pierced through by the deadly arrow that Lee Seong-run just fired at him. Blood flows constantly from his mouth, leaving him in a truly miserable state. Only right now does the plague hero finally notice that something is terribly wrong with him. Completely shocked, he slowly stands up, still unable to believe his eyes. What? Who did this? Did they kill him? He wonders if this is the work of some other hero he has heard about on the news, maybe one of those rampaging heroes they always talk about. With that thought, he feels relieved to know he is not going to die. This means I do not have to die. He cannot help but burst into a maniacal, frantic laugh like an absolute lunatic. He approaches Taeui, mockingly patting him on the shoulder over and over. You spouted all that nonsense about being a corpse and having strength born of courage. But look at us now. See who is the one actually surviving this. He grabs his arms and shakes him violently. It is not the strong who survive. The survivors are the ones who are truly strong, you idiot. He leans in close, eager to see the pathetic expression on his face. Hey, Mr. Corpse, got any last words? But contrary to his expectations, Taeui is now burning with sheer silent rage. Outside, Lee Sung-run scratches his head in confusion, wondering why Yoon Mariam is taking so long to come out. Did the plague hero mistake him for an enemy? But suddenly Taeui's robot bursts into flames. Gripping its blazing sword, the massive machine slowly takes one heavy step after another toward him. Seeing this, Lee Sung-run immediately understands exactly what he is trying to achieve. Is he really trying to end this entire battle by setting off another massive explosion? The giant robot stands tall, raising its blazing sword high into the air. But Lee Sung-run does not show even a hint of fear. Instead, a smug smile spreads across his face. I am definitely going to need your help for this one transformation, hero. Right on cue, Gazgyam flies out of nowhere and carries Lee Sung-run away from the collapsing building. Floating high in the air, Gazgyam asks in surprise. I thought you said you would kill him in one blow. Lee Sung-run casually replies that he already did. It is just pure willpower. Neither of them can believe that Taeui is still standing so firmly despite those fatal wounds. Unbelievable, his heart was actually pierced. He is literally dying right now, even as we speak. Yet he is still fighting the plague hero inside while simultaneously controlling his massive robot to take us down. Inside the robot, Taeui tightly wraps his powerful hands around his throat, squeezing the plague hero's throat so hard that he can barely draw a single breath. Even the plague hero cannot believe that someone this monstrously powerful has actually showed up here. I thought the guy standing right here with me was the most dangerous. But that one outside is on another level? To him, that opponent feels like a colossal giant pulling all the strings from above. If I let him live, he could easily destroy this entire nation all by himself. He remembers the promise he made to that old officer before setting out to fight this final battle. On top of that, he still owes mine a proper heartfelt apology to make up for all his mistakes. This thought only steels his resolve to eliminate these targets once and for all. Once more, he raises his blazing sword high, his eyes burning bright with a fierce, unbreakable resolve. I will defeat him right here and now, and then I am going back home. Action is taken. He swings his sword with massive force right at where the monster is standing. But he quickly carries Songjun out of harm's way. Sensing things are getting out of hand, Songjun calls out to warn him. You really should fight him seriously, Metamorphosis Warrior. I know this is a hassle, but enjoy the show as this experience will be crucial for the battles ahead. With that said, he also finishes upgrading his own armor, activating 50% of National Destruction Mode to ease pressure. In an instant, hundreds of missiles launch directly at Taeil's giant robot. Inside, even as he struggles to withstand the barrage of incoming missiles, his hands remain locked around the Plague Warrior's neck. Highly annoyed, the beast screams out, "Let go of me! Let go, you bastard!" Seeing that Taeil has absolutely no intention of letting him go, he immediately drives his sharp-clawed arm straight into the pilot's chest. If you want to die, then go die alone. Infuriated by this sudden brutal strike, Taeil seethes with rage. Gritting his teeth as he groans in sheer agony, Taeil refuses to loosen his grip, and instead he slowly raises his massive flaming sword high into the air. The scene shifts to a quiet, narrow street. Amid the freezing wind of a heavy blizzard, Taeil walks leisurely with a cigarette in his mouth. Suddenly, the ring of the phone echoes from deep inside his coat pocket. He looks down to see who is calling him. It turns out the caller is none other than Seongjun. Without hesitation, he answers, completely baffled as to why he is calling at this hour. Yeah, what is it? Whatever the voice on the other end says makes his face drop instantly. Am I coming home today? Seriously, no, I am not going back there yet. Looking back on that moment, Taeil feels a sharp pang of regret for not returning home. The call grows tense as he snaps back a settlement. What kind of garbage settlement? If I just stay out of sight for a while, they will stop looking and drop it. The caller seems to be pressuring him to apologize, but he obviously refuses to bow down. Apologize to the director. Why on earth should I? The more he dwells on it now, the more he wishes he had just swallowed his pride. Listening to the voice on the other end only makes Taeil grow increasingly irritated by the second. Yeah, well, it does not change anything anyway. Whether I choose to live as a washed-up athlete or a quiet good boy like you, just mind your own business and go to sleep. Because I can take care of myself. Unable to listen to any more of this, he hangs up and throws his half-smoked cigarette onto the cold ground. Shut up, I'm done talking, I will see you later. Ending the unpleasant call, Taeil is left staring ahead in frustration, but deep down, a heavy regret begins to settle in. I really should have spoken to him more back then. Now I can only drown in regret for everything I failed to do. Back to the brutal clash in the ruined city, after an exhausting battle, Taeil's giant mech is starting to fail. Its heavy armor is shattered and barely holding together. Deep inside, the pilot is completely running on empty. His face grows deathly pale, but right before losing consciousness, his lips tremble as he forces out a few final words. "I promised, so I have to apologize this time." At that moment, Seong-jun, trembling, uses his sword to carve an opening through the mech's iron armor. Stepping inside the cockpit, he lets out a heavy sigh. Right there in front of his eyes lie the lifeless bodies of both Tail and the Plague Warrior. He slowly walks over to where Yoon Marium is lying, reaching out a hand to check for a breath, before letting out a heavy sigh. Some things just cannot be changed, no matter how many tens of thousands of times you try. The harsh truth is that his inability to die is holding back humanity's future, a future where absolutely no one can defeat Kim Min-soo. His gaze shifts to Choi Too's lifeless body. Standing tall with his head held high, a hero whose final transformation always demanded his life, dragging down his enemy with him, no matter what. Even if he did not want to admit it, Lee Sung had to acknowledge that Choi Too won this battle. "You actually won, you incredibly stubborn bastard." Choi Too, the combination hero, and Yoon Marium, the plague hero, had perished together. Following the death of Choi Too, two things became absolutely certain. Days later at the United Nations headquarters in New York, the weather is beautiful under a clear, sunlit sky. Inside the conference hall, the chairman is repeatedly banging his wooden gavel against the table. But the fierce arguments show no signs of stopping. Representatives from countries across the globe continue to argue back and forth. The first certainty is the direct intervention of the international community. Now that the terrifying plague hero, whom everyone feared would cause massive casualties, has been eliminated. Behind closed doors, high-ranking military officials are busy drawing up their next operational plans. They review every detail, searching for the most logical strategy. Out on the open ocean, massive warships and military aircraft are already deployed and on the move. All of them are heading toward the battlefields of South Korea. The United Nations and the international community are pouring massive military aid into South Korea. Not only that, they have also started mobilizing every single surviving hero. The Korean government redeploys its remaining forces as the entire country transforms into one massive war zone. Ruined cities that were once covered in ash are rapidly restored by heroes, leaving almost no trace of destruction. But even with the rebuilding, these heroes still cannot stand each other. The conflict deepens between the rogue heroes trying to destroy the world and those desperately trying to stop them. And right at this tense moment, yet another hero makes his move. The second certainty is the re-emergence of the return hero, serving as a warning. Standing right in front of a building engulfed in a sea of flames, a hero slowly steps forward. He carries a massive blade resting over his shoulder, his face completely hidden in the shadows. When the sudden attack on the Ministry of National Defense took place, it was impossible to identify the perpetrator since the entire security video database was completely wiped clean. Flashback to the moment Lee Sung used his powerful crossbow to strike down Choi Too's giant mech. The officials inside the Ministry of National Defense witnessed every single second of this through their monitors. Panic spreads through the room now that Lee Sung's true identity has been exposed, especially after they witnessed the terrifying ease with which he dismantled the combination hero. The government quickly brands him as the absolute second greatest threat, right after Kim Min-soo immediately calling a closed-door emergency meeting. And just a few months after this brutal war first began, the high officials finally realize who their true enemy is, though it might already be too late. This was the final fleeting moment where humanity could still catch a brief glimmer of hope. Right before everything takes a drastic turn for the worst. At this very moment, Lee Sung's profile photo is pinned to the front of a highly classified file. An officer hands the file over to Honghwa Jiang, while the rest of the world foolishly clings to hope. Beside it, there is a stark warning about Kim Min-soo, along with his photograph. The officer warns the forest hero to stay on high alert against this monstrous threat. Having received their final mission, both are filled with absolute determination for this last stand. Over at the hospital, the verdure warrior is using his special abilities to heal a patient, gently holding their hand with a warm smile on his face as they pull through. But right at that moment, Baek Cheon-sang's eyes catch sight of something unexpected on the screen. It turns out to be a news report about the military weapons supplied by various nations to the South Korean military, suggesting that maybe, just maybe, hope still exists. Now inside the busy hospital lobby, it is not just the hardworking doctors, but also the patients and their families who are wearing smiles of pure, heartfelt happiness and gratitude. Seeing them like this, the verdure warrior cannot help but feel happy too. He genuinely believes that one day humanity will finally reclaim those peaceful, quiet days of the past. The scene shifts to Busan Port, where loud ship horns echo deafeningly across the water. Massive shipping containers and towering cranes are actively working at full capacity all around the docks. Strong winds howl relentlessly through the harbor, and high up on the tallest crane, a lone figure stands watching. He stands quietly behind the metal railing, gazing out into the endless distant horizon. Out on the open ocean, massive military warships are slowly approaching the docks. Witnessing this arrival, a highly mysterious and incredibly subtle smirk slowly creeps across Seong-woo's face. The scene changes to a dark forest where a small campfire crackles and burns brightly. A raspy voice echoes. The rest of this tragic tale gets even darker, with absolutely no victory left to speak of. Holding a giant key in his hands, he addresses the person sitting across from him. As you already know, the Plague Warrior is the only enemy hero we can actually defeat. And until the day you all finally return, the remaining Riot heroes are still alive out there. Hearing this, the Verdure Warrior is left feeling quite confused by his words. You already know all of this, so why do you still need to hear the rest? Faced with his questioning, Park Jong-soo cannot find any words to say and can only glare back at him with pure resentment. Right at that moment, the rustling bushes part, and someone slowly steps out. Yin looks completely annoyed and deeply irritated right now. She cannot understand why, at such a crucial moment, the two men in front of her are talking about such bizarre things. Are you guys seriously trying to invite bad luck upon us? Why do you want to talk about depressing stuff right before we head out to battle? The more she speaks, the angrier she gets. Both of them are clearly messed up. Looking at the Verdure Warrior sitting opposite her, one is weighed down by guilt, while a glance at Park Jong-soo reveals a man completely consumed by a thirst for vengeance. Having completely vented her anger, she reluctantly plops herself down onto the dirt ground. Park Jong-soo keeps his head lowered, hesitating for a long time before finally speaking. This is definitely not going to be a happy story. In the desolate, quiet forest, only his voice echoes through the dark. Even if we can say they were fallen heroes who fought a brave and righteous battle. As he says this, he recalls the painful images of the previous heroes who died in that fateful clash. They simply lacked the power to turn the tide, and his expression darkens. To some people, it might sound like an incredibly epic story of heroism, but others will only view them as fools who willingly marched straight into their own deaths. And for the crazy heroes who deserve to be destroyed, they sit here listening to tales of their victories. Saying this, his hands reflexively clench into tight, angry fists. He beats his chest hard, desperately suppressing the suffocating frustration and rage boiling inside him because it is making him so incredibly furious. Yet no matter how much he utterly detests it, he still needs to hear the rest of it. But either way, he knows he still has to listen to this tale. Those things are meant to help him understand exactly what he must do next. They help him grasp the relics I will deploy in battle when there is no other choice left. And most importantly, they help him understand the final words he ever said to me. With those words, he recalls the sight of Lee Sung-jun's back trembling under the fading sunset. His voice still echoes clearly in his ears, telling him to remember that he must become the hero of all heroes. After listening to those deep, heartfelt confessions, the hero of nature finally decides to tell Park Jong-soo a few crucial stories about the past. All right, I will tell you everything you need to know. Under the quiet moonlight, the firewood crackles as the hero of nature begins speaking in a soft voice. The darkest part of this entire story is how everything fell apart. Hearing him say that, both Yeji and Park Jong-soo instantly turned to look at him together. Deep in the dark night, the pale moonlight is the only thing shining down into the depths of the quiet forest. But the glow strangely brings to mind a giant eye burning amidst the smoke. A dark omen of war, painting a picture of absolute death. Vast military warships sailing across the endless ocean are engulfed in unstoppable flames. Alongside the burning wrecks, countless disembodied hands rain down from above into the dark ocean. Suspended high in the air, they form a massive sphere, enclosing a terrifying eye at the center. Somewhere in the distance, amidst the thick smoke of the burning warships, Jeon Seong-woo's wicked laughter echoes once again. Back in the forest, where the hero of nature is speaking, his low, heavy voice continues to echo through the night. He speaks of memories of those who fought with absolutely everything they had left. He remembers how desperately Yu Seon-hwa fought on even while her body was covered in severe wounds. He also pictures Hong Hwa-rang, whose body is currently pierced by a massive, devastating slash. The young hero screams in agony from the sheer excruciating pain. Yet that destructive power does not stop relentlessly corroding his broken body from the inside. Alongside them, another brave hero desperately tries to dodge a lethal oncoming attack from the enemy. Leaping high into the air, he raises his leg and stomps down with all the strength left in his body. The Plague Hero is without a doubt one of the prime candidates to become the next Demon King. But the moment Lee Sung-jun chose to turn Kim Min-soo into the Demon King, the dark fate of Yoon Marium was sealed, destined to be used like a disposable pawn and thrown away. There are clear reasons for this, starting with the very first. Just like the other rogue heroes, he is far too difficult to control. To actually utilize him, they would have to persuade or brainwash him, but he is not a man of reason. We cut back to the brutal duel between Seong-woo and Yoon Marium. The plague hero unleashes forbidden dark magic, wrapping his entire arm in a thick, demonic black mist. He shapes it into a deadly weapon that pierces right through Xiangwu's chest, leaving him completely caught off guard and unable to react. He can only gasp for air in agony. "You absolute bastard." The plague hero wears an incredibly sinister grin, hungrily licking his lips, as if preparing for a delicious feast. He quietly whispers thanks for the meal, and with those words, Xiangwu's lifeless body collapses onto the cold ground. At that exact moment, Lee Sung-jun slowly walks into the clearing. Taking in the grim scene, he is left utterly stunned by the raw madness of the plague hero. Without a single second of hesitation, he raises the pistol held tightly in his hand and fires a fatal bullet directly into his own temple. By doing so, he successfully steals a portion of the negative karma Kim Min-soo needs to become the Demon King. Skulls are piled high on top of one another across the chaotic battlefield. Right beside them lies the heavily wounded body of Kim Min-soo. Even Yoon Mariam, clutching a pile of skulls, has to stop and stare at this gruesome sight. He grits his teeth hard, holding back some deep, dark rage. Reaching toward the pile, he uses his sharp, claw-like hand to snatch up a skull and lift it high into the air. His insane killing speed has stolen the dark karma that Kim Min-soo desperately needs to collect. The plague hero now hovers in midair, clutching the fresh skull he just retrieved. But it gets worse. Floating right above his head is a terrifying purple orb, constantly raining waves of toxic mist down upon the ground below. This guy is a straight-up saboteur disguised as an ally. Deadly fumes creep through every single corner. They slither through high-rise buildings, dealing death to innocent citizens. Meanwhile, Lee Sung-jun is watching from an abandoned rooftop. Wearing a gas mask with his signature pistol in hand, he cannot help but swear under his breath at this absolute mess. That complete bastard, I specifically told him to stay in his designated zone. With no other choice, he ends his own life once again. Back in the void, Lee Sung-jun's face is dark with absolute fury as he rips the target card in half. Should he just execute the bastard the second he goes back to the past? He mercilessly shreds Yoon Mariam's character card right then and there. But then he freezes, staring intensely at the torn pieces as a new thought crosses his mind. Just like that, his cunning mind spins and he reverses his decision in an instant. No throwing him away is a waste. He thinks he must utilize every single tool at his disposal. Who knows, maybe this time he will actually succeed in dying. With that wicked plan in mind, Lee Sung-jun decides to use him as perfect bait. Get a load of this. Lee Sung-jun is sitting on an island, literally using Yoon Mariam's card as fishing bait. Since the plague bastard is uncontrollable, there is no stopping his brutal slaughter anyway. Slowly winding his reel, who knows if he's actually caught anything yet on this weird trip. But he realizes that his ally's chaotic rampage is the perfect distraction to exploit for his own gain. While Yoon Mariam keeps the government and military totally occupied and cripples their surveillance network, Lee Sung-jun is free to roam the country recruiting every single rogue hero he can find. Entering a burning battlefield, he warmly offers a hand to the powerful Lee Gazam. Tracking down Shin Swung, he finds her at her absolute lowest moment of despair. Next up is Seung-woo finding the bored hero and bringing him onto the same team. Right in the pouring rain, he tracks down another severely wounded hero, telling them to put aside differences. Acting like some kinds of savior, he reaches out to unite these dangerous outcasts under his banner. On top of that, Yoon Mariam's massive slaughter capabilities keep the government's allies hesitant. They hesitate to send any backup, completely missing their golden opportunity to suppress these rogue heroes in time. He even manages to recruit Choi Tae-wee, someone who should have been a massive pain to deal with. By this point, the plague hero's character card is scorched almost beyond recognition. Then he casually tosses the ruined card directly into the deep, dark ocean. He originally planned on keeping the plague guy around until he could rescue his other core allies. But trying to squeeze any more use out of him is just pure greed. So now the real game begins. With those words, he pulls his phone from his pocket and dials up Golem. Thinking about his master plan, he cannot help but smirk. An all-out total war. Meanwhile, Seung-woo looks down at his phone as a text message lights up the screen telling him he can finally begin. With the signal officially given, Seung-woo lets a dark smirk spread across his face. He slowly lifts his head and looks out toward the distant ocean. Out there, military warships are closing in on the shore, their blaring sirens echoing without pause. Watching them approach, a deeply sinister smile spreads across his face. Cut to the mysterious underground bunker where Pan is currently being held. The heavy iron door remains shut under exceptionally tight security. An officer steps forward staring at a crucifix while asking his subordinate if Banana has made any attempts to escape. The female officer immediately replies, "Not yet, sir." But behind that calm answer, her behavior is actually pretty strange. While they are still reporting the sudden sound of desperate screams and heavy blows, echoes from down the hall and instantly catching their attention. Hearing the commotion, the officer rushes out, demanding to know what is going on. He is just about to go and investigate the matter himself. But the shocking sight that greets him now makes his entire face turn completely pale. Deep inside the bunker's dark corridor, the lifeless bodies of the guard officers are scattered all over the floor. Then slow and deliberate footsteps begin to echo continuously out from the deep shadows. The intruder draws closer and closer. To make matters worse, an incredibly overwhelming pressure radiates from all around him. Terrified by the sight, the officer frantically calls for backup through his radio. Just then, the mysterious intruder slowly pushes up his hat, revealing a horrifying demon mask that looks absolutely terrifying to behold. Cut to the vast ocean where a massive and violent whirlpool is dragging military warships down into its depths. The Navy soldiers have absolutely no escape as they get sucked into the violent abyss. But at that moment, a colossal sea monster tears through the ocean, plunging rapidly toward the very bottom of the sea. It turns out to be the sea dragon hero Shinua, commanding her giant aquatic pet. Down at the very bottom of the ocean, a heavily secured prison cage is illuminated by spotlights shining from all sides. Dong Yi-Ui-ho is bound so tightly that he cannot move a single muscle. Just then he senses that some sort of massive presence is rapidly drawing near. Opening his eyes, he is greeted by a giant monster staring directly down at him. Sinua's face is completely blank as she slowly raises her glowing trident high into the water. Pointing it toward him, she hurls it down with incredible force. The trident radiates a blinding light as it pierces straight through the secure cage. At the same time, deep cracks begin to appear on the cage. Seeing this, an expression of sheer smugness and triumph washes over Dong Yi-Ui-ho's face. Meanwhile, inside Lee Sung-run's private domain, he holds a set of cards representing the different heroes. He is incredibly proud of the achievements he has made. With this, he boasts that he has gathered nearly all the necessary cards to take them to the end of round 1. Right now, a brutal massacre is unfolding across the surface of the vast ocean. Powerful lasers rain down from the sky, striking the Navy warships and causing immense damage. They trigger a series of massive explosions that set the vessels completely ablaze. Zeung-woo commands his massive magic formation, utterly thrilled by the chaotic game of his own creation. Meanwhile, the United States Air Force Base has also been reduced to a total wasteland. Thick smoke, raging fire, and bodies are scattered everywhere. The outside reinforcements, the very army they were likely counting on, have already been completely wiped out. All this chaos turns out to be Lee Garam's doing as he hovers in midair, firing off a barrage of missiles. Then he just stands there completely at ease, leisurely enjoying his own destructive performance. And now that you have been cornered like this, there is only one choice left. Meanwhile, inside the government conference room, several high-ranking military officers have gathered alongside Hwarang Hong. Yu Seon-hwa and the Tree Hero are also there, deeply focused on planning their next move. Right now, a picture of Lee Sung-jun is pinned onto a top-secret file. An officer hands it over to Hwarang Hong, warning them about their foolish optimism. Alongside it, Kim Min-soo's photograph is also presented as a major warning. Another officer points this out, warning the Tree Hero about the threat. They are being dared to send out heroes one-on-one against Kim Min-soo and the other rogue hero. Out on the shattered streets of the ruined city, Hwarang Hong and Yu Seon-hwa utilize every second they have. They are constantly discussing their future strategic plans alongside all of the military officers. Off in the distance, the Tree Hero stands atop a rock, staring silently toward the horizon. It is hard to tell what is on his mind, but his expression has grown incredibly heavy. Yu Seon-hwa walks over to where he is standing and immediately notices his troubled expression. Stepping up behind him, she gently pats his shoulder and tells him not to blame himself, knowing he is not trying to run from this fight. Even with her words of comfort, the Tree Hero cannot help but feel deeply anxious. He mentions that if he were to completely give up his healing abilities, he would be able to fight alongside her, even if only for a short while. But Yu Seon-hwa firmly believes he needs to save his power for a different purpose. She tells him to hold on to his strength, because one day, someone will come who needs it much more than they do. Hearing her gentle advice, the Tree Hero falls silent and does not argue any further. Yet a nagging sense of unease still lingers deep inside him. Seeing his lingering doubt, Yu Seon-hwa places a hand over her heart and speaks with absolute conviction. She asks him to put his trust in her and the Exorcist hero while he continues helping those in need. It is that very trust that keeps them going, knowing that he is out there healing the survivors. That is what gives them the strength to stand resilient and fight to protect everyone. With that, she turns to walk away, though she leaves him with one final instruction. She promises they will return soon, asking Junho Yu to look after the sick and the wounded. Having said their piece, Hwarang Hong and Yu Seon-hwa turn away and walk forward resolutely, never looking back a single time. Meanwhile, over at the White House in Washington, D.C., the sky is exceptionally clear today. Inside the Oval Office, government officials are engaged in a tense, non-stop discussion. Right at that moment, a dark-skinned officer steps inside, immediately drawing the attention of everyone in the room. He steps forward and reports that their entire unit has been completely wiped out. Hearing this incredibly blunt and sudden report leaves the president feeling rather confused. The officer then begins to explain the situation in much greater detail. Our entire military force has been completely wiped out, Mr. President. According to the reports, the United Nations coalition forces and their own marine units, who were preparing to enter Busan port along with the air forces at Yokota Air Base in Japan, are gone. Hearing this devastating update sends a wave of pure shock through the president. Nobody else in the room can believe what they are actually hearing either. How on earth is something like this even possible? Cold sweat drips down his face, especially because he was still receiving live status updates from them just a short moment ago. An hour ago, I received a routine report clearly stating there were no issues. Not a single warning sign ever appeared before this happened. This black man holding the report continues with his presentation. The terrorists in South Korea were believed to be operating alone until now. He reads further. His face pales as he gasps out that they actually acted in unison. Right now in Donut City, a massive purple cube continuously radiates a mysterious glow. Beams of light shoot out. Lee Sung-run stands right at the center. Around him are all the rebel heroes he successfully gathered. You could call this a temporary alliance. His illusion wanders through the city and places a hand on B-Han's shoulder. If you rebel on your own and try to make everyone understand your pain all by yourself, he shakes his head. He tells Dong Yui-ho that she will quickly be defeated just like before. With a face full of confidence, seriously, the guy is glowing. If we all strike together, we will hold an overwhelming advantage. He tirelessly continues to brainwash all of his subordinates. All of you can do whatever you want, causing as much destruction as you like, without hesitation. At this point, he specifically warns them to show absolutely no mercy. As soon as he finishes speaking, Dong Yui-ho raises an arm with a question. Resurrection hero. Question? Hearing the voice, Lee Sung-run immediately asks what the Iron Arm wants to know. Dong Yui-ho cannot help but feel a little anxious about the Sword Hero. Since the Sword Hero started his rebellion first, should we actually consider him an ally? But before Lee Sung-run can even answer, Bi-han chimes in with an addition to that question. The only thing you did not mention is what the Sword Hero's next move is going to be. She seems highly amused, suggesting it would be great if he shared that with everyone. If you do not mind, please share that crucial information with us to help build some mutual trust. Listening to their brief debate, Lee Sung-run rhythmically taps his leather shoe against the ground, letting out a series of sharp clicking sounds as they speak. Then, without waiting for either of them to speak further, he immediately proceeds to answer both of their questions. I can certainly answer both of those questions for you. A pair of assassins will soon target both me and the Sword Hero, and I plan to use those two foes to become friends with him. Right now, amidst the smoky battlefield, Kim Min-soo casts a freezing glare toward a single direction. Every single one of his movements has already been captured on camera. In the briefing room, his figure is projected onto the screen, while the secretary's voice echoes throughout the space. But as you can see, even without the direct involvement of the first rebel hero, our entire defensive force has been completely wiped out. The president feels a massive headache coming on as one disaster follows another, and honestly, who could survive this stress? Just then, a high-ranking officer approaches him and makes a direct proposal. Mr. President, might be best to contact the strongest asset we have, Stephen Sony. At the mention of that name, the atmosphere in the room instantly turns heavy. No one dares to utter a single word, silently staring at the president before them. But the only response they receive is his furious, scowling face. You are all incredibly shallow and foolish. Finally losing his temper, he screams that everyone knows they have relied on heroes throughout the entire history of mankind. Because besides me, the president of this nation, you are the only ones permitted to know of their existence. The more he speaks, the more his boiling anger overflows. His entire body is shaking uncontrollably, his face completely flushed red with sheer rage. Yet despite all of that, you seriously want to crawl back and beg a hero for help again. Humanity is finally standing at its absolute peak. What happens to us if we beg these heroes for help right now? He refuses to accept it. Even if this succeeds, our authority is completely gone. Our standing will plummet to God knows where. So tell me who actually wins in the very end? Humanity will be demoted to mere gears turning inside a machine built for heroes. Our rights, our independence, and maybe even the very concept of a nation. The crystallization of all those values. All of it could easily be replaced by these heroes, in an era where we can't instantly control the flow of information. The very moment the rest of the world realizes we've been hiding these heroes all along. At this point, he loses his temper, urging them to think hard. Think carefully. He absolutely refuses to rely on the hero, believing it directly violates the interests of the nation. We will never ask Mrs. Stevenson for her help. In fact, if she acts on this matter alone without our explicit approval, we will deem her actions a direct violation of United States sovereignty, and in the worst case, she will be treated as an enemy of the state. Pointing to the Constitution in his hand, he wants everyone in the room to engrave this deep. Remember my words, this is a war between heroes and humanity. As Commander-in-Chief, my decision is final. We will not turn this world into a playground for heroes. After listening to his long, intense speech, the room falls completely silent. The officer standing right beside him hesitantly speaks up. But Mr. President, what about the ongoing situation in South Korea? Before he can even finish his sentence, the president immediately cuts him off. Stop sending troops to Korea and only help our citizens escape. Staring at the report, his head throbs. We will discuss the next steps once civilian evacuation is complete. And if needed, we can always resort to nuclear weapons. That should do it. Send the official order over to our allies. Meanwhile, over at the Kremlin, inside the Russian president's conference room, the atmosphere is just as tense with constant tactical planning. The longer the conflict in South Korea drags on, the weaker the West becomes. They absolutely must not intervene no matter what happens. He doesn't forget to strictly warn his subordinates and generals to be far more vigilant with military security and handling classified files. Getting dragged into trouble is the last thing he wants. If any details about our own hero leak, we'll face heavy backlash from the international community. He turns to leave but stops after a few steps. One more thing. Keep Oya under tight, absolute surveillance to ensure that any news of what's currently happening in South Korea never reaches our glacial hero. If we seize this chance, the West collapses and we rule. Meanwhile, deep inside a secret facility, Hong Hua-jiang and Yu Son-hwa are doing a final thorough check on their weapons. As they walk down the dark, quiet corridor, Hong Hua-jiang's low voice suddenly breaks the heavy silence. According to what I recently heard from a military officer I'm close with, it seems like the United Nations has completely abandoned South Korea. His deep gaze carries a pretty heavy contempt for those cowardly people. Getting hurt once was enough to make those cowards run. Cutting off all military aid, they chose to only provide basic humanitarian support, like evacuation corridors and underground shelters. It is not that they actually believe we can complete their mission. Instead, they are just using us as live bait in an all-or-nothing gamble to buy time for their massive evacuation. He stops and asks her if she is not terrified of fighting a hopeless battle like this. Facing his serious question, Yusona simply responds with a pretty warm smile. Actually, I prefer it this way. I feel much more confident in a battle where I get to protect someone, rather than a fight where I'm just trying to win. I guess you are kind of scared since you are talking more than usual. Seeing that she read him like an open book, Hong Hua-jiang does not even try to hide it. He lets out a soft sigh, truly wanting to survive and win this brutal fight. I went into this war determined to win, even if I had to do it completely alone. I do not really care about what those high leaders think of me, or whether other countries are coming to help us at all. Midway through his sentence, he suddenly stops right in his tracks. Both of them stand before the wide-open door, ready to face whatever terrifying monsters await outside. It is just pretty annoying hearing those cowards judge the outcome of our battle while they are safely hiding behind us. With those words, he raises his fist high. Seeing this, Yusona raises her fist in return. Neither of them looks at each other, yet absolute determination burns in their eyes. They bump fists in a quiet pact, and a fierce look of sheer determination completely fills Hong Hua-jiang's face. "We must win," he says. And Yusona smiles back with total confidence. Of course we will. Meanwhile, inside a quiet high school, the warm evening glow gently filters through the dusty windows. It shines on the tightly closed door of the music club room. Inside, several guitars are resting on their stands in perfect neat rows. Time quietly slips by while a bunch of school bags are left scattered all over the floor against the corner wall. The members of the music club are currently practicing their brand new piece. Right after that, the drums start pounding non-stop, followed immediately by the catching, energetic sounds of the electric guitar. He stomps his foot hard on the bass drum. At the same time, bright piano notes drift all the way out into the empty hallway. Seeing everyone ready, Hong Hua-jiang counts them in 3, 2, 1. They play together in a gorgeous harmony, bringing those old, beautiful memories rushing right back into his ears. As we walk across the desert, we will surely discover the very edge of the horizon. Keep moving forward right through the illusions. It is already too late to turn back. Tonight, oh tonight, as the song ends, he slowly takes off his headphones. Standing on the rooftop of a tall building, he looks down at the military forces moving busily below. He looks back up into the sky, a pretty complicated expression spreading across his face. In this very moment, he misses his high school days more than ever before. I want to play with them again. But wait on the battlefield. Purple missiles are raining down at lightning speed. They carry enough raw power to turn an entire city into a sea of fire. They ruthlessly target and destroy every single building left standing. Just like that, everything is completely wiped out by the artillery fire. The blast suddenly flares up, violently shaking the earth before erupting into a massive cloud, like a nuclear bomb. Through the distant smoke and flames, a giant metal foot emerges as Garam Lee slowly touches down. She looks down at the man resting against her armor and admits she occasionally just cannot understand the resurrection hero. Seongjun Lee rests there quietly wondering why she would suddenly bring that up out of the blue. Garam Lee genuinely struggles to comprehend the logic behind his choices. Didn't you say a government soldier would be coming to end your life soon? If that is true, then why did you task me with wiping out this entire city? She casts her gaze over the ruined wasteland where countless bodies lie scattered across the debris. Maybe we actually stood a chance. If we fought inside a populated city without evacuating anyone using those innocent civilians as human shields. Down in the rubble, 2 hands, 1 large and 1 small try, in vain to grasp each other, but both are already cold, lifeless corpses. Yet Garam Lee keeps rambling on. Does this senseless massacre not just hand our enemies the perfect excuse to launch an all-out counterattack on us? Are we not just building the absolute perfect battlefield for their forces? Hearing her endless questioning, Seongjun Lee does not even bother to answer, simply letting a faint, knowing smirk slip. Instead, he casually confirms that every single one of her concerns is absolutely spot on. You are totally right, he says, because my goal is to unleash his absolute peak potential. Cradled in her giant mechanical hands, Seongjun Lee calmly lays out the rest of his master plan. I want to run a little experiment, and if we are lucky, recruit him over to our side. You will back me up on this, right? Hearing his casual attitude leaves Garam Lee completely at a loss for words. She has never once been able to decipher the true intentions of Seongjun Lee. Sometimes I honestly cannot tell if you are an ally or an enemy, or what you are truly chasing. But deep down, Garam Lee already knows there is no turning back for her. Even so, I have no other choice but to put all my faith in you. You are a walking cheat code and an absolute genius master strategist. If you actually wanted to see this world burn, you would have used that power to slaughter us all by now. Hearing this from her, Seongjun Lee can't help but feel a little flattered, reaching up to playfully tap the reinforced armor covering her massive face. I have to admit, he says, I really do love how hopelessly carefree you are. He bursts out laughing, teasing her playfully. If you were still a normal human, I would have given you a big kiss by now. But Garam Lee is in absolutely no mood for his ridiculous jokes. Stop messing around, she snaps. When is he arriving? Can your foresight not see that far ahead yet? Confronted with her question, Seongjun Lee remains totally relaxed, mostly because he does not actually have a clue either. I am not entirely sure, he says, but more importantly, do you hear that tapping noise? Hearing this, Garam Lee finally pauses to listen, scanning her immediate surroundings in confusion. Tapping. She immediately activates her optical sensors, scanning the nearby sectors and zooming in to pinpoint the source of the sound. Right then, the rhythmic tapping echoes loud and clear. The noise is coming from massive spear-like iron stakes flying directly toward their position. Suddenly, a figure leaps through the air with terrifying speed, landing firmly onto a nearby rooftop. He quickly readies his holy exorcism stakes. Without a single moment of hesitation, Hong Hwa-rang hurls the massive stakes straight at the 2 villains. Holy Kingdom Way of the Cross. He throws himself forward, riding the momentum right behind his deadly barrage of weapons. Then he wraps his chains around a sturdy nearby pillar. Holding his giant exorcist hammer packed with massive Holy Cross energy, he fires it directly at where Garam and Seongjun are standing. Facing his sudden arrival, Seongjun isn't surprised at all, only letting out a smug smirk. The woodpecker has finally arrived. Garam prepares her defensive armor, ready to block any attack headed their way. Garam activates 50% of her Nation Buster mode. By now, the stakes thrown by Hong Hwa-rang are closing in fast on them. But Garam quickly deploys her missiles to intercept them. The attacks collide mid-air, a clash of sheer numbers and power, where neither side gives an inch. Hwa-rang's crosses transform into razor-sharp blades flying straight ahead, firing with terrifying speed. Garam refuses to back down in the slightest, immediately whipping out her massive launcher and loading up her ultimate missile. It charges up internal energy, firing a massive laser beam to counterattack. The 2 titanic beams of light instantly collide, triggering a massive explosion that shakes the sky. Sensing no further threats once the smoke clears, Garam finally halts her assault. To make matters worse, the massive stakes Hong Hwa-rang threw are now lodged deep into the concrete walls of the building, perfectly spread out on both sides. Seongjun raises his hand to look around, praising her by saying she did a great job blocking every single attack. But Hong Hwa-rang hasn't given up yet, standing atop a pillar shrouded in thick black smoke. Having driven so many stakes into the area, then Hwa-rang marks his absolute territory. This is my territory, you monsters! As he speaks, the stakes embedded in the walls begin to glow with a pulsing purple light. With a snap of his fingers, he commands his chains. Instantly, magical energy erupts as chains spring forth from the stakes, tightly wrapping around and binding her massive arms, and pinning her mechanical legs down as well. In addition, a massive glowing crucifix appears right in the middle, functioning like a locking seal. Instantly, Garam is completely immobilized by the ceiling barrier. Yet this doesn't faze Seongjun at all, who remains strangely calm and composed, despite the danger. Pointing out they are about to be dragged down, he waves to the bound Garam and tells her he is heading on first. Before she can even react, he leaps from her giant hand into a freefall, bidding farewell to the transforming hero. But there is no way Hong Hua-rang is letting him escape so easily after witnessing his attempt to flee. He quickly snaps his fingers. "I won't let you escape that easily." On his command, heavy chains erupt violently from the ground. They lock onto Seongjun's limbs and drag him down, forcing a painful grunt out of him. Just as Seongjun is about to crash into the dirt, Hong Hua-rang leaps down from his high pillar. He lands heavily, kneeling on the shattered ground. Seongjun finds his left hand bound by heavy chains with a sharp stake driven straight through his palm, and his right hand is trapped in the exact same brutal way. He is pinned firmly to the massive crucifix, completely unable to move. Even with his target successfully captured, Hong Hua-rang's expression doesn't soften. His face remains tense as he warily watches the captive's every single movement. Hong Hua-rang descends into the middle of the ruined buildings. Clutching a blade in his hand, his face is cold and terrifyingly calm. Hanging right in front of him was Lee Sung-run, completely motionless on a cross and bound tight by demonic chains. Hong Hua-jang glares over at a giant mechanical beast, the legendary cyborg hero. He is pinned down by the exact same demonic chains holding Lee Sung-run. This is the first target Hong Hua-jang needs to completely shut down and neutralize. Whipping his chains forward, Hong Hua-jang snags Lee Sung-run and yanks him close. Lee Sung-run can only wonder, did this guy actually choose him? After all, the cyborg hero was the one who unleashed absolute firepower against the government. Was it a purely logical decision, or did he just have a strong gut feeling? Flashback to when the vampire hero returned to base. He insisted that capturing Lee Sung-run first was purely based on his own intuition. The commander sitting before him is skeptical. So you are saying he is the most dangerous one, based on nothing but a hunch. Hong Hua-jang agrees with the commander that his explanation does sound a bit too simple. But surely you have seen the surveillance footage of these heroes, right? He pulls up the tactical recordings of the heroes as he speaks. Not Kim Min-soo, the monster who reduced Seun to absolute rubble and blocked everyone from getting close. And definitely not the cyborg hero who single-handedly unleashed firepower far surpassing an entire army. The commander asks if he is absolutely sure this guy was the very first to show up against the plague hero. Reclaiming his tablet directly from the commander's hands, the vampire hero speaks up. "If you were just going to doubt me anyway, why did you even bother asking?" He stammers quickly, saying he did not mean to doubt him at all. The commander chuckles nervously and continues. Since Sun Ha chose Kim Min-soo, he was just curious because it is the first time they ever disagreed. Hong Hua-jang tells him to take a closer look at the eyes of Lee Sung-run. The commander is surprised to realize that while Kim Min-soo's eyes look like a bottomless abyss without light, he stares deeply at the screen, noting that this guy's eyes tell a completely different story. They are the eyes of someone pushed so far that he has become entirely detached. He looks much closer, studying the gaze of someone who struggled through ultimate despair and finally understood where everything went wrong. Hong Hua-jang continues. Even the worst villains from the other worlds he traveled to did not have eyes like that. That is exactly why he is undoubtedly the most dangerous man alive. Dragging himself back to reality, Hong Hua-jang binds the cross holding Lee Sung-run and pulls it toward him. While the demonic binding seal activates to keep him pinned, he will separate him far from that pile of scrap metal. Hong Hua-jang can only wonder what the return hero is planning. If they lose him now, they will lose their only remaining anchor. At that very second, the cyborg has already locked onto Lee Sung-run and Hong Hua-jang. There is no way he lets them escape. He prepares to launch his missiles, target locked, but right before firing, a system error flashes across his HUD. In reality, Hong Hua-jang had already set up his demonic binding seal beforehand, leaving the giant cyborg completely paralyzed by the massive heavy chains wrapped all around him. This is the only way a mortal hero can stand against the Demon King and her elite forces, is to make sure the sealed target cannot be affected by any interference from the outside world. Even their core power is severely suppressed, leaving only a faint trace of their unique abilities active. Yet somehow, despite being completely bound by demonic chains, the cyborg hero struggles back to his feet. Carrying the heavy cross with Lee Sung-run on his back, the vampire hero confirms his hypothesis was completely right. They are definitely still vulnerable to these seals. At least as long as they are still considered heroes. Even if you are nothing but a pile of scrap metal, he continues, you had better give up on any hope of being rescued by your blind allies. Lee Sung-run lets out a gasp as if he suddenly realizes something. Wait, is that unique characteristic of hers still being maintained? So the reason he kept the hero of faith alive was not out of compassion or conscience, but simply because he could not kill her. A face of pure ugly contempt begins twisting on to Lee Sung-run. If that is true, then I am somewhat disappointed. Suddenly, Hong Hua-jang senses that something is incredibly wrong as he sprints forward. The atmosphere surrounding the hero shifts in an instant. Realizing the tide has turned, he halts and drives a stake straight into the ground. It would be best to completely seal him right here, so he begins summoning his chains. Massive chains begin swirling around the reincarnated hero. This is the demon sealing seal. With a snap of Honghua Jiang's fingers, the chains tighten around Lee Sung-run as holy crosses manifest. He finally completes the ritual, locking him away forever with the eternal demon binding seal. Suddenly, Lee Sung-run asks if the underlying principle is always the same. Before Honghua Jiang can comprehend Lee Sung-run's sighs that he does not need to see anymore, having hoped for something different this time. The reincarnated hero mutters. With that, he opens his mouth wide and bites down with brutal force. His severed head rolls across the ground, stopping right at Honghua Jiang's boots. Honghua Jiang is left completely bewildered. Suddenly, clock hands begin spinning wildly in reverse across the shattered ground. The cyborg takes flight, grabbing the reincarnated hero's body and making a clean getaway. Knocking them down won't be enough. From below, Honghua Jiang lashes upward with his chains, but the cyborg rains down heavy fire from above and makes a quick escape. Lee Sung-run calmly commands the cyborg to proceed with their other backup plan. In response, a massive hail of bullets rains down directly toward the cyborg and the reincarnated hero. The cyborg retaliates in kind with a volley of heavy missiles, triggering an earth-shaking explosion. This completely blinds Honghua Jiang's vision, letting the two escape deep underground. He touches down in this ruined city. He scans every corner of the battlefield, but finds nothing left but endless rubble. That is when he spots the deep, dark crater they used to escape. They must have figured out his entire strategy in that split second and quickly fled the battlefield. How is this even possible? But before Honghua Jiang can think, they target him directly. Just below, the cyborg and Lee Sung-run have already prepared their heavy cannon. The armored pilot begins charging up an incredibly massive and highly destructive beam of pure energy. A colossal energy blast fires directly toward our vampire hero. By the time he notices the danger, it is too late. A massive blinding beam of destructive energy surges straight at him, obliterating everything in its path. Thick smoke curls from the barrel of the freshly fired weapon. The cyborg asks Lee Sung-run if he did not mention wanting to test the vampire and recruit him as an ally. Asking if it is fine to kill him, Lee Sung-run merely responds by casually asking who he is referring to. The cyborg quickly realizes his previous shot did absolutely no damage to Honghua Jiang. Our vampire hero had deployed a defensive barrier, completely absorbing the brunt of that devastating firepower. The cyborg starts scanning the entire battlefield for any trace of the vampire hero, wondering where he went. In no time, the armored pilot manages to pinpoint Honghua Jiang's location. He instantly begins unleashing all of his heavy firepower and anger onto him. A Gatling gun suddenly slides out from behind his back. A continuous rain of bullets pours down from the armored robot, but those bullets only crash directly into the stakes thrown by the vampire hero. How can an automatic cannon lose to a bunch of thrown stakes? The armored soldier is completely stunned. On the other side, Honghua Jiang focuses with absolute intensity, pulling out a stake, tossing it forward, and striking it hard with his hammer like a baseball. He takes a deep breath to clear away all unnecessary thoughts, focusing entirely on his fingertips. The stakes and hammer are unleashed in one clean motion. In this single moment, he completely forgets his own limits. It is the one moment where a human can truly surpass a monster. He violently hammers the stakes straight toward the iron giant. Machine gun bullets mean nothing against the razor-sharp iron stakes of Honghua Jiang. The stakes tear through the air, directly piercing into his heavy armor. Under this overwhelming rain of stakes, the armored robot and the resurrection hero immediately fly up to escape. Even though they soar high into the sky, those stakes still follow. Honghua Jiang's relentless attack just keeps chasing them down. While flying, he asks Lee Sung-run if that guy is like the hero of faith. Is he really just a human on the outside? Before Lee Sung-run can even explain, a demonic chain pierces straight through the robot's metal armor. Honghua Jiang has already caught up from below. He pulls his chains back tightly, binding them around the robot's heavy gun. He raises his weapon high, aiming a devastating blow right at the machine's head. But Lee Sung-run steps in, blocking the brutal strike with his massive greatsword. The two legendary weapons clash, unleashing a deafening shockwave through the air. At this point, Honghua Jiang's face is filled with pure rage. The robot pulls Lee Sung-run up, charging his heavy cannon for a direct blast. Seeing the danger, Honghua Jiang quickly releases his chains and swings away to dodge the incoming blast. A blinding beam of pure light erupts, shooting straight into the night sky. By now, Honghua Jiang has already wrapped his chain around a nearby building's pillar. He pulls himself forward to land safely, just as the robot and Lee Sung-run catch up. Snapping his fingers, the resurrection hero declares the test over as a glowing blue cube materializes. He is now fully determined to force Honghua Jiang into becoming his ally. Lee Sung-run slowly returns his massive greatsword back into the glowing cube. But let me make one thing very clear, that guy is far stronger than you. Lee Sung-run tells the armored fighter that he needs to prioritize his life above all else and fight. He glances back with deep annoyance, warning him not to get arrogant when he only survived because of him. The armored robot seems to understand the resurrection hero's warnings. He deploys his entire arsenal, preparing to back Lee Sung-run with maximum firepower. After all, it is always best to let steel clash against steel. With another snap of his fingers, Lee Sung-run summons a giant battle axe and a spear even larger than his greatsword from earlier. Do not slack off now. He bluntly criticizes him, only to push him to try harder. At that very moment, Honghua Jiang lands right in front of them. It has been a while, so show me what you have got, Lee Sung-run, says, stepping toward Honghua Jiang. Gripping his weapon tightly, Honghua Jiang takes a step forward to meet him. Both of them charge at high speed, and Lee Sung-run immediately hurls his spear forward. Honghua Jiang deflects the spear with his chains, launching into a swift counterattack. The two clash on equal terms, but suddenly Lee Seongjun manages to throw Hong Hwarang. Spinning midair, he uses his chains to regain balance and instantly counterattacks Lee Seongjun. But Lee Seongjun blocks Hong Hwarang's kick and sweeps him hard onto the floor. Hong Hwarang quickly recovers, launching a barrage of sharp stakes at Lee Seongjun. Deflecting them easily with his axe, Lee Seongjun hurls the weapons right back at Hong Hwarang. While the battle grows increasingly intense, Lee Seongjun suddenly flashes a chilling smirk. Don't you think you've put way too much distance between us? By the time Hong Hwarang senses the danger, a barrage of missiles from the robot is already closing in on him. Hong Hwarang is forced to desperately dodge and weave through the robot's relentless missile storm. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lee Seongjun steps up and swaps his weapon once again. This time he pulls out two short but highly agile daggers from his dimensional cube, charging directly toward the vampire hero. The two clash once more in a fierce duel locked in close combat, with neither willing to yield an inch. The deafening clash of metal echoes across the entire battlefield. At last, Lee Seongjun finds his opening. He lands a heavy blow, sending Hong Hwarang skidding backward across the ground. Yet relying on his sharp instincts, the hero regains his footing and deflects another wave of incoming missiles. A massive explosion erupts as their sharp offense and flawless defense clash in an absolute display of high-tier combat. It feels like walking a razor-thin, incredibly fragile tightrope. By now, Hong Hwarang is clearly exhausted. He realizes that if this goes on, this battlefield will soon become his grave. Lowering his weapon, the hero's face shows nothing but absolute bone-deep fatigue. Pulling an earbud right out of his uniform pocket, he puts it on and immediately establishes contact with headquarters. I need you all to listen carefully. It seems I never stood a single chance of winning this fight. The entire command center stares at the screens in shock. Instantly, the commander asks, "What are you talking about? You are doing incredibly well, even in a 1 versus 2 battle." He continues, "If you need any backup or heavy fire support, just say the word. Even if we have to sacrifice lives, we will do whatever it takes to buy you more time." But Hong Hwarang has noticed something highly disturbing while exchanging blows with Lee Seongjun. That squinty-eyed bastard has not looked at me even once, only staring off into the distance. It is as if he is completely used to this and bored out of his mind. This is not just some superhuman reflex. Instead, he does not even need to rely on his physical senses to react to my attacks. Either he possesses the ability to see the future, or he has lived through this exact battle multiple times. The soldiers around the room are completely bewildered. They begin to question whether Lee Seongjun can actually predict the future. And besides, what did he mean by saying his opponent has fought this battle many times? The soldiers feel that such an opponent is far beyond anything a human could ever face. Some of them even think Hong Hwarang is just talking nonsense out of pure terror. A few criticize his assessment, claiming it is too early to be so certain about his opponent's power after only a few brief exchanges. Or perhaps he is simply jumping to conclusions about how this battle is going to end. The commander thinks to himself. This time he is incredibly quick to accept his own defeat and report it back to us. Such a reaction is completely unlike the calm and composed attitude he always showed. Even so, you are the only one who can truly understand the flow of this fight. Only you, Hong Hwarang, are the one standing on that battlefield. And above all, he has already faced a very similar opponent in his past. Even back then, that bastard's eyes could not keep up with Hong Hwarang, a truly desperate struggle. We are talking about a terrifying vampire with a mutated brain and multiple monstrous arms. He was known to everyone as the wise vampire Batrasimus. Originally, he was a highly respected scholar in the world of exorcism. However, everything shattered when he betrayed humanity right after drinking the dark blood of a vampire. All out of his greed for eternal knowledge and research. By focusing all his blood into his brain, he served as the Demon King's prophet, accurately predicting humanity's every strategic move, causality, and future. Even though he was physically the weakest of the 4 heavenly kings. He became the sole survivor purely through his predictions, pushing our hero into a dangerously tight spot. The commander is completely shocked. Wait a minute. If he previously went up against a formidable foe, like that did he not win? Hong Huarang confirms it, explaining that he only survived by pulling off a miracle back then. But the situation this time is entirely different. Meanwhile, Hong Huarang is forced to sprint while dodging a relentless rain of bullets from the cyborg. For starters, he does not fully understand the exact scope of Lee Seong-jun's powers. If that guy can rewind time on top of seeing the future, this entire fight becomes completely meaningless from the start. So you should just forget about that plan. The commander speaks directly to the legendary vampire hero. If this enemy operates just like the one Hong Huarang defeated before, the commander says with a grim look, then we will support you in any way possible to help you recreate that miracle. Can you still secure a victory? At this point, Lee Seong-jun fires a massive crossbow bolt directly at Hong Huarang. Spinning around instantly, our hero completely shatters the incoming projectile into dust. The miracle required to defeat an enemy who reads the future relies on the lives of others. His own survival is guaranteed, but they are going to need many more sacrifices. As he speaks, we see a man chained to a cross, while a woman lies impaled by sharp stakes on the ground. Fresh blood streams heavily from her empty eye sockets. Hong Huarang asks the commander if he is ready to send men to their deaths right now. Are you truly prepared to make that sacrifice? The soldiers and the commander stand frozen in sheer horror. Hong Huarang is already charging ahead across the battlefield. On the other side, Lee Seong-jun also brandishes his weapon and rushes forward to meet him. Once again, the two clash and start trading incredibly fast blows. Hong Huarang's hammer and stakes collide with Lee Seong-jun's twin short swords at blinding speeds. The vampire hero hooks his chains onto a nearby pillar, pulling himself backward out of harm's way. Meanwhile, that annoying cyborg continues to play a dirty 2-on-1 game. The metal monster targets Hong Huarang directly. Just as our hero is propelled backward, the cyborg falls right into his trap with a simple snap. Those heavy wooden stakes immediately clamp down on its left leg, completely preventing it from escaping into the sky. Stumbling, the desperate cyborg fires a massive energy blast toward Hong Huarang. He barely dodges the deadly blast, landing safely inside a nearby building. The blast has incredible destructive power, completely shattering the glass windows of the entire building. Both the cyborg and Lee Seong-jun glare toward the building where Hong Huarang vanished. The machine grunts in annoyance, complaining that taking Hong Huarang down is way harder now that he is defending. Scurrying around like a rat, the cyborg snarls before flying down to land beside the regression hero. He says the armored suit sounds like a total villain when it talks. He still thinks the reform hero has a point. By now, their ambush advantage over Hong Huajiang is completely gone. But the moment he realizes he can actually keep up in close combat, he instantly switches over to defense. Lee Seong-jun is left with so many questions running through his head. Is he just testing his limits a bit more, or is he planning something else entirely? Suddenly, he opens a pocket cube and pulls out a buff potion. Showing off an absolute gap in skill is one way to make them understand. Without wasting any time, he downs the enhancement potion. Just then, the cyborg spots a drone hovering in the sky. It looks like they are cooking up some kind of plan. The cyborg fires another volley of seeking missiles straight at those high-flying targets. Suddenly, the drones drop multiple rectangular boxes that quickly unleash a thick, heavy blanket of smoke down below. The cyborg quickly analyzes the compound and assures Lee Seong-jun it is not a chemical weapon. He wonders what kind of scheme they are actually pulling. Lee Seong-jun orders the reform hero to keep eyes on Hong Huajiang. He releases a swarm of miniature scout drones right from his back. The tiny drones immediately head straight toward the hostile vampire hero and those large hovering aircraft. But as they draw close, Hong Huajiang uses sharp wooden stakes to continuously pierce and destroy those tiny drones. Over on the reform hero's command screen, things look bad. His drones are losing connection and dropping offline one after another. The cyborg identifies that the number of heroes Lee Seong-jun and he are facing has now multiplied to nearly 20. Flashback to when Hong Huajiang spoke with the commander, he asked for two things. His first demand, he wanted agile soldiers who shared his exact build on the front lines. On top of that, they had to wear the same outfit and carry the exact same weapons to replicate his silhouette. In short, he was asking for body doubles to act as decoys. Next, he requested a non-stop barrage of smokescreens across the battlefield to block their vision so the enemy never knows where he is or who is a decoy. Right now, neither the reform hero nor the return hero can pinpoint their exact distance. It would be smart to send back a drone to get a better look at the situation. But they would likely just get shot down again for nothing. They are stuck deciding whether to move in closer or just wait it out, at least until Hong Huajiang runs out of tricks. The cyborg tells Lee Seong-jun to stand by for further orders. Lee Seong-jun is clearly done with this, finding that annoying exorcist hero incredibly irritating. Meanwhile, Hong Huajiang stands perfectly still amidst the thick blanket of smoke. He realizes that throwing decoys into the fog to create unpredictable chaos is their only shot. It is an absolutely unavoidable strategy for a fragile human trying to bring down a literal monster. While this is the only path, each decoy is still a living person. Everyone has only one life, and sacrificing them is a heavy burden. Suddenly, a soldier steps right up to Manhwa Jiang, telling him they are fully prepared and not to feel too guilty about this. He tells him to command them however he must, because doing so will definitely crush those bastards once and for all. Manhwa Jiang begins directing his forces. On the other side, the cyborg and Lee Sung-jun calmly walk through the hazy mist. Suddenly, Hwarang Hong's physical decoys materialize right out of the thick smoke. Behind his back, the powerful Reformation hero draws a massive laser cannon. He fires wildly, blasting them down one by one as Hwarang's clones continuously hit the cold dirt. Hwarang simply cannot bridge the massive gap in pure strength and overall combat capability. Instead, he desperately relies on sheer numbers to claw back control of this battle, utilizing the chaotic terrain to his advantage. Meanwhile, the brutal cyborg continues to mercilessly tear through every single one of his clones. Yet some clones manage to slip behind Lee Sung-jun and instantly launch a fierce surprise counterattack. Hwarang plays his hand, beautifully striking hard from several blind spots all at once. It actually manages to cause some real trouble. Hwarang even binds the Reformation hero, forcing him onto his knees, completely out of commission. Cornered again, Lee Sung-jun must end his own life to rewind time. In countless pasts that the return hero rewrote, he suffered nothing but absolute defeat at Hwarang's hands. Now he sits atop his own past corpses, deeply lost in thought. That tactical genius of his can create thousands of dangerous variables, using just 20 ordinary men. His endless persistence, his absolute drive to win, and his incredibly swift adaptability are truly top tier. His combat style is exceptionally flexible. The guy is a pure genius. The return hero even considered using him as the ultimate trump card to beat the formidable Kim Min-soo. But Hwarang is a hero who saved his world while bound by strict human limitations. He simply couldn't break his world's mold, though it did teach him how to play that mortal hand with maximum efficiency. Finally, Lee Sung-jun pulls some silver coins from his pocket and slaps them down on the table. That is exactly why you could never be chosen as the hero of heroes. Suddenly, reality resumes, and the devastated battlefield comes into view. Every single clone of Hwarang has been ruthlessly destroyed, leaving bodies scattered across the blood-soaked dirt. This time, Lee Sung-jun finally secures a win, defeating the incredibly powerful vampire hero. Hwarang collapses to the ground, utterly beaten. Alongside the cyborg, Lee Sung-jun stands victorious as he drives his sword deep into Hwarang. With a smug smirk, he asks if Hwarang truly believed he was reading the future. Realization hits Hwarang as Lee Sung-jun begins to dissect his opponent's strategic moves one by one. And that is exactly why Hwarang deployed all those clones in battle. They were meant to hide his real body and completely throw off predictions. To force him to calculate so many endless outcomes, Lee Sung-jun taps his chin in deep thought. Having to factor in every branching path from 20 different clones is sheer madness. That would mean thousands of potential future scenarios unfolding simultaneously. If his power was just simple future sight, calculating all of that in a split second would be impossible. Lee Sung-jun would have surely made a mistake and lost the fight. Smiling, he holds up a playful finger, heart mockingly offering him a job well done sticker. Hwarang is completely baffled, asking how he isn't actually seeing the future. Exactly, he does not just see the future, he physically lives through it over and over. As he speaks, he calmly slides his sword back into his dimensional cube. I am the hero of Return, the warrior who loops from death. Hearing this, Hwarang can only laugh out loud. Regression is the ultimate cheat code, a broken ability you only ever see in overpowered fantasy novels. This entire hero crisis is being controlled right in the palm of that man's hand. Right now, Hwarang Hong struggles as he tightens his grip on his hammer. He is slowly losing his spirit. Seongjun Lee wonders why he doesn't deliver the final blow. He merely confirms what Hwarang Hong had just said. I planned all of this, and there is no point in Hwarang Hong resisting any further. He leans down to place a hand on Hwarang Hong's shoulder. No matter what you plan or sacrifice, it will all be completely in vain. Don't you see, just give up. Even the Exorcist hero contemplates surrendering right now. He remembers his past. Facing other monsters, they always told him to just give up. Everything he did was meaningless to them. They all repeatedly told him to quit, even when he debuted in a band back then at his age. Back then, not once did the world tell him to keep going until he grew strong. Von Helsing asks if he knows the real reason why he was chosen. Only 2 conditions exist to become the Exorcist hero. First, you must have 4 healthy limbs, and second, you must never give up. In other words, you are a symbol of resilience. Back to reality in Changwon, South Gyeongsang. Evacuations are fully underway. A military commander is actively contacting an officer on a plane, asking him about the current situation. The officer holding the file in his hand replies to his commander. An estimated 2 million people have reached the port where United Nations rescue ships are anchored. But the problem is that 5 million other evacuees are currently trapped right in the city center. Deeply worried, he silently curses this absolute disaster. He has no idea how the higher-ups instructed the citizens to evacuate. Out of those who were supposed to be guided to Ulsan and Mokpo, the vast majority are instead being funneled into Changwon, creating a massive bottleneck. Not to mention the crowd blocked by Min-soo Kim, causing extreme panic among the evacuees. Fear has escalated this into a critical crisis, as they lead him right to them. If anything goes wrong, it will surely unleash an unprecedented mass slaughter. Suddenly, the commander receives an alert that the defense line in Changwon has been breached. He instantly asks if they have pinpointed Min-soo Kim's current location. The officer replies that they will initiate close monitoring immediately. Suddenly, static blares through the officer's radio, throwing him into an absolute panic. He alerts the commander right away with terrifying news: the demon has finally arrived. He is right there, standing just behind the fleeing crowd. On the other side, Min-soo Kim and his massive greatsword march toward the innocent citizens. Terrified screams ring out from the civilians amidst the ruins surrounding them. His cold, expressionless face stands in stark contrast to the absolute panic of citizens begging for mercy. He swings his arm, slashing dozens of people to the cold, hard ground. The terror consuming the crowd grows heavier by the second. He slowly raises his weapon, the legendary sword Durand. The blade starts to glow, emitting intense sparks all around. Activating Dawn mode, he commands them to die as he thrusts Durand skyward. Terrified refugees panic, their desperate gazes turning toward Hwaranghong. He asks himself what he is even doing. What does he truly want to achieve right now? Nothing is certain, but he knows if he does not unleash his power, he will surely die. This is a pure, terrifying rage resembling nothing more than the temper tantrum of a spoiled child, grabbing absolutely everything within reach and blindly throwing it all away. Or like the hot-headed fury of a young youth mindlessly swinging his fists. Perhaps it is even the madness of a grown man screaming and cursing in the middle of a crowded, busy street. Kim Min-soo's rage is basically built on that exact same foundation. Except for one crucial difference: he is powerful enough to save a world and then completely destroy it. And the wrath of a godlike entity like him only drags innocent bystanders straight to their graves. Flashback to when Yu Son-hwa questioned the military commander. Do you actually know how to make that terrifying rage come to a complete stop? The commander was highly curious, but had absolutely no idea how. Yu Son-hwa calmly replied that someone with the capacity to endure that intense wrath must finally step forward. Whether they throw things, swing their fists, or scream profanities, that savior must absorb everything and force them to stop. Back in the present, she raises her heavy shield to absorb the terrifying impact, pouring every single ounce of her power into holding off that devastating sword slash. Facing incredible difficulty, her footing slips as she is violently forced backward. Suddenly, the system rings out Knight of the Round Table Galahad. The Holy Grail quest has officially begun, calculating the total influence of those she is currently protecting. The numbers on the screen rapidly skyrocket, finally stopping at over 80 million Leon. First adversity quest completed. The legendary shield of Joseph of Arimathea has now been fully unlocked. The system immediately begins calculating the total number of intelligent life forms putting their faith in her. Duan's devastating sword is halted midair as she blocks it, leaving the onlookers completely shell-shocked. They said a hero would actually step up and fight for us. Is that really true? Some of the more terrified citizens nervously whisper, wondering if they should start running away. It would not make any difference, even if we ran, another man points out gloomily. If she is defeated here, this entire region will face the exact same tragic fate as Seun. Perhaps our only hope is to pray and cheer for her with everything we have right now. A man with glasses screams out, "Hold on, do not give up." Suddenly, the atmosphere completely shifts, and the crowd moves past their blinding terror to embrace a spark of hope. They begin loudly cheering for the knight, shouting that she can do it. She can win. She is truly incredible. To secure victory, the young knight continues to push back against the weight of Kim Min-soo's heavy blade. The system screen flashes with a brand new notification. The second epic quest is officially complete. The blessing of the Fisher King's castle is released, causing her magical energy to suddenly explode outward. The two ends of her coat solidify and drive straight into the ground, locking her firmly in place. Meanwhile, the system is actively calculating the total amount of damage inflicted upon Yu Sun. She is currently enduring an unimaginable amount of pressure from both Kim Min-soo and his devastating sword. 0.78 Leo H. The third sacrifice quest is complete. The combat armaments of the perfect knight have now been fully unleashed. A brilliant blue light radiates from her chest as the young knight begins transitioning into her next form. Yu San's total power steadily increases over time, directly scaling with the massive damage she suffers while protecting others. The system continues its calculations, evaluating the total value of the lives she is desperately trying to save. Up in the military helicopter, the commander looks down and spots Manhwa. If that single strike breaks through her line, every civilian trapped inside Trangquan will be completely obliterated. 5 million Leon H. The fourth qualification quest has been successfully completed. The Lady of the Lake system is unlocked just as her old barrier begins to crack and shatter. From within those cracks, new shields fly out, merging to form an evolved defensive wall, much larger and many times tougher than before. Yu Manhwa can finally stand her ground against that overwhelming surge of power. She slowly begins moving forward, pushing the blast back by throwing her entire weight into the shield. Activating Shield Strike, the absorbed kinetic impact is now being fully unleashed. A brilliant blue energy erupts from the center of the shield, growing larger by the second. With one final push, she completely blocks the attack from Kim Min-soo and his sword. The desperate struggle finally ends. Behind Kim Min-soo lies utter devastation, a wasteland completely wiped clean of any sign of life. Yet that was merely a single sword wave, just one of dozens of destructive skills he can easily deploy. A single clash among the infinite waves of attacks she must face and hold back. But despite the impossible odds, she pulled it off. Up in the helicopter, the commander leaps to his feet in relief. She actually made it. Below, the watching citizens begin to cheer, weeping tears of pure joy. The crowd roars out that she blocked it, and Yu Manhwa lets out a quiet smile of relief. I actually did it. She thinks this single stand just saved 5 million lives. Right on cue, the system panel flashes, calculating the total number of people saved. 5 million Leon H. The fifth mission salvation is officially complete. After the battle, Yu Manhwa remembers her homeland, flashing back to when she knelt before her old master. Calling her name, the master offers his final parting words, asking her to hold her head high. Yu Manhwa looks up at her leader, and he continues to speak. He tells her that unlike the legendary heroes of myth, a true knight's virtue is never about conquest. A knight's duty is not to seize power, but to put everything on the line to protect, whether that means fighting for their land, for their honor, or simply to preserve peace. He asks with a soft smile if he sounded like a nagging old man to her very last days. The leader smiles, and Yu Manhwa silently shakes her head, offering no reply. Tapping his blade against both of her shoulders, he tells her that whether here or in her own world, as long as she is fighting to protect something, she must always remember she is a knight. The great shield-bearing knight, loved by everyone. Back in reality, the system finishes calculating the massive scale of lives she has just saved. Suddenly, faint glows of warm blue light begin to rise directly from the heads of the citizens. Everyone looks up in wonder, questioning what it is. This is Yu Manhwa's true ability. The system announces 5 million Leon H. The fifth mission of salvation is complete. The system rewards are now being distributed. Every single beam of light shoots straight up into the sky at the exact same moment. System alert, the summoning sequence for the shield ship has begun. The rising beams converge at a single point high above, forming a massive sphere of energy. That giant sphere then erupts, launching a massive pillar of pure light directly into the heavens. Right where the beam strikes the sky, violently fractures, tearing open a massive portal. Slowly descending from the depths of the rift, a colossal shield ship begins to emerge. It is the superconducting Leon Huanhua class shield ship, and she orders a connection immediately. Light flares from the gem in front of her to the vessel, confirming a successful system link. She confirms the connection as the perfect knight Galahad. All tasks are now complete. With everything finally in place, she confidently takes a step forward. Yu Manhwa strikes her massive shield and charges straight toward Kim Min-soo. The system activates, granting her the ultimate blessing of the night. Kim Min-soo stands tall without flinching, his eyes still burning with that same deep hatred. Charging straight toward Kim Min-soo, she quickly activates the knight's blessing. Glory's blessing. Up on the command deck, the commander and his officer finally realize why she chose to confront Kim Min-soo alone, and exactly why she is so confident. Could she be trying to fulfill a specific condition required by the massive shield ship? The commander continues, noting that Hwarang Hong already promised to capture that slant-eyed guy. Meanwhile, Seonhwa is left to handle this monster. Their final decision might just turn out as expected. With that, he tightens his fist and delivers a vital announcement to everyone. He pats the officer next to him on the shoulder, warning him about the evacuating citizens getting caught in their fight. It could easily discourage Seonhwa, which would definitely end up affecting her performance in battle. Every single soldier stationed right here alongside all police officers and agents must quickly mobilize. All of them are individuals recruited to serve their nation. They must focus entirely on evacuating civilians, so everyone can finally escape. The commander repeats his order to evacuate the citizens from Changwon as fast as possible. It is the single way for those who are not heroes to contribute to this desperate battle. High above, the massive shield ship hovers, while below, Kim Min-soo and Yu Seon-hwa charge directly toward one another. Kim Min-soo begins summoning his warrior armor to prepare for the clash. Seon-hwa says, "Let's fight!" Until all the lingering bitterness in Kim Min-soo's heart finally disappears. She firmly believes that a hero who once saved a world would never truly become a hopeless villain. She remembers the first time she saw him in the news photos when everything first exploded. Her face is painted with deep sadness and intense regret. If only she had been there. Back then, would things have turned out differently? She truly believes he can be reached as long as a single spark of goodness remains in his heart. Back in reality, the legendary sword and shield finally clash. Yu Seon-hwa reflects the world now is like a fragile sugar cookie to him. It will shatter completely before it can ever endure the full weight of his rage. To actually reach him, she must first soothe the raging tempest locked away deep inside his heart. Seon-hwa prepares to block every strike, urging Kim Min-soo to unleash all of his rage onto her. She wants him to fight until he is completely exhausted and out of breath. Even if his arms go completely numb, she will take every single blow. Kim Min-soo grips his hilt tightly and begins unleashing a rapid flurry of strikes. The shield hero absorbs every heavy slash, though the sheer force pushes her back. He swings his blade with brutal force, calling her incredibly arrogant when all she can do is block. At the exact moment his blade descends, Seon-hwa deploys a massive shield to block the devastating blow. From the very start of Kim Min-soo's rampage up to this very moment, the military government and heroes have made one critical mistake after another. This cascade of failures began with Seung Woo-jeon's reckless actions, which led to the arena plan, a place where precious heroes were discarded like trash, triggering their ultimate downfall. Now the tragedy continues as their territory is abandoned and citizens are forced to evacuate. However, this endless chain of mistakes has finally been broken. Right ahead, Kim Min-soo continues his relentless onslaught while Seon-hwa desperately holds her ground. She has put her entire body on the line to stop the rampaging Kim Min-soo. On the other side, Hwarang-hong directly confronts the mastermind behind this rogue hero alliance, Seongjun Lee. This is truly the best possible strategy the resistance could deploy under these circumstances. Right at this moment, Hwarang-hong's ceiling stakes fly straight toward Seongjun Lee. As he fights, he calculates that right about now, the battle with Min-soo Kim and Seon-hwa Yu has already begun. He deflects the stakes of Hwarang-hong with a swing of his sword. His plan is to force Hwarang-hong into a quick surrender rush over to eliminate Seon-hwa Yu, and ultimately leave a lasting positive impression on Min-soo Kim. Lee Seongjun is forced to continuously dodge the relentless attacks from Hwarang-hong. That was the plan. But for some completely inexplicable reason, this vampire hero refuses to throw in the towel. Hwarang-hong charges straight at Lee Seongjun, absolutely refusing to let this legendary hero of return off the hook. Lee Seongjun realizes that if he keeps wasting any more of his precious time here, his entire master plan could easily fall apart once the burning fury inside. Min-soo Kim finally cools down and he regains enough clarity to willingly surrender on his own. If the timeline gets messed up like that, he will have to restart this entire game all over again. The two clash with intense fury, neither side showing signs of backing down. Suddenly, the Reformation hero steps in to assist, causing Lee Seongjun to furiously snap that he will handle this opponent himself. He barks a command for the cyborg to head to Min-soo Kim first. The cyborg is confused, questioning the command and asking what the point of him staying by his side all this time even was. Lee Seongjun simply roars back at the machine, ordering him to get moving. The robotic hero wastes no time, immediately taking off into the sky. But he barely makes it any distance before suddenly realizing his mechanical body is completely trapped. Looking down, he discovers that a pair of demonic chains have tightly bound his legs. Lee Seongjun glares toward Hwarang-hong, his irritation growing by the second. Those dark chains binding the legs of the cyborg are anchored incredibly deep into the solid ground. Hwarang-hong mocks them for being in such a rush, reminding Seongjun that since he called him a parasite, he would never let them leave easily. Pure murderous rage radiates across the furious face of Hwarang-hong. Lee Seongjun grits his teeth in frustration, debating whether he should just kill him, especially since he has already invested so much time into this target. Is he really forced to just abandon him like this? Lee Seongjun feels like he is about to lose his sanity, his face contorting with absolute fury. Just when he believed he had finally mapped out the absolute perfect needle-thin path to victory, but he watches as his set roots are completely twisted and distorted once again. Lee Seongjun slaps his own face, desperately wishing he could just die. As Hwarang-hong charges back toward him, Seongjun barks out a final order to the Reformation hero. If he is unable to break free, he must contact the other heroes immediately. Do not let Min-soo Kim be the only one directing everyone to head toward the Kwon base. Lee Seongjun screams that this is now a full-scale offensive, and the command has already been broadcast to everyone else. Mobilize immediately and launch an all-out assault on the Kwan base. Meanwhile, a brave soldier acting as the body double of Hwarang Hong quickly contacts their main headquarters. He reports that the enemy forces are currently advancing toward their position. With his final words, he begs them to take care of his family and the remaining heroes. As he draws his very last breath, a heavy, suffocating silence falls over the entire command room. The commander finally speaks, noting that the enemy has suddenly changed tactics to force a head-on confrontation. This sudden shift means we have definitely managed to make them feel a severe sense of urgency. It is also proof that the young soldiers fighting on our front lines have dealt them a devastating blow. He immediately orders all available forces to assemble and block the advancing enemy toward the Kwan base. The surrounding officers look on in absolute shock at his daring decision. An officer with glasses hesitantly asks the commander what will happen to their initial plan of preserving as much strength as possible. What is the point of preserving our forces if we abandon the very people we can protect right now just to rely on someone else to do the fighting for us? The commander clenches his fist, declaring that this is nothing short of an all-out war. Just remember what we have been waiting for all this time, the past we ran from, and everything we did for the sake of the future. If there ever was a moment to risk everything we have, this is it. At that moment, the naval warship set sail into the open sea. Standing on the deck, the commander pulls a family photo out of his pocket. Staring at the photo, he swears he will return home after teaching those monsters a lesson they will never forget. The Battle of Changwon has officially begun. Just look at this. We see a heartbreaking flashback of Seong Woo Min completely cornered as former friends and angry adults yell and blame him. A hand reaches out and pats his shoulder. It is none other than Lee Seong-jun. Lee Seong-jun asks Seong Woo Min why he is just letting this happen. Why not fight back? Look at how they treat him without even knowing who he truly is. It all starts with a simple hostile shove to his back. Seong Woo Min loses his balance and stumbles into a man looking up in complete confusion. But the man is already dead blood pouring from his eyes, nose, and mouth. Horrified, Seong Woo Min scrambles backward as the corpse collapses heavily onto the ground. Sitting on the dirt in pure panic, Seong Woo Min stares down at his own palms, now stained with fresh blood. He stammers, realizing that Lee Seong-jun was right all along, and a dark, twisted grin spreads across his face. He mutters that they should have been kind to him and trusted him, and when the devouring begins, they will be completely helpless. Snapping back to reality, Seong Woo Min stands under the dark night sky. Beneath his feet lies a literal sea of blood with civilian bodies scattered everywhere. How dare they destroy someone else's home? Elsewhere, a massive sea dragon flies toward a city already engulfed in a sea of flames. Riding on top of the beast is Shin Soo-ah, who declares that no one should have dared to disturb their sanctuary, let alone unleash a brutal mass slaughter like this. Meanwhile, in another area, a massive, heavily muscled hero is brutally beating down the riot police. He claims to stand for public safety and social justice. He is Ui Ho Jung. He will enforce justice in their place, so there is no need to worry. Everything they do is driven by a massive rush of dopamine, as if these heroes are simply racking up high scores in some twisted video game. It is a dark concept that has been proven time and again throughout human history. And that is the exact principle Lee Seong-jun used to make these heroes run wild under his control. But get this, once that boulder of violence starts rolling down like this, it completely forgets how to stop. Right now, Seong Woo Min is riding on top of his giant magic hands, gliding effortlessly across the ocean. Suddenly, he notices something highly unusual on the horizon. Looking up, a massive rain of missiles is locked in and heading straight for him. He gasps out, wondering what on earth is happening. The perfect obstacles to slow down those rolling stones have finally arrived on the battlefield. Elsewhere, a division of military tanks sits ready, aiming their heavy cannons directly at Ui Ho Jung. He even takes a moment to flex his massive muscles, calling out that no matter how cunning they are, at least they are not cowards. A defensive wall is built to hold them back, even if it might collapse at the very last second. At the same time, Shin Soo-ah rides her dragon beneath the waves when she suddenly spots something bizarre. A fleet of military submarines is closing in fast on her and her sea dragon. Meanwhile, on the massive naval battleships, even the unfinished submarine stationed in Australia has been mobilized for this battle. The commander clenches his fist, determined that this brutal massacre will end right here. But aboard the giant shield ship, the intense clash between sword and shield continues. Kim Min-soo has been reflecting ever since Yu So-na first blocked his powerful strike. She purposefully moved the battlefield on her giant shield to protect innocent people from getting hurt. Lost in thought, he continuously rains down a barrage of fierce slashes against her shield. She is forcing herself to protect everyone, and he wonders what the point of it even is. Such actions are utterly meaningless, or rather there was a time when they did mean something. Looking back, there was once a time when those very ideals were the beliefs he held dear, back when they were fighting monsters, one of his comrades had confronted him. She warned him not to put the entire squad in danger, just to play the hero. You do not need to save every single citizen, you just need to save the world. But he completely ignored his comrade's warning and rushed over to rescue a helpless little girl. Kim Min-soo believed that their great teamwork was the reason they won the battle and saved her. His teammate, however, strongly disagreed with him. She yelled at him to focus, warning him that they would not always be this lucky. If he kept up that complacent attitude, it would lead to a disaster he could not just laugh off. He had to change his mindset. Kim Min-soo apologized to his teammate, yet he knew deep down he would still choose to save lives. His comrade was completely dumbfounded by his stubborn decision. He wanted to return home and save the world. But he wanted to do it with honor. I do not want to abandon anyone I can save or decide who is worthy of sacrifice. I will not weigh human lives against each other. If I act purely strategically and without emotion, does that not make me a mere soldier instead of a true hero? Hearing those noble words, their scarred, white-haired comrade immediately chimed in with high praise. That is exactly the kind of resolve a real hero is supposed to have. A hero, not just a soldier, well-spoken. The frustrated female teammate could only swallow her anger. Whatever, go ahead and save everyone. You might as well save the Demon King's army too. You idiot! Snapping it back to the present, Yusona senses a cold shift in Kim Min-soo. He mutters that protecting others with his life once actually meant something to him. Wait, suddenly a deadly arrow flies straight toward the shield hero. A mocking voice echoes from high above, catching the attention of both clashing heroes. "Oh, sword hero, I have been dying to meet you," cries a winged warrior hovering high above. This new arrival completely disrupts the battle, claiming she shares the exact same pain as Kim Min-soo. She too wants to build a world that will finally understand people like them. The hero of faith has officially entered the fray. Because Kim Min-soo was the first hero to rebel, he represents the ultimate spark of the revolution to the others. He is their pioneer, a bright lighthouse guiding them through the absolute darkness. Because he slaughtered so many, they can easily find a way to justify their own horrific crimes. Because he single-handedly stood against the whole world, they have zero fear of defying the government. And because he unleashed his raw fury, they feel entirely justified letting their own wrath run wild. To put it simply, he is basically throwing a massive temper tantrum like a spoiled toddler. Does he honestly believe that the world has only been unfair to him? He is still at an age where he has not faced any real hardships in life. Young people nowadays are truly something else. These are the Prime Minister's words broadcast live to the nation. Hearing these words, Jung W-John boils with rage, his resentment toward the government spiking. Even though they have never met Kim Min-soo, to the rogue heroes, he is already their ally, their ultimate leader and friend. To the hero of faith, he is someone to be treasured above all else. To her, the sword hero is a god to be worshipped. She even has a massive portrait of Kim Min-soo hanging right in the middle of her palace. She even presses her lips against the image. The hero of faith whispers that the sword hero and his followers were the ones who saved her. To her, Kim Min-soo is absolute perfection, and she tightly clutches his portrait as she speaks. Whenever she needed courage or a helping hand, he was always there for her. They will meet again soon, her ultimate idol. Back to the present, the hero of faith has finally reunited with the sword hero. She praises him, noting he is just as incredibly tough as she imagined. Landing gently, she tells Kim Min-soo there is no need to worry, because she is definitely not his enemy. A flash to the past shows her curled up in a blanket sobbing. Back then, the hero of faith was just as exhausted and broken as him. Another hero abandoned by the world. Tears begin to well up in Kim Min-soo's eyes, so he is not alone. Yusona watches in anger, knowing she must stop this manipulation of Kim Min-soo. If he acts on his own, it remains just a dangerous thought. But if he gets swayed by her delusion, or if others join his side, that stray thought will solidify into a terrifying conviction. Those dark seeds cannot be allowed to unite, and that is exactly why they must divide and fight. Yusona raises her hand, activating her Fairy Lake skill as a bright light shines from her chest, commanding the road to heaven. She commands her weapons to fly forward, completely surrounding the hero of faith. Yusona pleads with Kim Min-soo, begging him to wait just a second and talk. Suddenly, nearby buildings begin to violently crumble. A massive humanoid figure charges directly toward their battlefield, and it is none other than the Iron Arm hero himself. So this is where everyone is gathered. The Iron Arm hero crashes into the battle, spreading his arms wide with a loud laugh. Honestly, this bizarre clash of allies and enemies looks like a literal cartoon. Up in the helicopter, the commander stands frozen in shock. He wanted to use his armored brigade, but they got wiped out. He alerts the remaining troops, announcing that the Iron Arm hero has breached the eastern sector. Aside from the bare minimum left for evacuation, all combat forces are ordered to mobilize immediately. The mobilized soldiers waste no time immediately heading out to the front lines. A massive convoy gathers, gearing up to face the unstoppable Iron Arm hero. The soldiers unleash a relentless barrage of gunfire at the Iron Arm hero, desperate to stop or at least slow his advance. The commander barks orders to make sure Sun Hoa can stay completely focused on Kim Min-soo. Every single weapon concentrates its firepower directly onto the Iron Arm hero. They cannot let him enter. Yet this army is absolutely no match for him. He keeps charging effortlessly, tearing through the military defensive lines, and blasting away absolutely everything that stands in his way. Wearing a smug grin, he boasts that delivering justice is as easy as taking candy from a baby. On Yu Sun Hua's side, the system flashes a grim notification of rising casualties. The holy power protecting her designated targets has begun to rapidly deplete. She makes the quick decision to redirect her weapons downward to halt the Iron Arm hero's devastating rampage. Suddenly, intense lasers shoot down from above, instantly shattering her defensive shields. A sudden laser beam fires straight at Yu Sun Hua, catching her completely off guard. High above, Ung Woo John is riding on a giant clay hand. He calls out asking if this is supposed to be the group of victims. Just like that, the clay hero joins the battle. Down below, another hero wearing a traditional hat dashes through the area at lightning speed. He sweeps through with immense force, instantly bringing down every single military helicopter flying in the sky. That is the martial arts hero, and he has officially thrown himself straight into this epic battle. Yu Sun Hua's eyes widen as she silently screams, "No!" That is when Kim Min-soo finally speaks up. He mutters, "I always thought this twisted, painful fate belonged to me alone. That my actions would never be understood, not by anyone." At that moment, the shield hero stands there in utter silence, desperately wanting to deny his words as she stares at Kim Min-soo. But no, Kim Min-soo continues, "If there are so many twisted souls just like me, doesn't that mean all of you are the ones in the wrong?" Yu Sun Hua is completely frozen in place, speechless and paralyzed by his heavy logic. Could this actually be Kim Min-soo's twisted new ideal? We flash back to Yu Sun Hua's past as her spaceship breaks free of planet Ba Don's gravity and enters deep space. The ship system announces the route calculation is complete, setting their new destination to Camelot Base. Moments later, the vessel enters the hyperspace channel. Inside, Yu Sun Hua sits quietly alongside her fellow crewmates. Hearing approaching footsteps, her heavy armored companion walks over and hands her a clean towel. She happily thanks him, calling him incredibly sweet for the small gesture. The massive armored warrior takes a seat right beside her. As she dries her hair, he speaks up, telling Sun Hua that he has a question for her. She pulls down her towel, telling Beaver to go right ahead. The Galahad summoning brings forth a warrior from an entirely different world. Out of curiosity, I once asked the Night King about the requirements to qualify for the summoning. Beaver admits his curiosity, and Sun Hua just smiles warmly back at him. She asks if he doubted her, making the armored giant frantically wave his hands in denial. He admits that back then he just could not fathom how someone entirely clueless about the knightly code was qualified to be chosen for Galahad. Curiously, she asks him what conditions the Night King actually laid out. Beaver looks up to answer her. The king said it must be someone who understands and can fulfill the weight of a truly great sacrifice. Someone who has dedicated absolutely everything, or at least something equivalent. Ever since hearing those words, one burning question has stayed on his mind. He gently asks Lady Sun Hua what exactly she had to sacrifice back in her homeworld. She takes a moment to think, admitting she always believed her past life was too ordinary to involve real sacrifice. Giving up everything. She ponders deeply, trying to search her memories for any moment she gave up something precious. Before the armored warrior can even process it, Sun Hua lets out a light-hearted smile. She jokes that if her hunch is indeed correct, then the Night King definitely made a huge mistake when choosing her for this mission. The armored warrior scratches his head, completely lost by her playful attitude. He demands to know what she is thinking, but Sun Hua only flashes him a teasing grin. She jokingly warns him that she might get sent back to her world if she tells. So it is a secret, leaving the giant warrior completely baffled and incredibly curious. He can only wonder why the legendary Lady Sun Hua is acting like such an ordinary girl. Only now did she speak up, simply because his reactions were always so amusing. Bedivere snaps back to reality. Right now, Yu Sun Hua's heart is pounding violently, starting to glow with a brilliant light. She reassures herself, do not worry, because against Kim Min-soo, she is not about to give up. I will save them. Every single one of those fallen heroes. Seon Hua continues asking if he really thinks he is right, just because so many heroes have become twisted. Is that your new excuse? Just because a whole bunch of people are hurting does not mean their pain simply vanishes. She tells the opposing heroes that she needs to quiet them down a little bit right now. Kim Min-soo speaks up, asking if she is finally imposing her own beliefs on everyone else. Not at all. She prefers to call it violent persuasion. With that, she begins channeling massive energy right into her shield. An explosive blast of power erupts, blowing even Kim Min-soo right off the deck of the shield ship. Meanwhile, the Faith hero is still trapped tightly inside the shield barrier that Seonhwa created for her. She slams her hand down, ordering a shield push, leaving the Iron Arm hero to wonder why she did that. The Clay hero orders his floating eyes to attack, calling out in annoyance. Does she seriously think she can win like this? By striking first. Following his command, those eyes rain down thousands of laser beams onto the ground below. Down below, the martial arts hero unleashes a devastating wind/cutting straight up towards her. Now Seonhwa is trapped directly between a double attack coming from both above and below simultaneously. She leaps high, using her shield to block the martial arts hero's wind slash. At the same time, she smoothly dodges all the laser barrages from the Clay hero. The Clay hero is stunned, realizing they are suddenly being forced to fight at her own pace. The martial arts hero wonders how she is still completely fine, despite using such bizarre stances. It turns out she is no ordinary master of physical combat, as Seonhwa descends rapidly from the sky. The Faith hero realizes that if she lets her guard down, this girl might catch her off guard. Suddenly, the hero's body swells up to massive proportions, shattering the shield Seonhwa trapped her in. How dare you make me look this disgusting in front of my own heroes? Meanwhile, our shield hero lands, safe and sound. She orders another shield smash, flying up to slam directly into her giant shield. It fires a massive beam of power at the Faith hero, causing her to disintegrate in agonizing pain. Seonhwa lands and looks up to face the other heroes who have already regrouped after their failed joint assault. The Faith hero is not dead, yet slowly regenerating her body right next to her allies. The Iron Arm hero sneers, calling her a mere little mouse among the seven. The Clay hero tells the others that she is only one person. There is no need to fear, we can just crush her with sheer numbers. They launch an all-out attack, aiming every single one of their skills directly at Seonhwa. It turns out to be an incredibly chaotic battle, leaving her fighting 1 against 4. The Clay hero gloats that no matter how tough she is, she cannot survive a massive beatdown like this. Suddenly, the shield system chimes in. Yes, she can. If they want numbers, she will give them numbers, leaving the Clay hero completely baffled. The shield system activates the battleship module, deploying the massive fortress. An incredibly massive fortress rises up, constructed from her giant shield. Seonhwa orders a system reinforcement as the central shield of the fortress soars high. The ultimate defense of the knights is about to be recreated right here. The legendary hero system of the Battle of Bedivere is being fully recreated. A brilliant beam of light shines straight down from the shield onto Seonhwa. Every single hero from the Battle of Baden is summoned right by her side. The shield system confirms that the left arm feedback signal is operating normally. A beam of light shoots from the shield straight to Seonhwa. The link is established without a hitch. With all her summoned heroes assembled, the shield reinforcement is complete. Control shifts to Galahad, let's move. The ultimate skill of the Knights of the Round Table is fully enhanced. This ultimate failsafe and guardian of galactic order can only be deployed with approval from the Central Min system, reserved for extreme situations where the survival of a planetary-level civilization is in jeopardy. The Shield Knight's log chronicles the salvation of nearly 5 million souls and their world. The power absorbed by her shield and Galahad's honor echo across the galaxy, and those conditions are more than enough to secure Merlin's highly guarded, hard-to-reach approval. Right on cue, the Merlin system announces that the authorization assessment is complete. System control is officially transferred to Galahad. Once activated, summoned knight battle data creates a thin defensive perimeter around him. This incredible technology allows her to freely manipulate the gravitational force acting on her own weapon. Even if the summon is only temporary, the gravity effects will still linger. Down on the ground below, Yusun finally finishes summoning all of her highly specialized reinforcement knights. The system announces that reinforcement is complete. Galahad's control system is online. Let's go. The knights charge forward. On the other side, the heroes are completely blindsided by Yusun's incredible ability. Suddenly, the Iron Fist hero realizes something and warns the others that this is a classic trick. The Clay hero frowns. What exactly does he mean by a classic trick? Iron Fist scoffs. If she actually had a trump card capable of challenging us, she wouldn't show it so easily. She must be trying to distract us, trying to create an opening in our defense. He is absolutely sure of it. Exactly. It is definitely just a hologram with no physical form whatsoever. But the moment those words leave his mouth, a summoned knight swings a massive hammer straight at him. Exuding pure confidence, Iron Fist stomps his foot hard into the ground to prove his theory correct. Come at me. But before he can even finish the hammer, the summoned knight's hammer slams directly into his face, launching him high into the sky. The Clay hero just frowns, completely speechless at his partner's absolute failure. Iron Fist struggles back to his feet, quickly realizing this summon is definitely not an illusion. But he shrugs it off. That was nothing. The knight barely grazed his steel skin. Just as he boasts, a huge glob of blood spurts from his mouth. The martial arts hero gets the picture. They just need to take out the summoner to end this. He charges straight at the summoned dual-wielding knight. The dual-bladed knight rushes forward to meet him head-on. Martial arts unleashes his ultimate technique, the Spear of the Heavenly Demon, the peak of demonic sword control. A massive storm of swords materializes behind him, hovering in the air. The demonic realm of Blade's technique unleashes a barrage of swords that rain down on the dual-wielding knight. He parries every single flying sword with absolute ease. By the time the knight deflects the very last blade, the martial arts hero has vanished from sight. The sneaky bastard has slipped right behind his back. Extreme demonic strike. He thrusts his bare hand straight through the knight's chest, catching him completely off guard. The martial arts hero notes that his speed is only around the level of a decent captain. Suddenly, the dual sword knight thrusts both of his blades straight into the hero's chest. Confused, the martial arts hero pulls his hand back and retreats to a safe distance. He silently observes the battlefield to see what is going on. As the dual sword knight's wounds slowly heal up, the hero realizes this monster is completely immortal. Meanwhile, the gun knight cleanly blasts apart every single eye of the clay hero one by one. He fires relentlessly at the clay hero, easily piercing straight through those massive clay hands. The clay hero screams in sheer panic, wondering how they can ever win against someone who cannot die. Meanwhile, the faith hero is busy controlling her massive army of brainwashed followers. She sends them charging straight toward the deadly single-sword knight. With a completely calm expression on his face, the knight unleashes countless devastating slashes at lightning speed. Her brainwashed followers are completely wiped out in the blink of an eye. In a single flash, the knight appears right behind the faith hero, severing her head before she can even react. Reappearing in another spot, she casually notes that she also happens to be completely immortal. To prove her point, she snaps her own neck and instantly regenerates once more. Unbothered, the single-sword knight watches her suicide and instant rebirth with a blank expression. The faith hero boasts that no matter how many times he kills her, her faith will always bring her back. She stands smugly in the middle of her crowd of believers. But in a split second, she and all of her followers are decapitated yet again. The knight unleashes a relentless barrage of light-speed slashes, giving the faith hero absolutely no room to react. As her severed head falls to the ground, a terrifying thought crosses her mind. Every single opponent possesses power equivalent to a low-tier hero. Staring in horror at Manhwa, she wonders what kind of brutally savage world could produce such monsters. Now Manhwa charges forward, raising her massive shield to lead the charge. Looks like we are headed right back into a direct one-on-one showdown. Across from her, Kim Min-soo brandishes his massive greatsword and charges straight at her. Channeling immense energy into his legendary blade, he strikes the ground to unleash a highly destructive shockwave. Manhwa expertly positions her massive shield to intercept the incoming attack. With her glowing hand directing the shield, she unleashes a powerful bash, releasing a massive burst of energy. The two of them clash fiercely, proving to be completely evenly matched. Elsewhere, the intense battle between Lee Sung-ryun and Hong Hwa-gang continues to rage on. Lee Sung-ryun realizes that if he can just push a little harder, his grand plan will succeed. With that in mind, he gulps down a powerful strength-enhancing potion retrieved from his dimensional cube. He plans to suppress the rebelling heroes while quietly accumulating the necessary karma from Kim Min-soo. Utilizing Hong Hwa-gang's unique sealing ability will make his ultimate plan a total success. As long as those fools back at Changguan do their jobs properly, everything will go smoothly. Suddenly, a nearby corpse moves as the faith hero reappears, begging them to join the Changguan team. We are being completely overwhelmed by their numbers. A trembling Lee Sung-ryun demands answers, forcing the flustered faith hero to explain. You never told us that she had the terrifying ability to summon other heroes. These strange, monstrous figures keep emerging from her shield, throwing this entire battlefield into absolute chaos. Becoming furious, Lee Sung-ryun snaps at the idiots, asking if they actually plan to fight all of them. The faith hero asks what they should do now, prompting Lee Sung-ryun to yell back. Slaughtering the civilians will put the defensive side at a massive disadvantage. Calling them brainless idiots, Lee Sung-ryun coldly orders the other heroes to execute the civilians, draining Manhwa's power, turning the battle completely against the defenders. He angrily yells out, "You fools!" The hero of faith finally realizes what is happening and gasps in understanding. Meanwhile, the Iron Fist hero, who was just fighting the Hammer hero, asks what she meant. Kill unarmed civilians seriously. He grimaces, blaming the hero of faith for not telling him this sooner. With that, he leaves the Hammer hero behind and runs off, while terrified civilians scream in panic. With a malicious grin, the Iron Fist hero lifts a military vehicle, preparing to hurl it right at the screaming civilians. So what you are saying is I can just do this right. He hurls the heavy military vehicle into the air, sending it flying straight toward the crowd. The vehicle erupts into a massive explosion, blowing up all the innocent people who could not escape in time. Grinning with joy, the Iron Fist hero attacks, and the system alerts flash on screen. 23 of the protected civilians have been harmed. Holy power has decreased. Elsewhere, the dual blade knight is hot on the heels of the martial arts hero. He quietly thinks to himself that the immortal dual blade wielder is a truly annoying opponent. But if all he needs to do is dodge, then it is not going to be that difficult. Leaping high into the air, he channels his dark energy, gathering his demonic force. In a flash, he darts forward like lightning, stopping right where a massive crowd of innocent civilians is gathered. Concentrating his raw power into his right arm, he dashes through the helpless crowd at blinding speed. One by one, those innocent people are brutally slaughtered as yet another system notification flashes on screen. 71 of the protected civilians have been harmed. Holy power has decreased. Meanwhile, the clay hero is using massive hands made of earth to shield himself from attacks. Suddenly, he shifts his aim, firing lethal clay lasers directly into the crowd of innocent civilians. He goes on to summon a massive clay golem to ruthlessly slaughter the civilians down below. 167 of the protected civilians have been harmed. The system flashes once again. 199 of the protected civilians have been harmed. Holy power has decreased. A knight's strength is directly tied to the people they protect. Any death or injury to those under their shield rebounds, instantly draining their holy power. This system was built upon the core foundation of the Holy and Resolute Knight's Code. It is a double-edged sword, and that is exactly why Yu Sonhua never fully explained her unique ability to the government or the military, desperate to prevent this fatal weakness from being exposed. How on earth did they manage to find out? But wait, did they actually figure it out? Or was she just overthinking their actions while they were out there hurting innocent people? Since they might just be venting their anger after being thoroughly beaten by the Knights of the Round Table. Suddenly, a sword thrust by the enemy forces Yu Sonhua to dodge in a hurry. Damn it! If she had not been away on a secret night mission, she would have been fighting alongside them. At the very least, they could have bought time for her to focus solely on Kim Misu. Suddenly, the system confirms that the request to connect to the ally channel has been accepted. As the audio connects, a voice suddenly rings out through the communication system. Focus on the battle. Yu Sonhua. She is taken aback, wondering who on earth this voice belongs to. On the other end of the line is a woman holding a radio in one hand while using a baton to guide fleeing citizens. She says, "Do not let yourself be shaken by any casualties. Our job right now is to protect the people. Right now, the only way to save the most lives is to take down Kim Misu." The woman continues speaking into the radio, acknowledging that they do not have any credibility. "We are weak too, but if you can just trust us a little bit." Suddenly, a notification pops up. The signal on the channel has been disconnected. Yu Sonhua frantically calls An Yi on the phone, but there is no response on the other end. A single duel might be decided by individual strength, but a full-scale battle is a different story. That is why Li Sung played all his cards to turn Yu Sonhua's entire area into a massive war zone. After all, a lone knight cannot possibly hold out against a non-stop, ruthless bombardment. All by himself. Under Kim Misu's relentless assault, she knows she is not discouraged, and she has no intention of giving up. But she desperately needs someone to stand by her side, someone to help her protect what matters. Yu Sonhua leaps back to her feet after barely blocking Kim Misu's devastating attack. Suddenly, the system announces that 27 injured allies are fully healed. Their holy power is restored. Shocked, she quickly turns her head to look down below. Glowing dandelions are slowly drifting through the air, surrounded by brilliant trails of green and blue light. An ambulance comes charging fast right through the crumbling ruins. It scatters countless glowing dandelion seeds high into the night sky. Inside sits a hero clad in wooden armor. His face is solemn as he declares he won't run away anymore. Stepping out from the back of the vehicle is none other than the Green Tree Hero. He refuses to make any more excuses about only using his powers within his comfortable safe zone. As his feet touch the ground, the barren earth around him immediately begins to turn green again. Rich carpets of grass sprout rapidly right beneath his boots. Even as he heals the wounded to send them back into the fight, he looks up toward Yu Sonhua above. He apologizes for not listening to her as the lush grass beneath him spreads out even further. Flowers begin to bloom all over. He is absolutely determined not to be a coward anymore. His power suddenly erupts, sending waves of green grass spreading across the ruined battlefield. Thick clouds of glowing dandelion seeds fill the air around them. He is ready to become a truly brave hero. This is the second turning point in the Battle of Jangwon. With the healer now joining the battle, the scene shifts to another part of the city, where ruined buildings burn. A pair of broken glasses lies on the ground, and An Yi is pinned beneath massive heavy boulders. She struggles desperately quickly, realizing that her efforts are completely useless. Pinned down by the heavy rubble, she cannot budge an inch as the debris slowly collapses further. Damn it, is this really the end of the line? But suddenly a massive boulder is lifted from the rubble. Just as An Yi prepares to accept her fate, she suddenly opens her eyes in absolute shock. Standing above her, a young man in golden armor named Ju Wan reaches out and tells her she did well. With blood dripping down her face, she looks up and asks if it is really him, if it is truly Ju Wan. The young man offers a relieved smile, thankful that he did not arrive too late. Gently, he helps pull his sister safely out from the crushing pile of rubble. She stares at her little brother for a long moment as tears finally stream down her face. When everyone claimed he ran away due to a late rebellious phase, she had defended him to the end. She kept telling them that it was impossible, that he simply was not that kind of person. That was the truth she held on to, believing with all her heart that he would eventually come back to them. One way or another, she always knew he would return, and she desperately wanted to tell him. An Yi looks quietly at her younger brother's impressive armor. She wants to ask him what exactly happened to him over all these years. Ju Wan gently takes her hand to pull her up, offering her a warm, relieved smile. She wanted to ask why he couldn't have come back sooner. Her trembling hand slowly reached up. Filled with joy, she gently touched her brother's cheek. She had so much to say, so many questions to ask. Tears of pure happiness began to stream down her face. But there is simply no time left. Pushing her tears and joy aside, she turned back with a sharp, focused expression. "Move out! This is a battlefield!" Anj and Ji-won bolted from the collapsing building. First and foremost, she is a public servant sworn to protect the citizens before she is his sister, and he is a living hero before he is her brother. She looked at Ji-won, admitting she might not understand everything he had been through. But looking at his state now, he really had become a true hero, hadn't he? Ji-won simply replied, "Yes." Now watch, the entire building is crumbling rapidly as the final steel girders come crashing down. Fortunately, the two siblings finally managed to escape the collapsing structure. Anj looked at Ji-won and pleaded, "Please fight for everyone. We are running out of time to save people, so we must neutralize the rogue heroes immediately. Please fight for the people," and Ji-won readily accepted his sister's urgent plea. Respecting her wish, he began donning his metallic combat helmet. The talking badge on his belt spoke up. Not only has it been ages since he saved another world, but this is the sister he longed to see. "Is it really okay for you to jump right back into battle, partner?" Gathering his immense power, the hero told his partner that it was a promise he had made to her. Acceleration mode fully charged and ready. The ground beneath his feet buckled from the sheer force of his pressure. A brilliant blue aura enveloped his entire body as he declared, "Let's move." And just like that, he was off blasting toward the battlefield at a terrifying speed. Ange stood there, reaching her hand out toward her brother with a deeply sorrowful gaze. I just wanted to tell him not to go. High above, a military surveillance drone monitored the battlefield, its cameras capturing the entire chaotic scene. Ji-won used his incredible speed and sheer force to completely shatter the Clay Hero's sentries. Inside the command center, an officer informed the commander that this new hero seemed to be an ally. He added that the youth was actively protecting civilians by taking down the pursuing threats. The commander asked if they had uncovered the mysterious savior's true identity yet. He warned that this could easily be a trick to lower their guard. But the officer quickly reassured him, stating there was absolutely no need to worry. Official intelligence reports had already confirmed his background. It turns out he is actually the younger brother of Captain Ange, and the two had a brief reunion when he saved her earlier. The commander believed the captain successfully convinced him to join their fight as a reliable ally. That must have been an incredibly tough decision for her to make. Back on the battlefield, a massive protective dome was erected by the forest hero. The warrior who had abandoned his post was now confirmed to be operating at the scene. An officer continued reporting to his commander. Apparently, he was actively shielding civilians using a massive shelter made of dense roots. This barrier covered an incredibly wide area, even gradually healing the injuries of everyone trapped inside. The commander mused, so it acts as both an air raid shelter and a field hospital. Disobeying direct orders to stand by normally meant trouble, but they couldn't argue with these fantastic results. On this front, our numbers are slowly starting to balance out. If an opening presented itself, the national military stood ready to provide immediate support. The commander genuinely believes that we can save every single one of them. The officers are working themselves to the bone with absolutely zero time to rest. Plus, we might actually secure our very first victory right here in Changwon. But that is impossible right now. The verdant hero is busy healing everyone. Suddenly, the Spirit of Thorns appears to speak with the verdant hero, Yu Jun-ho. You already know this, even if your senior's fortress is capable of regenerating itself. This thorny creature standing with crossed arms is actually Yggdrasil's illegitimate offspring. He warns that placing their defensive line right in the middle of a war zone makes them easy targets. How long do you honestly think this defensive line is going to last? And surely you do not believe that healing these weak humans actually matters in a war like this. Even if you patch them up, they will just end up dead the moment they walk away. Or worse, they will just drag themselves back with even more horrific injuries. Everything you are doing is just slapping a temporary patch over a gaping wound, Yu Jun-ho. These efforts are completely meaningless, nothing more than your own self-righteous hypocrisy. Placing both hands on Yu Jun-ho, he speaks up as the hero continues focusing on healing the citizens. "So what else do you want me to do?" he asks as the Spirit of Thorns touches the hero's forehead. "A war is won or lost based on which side can inflict the most devastating wounds. Just use my power," the Spirit of Thorns urges Yu Jun-ho. The verdant hero turns his gaze toward the Spirit of Thorns. "I am the Spirit of Thorns. I will tear their limbs to shreds and impale them high atop the trees," he declares. The spirit is actively trying to persuade the verdant hero to unleash his power. Yu Jun-ho agrees that he desperately needs more power, but utilizing this thorn spirit comes at a cost. Borrowing the thorn spirit's strength means he will be restricted from using Joe's other abilities, because absolutely nobody else can take over this vital duty but him. And because he places complete trust in the warriors fighting out there. "I will keep fighting my own battle right here on the front lines," he declares. The Spirit of Thorns sighs. "Indeed, they say there is no cure for stupidity." Do you seriously believe in them? Do you honestly think fools who worry about keeping a single sapling safe in the middle of a forest fire can ever win a war? And get this, at this very moment, both the brave heroes and government soldiers are on the move. They are desperately fighting back with everything they have to save the innocent civilians. Yet the verdant hero still firmly refuses to touch the spirit's dark powers. Dissatisfied, the spirit mutters that he will just have to learn the hard way. "I will be waiting for the moment you come crawling back to me in tears." With those final words, he crumbles into fragments and fades into the void. Meanwhile, the shield hero Yu Seon-hwa continues the fight as things slowly begin to stabilize. She has no idea where this newcomer came from, but his incredible combat skills are successfully keeping the rogue heroes away from her and the helpless civilians. Yu Jun-ho braved extreme danger just to step onto the battlefield and heal the wounded. His goal is simple: minimize casualties as much as humanly possible. Slowly but surely, the puppets of the Knights of the Round Table pursue the rogue heroes. She will not stop as long as her divine power lasts, while the military and government speed up evacuations. They are doing this to protect innocent lives, because the lives she protects are the very source of Yu Seon-hwa's divine power. The ultimate stage has finally been set just for her. The system alerts that 18 injured individuals have been fully healed, restoring her divine power. Now she can unleash her full power as she and Kim Min-soo charge straight at each other. She vows to finally silence the sword of Kim Min-soo, the root cause of this whole crisis. Vowing to protect everyone, she raises her shield and charges straight into the fray. To fulfill that child's wish, she commands an attack as shield and sword collide head-on. Two immense forces clash with devastating intensity, neither side willing to yield an inch. Yu Seon-hwa summons all her strength to blast Kim Min-soo back, immediately ordering another shield slam. A massive shockwave sends Kim Min-soo and the shattered earth flying into the air. She flies toward Kim Min-soo, commanding her remaining shield to seal off his escape from behind. Sun-hwa is determined to make the sword hero's heartbeat once more. Attack command. Now Kim Min-soo is pinned completely between a giant shield and Yu Seon-hwa. The overwhelming force crushes his defenses, leaving Kim Min-soo completely incapacitated as he falls to earth. Suddenly, a strange light begins to radiate from his suit of armor. A spectral figure of the crowned goddess looms directly behind his back. He slowly stands up with his sword. As Yu Seon-hwa begs him to stop, he can still return. There are still many lives he could save. Far more than the lives he took if only he would change his mind. The other children can make up for our sins and start their lives over again. Removing her combat mask, she tells him that she wants to save him, pleading with him to come with her. Step by slow step, Kim Min-soo begins to walk toward Yu Seon-hwa. Just a little closer, Yu Seon-hwa silently begs, wishing he would take another step. He has finally made it home after enduring so much pain and suffering. Suddenly, a crackling voice cuts through her communication radio. They warn Sun-hwa that two unidentified flying objects are heading straight for Trang-kwon. She needs to prepare, but Yu Seon-hwa begs them to hold them off for just a moment longer. She promises Kim Min-soo that she can help him rebuild his life, promising to stay right by his side. Elsewhere, under a brilliant display of fireworks, we see Kim Min-soo holding two ice creams walking towards Sun-hwa. Both of them wear warm, incredibly happy smiles. Behind them, the other heroes have also arrived to join the moment. In this peaceful vision, everyone is filled with pure joy. But snapping back to reality, Yu Seon-hwa looks up to see Hong-hwa Jang in the sky. He coldly warns her that taking her eyes off the battlefield will only lead to her death. Before she can even react, a blade suddenly plunges straight through Sun-hwa's chest. Behind her, a chillingly familiar voice whispers, asking if it has been a long time. That voice belongs to Lee Sung-joon, apologizing for having to meet her in the worst possible way. By now, Lee Sung-joon's sword has plunged deep into her body. Lee Sung-joon slowly begins to pull his sword out of Yu Seon-hwa. She stands completely frozen, her eyes fading to black as blood begins to pour from her chest. Lee Sung-jun coldly announces that the battle at Trang Quan is over. Victory belongs to them, and the heroes wear satisfied smiles. The commander's plane has also been shot down, leaving him dead amid the wreckage. Back in the office, another commander stares blankly in shock, completely unable to process the news. Yu Sun-hwa herself cannot believe she has been stabbed right through the heart. As blood pools around her, she stares in utter disbelief before flashing back to her past. We see a young girl clinging to life, breathing through an oxygen mask in a hospital room. Without a heart transplant, the young girl will not survive much longer. But the real problem is the massive waiting list, making it nearly impossible to find a young donor. Her earliest memory is just that sterile hospital ceiling staring up at those same unchanging patterns. Then the doctor speaks up. He says he is truly sorry for not having any better news. Yu Sun-hwa's father desperately pleads with the doctor, wondering how he could say something so devastating so calmly. Is there really no chance for a donor? He asks. And can she even hold on until then? The doctor replies that it all depends on how much longer Sun-hwa can hold out. Just like he said, there is simply no way to treat the root cause without finding a perfect heart transplant for her. He apologizes to the Yu family once more, leaving Sun-hwa's parents completely devastated. All she hears are her mother's agonizing sobs and the doctor's endless apologies. Her parents always hold Sun-hwa's hand tight, begging her to stay strong and endure. But back then she did not even understand the concept of death. She did not even care about living, honestly thinking that dying might not be such a bad thing. At least it would mean escaping the constant pain and physical misery that defined her daily life. That was her reality, yet she was not entirely despairing. When out of nowhere a miracle happened. The transplant is a complete success, and as she recovers, her emotional parents rush to embrace her. Watching from the doorway, the doctors and nurses smile in relief. She finally has a new heart. With this new heart, Sun-hwa is finally free from those heavy, suffocating medical machines. But instead, a different kind of burden begins to crush her, and it is honestly so painful to watch. While brushing her hair, her mother gently reminds her to always cherish and protect her second chance at life. She knows Sun-hwa will do fine on her own, but she hopes her daughter never forgets the immense suffering she had to overcome. Her main focus is honoring her donor by growing into a truly wonderful person. That way she can stand proud before the child who passed away and the family they left behind. As the years pass and she faces the harsh reality of her existence, that emotional weight becomes too heavy to bear. It reaches a point where Sun-hwa starts viewing her very survival as a sin. Someone else could have lived, someone who actually deserved a chance instead of her. There were probably other children out there who would have built a much brighter, better life than she ever could. She feels it would have been better if she had just died back then. No matter how she lives her life now, Sun-hwa feels she will only ever be a selfish parasite. Overwhelmed by panic and crushing guilt, she stands on the bridge staring down into the dark, rushing water. Yet despite the pain making her crave death, she cannot end it, because she is living on borrowed time. She knows ordinary people would just mock her, calling her deep depression a luxury. They would tell her that today is a precious gift someone else desperately wished to see. But the bitter truth is nobody ever asked what she wanted, leaving her utterly heartbroken. She never begged for this transplant, and she never once said she wanted to survive. Breaking down in tears, she mentally begs whoever is listening to just take this life back. She simply has no idea how to live the life they forced upon her. So the days drag on as she forces herself to exist, desperately searching for a meaning that does not exist. Then in the middle of a class, Sun-hwa suddenly stands up. Apologizing to her teacher, she runs straight out of the classroom. Driven by absolute desperation after years of silent torment, she decides she must find them. Her heart donor's family. She stands right in front of their home and knocks on the door. Even though by law she is strictly forbidden from ever tracking them down or meeting them. A middle-aged woman opens the door from inside and asks who is there. Sun-hwa stands there tongue-tied, completely unsure of how to explain everything to her. Unable to put her feelings into words, she pulls open her shirt to show the woman her heart transplant scar. At this point, Sun-hwa can't hold it in anymore, feeling as if this heart is about to burst right out of her chest. Stunned by the sight, the woman can only stare blankly at her. Sun-hwa had hoped that they could finally give her some answers. She hesitates, completely unsure of where to even start. Finally, she looks at the woman and begs her to tell her how she is supposed to live. She has received a gift that she can never possibly repay. Desperate, she explains that she doesn't know what to do with this life, let alone what she actually wants for herself. Back in the hospital, her only wish was to end the pain, whether through life or death. But then she suddenly received a stranger's heart. Because of that, she felt a heavy burden to live this new life to the absolute fullest. She had to live a precious life, one that was truly worthy of that child. Tears stream down her cheeks as she repeats that she just doesn't know what to do anymore. It feels like this chest of hers is going to explode, and the weight of it is suffocating. Sun Hoa collapses to the floor, crushed by how heavy and terrifying everything has become. Finding a reason to keep going is everything now. Sobbing, she begs the woman to tell her what kind of life the original owner of this heart wanted. Still weeping, the girl repeats that she has absolutely no idea what she wants. Her only hope is to do the things that the child always dreamed of doing. Suddenly, she breaks down into heavy sobs. Weeping like a lost child, she sits there in silence as the woman looks on. Walking over, the woman kneels down right in front of Sun Hoa, gives her a warm smile, and asks if she wants to come inside. It has been a long time since anyone her daughter's age visited, and the mother gently pulls Sun Hua's shirt back up, catching her off guard. She gently suggests buttoning up, noting how cold it must be out there. Listening to her, Sun Hua slowly stands up to button her shirt. Heading inside, the two of them sit quietly across from each other at a small table. The little donor who gave Sun Hua her heart was a girl named Eun Seol. Eun Seol's mother asks if she really wants to know how her daughter wanted to live. Sun Hoa nods slowly, admitting that she has no idea how she is supposed to live. The woman stands up, opens a cabinet, and pulls out a framed photo of herself with her little girl. Caressing the picture, she turns to Sun Hua and explains that when her daughter gave her the heart, she was only a child. She was just 8 years old, a time when kids want to try everything and be absolutely anything. Because she was so young, she never got to decide who she wanted to become. The mother looks at the girl, wondering what she would have liked, or what would have made her laugh. Those tiny memories have started to fade over time, even for her own family. No one can say what she might have accomplished if she were still here, or what she could have grown into. Even as her mother, she refuses to guess or paint a picture of how her little girl might have turned out. It is impossible to imagine her growing up when she is already gone. So she tells Sun Hua honestly that she cannot give her a clear answer on how she should live. Hearing this, Sun Hua falls silent, quietly looking down at the table. She realizes how foolish her question must have sounded, and how reckless it was to ignore the rules and just show up. Feeling embarrassed, she stands up and bows deeply to apologize. The woman reaches out and gently pats her shoulder. But there is one thing she is absolutely sure of: the girl who received Eun Seol's heart has grown up healthy and become a truly wonderful person. Having the courage to ask yourself what the purpose of life really is. The older woman advises Sun Hua to live exactly how she wants without any guilt. She says it is fine if you are not some extraordinary person, and it is totally all right if you are not the happiest person in the entire world. Sun Hua asks what the point of receiving this heart was if she just lives like that. The woman replies that Yuno gave her that heart simply because she was able to do so. That is just how most people live their lives, Sun Hua. It is not because they carry some grand purpose or hold massive expectations, or because they want to sacrifice themselves out of deep care for others. It is simply about giving what we can to whoever happens to need it at the time. The older woman speaks with absolute sincerity, explaining that it really is just that simple. Back on a distant planet, Sun Hua is recounting this memory to her king. She tells him that she lived a perfectly ordinary life, as requested until arriving here. Since the king mentioned that this summoning cycle has been repeating for centuries, she suggests he should probably rewrite Merlin's code so he avoids summoning another ordinary person like her in the next century. But the king gently disagrees, telling Sun Hua that he actually summoned the most suitable person possible. He continues, pointing out her belief that sacrifice is not a grand thing. In fact, sacrifice is completely natural, something everyone should be doing far more often. That holds true both in her world and in his own. He wonders how many people in existence truly understand that simple truth. Standing up with his hand over his chest, the king admits that he has learned a great deal from both her and her generous benefactors. He sincerely believes that one day, she and her companions will finally locate the Holy Grail. Sun Hua laughs out loud, playfully slapping the king's armor. She tells him that sounds incredibly cheesy and that he speaks as dramatically as an old man. Snapping back to the present reality, Sun Hua stands completely still and motionless. Lee Sung-run realizes that this is the very first time he is openly executing Sun Hua. Even he has absolutely no idea what kind of fallout will happen next. He wonders if she will accept her death quietly or fight back, knowing sacrifice means giving up what is yours. If sacrifice is natural, then protecting others is the absolute duty of a true knight. Seeing Sun Hua in danger, the Hammer Knight drops his weapon and rushes to her, driven by the instinct to protect. Every single summoned knight has gathered on the battlefield, steadily advancing to stand by Sun Hua's side. All of those legendary knights bow their head before her. When it comes to sacrificing herself and protecting others, she will act without a shred of hesitation. Sun Hua points her finger toward the sky, sending a brilliant beam of blue light shooting straight into the heavens. The hero Kim Min-soo watches the entire spectacle unfold in awe. A massive surge of raw energy begins radiating directly from the stab wound on her chest. Yet looking closely at her face, there is absolutely no trace of pain or suffering. Watching this happen, Kim Min-soo mutters that she actually managed to pull it off. Lee Sung-run wonders in shock if she actually possesses some kind of self-destruct skill. This seems completely out of character for her, so he keeps quiet and continues to observe. High above the legendary Holy Grail itself is summoned descending slowly right in front of Manhwa. She makes her final sincere wish, pleading for her power to be used to save everyone. Deep within the archives of the Round Table, it is recorded that knights searched for this grail until their very last breath. Yet in the end, the one destined to find the Holy Grail was always the outworlder Knight Galahad. The reason is quite simple. He was the only one who truly understood the weight of sacrifice. She is a warm-hearted soul willing to fight to the end for a world that isn't even hers. Someone who likely chose to live for others long before she ever gained her powers. The shield hero raises her defense. Shielding everyone, including the rogue heroes, she locks the entire zone down so no one can move. Maybe they simply have no idea what skill she will use, or a heavy dread is rising deep in their hearts. A system alert pops up the hidden quest to discover the Holy Grail is complete. Now she must choose one of the temporal power rewards. The binding authority of this code will depend entirely on the sacrifice she offers. The rewards include the promised Sword of Victory and the Paradise of Avalon, the spear that pierces all things, and the final option, the Knights of the Round Table. Without hesitation, Yu Son-hwa chooses the Knights of the Round Table, and the system confirms her selection. The system continues. You now possess the power to enforce a binding code within the Round Table zone. The duration and enforcement of this code will depend entirely on the sacrifice you offer. Stepping forward, Yu Son-hwa grasps the Holy Grail and begins to make her request. What I offer as a sacrifice is my entire holy power and my very life. The code is simple. From this moment on, no living being within the Round Table can harm another. The Holy Grail accepts calculating 42 hours, 23 minutes, and 17 seconds. Lee Sung-run shivers, wondering if the shield warrior Yu Son-hwa has ever cast this before. He does not know what it is, but this is no time to stand around. Grabbing his weapon, Lee Sung-run charges toward Yu Son-hwa, desperate to stop this ritual. Suddenly his hands go limp, dropping his weapon. He realizes, so this is the power of the code. The clay hero asks curiously what Lee Sung-run is actually doing. Does he need a hand? Give it a shot if you think you can. The creation hero warns that this battlefield has completely changed because of the shield girl's magic. Hostility and attacks simply do not work anymore. It is as if this non-aggression is a hard physical law, completely absolute from the very start. The Iron Arm hero confirms it as well. The exact moment he tried to charge and strike her down, all his physical strength was completely drained, a bizarre phenomenon. Yu Son-hwa has erased the concept of fighting itself. That is what she just did. Gathering her remaining strength, Yu Son-hwa tells the rogue heroes, Kim Min-soo, you just stabbed me, and the rest of you calm down just this once. Look closely, she says, pointing her finger toward the surrounding buildings. A city reduced to absolute ruins. Ask yourselves if there is any meaning behind this slaughter, if all you ever do is rage and destroy everything. As she speaks, blood begins to spill from Yu Son-hwa's mouth. You will never achieve what you hope for, and though I cannot compare my own pain to yours, but I have wandered aimlessly before too. I have also had moments where I wanted to die, endlessly asking where to go, what to do, and why it had to be me. I struggled with those exact thoughts. Yet despite it all, I returned. And you can also return just like you went back to your original worlds. Lee Sung-run looks annoyed, wondering if he should turn back time to before Yu Son-hwa activated her skill. No, that is wrong. Think rationally, he tells himself, picking up his weapon. He has not lost a single one of his rogue heroes yet. And Yu Son-hwa will be dead very soon anyway. The only thing he has actually lost is the pain he could have gathered from the evacuees. On the other hand, if a new variable emerges after resetting the timeline, he might have to repeat this absolute madness thousands of more times. He went to hell and back to secure this outcome, slaughtering Hwarang Hong and eliminating Sun Hua Yu, and he is not about to repeat it. Deciding to seal his weapon back in the cube, he commands them to fall back before Kim Min-soo hesitates further. The longer they linger on this battlefield with their hands tied, the more unpredictable things could get. Seongjun calls out to Min-soo with a warm, friendly smile. He steps right up to Kim Min-soo and asks if they are officially allies now. The golem hero transforms into a massive vessel, and Seongjun invites Kim Min-soo aboard. We will provide you with a far more concrete answer than anything else. Much better than the empty words of some naive idealist. A truly clear answer. Kim Min-soo silently agrees a rotting, festering wound will not heal just by offering sweet, soothing words. Seongjun continues to smoothly coax him. That is it, put your weapon away. Let us get going. And with that, he steps aboard the vessel alongside the rest of the battle-scarred heroes. The ship roars to life and takes off into the sky, leaving Sun Hua Yu behind on the ground. Just then, a steady set of footsteps approaches her. A brand new hero has finally arrived. Sun Hua Yu cannot stop blaming herself for the failure. If only she had met Jung-soo a little sooner, they might have made an incredible team. As Sun-hwa collapses onto the dirt, Jung-soo quickly rushes over and drops to his knees. She quietly whispers to Jung-soo that her time is running out, leaving him looking utterly devastated and heavy with guilt. "Are you willing to act as my arms and legs from now on, hero?" Sun-hwa-yu asks Jung-soo with a faint, gentle smile, while nearby a massive dragon tears through the military battleships. It charges up its destructive energy, preparing to wipe out the remaining soldiers. Watching the beast, the commander on deck prepares for the worst, wondering if this is their end. But then Sun-hwa-yu's radiant holy energy suddenly covers the entire sky. The dragon's overwhelming power is instantly halted in its tracks. The Sea Dragon hero immediately senses the sudden shift. The confused soldiers look around, having absolutely no idea what just saved them. A mysterious purple cube materializes before the Sea Dragon hero with a simple warning: retreat. Feeling the pressure, she and her massive water dragon turn and withdraw. The surviving Navy crew cheers, wondering if they have just witnessed a literal miracle. But for Sun-hwa-yu, a heavy darkness slowly begins to creep into her vision. A biting chill spreads from her fingertips and toes, slowly seeping deep into her core. Her weak limbs tremble violently, and each breath she takes becomes an agonizing struggle to survive. Tears stream down her face as the cold reality of death sets in. Since she managed to survive a direct stab to her heart, her very fate has clearly been rewritten. The lingering divine power of the Holy Grail keeps her clinging to life, stretching an instant demise into a slow, agonizingly prolonged end that will only conclude when its energy is completely depleted. And yet a strange sense of absolute relief washes over her. It gives her the precious time she needs to prepare for her final moments. She softly tells Jung-soo that from this very moment he will act as her hands and feet. He nods in agreement, promising to do absolutely anything she wishes. He gently steps forward and lifts her fragile, fading body. Using every single bit of her remaining strength, Sun-hwa-yu holds onto Jung-soo as he carries her up and sprints toward the nearest city. But her fragile condition is already deteriorating incredibly fast. The energy radiating from her heart is slowly fading away. She sacrificed her entire life force just to save people. Even in her very last moments, her shield flew everywhere, protecting and sheltering the helpless citizens. She will leave the rest to JQU and go meet the others. The Green Hero rushed to Sun-hwa's side, completely horrified by her state. The Green Hero desperately tried to heal Sun-hwa. But under these devastating conditions, keeping Sun-hwa alive was virtually impossible. The Green Hero broke down in tears. Sun-hwa quietly entrusted everything to her remaining allies. She then asked JQU to carry her to a tall high-rise where the bright morning sun was slowly rising. JQU carried her to the rooftop, gently setting Sun-hwa down near the balcony. Sun-hwa reminded JQU that there was not much time left for the round table, urging him to return and help the others recover. "Are you really going to be okay alone?" JQU asked. Sun-hwa assured him that she wasn't lonely. The speed hero, wearing a somber expression, quietly walked away. The rooftop door shut, leaving her completely alone. She recalled the woman telling her to live life on her own terms. Yet she still did not know how. Just then, the spirit of the little girl who originally owned Sun-hwa's heart appeared. So Sun-hwa wondered what kind of life would make that sweet girl proud. In the end, she chose the same path. She resolved to leave a lasting legacy for those left behind, to live purely by protecting and saving others. With whatever strength her hands could reach, she wanted to share her precious treasure with everyone. Look around, this beautiful sight is exactly what she saved. The citizens cheered as light returned to the sky. These were the lives they had protected together. The evacuees gathered at Trangkon reached an astonishing 530,000. Even after Kim Min-soo and the rebel heroes appeared, less than half were expected to survive. Yet within 2 days, almost everyone escaped the peninsula with minimal injuries. The only regret: Sun-hwa couldn't save Kim Min-soo when he was crying. Meanwhile, aboard the shield ship flying through deep space, their king stared out of the window with an emotionless face. Behind him, an armored knight stepped forward. "Your Majesty, the Holy Grail in the other world has been detected again." The king replied, "Is that so?" The knight continued, "Just like Galahad centuries ago, Knight Sun-hwa must have sacrificed her life to activate it." "So it is possible," the king murmured, as the knight looked on with deep concern. "If her world falls into crisis again, who will stand up?" The king cut him off. Regardless, Knight Sun-hwa protected what she wanted to protect. The king proudly placed his hand over his chest, because she was the shield knight. "Prepare her funeral," the king commanded. Bed tells the knights that the adventures of their most beloved hero have finally come to an end. The brutal battle has finally come to an end. A ruined corner of the city is still filled with dry bones where wild crows linger to feast on raw flesh. Perched high up on a massive ledge, the fallen hero Kim Min-soo sits alone. He claims that Sun-hwa's final words had absolutely no effect on him. His gaze drifts out over the completely ruined city below. Theoretically, there is no way for him to ever redeem his sins after slaughtering so many innocent people. Deep down, he has absolutely no home left to return to, and no one waiting to meet him. Yet why does her memory keep haunting Kim Min-soo? Suddenly, Lee Seongjun speaks up from behind. You really have more feelings than I thought. What on earth is making you suffer so much? Everyone is waiting for you, Lee Seongjun reminds Kim Min-soo. Stepping closer to Kim Min-soo, he says that while he does not know how Min-soo feels about the other heroes to them, he is an absolute idol. It all comes down to what he wants to do next, and who he decides to fight. If he does not clearly point them in a direction, these people will not take the initiative to act. He tells him to stop wasting precious time. Lee Seongjun points up to the sky, declaring that their only task is to crush any enemy standing in their way. He waves his hand dismissively as he speaks. Kim Min-soo does not need to feel any sympathy since Manhwa was just another hero. He should simply view her as another hated enemy standing in their path. Kim Min-soo questions Lee Seongjun right back. Does he have a plan, and why is he even helping him? Lee Seongjun falls silent for a brief moment, then confesses he just wants to end all of this constant suffering. He wants to destroy this entire meaningless world, and for once, he is actually telling the absolute truth. Kim Min-soo easily agrees to bring an end to everything alongside him. Now Lee Seongjun quietly gloats that he has fully secured Kim Min-soo's complete trust. He can finally move forward with his grand plan. It is the ultimate way to end his infinite time loops and dismantle the hero system, preventing any future returners from rising. This marks the perfect branching point right after the brutal all-out war at Jangcheon. The remaining resistance forces in Korea have completely lost the strength to fight a direct open war. Only 2 active heroes are left standing right now. Their shattered military is now reduced to a few scattered air force and infantry units spread across the nation. The massive gap in raw power was already completely insurmountable, even when they were at their absolute best. It is simply impossible now. An decides to speak up and suggests that they should just give up. The commanders gasp in shock, asking if she seriously wants them to abandon the entire country. She quickly explains she only meant giving up on direct combat, as Choi Jong-guk stands closely beside her. Choi Jong-guk speaks up, asking if she truly has no intention of abandoning their fight entirely. He clarifies if she is suggesting they avoid all large-scale battles, and she slowly nods in agreement. Their top priority has to be the tens of millions of evacuees who are still trapped on the Korean peninsula. She asks what they must do to protect these innocent civilians from the rampaging, corrupted heroes. Choi Jong-guk suggests that their best bet is evacuating the citizens safely to other nations. It would require a strategic dispersal, turning their defense into a full guerrilla war. She agrees that they should focus all their efforts on that. Even with only 2 heroes remaining, using Ji-won's extreme high speed and Junho's massive wide-range healing makes it highly feasible. They would be able to carry out operations with minimal casualties. As for what is left of their regular military forces, they should avoid direct confrontation whenever possible, focusing instead on assisting the evacuees or helping to boost the overall mobility of the active heroes. Jong-guk Choi thinks this is a pretty solid strategy, though they will definitely need to discuss it much further. Even if other nations continue to refuse sending combat troops, they are still providing humanitarian aid, building underground shelters, and taking in refugees. If they keep showing them that the Korean government is fully prepared to fight through this war and prove that the rogue heroes have not completely taken over the entire peninsula, then those foreign nations might just reconsider sending direct military aid. The other military commanders nod in agreement with that strategy. One commander agrees, saying they should give it a shot and finally listen to her plan. Meanwhile, inside a military helicopter, Ji-won is focused and ready to jump. The captain announces over the comms that they have reached the designated drop zone. The main goal of this mission is to isolate the target from civilians. The rear doors open, and the 45-minute mission timer starts ticking down. Ji-won takes his stance and dives straight out of the roaring helicopter. The specialized transformation badge on his belt begins to glow brightly. He equips his full power armor midair and plunges directly toward the ground. The pilot wishes him luck as Ji-won drops down right behind the hero of faith. Caught completely off guard, she spins around with absolutely no time to react. Ji-won rushes in, grabs her, and dashes away at high speed, activating Yoon. He drags the hero of faith far away from the evacuees to isolate her completely from the crowds. The main plan is to safely evacuate the citizens while using the roadblock to bait the rogue heroes. After all, Ji-won is built entirely for speed rather than massive destruction. Right now, Ji-won is tearing through the area at an absolutely blistering pace. He successfully baits the hero of Iron Arm into a chase focusing entirely on distraction instead of direct combat. The furious hero of Iron Arm curses as he tries to keep up, yet he cannot even graze Ji-won. Suddenly, an urgent notification pops up for him. Sufficient distance is established. It is time to head to the rendezvous point. Hearing this, Ji-won pivots, kicks off the ground, and leaves the sluggish hero far behind in his dust. Left behind and utterly baffled, the rogue warrior can only fume in frustration. How dare that little punk play mind games with me like that? Having easily shaken off his pursuer, Ji-won makes it back to base without a single scratch. Back at the base, Ji-won rests to recover his strength. A female soldier approaches, expressing her concern and asking if he is hurt. She offers to immediately contact Junho for help, but Ji-won reassures the officer with a warm smile. He already knows that there are far too many injured refugees to treat. He does not want to bother the verdant hero unnecessarily, and she reluctantly agrees with his choice. As she walks away, she turns back to remind him to please take care of himself. He quietly watches the female officer leave his room, staying completely silent as she closes the door. Suddenly, the partner on his belt speaks up, warning him that he might not be hurt, but his body is rapidly approaching its absolute breaking point. They have already survived over 30 deadly high-risk battles together. The fatigue is building up, and internal damage is stacking. A single mistake on the field could be fatal. Ji-won abruptly raises his hand, cutting off his talkative partner mid-sentence. He reassures his partner, joking if they are raising a death flag. Worrying about things that might not even happen only makes them more likely to occur. And this is a job only he can pull off right now. He promised to fight, completely determined to protect them. He just has to endure until the mask can finally come off as his partner speaks up. If that is the case, you should at least get some proper rest and let the horned girl handle the rest. The hero quickly corrects his ally, reminding him that the horned kid is actually a boy, but his partner says it does not matter. Suddenly, a girl runs in with urgent news for Young-soo. The evacuees are being hunted down by Kim Min-soo. "I am so sorry, but I need you ready to move immediately." The girl tells him, her face filled with absolute dread. His teammate looks annoyed, but Young-soo simply nods and heads off to get ready. Out on the ruined roads, convoys crawl through the endless wreckage. Jungkook Choi explains that Kim Min-soo is currently tracking about 2,000 refugees, and many of them are helpless civilians. The group also includes wounded soldiers and troops who got separated from their main units. "We have to boost our army's falling morale and protect whatever remains of our forces. The fires have already swallowed up almost everything. Most importantly, we have a duty to save even one more life as the vehicle speeds down the road. This makes the mission absolutely unavoidable, and that is the final decision we have made." He asks if they can pull this off, and the guy in yellow answers with complete confidence. "We have to do it," he says. "Excellent, here is the battle plan for the mission." Jungkook Choi instructs Junho to deploy at the front of the crowd to treat the heavily wounded and keep them moving. Next, Ji-won will deploy at the very back, putting himself as close to Kim Min-soo as possible. Kim Min-soo stands waiting, wearing his pitch-black armor and a blood-red cloak. Ji-won activates his transformation, equipping his colorful armor to buy them as much time as possible. A bright line of light pierces the air as the robot attacks, but Kim Min-soo does not even flinch. Yeah, everyone has a plan. Right until everything completely derails, and someone is watching all of this unfold on computer monitors. If they delay any longer, those refugees are going to be in massive trouble. He slowly spins his chair around. Seong-jun Lee stretches back and says that they need a minimum threshold of suffering, claiming he has already made plenty of concessions. But most importantly, he sits back down. The final piece of this grand puzzle is going to reveal itself very soon. So for now, it is time to step off the stage. Suddenly, a massive crowd of soldiers begins to gather. One soldier calls out that they will depart as soon as everyone is on the bus. He tells them not to worry and just rest as they whisper back their thanks. A mother holding her child sighs in relief, whispering that they finally do not have to worry anymore. Yoo Seong assures her that these soldiers will keep them safe, while the man next to them looks extremely tense. The man trembles as he pulls out a water bottle, muttering that if he just does this, his family will be spared. He uncaps the bottle and drinks it down. Just like that, he drinks it all, and his eyes instantly flash bright red. He immediately starts screaming as blood begins bursting out of his body. The woman sitting next to him panics frantically, asking if he is okay. Suddenly, he completely explodes, spraying blood all over the bus, and then the pooled blood rises and shapes itself into a horrifying figure. A monstrous man made entirely of blood is now sitting right next to the terrified woman. The soldiers gasp in fear while the blood monster mutters that they are being way too noisy. Outside, Junho finishes treating the last of the wounded. He tells them that they will reach safety as soon as they board the buses. Suddenly, the back of the convoy explodes, leaving everyone terrified as a figure steps forward. She speaks, asking if she should say it is an honor to meet him for the very first time, or if it is an honor to meet him once again. Yunho is completely shocked, calling out to Hwarang as a monster speaks from behind. The ruined landscape is finally starting to restore itself, and Ji-won cracks his knuckles to get ready. He knew something was wrong the moment Kim Min-soo blocked his first kick, feeling like he was getting swept up in his pace. He grabs the red-cloaked warrior by the collar, throwing a massive punch and dragging him down. Ji-won and Kim Min-soo trade blows, but Ji-won is completely baffled. Kim Min-soo goes on the offensive, swinging his massive blade. That defense is just too solid, making it impossible for Ji-won to land a clean hit. Even worse, it feels like Kim Min-soo is already adjusting to his speed, easily keeping up with him even in double acceleration mode. As Ji-won hesitates, his communicator buzzes with a warning to avoid further conflict before he gets completely overwhelmed. Ji-won quickly replies, pointing out that the evacuation is nearly complete, but if Kim Min-soo reaches the refugees, everyone is doomed. A sudden alert flashes announcing that the vampire hero has appeared. They have abandoned the retreat plan entirely and are now locked in a desperate battle. Ji-won, you must hold Kim Min-soo back for just a little while longer. If that monster breaks through and reaches this location, the casualties will skyrocket out of control. Yun-ho is doing everything he can to assist the retreating soldiers. They plead with him, promising to handle things on their end if he can just buy them a bit more time. Damn it, Ji-won snaps. I have absolutely no other choice now but to activate triple acceleration for this fight. The suit AI warns him, asking if he is serious since the armor is already heavily damaged. But Ji-won is resolved if he does not go all out, he will die. And there is no time for hesitation. Facing Kim Min-soo, he knows those who fear death will perish, but those willing to die will survive. It is time to risk everything as the maximum output of his armor begins shattering the space around them. Ji-won launches a torrential storm of attacks, but Kim Min-soo blocks every strike before delivering a brutal punch. The clash intensifies to a whole new level as Kim Min-soo stops holding back entirely. He charges forward with terrifying speed, but Ji-won manages to leap backward. Ji-won fires a high kick, forcing Kim Min-soo to slide back several meters as his giant sword begins to glow with blinding light. The massive blade shines with immense energy as Kim Min-soo hoists the gigantic weapon. Ji-won suddenly lunges from behind, wrapping his arms around Kim Min-soo to lock him in place. Kim Min-soo is lifted clean off the ground, unable to break free before a massive explosion consumes them both. Ji-won lands back on the ground, but when he looks up, a menacing red glow shines down. As the dust clears, Kim Min-soo stands tall, tightly gripping his sword. He swings his blade with enough force to level a city, forcing Ji-won to dodge every shockwave. Suddenly, Ji-won feels his body hit its limit, and the system forces his triple acceleration mode to shut down. The system voice urges him to stop and listen, asking if he truly cannot see how this fight is going to end. It mocks him for being so detached from reality, offering to lay out the cold, hard truth. While it looks like he is fighting on equal terms, the internal temperature of his armor is rising at a fatal rate. This is the natural consequence of pushing his power to such extreme levels. The insane speed generates extreme friction with the surrounding air. This thermal energy has already far exceeded the cooling systems of his armor. If he keeps going, his armor will turn into an oven, and the system warns he will literally burn himself to death. Ji-won grits his teeth, arguing that he just needs to take Min-soo down fast enough to end the battle. The system snaps, asking if he is really so foolish that every basic detail has to be spelled out for him. Or is he just pretending to be blind to it? He has launched dozens of strikes, yet Min-soo easily neutralized almost all of those attacks, using nothing but his armor. On top of that, Min-soo has effortlessly guarded every single one of his vital points using his giant sword. Whether it is raw physical power, sheer destructive force, or battle tactics, Min-soo completely outclasses him. Ji-won and Kim Min-soo stand facing each other on opposite sides. Kim Min-soo speaks. The difference in our strength is obvious at first glance. Even so, what reason could drive you to go this far? Ji-won hesitates. My reason. Ji-won thinks back to the time he saved a young girl. He had reached out to support her, helping her up, as she smiled and touched his hand. Clad in his heavy armor, he watched her tears fall. Ji-won replies, it is because I have the power to do so. The system goes silent. Kim Min-soo speaks, then let us just say I am doing the exact same thing. He puts his mask back on and raises his sword. Ji-won speaks, partner, will you allow me to be stubborn just one more time? The system replies, you are always stubborn when saving others. Asking for permission is annoying, so go ahead. Ji-won stares at his opponent. You are right, I cannot beat him even with triple acceleration. And even if I could, the battle would drag on too long. Just like when I defeated the Demon Lord, I must surpass my limits once again. The system is stunned. Do not tell me you mean quadruple acceleration. Stop, hold on. Are you insane? Suddenly, sparks of electricity crackle across Ji-won's body. That is a state you should only use when in peak condition. And that was only possible with the support of the Verger hero. I only have 3 seconds. If I end this in 3 seconds, I will only suffer minor burns. He stares at his hands and feet. She asked me to protect them. The image of the girl in purple flashes before him. She asked me to fight. I have an absolute duty to answer their desperate pleas, because I am a hero. 3 seconds. Any more and I will be forced to terminate the mode. The system warns him. Compared to getting sliced to pieces, maybe burning to death is better. Quadruple acceleration mode is fully primed. Start both sides, brace themselves for an all-out clash. Ji-won focuses all his energy. Kim Min-soo's sword glows with blinding light. In single acceleration, he can perceive a mere 0.1 seconds, allowing his body to move instantly within that window. By that same principle, double acceleration compresses 0.1 seconds, and triple acceleration does the exact same. And now he pushes his limits to quadruple acceleration. Moving like afterimages, my hands lock into a state of perceiving 0.1 seconds. His body must transcend, transforming into something far more powerful, Ji-won thinks. In this state, even the slightest movement or resistance will trigger an unstoppable nuclear fusion reaction, causing the surrounding temperature along with my own body to skyrocket instantly, delivering the ultimate most powerful strike of my life, a blazing fist hurtling toward my opponent. The entire world turns a blinding crimson. I just hope this allows me to keep my promise to everyone. They clash. His arms burn a bright crimson, the color completely draining from his face as he delivers a cosmic-level blow. Kim Min-soo looks ready to shatter within that blinding, explosive red light. The blast illuminates an entire corner of the city. Ji-won thinks this is too much. I do not know if his defenses are just that tough, or if he somehow managed to instantly react to my strike. But one thing is absolutely certain. My desperate attack was not deep enough to neutralize him. I have to strike again. Ji-won forces himself back up. Partner, no. Your cooling system has already hit its limit. Just a few more degrees and you will explode. Ji-won freezes as his system display flashes a warning red. Partner, before the system can even finish, he charges forward again. Ji-won realizes in his heart, I know I cannot defeat him here. I can feel that this battle will be my last, but I am the only one left who can still fight. If that is how it must be, I cannot back down, even if I must turn to ashes. Even as Kim Min-soo stands tall, JW is determined to fight on, fully prepared to burn himself to ash. Raising his blazing fist, it is clear that his system is shattering, and his entire body is rapidly breaking down. JW's eyes widen as everything around him completely shatters. He had not fully anticipated the intense agony that would accompany this devastating process. Only his belt remains as his body burns furiously with an extraordinary unyielding will. With his arm burning away completely, even the surrounding flames cannot mask his unbearable agony. Kim Min-soo watches as the warrior's body self-destructs, completely consumed by the roaring fire. His flesh boils, nerves burn, organs scorch, and his bones begin to crack under the extreme heat. A cigarette drops the captain, and the girl stands speechless. And several radios fall to the ground. Yoonho turns around at the sudden sound of John's voice. It seems something terrible has happened to the transformation hero. Another person mutters in fear. The radio crackles, reporting that the transformation hero has suddenly burst into violent flames. He is completely unable to fight, and appears to be in critical condition, requesting immediate and urgent emergency evacuation. The soldier stammers if even the transformation hero cannot stand against him. How on earth are we supposed to get out of here? Escape is impossible. We are completely trapped here. Junho stammers, trembling in despair. Deactivate the barrier now. We will head out there to buy us some time. In the meantime, go find some shelter. Junho says, his expression turning pitch black. Outside, the enemy stands yawning in complete boredom, wondering what on earth is taking those guys inside so long to make a move. Is there really no other plan left? A panicked soldier screams out. If JW has already been defeated, Kim Min-soo will be here shortly. Junho realizes, bowing his head to the only option left. Hold on just a little longer, Junho begs. I will not allow anyone else to get hurt on my watch. I will never allow anyone to take anything else away from me, ever again. With a desperate shout, Junho finally steps forward and deactivates the barrier. He screams at the top of his lungs. Mistiltin, give me the strength to crush those who dare to hurt others. Mistiltin manifests behind him, chuckling that there is absolutely no need to provoke him, since this dark path was always inevitable. Are you not worried your mother will hate you for this, and that the spirits of your fallen brothers will look down on you? I do not care, I need power even if it makes me hated. Junho replies. Very well, Green Hero. The spirit replies, I shall grant you the strength of the thorniest vines. Junho absorbs the power, a blinding light surging violently deep within him. The purple-haired girl watches from afar, mocking how quickly he threw in the towel. As Junho steps forward, she sneers, asking if he has come to beg to be her servant. Do you have any real tricks left besides cowering in the shadows? Suddenly, Junho launches a fierce attack with thick vines, channeling a massive wave of raw power that completely impales his opponent. Sharp, lethal thorns erupt along the rapidly growing vines, leaving the enemy utterly shocked. Wait, aren't you supposed to be a healer? The impaled foe gasps in disbelief. Junho feels more powerful than ever, knowing that the method to win was always right there. But he lacked the courage. The courage to harm other people? No, not that. The courage to be detached enough to abandon saving someone, the cruelty to look at a dying person right in front of him. To view them as nothing more than a small sacrifice for the greater good. That cold-blooded courage was completely absent in the gentle and kind-hearted verdant hero. GW burns away in a sea of fire, carrying the final screams of his comrades with him. The face of a hero smiling with madness as he takes another life. Screams of the soldiers echo out desperately, begging him to run away. Worst of all, Yoon-ho is consumed by a deep self-hatred for failing to save a single soul. Thick vines twist into massive overlapping coils, tightening with endless sharp thorns everywhere. It finally pushes him past his absolute limit. His severed arm falls to the bloody ground where pools of gore merge together before soaring straight into the sky. His opponent is completely caught off guard. What on earth is happening? I really thought I would get an easy blood feast after hearing these fools did not know how to fight. Before he can even finish, Yoon-ho rams a thorny vine straight through his face. His head is completely blown off, yet he still manages to curse Yoon-ho as a useless brat. The severed head flies back to reconnect, and he furiously unleashes deadly rays of blood from his blade. Those crimson rays quickly morph into a massive blood beast charging forward. Dozens of terrifying blood monsters swarm the battlefield. Standing firm, Yoon-ho confidently steps forward as blinding light erupts from the ground, summoning massive thorny trees that rise up to impale and destroy them all. Rage consumes his foe, but Yoon-ho quickly blitzes forward and grabs him by the throat. With a cold glare, Yoon-ho releases an explosion of sheer power, sending himself leaping backward. He concentrates the surrounding blood into a single point, while his opponent watches closely. The enemy unleashes a violent vortex of energy, directing it straight toward Yoon-ho. Yet the attack fails to pierce the solid crimson barrier protecting the young hero. Honghwa Jang approaches mockingly, asking if a mere kid dares to annoy him. Yoon-ho reaches out and lifts Honghwa Jang by the neck like a feather, his glowing red eyes radiating pure demonic malice. He warns to surrender the body to rage quickly, or this power will not obey him for long. Honghwa Jang demands to know what he is, and if he sold his soul to some monster. Yoon-ho fires back that maybe he did, but questions what kind of freak his opponent is first. Why is he slaughtering people while wearing the innocent face of Honghwa Jiang? He asks if he sold his soul to a demon, earning a cruel smirk from Honghwa Jiang. He playfully wonders what would happen if he actually turned into a real devil. Honghwa Jiang shoots sharp crimson beams straight at Yoon-ho's arm, mocking him about becoming a true demon. Yoon-ho's arm does not even flinch, his intense gaze burning with a crimson fire. Undeterred, Honghwa Jiang retaliates, triggering a colossal explosion that tears through the entire battlefield. The soldiers watch in stunned silence. Is this truly the heroic shield warrior they once knew? The sheer bloodlust and cruelty are terrifying, and even as an ally, I am too afraid to step near him. The soldier gathers his courage and asks Yoon-ho if he has finally regained his battle senses. If so, he has something critical to share right now. Fortunately, the Metamorphosis hero survived the blast, but his severe wounds leave him completely paralyzed. Nearby agents quickly spray fire retardant smoke to extinguish the embers burning his body. They work desperately to rescue their comrade, but making it back under the watchful eye of Kim Min-soo seems like a suicide mission. The agent begs Yoon-ho to help them save young Jo-ryu as he struggles to carry the wounded hero away. There is absolutely no way they can reach the rendezvous point in this battered state. To make matters worse, they have no idea how much longer the decoy team can hold out. No matter how extreme the risks are, they must board the evacuation helicopter immediately. A sword swings down. Damn it, Yoon-ho fires a colossal arrow that streaks toward his foe like a rocket. The projectile blasts straight toward Kim Min-soo, forcing him to glance over in surprise. Kim Min-soo swiftly deflects the projectile with his legendary sword, keeping everyone completely safe from the impact. Brandishing his giant weapon, Yoon-ho leaps high into the air, charging directly at Kim Min-soo. Kim Min-soo blocks the blow instantly, their clashing weapons grinding together with a deafening screech. Yoon-ho growls that he will kill him, the source of all this tragedy. Kim Min-soo frowns as the arrows keep flying, straight red light clashing between their two massive powers. Everything burns to ash as a crimson whirlwind erupts, threatening to consume the entire battlefield. The aftermath leaves nothing behind but thick smoke and absolute ruin. With Kim Min-soo holding his sword, Yoon-ho refuses to back down and unleashes another massive wooden vine. Kim Min-soo prepares himself, his overwhelming power bathing the entire area in a brilliant crimson. Chaos erupts nearby as someone yells for the medical kit. Medics desperately treat Ji-won while armed agents form a protective circle around them. Jung-guk Choi shakes his head, claiming that this is his first time hearing of something so completely ridiculous. Jung-guk Choi replies that the boy probably never hit it, leaving his companion shocked and demanding to know why. The order goes out and everyone moves fast to get Ji-won evacuated to a safer location. If my theory is correct, Junho won't be able to hold out much longer. The verdant hero's power comes with a heavy and draining cost. Junho demands the arrows, but Misteltein is taken aback, questioning what he means by only 5. You are suddenly putting a limit on yourself, something you never mentioned before. Why bring this up now? Does wielding your true power actually consume your very soul? Misteltein lowers her head, explaining that this progressive decay is the exact price she set. I'm tired of this. You are no longer Yggdrasil's beloved innocent lamb, she tells him, prompting a tense question from Junho. Junho asks if she is serious, but she retorts that absurd powers demand an equally absurd heroic burden. His entire body begins to glow as his eyes flare a menacing crimson. Closing his eyes, he tells himself to stay perfectly calm. Getting angry won't help right now, so he realizes he has to make a choice. He wonders if he can truly neutralize Kim Min-soo with only 5 shots. Observing Kim Min-soo, he realizes that shooting dozens of arrows so far has not caused any real harm. He must use his remaining arrows to buy as much time as possible, ensuring Ji-won and the others escape safely. Even after resorting to his ultimate trump card, he knows this isn't his true role. Fortunately, the evacuees, including Ji-won, manage to lose Kim Min-soo and reach the secure zone safely. Junho stands alone before a lush green meadow. Soldiers block his path and raise their weapons, ordering him to freeze. Suddenly, a young girl rushes out from the building and throws her arms around Junho. Slowly shedding his glowing warrior armor, he transforms back into his familiar green-haired self. Looking down at his comatose friend on the bed, Junho silently lets his tears fall. Slumped over on the metal steps of the fire escape, Junho lowers his head in despair. Even if all the other spirits abandon me, I still believe that you, of all people, are listening. With tears streaming down his face, Junho whispers. He vows to wait patiently for the spirit to rise and help them once more. Tiny specks of green light begin to float around him like fireflies in the dark. Gathered around a crackling campfire deep in the forest, Junho finally breaks the silence. He explains that after losing his ability to use his full power, he fled to Indonesia with the survivors. Park Jong-soo remains silent, prompting Junho to ask if he shouldn't have shared such a depressing tale. The girl sitting nearby scoffs, reminding them that Jong-soo was the one who asked anyway. Besides, she believes they still have a tiny bit of strength left to fight back. And besides, she still believes they have a bit of power left to resist. Hearing this, Junho gets teary-eyed while the girl simply scowls and looks away. So what I'm really trying to say is stop beating yourself up like that, you guilt-ridden deadweight. She clutches a small branch shivering in the woods while staring into the distance. He says he did not mean it like that as Park Jong-soo stands up, grabs his weapon, and turns away. Now the conclusion is mine to make, and he quickly walks away. Along the path, Park Jong-soo ponders the meaning of the hero of heroes. With so many other heroes dead, it obviously does not refer to the survivors, like the vegetation hero, the magic hero, or the reform hero. Does that mean he actually referred to being the hero of those fallen heroes? He wonders, did he really call me the hero of heroes? Is it just because I will be wielding the weapons of those deceased heroes? Or is it a symbolic gesture of carrying on the will to stop Kim Min-soo? It feels like he is missing something incredibly crucial. What does the title of Hero of Heroes truly signify in the end? A robot suddenly appears right in front of the spear hero. The reform hero is searching for him, and it is time for their final tactical assessment. A hand touches the console screen where Garam Lee stands before the control system. She turns her head and says she called him over because the final analysis is complete. It shows our exact probability of winning this fight. Park Jong-soo watches closely, remarking that calculating their chance of success is a pretty fancy way to put it. Garam Lee looks up. It is 11.375%. Park Jong-soo thinks that an 11% chance against him means they do not need a miracle. Garam Lee asks if that is higher than he expected. Except that this probability already accounts for the opening strike we prepared, representing the total success rate of the entire raid. If that strike misses the target, our chance of winning will plummet to decimals, let alone single digits. So whatever variables pop up, do not try to handle them alone. The resistance force and I will eliminate those variables. You only have one shot, so focus entirely on landing that single strike with absolute precision. And there is one more thing. Park Jong-soo asks what she means. She hesitates before speaking, warning that people will die in this final and most horrific battle. Garam Lee warns him not to lose himself in it. It is honestly funny for me to be saying this, but focus on the countless lives you can save by defeating Kim Min-soo instead of those falling on the battlefield right now. Park Jong-soo raises his voice, asking if she really thinks he would waver after coming this far. After fighting by your side all this time, my resolve is already set. Garam Lee stares blankly and replies that he will waver because he is a true hero, unlike her. Park Jong-soo scowls and Garam Lee lowers her head. Park Jong-soo speaks up again, looking down at those annoying robotic hands and wondering if they can take the strain. If not then, you can forget about him ever unleashing that devastating final strike. Garam Lee stands silent before replying that it is up to him on this incredibly short night. Kim Min-soo stands into the falling snow, one of his arms completely severed. Soldiers watch the feed from a monitor room facing a night that feels endlessly long. An officer directs his troops while other soldiers quietly clean their weapons. A smoking man holds a secure file folder clutching a mask in his other hand. Jun-ho holds it tightly as the grueling night draws to a close, a time when people must bid farewell to loved ones. A young girl calls her family to ensure their safety. At last, the morning sun rises on the day that will decide everything. I have been ordered to officially declare war, but I have never been good with words, so I could not think of much. I only wanted to say one thing. Park Jong-soo said, "Let us end all of this." Snowflakes drift down, painting the branches white. The entire city is blanketed in snow as Kim Min-soo walks down the freezing road. A voice calls out, and his feet come to a sudden halt. A golden glow filled with countless letters radiates from under his feet as he looks up at the falling snow. Kim Min-soo looks completely worn out. He knows the end is here, remembering his two cheerful friends. "Hey Min-soo, dear Min-soo." He remembers sitting on a chair eating an apple, a true hero. The healer squeezes his hand, calling him a hero. A guy in blue calls out to Kim Min-soo. A girl in green armor calls his name. Park Jong-soo screams out, "The sword hero of disaster, Kim Min-soo." He bows his head, wondering who he is and what he should be called now, as his foot steps on a piece of paper. He picks it up to look. On the newspaper, someone had drawn demon horns over his face. Kim Min-soo looks into a nearby mirror. Maybe he is indeed the Demon King. Wait, so is he really a hero? Right now, our target is just wandering through the city. The entire area within a 120-kilometer radius has been evacuated with no hazardous facilities nearby. This terrain is almost completely desolate. In other words, there is no better battlefield than this current spot. Park Jong-soo nods and gives the command move out to eliminate the Demon King, an all-out war of destruction that will decide the very fate of humanity. Helicopters swarm through the sky, their blades roaring overhead. Their hatches swing open as a rain of bullets is unleashed from above. The broadcast begins, and from below, a barrage of missiles is fired into the sky. A relentless stream of countless shells and missiles blankets the sky, lighting up the darkness like festive New Year fireworks. Kim Min-soo merely watches the incoming onslaught without uttering a single word. Raising his hand, he traces golden characters in the air, unleashing consecutive sword slashes. The incoming missiles are completely sliced in half by his devastating counterattacks. As the missiles keep firing, they all detonate in the sky like massive, blinding grenades. As the smoke clears, a fresh wave of explosives rushes straight toward Kim Min-soo. Once again, he traces those glowing golden characters. Watching from the control room, the commander barks orders do not stop after the second or third wave, keep pushing with the fourth and fifth. It does not matter if everything is completely obliterated. So show no mercy, give it everything we have. The missiles continue to launch, soaring straight into the sky before exploding all at once. As Kim Min-soo raises his hand, a soldier reports general after the eighth wave. The entire NATO missile stockpile is completely depleted, and it seems we have not even scratched him. The general responds, "That is fine. We have already done our job." While we were buying time against that monster, that thing moved directly over his head. That weapon is an entire city built on a giant rock, the post-war Manhattan-class mobile fortress. Looks like the Allied forces managed to buy way more time than we thought. We have arrived at the coordinates directly above the Demon King. The robot reports to Lagazam. Her hands touch the screen as she commands them to initiate the firing sequence. As the launch sequence activates, she grips the lever and watches the monitors closely. Legazam quietly wonders if this is truly what he wanted, but whispers a thank you for leaving this final legacy. She pulls the lever. Back in 1942, the Manhattan Project developed the first nuclear weapon. But those same brilliant scientists also created something far more terrifying. A miniature universe contained within a colossal aerial battleship. A cluster of cities stacked together acting as humanity's very first flying fortress. Rising into the sky is Manhattan, the colossal air fortress known as a weapon of climate warfare. The gravity charge rate is currently at 88%. Eras may change, but the hero of Reformation remains as resolute as ever. Even with such an outdated platform, she still somehow manages to successfully force boot the entire system. Rigas notes that the original framework was built remarkably solid. She considers it simple dusting and orders everyone patched into the comms. Amamov quickly establishes the connection. The system warns that this war cannot be easily stopped once started. If anyone still harbors doubts about the mission, this is their absolute last chance to speak up. Rigas confirms the conversion if there are no objections. Let us begin. She presses the red button, sending Manhattan surging through the sky. Kim Min-soo stands perfectly still. He is pulled into the gravitational vortex as his massive golden legs expand with power. He struggles to anchor himself as his eyes flare a deep crimson. The gravity weapon can only maintain its maximum output for 5 minutes at best. Helicopters swarm the skies, fully prepared to deploy. The machine tracks the colossal bear descending to the ground, landing alongside the armored convoy. The pilot steering the bear reminds herself that their sole mission is to support Park Jung-soo to the end. As the helicopters touch down, Park Jung-soo strides onto the battlefield. He lands with immense power, though activating this force drains his life, aging him in real time. Under normal circumstances, this is a lethal double-edged sword. A final trump card. Lee Seongjun points to the iron claw hammer as he swings the weapon. But Lee Seongjun insists this should be his primary weapon, prompting Park Jung-soo to ask if he wants him to age to death. Why on earth would he suggest using such a high-risk item as his main weapon? Lee Seongjun simply smirks. Park Jung-soo frowns. Is he trying to start a fight? Rigas cuts in, tell him straight, instead of beating around the bush, since time is running out. Lee Seongjun retorts that she clearly lacks a sense of humor. He explains that Park Jung-soo does not need to die. He only needs to channel enough years into the hammer to temporarily force his body into its absolute physical peak. Park Jung-soo crosses his arms, glancing over, meaning they are turning the risk itself into an advantage. But how is he to know when his body has officially hit its prime? His target is set. The hammer glows blood red as a crimson aura envelops his entire body. Frowning Park Jung-soo asks if he actually fought with this insane weapon. The system announces the transformation sequence, bathing Park Jung-soo in a brilliant aura of blue light. Rigas activates the Ice Age protocol, and Manhattan unleashes its payload. The Ice Age protocol goes live, driving freezing pillars straight into the earth like massive nails. The heavy doors slide open as the launch system unlocks, revealing the spinning projectile. Freezing vapor spreads rapidly across the battlefield, encasing everything in thick ice as their feet are buried in white frost. Park Jung-soo stands resolute amidst the raging blizzard, tightly gripping his hammer. Rigas realizes that the exact conditions to trigger their ultimate attack have finally been met. Amamov issues a sharp warning. There is something highly irregular about the target's movements. He slowly raises a finger. Watching the feed, Rigas wonders if he has adapted already, just as Kim Min-soo mutters a single word. Shatter. Garam screams. A MOV immediately shuts down the gravity phone and switches to evasion mode. Min-soo raises his hand, sending out slashes of yellow light so sharp they look ready to explode. The entire city seems to shift as Garam yells in frustration that she should have held him longer. At this rate, Jung-soo is going to be exposed much sooner than they originally calculated. Min-soo freezes, wondering if this opponent is exactly who he suspected all along. Looking at the trembling, coughing Jung-soo, she tells him not to worry, as they buy more time. The cute bear robot speaks up, asking if that bastard does not even see them as enemies. He unleashes a massive surge of power. Take a taste of this. My ultimate move, focusing all the stellar dust into a single devastating beam of light. The reflecting beams align using the surrounding stones to create a massive, inescapable network. Power fires directly at him, engulfing everything as Min-soo holds his hands forward to block it. Min-soo looks up as the attack explodes like an atomic bomb, making the bear pilot scream out. Go to hell, Min-soo, but he easily blocks every single incoming strike. Vines suddenly shoot out from behind Min-soo as he glances at Jung-soo, who stands completely ready. It begins. Min-soo releases a massive wave of energy, roaring in fury. Min-soo is split between two contrasting colors as the system activates its sequence. A piece of Manhattan falls from above, crashing straight into the solid ground. The system summons a special item, and a robotic arm flies over. Grabbing the shield, Jung-soo battles with everything he has as the item radiates a brilliant light, completely cloaked in a vein-like blood-red aura. Frost begins to radiate outward as a massive shield materializes behind Jung-soo. The arm shoots forward before returning to Jung-soo's body, leaving Min-soo unable to resist as he coughs up blood. Garam notes that this is the best possible outcome, executed with absolutely zero margin of error. The immense energy that was radiating from his chest has now completely dissipated. She screams out to Jung-soo that the attack hit, so he can now engage in close quarters combat. The system alerts that Sequence E is starting, and meteors begin raining down. With this, the entire sequence is complete, as Garam closely watches the battlefield. Now, all she can do is pray for his repentance. She begs for protection over them and the future of those still living. Clasping her hands in prayer, the others quickly follow her lead. They all pray together, knowing the faith hero has reached her absolute limit. A cross-marked box is placed on the ground, cornering him, with the help of everyone's combined efforts. Now is the time for personal revenge, as Jung-soo raises his weapon, promising to kill him as painfully as possible. Swinging his weapon with maximum power, he unleashes a massive blow meant to bury Min-soo deep into the earth. Min-soo lies completely flattened, writhed in bitter pain and frustration. Jung-soo raises his blade high while Min-soo desperately claws at the ground. Jung-soo presses on with another attack, but this time Min-soo manages to dodge. Summoning his remaining power, Minsu draws a golden line covered in ancient letters, striking back and forcing Jungsu to retreat. He immediately uses his shield to block backing away before quickly shifting his position. He commands coffins 1 and 3 to open, and they instantly slide open on his order. The heavy artillery system activates, firing a barrage of projectiles all at once. Minsu stands completely still, observing the onslaught as Jungsu commands his chains. Massive chains surge forward, tightly binding Minsu's arms. Minsu looks down at his tightly bound arms. Jungsu seizes the opportunity to charge forward, his arm glowing with a bright blue light. A massive wave of power manifests right behind his back. With his system spinning like fan blades, he orders it to accelerate once more, and it immediately complies. He grips a glowing blue weapon in one hand while his other hand draws another blade. Sprouting 4 arms, Jungsu wields all 4 weapons at once, fighting on without a single moment of rest. Kim Minsu scowls as Jungsu screams for him to die, relentlessly pushing forward with strike after strike. The flaming wave-like blade erupts with a blinding glow, thrusting directly toward Kim Minsu in an instant. Jungsu lets out one last roar, commanding his enemy to die. Tiny tanks unleash a chaotic barrage as a scarlet beam pierces the heavens, filling the sky with thick smoke while obliterating the soldiers and armor alike. Against a deceptive silence, the helicopter wobbles and flips upside down, only to be blown to pieces instantly. Everything goes up in flames, leaving the tanks on the ground completely obliterated. Emerging from the wreckage, the soldiers can only marvel that a single sword caused all this destruction. Looking ahead, Kim Minsu has just summoned his remaining arm to the battlefield. The army did everything they could to hold it back, but failed. It will arrive within 3 minutes. Lee Garam warns that this is their only chance to kill him. They have exactly 3 minutes to end his life. She grits her teeth. 3 minutes is barely enough time, and the Black Rabbit does not have that kind of firepower. Regardless, Jungsu raises his weapon once more as Kim Minsu braces himself, struggling to hold his ground. Jungsu realizes that both he and Lee Garam are completely paralyzed in this state. As for Junho, that last arrow was probably all the strength he had left. With the military completely powerless, she realizes she is the only person left who can take action. Watching from inside her giant suit, Ma Yeren refuses to sit idly by after choosing to join this fight. She orders Nyankaron to stop it, sending the pink golem into battle. As a system screen blinks to life, she sees the pathing indicates the threat is heading right for Manhattan. She glares up at the massive sword hurtling toward her pink mech, daring the bastard to come get some. The blade keeps charging, but the pink golem meets it with relentless fury. Steering her mech, she reaches up to catch the descending blade, gripping it tightly with mechanical hands. She strains against the overwhelming pressure, her controls shaking as her thrusters ignite with blinding light. After all, a lost artifact should never seek out its owner. The rightful master must go and claim it instead. As she holds the sword, we flash back to a secret. Perhaps it is finally time I show you this weapon. It is the legendary sword wrapped in ice that he always kept by his side. I always wondered when you would finally draw it, so it was actually meant for me, he realizes. While the old man laughs and confirms it. Have you ever seen a dwarf wield a sword this massive? The old blacksmith asks with a chuckle. He explains that dwarfs only ever use weapons that perfectly match the scale of their own bodies. Now that you have met every single condition to become a true hero, you deserve a worthy weapon like Duran. This legendary blade is named Duran, an unmatched masterpiece forged from the molten remains of 4 legendary hero swords. He takes the massive blade into his own hands. He asks if there is some hidden trait or unique ability that belongs to this weapon alone. The dwarf admits that even the masters who forged the weapon do not fully understand its secrets. Because it was crafted from the armaments of champions, it will only awaken its ultimate power in the hands of a true hero. However, one thing is absolutely certain. This powerful weapon will always remain loyal to you. You are its chosen hero. Containing the combined power of 4 heroic relics, its very shape will evolve to adapt to any combat situation. A blade capable of morphing and evolving to match the exact needs of its wielder. That is the true destiny of Duran. And back in the present, Nyankaron continues struggling to hold the enemy blade back. Suddenly the blade glows. A brilliant flash of light erupts. Shimmering intensely, the weapon immediately transforms into an entirely new shape. It impales the pink bear, making Nian panic and ask if the hero is all right. Wait! Nian Kazan stares, frozen at the wounds, as she screams in agony. Terrified, Nian Kazan cries out. The blade drives deeper, shredding the pink bear. She struggles desperately to keep control, as the pink bear slowly lands, her strength completely depleted. Memories of the past flash in her mind, and her head slumps down. Yet the giant bear keeps moving. Despite the massive damage, its resolve never wavers. I will not give up, she declares, remembering her family from the past. Gritting through the blinding pain, she whispers that this is not even Kim Minsu. It is just one arm. I cannot afford to lose here. Inside a quiet hospital. Yeren sits silently right beside the bed. The patient weakly whispers her name Yeren, and she listens closely. He softly tells her that she must now be the family pillar. The primary duty of that role is simple: always protect those you love. Flashback to the semiconductor production line at the NAC foundry in Gumi City. Inside the busy facility, two workers briefly exchange weary greetings, thanking each other for their effort. It has been ages since they pulled overtime like this before the man finally heads home. His wife and child are waiting. "Are you still awake, princess?" he asks as she runs over. Calling out to her dad, he scoops her up. Meanwhile, a factory worker trembles in the locker room. "What is going on?" The worker gasps as his nose suddenly starts bleeding. A colleague watches from behind. That concerned onlooker is actually Yeren's father in his younger years. Now lying weakly on his deathbed, he begs her, "Yeren, please promise me one thing. Look after them until Yom grows up and until your mother can move on without pain. As the eldest daughter, you must protect this family." Yeren stands up, begging him to stop talking like that. "Just get better. We need to live like before." Her father grasps her hand, startling her before sitting up to pull his daughter into a tight embrace. Yeren wonders where he found such strength as he begs her once more, "My sweet princess." Yeren goes quiet for a long moment before tears finally spill over, streaming down her face uncontrollably. "I promise," she whispers. Damn it, she really wanted to keep that promise to him. But perhaps she cannot keep it. What should she do, father? Facing death, Yeren quietly whispers her apologies just as a massive sword impales her entire body. The weapon's power is devastating. Liga panics as the demon god Neon completely vanishes. With Park Jong-soo's left eye pierced, he knows Kim Min-soo's ultimate strike will arrive any second now. Damn it, he realizes there is no more time to break through his impenetrable defense. He has to stop holding back the Black Rabbit and tear down his defensive barrier immediately. Throwing his weapon up, he raises his blade high, unleashing a direct strike against Kim Min-soo. His sword presses tightly, right against Kim Min-soo's neck. Kim Min-soo calmly asks, "If you kill me, what will you even have left?" Park Jong-soo grits his teeth as the villain asks if vengeance will truly save him. "Do you honestly think the survivors living in your shadow will never become corrupt and live without hurting each other? Nothing will change, and the endless cycle of hatred will simply continue. The only difference between the future and now is whether I, the Demon King, exist." Park Jong-soo snaps back, declaring today is the last time he will hear those crazy ramblings. "Die right here," he yells, "and let this cursed chain end once and for all." "You're completely wrong. You can't cut this, because you aren't the hero destined to defeat the Demon King." Furious at being taunted like that, Park Jong-soo immediately charges forward in a blind rage. Jong-soo has only one thought: as long as Min-soo can't use his blade, he can win. Every single coffin flings open, all of them. They unleash a barrage of lethal projectiles, all locking onto a single target, Kim Min-soo. But Min-soo's blade acts as a shield. Jong-soo commands his chains, calling every single link back. They all converge on him, but Kim Min-soo effortlessly shatters the binding chains. His sword begins to grow, swelling in size. Now that he holds his personal blade, his power is about to skyrocket to an entirely new level. Jong-soo braces himself, both warriors sharing the exact same thought: "I will end your life." His foot lifts off the ground, and Kim Min-soo takes a decisive step forward. They clash head-on, triggering a massive bloody explosion. Watching the duel on screen, the American representative mutters that the legendary hero of the sword has reclaimed his blade. The Canadian official speaks up next, shocked that Min-soo is still moving normally after taking that hit. The Japanese representative answers that he can see it clearly now. The outcome of this fight will be no different from everyone else who faced him. The German delegate adds that according to the military, the boy will be torn to pieces. "It's still not too late. We must create an opening and order the spear hero to immediately fall back." Another official scoffs an opening. "You think such a thing exists against a monster like him? Any attempt will only result in completely wiping out our own forces. Won't the sword hero just track him down with some kind of absurd, ridiculous power anyway? On top of that, our defeat in this battle is almost guaranteed. We don't have the luxury of time to come up with another strategy. So whoever suggested this needs to outline their plan of action first." During their tense online meeting, a robotic voice pipes up, admitting that they have a point. That severed arm returning to the battlefield to transform into a sword is a variable we never calculated. We need to completely recalculate our odds of victory with this new wildcard. Goram Lee keeps her head lowered in silence before suddenly screaming in frustration. "Are you saying we should run away again without a real plan after fleeing from him this entire time? Run where and how? How long do you think your high-tech super soldiers will last against Kim Min-soo, the very monster that even the spear hero can barely stand against? 3 seconds, no, not even 2. Retreating now will only leave the spear hero completely exposed and vulnerable." While other soldiers vaporize, a bald official retorts that he doesn't say this out of ignorance. If a miracle happens, Goram Lee cuts him off even if we magically force him to retreat. What exactly will we use to fight him next time? He has already seen through our entire combat potential and fully adapted to our patterns. Now that Manhattan has been exposed, the gravity attack that once created openings is completely useless. The other heroes, the ones who could buy us a few precious seconds, have lost all their power. Our only option left is to trust him. It is far too early to give up, because the spear hero is nothing like the cowardly, calculating politicians we are. No matter how many overwhelming enemies he faces, his will to fight has never been broken. Kim Min-soo's sword strikes Park Jong-soo's shield, a desperate clash driven by the unyielding resolve of a true hero. Is Kim Min-soo driven by pure determination, or has blind hatred and a desperate desire for revenge consumed his soul? Either way, Park Jong-soo refuses to back down. His unyielding resolve to fight has not faltered for a single second. Just as Garam Lee said, he truly believes he can bring down Kim Min-soo, who quickly dodges the incoming strike. Park Jong-soo sneers. You might think you have the upper hand just because you reclaimed your little toy, but you still only have one arm left. Your swing speed and sword weight are still within the range where I can easily launch a counterattack. Park Jong-soo locks his gaze onto his target as long as I keep targeting that glaring flaw. He steels himself. I can win this. Park Jong-soo commands acceleration gear system. Authorize the maximum output now. Kim Min-soo notes grimly to himself, yes, I only have one arm remaining. But back in the Demon Lord's castle, I witnessed the peerless mastery of one-handed swordsmanship at its absolute peak. The supreme exquisite art of alankortia, a technique controlling the blade through the delicate precision of the fingers. I will recreate that flawless precision right here. With that, Kim Min-soo makes his move. Park Jong-soo never expected him to match his 4 times acceleration as they clash like desperate moths to a flame. Golden and crimson lights violently collide, erupting into a massive explosion. Garam Lee watches the screens, forget tracking them with your bare eyes. This battle is raging at speeds that even the central system cannot accurately calculate. Furthermore, the sheer impact of their energy is violently reshaping the landscape, pushing the machine's cooling systems into absolute overload. Sending in artillery or reinforcement troops at this point would only get in his way. A chaotic, raging hell where outside interference has become utterly impossible. But the immediate danger is that the mechanical joints of his arm are on the verge of shattering. The display analyzer warns that his body is draining every last drop of power into this final clash. Park Jong-soo roars shield bash. The relic glows, unleashing a wave of absolute crushing force. Park Jong-soo screams out to the fallen heroes who came before him, and to all the souls who sacrificed everything to pave his path. I am the final hero, and I will unleash our collective wrath in your stead. And trust me, this is the absolute peak of a hero's final stand. Lend me your power, 10 years. The hammer of Kronos erupts with blinding light. Park Jong-soo's eyes widen as he releases a massive burst of energy. He raises the weapon and screams. Kim Min-soo whispers, so you are acting as a vanguard for those who fell first. That is the same for me. They are always with me. Not in this cruel world, but in the place where those who loved us still exist. Tell me, are you just like me? The sky shatters as Kim Min-soo breaks through, raising his holy sword, while standing utterly dazed. He looks around in pure confusion as a colossal, terrifying monster suddenly manifests right before them. Min-soo stands frozen until a companion snaps him out of it. Stay focused. Hero, the Sea Dragon Hero. Sua Shin snaps. Are you dragging this out because you fear the end? We are literally on the brink of death here. Do you even care? Tae-il lets out a hearty laugh. Actually, isn't this perfect? I can just wrap everything up while our hero is busy daydreaming over there. The fairy-winged girl sighs. Just let him do whatever he wants. After all, Jin, only a true hero, can land the finishing blow on the Demon Lord. Tears stream down as Kim Min-soo grips his sword and weeps. Just a moment ago, I was completely alone. You are not alone. The healer appears by his side, telling him that everyone is right here with him. Your beloved comrades are standing right beside you. Seongjin speaks up. Could those be Kim Min-soo's fallen comrades? The robot states that from its analysis, they appear to be the Demon Lord's forces. These are the forces of the Demon Lord threatening the world. In other words, his loyal minions. Pawns deployed in their proper positions? Every past hero has faced creatures like this before, yet they are merely obstacles meant to be overcome. Nobody ever stops to think about how they appear, or where they even come from. Seongjun is stunned. They emerged so suddenly without a single warning. Where did they come from, how, and why? But Seongjun's questions are built on a completely wrong premise. A demon lord is a being born solely to destroy its own world. There is no need for a reason behind the absolute power such a creature wields as a massive fist strikes. Red arrows rain down on the girl, embodying the dark despair that stands directly against hope. The winged fairy girl charges ahead, and the fire-breathing monster unleashes the pitch-black darkness that responds to light. If there is anything that absolutely must be destroyed, Park Young-soo charges forward. If they stand in my way, I will simply tear them to pieces. The shield-bearing warrior leaps high into the air before slamming heavily back onto the ground. His massive shield blocks everything ahead. Park Young-soo raises his spear, slamming it down to launch himself off the shield. Leaping off the shield, Park Jung-soo's hand flashes with a light that unleashes a rain of blood. Park Jung-soo roars as Kim Min-soo takes a hit. Everyone else is gasping for air. Kim Min-soo is struggling too, staring at the monster as its weapon glows with terrifying power. And for some reason his right arm has been completely refusing to move this entire time. If only he could unleash his full strength with both hands, he could have sliced the beast and its weapon in half. Kim Min-soo points his sword upward as the healer watches closely. Kim Min-soo calls out, urging her to focus all her enhancement magic on his right arm. The healer does as requested, and both warriors raise their weapons. His arm is fully restored, a brand new limb regenerating on Kim Min-soo's body. The healer calls out that she is done, leaving the hero to finish it. Armed with both hands, Kim Min-soo makes his move. His blade slices deep into Park Jung-soo's arm. Go back to the abyss where you belong. The demon lord swings his sword in a wide arc. Kim Min-soo glides through and lands cleanly. He screams that this is the end, as a devastating strike slashes directly across him. Debris begins to rain down with massive boulders crashing all around them. His weapon shatters, sending shockwaves through the system. Park Jung-soo can only watch in horror as his upper body is sliced clean in half. Seong-jun screams in denial for Park Jung-soo, while the others watch in absolute horror. His arm falls all strength, leaving his hand. How could this happen? Park Jung-soo forces his head up in agonizing pain, life completely draining from his pale face. I came all this way pushing through everything just for this final battle. I cast aside my happiness, my peace of mind, my very humanity, everything. I kept moving forward with a single goal to exact revenge for all the suffering I endured. And I only managed to stand here today because of the people who helped me, remembering every single face. The red-armored soldiers, the hero commander Choi Jung-woo, alongside both Neon Kazon and Yezin. Their smiling faces flash before him along with Seong-jun and the giant robot army in the sunset. Every single person who believed in him fought by his side and sacrificed their lives. Yet why is it that he still can't defeat him? Why does this world find every possible excuse just to grant him special privileges, while bringing down endless disasters upon those who dare oppose him, reducing them to nothing but ordinary fools? It is just too unfair. Do you have absolutely no mercy for those who have fallen? This world and the bastard they call a god, Bak Dung-shu, wonders why as the monster walks toward him. Obviously it is because the very god you are searching for does not exist. In this world, there only exist demon kings and heroes, sin and salvation, and finally raw power and absolute helplessness. Hero, if the power you seek is impure by nature, then you will surely become a demon king. If the power you seek aligns with righteousness, then you will naturally become a true hero. The power of righteousness has completely abandoned you. Hero, reach out for the dark power. Initiate weapon swap. The demonic spear-infused sword flies straight at him. Bak Dung-soo grabs the sword and screams as it stabs right through him, sparking blue and purple tendrils. They wriggle around, fusing the legs back to Bak Dung-soo's torso and completely reattaching his broken body. Now fully healed, Bak Dung-soo bows his head, glaring upward with eyes full of pure hatred. Kim Min-soo speaks, it is best for you to just accept your death right here. You are not strong enough to challenge me ever again. With his body turning stiff as stone, Bak Dung-soo screams out in pure rage. Kim Min-soo, as long as I can finally settle this grudge of mine, I will gladly become a monster just like you. Kim Min-soo stands completely still, while Bak Dung-soo charges forward, screaming at the top of his lungs, showing no emotion at all. Kim Min-soo simply asks, is this your final answer? Bak Dung-soo Lee Sung-run stands right in front of him. Are you actually serious? He snaps his face away while Kim Min-soo stands still holding the sword in his hand. Lee Sung-run glances back before facing forward again, asking him a simple question. Is this really the face of the hero who defeated the Demon King? You are dead wrong. With such a pathetic look, you can never save the world. Why does this cruel world keep dragging me down like this? He wonders even after stripping away everything he ever had. Why won't it just let him fulfill his one tiny wish for revenge? Kim Min-soo mutters, so that illusion resembling the Demon King of the Sword was actually you. Well, there is no way that bastard could keep reincarnating over and over again. I guess in the end, none of that actually matters anymore. With this, both your journey and my journey have finally come to an end. Even if he still wants to fight, he has no other choice as the hammer shatters into pieces. His enemy, the very person who destroyed his family and their happiness, is standing right within his grasp. But he has no fists left to reach him with. He has nothing left, absolutely nothing at all. He sheds tears of agonizing pain as those bitter thoughts cross his mind. With your death, every single tragedy will end and everything will be severed. Kim Min-soo says everyone is going to disappear together. He steps forward, raising his sword as Kim Min-soo decides to finish Bak Dong-soo for good. So this is the end. Bak Dong-soo cries out, begging everyone to stay alive and live on. His tears dry up as he looks up to see a giant robot holding Kim Min-soo back. Live on Bak Dong-soo. Please live on Bak Dong-soo. The Reformation Hero. Harmony mode activated. Kim Min-soo looks up at the giant Reformation Hero. Its heavy foot crushes the ground while the robot's eyes flare up with a blinding light. The robot announces that Master's departure is confirmed, overloading the gravity generator. Proceeding. The system asks if you are sure you want to activate the DOS warship. The machine speaks, wishing that all her lifelong dreams would finally come true. Directly pressing the activation button, she plunges the entire system into an endless swirling vortex of chaos. The robot charges forward as Kim Min-soo realizes she is the mastermind, and she calmly replies that he is correct. Starting from this very moment, we will both descend into hell together, because we are humans carrying heavy sins. Kim Min-soo asks if she did not once despise humanity as well. Those humans who never understood her, the very ones who refused to wait for her. Did she not despise those weak creatures just like he did? Yet in the end, she stood on the front lines, slaughtering more of them than anyone else. Now that things have reached this desperate point, is she actually looking for forgiveness? The Transformation Hero. The Transformation Hero remains silent, knowing she is clearly no match for his overwhelming power. This machine is merely an unfinished, patched-up project, with critical parts still severely damaged from drifting endlessly in deep space. Even under the most optimistic calculations, she will not be able to last even a single minute in combat. Yet she threw away Lady Mary's final gift, choosing instead to lock herself back inside that cold, lifeless machine. It is a completely illogical choice. The robot speaks, calling it a classic human error and a purely self-destructive act. A desperate escape from reality for someone backed into a corner with nowhere left to run. She had thought it through as well and commands Amo to activate. Garam Lee answers that he is entirely correct, as this machine was never built for combat, but was designed as a tool to rebuild a ruined world. She looks down at her hands. Is there any point in throwing away the warm human body she had always yearned for, only to end her life as a pile of scrap metal just to buy a few minutes, or maybe even seconds? Amo asks her why she would ever make such a reckless decision knowing the truth. Garam Lee responds that no matter what form she takes, she remains a human being, just like how her predecessor died, holding on to her own humanity. And humans sacrifice themselves for an uncertain future, because that is what the former Transformation Hero taught her. Amo asks if she will truly have no regrets. Garam Lee is determined, declaring this sacrifice will be the ultimate proof of her humanity. Kim Min-soo keeps asking if she still clings to the foolish hope of salvation even now. He mockingly asks if someone like her even has the right to repent as her machine arms fall apart. Does she honestly believe she can still stand against his absolute power and change anything? Kim Min-soo raises his sword high and begins unleashing relentless slashes against the robot's arm. Addressing the previous generation and Lady Mary, she whispers that this final moment is exactly what she deserves. A massive monster lunges forward while Kim Min-soo's forces swarm the Transformation Hero. Dozens of arrows rain down, piercing the giant robot's hand. Though people might criticize her and claim she died a completely pointless death, a vortex opens up and Kim Min-soo glares at the crumbling Transformation Hero. The red dragon swoops in to free Kim Min-soo, yet she has already learned her lesson. She finally understands what it means to pass her will on to the next generation. The giant machine's jaws clamp down hard, snagging Kim Min-soo's tattered cloak. The others watch in awe as the mecha's eyes flare with light. The giant red beast charges forward as everyone is slowly dragged into the swirling black hole of space. This is the heart of a human always desperately wishing for a miracle to occur. The scene cuts to Junho, who realizes Garam Lee is buying him time to rescue Dong-soo. He vows to make a miracle happen, no matter the cost, as his hands begin to glow. Runho flinches as heavy footsteps approach a shield, suddenly blocking the path. It is one of Kim Moo's men. Honestly, Runho cannot believe it. Did he seriously abandon his minions here? Why would he do that? Weren't they all supposed to be gathering at the detention station? Quit being so weak, you herbivore, a sharp voice snaps. A sudden flash of brilliant violet light erupts as a girl glowing with energy strides forward. She immediately strikes the shield conjured by Kim Min-soo's minion with an absolutely devastating amount of force. They shrink back in fear as she glides right past them toward a red-eyed thug. He swings to attack her, but she grabs his arm and snaps it instantly. Sparks of electricity crackle from her body, completely vaporizing one of his arms. Yet the monster shows no fear, immediately swinging at her with his remaining arm. She thrusts her bare hand forward, piercing clean through his chest in an instant. He retreats without a hint of fear, but she launches a barrage of punches just as his partner rushes in. The partner leaps high into the air to strike, but her eyes track him as purple lightning flares. Both are finished. Gone in an instant. She walks over and calls out to Bak Dong-shu, "Wake up, pull yourself together, you dummy!" The glowing girl approaches as Run-ho watches in total daze. Yin, what is going on? Her pink mech suit is completely trashed, and Yin is running on empty. Damn it, it is freezing, she must be dying. The little mascot, looking like a sad round pastry, clings to her stomach with a heartbroken expression. Can I finally rest now? I think I really gave this fight everything I had. Nian? Kazan cries out in a panic. Wake up, hero. I will figure something out, I promise. Please do not close your eyes. Nian Kazan begs, tears streaming down. Is this the end for our entire world? Staring up at the fading sparks of light, Yin feels herself slipping into a bottomless void. Suddenly, someone taps her shoulder as her father appears, asking why she has come to this place. There are still so many people who need you, he says. Really, Yin sighs. Is that your first word to me after all these years? You abandoned us. You left us first anyway. Her father laughs, but Yin continues, since it is what you want, and because I promised I would feel too guilty resting early. So I will push my limits and try my best one more time. Since when did my little girl get so incredibly brave, he asks. He looks at her with absolute pride. My princess has finally grown up. Yin gasps out weakly. Nian Kazan, did you know I cannot even lift a single finger right now? The crystal. You have to put the crystal inside my body. Nian is terrified of what will happen if she does that. I know my body might burn to ashes if we do this, Yin replies. But I am going to die anyway. No, do not say that Nian screams, but Yin cuts her off. I refuse to live as the cowardly Ma Yin any longer. She stares at the blinding explosion ahead, remembering how she once abandoned everyone and ran away. This time I want to be the Ma Yin who fights to the very end to protect everyone. I want to leave this stage as the true hero you chose. So please do it, my little mascot, she says. Nian is deeply moved by her words. You are no coward, hero, Nian says, finally handing over the crystal. The common trait of all heroes summoned to our world is the fragile heart of a young girl. But what lies on the other side of that delicate heart? Lies the raw courage that allows them to conquer their own weakness. With those final words, Nian places the crystal directly into her chest. Yin's body erupts in light as she wipes away tears of joy. Thank you for saying that. Breaking free from this broken mech, Yin rises with unimaginable new power. She lands on the ground, fires a beam of light, and departs. Nian speaks up. Gaze in awe. Nia, in all this wide world and throughout the vast universe, she is truly the bravest magical girl. Witness her power and bow down. Nia the mascot swells with absolute pride. She is the magical girl hero Ma Yin. Her feet touch the ground as she stands valiantly before the enemy. Even under the enemy's fierce assault and their massive, powerful fists, Junho can only watch in worry. Yet Ma Yin resolves to fight on, unleashing a massive barrage of her power. The shield-bearing enemy steps up to the front, blocking her direct strike. But Ma Yin's power completely overwhelms even that defense. The panicked opponent watches as she circles his shield, then lunges forward in a desperate counterattack. A heavy punch is thrown. Ma Yin catches it instantly, crushing his wrist and leaving him badly wounded. He swings with his remaining arm, but Ma Yin thrusts her bare hand right through his chest. Yet he refuses to back down, and his remaining ally charges in, determined to bring her down. As he leaps into the air, Ma Yin notices brilliant flashes of lightning crackling around. In an instant, a devastating lightning strike leaves both foes defeated. She approaches and calls out to Park Jong-soo, telling him to get up and wake up. A massive, endless vortex is dragging everything in, and even the reform hero is being pulled down. The black hole consumes everything in its path. Kim Min-soo raises his arm and reaches his hand out. Falling into what feels like deep space, Kim Min-soo's face remains completely emotionless. Memories of his childhood flash back of the terrifying moment he fell from a great height. He remembers weeping before a grave, being entirely alone, and the brutal beatings he endured. He watches silently as coins are scattered before his eyes. Is he falling as a flood of crushing memories overwhelms his mind? I will never be hurt again. Having seemingly locked away all his emotions, Kim Min-soo lets out a deafening roar. He unleashes his sword, and the blade begins to radiate an intense, brilliant light. A world where there is no one left to hurt, and no one left to be hurt. An empty world looking as though nothing had ever existed in it. A world that will not remember me as a hero, nor as a demon king. I truly just want to bring an end to everything completely and permanently. Unfazed, Kim Min-soo swings his sword in a powerful slash. Park Jong-soo, get up. Ma Yin calls out, calling him an idiot and telling him to get up. But Park Jong-soo just mutters, get up for what? Ma Yin answers that it is obviously to defeat Kim Min-soo and protect everyone else. Just stand up first, Junho should be able to fix your arms. But Park Jong-soo asks in despair, do you honestly think I can win Ma Yin hearing? This Ma Yin lowers her head in silence. Having lost both of his arms, Park Jong-soo admits that this is exactly what he believes. I have felt it countless times through my spear. There is simply no way I can defeat him. He is not a wall that I can climb. The reality he exists in is completely different from ours. Junho immediately objects, shouting that it is not true and that he had cornered him just moments ago. If it is you, you can still do it. But Park Jong-soo screams out that he is terrified. Junho looks on in sadness, realizing his friend's seemingly unbreakable fighting spirit has finally reached its absolute limit. Shaking, Park Jong-soo cries out that he is not the invincible war machine everyone thinks he is. He is terrified and simply does not want to feel pain anymore. His long, exhausting journey, driven solely by deep-seated hatred, has finally ended in crushing defeat. Countless lives have been thrown away for my sake, and I cannot bear this burden any longer. He breaks down, tears streaming continuously down his face. Junho and Ma Yin look up as the black hole cracks open, split by a sudden massive horizontal slash. And that was all Kim Min-soo's doing, Yerin mutters. Damn it! Just how much more damage can that absolute bastard even do at this point? The monster flies up with Kim Min-soo riding right on top of it. Kim Min-soo watches silently as his minions begin to regenerate their broken bodies. Their bodies slowly piece themselves back together. Kim Min-soo watches silently before tightening his grip on his sword. He swings his blade high. Yerin cries out, Park Jong-soo, I'm scared, I'm so afraid of dying. I'm terrified you will lose, and that everyone I've ever known is going to die. She points her finger forward. I have no choice but to trust you now, so I'm leaving the rest to you. Planting her feet firmly, Yerin apologizes for everything, for letting him bear this heavy fight all alone. With everything she has left, Yerin unleashes a series of devastating strikes. She counters as their powers collide and shatter into pieces. Meanwhile, Junho places his faith in her. I believe in you. Meanwhile, Junho is doing everything he can to heal Park Jong-soo. Vines wrap tightly around Park Jong-soo, who can only watch Yerin fighting with everything she has outside. This is all the remaining power I could scrape together, thanks to the precious time you bought me. All the way back during our battle in Korea. Looking at Park Jong-soo, I'm just so glad I can finally hand this over to you. Junho pours all of his essence into Park Jong-soo, whose body begins to absorb it. Hero, the patient's condition is far worse than I originally estimated. Not only is he missing limbs, but his body is completely broken, and his physical balance is totally ruined. It's likely due to that life-draining weapon of his. On top of that, because the divine power of a hero and the raw malice of a demon king clashed inside him, his mana circuits have been completely incinerated, looking like tangled wires. This isn't something that can simply be healed anymore. His flesh would have to be completely reconstructed, or time itself wound backward. And for a miracle like that to happen, the price we must pay is far greater than all the power we've managed to gather. Junho softly speaks, Janalon, thank you for staying by my side until the very end. Even if it meant defying the absolute laws of the World Tree, leaving Janalon completely confused. Junho makes his final decision. I will give Park Jong-soo my entire life force. Park Jong-soo screams out, what before, immediately refusing, I already told you I can't defeat him. Why does every single one of you keep forcing your lives onto me like this? Junho gazes at him quietly before replying, it's because you are the last of us. You are the absolute last hope we have to protect everyone. Not a coward of a hero like me, but someone who never once ran from a fight for justice. Our true hero, please fight for us one last time. Without a single second thought, Junho sacrifices his entire power to save Park Jong-soo. Our very last hero, Junho whispers, wrapping his arms around Park Jong-soo. Images of their fallen comrades flash by the boy with round glasses, the old armored veteran, the masked fighter. Countless other heroic souls who sacrificed everything from Lee Garam all the way to Junho. As Junho fades away, Park Jong-soo finds his body fully restored, yet he stands completely alone. Overwhelmed with grief, hot tears stream down his face, but deep within his eyes, the final hero's resolve slowly begins to burn.